A man unexpectedly transmigrates to a world of divine pets, where everyone can awaken their talent for taming beasts. Some tame poisonous insects, while others ride birds of prey. At this moment, on the talent awakening platform, the man awakened the only golden talent in the entire class, Dragon Affinity. The entire audience erupted in cheers, but just a few seconds later, laughter and mockery surged towards Lin Bei like a tidal wave. A dragon only appears once every 100 years. This talent is just wasted. An ordinary family doesn't deserve to raise a dragon? That's laughable. His strongest talent instantly became the laughingstock of the entire audience. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. Talent requirements met. Dragon editor system officially activated. Claim a free baby dragon once a week. Lin Bei suppressed his excitement, returned to his seat, looked out the window, and began to think. Everyone else knew that Lin Bei was not in a good state, so no one went up to bother him. Chen Song let out a long breath and said, "That's all for today? Everyone can go back and familiarize themselves with their awakened talent abilities. Everyone should come to school at 9 o'clock tomorrow. The school will arrange an opportunity for all new students to tame a pet." As he finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Lin Bei, but Lin Bei was still gazing out the window. Seeing this, Chen Song simply sighed, said nothing more, and left the classroom. Afterwards, Lin Bei got up and left the classroom, intending to go home and have a proper discussion with the system. Following the route he remembered, it took Lin Bei an hour to get back to his residence, a 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters. The house is located in a relatively remote area of Nanshan City, and few people usually come here. The people living in this dilapidated community are mostly elderly people and ordinary families. Lin Bei took out his key, opened the door, and quickly sat down on the sofa, communicating with the system in his mind. "System, are you there? Can you tell me what functions you have?" The system notification sounded the next moment. This system is named the Dragon Editor System, and its functions are naturally related to dragons. This system will provide the host with a baby dragon each week. The host can collect materials to fuse with the dragon. It can fuse with the baby dragons provided by this system, or with dragons tamed by the host. However, the properties and grades of different fusion materials vary, resulting in completely different dragons. The host can also redeem rewards by consuming points in the system shop. Points can be obtained through various channels. After listening, Lin Bei was very satisfied with the system. The Dragon Clan Editor System? It's a perfect match for my talent. And they also give me a baby dragon every week, which solves my problem of not having a dragon as a pet. After a heartfelt sigh, Lin Bei seemed to remember something. He seemed to have an activation gift pack. Let's open it. Since it's an activation gift pack, it can't be too bad, right? Activation gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million in startup capital, 1 young Eastern dragon, and 1 constitution improving pill. 1 rare material, fierce lion claw. 1 rare material, rock and soil elephant turtle shell. And 1 ability draw opportunity. As the system notification ended, all the rewards appeared before Lin Bei. A small dragon, about 1 meter long and covered in green scales, appeared on the floor in front of him. Its eyes were tightly closed, as if it were sleeping. 2 long whiskers drooped on the floor, occasionally twitching slightly. Beside it was a black pill in a glass bottle, and a huge, fiery red claw, which was burning with flames. The other is a thick, black tortoise shell about 1 meter long, covered with yellowish-brown patterns. Startup funds have been automatically deposited into your account. You can use your draw opportunity at any time. Although he can only obtain weaker young dragons now, they can be synthesized from the original ones. With the help of the synthesized young dragons, Lin Bei will be able to tame other wild dragons later. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, Lin Bei began to examine the items in front of him. The 4 items were neatly arranged, and he examined them one by one. What Lin Bei first saw was the black pill called the Physique Improvement Pill. Somewhat curiously, he asked the system in his mind, "What is the use of this pill?" The system quickly responded, "After taking the Constitution Improvement Pill, all impurities in your body will be expelled, bringing your constitution to a clear and pure state." This physical condition is very popular with pets. Furthermore, after eliminating impurities from the body, the host growth rate also increases rapidly. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei swallowed the Physique Improvement Pill and then sat back down on the sofa, waiting for the pill to take effect. Within seconds, his body turned a fiery red, and his blood flowed wildly. Yet, even so, Lin Bei felt no pain whatsoever. Not only was there no pain, but he also entered an unprecedented state of comfort, as if he were receiving a top-notch massage. When Lin Bei opened his eyes again, his mental state was at its peak. However, he reeked of a foul odor. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Bei returned to the living room. By then, the sleeping young Eastern dragon had awakened. The moment it saw Lin Bei emerge, it immediately twisted its body and floated into the air, plunging headfirst into Lin Bei's arms. Lin Bei looked at the young dragon in his arms with some surprise. He reached out and touched its small dragon head. The texture was hard and slightly cool. The young dragon closed its eyes comfortably, enjoying its master's touch. Lin Bei looked down at the baby dragon in his arms and said, "I'm going to use the synthesis function. Get ready." The baby dragon nodded its small head vigorously, showing no objection. It knew what it was about to experience and felt no resistance. System. Use the synthesis function. Please select synthesis materials. Simply state their names. At least 3 materials are required. Eastern Young Dragon, Fiery Lion Claw, Rocky Tortoise Shell. All 3 materials were enveloped in golden light, transforming into 3 small orbs of light. In synthesis, Lin Bei walked to the sofa and sat down, unable to resist imagining what the young Eastern dragon would look like after the synthesis. Time passed slowly, and 5 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a familiar voice called out, "Brother Bei, open the door." "It's me, Xiaoling." Xiaolinger's real name is Wang Yuling. She is Lin Bei's next-door neighbor and has known the original owner of this body since childhood. They can be considered childhood sweethearts. This girl really came at the worst possible time. The moment Lin Bei opened the door, a petite figure rushed over and hugged him tightly. Lin Bei had no time to dodge and could only helplessly let her hold him. Wang Yuling's voice then slowly rang out. "Brother Bei, I've heard about what happened today. I also know that your awakened talent is Dragon Affinity. I know what you're worried about. But don't worry, I'm here for Yuling." Wang Yuling had heard about Lin Bei's situation after school. When Wang Yuling first heard that Lin Bei had awakened the Dragon Clan's affinity, she was happier than anyone else, because the legendary Dragon Clan was truly incredibly powerful. Having such extraordinary talent must be a good thing. But later, when she heard that dragons were extremely rare, her joy vanished instantly, leaving only worry. So the first thing Wang Yuling did upon returning home was to knock on Lin Bei's door. Although Lin Bei only overheard a few words, he already roughly understood what had happened. "Brother Bei, my awakened talent is also very strong. It's herbivore affinity. When I grow up, I will help Brother Bei catch dragons. As long as you can catch a dragon, your dragon affinity will not be wasted." Hearing Wang Yuling's words, Lin Bei was somewhat moved. A girl was thinking of him so much, and even made such a difficult decision. "Thank you." However, Lin Bei didn't want to extinguish the flame in Wang Yuling's heart. So he didn't say anything else and only responded with the simplest 2 words. A good 10 seconds passed before Wang Yuling released Lin Bei and looked up at him. It was then that Lin Bei truly saw Wang Yuling's face for the first time. Her skin was fair and delicate, showing no signs of hardship. Her lips were rosy and glossy, and her features were perfectly proportioned, especially her clear eyes, which were like a spring from which one could see to the bottom. Wang Yuling had initially thought Lin Bei would have a hard time accepting all of this. But now it seemed the situation was different. Just as Lin Bei was about to say something, a new situation arose in the bedroom behind him. A muffled thud came from the bedroom, as if something had exploded. The tightly closed door was smashed to pieces, and even the floorboards shattered, riddled with horrifying cracks. A young dragon, about 2 meters long, appeared there, its body covered with yellowish-brown scales and fiery red patterns. It has 4 red claws burning with raging flames, and its 2 horns are respectively fiery red and earthy yellow. Its whiskers remain white, and its eyes have not changed. However, it is vastly different from the previous Eastern baby dragon. Congratulations, host, on successful synthesis. Congratulations on completing your first synthesis. A special introductory gift pack is awarded as a reward. Wang Yuling was stunned. Her 2 clear, bright eyes widened as she stared blankly at the newly formed Eastern baby dragon. Instinctively, she raised a hand and covered her mouth. "Brother Bei, there's a dragon in your room. Am I seeing things?" She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In fact, not only Wang Yuling was stunned, but Lin Bei was just as stunned. Things took a completely unexpected turn. If the synthesis was successful, why make such a fuss? The second bedroom was completely destroyed, almost as if it had been through an earthquake. "System? What's going on? This is what happens after the synthesis is successful. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" If the system had informed him of all this beforehand, Lin Bei would have chosen a secluded and open place to perform the synthesis. The system's notification sounded somewhat aggrieved. The host didn't ask either. The system's reply left Lin Bei speechless, unable to think of a rebuttal for a moment. Lin Bei took a deep breath, turned to look at Wang Yuling standing behind him, and prepared to say something. Little linger. But before Lin Bei could even finish calling out her name, Wang Yuling raised a hand and covered his mouth. Then, she deliberately adopted a mature demeanor and said, "Brother Bei, don't say anything. I understand, you've grown up. Grown-up men all have secrets. It's fine to keep a secret, as long as it's not about keeping a mistress." Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart and instantly understood why Wang Yuling had done what she did. He subconsciously reached out and patted Wang Yuling's head, saying, "Stop pretending." The next moment, Wang Yuling suddenly thought of something, and her mood became much lower. She looked at Lin Bei pitifully and pouted as she spoke. "If Brother Bei has long, then he won't need my help, right? I was so motivated at the beginning. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad." She was happy because Lin Bei already had a dragon. She was sad because she felt there was nothing she could do to help. Lin Bei didn't want Wang Yuling to be too disappointed, so he came up with a good idea. "Why wouldn't I need one? Although I already have one dragon, I wouldn't mind having a few more. Pets are like money, the more the better." While not as naturally affinity-based as dragons, herbivores possess a remarkably strong affinity. And in this world, herbivores don't simply refer to animals that eat only herbs. The range of herbivores is so vast, perhaps even among dragons, there are herbivores. Wang Yuling's disappointment vanished completely, replaced by excitement and joy. She nodded emphatically and said joyfully, "Don't worry, Brother Bei. I will try my best. I won't bother you any longer. You must have a lot to do." "Oh right. If the school requires us to form teams tomorrow, then let's team up." The moment she finished speaking, she left Lin Bei's house. The young Eastern dragon, now in a completely new form, floated in the air, its eyes wide as it stared at its master approaching. Its tail, as thick as a normal person's thigh, swayed continuously. An excited cry rang out again, expressing its joy. Lin Bei, who had already walked to the side of the Eastern baby dragon, subconsciously reached out and touched its body. The next moment, a message entered Lin Bei's mind. It was information about the young Eastern dragon at this moment. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon. Status, juvenile stage, which is the weakest stage. Loyalty, never betrays. Abilities. In addition to possessing the basic abilities of an Eastern dragon, it can also control fire and earth to attack, possessing extremely high destructive power and defensive capabilities. Lin Bei couldn't help but nod, his eyes revealing satisfaction. "Great. I'll call you EE for now." Lin Bei clearly remembered that he had received a big gift package when he successfully synthesized the item. System, open the newly acquired gift pack. Starter gift pack successfully opened. Received 2 million starting funds. Received Dragon Valley Guidance Map. Received Baby Dragon Feed. Received Thunderbird Wings. Received a Western Black Dragon Baby Dragon. Starting capital has been automatically credited to your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in system space. You have one more chance to draw an ability. Lin Bei opened the system space and looked at the rewards stored inside. The first thing he saw was the Western Baby Dragon. Western dragons and Eastern dragons are quite distinct. Western dragons have black scales covering their backs, 2 wings larger than their bodies, and 4 long, thick legs. If the Eastern dragon resembles a snake, then the Western dragon is more like a tiger. Aside from the difference in appearance, the other difference lies in strength. Chapter 6. Extracting Abilities. Pet Market. Looking at the sleeping Western dragon in the system space, Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. A second dragon? I actually obtained 2 baby dragons in one day. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, Lin Bei would never have believed such a thing could happen. After all, this was a dragon that ordinary people rarely see in their entire lives, not some random cat or dog on the street. The system was indeed ridiculously powerful. Lin Bei regained his composure and said in his mind, "System, release the Western dragon." The next moment, the sleeping Western dragon appeared in the room. It was even larger than EE, lying on the floor like a small truck. Lin Bei didn't wake it, but continued to check the system space. Currently, only a map and a pair of blue wings remained. He first took out the map, which showed a dark valley and 5 red circles. The map was very rudimentary, revealing little information. Lin Bei asked, "What is this map?" A system notification sounded. Dragon Valley is a valley inhabited by dragons. The specific type of dragon, its strength, and its numbers are currently unknown. The circles on the map mark dragon caves, which may belong to the same dragon or multiple dragons. With this map, the host can easily find Dragon Valley. You can tame the wild dragons in Dragon Valley. After hearing this, Lin Bei immediately put the map back into the system space, giving up the idea of exploring it. Just hearing the words Dragon Valley tells you it's definitely not a safe place. Forget it, let's not go for now. I need to develop for a while first. As for the pair of blue wings, Lin Bei didn't ask any further questions. Clearly, those are materials used for crafting. But each crafting requires at least 3 materials. A single material is useless. To craft again, you need to collect another material. Are we still missing one piece of material? Let's go check out the pet market later. Anyway, it's still early. This is an era where everyone tames animals, so the pet market naturally exists, and it's a huge industry. It not only sells various live pets, but also all sorts of materials. Many people buy materials to craft weapons or make equipment. Taming a pet will earn you certain rewards. For example, taming a cow increases strength. Taming a monkey increases agility. The more pets you tame, the stronger you become. Legend has it that there was a powerful tamer known as the Monkey King who tamed a full 10,000 monkeys. Their strength is monstrous, capable of lifting a mountain with their bare hands. Therefore, people's enthusiasm for taming pets is essentially a way to increase their own strength. Once you're powerful, what worries could you possibly have? At this moment, Yi was flying freely in the room, while the Western dragon continued to sleep soundly on the ground. Lin Bei looked at these 2 completely different dragons, and a smile appeared on his face. After acquiring the 2 dragons, he could clearly feel a change in his physique. His strength and speed had both improved to some extent. However, because both Yi and the Western dragon were still in their infancy, the effects were not obvious. But as they grow, Lin Bei's physique will also improve. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Bei suddenly remembered that he had also gained an ability draw opportunity when he opened the gift pack earlier. System, use ability extraction opportunity. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Please select a dragon pet. Lin Bei did not hesitate. EE. Compared to the Western dragon, EE is obviously stronger now. Random ability selection in progress. Successful selection. Congratulations, host, you have selected the Dragon Clan's aura. When using Dragon Clan's aura, you will possess the imposing presence of a dragon, capable of suppressing any race weaker than the dragon. This result was completely unexpected by Lin Bei. He had originally thought he would draw abilities like fire breathing or earth manipulation. Dragon's aura? Shouldn't that be an innate skill that every dragon possesses? How could they even draw something like that? Lin Bei left home alone, without taking Yi with him or disturbing the Western dragon, and locked the door from the inside. He then headed towards the nearest pet market. Every city has more than one pet market. The larger the market, the more complete the selection of goods and the higher the quality, but the prices are also equally expensive. Lin Bei was just checking things out first, so there was no need to go to the best market. Half an hour later, he arrived at a medium-sized pet market. Even on a weekday, the market was still crowded, with at least several thousand people. Lin Bei walked in calmly, looking curiously at one stall after another. The variety of goods here was indeed vast. Soon, he spotted a 7-colored ant about 1 centimeter long and asked the stall owner, "How much is this?" The owner glanced at him and replied casually, "A young 7-colored ant, priced at 250,000. Honest and fair." Upon hearing the price, Lin Bei immediately stood up and left. He was genuinely surprised. An ant about 1 centimeter long cost a whopping 250,000? How expensive would other magical beasts be? It would probably cost millions. And the average family in this world barely earns around $1 million a year. No wonder those guys thought my talent was wasted. Now that I think about it, they're right. An ant can sell for 250,000. Wouldn't the price of a dragon be outrageous? It would probably cost at least a small fortune. Indeed, as Lin Bei had thought, even the weakest young dragon was priced in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, there's no stock available. Once a dragon actually becomes available for sale, its price will only skyrocket. After all, there's more than one dragon with affinity in this world. Chapter 7. Buy. Lin Bei continued deeper into the pet market, surveying the stalls selling various goods. Along the way, he overheard many conversations. Those schools will be taking their new students to trials again tomorrow, right? Yes, that's what my daughter said. Then hurry up and buy some equipment for your child, so she can tame a pet tomorrow. Do you even need to tell me? I came here to buy equipment. Not only do I need to buy equipment, but I also need to buy some stuff for taming monsters. Even if I can't tame a pet tomorrow, I can still catch one and tame it slowly. That's how pet markets are. They're both places for trading goods and for exchanging information. If you're lucky, you can overhear some useful news just by taking a stroll around. Lin Bei glanced at the two men talking beside him. With a thought in mind, he tentatively asked, "Brothers, do you know what the school will take us to do tomorrow? I'm also a student who just awakened my talent today, so I'm very curious about what will happen tomorrow." He directly stated his student status to lower their guard. Sure enough, upon hearing that Lin Bei was a newly awakened student, and seeing that his appearance and clothing did indeed resemble a student, the two responded enthusiastically. Every year after the new students awaken, each academy will take them to their own exclusive forest safety zone. The new students can come into contact with magical beasts there, but whether they can tame them depends on their own abilities. But you don't need to worry too much. The safe zone mainly contains juvenile magical beasts, and there are very few high-level magical beasts, so it can be said to be very safe. Moreover, there will be teachers patrolling to ensure the safety of the students. Lin Bei listened attentively, memorizing all the information. These words sounded like ordinary introductions, but they were valuable to him, at least allowing him to know in advance what would happen tomorrow and make preparations accordingly. In just a moment, Lin Bei had a plan in mind. He thanked the two men and then continued strolling along the street. Another half hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Bei had visited almost all the roadside stalls, but he still hadn't found any satisfactory ingredients. Lin Bei already had a plan in mind regarding what materials to use to fuse with the Western Dragon. Finding a pair of suitable wing materials is really not easy. Oh well, I'll just go check out the biggest shop. That's right, Lin Bei is planning to find another pair of wings as material. After all, Western Dragons already have a pair of wings, and the material in the gift pack is also a pair of wings. If he adds another pair, the resulting creature might be a six-winged black dragon or a Western dragon with exceptionally strong wings. A six-winged black dragon, just thinking about it makes his mouth water. Having made his decision, Lin Bei headed straight for the shop in the center of the pet market. This shop, called Beast Treasure Pavilion, was the largest in the entire pet market and naturally had the most goods. The greeter was very friendly and quickly came forward to greet him. "Hello, welcome. What can I do for you?" Lin Bei stated his request directly. "Do you have any Warcraft wings?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuai thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "You've come at the perfect time. This shop just acquired a pair of magical beast wings this morning." As he spoke, he opened a sealed box and took out a pair of green wings. These are the wings of the Gale Bull. Equipment crafted from them possesses exceptional mobility. After all, they are the wings of a bull-type magical beast. If you know an engraver, you can also infuse it with wind patterns. An engraver is a profession that specializes in crafting equipment. They can infuse special patterns into equipment, giving it greater power. For example, wind patterns allow one to fly on the wind, fire patterns allow one to unleash flames, and water patterns allow one to control water flow. However, generally speaking, a piece of equipment can only have one type of pattern, and it must conform to the characteristics of the equipment itself. For example, the wings of the Gale Bull can only be engraved with wind patterns. Looking at the pair of enormous, dark green wings, Lin Bei was quite satisfied. Firstly, the wings possessed inherent attributes, and secondly, the Gale Bull itself was a very powerful magical beast. After the first synthesis, Lin Bei understood that if the synthesis materials possessed attributes, the dragon would most likely inherit them. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess the power of fire and earth. That's right. How much are these wings? Zhao Shuai quickly replied, 12 million. Lin Bei fell silent instantly. 12 million, far exceeding his expectations. His entire net worth is only 3 million. That's a difference of 9 million. 9 million is no small sum. Seeing Lin Bei's unusual state, Zhao Shuai roughly guessed the situation. He could only sigh helplessly. Clearly, they were already used to guests who came to look even though they couldn't afford to. The next moment, Zhao Shuai prepared to retract the wings of the Gale Demon Bull and attend to other guests. But just as his hand touched the wings, Lin Bei's voice rang out. "I need to discuss something with you." Zhao Shuai raised an eyebrow, looking at him with some interest. "What is it?" Lin Bei took out his account card and casually placed it on the table. "I'll use 1 million as collateral, and Wings will hold it for me for 7 days. If I don't come to buy it after 7 days, this 1 million will belong to you directly." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shuai walked a short distance away and consulted an elderly man. After a while, he returned to Lin Bei's side. 2 million. I'll hold it for you for 5 days. Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. Deal. Exchange the remaining 1 million in the card for monster containment bags. Zhao Shuai was stunned again, clearly not understanding Lin Bei's actions. But since it was a customer's spending request, he naturally had no need to stop him. Soon, the 3 million in the card was spent. He then handed Lin Bei a black shopping bag containing the goods. You have a total of 3 million in your card. 2 million will be used as collateral, and the remaining 1 million will be used to purchase monster containment bags. Each monster containment bag costs 10,000, so a total of 100 will be purchased. Please take a look. Chapter 8. Everything is ready. Heading to school. After receiving 100 monster containment bags and an empty account card, Lin Bei prepared to leave the Beast Treasure Tower. Since he was out of money anyway, there was no point in staying any longer. He'd rather go home and plan tomorrow's actions properly. If things go smoothly tomorrow, he can buy the wings of the Gale Bull. And not just the wings. If he gets enough, Lin Bei can also buy some other magical beast materials. Before Lin Bei could even step out of the shop, Li Kai, who had awakened her affinity for poisonous insects, walked in. Upon seeing Lin Bei, Li Kai was also taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter him here. But the surprise in her eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a hint of disdain. Oh, isn't this Lin Bei, the one who awakened the strongest talent? What are you doing shopping in a store like this? They don't sell dragons here. In Li Kai's eyes, Lin Bei was a useless person. After all, he was just a poor man with extraordinary talent but no ability to afford a dragon. Originally, there was no grudge between the two, but today everyone's attention was stolen by Lin Bei. Despite awakening her innate affinity for venomous insects, Li Kai received little attention. This severely damaged her vanity. For someone like Li Kai, vanity was far more important than relationships with classmates. While the affinity for poisonous insects isn't as strong as that of dragons, it's still a formidable talent. Since poisonous insects are associated with poison, they shouldn't be underestimated. A powerful enough poisonous insect can even wipe out an entire city. Hearing this sarcastic mockery, Lin Bei slowly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing. He looked coldly at Li Kai and said in an icy tone, Li Kai, is that you? Are you looking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Li Kai's attitude didn't soften at all. Instead, she continued to be sarcastic. Oh, what are you saying? How could I dare to provoke someone like you who has awakened the Dragon Clan's affinity talent? She deliberately repeated Dragon Affinity Talent, successfully drawing the attention of everyone else in the shop. Soon, all eyes were on Lin Bei. Even Zhao Shuai, who had just greeted him, looked over. Those looks were complex, almost identical to the reactions of the students in the classroom that morning. Dragon Affinity Talent? That talent is truly amazing. Unfortunately, it's not very useful. Out of 100 people who awaken Dragon Affinity, even one with a suitable pet is considered extremely lucky. Seeing that things were going as she had expected, Li Kai felt even more smug and immediately continued. That's right. How could someone like you, who has awakened the Dragon Clan's affinity talent, be someone I, with my poisonous insect affinity, dare to provoke? She did this to satisfy her vanity by stepping on Lin Bei. Sure enough, after hearing infectious insect affinity, the surrounding people immediately shifted their discussion from Lin Bei to Li Kai. This little girl is something else. She's actually awakened the talent of infectious insect affinity. That's a very strong talent. Their future achievements will definitely be impressive. There are so many poisonous insects. It's much more realistic than taming dragons. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose the affinity with poisonous insects. How enviable. In an instant, Li Kai's vanity was greatly satisfied. She reveled in the amazement and envy of those around her. When she awakened her affinity for poisonous insects, she had originally thought she would become the center of attention in the class. But then Lin Bei's Dragon Affinity appeared, stealing everyone's attention. Even though the discussions weren't pleasant, they still angered Li Kai. In her view, all that attention should have been hers. At this moment, Lin Bei finally understood why Li Kai had acted this way. His expression grew even colder, and he had already labeled Li Kai an enemy in his mind. Regardless of whether the other person was male or female, as long as they were an enemy, Lin Bei would show no mercy. So that's how it is. You want to trample me underfoot to highlight your own excellence. Very good. But remember this. You will pay for what you did today. With that, Lin Bei strode out of the shop, ignoring everyone else. Li Kai, however, didn't take his words to heart at all, and instead walked smugly toward Zhao Shuai, who had just served Lin Bei. Hey, was that guy here to buy a dragon? Zhao Shuai had just come to his senses when he shook his head slightly and honestly replied, "No. He just bought 100 monster containment bags. He also used 2 million as collateral to ask us to leave him some materials. But now it seems that these 2 million are probably ours." Zhao Shuai no longer believed that Lin Bei could raise 10 million in just 5 days. After all, Lin Bei was just an ordinary student who had just awakened his dragon affinity talent. How could he possibly do such a thing? Even for some strong individuals, obtaining 10 million would require considerable effort. Li Kai shared similar thoughts with Zhao Shuai, but his contempt deepened. Not only was his awakened ability problematic, but his mind was also flawed. As expected, I was right. This kind of person isn't worth associating with. The friction between Lin Bei and Li Kai was just a minor incident in the pet market. It soon returned to normal. A short while later, Lin Bei was already home. At this moment, the Western Dragon had also awakened and was chasing Yi around the room. The two little guys were getting along fairly well and hadn't caused any trouble. Lin Bei began to study how to use the monster containment bag. Monster containment bags are common tools, with one bag corresponding to one monster. As for what kind of monsters can be contained, that depends on the quality of the containment bag. A monster containment bag like this, costing 10,000 each, can only contain some relatively weak monsters. Moreover, it can only be successfully contained if the monster does not resist. After figuring out how to use them, Lin Bei put all the monster containment bags into the system space. Afterwards, he played with Yi and the Western Dragon for a while. The next day, Lin Bei got up early and, with the 2 dragons in the system space, leisurely went to school. When he arrived at the school, it was already packed with people. At a glance, there were at least 300. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, clearly anticipating what was about to happen. Chapter 9. Sorry, I accidentally stepped on a bug. Lin Bei stood at the school gate, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and soon spotted 2 familiar faces, Wang Yuling and Li Kai. Both were surrounded by a large group of students, clearly very popular. Although they were all newly awakened freshmen, their outstanding looks and exceptional talent were enough to make them the center of attention in a short time. Besides them, there were several other students with considerable popularity. As for Lin Bei, almost no one paid him any attention. Although he was good-looking, in most people's eyes, the dragon race's affinity talent was too difficult to utilize, so there was nothing worth trying to ingratiate himself with. The students surrounded those people simply hoping to curry favor with them in advance, hoping that the upcoming trials would go more smoothly. Clinging to the coattails of someone with dragon affinity talent obviously wouldn't bring any benefits. However, Lin Bei was happy to have some peace and quiet. His upcoming tasks weren't suitable for involving too many people. At most, he'd bring Wang Yuling along, letting her reap some benefits. By this time, quite a few students had arrived at the school, including some from well-off families. After their talents awakened yesterday, they had devoted all their energy to taming pets. Some students already owned their first pets and were excitedly showing them off to those around them. Li Kai was one of them. Yesterday, she spent a lot of money to buy a fire bee and successfully tamed it under the guidance of a specialist. Right now, she was holding the fire bee in her palm, saying proudly, "Look, this is my fire bee. If you get stung by it, you'll be poisoned by fire. With the fire bees around, I'm sure I can tame even more pets today. It's much better than any dragon affinity talent." Her tone was full of boasting, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. She was still annoyed by Lin Bei's words yesterday, so she took the opportunity to satirize him. The people around her naturally chimed in, looking at her with envy. "Sister Kai is right. Sister Kai, take me with you. The affinity talent with poisonous insects is much more practical than the affinity talent with dragons. Following Sister Kai today will definitely make things twice as efficient. By the time Sister Kai has tamed her 100th pet, some of her affinity talents with dragons will probably still be in use." These people were all hoping to benefit from Li Kai's influence, so naturally, they didn't care who they might offend with their words. Although they were all students around 20 years old, they had already begun to plan for their future. Sacrificing some friendships for the sake of gaining benefits was nothing to them. Lin Bei heard all of these words. However, he didn't stop them. He simply silently memorized their appearances. There were only about 10 people, which wasn't difficult for him to remember. It seems this world is more realistic than I imagined. Don't overestimate these people. Just then, Li Kai noticed Lin Bei, who seemed somewhat lonely, in the crowd. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately pushed through the crowd to Lin Bei's side, saying arrogantly, "Want to join us later? Maybe we can even catch a dragon. We can help you then." Li Kai wasn't really being kind. She just wanted to attract everyone's attention and let Lin Bei experience her current glory. Those who decided to team up with Li Kai immediately burst into laughter. Yeah, what if we really encounter a dragon today? You can't tame a dragon by yourself. They all knew that the better they performed now, the more likely they were to get Li Kai's help later. After all, a tamed poisonous insect was definitely more useful than catching a magical beast with bare hands. Lin Bei glanced at Li Kai with disdain, as if he had seen something troublesome, and shook his head. You guys? Forget it. You're too weak. You'll only hold me back. After saying that, Lin Bei deliberately took a few steps to the side, his disdain almost undisguised. The physical harm wasn't great, but the insult was extremely strong. Li Kai instantly bristled, her teeth itching with rage. She, someone who had already tamed a pet, was being scorned like this by a so-called useless talent student. To her, this was utterly humiliating. After taking a few deep breaths, Li Kai mentally commanded the fire bee. Go. Sting him. Let him experience the power of fire poison. Control the dosage, just don't kill him. The next moment, the fire bee in her palm flapped its wings and rushed towards Lin Bei at an extremely fast speed. The poisonous needle at its tail also turned fiery red, filled with a large amount of fire poison. Fire poison is one of the most basic poisons. After being poisoned, one experiences excruciating pain as if burned by flames. Watching the rapidly approaching poisonous insect, Lin Bei remained calm, a slight smile even playing on his lips. He didn't dodge, but prepared to counterattack. Dragon's might. In an instant, an aura of majesty, as imposing as a mountain, swept across the surroundings, enveloping the fire bee in the blink of an eye. The fire bee's movements froze instantly. Its wings stopped flapping, and it hovered abruptly in midair. The venomous stinger at its tail retracted into its body, and the condensed fire poison dissipated. It even began to tremble violently. The next second, the fire sting bee plummeted from the sky to the ground, too terrified to move. Because it sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Bei, a pressure that completely overwhelmed it at the bloodline level. How could a mere poisonous insect compare to a dragon? Sensing the state of the fire-stinging bee, Li Kai was also dumbfounded. Having successfully tamed it, she could clearly sense the fire bee's emotions. At this moment, the fire bee was afraid. Li Kai couldn't help but swallow, and whispered in astonishment. What's going on? Why is it afraid? The person opposite her was clearly just an ordinary person. She couldn't understand it at all. Everything before her eyes made no sense. Lin Bei began to walk forward, step by step approaching the fire bee. He only stopped when he stepped on the fire bee. Then, Lin Bei deliberately put on an apologetic expression and said casually, Sorry, I accidentally stepped on a bug. After saying that, he lifted his foot and took a step back. All that could be seen on the ground was the flattened fire bee. Chapter 10, Arrival in the Forest. A small commercial area. The fire bee is a magical beast that relies on flight speed and venom to fight. Its physical strength and vitality are not particularly strong. Moreover, this is only a juvenile fire bee, making its body even more vulnerable. But Lin Bei is different. He was originally a healthy young man, and now, with the addition of 2 dragons, Yi and the Western Dragon, his strength and speed have both increased. So, stomping on a young fire bee to death is perfectly normal for Lin Bei now. At the same time, Li Kai completely lost contact with the fire bee. There are generally only 2 possibilities in this situation. Either the fire bee was sealed somewhere and could no longer maintain the connection, or the fire bee had died. But right now, it's clearly the second scenario. Impossible. How could my fire bee be dead? Li Kai's expression turned somewhat frantic as she immediately rushed towards the fire bee, bloodshot veins even appearing in her eyes. This was completely different from her original plan. The flattened fire bees on the ground up close did Li Kai have to accept the fact. Then, her face filled with hatred, she glared at Lin Bei, clenched her fists, and roared through gritted teeth. You did it on purpose. You absolutely did it on purpose. Compared to the furious Li Kai, Lin Bei appeared much calmer. He spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. How can you blame me? If anyone is to blame, it's that it was blind. This statement was a double entendre, referring both to the fire bee and to Li Kai. But Li Kai didn't understand it all. Because Lin Bei's attitude was even more furious, she immediately wanted to rush up and attack. However, just as she raised her hand, a voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Whatever grudges you have, now is not the time to settle them. Upon hearing this, Li Kai took a deep breath, forcibly lowered her hand, but still stared intently at Lin Bei. Wait. This isn't over between us. Lin Bei chuckled and nodded after hearing this. That's right. This is just the beginning. For Lin Bei, this was indeed just the beginning. Li Kai's repeated provocations had already made him somewhat impatient. He is neither a bad person nor a good person. When no one is causing trouble, everything is peaceful. But if anyone provokes him, Lin Bei will never hold back. Moreover, through this experiment with the fire sting bee, he has confirmed that his plan is feasible. A plan that will affect many people. It was also a plan that would allow him to earn 10 million and buy those wings. Soon, the school quieted down again, and all the students began to wait for instructions. The voice spoke again. I will activate the teleportation array shortly to send the students to the entrance of the monster forest. The edge of the monster forest is a safe zone, and each school occupies a section of it for students to undergo their first trials. There are many low-level magical beasts in the safe zone. Students can try to tame them within the school area. Capturing monsters is also permitted. But remember, never cross the line. You cannot leave the safe zone, nor can you enter the territory of other schools. Leaving the safe zone may lead to encounters with dangerous monsters, and your life may be threatened. Entering the areas of other schools can easily cause conflicts between the two schools. Every student listened attentively. No one dared to be careless. After all, this is related to the trials to come, and also to their own safety. Even Lin Bei, who already had a plan, kept these rules in mind. He knew perfectly well what he could and could not do. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I wish all students success in taming their pets. The moment the words fell, all the new students present were enveloped in blue light, and a strange power covered their bodies. The next moment, the blue light dissipated, and all the newborns disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were in a wide open space. Directly ahead, there was a forest that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, with dense trees covering the entire area. You can even see quite a few magical beasts roaming in the forest. There are bird-like magical beasts that fly by flapping their wings, and primate-like magical beasts that leap between branches. There are also beast-like magical beasts running around on the ground, and insect-like magical beasts that are too small to be seen from a distance. Without a doubt, the safe zone in the Warcraft forest is like paradise for newly awakened newcomers. Behind the students, a group of businessmen had gathered. Some people sell equipment, some sell materials and general merchandise, and others sell medicine and food. Of course, there are also people who specialize in buying Warcraft and materials. This area has already developed into a small commercial district. Every year, the new student trials are a great opportunity for these merchants to make money. In addition, students from other schools can be seen in the surrounding area. Students from each school stayed in different areas, at least 100 meters apart, and were marked with different colors, extending from the outside of the forest to the inside. After roughly figuring out the situation, cheers quickly erupted from the students. Holy crap, that's a four-armed ape. I'm determined to tame one. So many monsters, this is a great place. An opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. If we tame a few more magical beasts, we can take off immediately. Li Kai, still staring intently at Lin Bei from the crowd, her eyes filled with hatred. She now hates Lin Bei intensely. The fire bee that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to tame was stomped to death by Lin Bei. You just wait. I will definitely get my revenge. Li Kai did not think she had done anything wrong. Whether she mocked Lin Bei out of jealousy or ordered the fire bees to attack out of anger, she considered everything she did to be perfectly justified. At the same time, Lin Bei was looking at the magical beasts in the magical beast forest, and he couldn't help but want to rush in. In other people's eyes, monsters are pets that need to be tamed. But in Lin Bei's eyes, these magical beasts were all glittering gold. A moment later, Chen Song walked up to the new students and said with a serious expression, "You will be able to enter the monster forest soon. I hope that students can help each other and strive to help every student tame the monster, instead of resorting to underhanded tactics." Chapter 11 needs no further explanation. As the homeroom teacher, Chen Song naturally knew about the conflict between Lin Bei and Li Kai, which is why he said this on purpose. However, he also knew very well that even if he said these words, it wouldn't be of much use. The young people who had just awakened their talents were all very proud. These kinds of words usually go in one ear and out the other. The students present also gave perfunctory responses to this. Okay, let's get started. We will definitely help each other. Don't worry, teacher. Basically, all the students are like this. The only thing on their minds is taming the pet. As for helping strangers, let's forget about it. Aside from those who have formed alliances beforehand or have a good relationship with each other, There is virtually no situation where people help each other. Although Li Kai's fire bees had been trampled to death, there were still people surrounding her, only 2 fewer than before. The reason is simple. It's all because of Li Kai's talent. Compared to some of her classmates, her talent can be described as outstanding. The group of people looked at Lin Bei not far away, their faces all showing hostility. Li Kai already had the fire bees, so if they followed him, the chances of taming the pets would be very high. But the situation suddenly changed. The fire bees were trampled to death, making it much more difficult for them to tame their pets. Therefore, he harbored a great deal of resentment towards Lin Bei. After all, their interests have been affected. Someone offered to comfort Li Kai. Sister Kai, don't be too sad. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to tame more pets later. Although the safe zone isn't very large, there are quite a few monsters, and there are bound to be many poisonous insects. Exactly, Lin Bei can't compare to you. After we go inside, we'll focus on finding the poisonous insects. Once you've tamed them, we'll start looking for other magical beasts. The reason Li Kai was chosen to tame the pets was because she was talented and experienced, making her the best choice. It's much faster than helping someone who has no experience or talent. Hearing these slightly flattering words, Li Kai finally turned her gaze away from Lin Bei. Good. Anyway, that guy's talent is useless. We can deal with him slowly later. I made a mistake regarding the fire bees earlier. I suppose it's because they were only recently tamed, and I haven't fully mastered how to control them yet. While they were discussing it, others started forming teams. People with different expressions kept moving around. Some are looking for teammates with whom they have a good relationship, some are looking for teammates with outstanding people, and some are lingering around the people they admire. But no one asked Lin Bei to team up with them. No, that's not all. People are even walking around Lin Bei, even though they all knew that Lin Bei possessed the most powerful dragon talent. 5 minutes passed, and no one came. Lin Bei stood motionless, gazing at the safe zone not far away. Within minutes, he had made a complete plan and knew exactly what he needed to do. However, before entering the safe zone, Lin Bei had one more thing to do. The next moment, he turned around and looked around in the crowd, searching for the figure he was looking for. However, there were too many people, so it was impossible to find one. Finally, Lin Bei could only take a deep breath and shout, "Little Linger, I'm here." His approach is normal. Some people who can't find teammates will resort to calling out to others. Soon, Wang Yuling squeezed through the crowd and arrived at Lin Bei's side. After wiping away her sweat, she spoke excitedly. "Brother Bei, there are just too many people. I've been looking for you for ages." She was also very excited and looking forward to what was going to happen next. Owning one or more pets is something every awakened one dreams of. Pets are valuable in many ways, including combat, support, and daily life. But Lin Bei remained calm, showing no excitement whatsoever. He looked calmly at Wang Yuling and said in a composed tone, "I promised you yesterday that I would team up with you today. That's why I called you over." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded excitedly, clenching her hands together with great enthusiasm. Ha ha. Being able to team up with Brother Bei is truly a very lucky thing. She is genuinely happy. I'm happy to be able to team up with Lin Bei. Because among the people present, only Wang Yuling knew that Lin Bei had a dragon. Even if Lin Bei didn't have a dragon, she would still team up with him without hesitation. After all, some things are different. The fact that Wang Yuling chose to team up with Lin Bei quickly became known to some people with ulterior motives. They quickly arrived at where Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were, and looked at Wang Yuling with confusion, asking, "Yuling, what's going on with you? You actually teamed up with Lin Bei?" Lin Bei's talent only sounds impressive. It's completely impractical. Kick him out and get him to join our team. If we work together, we can definitely achieve great results. It's definitely better than you teaming up with Lin Bei. These people all wanted to team up with Wang Yuling. Whether it's Wang Yuling's talent or her looks, she's among the top students, which is why she has such a large following. However, no matter how they invited her, Wang Yuling resolutely refused. What surprised them even more was that Wang Yuling chose to team up with Lin Bei. After a day of fermentation, the whole school knew who Lin Bei was. A person with immense talent, but destined to achieve nothing. Dragons. Ordinary people will never see this in their lifetime. Faced with these team-up invitations, each carrying a special meaning, Wang Yuling's face turned somewhat unpleasant. She couldn't stand anyone insulting Lin Bei. Wang Yuling was about to say something, but before she could say anything, Lin Bei's voice rang out first. "Linger, it's almost time to set off." Wang Yuling snapped out of her daze, nodded slightly bewildered, and said with some confusion, "But Brother Lin, they?" She stopped before she could finish speaking, suddenly realizing what was happening. He then ignored the people around him and simply stood beside Lin Bei, waiting to enter the safe zone. Seeing this, the people were all helpless. After discussing it for a while, they spoke again. Alright, since you don't want to kick Lin Bei out, then let us join in too. With our help, you'll definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Exactly, otherwise, if you're carrying a burden, even the strongest talent will be wasted. Hearing someone call Lin Bei a burden, Wang Yuling clenched her fists tightly, and anger began to flash in her eyes. She could no longer bear this humiliation, but she didn't know what to do. But just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Sorry, I'm the captain. I can tell you clearly that my team does not allow redundant members to join. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the place. The contract has been successfully signed. Regular updates will now begin. Chapter 12, Deeper In. The plan begins. For a moment, Wang Yuling was stunned. Those who came to invite Wang Yuling were also stunned. None of them expected Lin Bei to say that. However, Wang Yuling quickly recovered and smiled as she spoke. Brother Bei is right. No need for any other burdens. Having me as one burden in the team is enough. She then followed Lin Bei and left the area where the crowd had gathered. The others hadn't even reacted yet and were still in shock. Hearing Wang Yuling's words again, he was even more shocked than before, as if he had been slapped twice in succession. It wasn't until Lin Bei and Wang Yuling reached the edge that they came to their senses. They stared at each other, dumbfounded, and their voices were filled with strangeness. What? Did I hear that right? Lin Bei is actually the captain? And he even called us a burden? What qualifications does he have to be the captain? What qualifications does he have to call us a burden? He himself is clearly the biggest burden. Exactly. Although my mosquito affinity isn't great, it's still much better than his dragon affinity. Yes, mosquito-like magical beasts are common, but seeing a dragon is simply impossible. And has Wang Yuling gone mad? They're actually being so cooperative? Saying they're a burden? Who the hell would believe that? A herbivore being friendly is a burden? Only a madman would say that. What exactly is going on with them? Could it be that Lin Bei is a gigolo? Humph. Once we get in, we have to find them and show them who the real burden is. It's just a useless dragon affinity talent. They don't know. In Lin Bei's opinion, they were really a burden. Joining the team will only be a burden and a drag on the team. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, who had already walked some distance away, did not hear the speculation and discussion of these people. They were waiting for the moment when they could enter the safe zone. Looking at Wang Yuling standing beside him, Lin Bei chuckled and said, Little Linger, you were wrong just now. They are a burden. You're not. He wasn't trying to comfort her. He was just speaking his mind. Wang Yuling was indeed not a burden. Not only are they not a burden, but they could also be a great help. Lin Bei had originally intended to support Wang Yuling. This is also why he teamed up with Wang Yuling this time. Although Lin Bei's tone was very calm, it had a completely different meaning to Wang Yuling. She thought Lin Bei was just trying to comfort her. She found Lin Bei to be more and more considerate and gentle. Thank you, Brother Bei. I don't know how much time passed, but the noisy environment returned to silence. The voices of school officials also rang out at the same time. Attention, all students. You can move out in 1 minute. Remember this, do not step outside the safe zone. Otherwise, you might very well lose your life. With your current strength, you can only survive in the safe zone at most. In the blink of an eye, a minute has passed. All the students present sprang into action, rushing excitedly into the monster forest. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were among them, but they weren't in a hurry, moving at a normal pace. The various vendors behind them, watching the students frantically pouring into the forest, couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. I hope business will be better this year than last year, and that more students will buy the equipment I'm selling. I just want to buy as many pets as possible. The Huang family has been buying up pets on a large scale recently, and it seems like they're up to something. If I sell to them, I can make a quick buck. I've heard about this too. The Huang family bought a full 20 pets from my friend in one go, without even negotiating the price. Should stop talking. The Huang family has sent people here this year too. Judging from the situation, they seem to be here to collect pets too. In less than a minute, the fastest group had already entered the monster forest. Their eyes gleamed as they looked at the surrounding magical beasts, quickly searching for those that met their criteria. The monsters were also watching these people rushing in, their pupils filled with only vigilance. Although they don't know what will happen, they will definitely not be obediently tamed. Soon, the students, equipped with various gears, engaged in battle with the weak, low-level magical beasts. The battle situation is quite clear. In a one-on-one situation, students simply cannot defeat a monster, so the best approach is for a group of students to fight a single monster. This is also one of the advantages of teaming up. Besides defeating monsters to tame them, there are other ways to tame beasts. For example, looking at each other. However, there are relatively few of them. As time went on, more and more people entered the monster forest. Lin Bei and her group, as well as those who wanted Wang Yuling to join, all entered the monster forest. And it is searching for its target at top speed. Their idea was to first work together to have someone tame a pet, and then tame other pets once their overall strength had increased. Ultimately, it's really about accumulating little by little and developing in the safest way. Almost all the students locked onto their targets as quickly as possible after entering the monster forest, except for Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. The two of them kept walking forward, already several hundred meters ahead of the others. As Wang Yuling followed behind Lin Bei, she kept looking around at her surroundings. Along the way, she saw several herbivores, all of which met her taming standards and were not too aggressive, so the success rate of taming them would be very high. Despite this, Wang Yuling did not linger at all, but simply followed closely behind Lin Bei. They had walked for an unknown distance, and there was no trace of anyone else around them. The only thing they could see were the magical beasts that appeared from time to time. At this moment, Lin Bei also stopped. After observing carefully, he turned around and spoke to Wang Yuling. "Little Linger, I'm about to tell you my main purpose." Wang Yuling's mind instantly focused, her pure pupils widening as she stared intently at Lin Bei. She knew very well that what she was about to hear was very important. Good. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. There are two main objectives this time. First, we'll help you tame as many pets as possible. All herbivores can be tamed by you. Just be prepared. Secondly, capture as many magical beasts as you can. Our initial plan is to catch 100. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Wang Yuling was still extremely surprised to hear Lin Bei's words. Chapter 13 Strange Movements in the Huang Family. Begin the capture. In fact, ever since she saw Lin Bei this morning, Wang Yuling has had a deep sense of doubt. Some people are confused as to why Lin Bei, who already owns a dragon, would come to this magical beast forest where ordinary magical beasts exist. There was absolutely no need for that. There's no way a dragon could exist here. Only then did she understand part of the truth. Brother Bei, you actually want to capture a magical beast? Why is that? Are you planning to sell it? Have you also heard about the Huang family? This was the only possibility Wang Yuling could think of. Lin Bei made no attempt to hide anything, and nodded calmly. That's right. The reason for capturing pets is indeed to sell them. However, it's still uncertain who will sell it to. He paused slightly at this point, then quickly continued. What happened to the Huang family? Why did you bring up the Huang family? Lin Bei also had some impression of the Huang family. They are one of the three major families in Nanshan City, possessing substantial wealth and controlling the entire food market in Nanshan City. It can be described as a behemoth. The members of the Huang family were all very arrogant and looked down on everyone else. That's why he chose to ask when he suddenly heard the name Huang. Despite her growing doubts, Wang Yuling didn't hesitate to tell Lin Bei what she had recently heard. Recently, the Huang family has been acquiring magical beasts on a large scale. There are no restrictions on grade or race, as long as they are magical beasts. They are not only buying from vendors, but they are also reaching into the hands of students. When I awoke yesterday, a member of the Huang family found me. Let me do my best to subdue as many monsters as possible today. They are willing to pay a high price to acquire them. The Huang family not only contacted me, but also Lin Bei and others from your class. Nobody knows why they did that. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei frowned, his eyes flashing with thought. It's impossible for a large family to suddenly start buying up Warcraft on a large scale without any purpose. There must be some reason behind it. Although the specifics are unknown, it is enough to warrant attention. He kept this matter firmly in mind, intending to think about how to deal with the monsters after he finished his current tasks. The captured monsters will inevitably be sold, but who to sell them to remains to be seen. After carefully observing the surrounding environment and confirming that no one was around, Lin Bei summoned all the items that were in the system space. As a deep dragon roar resounded, the uniquely shaped creature floated in the air, twisting its head to survey its surroundings. This was its first time in the forest, and it was filled with intense curiosity. However, Yi quickly withdrew her gaze and began to twist her body and circle around Lin Bei. It knew very well that its time to shine was about to come. Wang Yuling stared blankly at Yi. Although she had seen Yi yesterday, she still found it incredible to see her again. Dragon. This is a legendary dragon. Dragons are rarer than diamonds. Those who possess the affinity for dragons are considered useless because of the rarity of dragons. There are others with a similar status to the dragon affinity talent, such as the Chilan affinity talent and the Phoenix affinity talent. Without a doubt, they all possess formidable talent. And without a doubt, they are all useless talents. After all, no matter how powerful a talent is, it needs a matching pet to be effective. Throughout history, 99% of those who awakened powerful talents ultimately died in despair. Brother Bei, why did you summon the little dragon? You'll be exposed this way. Many people will be watching you, especially the Huang family. Wang Yuling was well aware of the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. If Lin Bei is very strong, she won't worry. But at this moment, Lin Bei was just someone who had just awakened his talent. How can I not be worried? What Wang Yuling was worried about had actually been within Lin Bei's considerations all along. Little Linger, I have a question for you. If you hadn't seen everything with your own eyes, would you have associated the dragon with me? Would you have thought that the dragon was mine? Wang Yuling was taken aback for a moment, but quickly replied, won't. Because it's unrealistic. Lin Bei nodded slightly, not surprised at all. Isn't that right? Even you, who are closest to me, wouldn't think that dragons have anything to do with me. And what about other people? So what we need to do is take advantage of other people's subjective consciousness. Learn this method. Making good use of one's circumstances is one of the fundamental principles of survival. Actually, he was gambling by doing this, only with a higher chance of winning. No way. Lin Bei had to do this. To achieve his initial goal, he needed everyone's cooperation. Otherwise, it is very likely that the expected results will not be achieved. He felt it was all worth it. It was just taking some risks, right? With enough time and resources, everything will fall into place. Wang Yuling nodded as if she understood, and firmly remembered Lin Bei's words. Brother Bei, what should we do now? The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. It's simple, just wait here. Next, we will continuously drive magical beasts here. You will be responsible for taming the herbivorous magical beasts, and I will be responsible for capturing the other magical beasts. Without waiting for Wang Yuling to react, he spoke directly to Yi. Yi, first drive the monsters within 100 meters around here. Don't go too far for now. Even if it means being exposed, it shouldn't be at this time. Yi tapped his dragon head hard, then swayed his body and disappeared into the woods. He targeted the magical beasts that existed only around him, releasing his dragon aura as he approached them. Dragons are dragons after all. The weak monsters in the safe zone didn't dare to fight back at all, and some of the cowardly ones didn't even dare to move. Less than 3 minutes later, 3 small magical beasts came running over in a panic. 1 herbivorous magical beast, and 2 other magical beasts. The moment the 3 magical beasts approached, Lin Bei also released the pressure of the dragon race. Although his dragon aura was relatively weak, it was perfectly sufficient at this moment. However, if it is a stronger magical beast, then the effect of the dragon's aura will be weakened. Boom. The dragon's overwhelming power swept through, devouring the 3 magical beasts. In an instant, the 3 magical beasts stood frozen in place, their mental worlds seemingly turned upside down. They dare not advance, nor dare they retreat. Thump, thump. Lin Bei took out a monster containment bag from his system space, walked towards one of the monsters, and said to Wang Yuling, "What are you still standing there for? While they haven't recovered, let's hurry and tame that herbivorous monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already put a magical beast into a containment bag. Chapter 14 is that simple. The process of putting monsters into containment bags is very simple as putting a head of cabbage into a shopping bag. It wasn't until then that Wang Yuling finally came to her senses. Looking at the 2 remaining magical beasts, she couldn't help but doubt her own understanding. What's going on? Is capturing monsters really that simple? So simple. It's reached a point where there's no need to even engage in any fighting? It's completely different from what's in textbooks, what's reported on TV, and what people say. Others need to expend a lot of effort to capture or tame magical beasts. Along the way, she witnessed many people capturing magical beasts. Without exception, they all faced great difficulties, and some even encountered volatile monsters and were injured. But now, he simply walked over and moved the bag and easily caught a magical beast. It's like a dream. Wang Yuling was somewhat unable to accept what she was seeing. This was completely unexpected. Just then, Lin Bei placed the containment bag of the monster aside. Then, he took out another monster containment bag and opened the bag for another monster. The monster containment bag itself is not large and can be easily stuffed into a backpack. Even if you put a monster inside, its size won't change much, making it very portable. To avoid causing unnecessary speculation, Lin Bei deliberately carried a shoulder bag to store the monster containment bag. Whoosh! As a gentle breeze blew by, the second monster was put into the containment bag, leaving only the sole herbivorous monster standing there. Lin Bei tossed the second containment bag aside and turned to look at Wang Yuling. Seeing Wang Yuling standing motionless, he frowned slightly and spoke again with a sigh. "Little Linger, hurry up. Otherwise, the monster will return to normal soon." Finally, after being urged, Wang Yuling returned to normal. Call. Looking at the two monster containment bags tossed aside, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and speak in a rather complicated tone. "Brother Bei, you scared me again." Wang Yuling was indeed frightened. Everyone else only awakened their talents yesterday, but Lin Bei not only already has a dragon as a pet, but he also caught two magical beasts as easily as picking cabbages. They completely surpassed everyone else. Why is it that everyone else has just left the starting line of the beginner track, while you have already reached the finish line of the beginner track? However, she only felt surprised and taken aback, without any negative emotions such as jealousy or dissatisfaction. Because the person who accomplished these incredible things was Lin Bei. He is the person Wang Yuling knows and trusts the most besides her parents. Lin Bei smiled faintly and pointed to the only magical beast. "Go and tame it. Don't forget our plan." Wang Yuling nodded vigorously and mustered her courage to walk towards the herbivorous magical beast. This was her first time getting up close to a magical beast, so she was quite nervous, fearing that her first attempt at taming it would fail. Glug! Glug! Slightly nervous, Wang Yuling swallowed a few times and reached out a hand to touch the magical beast that looked somewhat like a goat. The instant she touched it, she exerted all her strength to activate her talent. "Good little lamb. I meant no harm. Just wanted to." But then, Wang Yuling was surprised to find that she had succeeded. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. The iron-hoofed sheep offered no resistance whatsoever, as if it were a doll. She exclaimed in disbelief. "Ah, how so? Taming magical beasts is such a simple thing. I'm stunned." Wang Yuling was stunned once again. "Once again, I'm starting to doubt my understanding over the years." She had only just begun to activate her talent, yet she had already succeeded. Things went so smoothly, it was like they were on steroids. They turned the impossible into possible. However, Wang Yuling did not believe that this scene was caused by her. She's not stupid. She quickly turned her gaze to Lin Bei and said with certainty, "Brother Bei, is it because of you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to tame it so easily." Actually, she could confirm this without Lin Bei's answer. Lin Bei, having nothing else to do at the moment, explained the matter. "That's right. The monsters in the safe zone are relatively weak and cannot withstand the aura emanating from the dragon. They can only feel the fear surging from the depths of their souls. In a state of extreme fear and panic, they will exhibit a series of reactions. Not resisting, losing rational thinking, etc., are all very normal things. Dragon, the supreme being. Even the weakest dragon has a bloodline that surpasses that of other magical beasts." Wang Yuling then understood. "I know exactly what happened." At the same time, because she successfully tamed the iron-hoofed sheep, she established a magical connection with it and could clearly sense its current state. Naturally, Wang Yuling sensed the fear that existed in the heart and soul of the iron-hoofed sheep. That was a fear far more intense than that of a tiny shrimp facing an orca. A fear that seemed to transcend countless species. Even she felt a wave of powerlessness. My legs almost gave way. It wasn't until the oppressive aura of the dragons surrounding them dissipated that Wang Yuling and the iron-hoof sheep returned to some semblance of normalcy. "Call." She greedily inhaled the fresh air, and beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead without her noticing. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and at the same time, lifted some of her hair. "Dragon. Is this a dragon? That's incredibly strong." The pressure emanating from a dragon at its weakest level is already so powerful. If it grows up, just how powerful will it become? "Brother Bei, with this dragon pet, in the future, we will definitely stand above countless others." "That's wonderful." Having experienced the dragon's might, Wang Yuling was absolutely certain of this matter. But she didn't know. Actually, Lin Bei already has 2 dragons. And they're 2 completely different dragons. If Wang Yuling knew about this, she would be shocked for a whole year. At that moment, another batch of magical beasts were driven over. There were a total of 5, 2 of which were herbivores. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Bei's eyes as he looked at Wang Yuling, who was staring blankly at him, and said, "Stop daydreaming, get ready. We must hurry." Chapter 15 took less than an hour. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were busy once again. Although it was busy, it wasn't difficult. It can be done very easily. Whether it's 5 or 10 magical beasts that arrive, they can handle it in a very short time. Those that need to be captured should be captured and placed in containment bags. Those who were meant to be tamed by Wang Yuling were tamed by Wang Yuling. As time went on, their gains became increasingly abundant. The 100 monster containment bags that Lin Bei brought were now 1/3 full, meaning that 33 low-level monsters had been successfully captured. Even if a single monster can only sell for 100,000, it has already reached more than 3 million. The gap between what's needed to get those wings is getting smaller and smaller. Once you obtain those wings, you can have the Western Dragon synthesize them. Moreover, judging from the Huang family's current spending habits, a magical beast could not possibly be worth only 100,000. Not bad, the plan is going relatively smoothly. First, fill all 100 containment bags, and then it's time to find some merchants outside to make some trades. Since there are readily available merchants to trade with, why would we miss out? Only by engaging in reasonable transactions can one maximize their own interests. However, Lin Bei wouldn't be foolish enough to trade all the magical beasts. The premise of any transaction is ensuring your own safety, otherwise, it's all nonsense. At this time, the number of magical beasts that Wang Yuling had tamed had reached double digits. This was something she never expected. Looking at the herbivorous magical beasts slowly moving around her, Wang Yuling felt as if she were living in a dream. That makes 10. That's way too easy. It's completely different from what I imagined. Her original goal was to tame a magical beast no matter what. You must tame at least one. However, less than an hour had passed since they entered the monster forest, and they had already exceeded their target. It's like divine intervention. Who would believe that if I told them? Wang Yuling stroked the head of the iron-hoofed sheep forcefully and said with great emotion, "Those idiots even said that Brother Bei is a burden. It's laughable. If someone who can do this is a burden, then wouldn't everyone else be unworthy of being a burden?" Snort. A few minutes later, another wave of monsters arrived, and the two of them naturally took action once again. Meanwhile, everyone else is also working hard. After a period of intense fighting, Lin Bei and his companions, equipped with various gear, finally defeated a rotten wood poison spider. Despite the defeat, a great price was paid for it. At least 2 students were injured and poisoned. The poisoned areas turned very old, looking like rotten wood. And the venom is spreading at a slow rate. When the venom spreads throughout the body, the poisoned person will die. 2 poisoned students sat on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Looking at Lin Bei holding the rotten wood spider in his hands, they urged him anxiously, "Sister Kai, you have to tame it quickly, or we're both doomed. Once you successfully tame this poisonous spider, you'll know how to cure it, and we'll be saved." Pain. It's so painful. It feels like countless spiders are crawling inside my body. Those who were luckier and not poisoned were experiencing rather complicated feelings. Fear, apprehension, panic, and other emotions coexist. How terrifying. Warcraft is truly terrifying. Even the weakest magical beast is beyond our ability to deal with. Yes, at least until we tame the magical beasts, we don't have the strength to fight them one-on-one. Defeating and taming a monster is an extremely difficult task. If we hadn't teamed up, we definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat this spider. Luckily, there are many of us. Before experiencing the terror of magical beasts firsthand, they were all eager to tame them. Now, their thinking has changed. Survival is more important than taming monsters. Even Lin Bei, the most talented person in the group, looked quite grim. This was also her first time fighting a monster. Buying monsters from merchants and taming them are 2 completely different concepts. Phew. It took Lin Bei a lot of effort to get back into shape. She quickly began to comfort everyone. "Everyone, please calm down. I'm going to start taming this venomous spider now. Once I've tamed it, things will go much more smoothly for us. The reason it's so difficult now is because we are all just ordinary people." The next moment, Lin Bei tried to tame the rotten wood spider in his hand, which had been defeated and was no longer resisting. Because she had tamed a magical beast before, she knew what to do. In just a moment, Lin Bei pushed the power of his innate talent to its limit, guiding a large amount of power to envelop the rottenwood spider, desperately trying to establish a connection between them. To tame a magical beast as a pet, a connection must be established between the two. Only after establishing contact can further communication be possible. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, but she still hadn't established a connection with the Rottenwood spider. The forces seemed to sink into the deep sea, receiving no response whatsoever. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a little anxious, her heart gradually filled with tension and unease. Quick! Respond to me quickly. Why aren't you responding to me? I already tamed a fire bee. Another 10 minutes passed, as she continued to mutter to herself. Finally, after a stalemate lasting 13 minutes, Lin Bei and the Rottenwood spider successfully established a connection. She could already sense the state of the Rottenwood spider. However, this only establishes a connection. The next step, taming the animal, is the most important. Ignoring the sweat dripping from his brow, Lin Bei continued to channel his power, attempting to subdue the Rottenwood spider. Generally speaking, it takes about 3 stages to make a monster your pet. The first stage is to physically subdue the monster, either by capturing or defeating it, until it has no power to resist. The second stage is establishing a bond. Only after establishing a bond can taming begin. Monsters usually resist this, so establishing a bond is difficult. This is where the affinity talent comes into play. The third stage is taming, and various methods such as coercion, bribery, and reaching agreements are commonly used taming techniques. Call. About 20 minutes later, Lin Bei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitedly, he said to those around him, "It's a success. I have successfully tamed the Rottenwood spider. This time it only took less than an hour. Everything went so smoothly." Chapter 16, Lin Bei's Inflation. For someone who has just awakened their talent, it took less than an hour from establishing their senses to taming a magical beast, which is indeed an outstanding performance. You should know, taming monsters as pets has never been an easy task since ancient times. But, except for certain exceptionally gifted individuals in special cases, those around Lin Bei, upon hearing her words, all spoke with envy. Sister Kai is amazing. She tamed the magical beast so quickly. That's really fast, much faster than everyone else. As expected of Sister Kai, she's just better than everyone else. I'm afraid Kaijia is the strongest in our class. Sister Kai is awesome. Sister Kai is powerful. Sister Kai is domineering. That Lin Bei is really crazy. How dare he offend Sister Kai? He's practically asking for death. So what if he's incredibly talented? Being able to tame magical beasts is the real deal. That's right, I also think he's crazy. How dare he step on Sister Kai's pet and kill it? He's asking for it, and no one can save him now. Hearing these flattering words, Lin Bei's vanity was greatly satisfied. She's just that kind of vain person. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold a grudge against Lin Bei and would find pleasure in making fun of him. Vanity is more terrifying than poison. It can drive a normal person to take risks and do a series of horrific things. Let's detoxify them first, and then we'll continue searching for suitable magical beasts. Now that I have my pet's help, defeating other monsters will be much easier. I'll try to get everyone to tame their pets so they can eat meat if they follow me. The others naturally wouldn't object, since the reason they followed Lin Bei and let him tame the magical beasts first was to gain corresponding benefits. And Lin Bei's taming speed did not disappoint them. Successfully completed in less than an hour is certainly an excellent achievement. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei and the others took action again. She walked around the safe area while looking around. But I didn't see the person I wanted to see. Snort. That good-for-nothing Lin Bei isn't here. It seems I won't be able to avenge the killing of the bees for the time being. Alright, let him off the hook for now. We'll see him sooner or later anyway, and he's unlikely to be able to tame pets. Let's take this time to get familiar with the Rottenwood poison spider, just in case something unexpected happens later. Lin Bei had no intention of letting Lin Bei off the hook, even though in her eyes Lin Bei was just a good-for-nothing. Vanity and hatred wouldn't allow her to let Lin Bei go. And Lin Bei at this time? They had already filled all 100 monster containment bags. In other words, he has captured a full 100 low-level magical beasts. You can definitely buy the wings you want. Wang Yuling also reaped great rewards, having tamed a staggering 30 pets. Although 30 may not seem like much, compared to others, it's a terrifying number. You need to know, it takes a lot of effort for other people to tame a magical beast. And it simply requires circulating power and establishing a connection casually. It's more than 10 or 100 times easier and simpler. At this point, Wang Yuling was somewhat numb and no longer surprised by her numerous magical beasts. In her view, she was like a machine. All you need to do is keep repeating the same action. Oh my god, if this continues, how many magical beasts will I have tamed today? It's entirely possible that we could break through to 100. On the second day after awakening, he tamed 100 magical beasts. This is something that has never happened before. Even those with exceptional talent and privileged backgrounds could not tame so many magical beasts in a single day. Because the dragon's aura is a very special ability, capable of intimidating all magical beasts. Even if someone manages to tame a dragon, it is very difficult to obtain the dragon's power and aura. Moreover, those who can tame dragons would never harm these low-level magical beasts. In fact, the reason why Wang Yuling was able to succeed so smoothly was not only due to the pressure from Lin Bei and Yi's dragon clan, but also largely due to her own talent. The powerful affinity of herbivores is undeniable. It was able to establish a connection with so many magical beasts that it was able to tame as many as 30 magical beasts. What if it were a different affinity talent? The efficiency will be much lower. Looking at the filled containment bags, Lin Bei decided to do something. Yi, stop for now. He could no longer capture monsters, which was why he told Yi to stop. Moreover, the number of monsters around them was already very small, so continuing would be much less efficient. The creatures that were about to continue driving away the monsters stopped at the sound of their voices, staring at their master with their two round dragon eyes, still somewhat reluctant to leave. As a young dragon, playfulness is its nature. For Yi, driving away other weaker monsters was an interesting game. It's fun, and it can also contribute to its owner, which is why it enjoys playing so much. Lin Bei looked around. Although more than an hour had passed, no one had come into the depths. However, this situation won't last forever. Other students will eventually venture deeper into the area. It's just a matter of time. Therefore, we must seize the last moment, as the arrival of other students will somewhat hinder our actions. He quickly came up with a plan and spoke again. I need to leave for a while. I'll be right back. Yi, you continue to drive away the monsters. You decide the area yourself, just don't get discovered. Drive as many monsters as possible to the edge of the safe zone, and remember to use the dragon's aura to intimidate them. Little Linger, hurry up and choose a magical beast to tame. Don't overthink it, just tame it. Alright, you all need to leave this place now. Without saying much or hesitating, Wang Yuling and Yi quickly ventured deeper into the area. Lin Bei only made a new move when the two figures were no longer visible. He put all the monster containment bags into the system space. He then strode straight toward the entrance to the monster forest. Lin Bei moved very quickly and soon arrived at the first half of the forest, where he saw students fighting against monsters. He didn't stop and continued walking forward. It took less than 5 minutes to reach the entrance to the safe zone. Although I saw many students along the way, none of them were acquaintances, so it was a smooth journey. The moment Lin Bei stepped out of the safe zone, the merchants outside the safe zone looked at him. Chapter 17, The Stunned Merchants. From the moment the students entered the forest, Lin Bei was the first to return. That's why the businessmen tacitly turned their attention to Lin Bei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At the same time, they were also guessing Lin Bei's purpose and were not quite sure about it. 3 businessmen who were on good terms with each other even started a business based on this. This guy looks unfamiliar, he's not within my investigation scope, so his talent probably isn't that great. I have a vague recollection of it. He seems to be the one who teams up with the little girl who has awakened her affinity for herbivores and clings to her coattails. Were you kicked out of the team? Is that why you're here now? I remember now. He's the student who awakened the dragon affinity talent. Oh, it was him. How about we all relax and have a chat at the open? I'll offer him a beast spirit pill. I guess he's here to buy equipment. I'll also put up a beast spirit pill, betting he's here to buy a pet. How am I supposed to gamble now? Could it be that he's here to sell monsters? Isn't that forcing me to pay money? Dragon affinity talent. Just a useless talent. I'll offer 1 beast spirit pill, betting that he chose to give up. The businessmen present had conducted some investigations and had initially grasped the information about these students who had awakened their talents and knew which of them were particularly gifted. For example, Wang Yuling and Li Kai are people with good talent. They also knew that Lin Bei was someone with extremely strong talent, but who was actually quite useless. No one had any confidence in Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't hear the merchants' discussions. He simply strode forward with a calm expression. Half a minute later, he arrived directly in front of the merchants who had just started their business. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he finally spoke and asked, "How much does a monster cost here?" The next moment, the 3 merchants looked at each other. One of them, a rather fat merchant, had a smug look on his face and said in a slightly boastful tone, "It seems I've won. You two remember to give me the beast spirit pill. The other two merchants both wore expressions of disappointment and helplessness, feeling reluctant to lose a beast spirit pill. While the value of the beast spirit pill isn't particularly high, it's not a cheap item either. Even the lowest quality ones cost over 30,000. That's enough to feed a family of 3 well for a month. The two shook their heads, took out pills from their spatial rings, and handed them over, then hurriedly answered Lin Bei's question. The price of a pet is generally over 200,000 yuan. As for the specific price, it depends on the pet itself, but even the worst one will not be less than 200,000. Young man, would you like to buy a pet? Lin Bei first nodded slightly, then slowly shook his head. He also spoke up. The price is acceptable, within my budget. But I'm not buying pets, I'm selling them. In an instant, the 3 merchants were all dumbfounded, and once again subconsciously looked at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They found it incredible because they knew about Lin Bei's talent. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't do it this way. Having obtained 2 beast spirit pills, Zhao Qi blurted out the question. What? You're asking about Warcraft prices because you want to sell pets, not because you want to buy pets? He confirmed it again, as if afraid it was a joke. In fact, Zhao Qi really hoped that Lin Bei was wrong. That way, you can get 2 beast spirit pills and also a decent amount of profit. But the instant he finished speaking, Lin Bei's voice rang out. That's right, I'm here to sell pets. Are you going to accept it or not? If you won't take it, I'll find another businessman. He came to find these businessmen because they were the closest to him. Time is tight, and there's no time to ask for prices one by one. Moreover, since they are all businessmen doing business here, the prices won't be too different. Zhao Qi sensed a hint of impatience in Lin Bei's tone, and immediately took a deep breath and said, Receive. I'll take as many as you have. However, the price will definitely not be as high as the price we sell it for. Generally speaking, the price is about 20% lower. For a pet that sells for 200,000, I buy it for 160,000. What do you think? If possible, let's begin the transaction. Lin Bei casually considered the matter in his mind and decided to make the transaction on the spot. It's not like we're going to sell all 100 pets. It's worthwhile to exchange a small loss for a larger and greater profit. Good. 2% lower. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached into his backpack and pretended to rummage through it. But in reality, it opened the system space and took out 20 monster containment bags from it. This was just a cover-up. I have 20 pets to sell. As for the specific price, I believe you have a good idea. Lin Bei handed 20 monster containment bags to Zhao Qi, indicating that he should open them and see the monsters inside. Despite being completely bewildered and confused, Zhao Qi instinctively opened the monster containment bag and looked inside with great curiosity. But when he saw the monster in the first monster containment bag, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A bloodthirsty wolf hunter. It's a bloodthirsty wolf hunter. How exactly were they caught? The bloodthirsty wolf hunter has always been known for its speed and ruthlessness. The other 2 merchants also came over at this moment, looking incredulously into the monster containment bag. The next moment, 2 surprised voices rang out. Wow, that's a bloodthirsty wolf hunter, awesome. I can't believe it, he actually caught a bloodthirsty wolf. Even some intermediate beast tamers have a hard time catching bloodthirsty wolves. How do they manage to do it? The price of a bloodthirsty wolf hunter starts at least at 400,000, and even the purchase price would be 320,000. They were all terrified. I've been involved in this activity for about 10 years, but I've never seen anyone catch or tame a bloodthirsty wolf. Not only that, many students were also injured by the bloodthirsty wolves and had no choice but to return to their original location to recover. While the bloodthirsty wolf may not be the most powerful attacker, it is one of the most troublesome creatures in the entire safe zone. This is something that all the businessmen present knew. But at this moment, it was as if some kind of law had been broken. Glug! Zhao Qi and the others swallowed hard and hurriedly opened the second monster containment bag. As expected, there was also a magical beast inside. Chapter 18. I invested in the people behind him. Zhao Qi cried out again in a low voice. Night-eyed King Serpent. Although not as strong as the bloodthirsty wolf hunter, it's still very powerful. The newly awakened students shouldn't be able to handle this. The other 2 merchants' breathing became heavy, and they lowered their voices to say, Quick, check the other monster containment bags. Could it be that all 20 of these monster containment bags contain monsters? That can't be right. It's only been less than 2 hours. How could we possibly have caught 20 magical beasts? Forcibly suppressing his shock, Zhao Qi opened the third monster containment bag. There is also a magical beast inside. Then came the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. 1 minute later, all 20 monster containment bags were opened. Without exception, each containment bag contained a monster. There are incredibly difficult magical beasts, and there are also easy ones to deal with. Within 20 containment bags, there really are 20 magical beasts. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Unprecedented and unparalleled. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this in all these years. If they hadn't personally experienced all of this, Zhao Qi and the others would never have believed it. It's just too scary. Even seasoned businessmen like them found it hard to accept. If you can catch 20 monsters a day, that's barely acceptable. But now, it only took a maximum of 2 hours. Even disregarding the travel time to and from the destination, it would take at most a little over an hour. 20 monsters were captured in just over an hour. Zhao Qi and the others were too afraid to think any further. However, not many people knew about this. Only Zhao Qi and 2 others who personally experienced it all. The 3 of them wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal this, not because they were considering the impact it would have on Lin Bei, but because they were thinking about their own interests. After all, you can get a 20% profit for every Warcraft you acquire. Even if they are all sold at a price of 200,000 each one would still earn 40,000. 20 of them would be 800,000. 800,000. This is no small sum of money. And with more than 10 hours to go, there's a real chance to earn even more. More importantly, the profit can't possibly be only 800,000. Merchants are all driven by profit. Immediately, Zhao Qi smiled and said, "Young man, don't worry. I will give you the best price. I will absolutely not let you suffer any losses." As he said these words, he was also calculating the price in his mind. Lin Bei stood quietly to the side, waiting for Zhao Qi to calculate the final price. He had a rough idea in his mind that these 20 magical beasts could fetch at least several million. About a minute later, Zhao Qi's voice rang out again. The total price of these 20 completely different magical beasts is approximately 4.19 million. I'll give you 20 monster containment bags at my cost price of 5,000 each, which is a total of 100,000. The final price is 4,290,000. What do you think? This is an absolutely fair price. You'll only get a lower price from other places. The price of 4.29 million was within Lin Bei's acceptable range and was perfectly acceptable. But he has no intention of asking for money. After all, the initial decision to sell a batch of Warcraft was made to gain more profit. For 1,290,000 it is. But I want to use this 4.29 million to make another deal with you. Zhao Qi, deeply intrigued, immediately asked, "What deal? Go ahead and say it." The next moment, Lin Bei pointed to the monster containment bag, his tone still utterly calm. "Some of them will be replaced with the lowest level space rings first. Exchange all the remaining money for monster containment bags. Is this deal acceptable?" For a moment, Zhao Qi and the other 2 businessmen were at a loss. I've seen some bizarre business practices, but I've never seen anything this bizarre. They actually spent 4 million to buy monster containment bags in one go. Holy crap. Are they here to buy goods? The 3 of them looked at each other again and exchanged opinions in hushed tones. It took quite a while before a decision was made. "I've accepted it. I'm not going to make money off you. 4,290,000, right? Here's 858 monster containment bags for you. Luckily, my business is producing monster containment bags, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to produce so many. Even if others could produce them, they wouldn't be able to sell them all to you at such a low price. As for the spatial ring, consider it a personal gift from me. I'll also give you 2 beast spirit pills. I just hope we can continue to do business together in the future." The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Qi stuffed 858 monster containment bags into a spatial ring, and then threw the ring toward Lin Bei. Also thrown over were the 2 beast spirit pills he had just received. Lin Bei reached out and took the spatial ring and 2 beast spirit pills. His gaze towards Zhao Qi was somewhat different from before. Such a generous act, which clearly resulted in a loss, was indeed unexpected. Lin Bei gave Zhao Qi a deep look and nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I've got it." The moment he finished speaking, he put on the ring, turned around, and left. Only when Lin Bei's figure was no longer visible did the other 2 merchants ask curiously, "Zhao Qi, you've really bled a lot out of this. Not only did we sell over 800 monster containment bags at cost price, but we also gave away a spatial ring and 2 beast spirit pills for free. If we add them all up, the losses are at least 300,000. Is it worth it?" Zhao Qi collected the 20 monster containment bags, a smile slowly appearing on his face. "It's worth it. Why isn't it worth it? And how can this be called a loss? It should be called an investment. If he is satisfied with the service I just provided, there is a high chance that he will come back to my business again in the future. We'll be able to reap even greater benefits then. A person who can sell 20 pets now will definitely sell more pets in the future. The other two businessmen suddenly realized what Zhao Qi meant and instantly understood his intention. Immediately afterwards, the two sighed with some regret, blaming themselves for not seizing the opportunity earlier. I really don't understand. How did he manage to capture so many magical beasts? Given his talent, it's simply unrealistic. At this moment, Zhao Qi spoke again. I don't know if you guys have noticed. None of the pets he just sold were herbivores. And the girl who teamed up with him before, she must be a genius who awakened herbivorous affinity. Think together. Isn't the truth quite clear now? Although the words weren't explicitly stated, the two people instantly understood. I see. Actually, it was that genius girl who caught the pet. He's just a gopher. Chapter 19 attracts the attention of the Huang family. The reason for this misunderstanding is actually quite simple. Among the information obtained by Zhao Qi and the other two merchants, the record of Lin Bei was particularly brief. It only states that he is an awakened person with dragon affinity talent, comes from a poorer family than ordinary people, and his usual performance and strength are just average. Taking all these factors into account, there is absolutely no possibility of taming a dragon. Moreover, for a full century, there has been no news related to dragons in Nanshan City and its surrounding areas. That's why I think that way. Actually, they weren't wrong. Without the system, Lin Bei really couldn't tame the dragon. While calculating in his mind, Zhao Qi continued speaking to the other two merchants. Although this young man's talent is somewhat disappointing, as long as he maintains a good relationship with that girl, his future achievements may not be any worse than others. Moreover, judging from the relationship between the two, it seems to be more than just classmates. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. It was precisely because I took this into consideration that I gave him the spatial ring and the beast spirit pill. On the surface, it appears to be a gift for him, but the real purpose is to give it to that girl who has awakened the innate affinity for herbivores. He's very proud of himself now. They believe they made the right choice. A choice that can bring in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in profits. The other two businessmen, upon hearing this, found it increasingly reasonable, and their envy and jealousy grew stronger. Brother Zhao is brilliant, and his courage is also extremely strong. They actually used an investment of hundreds of thousands to gamble on unlimited profits. We are truly impressed, and we hope Brother Zhao will take good care of us in the future. Initially, the two of them didn't quite understand Zhao Qi's actions, but after learning the reasons behind them, their views on the matter changed drastically. They could only regret that they were too slow to act and failed to seize the opportunity. Zhao Qi was fully aware of what the two men were thinking. Smack! Smack! He raised his hand and patted the two of them on the shoulder, laughing as he spoke. You two need not be discouraged. I, Zhao Qi, am not a selfish person, and naturally I will consider your needs as well. Among the things I just gave him, those two beast spirit pills belong to both of you. Got it. The moment Zhao Qi finished speaking, the dejection on the faces of the two merchants vanished instantly, replaced by intense excitement. If there hadn't been so many people present, they would have even wanted to dance and sing. In other words, that herbivore-friendly awakened being might also be looking after our business. Haha. Thank you very much, Brother Zhao Qi. Being able to befriend such a powerful person is truly a wonderful thing. Clearly, Zhao Qi and his two companions have concluded that it was Wang Yuling who captured these 20 pets. Thump, thump. Just as the three were feeling relieved, a group of people quickly approached. They were members of the Huang family, responsible for acquiring Warcraft here. After staring at Zhao Qi for a while, Huang Failong, who was leading the group, frowned slightly and asked, "What did that student sell to you just now? Tell me the truth." "I am a member of the Huang family. He has been waiting ever since he arrived here. The Huang family is waiting for students to come and sell their Warcraft items. They urgently need Warcraft items and are willing to pay a huge price for them. But I never received it." Huang Failong was very annoyed to finally see a student come out, but the student turned around and made a deal with someone else, which seemed to be a Warcraft business. The Huang family deliberately leaked the news of their acquisition of Warcraft. There are even students who don't know their place and dare to ignore the Huang family's needs and ask others to do business with them. Does this mean they don't respect the Huang family? Although Zhao Qi was a relatively wealthy businessman, he didn't have the ability to confront the Huang family, so he immediately answered honestly. He sold it to us Warcraft. Huang Feilong wasn't too surprised by this, so he continued to ask. Just as I thought. What is the quantity? How about selling them all to our Huang family? The next moment, Zhao Qi answered truthfully. The quantity is 20. Huang Feilong was stunned. Her breathing slowed down considerably, and her eyes widened uncontrollably. What? 20? Are you fucking kidding me? Zhao Qi reluctantly took out the 20 monster containment bags and opened one of them. How dare I tease your Huang family? It's true. He really sold me 20 magical beasts. Glug. Glug. After examining the monster containment bag from beginning to end, Huang Feilong couldn't help but swallow hard a few times. Despite swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, the dryness and burning sensation in his throat remained unrelieved. It was as if someone had lit a flame in his throat. You three, come with me. Tell me the whole story in detail. This was something Huang Feilong never expected. A student. They actually sold a total of 20 pets at once? This made him feel incredible, and it also stirred up some other special thoughts in him. If such a talented person were to join the Huang family, the Huang family would surely become even more powerful. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were unaware of that, because of a transaction. They actually caught the attention of the Huang family. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was rapidly advancing through the monster forest, unaware of what was happening outside the forest. He was simply trying to get deeper into the safe zone and tame as many monsters as possible in the remaining time. But things can always go wrong. Lin Bei had only walked halfway when he saw several familiar figures ahead. It was Li Kai and his gang. Besides Li Kai and her group, there were many other people. Not only is the safe zone I'm in crowded, but there are also many people in the neighboring safe zones. His brows furrowed slightly, not because he saw Li Kai and his group, but because there were just too many people around him. Here. But it's in the very center of the safe zone. The distance between the entrance and the finish line is very short. There are already so many people here. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reach the depths of the safe zone, and my plans will be affected. No. This must be stopped. Reality never unfolds smoothly according to plan, as there are too many uncertainties. After standing there for a full half-minute thinking, Lin Bei finally came up with a particularly risky plan. As long as this plan is used, the Warcraft forest will absolutely descend into chaos in an instant. Chapter 20 Dragon. There is a dragon. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his expression becoming much more determined. He instinctively clenched his fists together and whispered in a voice only he could hear. Let's give it a shot. Otherwise, we'd suffer a huge loss. Fortune favors the bold. Once these people are allowed to venture deep into the safe zone, the matter of driving away the monsters one by one will definitely be exposed. But at that time, there is no way to continue relying on capturing and taming monsters one by one. Efficiency will drop significantly as a result. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to use the method he had come up with, even though he knew better than anyone else what the consequences of using this method would be. The next moment, he asked the system, System, can you make the Western Dragon appear directly in other places? The system quickly responded to this. Can. But only within a radius of 1 kilometer. Do not exceed the specified range. Lin Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a positive response from the system. That's good. That's right. He planned to release the Western Dragon to attract the attention of others. Only by drawing the attention away from those people in the Warcraft forest can we ensure that those deep within the safe zone remain undetected. Since the situation has changed, the plan must also change accordingly. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei locked his gaze on a deserted area. It must be an uninhabited area. Otherwise, it just doesn't seem normal for a dragon to appear out of nowhere. The moment he selected the area, he spoke to the system. System, it's right there. The moment the words left his mouth, the Western Dragon disappeared from the system space and reappeared high in the sky in that deserted area, completely obscured by the trees, making it impossible to see from a distance. Call. Call. The Western Dragon flapped its wings and flew through the air, staring intently at its master. When it was summoned, it knew its mission, and it was at this time. One of the male students who chose to follow Li Kai also saw Lin Bei when he turned around unintentionally. Watching Lin Bei begin to move forward once again, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Sister Kai, look behind us, it's Lin Bei. We've finally found him. Upon hearing this, Li Kai immediately turned around, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Lin Bei. It looked like they wanted nothing more than to bite Lin Bei to death. The others were the same, all staring at Lin Bei with various expressions on their faces. Irony, playfulness, pity, etc. Thump, thump. As footsteps sounded, Li Kai stepped out from the crowd, pointed a finger at Lin Bei, and said, "You still dare to follow us, even though we're right in front of you? Lin Bei, you've got some nerve. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson. I must avenge my fire bee." Despite being stared at by many people, Lin Bei remained unmoved, neither nervous nor afraid. However, I felt somewhat speechless and helpless. Trying to teach me a lesson? Sure, go ahead and give it a try. Although time is a bit tight, there's still time to do some small things. His somewhat arrogant attitude once again successfully enraged Li Kai. The next moment, Li Kai placed a rottenwood spider in his palm and spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "Spray webs to subdue him. Then inject some venom into his body. Let him experience pain, but don't kill him." Despite the considerable hatred between the two, she still hesitated to kill him. Not because of a kind heart. "I simply don't dare. After all, there are too many people around now. If I were to commit murder, I would only be punished." Because it didn't use the dragon's pressure, the rottenwood poison spider wasn't afraid of Lin Bei. It immediately spat out a web covered in venom from its mouth and wrapped it around Lin Bei. Once caught in a spider web, one will lose the ability to move. Lin Bei, however, was not about to sit idly by and wait for his death. He immediately took a few steps to the side, leaving the range of the spiderweb's attack. Fortunately, he tamed 2 dragons yesterday, otherwise he might not have been able to escape. Clearly, the rottenwood spider was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Bei to be able to dodge it. But it was only slightly surprised, and soon began spraying spiderwebs again. And its continuous spraying. In just 3 seconds, the rottenwood poison spider sprayed out 3 spiderwebs. The 3 spiderwebs are basically connected to each other, and each one is 2 meters long, making it very difficult to dodge. At the same time, it jumped off Li Kai's hand and continued to spray spiderwebs as it approached Lin Bei. Spiderwebs appeared rapidly, each containing a small amount of venom. Faced with the onslaught of spiderwebs, Lin Bei naturally had no choice but to dodge. Thump, thump. He dodged again and again, his expression gradually turning cold. They really showed no mercy. Since that's the case, then I won't show any mercy. Lin Bei doesn't consider himself a good person, but he's not a bad person either. He would not persecute others without cause, nor would he hesitate to harm his enemies. The situation is now quite clear. Li Kai is undoubtedly the enemy. Therefore, Lin Bei will not show any mercy. He will do whatever he is told. Seeing Lin Bei hastily evade, Li Kai was extremely excited. She stood a short distance away with an arrogant expression and called out in a mocking voice. "I really don't know where you get the confidence to make me so arrogant." They clearly had no chance to fight back. "The reason you were able to take advantage of me before with the fire bees was because I wasn't skilled enough in controlling them. Things are different now. I've already used the rottenwood poison spider in actual combat, and it's very easy to control." Lin Bei dodged another attack from a spider web, stood in a relatively safe area, and looked directly in the direction where the Western Dragon was. He said in a low voice, his tone filled with indifference and anger. "Action." The moment the whispers rang out, the Western Dragon, in a state of extreme rage, unhesitatingly flapped its 2 large wings and flew out, weaving through the trees at top speed. Call! Call! The gusts of wind generated by the flapping of its wings snatched countless leaves from the tree trunks, scattering them across the forest. People nearby were drawn to the commotion and instinctively looked over. What they saw? It was a Western Dragon flapping its wings with all its might. In less than a breath, everyone who saw the Western Dragon recognized its identity. Dragon. It's a dragon. Wow, really? I actually saw a dragon. Although these people had never seen a dragon before, they all knew what a dragon looked like. After all, there are many legends about dragons in the world. Chapter 21, Stomping on Another Bug. Because of these uncontrollable exclamations, more and more people saw the Western Dragon flapping its wings and flying rapidly through the monster forest. Hiss. Immediately, they couldn't help but gasp, their nostrils flaring out. His eyes widened to their maximum size as if stimulated by something, and he didn't blink for a long time. There were even streaks of blood inside. He was clearly very frightened and couldn't accept reality for a while. Some students were under so much pressure that they instinctively exclaimed in an unusual tone. Dragon. The legendary dragon. I saw a dragon. Oh my god. To be able to see a dragon in person really used up all my luck for the whole year. Really. The dragon is just like the legends describe. It is an existence that is extremely powerful and mysterious. Just one glance and I can hardly breathe. It's terrifying. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions at this moment. I felt both fear and admiration. I feel relieved, but at the same time I want to stay away from it. Dragons. It is a wondrous existence in itself. For most people, dragons are a species that exists only in legends, something they may never see in their lifetime. There are many descriptions and records about dragons. It contains information about the race, habits, and characteristics of dragons. Eastern dragon, Western dragon, bone dragon, Yinglong, and so on. After all, it's something that has been passed down for many years. For countless years, dragons will always appear. A few people will be able to tame dragons. Therefore, humans have some understanding of dragons. It wasn't just people who were in a daze. The same was true for other large swathes of Warcraft. Compared to humans, the monsters understand this much more deeply. They could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the Western dragon. A powerful aura that far surpasses bloodline. So, the low-level magical beasts within the safe zone stood frozen, trembling. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the Western dragon. The once bustling monster forest was now eerily quiet. It was as if time itself had been frozen. Call. Call. The Western dragon continued to flap its wings, moving forward within the safe zone. As it moved forward, it kept its eyes on the Rottenwood spider. The dragon of the East possesses the majesty of a dragon, and so does the dragon of the West. The once menacing Rottenwood poison spider is now the one bearing the brunt of the dragon's might. There was no way to move at all. It was as if control of the body had been taken away. From the outer shell of the Rottenwood spider's body to the depths of its soul, all that exists at this moment is an irresistible fear. It has forgotten what it's supposed to be doing. Li Kai and the others were also looking at the Western dragon, temporarily forgetting what they were supposed to do. The hatred between Lin Bei and the Western dragon is far less important. But Lin Bei was not affected in the slightest and maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Thump, thump. He wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by, and quickly strode towards the Rottenwood spider. In fact, everything that is happening now is within Lin Bei's expectations. After all, it's because of him that things turned out this way. In just a few steps, Lin Bei reached the Rottenwood poison spider and lifted his right foot without hesitation. The next moment, he stomped down hard, stepping directly on the Rottenwood spider. This was no ordinary kick. Instead, he used the power he gained from the two dragons to its fullest potential in a single kick. Moreover, Lin Bei also used the dragon clan's oppressive aura, making the Rottenwood poison spider feel even stronger pressure, leaving it with no strength to dodge. Once he decides to retaliate, he will show no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei's foot landed on the Rottenwood poison spider. Snap! The Rottenwood spider is only the size of a fist, and its best skills are using spider webs and venom to attack. Its shell is relatively weak and has low resistance. Faced with Lin Bei's unreserved kick, it naturally had no ability to resist. It was trampled into a puddle of flesh, rotting on the ground, looking utterly wretched and disgusting. At the same time, Li Kai also came to her senses, staring wide-eyed in astonishment at the trampled Rottenwood spider. She froze on the spot, unable to accept this bloody reality. What's going on? Again? Stomped to death again? She remembered very clearly the incident where the fire bee was trampled to death. This scene now seems to be a replay of what happened before. It seems to be filled with a touch of playfulness and irony. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Li Kai, please keep your poisonous insects under control in the future. Otherwise, you'll just keep getting crushed by me. It's both a threat and a warning. There is absolutely no intention to reconcile. The moment he finished speaking, he looked up at the Western dragon. The Western dragon happened to pass by directly above. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei deliberately put on an excited look and pretended to be unable to control himself, shouting, "Great! There's a dragon here. Once I catch it, my talent will come into play." He said this to avoid arousing suspicion and to prevent others from associating him with Western dragons, so he had to appear ecstatic and enthusiastic. The Western dragon was well aware of this and knew what it should do. Call! Call! So it quickly flapped its wings and flew towards the forest on the left. And Lin Bei? It then started running on the ground, seemingly following the Western dragon. Seeing this, the other students nearby quickly returned to normal. They hurriedly followed the Western dragon, clearly wanting to do something to it. That's normal. Even if you don't have the ability to tame a dragon, you can still capture one and sell it for a good price. It's at least the price of a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Li Kai, who had suffered a series of severe blows, could only stare blankly as Lin Bei walked further and further away. She didn't know what she should do or what she was capable of doing. The two poisonous insects that Lin Bei had finally managed to tame were both trampled to death under his feet. The good mood that Li Kai originally had in her heart had completely turned into negative emotions. Am I having a nightmare? Not only did I see the legendary dragon, but I was also bullied like this? Right. I must be still half asleep. Such a thing could never happen in reality. But both the stench emanating from the decaying spider carcass and the clamor of the people around her told her. This is all reality. Chapter 22 Fishing in Troubled Waters. The hunt continues. Even though she was unwilling to accept reality, Li Kai had no choice but to accept this terrible reality. Everything really happened. Thump. Her legs lost all strength and she could no longer support her body to stand, so she fell directly to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes and slowly slid down her cheeks. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Let's leave the matter of the fire bee aside. I wasn't skilled enough at controlling it back then, which is why Lin Bei succeeded. But I can't accept that even the rottenwood spider was trampled to death. We were almost there, but then a dragon suddenly appeared? It's all because that dragon suddenly appeared, which terrified the rottenwood poison spider. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Is even fate against me? Why is it so difficult to deal with Lin Bei? Could he be the chosen one of destiny? Damn dragon, damn Lin Bei. Because of Lin Bei's deliberate misleading behavior, Li Kai didn't think too much about it. She subconsciously thought that she was just unlucky to have encountered the sudden appearance of the Western Dragon, even though it all seemed a bit unbelievable. Li Kai still felt very unwilling about this. If the Western Dragon doesn't appear and the rottenwood spider continues its attack, it will definitely be able to trap Lin Bei, and her plan will succeed, allowing her to vent her anger. Those who chose to follow Li Kai remained silent, not daring to say anything, seeing that Li Kai's current state was somewhat abnormal. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, and everyone felt heavy-hearted. A full minute passed before someone tentatively spoke. Sister Kai, what do we do now? Should we continue taming magical beasts? Or should we get involved in the dragon business? The words had barely left her lips when Li Kai's venomous voice rang out. Let's go find the dragon too. Even if I can't get the dragon myself, I can't let Lin Bei get the dragon. And what if we get incredibly lucky and manage to catch that dragon? Then we can buy as many magical beasts as we want, right? Everyone else agreed with this suggestion. Yes, we should give it a try. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only students can enter the Warcraft Forest safe zone, so the competitors will also be students, and everyone's chances of catching that dragon are about the same. It's worth the gamble, even if it means wasting a few hours. Although the students came here with the goal of taming magical beasts, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. A dragon? No. Even if it's just some materials from the dragon, it's still an extremely large fortune. It's at least more valuable than taming a low-level pet. People will do almost anything if the profit is big enough. Soon, everyone reached a consensus and began heading in the direction the Western Dragon was flying. Even the grief-stricken Li Kai temporarily suppressed her sorrow, focusing solely on preventing Lin Bei from succeeding. Her hatred for Lin Bei did not diminish. On the contrary, it grew stronger. The intensity was so strong that they wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Lin Bei, who had previously followed the Western Dragon into the forest, was now secretly making his way deeper into the safe zone without attracting anyone's attention. He moved forward at top speed, with no one around him. Call! Call! The Western Dragon continued to flap its wings and fly in the air, heading in a completely different direction from Lin Bei, with the aim of attracting the surrounding people. Simply put, it's a decoy, a bait used to mislead or distract. The Western Dragon not only had no objection to this, but was actually very pleased. After all, it was just a very weak dragon, not as strong as Yi. It was already very satisfied to be able to do something for its master. Tread. Thump. Thump. Hundreds of students were running on the ground, closely following the flight path of the Western Dragon, waiting for the opportunity to capture it. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. However, not everyone was like that. Some students with special status were rushing towards the entrance. They need to report this news to their family. News of the dragon's appearance. This is enough to drive some families mad. As time went on, more and more students saw Western Dragons. There are students from the same school as Lin Bei, and there are students from different schools. Look at the sky, that's a dragon. My goodness, I actually saw a dragon. It can't be real. What are you all standing around for? Go chase the dragon. In this situation, we shouldn't follow the Academy's rules. If we catch the dragon, The Academy will reward us. Rush! Anyone who sees a Western dragon will join the large group, hoping to capture it. Before long, Lin Bei successfully arrived at the deepest part of the safe zone and found Yi, who was driving away the monsters, and Wang Yuling, who was taming the monsters. During the time he was away, the number of magical beasts driven from the surrounding area had almost reached 100. The number of herbivores alone reached 30. Lin Bei had just arrived when he heard Wang Yuling asking a question. "Brother Bei, you're finally back. You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" His words were full of worry and urgency, which warmed his heart. Regardless, there are still people you can trust and get along with. Wang Yuling was originally taming a magical beast, but she abruptly interrupted that process just to ask the question that concerned her the most. The next moment, Lin Bei chuckled and said, "No, things are going quite smoothly. We can continue." Seeing this, Wang Yuling finally felt relieved. She walked a few steps to the herbivorous magical beast and once again entered the state of taming the beast. Lin Bei took out some monster containment bags from his spatial ring and released his dragon aura. Subsequently, one by one, the terrified monsters were put into monster containment bags. In just a few minutes, more than 60 or 70 monster containment bags were filled. This is a considerable fortune. Lin Bei has now captured more than 100 magical beasts, and by selling them all, he can easily buy that wing. Then Western dragons can also be synthesized. At the same time, some students rushed to the outside of the monster forest, instantly attracting the attention of those on the outskirts. Among those staying outside were businessmen, high-ranking officials from various academies, and members of many families. There are even members of some powerful organizations involved. In short, they are not ordinary people. Huh? What happened? Why are so many people suddenly appearing? People from all sorts of schools are here, and their expressions are all a bit off. What's wrong? Chapter 23, all 6 deans arrive. Although they didn't know what was happening inside the monster forest, those present were certain that something incredible had definitely happened there. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing this scene today, with so many students rushing out. If only a small number of people come out at once, and they all look normal, then it's fine. There's nothing to speculate about, so they won't think too much about it. But now, without exception, the expressions of those who came out were very strange. It was as if they had been greatly frightened, but it was also filled with excitement and exhilaration. In short, it's very strange and definitely unusual. The students who emerged from the forest didn't care about the stares of others and went straight to their families or acquaintances. Before those people could even ask, they spoke up. "Second brother. Quick. Let's hurry and catch the dragon. There's a dragon. There is a dragon in the forest. That's a dragon that only appears once every 100 years. And what's more, it's a legendary Western dragon, exactly the same as described in the literature. It really is a dragon. We all saw it. The people who came out spoke of dragons in every word they uttered. This shows how awe-inspiring the appearance of a dragon was. The rumors about the appearance of dragons spread like wildfire. Anyone who heard this would instinctively freeze for a moment, then instinctively blurt out, "What? A dragon has appeared in the safe zone? You must be kidding me. How could this happen? This shouldn't be a dragon's habitat." And what appeared was a Western dragon. We're clearly in the East. Are you all ganging up on us to play a trick on us? It's not that they have doubts, it's just that things are really not very realistic. Western dragons are called Western dragons because they generally only appear in the West and rarely appear outside the West. So, they could hardly believe it. A Western dragon has appeared in the monster forest next to Nanshan City, and it's still within the safe zone? Nothing related to dragons has happened in the past year, and there was no news about Western dragons during the freshman trials last year. In fact, if these students hadn't seen the Western dragon with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Really, it's really true. A Western dragon really did appear in the safe zone, and many people inside saw it. Although we don't know what happened, we were telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourselves. The safe zone is in complete chaos right now, with 80% of the people chasing after the Western dragon. Besides, we have no reason to lie to you. That would not only do us no good, but it would also waste a lot of our time. After the students said these words, those standing outside gradually began to believe it. Really, the students had absolutely no reason to lie. Whether they were businessmen, family members, or high-ranking members of the academy, they all subconsciously exchanged glances. Glug, glug. Many people's Adam's apples bobbed up and down as they swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva, their breathing becoming much more rapid, as if they had just engaged in strenuous exercise. Some people clenched their fists tightly, veins bulging, and even trembling slightly. This trembling is caused by excitement and joy. It seems a Western dragon has indeed appeared. So what should we do now? Can we go in and catch the dragon? A dragon. It's a dragon. If we can successfully capture it, our family will rise to prominence. We absolutely cannot let that dragon get away. Even if we can't tame it, we must capture it. At this moment, 99% of the people present wanted to enter the monster forest and join the ranks of those capturing the Western dragon. But they didn't dare to rush in directly, because today belongs to the newly awakened students. Without a doubt, it's a very important day. If they were to enter rashly, it would inevitably affect the students and could potentially cause all sorts of serious consequences. There's another reason. The outermost safe zone of the Warcraft forest belongs to each of the various academies. It can be considered their private territory. Trespassing on private property is no small matter. It can cause a lot of trouble if it gets investigated. Therefore, whether or not one can enter the monster forest ultimately depends on the decision of the deans of each academy. Many college leaders had already taken out their phones and started trying to contact their college deans. They can't make that decision. It's just too important. Upon receiving this shocking news, the deans of the colleges convened an emergency meeting as quickly as possible to discuss how to handle the situation. The results will be available very soon. Meanwhile, the Western dragon was leisurely flying through the forest, its wings flapping vigorously. Below it were groups of students. Lin Bei and the others were among them. They all wanted to catch the dragon. Although the students knew that the dragon was very strong, they still decided to give it a shot. Based on the Western dragon's current performance, they can be fairly certain that this Western dragon is not very strong and is likely just a juvenile dragon. While catching a young dragon is challenging, with the combined efforts of so many people, it might not be impossible. However, who will ultimately succeed is still unknown. Snort. Looking down at the students following closely behind him, a hint of contempt flashed in the Western dragon's eyes. Actually, it looks down on these students. They're just a group of people who've been led astray and had all their attention diverted. There was an insurmountable gap between them and their master who had orchestrated all of this. The people following the Western dragon below were completely unaware of this. They remained in a state of frenzy. If the Western dragon lands later, we'll attack together. No one should hold back. Defeat the Western dragon first, then consider the issue of ownership. Otherwise, it will all be for nothing in the end. That's right, if all else fails, we can split it equally. Each person can get at least several 100,000 yuan, which is more than enough to buy a pet they like. They don't know. The Western dragon had no intention of fighting them. It simply wanted to toy with them. Finally, when Lin Bei successfully captured the 285th magical beast, and Wang Yuling tamed 66 herbivores, the deans of several academies also reached their final conclusions. They activated the teleportation array and personally arrived at the outskirts of the monster forest. Looking at the monster forest, which seemed no different from before, the headmaster of the first academy remarked with a sigh. I never expected such an opportunity to come to Nanshan City. We can't let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 24. The strongest enter the forest. That's right. Even the deans of the various colleges, who held prestigious positions, did not want to miss such a rare opportunity. Even them. I've never actually seen a dragon. You must understand that only those with sufficient strength can become the head of an academy. The moment these 6 deans appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Those people all know it deep down. As long as these 6 people nod in approval, they can give it a shot. What if you get incredibly lucky and become one of the lucky ones? The 6 deans floated in the air, looking down at the dense forest. Once you reach a certain level of strength, you will gain the ability to fly. Although all you see are trees, you can sense the chaos within the forest. About a minute later, the dean of the first academy finally spoke. Everyone, shall we do it the way we agreed? He had barely finished speaking when the dean of the second academy interrupted him. This is the best way. Let all outsiders leave this place, and then we will also enter the forest. Let's try our best to capture that Western dragon. As for what to do with the Western dragon after it's captured, that will be considered after we get our hands on it. We absolutely cannot let these outsiders be here, otherwise they will cause a lot of disruption. The other deans agreed, saying it was the best approach they could think of. Seeing this, the dean of the first academy landed on the ground and coldly addressed the others present. Go back to where you came from. Our 6 colleges have some private matters to attend to, and it's not appropriate for everyone to be here. The words were very harsh, as if they were issuing an order to leave, leaving no room for negotiation. The next moment, the others objected. One by one, they spoke up in strong displeasure, refuting. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they actually want to drive us away? Do you 6 academies intend to devour that Western dragon all by yourself right in front of us? On what grounds? Everyone who sees it gets a share. We're going to catch the dragon too. The dean of the first academy frowned deeply, a chill creeping into his eyes. Thump! He stomped his foot down suddenly, causing a large area of the ground to crack and collapse, with dust floating everywhere. At the same time, a jet-black, 50-meter-long demon king snake appeared, coldly watching the others. On what grounds? Just because this is the territory of our 6 major academies. Who among you dares to disobey? At that moment, the other deans of the academy also landed on the ground, looking at the others with unfriendly expressions. Since the Western dragon has appeared on the territory of our 6 academies, it is only right that we deal with it. If it appeared outside the safe zone or somewhere else, our 6 academies would naturally not take such action. If you insist on going in, you'd better be mentally prepared, as we cannot guarantee your safety. Everyone, take care of yourself. Coming in would be tantamount to openly making enemies of the 6 major academies. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. So what if Western dragons are extremely precious and rare? Are we really going to offend the 6 major academies for the sake of a dragon? Although it is an academy in Nanshan City, its strength should not be underestimated. Offending one person at a time might be okay, and it won't cause too serious consequences. But to offend 6 people at once? Isn't that just courting death? The most serious issue is that younger generations of family members may face the awkward situation of not being accepted by any academy. Considering all these factors, more than half of the people chose to back down. Only those with truly powerful strength, who are not afraid of the 6 major academies, will choose to continue the stalemate. The Huang family is a prime example. Several members of the Huang family gathered together, coldly staring at the deans of the 6 academies. Before the 6 deans of the academies arrived, they had already reported the situation to the head of the Huang family and received a very positive reply. At all costs, the Huang family representative lowered his voice and said, after they went in, we followed them in. Instead of acquiring a bunch of ordinary monsters, it's better to catch a dragon. I wonder if using this dragon as feed will cause any qualitative changes. The real reason why the Huang family has been buying low-level magical beasts recently is that they use them as animal feed. Food used to feed a powerful magical beast. The other members of the Huang family also lowered their voices and said, I understand. It's definitely worth the gamble. Dragons are excellent fodder. It would be great if we could catch the dragon, but it's okay if we can't. Anyway, as long as we hatch it, we will become the strongest family in Nanshan City, and then we can easily swallow up other families and the 6 major academies. If we catch the dragon, it will definitely speed up the progress of the plan. Obviously, what is the Huang family plotting? The stalemate lasted only about 10 minutes. After Zhao Qi and his 2 companions left, the rest of the group did not linger. About 5 minutes later, only the members of the 4 major families remained. The Huang family, the Wang family, the Ji family, and the Zhan family. For major families and 6 academies. It is a major component of Nanshan City. The 6 academies are responsible for cultivating talent, while the 4 major families are responsible for controlling the economy. They are basically evenly matched. Their relationship wasn't actually very good, but it hadn't reached the point of a complete falling out. After whispering among themselves for a short while, the deans of the 6 academies turned to the members of the 4 major families with a hint of helplessness and said, It seems that the members of the 4 major families are not planning to leave. Fine, I can let you in, but I'll say it again. You will bear the consequences. In their plans, there was no intention to drive out the 4 major families. Because the odds are just too small. The so-called outsiders refer to people outside the 6 academies and the 4 major families. Although the 4 major families did not consult with each other, they all responded with equal force. Let's see who's the best. How can we just hand over something like a dragon to someone else? Before long, the deans and staff of the 6 academies, along with members of the 4 major families, stepped into the monster forest. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling remained deep within the safe zone. They are mechanically repeating the same things over and over. Lin Bei put the magical beasts into the magical beast containment bag one by one, while Wang Yuling tamed the magical beasts one after another. But the number of magical beasts that could arrive was decreasing. After all, This is a safe zone, and it's deep inside the safe zone. The number of monsters in the safe zone is already limited, not to mention in the deeper areas, where the number of monsters will only be even smaller. Caw, caw. Lin Bei casually stretched, put the last magical beast into the containment bag, and then looked at Yi who was resting to the side, saying with a rather satisfied tone, "We've captured at least 300 magical beasts. What a bumper harvest. It might feel a bit rushed, but it's all just setup. That's about it. Things will pick up tomorrow." Chapter 25: An Unexpected Encounter with the Academy Dean. A full 300 magical beasts. Based on the fact that each one could sell for at least 200,000, the final price reached over 50 million. Not only can you buy those wings, but you can also buy a lot of other materials. Lin Bei even wanted to buy the materials right now to see what the Western Dragon would look like after being synthesized. However, he also knew very well that these things couldn't be rushed. At the same time, the Western Dragon, flapping its wings and flying through the forest, saw the group of people entering the monster forest from high above. Dragons have incredibly sharp eyesight. After all, since ancient times, dragons have been a symbol of soaring through the sky, so their eyesight would naturally be excellent. There is also a type of dragon called the Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon. They are the undisputed rulers of the skies. The true overlord. Therefore, even with the trees providing cover, the Western Dragon could still see the deans of the 6 academies and others who had just entered the forest. Although it was far away, it instinctively sensed danger. I knew that the group of people who came in were no ordinary people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this feeling. The Western Dragon immediately decided to retreat. Call. Call. It flapped its wings with maximum frequency and force, constantly weaving through the trees and heading deeper into the forest. And what about those students who closely followed the Western Dragon? He was somewhat stunned, wondering why this had suddenly happened. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but now, by the time they came to their senses, the Western Dragon had already flown far away. It took less than 5 minutes for the Western Dragon, flying at full speed, to arrive, less than a kilometer away from Lin Bei. 1 kilometer is neither close nor far. Because of the abundance of trees and the sparse population, no one saw the Western Dragon. In an instant, Lin Bei sensed the arrival of the Western Dragon and also learned what had happened in the forest. The next moment, he mentally gave the system the command. System, reclaim both the Western Dragon and EE. The moment the sound faded, EE and the Western Dragon vanished. When it reappeared, it had already gone to the system space. During the time between the appearance of the Western Dragon and its return, Wang Yuling did not see the Western Dragon once and was unaware of its existence. Lin Bei placed 50 monster containment bags into the spatial ring he was wearing and another 250 into the system space. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. As for the remaining empty monster containment bags, he simply tossed it into his spatial ring. It's fine to keep the monster containment bag. We can still use it later. Little Linger, it's about time we went. Someone will be here soon. We can't stay here any longer. Now that the Western Dragon has been retrieved, no one else can find it. In the end, they could only leave empty-handed. But it probably won't be long. Someone will eventually find their way deep into the safe zone. If we were to meet at that time, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. The best course of action is to take this opportunity to leave. Let's talk about it after things have settled down. Although her mind was still a little fuzzy, Wang Yuling obediently nodded and had no objection to Lin Bei's arrangements. Good. She felt like she was dreaming all day. The effort put in is minimal, but the reward is terrifyingly large. Not proportional at all. Before long, the two of them left the place and entered the dense forest. And following behind them. And there was also a whole bunch of herbivorous magical beasts that Wang Yuling had tamed. Awakened individuals are supposed to have a pet space, but Wang Yuling, who has only recently awakened her talent, hasn't had time to develop her pet space yet. At most, only 3 pets can stay in the pet space right now. Meanwhile, the academy headmaster and others who had entered the forest had successfully met up with the students who had gathered there. Naturally, they learned about the escape of the Western Dragon. As expected of a Western Dragon, it is so vigilant. They sensed our presence as soon as we entered the forest. They are indeed as powerful as the rumors suggest. Let's keep going deeper. We can't let it go. In addition, let the teachers and students leave first. Since the Western Dragon is so vigilant, then there's no use for them. They won't be of any help and will only frighten the Western Dragon. The same applies to the people from the 4 major families. Those who don't meet the requirements shouldn't bother joining in. Their stance was firm and uncompromising. Apart from the deans of the 6 academies and the heads of the 4 major families, the rest of the people had no choice but to leave the monster forest unwillingly. The students were reluctant because they were unable to continue taming the monsters and had wasted a very rare opportunity. Seeing this, the dean of the first academy pondered for less than 3 seconds before speaking again. Students, don't be discouraged. It will be held again in a while. Upon hearing this, the students regained their composure and left the forest satisfied. Meanwhile, the faculty and staff of each college began searching for the other students in the forest. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, traveling at top speed, had already left the depths of the safe zone and arrived at a relatively safe area. During their journey, they both received messages. The message instructed all students to evacuate and not remain in the monster forest. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had no intention of disobeying this, and headed straight for the entrance. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and 6 middle-aged men and women appeared directly in front of the 2. They were none other than the 6 deans. As for the members of the 4 major families, they took action on their own. They all stopped in their tracks, looking at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling with some surprise. Rather than saying that these 6 people were looking at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, it would be more accurate to say that they were looking at the herbivorous magical beasts following behind them, numbering at least 60 or 70. The first dean stood there with his hands behind his back, somewhat unable to comprehend what he was seeing. How interesting. A male student and a female student, and dozens of herbivorous magical beasts. They were moving forward together in perfect harmony? What's going on? When will humans be able to coexist peacefully with monsters? Even the well-informed dean of the first academy couldn't understand all of this in a short time. It wasn't just him. The other deans of the college were also somewhat dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? A group of magical beasts surrounding 2 students? Am I overworking myself lately, and my vision is blurry, causing me to have an illusion? Perhaps we're under an illusion? That's why we're seeing this. They all found it very confusing. This is absolutely abnormal. Lin Bei, Wang Yuling, and the large group of magical beasts also stopped advancing and stared at the 6 deans and others. Chapter 26 Peerless Genius Wang Yuling. After a silence of about 10 seconds, the dean of the first academy spoke with a light laugh. Who are you 2? Although the question was asked with a smile, the underlying meaning was far from simple. Once they find out that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling are not students, they will act as quickly as possible. The situation is too strange, it's best to deal with it. If the student is from their own city, then everything is fine. But if it's an outsider of unknown origin, then we absolutely must ask them a few questions. If necessary, they can even be killed outright. The next moment, Lin Bei took a step forward, shielding Wang Yuling behind him, and spoke in an extremely calm tone. My name is Lin Bei. I am a student in Class 1 of Junior High at Nanshan 3rd College. My homeroom teacher is Chen Song. Her name is Wang Yuling, and she is also a student in Class 3 of Junior High at Nanshan 3rd College. Her homeroom teacher is Zhang Xiaohua. He was now fairly certain that it was because of the appearance of these people that the Western Dragon felt threatened. These people entered from outside the monster forest, so their identities are relatively clear. The most likely culprits are the college's higher-ups. That's why I answered truthfully. Otherwise, it could lead to serious consequences. At least until we have sufficient strength, it's best to prioritize stability. Lin Bei had a rough idea of why he would be asked these questions. They're nothing more than those magical beasts following behind. He could understand that. After all, it would be highly unlikely that a group of magical beasts would obediently follow 2 students without arousing suspicion or curiosity. Upon learning that the 2 were students of the 3rd Academy, the deans visibly breathed a sigh of relief. If not a student of the college, it can even do such bizarre things. Then that would be a big problem. The dean of the 3rd Academy is named Bai Zhou, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, whose talent is white animal affinity. You can tame magical beasts with white fur or shells. For example, the polar bear and the blood-eyed white lion. Tret. He took a few steps forward, looked at the 2 of them, and asked with a smile. Student Lin, Student Wang, could you explain to us what's going on with these magical beasts behind you? The moment these words were uttered, the attention of the other deans and the senior members of the 4 major families was instantly drawn to them. They were also very curious about what exactly happened. Why would a group of Warcraft creatures willingly follow a human? Lin Bei turned to look at Wang Yuling, gently patted her head, and said in a soft tone, Little Linger, you tell them. Just tell me what you did. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded vigorously again, knowing that she had no choice but to tell the truth. However, She also knew what she could say and what she couldn't say. Call. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself, quickly regained her composure, and then began to explain. The reason these magical beasts follow me and Brother Bei is because they are all pets that I have tamed. The 10 people fell silent instantly. Every face was filled with astonishment and shock. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected such an answer. Amidst the constant speculation in their minds, the group instinctively ignored this possibility. The reason is simple. Because this is an even more incredible thing. What? What did you say? Have you tamed all of these dozens of magical beasts? This is simply impossible. You'll only have about 3 hours in the monster forest at most. At least 60 magical beasts were tamed in 3 hours. Even Su Tanxiang, who has been the most talented in recent years, couldn't do it. Hey kid, let me tell you, lying to the dean is punishable. As they said, tame 60 magical beasts in 3 hours? That means you need to tame 20 magical beasts every hour. This is after deducting the time spent traveling. Real. It's truly an impossible thing. I wouldn't even dare to do that in my wildest dreams. Warcraft isn't a toy. You can't just tame it like that. Seeing these people's reactions, Wang Yuling felt extremely helpless. She asked herself, if I hadn't experienced it all myself, I would never have believed it. And it was at this moment that Lin Bei's voice rang out. Just because something hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't happen now. Humanity will always progress. His words weren't particularly loud, but they were very effective. Soon, the dean and others returned to normal. After the initial shock, they gradually accepted the reality. Because it seems that only in this way can the state of these monsters be explained. At this moment, Wang Yuling's actions completely proved this fact. She then gave orders to the pets behind her. Go stand on both sides. The moment the words left his mouth, dozens of pets sprang into action. In just a few seconds, they were divided into 2 teams and lined up neatly. It looks no different from students lining up. That's it. The 6 deans fully accepted this astonishing fact. But even though they accepted it, they still found it unbelievable. At the same time, we also know what this kind of thing means. The 6 deans' gazes swept over Wang Yuling and the magical beast, each with a complex emotion in their eyes. After a long while, the dean of the first academy finally spoke. Congratulations, Lin Bei. The third academy has produced a genius. This is a true genius. They actually accomplished something unprecedented. Following that, the other deans also offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Lin Bei. With such a genius, your third academy is about to take off. If there are any benefits later, remember to share them with us. Being able to tame so many magical beasts in such a short time is far superior to the promising students in our academy. Baizhou responded to each of these responses. He's very happy now. I'm overjoyed. It is a tremendous blessing that such a genius has emerged from our academy. Huff. Unbeknownst to him, Baizhou's breathing became much more rapid, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, Ha! Heaven truly blesses me by allowing me to encounter such a genius in my lifetime. My luck is incredible. Rest assured, I will train you well from now on. Resources and rewards are plentiful. Wang Yuling, the person involved, was at a loss for what to do. Others might not know what was going on, but she knew it perfectly well. The reason I was able to tame so many magical beasts and receive so much praise and commendation is all because of Lin Bei. Brother Bei, that's a true genius. A true genius. Wang Yuling instinctively wanted to say something, wanting Lin Bei to enjoy the treatment he deserved. But before she could speak, Lin Bei whispered in her ear. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Chapter 27 Brother Bei and a Dragon. In an instant, Wang Yuling recalled what Lin Bei had said yesterday. She clearly remembered every word Lin Bei said yesterday. One of the sentences is, I'll help you too. I remember. Lin Bei nodded slightly and continued in a low voice. I told you I would help you. Now is your opportunity, don't miss it because of me. If I could receive the full support of the academy, your growth rate will be very, very fast. Only when you become strong can you truly help me. He paused slightly at this point, then changed his tone and continued. Besides, if you tell anyone, it will probably only harm me. That's just the truth. Exposing the truth at this point will inevitably lead to a bad ending. Dragon. And it's a special dragon created through synthesis. This is not something that can be explained easily. But what if it were Wang Yuling instead? Things would then make much more sense. It's true that having too many tamed pets can seem a bit unbelievable. However, herbivores' natural affinity makes it possible for them to do these things. At least. That makes sense. The moment the words left her mouth, Wang Yuling suddenly woke up, quickly raised her small hand to cover her mouth, and her eyes involuntarily widened. She was so overwhelmed with righteous indignation for Lin Bei that she forgot some very important things. Brother Bei, I'm sorry. I almost did. But Wang Yuling was interrupted by Lin Bei once again before she could finish speaking. No need to apologize. You're thinking of me too. The deans of the 6 academies looked at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, showing no intention of interrupting. He simply let the two of them whisper to each other. Although I was very curious about what the two of them were saying, I would never eavesdrop. Quickly regaining her composure, Wang Yuling addressed Bai Zhou, the dean of the 3rd academy. Thank you, dean. I will definitely work hard. Bai Zhou nodded with great satisfaction, then laughed and asked, by the way, Wang, I still don't know what your talent is. Could you tell everyone about it? Wang Yuling answered this question without any hesitation. My natural talent is herbivore affinity. She had barely finished speaking when the deans of the academy exclaimed in surprise. It's this talent? This is a very promising talent. No wonder he was able to do that. Barely acceptable. Truly a genius. As these deans have said, the natural affinity between herbivores and animals is indeed a very strong talent. This is absolutely not to be underestimated. Hearing the dean's sincere approval, a bright light flashed in Wang Yuling's eyes, as if she had thought of something wonderful. She quickly spoke again. It is precisely because of this talent. And there's also the help from Brother Lin Bei. That's why I was able to tame so many magical beasts. Brother Lin Bei was a great help. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou subconsciously looked at Lin Bei, and after thinking for a few seconds, he spoke. Good. Thank you, Lin. You will also receive your due reward. Compared to winning the heart of a gifted student, what does giving out some rewards matter? These words came out. Before Lin Bei could even react, Wang Yuling became excited. Her eyes narrowed unconsciously, gradually turning into crescent shapes, and her hands instinctively clasped together. Thanks. Thank you, Dean. Lin Bei felt a warmth in his heart once again. I know Wang Yuling really cares about me. The 6 deans couldn't help but exchange glances, and roughly understood what Wang Yuling's Achilles heel was. Obviously, to make Wang Yuling happy, we need to start with Lin Bei, because she herself didn't show much excitement when she received the award. But what about when Lin Bei received the reward? Wang Yuling was truly happy, even if it's just some very ordinary reward. After silently noting this point in his mind, Bai Zhou's voice rang out again. By the way, you 2 students, we have another question for you. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling nodded. Please tell me. Then, Bai Zhou continued. Have you seen a dragon come here? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling froze on the spot. The excitement that had been on his face froze instantly, as if he had been frozen in ice. She never expected that Bai Zhou would ask a question related to dragons. At this moment, Wang Yuling's mind was in turmoil. She was also very flustered. Them. Why would they ask that question? Could it be? Could it be that Brother Bei has been exposed one by one? What to do? What to do? We can't let them take EE away. Huff. Huff. Even Wang Yuling's breathing became much more rapid, and her face flushed uncontrollably. Then, she looked at Lin Bei stiffly, wanting to see how he would react. But Lin Bei's reaction was different from Wang Yuling's. He remained as indifferent as before. She had initially thought Lin Bei would be very nervous. Brother Bei is so amazing. He can remain so calm in front of 6 deans. Perhaps this is the true genius. At that moment, Lin Bei calmly asked, What dragon? Dean, could you explain in more detail? Soon, Bai Zhou spoke again. Kindness. You 2 have probably been so busy that you didn't notice. We are indeed looking for dragons. A Western dragon. It must be a juvenile Western dragon. After confirming that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were students of his academy, and that one of them was a genius student, he had no more guard up and told them everything truthfully. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling's mind became even more confused. The development of events was completely different from what she had imagined. What? There's actually a Western dragon? This. Her speech faltered for a moment. She could only grip Lin Bei's sleeve tightly with one hand, her voice becoming hesitant and stuttering. Brother Bei, can you hear me? There's a dragon. There's a dragon. And it's a Western dragon. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. The reason Wang Yuling acted this way was because her inner emotions were changing too intensely. Just a moment ago, she was worried that revealing everything would cause trouble for Lin Bei. But at this moment, Wang Yuling was overcome with excitement. If she could capture the Western dragon and then have Lin Bei tame it, how wonderful would that be? Chapter 28, Everything is ready except for the east wind. Lin Bei simply let Wang Yuling tug at his sleeve without offering any further explanation. The only thing he can do now is, it means temporarily concealing the matter of the Western Dragon. After all, it's best not to let others know that you have 2 dragons on the very first day of awakening. It's not that I don't trust Wang Yuling. Rather, there's really no need to expose it. Exposing 1 dragon is understandable, but what if 2 dragons are exposed? Are there destined to be more and more dragons in the future? Do you want to deliberately expose yourself and cause trouble for yourself? There was nothing I could do. The truth has been exposed by accident, and there's no way to hide it anymore. Lin Bei did this. It's for my own good, and also for Wang Yuling's good. At least, we can't expose ourselves, at least not now. This made him realize once again that the most urgent task was to improve his strength. We must improve our strength to a level sufficient to protect ourselves as quickly as possible. As long as you have enough strength, what does it matter if many special dragons are exposed? With so many dragons mobilized, who can stand against them? At the same time, Wang Yuling, suppressing her excitement, spoke excitedly to Lin Bei. Brother Bei, we must catch that dragon. Once you catch that dragon, you can tame it. She had seemingly forgotten the existence of the 6 Deans. All she could think about was catching the Western Dragon for Lin Bei. This was a rare opportunity for Wang Yuling to do something for Lin Bei. That's why she did that. That's not wrong. However, Lin Bei had no intention of doing that. He raised his hand again and patted Wang Yuling's head, speaking in a gentle tone. Forget it. Now is not the time. Go catch the Western Dragon. Are you kidding me? The Western Dragon is currently in the system space. No one else could possibly find the Western Dragon. Even if you go to find the Western Dragon, you'll only end up making a wasted trip. Although Wang Yuling was somewhat unwilling, she still chose to listen to Lin Bei. But her tone became much lower. Okay, alright. I will follow Brother Bei's arrangements. Although Wang Yuling didn't know why Lin Bei, who clearly had the ability to capture the Western Dragon, chose to give up, she didn't intend to ask too many questions about the reasons. Because her intuition told her that Lin Bei had his own reasons for doing this. Anyway, there will be other opportunities in the future. This brief conversation and interaction between the two naturally did not escape the attention of the 6 Deans. Therefore, they determined one thing. That is, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling did not see the Western Dragon. After all, Wang Yuling's performance was the most authentic. She truly did not see the Western Dragon. Since they have never seen a Western Dragon, they certainly wouldn't have a false reaction. That's why the 6 Deans came to this conclusion. At the same time, they also vaguely learned about something else, so Bai Zhou asked Lin Bei. This is Lin, a student. What are your talents? Lin Bei quickly answered truthfully. Reporting to the Dean, my talent is Dragon Affinity. The next moment, the Deans exchanged glances in unison, their 12 eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. Dragon Affinity talent. It's a talent even more powerful than the affinity of herbivores. However, it is extremely difficult to make it effective. Upon suddenly encountering 2 students whose talents were truly terrifying, the 6 Deans couldn't help but be surprised, even if they wanted to. What incredible luck did the 3rd Academy have? They suddenly produced 2 such powerful talents. Old Bai, your 3rd Academy is really about to take off. The prerequisite is that we can capture that Western Dragon, and you have to be willing to give it to him. One is herbivore friendly, the other is dragon friendly. I'm so damn envious. They're way better than the students in our college. Ignoring the words of the other deans, Bai Zhou stared intently at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. He never expected that such a thing would happen among his students. How did 2 freshmen with such terrifying talents suddenly appear? Even with dragon-related talents, in 99.999% of cases, they will become useless talents. But that can't hide its power. Once the opportunity arises, it will soar to the highest heavens. It seems that the rewards for the 2 of them cannot be too bad. However, I must say, this kid's lucky too. If the 2 can maintain such a good relationship, then it is not impossible for them to successfully tame the dragon in the future. After all, judging from Wang's current performance, he will definitely become very strong in the future, at least enough to easily surpass me. As long as Wang grows up, as long as they can meet the dragon affinity talent will then come into play, unlike others whose talents are useless. In conclusion, as the Dean of the 3rd Academy, Bai Zhou has elevated the importance he attaches to Lin Bei and Wang Yuling to an unprecedented level. He even planned to dedicate all his efforts to nurturing the 2 of them. Resources are plentiful. The purpose was very pure, to help the 2 grow into special beings who would share both glory and ruin with Nanshan 3rd Academy. After all, the 6 colleges in Nanshan City all need long-term development. To thrive, one must have strong protection. Among the intermediate and advanced classes, Baizhou did not have any particularly favored candidates. Having finally discovered Wang Yuling, this peerless genius, how could he possibly ignore her and let her go? To put it bluntly, Lin Bei was just an afterthought to Baizhou. Because the dragon race's affinity talent is a variable. A full minute passed before Baizhou spoke to Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. It seems that neither of you students saw the dragon, so it has most likely gone outside the safe zone. Alright, you should leave the forest first and rejoin the main force. The college will provide an appropriate solution. He had no intention of letting Lin Bei and Wang Yuling venture deep into the forest. Beyond the safety of the forest lies endless danger. A moment's carelessness can lead to extremely serious consequences. Lin Bei had no objection to this, nor did he intend to go deeper into the area. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now the most important thing is to buy those wings as soon as possible. After a brief farewell, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling headed towards the entrance. The pace is neither too fast nor too slow. We'll arrive in no time. As he moved forward, Lin Bei couldn't help but imagine. What would a Western dragon look like after combining 2 different wing materials? Chapter 29, The Huang family sends a request for a trade. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling's journey back was very smooth, and they encountered basically no trouble, so they left the monster forest in no time. Naturally, this led to the discovery of a large number of students gathering outside. At this very moment, the students are still discussing matters related to Western dragons. It is truly an extraordinary honor to have seen a dragon with my own eyes. Although it got away in the end, I'm still content. After all, out of 100,000 people, at most only one person will see a dragon. I don't aspire to tame a dragon, I just want the chance to touch one. It's obvious. People have a deep sense of awe and worship for the dragon. Thump, thump. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling walked forward calmly, followed by their pets who still had nowhere to go. Before being tamed, monsters can be stored in monster containment bags. Once tamed into a pet, it can no longer be stored in the monster containment bag. Therefore, even though Lin Bei had many empty monster containment bags, they couldn't be of much use at this time. Although most people were discussing things related to dragons, some observant individuals noticed the appearance of Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. They were mainly divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of students led by Li Kai, and the other group consisted of the Huang family, who had recently been on a buying spree. They each had their own reasons for paying attention to the 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, another minute has passed. Besides these 2 groups, more and more people have noticed Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. However, they had no other special purpose. They were simply drawn to the attention. The reason is simple. It's all the fault of those dozens of quiet and obedient magical beasts. The scene appears both eerie and harmonious, as if a variety of mutually exclusive elements have been fused together. The visual impact of this scene is no less than that of the appearance of a Western dragon. They're all equally unbelievable. Holy crap, what's going on with those 2? Dozens of magical beasts following behind. Am I seeing things? Is today some kind of auspicious day? How come I'm seeing dragons in this place again? That's Wang Yuling, who has awakened her affinity with herbivores. Could it be that they tamed so many magical beasts? No way. But that's the only explanation. Otherwise, why would those magical beasts be so obedient? I know Wang Yuling's family background. It can only be described as ordinary. I remember it very clearly. Wang Yuling hadn't tamed a single pet before she went in. But now, look closely, those magical beasts are all herbivorous. My God, how incredibly talented must one be to do something like this? It seems Wang Yuling is an extraordinary talent. Just say it's awesome. Wang Yuling, who had already entered the crowd, heard all the whispers and comments. But she didn't try to explain again. She just subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Bei. A pair of beautiful and captivating eyes brimmed with undisguised adoration. Only Wang Yuling herself knows the truth. Only she knew why she had tamed so many pets. Everything. It's all because of Lin Bei, who wasn't well regarded by others. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a huge harvest. No, I have to hold back. Even though Brother Bei is very outstanding, I can't tell anyone. I'm doing this for Brother Bei's own good. Wang Yuling originally wanted to explain, but after considering these points, she suppressed her impulse. Seeing the numerous magical beasts surrounding Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, the Huang family members who remained there subconsciously exchanged glances. They saw the same expression and thoughts on each other's faces. The next moment, The group reached a consensus and quickly began to move through the crowd. At the same time, Li Kai, who harbored deep resentment towards Lin Bei, hesitated for a moment before leading her people toward Lin Bei's location. Soon, the members of the Huang family arrived first. Without the slightest hesitation or attempt to conceal their purpose, they directly stated the reason for their visit. 2 students. Are you planning to sell the magical beasts around you? Our Huang family is willing to pay a high price to acquire it, and we will definitely not let you suffer a loss. While asking the question, Huang Xingyang was also secretly observing the magical beasts around him. Joy sparkled in his eyes. If he can successfully acquire all these magical beasts, it will undoubtedly boost the family's opportunities. If the family's plan succeeds, they will reap immeasurable benefits. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yuling couldn't help but be taken aback. Selling your tame pets? This was something she had never imagined. However, Wang Yuling did not rush to refuse, but looked at Lin Bei again. She believed that Lin Bei should make the decision on this matter. Actually, if Lin Bei decides to sell these tamed pets, then Wang Yuling will not hesitate to sell them as well. Even if she feels reluctant, she will still obey. Lin Bei was also somewhat surprised by this. He subconsciously raised his eyebrows slightly, and after thinking for less than 5 seconds, he calmly asked, "What is the big price? How does it compare to market prices? If you're here to do business, then why not do it?" Anyway, his purpose in capturing so many magical beasts was simply to obtain enough funds, right? Upon hearing this, Huang Xingyang knew there was potential in the business deal, so he quickly chimed in. Of course it will be more expensive than the market price. Typically, it will be 10% higher. You can rest assured about the Huang family's financial resources. What he said is absolutely true. The Huang family is now offering 10% more for Warcraft than the market price. The Warcraft Guild will buy 220,000 worth of items. A Warcraft player with 400,000 units will be bought for 440,000. Compared to what they have to do, spending an extra 10% is totally worth it. Lin Bei couldn't help but nod slightly, quite satisfied with the price of the higher floor. Good. Trade is possible. Huang Xingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief the moment his voice rang out. The next moment, he began to take stock of the herbivorous magical beasts that Wang Yuling had tamed. The fire-patterned giant-eared rabbit usually costs 250,000, but I'm offering it to you for 275,000. Ironclad earth-splitting bull, priced at 440,000. Knowing that Huang Xingyang had misunderstood, Lin Bei interrupted him directly. Wait a moment. We won't sell these magical beasts. He may sell magical beasts, but he won't sell the magical beasts that Wang Yuling has tamed. Huang Xingyang was dumbfounded. Oh, you don't sell these? Are you kidding me? Chapter 30 Going Home. Huang Xingyang was somewhat angry, feeling as if he had been played for a fool. They agreed to make a deal just seconds ago, but now they're suddenly backing out? This really shows they don't take the Huang family seriously. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had ever met someone like this. In the entire Nanshan city, no one dared to play tricks on the Huang family like this, not even the other major families. Since the major families are evenly matched, they naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Just as Huang Xingyang was frowning and preparing to do something, Lin Bei's calm voice rang out again. For sale? It's another magical beast. As he spoke, he took out 50 magical beast containment bags from his spatial ring. Here, see for yourself. This is the Warcraft we want to sell. Even if Lin Bei were to sell the magical beasts to the Huang family, he wouldn't sell them all at once. While selling 300 monsters at once could bring in a huge sum of money, it would also attract a lot of trouble. How is it possible to tame dozens of magical beasts as pets while also capturing 300 magical beasts? This is the biggest problem. If the number of monsters captured is relatively small, you can still come up with a plausible explanation. But if the number is too large, that's hard to explain. The second problem is related to the Huang family's objectives. Although he didn't know what the Huang family was planning, Lin Bei instinctively knew it wasn't a good thing. Naturally, I don't want to get involved too much. Based on these factors, he decided to buy only 50. 50 is actually just the right number. It can meet my funding needs without causing any trouble. Huang Xingyang stared blankly at the monster containment bag in Lin Bei's hand, unable to react for a moment. This dramatic turn of events left him reeling. It's just like riding a roller coaster. Hey, what are you standing there for? Huang Xingyang only realized what was happening when Lin Bei urged him. He subconsciously took the 50 monster containment bags and quickly began to calculate their contents. Open the first monster containment bag. Yes, there's a Warcraft game, worth 220,000, not bad. Open the second one. Yes, There's also a Warcraft game, worth 258,000, which is not bad. Open the third one. Kindness. And Warcraft, worth 246,500. That's good. A full 10 minutes passed, and he had looked through all 50 monster containment bags. Originally, Huang Xingyang also believes that only half of the monster containment bags contain monsters. But after reading it, he was shocked to discover that all 50 monster containment bags actually contain monsters. A full 50 magical beasts. Wow! Not only are there so many tamed magical beasts outside, but there are also 50 captured magical beasts. How did those two manage to do that? We've only been in the monster forest for a few hours. I really don't understand. Huang Xingyang could hardly believe it. Even the strongest young genius of the Huang family that he knew could not possibly do such a thing in just a few hours. No. Even in a few days, you can't accomplish even half of this. The gap. It's terrifyingly big. Call. After staring intently at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling for a few seconds, Huang Xingyang took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, and said, "Please wait a few minutes while I do the calculations. I will give you the final results soon." After he finished speaking, he and the other members of the Huang family gathered together and quickly began to calculate the price. At the same time, Li Kai and the others also arrived nearby and naturally witnessed the scene that was taking place between the two sides. Because one of them was a member of the Huang family, she didn't dare to do anything and could only stand by and watch with great resentment. Although Li Kai is extremely vain, she is not stupid. They knew they couldn't afford to offend the Huang family. We can't afford to mess with them right now. About 3 minutes later, Huang Xingyang came over again. He took out an account card, handed it to Lin Bei, and said with a loud laugh, "Brother, these 50 magical beasts of yours are of pretty good quality overall. They could fetch a good price." We did the math, and the final price is 16.5 million. The money has been deposited into this account card. Lin Bei reached out and took the account card, without saying a single word to Huang Xingyang. The relationship between the two was originally based solely on a transaction. Now that the transaction is over, there's no more connection. Huang Xingyang and his group didn't want to make a fool of themselves, so they quickly formed a team and left the place. After walking a sufficient distance, he addressed the people around him. "Investigate these two thoroughly when you get back. It would be best if we could be on their side." The other members of the Huang family nodded. Lin Bei put the account card away, turned to Wang Yuling, and said, "I'll treat you to a big meal tonight." He has enough money to buy those wings. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded with a joyful expression. "Okay, congratulations, Brother Bei, on becoming a multi-millionaire." She felt no jealousy, only joy. At that moment, the teleportation array activated, enveloping everyone inside. 3 seconds later, everyone present disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in their respective academies. Upon seeing the students return, the college leadership immediately ordered everyone to go home. The students didn't linger and returned home with varying expressions. Some people want to show off their experiences today. Some people are going to buy things. Some people have other things to do. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling did not linger at the academy and left with a large number of magical beasts. Watching Lin Bei leave from the school gate, Li Kai clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. His eyes were filled with resentment and venom, and were also bloodshot. "You gigolo bastard. I will make you pay the price." She was conjuring up an opportunity in her mind, one that would make Lin Bei pay the price. After taking Wang Yuling out for a hearty meal, Lin Bei returned home. The moment he returned home, Yi and Shi Fanglong left the system space and began wandering around the room like madmen. Looking at the time, it was only early afternoon, so Lin Bei decided to rest for a while. Wait until night falls before buying the wing materials. However, before he could even rest, the system notification sounded first. Ding! The host now has sufficient funds. Should some of the funds be converted into points? Points are essential for shopping in the mall. Chapter 31. The next dragon is a bone dragon. Something's up. The author makes a surprise appearance. From the moment he acquired the system, Lin Bei knew about the system shop feature. However, he never had the chance to use it. Firstly, because I don't have the time or energy. Secondly, because I don't have the points. Now that the system has given you a prompt, there's no harm in using it. Open the store. The moment the words left his mouth, the system shop appeared. The store is filled with a dazzling array of goods, too many to see at a glance. However, most of the products are gray. Only a small portion of the items lit up. They clearly have completely different meanings. Those that are lit up can be redeemed, while those that are grayed out cannot. Bite. Given the number of dragons the host currently possesses, the number of items that can be exchanged is relatively small. As you acquire more dragons, the number of items you can exchange for will also increase. Please keep up the good work, host. In addition, 10,000 funds equals 100 points. You are free to redeem. Even though only a small portion of the goods can be redeemed, there are still a total of 10 items. The functionality of each product can be described as powerful. Lin Bei carefully read the product descriptions. Product name, Beginner Beast Spirit Pill. Product description, this product can enhance your pet's strength and is essential for your pet's growth. All beast spirit pills in the world contain impurities, which can cause certain side effects. The beast spirit pills in the system do not contain impurities and will not have any side effects. Price, 500 points. Product name, Designated Teleportation Array. Product description, this product can set up 2 invisible teleportation arrays that are impossible for ordinary people to detect. Only the host, and those authorized by the host, can use it. It can be used an unlimited number of times, and has a teleportation range of 100 kilometers. Price, 10,000 points. Lin Bei had only glanced at 2 items when he couldn't help but feel tempted. Without a doubt, both of these products are great. The price is a bit high. 500 points equals 50,000, and 10,000 points equals 1 million. The former is still within acceptable limits, but the latter, 1 million, is no small sum. Then, Lin Bei looked at the other items. It took him about a minute to look through all the items. 2 of the items successfully caught Lin Bei's attention. Calling them commodities is actually not quite accurate. More than products, it's an opportunity. Product name, Discover. Product description, this product can predict the type of dragon to be released next, one of many dragon species, including Eastern Dragon, Western Dragon, Sky Dragon, Emerald Dragon, Poison Dragon, etc., with 100% accuracy. You can purchase it once a week. Price, 500 points. Product name, Change. Product description, this product allows you to change the type of dragon you get next week, but the change is random. Each type of dragon has an equal chance of appearing, so what dragon you get depends entirely on luck. There is no limit to the number of purchases you can make each week. Price, 1,000 points per transaction. One is knowing what dragon you're about to get, and the other is changing the dragon you're about to get. Both can be very helpful, as long as you have enough points. You can even control the dragons you acquire later. If you want, you can totally form an Eastern Dragon squad. This kind of item is actually in the store? This is something I never expected. Immediately, Lin Bei couldn't resist the urge to give it a try. What if there's an unexpected bonus? System. Exchange for 5,000 points. Anyway, 5,000 points equals 500,000, so it's okay to use it for fun. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Byte. Redeem successful. 5,000 points were instantly credited to his account, and Lin Bei spoke without any hesitation. By discovery, 5,000 points became 4,500 points, and the purchase of the exploration was completed. Byte. Successfully detected. The dragon you will receive next week is an Eastern Dragon. Eastern Dragon. 1 by 1 is the Eastern Dragon. Although it is a very good dragon, Lin Bei wants other dragon species. It's not that he doesn't like Eastern dragons, but that he already has one. Another duplicate? It doesn't seem necessary. There's no need for it right now. Purchase 1 change. As the voice rang out, 1,000 points were crossed out, leaving only 3,500 points. Byte. You have been granted 1 opportunity to make changes. Should we use it now? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei simply nodded. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Byte. Change is successful. The dragon you will receive next week is a Western Dragon. Lin Bei was speechless. 1,000 points for a random chance to change the dragon's appearance. Is that an Eastern Dragon being changed into a Western Dragon? 1,000 points. That's 100,000. What a ripoff. He couldn't help but sigh. But then, a system notification sounded. Back to host. The result of random changes is uncertain. Getting a Western Dragon randomly means you're just unlucky. If you disagree, then you can become stronger as quickly as possible, and then you can purchase the specified modifications. Lin Bei was too lazy to argue with the system. One more time. Since he had decided to do it, he wanted to do it to his own satisfaction. Byte. You've been given 1 chance to make changes. Use now. Lin Bei nodded again. Byte. Change is successful. The dragon you will obtain next week is a bone dragon. Fine. The second time wasn't so bad. It did not change from a Western Dragon to an Eastern Dragon. Bone Dragon. It's a dragon species that I've heard about quite often. Not bad. Lin Bei was no stranger to what a bone dragon was. The bone dragon is a creature that appears in various films and television shows. If we consider Eastern dragons and Western dragons as dragons of the mortal realm. So, the bone dragon. It is without a doubt a dragon from the underworld. Although it is a dragon from the underworld, its power is in no way inferior to that of a dragon from the mortal realm. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with the final result, so he didn't make any further changes. After all, what he asked for was very simple, just not to get duplicate dragons in the early stages. A short while later, Lin Bei closed the system store and left his home. As for the Western dragon, it was then placed into the system space. He couldn't bear to leave the two dragons alone after such a big commotion today. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei returned to the pet market and entered the Beast Treasure Pavilion with a clear purpose. The moment he went inside, Zhao Shuai walked over and said with a smile, "Welcome." Only after he finished speaking did he realize that the person who came was an acquaintance. Lin Bei did something quite unusual yesterday, so Zhao Shuai was very impressed by it. "Huh? What brings you here?" "Let me explain in advance. The deposit is non-refundable." He subconsciously assumed that Lin Bei had come to ask for a refund. After all, only a little over 20 hours have passed. How could he possibly have earned millions? That should be one update today. I had 2 wisdom teeth extracted this morning, and it's really impacting my work. It's painful and worrying. Don't worry, I'll definitely make up for today's missed update once I recover. Hope you understand. Getting 2 wisdom teeth extracted really hurts. Chapter 32 Materials Acquired. Unexpected information. Actually, Zhao Shuai's idea is not wrong. It is entirely based on his own understanding. Yesterday, Li Kai revealed Lin Bei's talent and family background. That's why he has this understanding. A full 10 million. It's not something you can just get easily. While it's not a huge, terrifying amount, it depends on who it's for. How can an ordinary student accumulate 10 million in a short period of time? It's nothing short of daydreaming. Even if you borrowed, you couldn't borrow that much. Lin Bei was too lazy to argue with Zhao Shuai. He simply took out the account card he had obtained from the Huang family and said in a very calm tone, "Take it easy. I'm here to pay the balance." As he finished speaking, he handed the account card to Zhao Shuai. Seeing the account card Lin Bei handed him, Zhao Shuai subconsciously reached out and took it, looking at Lin Bei with suspicion. "Really? Don't mess with me." Despite some disbelief, he instinctively inserted his account card into the machine. The next moment, the numbers in the account card appeared. The current remaining balance in this account is 16 million. The proceeds from the sale of 50 magical beasts were all in his account card. Lin Bei hadn't used the 16.5 million when he treated Wang Yuling to dinner earlier. Later, when purchasing points, I spent 500,000. Instantly, Zhao Shuai couldn't help but exclaim, 16 million? How is that possible? For a moment, he wondered if he had seen it wrong. So he quickly rubbed his eyes and looked at the number again. But the numbers haven't changed at all. It's still 16 million. Glug. Zhao Shuai couldn't help but swallow hard, and also raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. It's true. He really does have 16 million in that card. The query machine cannot make a mistake, and he cannot misread it. That's just the truth. The young man in front of us did indeed obtain a large sum of money within a little over 20 hours. Unbelievable. It's really hard to understand. How could someone who seems so ordinary, whose awakened talent is useless, possibly accomplish such a thing? Could it be? Was she being kept by someone? Thinking of this, Zhao Shuai couldn't help but look Lin Bei up and down. His handsome features and perfect physique only confirmed his belief. He perfectly fits the criteria for being a gigolo. Gradually, Lin Bei became a little impatient, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Can you hurry up? I need it urgently." He didn't want to be stared at like that by a man. It made me feel very uncomfortable, as if I were looking at some rare species. Zhao Shuai quickly recovered, scratched his head awkwardly, and said politely, I'm sorry. I'll go pick up the goods right away." This is the only thing he can do now, whatever the reason for the funds. It's beyond his control. At most, you can only imagine it in your mind. 1 minute later, Zhao Shuai took the box containing the wings of the Gale Demon Bull and gently opened it. He pointed to the wings of the Gale Beast and said to Lin Bei with a smile, "I must say, what you did yesterday was absolutely right. Luckily, I paid a deposit of 2 million in advance. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to keep these wings until now." Zhao Shuai did this to ease the awkwardness. The most effective way to ease the awkwardness is to change the subject. That's why he brought this up. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly and asked with a hint of doubt, "Oh, is that so? What happened?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Shuai immediately chimed in. In a few days, an annual public auction will be held in the largest city nearby. Anyone can participate. This auction will last for a full week. All sorts of things, including magical beasts, materials, equipment, pills, and secret treasures, will appear at that auction. Someone came over this morning, wanting to buy these wings and some other materials at a low price, and then take them to that auction. He paused for 2 seconds at this point, then continued. If you want to get other materials, you can go to this auction and see if you can get something unexpected. In short, this auction is definitely going to be very lively and grand. This auction has been going on for many years, and many people participate every year. From powerful figures at the dean level to children from ordinary families. Even more items will be available for auction. Lin Bei kept this in mind, took the wings he had bought and the account card with only 6 million left, and left the shop. We have now gathered all the materials needed to synthesize the Western Dragon. The next dragon we get is a bone dragon. It seems. It's time to gather the right materials. He had already begun to silently ponder what materials to use to fuse with the bone dragon. Bone dragon. A very special kind of dragon. The materials used must not be too ordinary. It is essential to select suitable synthetic materials. Half an hour later, Lin Bei returned home. Everything is ready now, and we can begin the synthesis. However, it cannot be synthesized at home. When they successfully synthesized them one by one last time, the commotion was terrifying. It destroyed an entire bedroom. Finding a suitable place to synthesize something in a bustling city is no easy task. Best choice. We're going to the monster forest. And it's outside the safe zone. Only in this type of region is synthesis suitable. At least you don't have to worry about being seen by outsiders, even though you have to face a lot of monsters. But having Warcraft around isn't necessarily a bad thing. After making a decision in the shortest possible time, Lin Bei said to the system in his mind. System, redeem 10,000 points. Purchase the specified teleportation array. The next moment, 1 million yuan disappeared and turned into 10,000 points. Byte. Purchase of the designated teleportation array successful. Would you like to use it now? Lin Bei did not hesitate at all and chose to use it directly. Byte. This is the default first teleportation point. Please specify the second teleportation point. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Bei made a decision. The heart of the Warcraft forest. Set that place as the second teleportation point. The best option at this point is to choose the center point, as it is close to both the safe zone and the deepest point. The next moment, a teleportation array that only Lin Bei could see appeared, directly covering the entire living room. At the same time, he could also sense the presence of another teleportation array. Teleport. The teleportation array activated automatically the moment the words were spoken. 1 second later, Lin Bei appeared in the monster forest. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. I'll make up for the 2 chapters 10. Chapter 33 Western Dragon. Synthesis begins. The monster forest at night and the monster forest during the day are completely different places. During the day, at least there is light, so people don't feel too uneasy in it. At night, the monster forest is pitch black, and one can only barely see the surroundings by the dim moonlight. In this deep darkness, every now and then, a pair of blood-red pupils would light up, looking terrifying in the darkness. In addition, there are frequent roars, a strong smell of blood all around, and various other dangers. Standing in the very center of the monster forest, Lin Bei was observing his surroundings with a solemn expression. It took a while before they relaxed their guard a little. Because it's located in the center of the Warcraft forest, at the intersection of various areas, it's relatively safe. After all, monsters have territories and generally prefer to stay within their own territories. And the center point. Warcraft usually can't occupy it. Once a monster occupies the center point, the other monsters will feel challenged. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath and adjusted himself to normal. We must act quickly. With my current strength, I am not qualified to survive in a place like this. If you stay there for a long time, the level of danger is far too high. The next moment, he released both the Western Dragon and EE from the system space. The moment the 2 dragons appeared, they flapped their wings and took flight in the night sky. Both dragons were very excited. They loved this open environment. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei took out the Thunderbird wings and the Gale Demon Bull wings and neatly placed them on the ground directly in front of him. System. Use the synthesis function. Finally, the Western Dragons are to be synthesized. He had been looking forward to it for a very, very long time. Please select the materials for synthesis. Just state their name. Each crafting requires at least 3 materials. The system notification had barely faded when Lin Bei's voice rang out. First material, Western Baby Dragon. The second material, Thunderbird Wings. The third material, Gale Demon Bull Wings. These are the ones I've decided on. Whoosh. Whether it was the Western Dragon in the sky or the 2 winged materials on the ground, they were all enveloped in white light at the same time, becoming 3 white orbs of different sizes, easily illuminating the dim night sky. About 3 seconds later, the 3 white orbs of light began to move and quickly merged together to form a larger orb of light. The ball of light floated silently in the air, as if it had fallen into a state of stillness. Fight. In progress. Host, please wait patiently. After staring at the white ball of light in the sky for a few seconds, Lin Bei's heart grew increasingly heavy. Because this ball of light is too bright. It's bright, and there's no difference between daytime and nighttime. Hopefully this won't cause any trouble. After all, such a strange scene appearing in the darkness would easily arouse the curiosity of other beings, whether it's a human or a monster. But it's better to craft in the Warcraft forest than in the city. Lin Bei's purpose in coming to the Warcraft world was not just to synthesize a Western dragon. He had another purpose. A purpose that may also involve risks. Get down. Phew. Phew. They flapped their wings and landed on the ground, looking at their master with some curiosity, wondering what they were going to do. After casually touching Yi's dragon head, Lin Bei took out an item from the system space. This item is a large pile of meat chunks. Meat pellets made by mixing and compressing the flesh of various magical beasts. These were the baby dragon feeds obtained when they were successfully synthesized one by one. Obviously, baby dragon food is used to raise baby dragons. He didn't stop there. Instead, he opened the system store again. Exchange all remaining points for beast spirit pills. At this point, you have 2,500 points, enough to exchange for 5 beast spirit pills from the system. Ding. Redemption successful. The 5 beast spirit pills have been placed in the system space, and your points have been cleared. Soon, Lin Bei took out 5 beast spirit pills and placed them together with the young dragon feed. Smelling the enticing scent emanating from the beast spirit pill and the young dragon feed, couldn't help but let out a soft hum. The humming was filled with intense joy and excitement. Since being tamed by Lin Bei, has not eaten anything. Dragons are living beings too. They also need to eat. Although it can survive by absorbing its owner's energy, the effect is naturally much worse than regular food replenishment. Eat. The moment Lin Bei finished speaking, opened its huge dragon mouth and swallowed all 5 beast spirit pills and young dragon feed in one gulp. Glug. Glug. In no time at all, a large amount of food was gone. A look of human-like satisfaction appeared on Yi's dragon face. Just then, the system notification sounded. Fight. Half of the growth points remain before reaches the next stage. Please nurture him further, host. At the same time, a progress bar appeared on Yi's dragon body. Name, Yi. Race, dragon. Status, infancy, 50% of growth potential. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty, never betraying. The words that were originally in parentheses after early childhood were the 4 words indicating the weakest period, but now they have changed dramatically to 50% growth value. System. Explain. The system responded quickly. Growth value is a unique ability of this system. Once the growth value reaches 100 and a certain number of points are spent, the pet will advance to the next stage. This feature is only available to pets issued through this system. The things you just fed successfully increased Yi's growth value by 50%. Of this, 25% was provided by the young dragon feed, and 25% by the 5 beast spirit pills. In an instant, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. If this function is used properly, then the dragon's growth rate will inevitably be terrifyingly fast. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a unique advantage. Other people's pets, although they can consume beast spirit pills, their growth rate is very slow. Even if one were to consume 100 beast spirit pills at once, it would not be possible to achieve such terrifying growth. So, there's absolutely no comparison. Having figured out all the advantages, Lin Bei excitedly clenched his fists tightly. Marvelous. I can definitely help and the Western Dragon grow to the next stage. Thinking of this, he spoke again. Convert all the remaining funds into points. Chapter 34 Evolve, 1 by 1. Are you sure you want to convert the remaining 5 million into 50,000 points? Obviously. The system was somewhat surprised by this. 5 million, not $5. Lin Bei's mind was made up, and not even 9 dragons could pull him back. Exchange. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Byte. Redeem successful. The 5 million funds have been converted into 50,000 points. Even though he lost 5 million at once, Lin Bei didn't show any sign of distress. Because he knew it very well in his heart. It was all worth it. Compared to this limited amount of money, the growth of the dragon is more important. As long as the dragon grows strong enough. Are you still afraid of not having money? Since 5 Beast Spirit Pills can provide 25% growth value, then a Beast Spirit Pill can provide 5% of growth value. To obtain the remaining 50% of growth value, you only need to exchange for 10 more Beast Spirit Pills. It takes 500 points, or 50,000, to exchange for a Beast Spirit Pill. 10 of them equal 5,000 points. That's 500,000 yuan. Actually, it's not expensive at all. System, exchange for 10 Beast Spirit Pills. The system completed the exchange in less than a breath. Byte. 10 Beast Spirit Pills successfully redeemed. Automatically saved to system space. Lin Bei first closed the system shop, then opened the system space and took out the 10 Beast Spirit Pills stored there. However, instead of feeding it directly to EE, he first asked the system, would there be any drawbacks to using this method to help them grow? Although I want to make EE stronger. But the premise is that it is harmless and has no side effects. Host, you can rest assured. Absolutely no side effects. Because the products of this system are absolutely perfect. In addition, you can sell the Beast Spirit Pills in this system to other people. Although the effect will be reduced by 80%, it can still play a decent role. Only after confirming that there were no side effects did Lin Bei feel relieved. Subsequently, he simply took the 10 Beast Spirit Pills in his hand and looked at EE, who was beaming with joy. While stroking the large and hard dragon head, he said in a gentle tone, eat if you want. Glug. Glug. EE couldn't resist the temptation of the food either, and once again opened her mouth wide, swallowing 10 Beast Spirit Pills in one gulp. As the Beast Spirit Pill was swallowed and instantly absorbed and digested, the system notification sounded once again. Byte. EE's growth value has reached 100%. The host can directly spend 10,000 points to evolve it to the next stage. Has it evolved? In less than the blink of an eye, Lin Bei had already given his answer. Evolution. The original purpose of doing all this was to allow each element to evolve. So there's nothing to hesitate about. Actually, it's only a matter of time before they evolve. No, not just one. The same applies to Western dragons. The same applies to the bone dragons and other dragons that will be obtained later. Everything that can evolve must evolve. Does this mean we'll always be stuck in what's known as the weakest period of childhood? Byte. 10,000 points have been deducted. EE will enter its evolutionary state in 3 seconds. The timing of this evolution is unclear. During this period, please protect yourself. As long as you are safe, the dragon will be fine. This kind of thing. Lin Bei naturally knew better than anyone else. Rest assured. 3 seconds later, a golden light emanated from EE, enveloping it entirely. It was also wrapped up into a spherical shape. It also floated in midair, arranged side by side with the Western dragon. The forest, which was originally illuminated and turned white, is now half golden. Byte. Undergoing evolution. Please wait patiently, host. Thump. Thump. After walking a few steps, Lin Bei sat down next to a large rock and began to wait. While waiting, he was also calculating. To evolve from the weakest stage to the next stage, you need to feed it a total of 20 Beast Spirit Pills from the system, which is equivalent to 10,000 points. There are still 10,000 points needed for the final evolution. 2 kinds combined. That's a full 20,000 points. 20,000 points equals 2 million. The cost to enable a dragon to complete its first evolution is 2 million. A price that a fortune teller can accept in Lin Bei. But he also knew very well. This is just the very first evolution. As for subsequent evolution, that's definitely not the case. Forget it, I don't want to think about it too much. Anyway, the money was spent where it was needed. I should try to make more money in the future. Meanwhile, the 6 deans and the 4 families who had spent a whole day in the monster forest all witnessed a strange scene that suddenly appeared in the center of the monster forest. It lit up for no reason, and it even displayed both gold and white colors. Obviously, something must have happened. The first dean casually crushed the head of a black ice demon hunter bear, wiping the blood from its mouth as he did so. After taking a deep breath, he pointed to the center of the monster forest and said to the other 5 deans nearby, "Let's go take a look there." Something must have happened there. Maybe the dragon is there. He had been busy all day but hadn't achieved anything, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated and disappointed. That's why this decision was made. After a few seconds of deliberation, the other 5 deans made their decisions one after another. Okay, let's go take a look. Anyway, it's better than wandering around in the Warcraft forest. And there was such a commotion there. It will inevitably attract a lot of attention, and that Western dragon is very likely to go there. It will take about half an hour to get there, so let's set off as soon as possible. Soon, several deans sprang into action. The same actions were taken by the senior members of the 4 major families who had already dispersed, and some other people who also stayed in the Warcraft forest. Crisis. Approaching. Time passed by second, and 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, while Lin Bei and the others were getting rather bored, the white sphere of light that enveloped the Western dragon and its 2 other wings finally began to move. Click, click. On the huge white ball of light, cracks, each about the thickness of an arm, appeared one after another. Instantly, Lin Bei stood up from the rock and excitedly looked up at the white ball of light. It seems. Synthesis successful. Chapter 35 The 6-winged black dragon appears. Click, click. More and more cracks emerged from the white orb of light. At a glance, like an eggshell that has been pecked open from the inside by a chick, it could break through at any moment. Call. Lin Bei's breathing unconsciously became a little heavier, and he stared at the huge ball of light without blinking. Even though his eyes were stinging, he had no intention of avoiding it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Another half-minute passed, and the cracks had completely covered the entire ball of light. The dense cracks looked somewhat frightening. However, that was the end of it. The cracks did not continue to multiply. At this moment, Lin Bei also understood what was going on and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's coming out. The instant his words fell, the cracked ball of light shattered instantly, scattering countless tiny white fragments onto the ground, much like a long-awaited blizzard. At the very center of these countless fragments of light, a colossal figure appeared. At first glance, the massive black shadow resembled a small mountain. Its length is at least 10 meters. Even its height is over 8 meters. And you can even see 6 wings. Just then, the system notification sounded. Bite. Congratulations, host. The synthesis was successful. At the same time, all the white light in the sky dissipated, revealing the Western dragon hidden within. The synthesized Western dragon immediately raised its head and let out a long roar, the sound as loud as thunder exploding in one's ears. The dragon's roar instantly spread in all directions. It spread to a very, very far distance. The 6 deans and members of the 4 major families, who were traveling in the monster forest, naturally heard the dragon's roar. Immediately, they became even more certain of their suspicions. Dragon. It's definitely the sound of a dragon. The direction from which we hear the signal is where we need to go. It seems our guess was right. The dragon is in the heart of the monster forest. Let's go. Let's get there right away. At that time, a fight is inevitable. After confirming the existence of dragons in the heart of the Warcraft forest, the excitement in these people grew stronger and stronger. Even their speed of movement increased significantly. Lin Bei, however, was completely unaware of this, and was simply looking up at the Western dragon. At this time, he has already seen the synthesized Western dragon. A Western dragon with a full 6 wings. These 6 wings don't look very different from each other. They are all made up of a mixture of black, blue, and green. The 3 colors are interspersed in an orderly manner, without appearing chaotic at all. Instead, it has a unique sense of mystery. Call. Call. Now, these 6 wings are flapping rhythmically, producing a sound comparable to a force 10 gale. As the 6 wings flapped, blue lightning flashed and blue gales howled in the sky around the Western dragon. The sky turned gloomy. Countless leaves fell to the ground. Terrifying. And the jet black scales that originally covered the back of the Western dragon have also changed significantly. On each scale, they were all wreathed in faint blue lightning visible to the naked eye. It's not just the scales that have lightning. Even its limbs and head were surrounded by lightning. It resembles a dragon born from lightning. This is the Western dragon after successful synthesis. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with this, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He raised his right arm and waved to the Western dragon in the sky, saying, "Get down." Thump. The next moment, the Western dragon obediently landed on the ground. The blue lightning and green gale that had enveloped its body dissipated together, and the thunder and gale in the sky also disappeared. The Western Dragon, controlling its enormous head, gently touched Lin Bei's body. Those eyes, a mix of white, blue, and green, were filled with nothing but intense joy and excitement. It also emitted a series of whimpering sounds, like it was being affectionate. Lin Bei looked at the Western Dragon with a smile on his face, and slowly reached out a hand to touch the dragon's head. Instantly, a message entered his mind. It was information about Western dragons. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon, Western dragon, black dragon. Status, infancy, weakest period. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty, never betraying. Abilities, possesses the powerful strength of a Western black dragon, and can also control lightning and gales. Its speed and destructive power are extremely strong. Introduction, its true form is a black dragon from the west, which later fused with the wings of a thunderbird and the wings of a raging demon bull, allowing it to unleash its strongest power in the sky. Although it is only composed of a dragon and 2 wings, it is already quite powerful. The only drawback, that is, the weakest period of childhood. Even with powerful methods and terrifying talent, the power they can unleash is greatly limited. If it were an hour ago, Lin Bei probably wouldn't have known what to do. But things are different now. He knows how to help the dragon grow. We need to ensure that the Western Dragon, like EE, grows to the next stage. But before that, let's give it a name first. It's somewhat inappropriate to keep calling it Western Dragon all the time. Upon hearing that Lin Bei was going to name him, a glint of light flashed in the Western Dragon's eyes. Call. Call. Its 6 wings flapped excitedly, clearly delighted. Actually, it had wanted a name for a long time. Don't rush. I'm thinking of a name for you. After saying that, Lin Bei fell into thought, thinking about what name to choose. The reason we named EE was because EE was the first dragon, hence the name EE. But Western dragons, we can't exactly call him second to, can we? The scene of the Western Dragon appearing just now kept replaying in his mind. The 6 wings flapped rhythmically, surrounded by thunder and gale force winds. The more I recall this scene, the name in Lin Bei's heart grew stronger. Finally, after thinking for about 10 seconds, he made a decision. Lin Bei raised his hand again to touch the huge head of the Western Dragon, and said with a light laugh, "After, your name will be Lu Shun." The number 6 is derived from the 6 wings of the Western Dragon. The reason for this is that the Western Dragon's appearance amidst the lightning and gale just now resembled a god descending from the heavens. The Western Dragon vigorously tapped its massive head, offering no objection whatsoever. From now on, it's called Lu Shun. Chapter 36. The uninvited guest arrives. Lin Bei gave the name 6 Gods of the Western Dragon, with no intention of making fun of it. Absolutely not. In fact, the name Lu Shun is quite fitting. It's both powerful and catchy. Your real name is Lu Shun, but I usually call you Xiao Lu. This is my pet name for you. Call. Call. Xiao Lu was simply flapping its wings happily, without any objection. It likes the powerful name Lu Shun and the endearing name Xiao Lu. After a while, only then did Lu Shun notice EE, who was enveloped in a golden light. In just a moment, it knew what had happened. After all, Xiao Lu and EE are both dragons and products of the system, so they are naturally aware of certain things. Immediately, Xiao Lu became eager to try, and quickly turned to look at Lin Bei again. His large dragon eyes surprisingly held a hint of pitifulness. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. He had originally planned to let Xiao Lu advance to the next level as well, but he hadn't had a chance to ask yet. Xiao Lu had this idea on his own. That's great, but it saves some effort. While stroking Xiao Lu's hard scales, Lin Bei said to the system, "System, exchange it. Exchange for 20 beast spirit pills directly. The remaining points are 35,000, which is enough to allow EE to evolve once." Soon, the system notification sounded. Bite. Redeem successful. 20 beast spirit pills have been redeemed using 10,000 points. The beast spirit pills that have been redeemed have been automatically stored in the system space. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 points were used up. They really spend money like water. Despite feeling a little heartache, Lin Bei never regretted it. He took 20 beast spirit pills from his system space and said to Xiao Lu, who was staring wide-eyed beside him, eat up, eat up. These are all yours." The next moment, Xiao Lu opened his mouth wide and swallowed all 20 pills in one gulp. Glug! Glug! In an instant, All the beast spirit pills were swallowed. The system notification tone then sounded. Bite. The 6 gods growth value has reached 100%, meeting the criteria for evolution. The host can directly spend 10,000 points to evolve it to the next stage. Shall we evolve now? Has it evolved? This is a question that doesn't need to be asked. There's only one answer. Tread. Tread. Just as Lin Bei was about to evolve the Western Dragon, footsteps came from the forest directly in front of him. The footsteps were chaotic and frequent, clearly indicating that there was more than one person. Moreover, most of the footsteps were very light, unlike the sound of human footsteps. Along with the sound of footsteps came a rough, startled cry from a man. Holy crap! It really is a dragon. And it doesn't look like an ordinary dragon. It looks somewhat like a legendary Western dragon, but it has 6 wings. Awesome. It looks really awesome. However, this dragon is a bit small. It should be a juvenile dragon. What luck! What incredible luck! Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's brows furrowed instantly. A cold expression appeared on his face. The thing I least wanted to see has finally happened. His original purpose in coming to the monster forest was to avoid attracting the attention of others. Some things are simply beyond our control. Actually, if we had chosen a different day, things would have gone much more smoothly. After all, very few people would stay in the Warcraft forest at night. This kind of thing only happened because news of a dragon came out today. Why? Since we can't avoid it, let's face it. As Lin Bei uttered those words, he had already mentally prepared himself. If they are enemies, then kill. The visitor didn't even notice Lin Bei's presence, because all his attention was focused on Xiao Lu. Moreover, Lin Bei was standing on the other side of Xiao Lu, out of his sight. Haha, even the heavens are protecting me. The dragon actually appeared in the place closest to me. It will take at least 20 minutes for those guys to arrive. I can capture this dragon within these 20 minutes. Thump, thump. Immediately afterwards, another burst of chaotic footsteps sounded. Xiao Lu also turned around at this moment and looked at the uninvited guest. At the same time, because Xiao Lu moved, Lin Bei's previously obstructed view became clearer. Naturally. Then they saw this uninvited guest. He spoke first. You want to capture my dragon? Did you get my permission? Those who came. It was Huang Feilong from the Huang family. The Huang family member who had previously noticed Lin Bei and Zhao Qi's transaction. At this moment, he also saw Lin Bei standing next to Xiao Lu. In an instant, Huang Feilong recognized Lin Bei. He abruptly stopped, staring at Lin Bei in astonishment, and said in a very surprised tone, Are you that student? Why are you here? What is the relationship between that dragon and you? Why didn't he attack you? Even Huang Feilong himself didn't notice that he was stuttering a little when he spoke. Lin Bei was clearly just a freshman. But now they get along so well with the dragon? That dragon was obedient. It's like being a dog. After the initial shock subsided, Huang Feilong suddenly realized what Lin Bei had just said. Etc. You mean, is this dragon yours? No. Impossible. Huang Feilong instinctively wanted to deny the matter, because the possibility of it was infinitely close to zero. How could a poor student who has just awakened possibly tame a dragon? And it's a dragon that looks very special. He had read a lot of information about dragons, but there was not a single record of this kind of dragon. Lin Bei coldly stared at Huang Feilong, his expression slightly grave. Because Huang Feilong was accompanied by 15 wolves. All kinds of wolves. Clawed wind wolf. 8-eyed and 3-tailed wolf. Dead tree wolf. The larger ones are as big as a bear, while the smaller ones are only the size of a cat. These are not ordinary wolves. If any conflict occurs, they will inevitably be besieged by a pack of wolves. Although these wolves are all injured to some extent, they should not be underestimated. Xiao Lu was well aware of the seriousness of the matter. The 6 wings enveloped Lin Bei in the center, their purpose being to protect Lin Bei's safety. Its gaze toward Huang Feilong and the wolf pack was filled with endless, chilling killing intent. After a long while, Huang Feilong returned to normal. Even if you don't want to accept it, you have no choice but to accept this reality. After all, judging from Xiao Lu's performance, they're completely protecting their master. Chapter 37 First Battle. Wind and Thunder Howl. Lin Bei knew very well that a battle was inevitable. Judging from Huang Feilong's behavior, he was clearly after the dragon. Sixth brother, get ready. At the same time, Huang Feilong, realizing what was happening, looked at Lin Bei with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Call. His breathing became rapid, and his fists clenched tightly with excitement. Right now there is only one student and one line. As long as we kill that student, Then, the dragon is mine. The more Huang Feilong thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as we have this dragon, he can then take off completely. The Huang family can then take off completely. Without a doubt, this is a tremendous opportunity. Call. After taking a deep breath, he resisted the urge to attack immediately and chose to try diplomacy first. Hello, I'm from the Huang family. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently hand over the dragon, and our Huang family will give you some appropriate compensation. Or you'll die here. There are only these two options. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised by Huang Feilong's identity, and couldn't help but mutter. The Huang family. Let's see what you're really up to. Whether it's one person or a group of people coming from the opposite side, he won't be foolish enough to hand over the dragon. Because from the very beginning, Lin Bei was in an invincible position. With the teleportation array, he could leave with Yi and Xiao Lu at any time. Then, Lin Bei responded. Give me the dragon? Just because I'm your father doesn't mean I have to spoil you. His words thoroughly enraged the other party. Instantly, Huang Feilong's brows furrowed, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. His forehead was covered in wrinkles, and veins bulged out, making him look rather ferocious and menacing. Snort. You fool who doesn't know what's good for him. The next moment, Huang Feilong raised his hand and pointed directly at Lin Bei, giving an order to the surrounding wolf pack that was poised to attack. Kill. The dragon must be alive. People have to die. The moment the words fell, 15 different wolves, as if they had all gone mad, pounced on Lin Bei and Xiao Lu, who were not far away. Awo, awo. The piercing howls of wolves echoed continuously throughout the monster forest. Several figures, faster than supercars, moved continuously, and Lin Bei could only barely see a few afterimages. After all, his strength is still very weak, and he cannot see these things yet. Huang Feilong is no nobody. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the monster forest. His strength. In the Huang family, they could be considered above average. They are even called the Huang family wolves by some people, because they often do things that are not respectable. Despite this, Lin Bei remained calm, standing there with a composed expression, and said to Xiao Lu, who stood beside him with a very serious expression. Xiao Lu, there's no need to hold anything back. Fight with all your might. He will not refuse this battle. Because from the beginning until now, Yi and Xiao Lu have not experienced any decent battles. What I did in the Warcraft forest before was just a small-scale operation. This is a great opportunity. Not only will Xiao Lu participate in the battle, but Yi will also be able to evolve at any time. Moo. Xiao Lu raised its enormous dragon head and roared angrily at the sky. Then it charged forward, its target the scattered wolf pack. Huang Feilong watched all this, a slight smile curving his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. Although it's a dragon, it's only a young one. How could it possibly be a match for my wolf pack? Even the weakest wolf in my pack is still a wolf in its prime. Even if it's not in good condition, it's not something a young dragon can handle. He remained completely calm. Wolves are inherently difficult to deal with. They are both united and ferocious. Moreover, this is a pack of 15 powerful wolves, making them extremely difficult to deal with. In all of Huang Feilong's past battles, he was always able to emerge victorious in the end. All enemies. They will all be devoured by the wolf pack. In this world, not only are there clear distinctions in the strength levels of humans, but the same applies to magical beasts. And the classification of Warcraft is even more complicated. One way to distinguish them is by growth stage, which can be roughly divided into juvenile stage, weak stage, mature stage, adult stage, complete stage, and so on. Secondly, based on strength level, they are roughly divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, beast king, beast emperor, and so on. This is the classification method known to most people. However, only a few people know about the higher levels that follow. Growth status and strength level are closely related. Generally speaking, young monsters are all at the beginner level, weak monsters are all at the intermediate level, and mature monsters are mostly at the advanced level. That's why Huang Feilong is so confident. A juvenile dragon? Even if it's incredibly strong, so what? How could they possibly handle 15 high-level wolves? Dragon. I'm also afraid of a pack of wolves. At that very moment, Xiao Lu made contact with the wolf pack. The 15 wolves were very united and immediately made Xiao Lu their primary target. They stood in rows around Xiao Lu, surrounding him in the center, their sharp, sword-like claws gleaming coldly in the night. After a standoff of about 3 seconds, the wolf pack moved. A bloodthirsty giant wolf with fur as red as blood instantly grew several times larger, reaching a size comparable to Xiao Lu. The next moment, it approached Xiao Lu and swung its sharp claws down. At the same time, the other 14 wolves also sprang into action, some with venom seeping from their claws, others with flames burning on their paws. All sorts of abilities were unleashed at this moment, clearly showing no mercy whatsoever. Huang Feilong, who had been observing all of this, nodded with great satisfaction. Good. We should be able to defeat this dragon in one round. Because what we are facing is a dragon. So he doesn't intend to hold back at all. After all, the dragon is a symbol of power. It's not just strength, but also vitality. Seeing the pack of wolves closing in on him, Xiao Lu's two enormous dragon eyes were filled with nothing but rage. It was just a few wolves and one person. How dare they openly display murderous intent towards their master? Court death. The next moment, Xiao Lu unfurled all 6 of its wings at full power. Moment. Each of its wings was accompanied by lightning and gale force winds. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered 100 meters in the sky, and streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. Whoosh. A fierce wind surged in from all directions, ravaging the heart of the monster forest. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Although it was only a small area of sky, Huang Feilong quickly looked up at the sky, and his heart sank as an uncontrollable sense of crisis rose within him. Chapter 38. Nearing completion of evolution. Can lightning and wind be controlled? What kind of dragon is this? And how could someone in their early childhood cause such a commotion? That's terrifying. What would happen if it grew up? The more Huang Feilong knew about Xiao Lu's power, the stronger his greed became. If we can really succeed, the Huang family will definitely become invincible. Just as he was about to look at the Western Dragon again, he suddenly saw the golden ball of light formed by the stars in the sky. Huang Feilong was immediately taken aback, feeling quite surprised by this. When he first arrived, his attention was completely drawn to Xiao Lu, and he didn't notice the golden ball of light in the sky. Huh, what is this thing again? Why is it floating quietly in the air? That's really strange. However, Huang Feilong doesn't have the extra energy to deal with these things right now. He just wanted the wolf pack to defeat Xiao Lu. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, whose entire body was enveloped in lightning and gales, was engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. Boom, boom. The lightning bolts exploded like machine gun fire, mercilessly striking the bodies of one wolf after another. Any wolf struck by this lightning will have its fur burned off instantly, and its flesh will be severely damaged. Burning or blackening are considered relatively mild. Most burns will occur, and the flesh will rot. And while lightning continued to strike, the gale was also tearing at those wounds. This is absolutely adding insult to injury. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In just a short while, at least 5 wolves had been wounded, and blood was dripping from their wounds onto the ground. Because of the strong winds and lightning, the wolf pack was unable to launch an effective attack on Xiao Lu. All we can do is keep dodging. After all, Xiao Lu is now unleashing his full power, showing no intention of holding back. That's why lightning and strong winds are so violent and terrifying. This high-intensity attack, it can only last a few minutes at most. Once all his strength is exhausted, Xiao Lu will have no choice but to fight hand-to-hand. Moreover, the wolf pack had already suffered injuries of varying degrees, which limited their ability to exert power. How could someone who ventured deep into the safe zone not get injured? The fact that none of them died demonstrates their immense strength. Having experienced many battles, Huang Feilong quickly saw through the mystery and understood why this had happened. Even though he knew everything, he was still filled with surprise. This is incredibly powerful, beyond my wildest imagination. It's just a young dragon, yet it has left my 15 beloved wolves in such a sorry state. Some injuries have even worsened, although it won't last long. As expected of a dragon, Huang Feilong was not worried about losing. He only needed to stall for time to win. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon Lin Bei at the very back. However, Huang Feilong did not see even the slightest bit of panic in Lin Bei. Not only that, he even saw a confident smile on Lin Bei's face. The situation seemed very strange. Is he mentally ill? He's still laughing. You'll be crying later. Suppressing the intense doubt welling up inside him, Huang Feilong looked at Xiao Lu again. At this moment, Xiao Lu was still attacking with all his might. As it approached the wolf-like magical beast, it unleashed lightning and gales. Boom, boom. The once smooth ground was now a mess. riddled with large holes from lightning strikes. There is a huge gap between childhood and adulthood. It's like a child facing a young person. And it was just a child facing 15 young men. There are insurmountable gaps in every aspect. There are differences in strength, speed, combat experience, and so on. Even if that child is exceptionally talented, it's difficult to bridge this gap. Oh, what a pity. If it weren't for the fact that the family's plan is so important, I wouldn't be willing to let this dragon die. The reason Lin Bei is smiling now is because he is very satisfied with Xiao Lu's power. He was able to single-handedly defeat 15 high-level wolf-type magical beasts. This is truly beyond the realm of common sense. More importantly, Xiao Lu has the upper hand. You should know, Xiao Lu has only just been successfully synthesized. Their control over their own power can only be described as rudimentary. Given enough time to train and grow, it will become stronger and stronger. In short, the future is limitless. I should think carefully about the follow-up plan after I get back. There's no need to stay in the academy all the time. Thinking of this, Lin Bei looked up at the sky. I spotted it immediately as it was evolving. Although he couldn't see the scene inside, he could sense its presence. At this moment, Yi's presence is growing stronger and stronger. It far surpasses what it was before evolution. At least a tenfold or more improvement. It won't be long. One by one, the evolution will be complete. I wonder just how powerful Yi will become after her evolution. Lin Bei's intuition told him. The evolution of dragons is absolutely different from the evolution of other magical beasts. Just then, the system notification sounded. Fight! Attention, host! Yi will complete its evolution in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, seeing that the enemy kept dodging while his attacks kept missing, Xiao Lu finally learned to be smarter. It locked onto the enlarged, bloodthirsty giant wolf from before. Since we can't fight a whole group, let's fight one at a time. The next moment, Little Six flapped its wings and its limbs moved rapidly on the ground, controlling all the lightning and wind as it attacked the bloodthirsty giant wolf. It doesn't fly in the air because it feels it's unnecessary. While flying in the air may make you stronger, you lose the opportunity to hone your skills. After all, these wolves. It's very difficult to attack from the air. In just a few seconds, Xiao Lu reached the bloodthirsty giant wolf's side, raised its two huge claws, and stepped on the wolf's back. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down hard on the bloodthirsty giant wolf's neck. At the same time, a massive surge of violent lightning and gale-force winds swept in, enveloping Xiao Lu and the bloodthirsty giant wolf within. Boom! The lightning exploded instantly, filling the entire center with its light. It took a full 5 seconds for the lightning to slowly disappear. And that bloodthirsty giant wolf? At this moment, it had turned completely black, and all the hair on its body had been burned off. Obviously, it's dead. It is all the remaining wind and thunder power that Xiao Lu possesses. It used all its power at once, just to see just how strong it really was. Because when Lin Bei learned that Yi was about to complete her evolution, Xiao Lu also learned of this news. Chapter 39 Evolution Complete. Rewards received. Hiss. Seeing the bloodthirsty giant wolf that had turned almost indistinguishable from charcoal, Huang Feilong instinctively gasped. Goosebumps instantly appeared on my back, along with individual hairs standing on end. The bloodthirsty giant wolf was actually killed? That's too strong. Even among the 15 wolves he possessed, the bloodthirsty giant wolf was among the strongest. But now, it has been killed by a juvenile dragon? And it was a very tragic way to die. Therefore, Huang Feilong gained a clearer understanding of Xiao Lu's strength. It's more powerful than I ever imagined. Glug. He swallowed hard, and said with a sigh. No wonder there are so many records about dragons. So it was all true after all. Dragon. It is the strongest creature. Not only was Huang Feilong stunned, but the other 14 wolves were also stunned. They have forgotten exactly how long it has been since they witnessed the death of their companion. In previous battles, at most he would only be injured. The wolf pack was immediately enraged. Oh. The howling of wolves continued to ring out. Every wolf howl was filled with rage. At the same time, the lightning and gale surrounding Xiao Lu disappeared, and even the sky returned to its original calm. Instantly, Huang Feilong's eyes widened, and he quickly figured out what was going on. Have you exhausted all your strength? This is truly divine intervention. What does losing a wolf matter if we can catch this dragon? Once he hands the dragon over to his family, he will surely receive an extremely generous reward. At that time, you can't just buy as many wolves as you want, can you? Thump, thump. Xiao Lu glared at Huang Feilong with great dissatisfaction, then turned around and quickly ran back to its master's side. The moment it arrived beside Lin Bei, it unfolded its 6 wings, firmly protecting Lin Bei inside, revealing only its calm face. It's like wearing a full suit of armor. Buzz. Xiao Lu let out a low growl, his voice filled with grievance. Because it felt it had performed poorly, having only managed to kill 1 wolf despite its best efforts. That's so embarrassing. Lin Bei, who shares a deep understanding with Xiao Lu, knows exactly what's going on. He slowly raised his head, calmly looked at the dejected Xiao Lu, and chuckled as he offered words of comfort. 6th grader, that's already pretty good. After all, you haven't evolved yet. Although Xiao Lu was not satisfied with his performance, Lin Bei was quite satisfied. That's really impressive. Hearing this, Xiao Lu was no longer so disappointed. Because Xiao Lu stopped attacking, the remaining 14 wolves no longer needed to hide. They glared fiercely at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu as they ran back to Huang Feilong's vicinity. The wolves will not launch an attack without clear instructions. Huang Feilong looked at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu with a playful expression, and his whole demeanor had returned to normal. There was no longer any surprise or panic. Because he was now quite certain that Xiao Lu's power had been exhausted and that he could no longer exert the same strength as before. As for Lin Bei, then it poses even less of a threat. The wolf pack could easily take him out. As joy gradually filled his heart, Huang Feilong couldn't help but become arrogant. Hey, what are you doing? They actually chose to defend? Could it be that they knew they couldn't escape? So you had no choice but to play defensively? Defense. It's completely useless. Even if a dragon has the strongest defense, it cannot withstand the attack of 14 wolves, which is why he said those words. Everything must be won. Success is only a matter of time. But then, Lin Bei then responded. In a sense, we were indeed on the defensive. However, you're wrong about one thing. We are on guard. It wasn't you and those wolves. He didn't lie. The reason for the defense was indeed not because of the wolves. But Huang Feilong didn't think so. He simply took Lin Bei's words as a case of being too proud to admit defeat. Snort. Even at a time like this, you're still being stubborn? Whatever, it doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway. The moment he finished speaking, Huang Feilong raised his hand and pointed directly at Lin Bei, then gave an order to the wolf pack beside him. Attack. Kill that man. The next moment, the 14 wolves moved at the same time, each one pouncing fiercely towards Lin Bei and Xiao Lu. It probably won't take more than a few seconds for the wolf pack to get their prey. Despite the impending crisis, Lin Bei and Xiao Lu took no action. And a mocking smile even appeared on Lin Bei's face. It was as if it were mocking the wolves' ignorance. Seeing Lin Bei's smile, Huang Feilong's heart sank, and a very bad premonition arose. What happened? Why do I always feel like something's not right? Damn it. Just as the 14 wolves were less than 3 meters away from Xiao Lu, the system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind once again. Fight. Congratulations, host. Evolution complete. Fight. Congratulations, host, on completing your first juvenile evolution. You are hereby rewarded with an evolution gift pack. The gift pack has been sent and placed in the system space. The host can open it at any time. Although he had received another seemingly great gift package, Lin Bei didn't have time to open it right now. Before we can open the big gift package, we must first resolve the current crisis. He looked up at the sky, where the golden light began to dim and would soon disappear completely. Oh, it's your turn to perform. Buzz. The moment the words fell, a deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the entire magical beast forest. At the same time, the golden light burst open. Countless golden fragments drifted in the air, adorning the pitch-black night sky with patches of dazzling golden light. Absolutely stunning. Because of the loud noise, it easily attracted the attention of everyone around. Huang Feilong looked up at the sky, and the 14 wolves also looked up at the sky. Even the 6 deans and others who were rushing over from afar looked up at the sky. The only difference is that the former can see everything clearly, while the latter can only see the dazzling light. Upon seeing Yi emerge from the golden light, Huang Feilong's eyes widened to their maximum, and he stood frozen in place as if his body had been frozen. Chapter 40 Battle, 1 by 1 Powerful. After evolving, Yi's body size increased by at least twice, reaching a total length of 5 meters. The number of yellowish-brown scales increased dramatically, arranged neatly in a dense mass, and looked much harder than before. The fiery red patterns on it became more intricate, resembling some kind of extremely mysterious symbol. The 4 dragon claws were even larger, exuding a fierce aura. The dragon's whiskers have also grown much, much longer, and the color has also turned fiery red. This is the evolved form of Yi. It looks much more powerful than before. Glug, glug, glug. As Huang Feilong watched Yi flying through the air, his atoms apple bobbed up and down as if it were coated with lubricant. Even his upper and lower teeth kept colliding uncontrollably, and his mouth was trembling violently. He was clearly terrified. Dragon, dragon, one dragon after another. Huang Feilong was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that he would see 2 dragons in a single day. Dragon. That's a dragon. Dragons are said to be incredibly rare, appearing only once every 100 years. 2 dragons appeared in less than a quarter of an hour. And they are 2 completely different dragons. One of them appears to have the characteristics of a Western dragon, while the other has the characteristics of an Eastern dragon. But they are all different from what is recorded in the materials. Even Huang Feilong, a high-ranking member of the Huang family with far more experience than ordinary people, could not believe what was happening right before his eyes. Because it's really highly unlikely. This is a ghost. This is unbelievable. Did I eat some wild mushrooms by the roadside? Is that why I'm having this unreal hallucination? How could 2 dragons appear at once? Saw 2 dragons at once. I'm afraid I'll have to use up all the luck I've ever had in my life. He began to doubt everything he had seen, and subconsciously came up with illusory reasons. At this point, Huang Feilong could only use this reason to deceive himself. Even if it were one of the 6 deans, they would instinctively doubt the veracity of the matter if suddenly faced with such a situation. Even the 14 wolves were terrified at this moment. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, as if they were feeling some terrible pressure. They didn't feel much when facing Xiao Lu and were still able to move freely. But now, facing Yi, these wolves instinctively felt fear. Fear that comes from the depths of one's heart and soul. This fear is an irresistible fear. Under such terrifying pressure, they dared not move at all. Although there is only one period between a juvenile dragon and a weak dragon, there is an extremely exaggerated difference between them. Although juvenile dragons are still dragons, they cannot demonstrate the power of a dragon. Their bloodline is suppressed by their condition and cannot play a significant role. They can only intimidate weaker magical beasts. Dragons in their weaker years may experience a certain degree of awakening of their bloodline. It will naturally be able to play a certain role. Therefore, these wounded wolves exhibit this behavior. In other words, as the dragon grows, its bloodline power will become stronger and stronger. In the entire Nanshan city, the only person who could accept that such a thing had happened was Lin Bei, the person directly involved. He looked up at the evolved EE, nodded with satisfaction, and a hint of admiration in his eyes. Good. This barely resembles a dragon. It was only 2 meters long before. I can't even ride a horse. Lin Bei's words were naturally overheard by Xiao Lu. Ugh. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lu immediately huffed in grievance, and then glared fiercely at Huang Feilong again. It could have completed an evolution, but it was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Huang Feilong and others. That's why I'm so unhappy. Lin Bei turned his gaze away from Yi, and while stroking Xiao Lu's wings, he spoke to Xiao Lu. Don't rush. I'll let you start evolving once we start dealing with them. At worst, we can spend another 10,000 points to create another teleportation array. Anyway, he still has 25,000 points, which is more than enough to support this kind of spending. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu nodded vigorously and glared fiercely at Huang Feilong once again. Obviously, it has a lot of opinions about Huang Feilong. At that very moment, the evolved EE suddenly looked down at Huang Feilong. A raging fire suddenly appeared in his 2 eyes. It knew perfectly well what Huang Feilong and that group of people had just done. It's just because we're in the process of evolution. Therefore, EE has no way to do anything other than evolve. But now, its opportunity has arrived. Lin Bei, who could clearly sense EE's anger, didn't want his dragon to be in a bad mood either. So he loudly gave the order. Oh, go ahead and do it if you want. At this point, Lin Bei paused slightly, then quickly spoke again. The wolf is going to die. People need to live. The reason Huang Feilong was kept alive was that Lin Bei wanted to find out from him why the Huang family had been acquiring various pets on a large scale recently. There must be something fishy going on when things seem unpredictable. There must be some huge secret behind the Huang family's unusual and crazy behavior. Buzz. EE raised her head again and let out a long sigh. As the dragon roared, flames burst forth around it. Call! Call! The flames burned, and the air in the night sky began to distort. Thump! Thump! At the same time, the ground below began to shake, as if an earthquake had occurred. A few seconds later, large swathes of land floated up and quickly flew into the air, merging with the terrifying flames. Soon, the flames completely merged with the earth. The land turned into a sphere, filled and enveloped inside and out by flames. They look exactly like meteorites. It can even be said, this is a small meteorite. The number of meteorite spheres floating in the sky is at least 80 or more. If these meteorite balls were to fall to the ground, they would cause absolutely horrific destruction. These meteorite spheres formed extremely quickly, taking less than 5 seconds from start to finish. It was only at this moment that Huang Failong came to his senses. He has figured out exactly what happened. Thump! Thump! Immediately, Huang Failong instinctively took 2 steps back, looked at Lin Bei, and stammered. How can you have 2 dragons? Chapter 41, Overwhelming Power. Little 6 Evolution. Originally, it was already beyond Huang Failong's expectations and imagination that Lin Bei, a poor student, was able to have such incredible luck in acquiring a dragon. But now he was shocked to discover that Lin Bei actually had 2 dragons. And they are 2 dragons that have already been tamed. This left Huang Failong utterly shocked and surprised. Even the Huang family cannot possess a dragon. Want to own a dragon? Wealth and power alone are not enough. You also need a lot of luck. Huang Failong kept muttering to himself, clearly shocked by what he heard. 2 dragons. They really are 2 dragons. But soon he realized a huge problem. Immediately, Huang Failong's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing slowed by half, and he stared in astonishment at Lin Bei in the distance, exclaiming in shock. Wrong. There's definitely something wrong. How could a student who has just awakened possibly tame 2 dragons in just a few days? Let alone this kind of dragon that looks very special. Even other ordinary dragons would be absolutely impossible. Behind him. What secret is hidden here? Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he was now extremely certain that Lin Bei was hiding some enormous secret. Otherwise, how could an ordinary student tame 2 dragons in just a few days? Even, these 2 dragons may have appeared because of this secret. At this moment, Huang Failong's feelings were extremely complicated. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After all, what we saw today was so surreal. Since Huang Failong didn't try to conceal his words, Lin Bei naturally heard them as well. Instantly, his expression turned even colder, and his eyes, fixed on Huang Failong, were filled with nothing but icy indifference. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Lin Bei had never intended to let Huang Failong go, and now his killing intent intensified. Admittedly, Lin Bei did not want to become a bad person. But he won't become a pushover. Kindness without reason will only harm oneself in the end. Lin Bei knows what is more important. If Huang Failong were to leave, the consequences would be horribly serious. The affair involving the 2 dragons will be exposed. Will my biggest secrets also be exposed? So, why do it this way? Sometimes, good intentions lead to hell. A hell that will bury you. At the same time, both Yi and Xiao Lu sensed the murderous intent in Lin Bei's heart. Immediately, the 2 dragons' killing intent intensified. Call! Call! Enveloped in intense flames, Yi moved through the sky at top speed. It quickly went to a row of small meteorites and swung its tail hard with all its might. Thump! Yi's tail lashed out at several small meteorites, producing a crisp, loud collision sound, like 2 hard stones hitting each other. The next moment, the stones that were struck immediately crashed down to the ground at a speed of nearly 100 meters per second, leaving a long trail of fire. Boom! Boom! One after another, stones carrying tremendous force crashed to the ground, creating an extremely terrifying commotion. The originally flat ground. It was smashed into one huge, deep crater after another. Furthermore, the flames will erupt in an instant, frantically engulfing the surrounding area. Thump! Seeing the ground become unbearable to look at in the blink of an eye, Huang Failong lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Instinctively, I looked up at the sky. But what he saw? But it kept moving, swinging its tail and limbs again and again, blasting more and more stones onto the ground. The falling rocks, laden with blazing fire, were not much different from a meteor shower. Holy crap. This is fucking. It was an attack launched by a dragon in its weakest stage? You're kidding. Huang Failong had only ever seen this kind of scene in movies and TV shows before. As for reality, He hadn't even considered it. The reason Huang Feilong knew that Yi was in her weak years was because most of his wolves were in their mature years. With mature monsters, it is easy to distinguish between juvenile and immature monsters. The presence of a weaker period allows us to see the early childhood stage. A wolf-like magical beast was unlucky and was hit head-on by a rock. It was smashed to the ground, its bones shattered, and its fur ignited by flames. It couldn't struggle or resist, and could only lie on the ground, its face contorted, enduring the ravages of the flames. Immediately afterwards, another huge rock slammed down, striking the unfortunate wolf-like monster once again. This time the injury was more severe. All the bones were shattered, and the flesh was burned through. The next moment, the other dozen or so wolves instinctively began to flee, all afraid that they too would be hit by the stones falling from the sky. Even though they are all mature magical beasts, their physical strength is still limited. Moreover, they were already injured and in worse condition than usual, so they were even less able to withstand such an attack. Thump, thump. Therefore, the remaining wolves could only run around aimlessly, even more disheveled than when they faced Xiao Lu. Lin Bei was also affected by some small broken stones. This happened because the stones exploded and could not be controlled. However, Xiao Lu has always been protecting him with his wings. All the broken stones hit its wings. That's right. Xiao Lu used her wings to protect Lin Bei in order to prevent Lin Bei from being accidentally injured by Yi. Its dragon instincts told it that this was something it had to do. Lin Bei was also somewhat moved by this. He could feel how much Xiao Lu cared about him. As time went by, Yi's attack reached a fever pitch, with 90% of the stones already blasted to the ground. The entire surface is uneven, much like the surface of the moon. As for the dozen or so wolves, naturally, it didn't end well. Another 8 were crushed to death. The remaining 5 were also severely injured, and their strength was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Smack! Smack! Seeing this, Lin Bei's lips curled into a smile. He gently patted Xiao Lu's wings and said with a soft laugh, "Sixth brother, while there's still time, you should evolve first." At the same time, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, let Xiao Lu evolve. Chapter 42, The Huang Family Secret. A mysterious monster egg? The outcome is now basically decided. The wolves are simply no match for Yi's attacks. After all, they have a huge advantage. It would be difficult for them not to win. If they were facing a pack of wolves at their peak, without any wounds, it wouldn't be as easy for Yi and Xiao Lu to win as it is now. Although victory is possible, it will be much more difficult. Thump! At that very moment, they landed on the ground, carrying the remaining stones with them. The stones all pelted the wolves, inflicting another terrible blow upon them. Call! Yi, her entire body enveloped in scorching flames, approached Huang Feilong step by step. As for those wolves, there is no longer any threat. It can only be said that it is barely clinging to life. Feeling the impending threat of death coming from all directions, Huang Feilong suppressed the intense fear rising within him and struggled to his feet. Immediately afterwards, he quickly turned around, preparing to leave as soon as possible. Huang Feilong knew it very well. If I continue to stay here, the final consequences will certainly not be good. He'll be lucky to survive, or he'll be severely injured. Thump, thump. But just as Huang Feilong had run 2 steps, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. His feet were stuck in the mud, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull them out. In an instant, Huang Feilong knew what had happened. He turned his head to look behind him, only to see Yi glaring fiercely at him. His eyes, glaring angrily, seemed to flicker with flames, making one feel intimidated. This was done one by one. It possesses the power to control fire and land, which is why it was able to bind Huang Feilong in this way. Over. It's over. We can't win a fight, and we can't run away. Hopefully that guy will have something to think about. At this moment, Huang Feilong was filled with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he never imagined that he would encounter such a bizarre thing today. Not only did he encounter 2 terrifying dragons at once, but the person who tamed these 2 dragons was also an unknown student. Who the hell could have imagined this? How could such an unbelievable and bizarre thing happen in a small city like Nanshan? Therefore, under these circumstances, Xiao Lu can definitely evolve. Soon, the system notification sounded. Bite. 10,000 points have been deducted. 6 gods will enter its evolved state in 3 seconds. The timing of this evolution is unclear. It could be completed at any time. Please ensure your own safety during this period. As long as you live safely, the dragons can continue to exist. Originally, there were only 25,000 points left, and now another 10,000 points have been used up, leaving only 15,000 points. It may be a small amount, but it's all worth it. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds have passed. Golden light emerged from Xiao Lu's body, enveloping it completely and transforming it into a huge golden ball of light. It also floated high in the sky, easily dispelling the surrounding darkness. Finally, Little Six has also begun to evolve. Another dragon in its weakest age will appear soon. After a short while, Lin Bei turned his gaze away from Xiao Lu and then looked at Huang Failong, who was not far ahead. It seems the time has come. Thump, thump. He walked forward with a rather indifferent expression, approaching Huang Failong step by step. Soon he stood in front of Huang Failong and looked at him calmly. Now, we can have a serious talk now. Call, call. They flew to Lin Bei's side one by one, staring intently at Huang Failong, afraid that Huang Failong might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. But it turned out that he had worried too much. Huang Failong's only thought now is to survive at all costs. When you die, everything will vanish. Only living. Only then will other possibilities exist. Talk. I can talk to you about anything you want. Even if you ask for my account card password, or where my secret stash is, that's fine with me. But you have to promise me you'll spare my life. Huang Failong knew better than anyone else. To survive in this situation, one must cooperate obediently. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei nodded in response. No problem. As long as you cooperate with me, I definitely won't kill you. You can rest assured. Just as he said, he indeed would not kill Huang Failong. But he didn't kill. That doesn't mean he won't kill. Upon hearing this, Huang Failong was completely overwhelmed with relief and didn't bother to consider the oddity in the words. He simply blurted out. Ask. Go ahead and ask. Ask whatever you want. He had already guessed what Lin Bei would ask, since there weren't many things worth asking. Now that I've figured out what questions they might ask, I'm naturally prepared to answer them. The next moment, Lin Bei asked in a detached tone. I only want to know one thing. What is the purpose of your Huang family's recent large-scale acquisition of various magical beasts? This is what he most wants to know. What could possibly drive such a large family to do something so insane? Lin Bei wasn't the only one who wanted to know about this. Many people in Nanshan City also want to know. For example, the 6 deans and the other 3 families, as well as thousands of merchants, etc. About 3 seconds later, Huang Failong responded. The reason our Huang family is doing this is because we want to hatch the strongest magical beast. Not long ago, the head of the family brought back a huge monster egg from somewhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. A giant monster egg? The strongest warcraft? That's interesting. Huang Failong's voice continued to ring out. That very night, the patriarch convened a family meeting, gathering all the high-ranking members of the family and ordering us to do everything we could to acquire all sorts of magical beasts. Any monster that is acquired will be placed around the monster egg as nourishment. Any magical beast that is used as nourishment will be completely devoured within minutes, leaving not even a trace behind. As more and more magical beasts were devoured, the aura emanating from that egg grew stronger and stronger. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly. Obviously, there's definitely something wrong with this monster egg. Has your patriarch ever mentioned the origin of this monster egg? The instant he finished speaking, Huang Failong picked up the conversation. The head of the family said at once. That pet egg. They seem to be a hybrid descendant of some kind of gluttonous beast. Chapter 43. Sorry, it doesn't deserve it. In an instant, Lin Bei's breathing became much heavier. The origin of this pet egg was truly beyond his expectations. The Taotai, one of the 4 fiends. And he's of mixed race? Lin Bei knew exactly what a Taotai was. Gluttony, one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts. Extremely greedy. It can devour everything in the world, whether it's food or not. Even flames and lightning are food for the Taotai. Legend has it that a certain level of Taotai can even swallow a mountain whole. In short, the Taotai is a very dangerous creature. Its ferocity and danger far exceed those of other magical beasts. After all, it is one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. The complexity of the matter far exceeded Lin Bei's imagination. He never imagined that the Huang family's conspiracy would involve the descendants of Taotai. At the same time, Lin Bei also confirmed one thing. That is, this world has ferocious beasts and divine creatures like the Taotai. If there is Taotai, then wouldn't there also be chaos, Xiongqi, and Taowu? Pixiu, Baizhe, and Chenghuang may also exist. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Host, don't be surprised, this is indeed the case. These mythical beasts and ferocious monsters exist in this world. Just like a dragon. Extremely rare, the chance of encountering one is extremely low. And they are all very strong. After a while, Lin Bei finally came to his senses and frowned as he asked Huang Feilong, a mixed-race descendant of the Tao Tai? Are you sure? The next moment, Huang Feilong spoke again with certainty. That's right. That's what the patriarch said. Although I don't know what kind of magical beast the Tao Tai is, my intuition tells me. The Tao Tai is absolutely terrifying. As he said these words, a hint of fear lingered on his face, clearly indicating that he had thought of something unpleasant. It was Huang Feilong's words that made Lin Bei suddenly realize a problem, so he immediately asked, wait a moment. You mean, you don't know what a Tao Tai is? If even Huang Feilong doesn't know what Tao Tai represents, then probably most people don't know either. Huang Feilong didn't think much of it, and simply nodded obediently, saying, I don't know. I've never heard of the name Tao Tai before. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Tao Tai. It is very likely a magical beast recorded in a forbidden book. He truly did not know of the existence of the Tao Tai. There is no need to lie in this matter. After that, Lin Bei didn't ask anything more, but simply memorized the words forbidden book. He probably had some guesses about what the forbidden book was. It's nothing more than a record of some forbidden things. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Byte. System task issued. Task description. Once the hybrid Tao Tai is successfully hatched, it will grow up in the shortest possible time. It will inevitably become a great calamity. For the good of the entire Nanshan city, and for your own good, please kill the hybrid gluttonous beast at the very beginning of its birth. Although this Tao Tai is a hybrid Tao Tai with a thinner bloodline and cannot be compared to a real Tao Tai, it still possesses some of the characteristics of a Tao Tai and is a very difficult beast to deal with. Does the host accept this task? Lin Bei was shocked. This is the first time the system has issued a task. However, he didn't rush to accept the system's task. Instead, he asked the system in his mind with great curiosity. System, why must I kill the hybrid glutton? Wouldn't it be a better option to find a way to tame it? Even though I have a dragon editor system, being able to tame a hybrid Tao Tai as a pet is a pretty good thing. The system's voice rang out the instant Lin Bei finished speaking. Taming a hybrid gluttonous beast as a pet? Feel sorry. It doesn't deserve it. Wow. Lin Bei was shocked once again. The system's answer was completely different from what he expected, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. This answer? That's way too arrogant. They actually said that a hybrid Tao Tai, a mythical beast, doesn't deserve to be their pet. A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded again. Host, can't you have some ambition? What's the point of taming a hybrid glutton? Wouldn't it be great to tame a purebred Tao Tai? Rest assured, the host will definitely have the opportunity to tame the Tao Tai in the future. As you continuously grow stronger, you can acquire talents suitable for taming the Tao Tai, available for purchase in this system's shop. The system notification paused briefly before continuing. Besides this reason, there is another reason. This hybrid gluttonous beast hatched by absorbing the life force of countless magical beasts, becoming tainted with endless bloodshed even before birth, destined to become a mad and bloodthirsty monster. This ferocious beast. There is virtually no possibility of taming them, and it's not worth the effort. Furthermore, wouldn't it be a better option to kill the hybrid gluttonous beast, extract its internal materials, and synthesize it with a dragon? Host, would you like to accept this mission? At this point, the system remained silent, awaiting Lin Bei's response. Lin Bei did not hesitate any longer and immediately made the best choice. Accept the mission. Just as the system said. It's better to save the effort of taming a hybrid Tao Tai for later, rather than spending it taming a purebred Tao Tai. And you can also obtain materials from hybrid gluttons to synthesize with dragons you may obtain later. If a bone dragon possessed some of the characteristics of the gluttonous beast, what kind of powerful being would it become? It's definitely something to look forward to. What if we replaced it with a different dragon? It's definitely something to look forward to. Byte. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the mission. Since this is your first time accepting a task issued by this system, we have prepared a special reward for you. Byte. The incentive package has been distributed. The host can activate it at any time. Currently, there are 2 gift packs in the system space. One is the evolved gift pack, and the other is the gift pack for accepting the quest. Once you open these 2 gift packs, you're sure to get lots of rewards. However, Lin Bei did not open the gift pack again because he still had things to do. Clearing his mind of all the jumbled thoughts, Lin Bei looked coldly at Huang Failong and spoke in an icy tone. I've asked all my questions. So what's next? All that's left is to send you on your way. Chapter 44: The Arrival of the Six Deans. Upon hearing this, Huang Failong was taken aback. But he quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly said in an anxious tone, what? Send me on my way? Are you kidding me? Didn't we just agree that as long as I cooperated with you, you would spare my life? Could it be that? Are you lying to me? Huang Failong was filled with anger, and his fists were clenched tightly together. He answered these questions in order to survive. But something was clearly not right. Looking at Huang Failong's panicked and pale face, a cold glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. He knew better than anyone else. If you are the one who is ultimately defeated, you will fall into a situation even more tragic than being killed. This is the best outcome Lin Bei will get. So why did he let the enemy go? No, I didn't lie to you. Since I promised not to kill you, then I definitely won't kill you. But, after saying the word, but, Lin Bei deliberately stopped. Hearing this, Huang Failong, whose mind was in turmoil, quickly asked, but what? Say it. He's completely bewildered. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. How can someone say they're sending themselves on their way 1 minute, and then actually do it the next? What the hell is going on? The next moment, Lin Bei turned around, leaving Huang Failong with only his back to him. Then, he looked up at the sky and saw Xiao Lu in its evolved state, and spoke again. But my promise is my promise. That doesn't mean my beloved dragons will agree. Don't you think so? Oh. The moment the words left her lips, Yi immediately looked up and shouted. The sound is filled with only endless rage and chilling killing intent. Because the sound was so loud, Huang Failong's eardrums were violently impacted, and a sharp pain followed, as if his eardrums had been pierced by a sharp object. My ears. The only thing he could do was to cover his ears tightly to reduce the impact of the sound waves as much as possible. But the effect was indeed negligible. The moment the dragon's roar ceased, a torrent of flames erupted, instantly engulfing Huang Failong and beginning to burn him mercilessly. He had no way to escape or resist, and was destined to endure the burning of these flames. Thump, thump. At the same time, Lin Bei strode forward without looking back, as if nothing had happened. Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Huang Failong anymore. She quickly wagged her tail and flew to her master's side, where she began to act spoiled without restraint. The world is peaceful and serene. In just a moment, all of Huang Failong's hair was burned off, and his skin turned as red as cooked meat. The aroma of meat wafted through the forest. Ouch! That hurts. Help! Anyone, please come and save me. No, I don't want to die. Please, let me go. He endured unbearable pain while watching Lin Bei and Yi walk further and further away. At this moment, Huang Failong was filled with extreme regret. I regret coming to the monster forest, and I also regret staying there for so long. But his biggest regret was actually coming to provoke Lin Bei. If you hadn't been greedy in the first place, if no attack was launched in the first place, then we will never fall into this situation. Everything is his own fault. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, a full 10 seconds had gone by. Those 10 seconds felt like 10 years to Huang Failong. 10 seconds later, his life force was extremely weak, and he could lose it completely at any moment. Huang Failong used his last bit of strength to lift his eyelids and look at Lin Bei, who had walked more than 10 meters away. His eyes were filled with extreme complexity. He wanted to say something but couldn't. The next second, he lost all his vitality. In those gray eyes, there was only astonishment and resentment. Even until his death, Huang Failong never understood why Lin Bei could kill him without hesitation. He's just a well-educated student. They look so harmless. He hadn't killed anyone before. But his behavior just now was so cold-blooded and ruthless, like a grim reaper who has reaped countless lives. Fight. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed an enemy. Loot recycling feature successfully activated. This system has automatically stored all valuable items on the host's person in the system space. The host can retrieve and use these items at any time. As the system notification sound faded, everything of value in the vicinity vanished. This includes Huang Failong's spatial ring, as well as various equipment and account cards. This also includes valuable items from the 15 wolves he had tamed, such as fur, claws, fangs, and organs. The last remaining ones were in the vicinity. There was only one charred corpse, barely recognizable as human, and the remains of 15 wolves scattered around. After briefly browsing the system space, Lin Bei couldn't help but nod slightly, and said with considerable satisfaction, "That's great. This automatic recycling function is very convenient, and the loot obtained is quite generous. We'll have to do a thorough inventory when we get back." After doing everything he could, Lin Bei sat on Yi's back and flew into the sky, waiting for Xiao Lu to complete its evolution. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, the 6 deans, along with their tamed pets, crossed vast stretches of dangerous territory and arrived near the center of the monster forest. It will take them at most 3 more minutes to reach their destination. The others were the same, and soon they would reach the center of the monster forest. Upon arriving here, the 6 deans became even more certain of their guesses, because they had heard the dragons roar more than once since more than 10 minutes ago. Quickly, let's keep moving. We can't let others gain the upper hand. I've finally encountered a dragon, and I don't want to hand it over to someone else. This dragon is of greater importance to our 6 academies than anything else. 2 minutes later, the 6 deans arrived at the central area. The moment they arrived, they looked up at the sky. Naturally. Then they saw the backs of Yi and Lin Bei, as well as the golden ball of light that Xiao Lu had transformed into. Chapter 45. That figure from behind it looks so familiar. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. Attention, host. The 6 gods will complete their evolution in 10 seconds. Although he already knew that people had come to the vicinity, Lin Bei had no mind to pay attention to them at the moment. After all, he only needs to stay here for 10 more seconds. Once 10 seconds are up, the teleportation array will activate, allowing you to leave. There's absolutely no need to get into any more conflicts with others. As Lin Bei gazed at the ball of light radiating a strong, dazzling golden glow, he began a soft countdown. 10, 9, 8. At the same time, the 6 deans who had arrived were all looking up at Lin Bei and Yi. The group was quite surprised, and their expressions were complicated. Things were not quite as they had imagined. However, the 6 deans did not act rashly, but stood on the ground and silently observed. The more I looked at them, the more their brows furrowed. 5 seconds later, the dean of the first academy broke the silence. "This dragon doesn't seem to be a Western dragon, does it? Did our intelligence come back wrong?" Still, he didn't finish his third sentence because it was simply too unrealistic. The other 5 naturally understood what the first academy dean meant. Although they also felt it was unlikely, the 5th academy dean quickly chimed in. 80% of the students saw the Western dragon, so this information absolutely cannot be wrong. But the dragon we are seeing now can absolutely not be a Western dragon. It seems things are much more complicated than we thought. At least we can confirm that there are 2 dragons in the Warcraft forest. And one of them, it's a dragon that has already been tamed. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere froze, and none of the 6 people spoke again. Huff, huff. However, their breathing became heavy without them realizing it, and their heartbeats became much faster. Even the 6 deans, who held high positions of power and were very strong, were somewhat unable to control their emotions and state of mind at this moment. What happened? This severely impacted their understanding. Why are there 2 dragons in a small monster forest located next to Nanshan City? Even in a monster forest 10 or 100 times larger than this one, the chances of finding a dragon are incredibly small. Not to mention too. Moreover, there was actually a person riding on the back of one of the dragons. Just how incredibly lucky and powerful must one be to have the chance to tame a dragon? The 6 deans found it hard to imagine, which is why they dared not act rashly. If only Long were present, the 6 deans wouldn't be so cautious. But now, there is a person sitting on the dragon's back, whose back can only be seen. And he still looked so calm. It's as if he doesn't care about anything else. Faced with this clearly unusual situation, how could they dare to act before understanding the situation? What if the opponent is too strong? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. Bite. Congratulations, host. 6 gods, evolution complete. The next moment, the once dazzling golden light quickly dimmed, and cracks appeared on its surface. In a maximum of 3 seconds, the evolved Xiao Lu will appear. The 6 deans below stared wide-eyed at the gradually dissipating golden light, their eyes fixed on it without blinking. He seems to be waiting for the ball of light to dissipate. What exactly is brewing inside? It's hard to say, but it's definitely very powerful. The huge commotion that came from the forest just now was probably related to these orbs of light. What should we do now? Just sit here and watch? or take the initiative and launch a gamble. The 6 deans were undecided for a while, as there were simply too many uncertainties. To launch an attack rashly would be reckless, but to give up would be unacceptable. In the end, it was the first dean who made the decision. Let's wait until this ball of light hatches, then we'll see how things go and try to get the most benefit. Otherwise, it'll be a wasted trip. The most troublesome thing right now is that guy sitting on the dragon. Who exactly is he? And what is his strength? Could they be family members from those big cities? Just then, the golden ball of light exploded, and countless golden fragments fell to the ground. Call. Boom. The moment Xiao Lu appeared, all 6 wings flapped together, instantly creating a great storm. And it was roaring with its head raised, the sound of its dragon's roar echoing throughout the entire forest. There isn't much difference between the evolved Xiao Lu and the one before evolution. It was just that its body size had increased again, its limbs were thicker and more powerful, and the patterns on its 6 wings were more complex. The 6 deans were dumbfounded. Things have once again gone beyond expectations. As they stared at the fully evolved Xiao Lu, their minds went completely blank, their thoughts seemingly frozen in place. The body is simply breathing instinctively. Besides, it's no different from a statue. Before Xiao Lu could do anything else, Lin Bei activated the teleportation array immediately. Whoosh! The teleportation station immediately lit up, teleporting the person and 2 dragons away. About a second later, Lin Bei returned to his home. Yi and Xiao Lu went to the system space. They are all too big to live in the room. Thump, thump. Lin Bei walked a few steps to the sofa and sat down, stretching lazily. All the tension and anxiety in his heart dissipated, and he entered a state of unprecedented relaxation. He chuckled and said, "Things went fairly smoothly. It's time to open the gift pack." Meanwhile, in the heart of the Warcraft forest, the 6 deans stood there dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the empty sky above. Just a second ago, there was a person and 2 dragons in the sky. But at this moment, they all disappeared. Without any sign or warning, they vanished from the monster forest out of thin air. It took a long time for the 6 deans to barely return to normal. Immediately afterwards, they couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, they didn't attack directly, otherwise we might have been wiped out here. Although we haven't witnessed his strength, the fact that he was able to tame 2 dragons is enough to show that his strength is above ours. Nonsense. To tame 2 dragons like these that look incredibly strong, you either need to be extremely powerful or have a powerful force behind you. Who exactly is that guy? Why is he here in Nanshan City? It seems Nanshan City is about to be in turmoil. Only Bai Zhou, the dean of the 3rd Academy, remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly, his heart filled with doubt. Why does that figure look so familiar? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Chapter 46 unlocks a gift pack. Generous rewards await. The more Bai Zhou recalled the figure he had seen from behind, the more familiar it seemed. But he couldn't remember where he had seen that figure from behind. Actually, Bai Zhou did not connect the figures back to Lin Bei and Wang Yuling. After all, the difference was too great. One was a mysterious person who had tamed 2 dragons, and the other was a student who had just awakened, so there was no need to make any connection. That's really strange. Why does it look so familiar? After overcoming their initial shock and disbelief, the 6 deans turned their gaze away from the sky and looked around at other places. The only things that could draw attention were the charred corpse of Huang Failong, the gruesome corpses of the 15 wolf-like demonic beasts, and the shattered, flame-laden stones scattered all over the ground. In an instant, they recognized Huang Failong and the 15 wolves. After all, they need to interact frequently, so they are all quite familiar with each other. Moreover, in the entire Nanshan City, Huang Failong is the only one with a group of 15 wolves. Given all these factors, it's hard not to recognize him. Immediately, one of the deans spoke up instinctively. Yellow flying dragon? This corpse is Huang Failong. Those wolves next to him are his tamed pets. The faces of the other 5 deans turned ashen instantly, their eyes filled with lingering fear. They can hardly believe it now. If we had impulsively launched an attack just now, what would have happened to us? Even if they don't die, they'll probably be badly injured. Huang Failong died such a tragic death. Luckily, we managed to restrain ourselves from acting impulsively. Although I haven't seen that guy's strength, he's definitely very strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do all this. At this moment, all 6 deans regarded Lin Bei as someone who was not to be trifled with. Although they were stronger than Huang Failong, they were still somewhat afraid. After all, none of the 6 people witnessed everything firsthand, so they didn't know how strong Lin Bei really was. What if someone kills Huang Feilong? Was it just someone who was casually crushed to death? Everyone be careful lately. Never act rashly before you are certain of this person's intentions. As for which Western dragon to look for, why don't the 6 academies select their elites to form a team and have them search in the monster forest? We are stationed in Nanshan City to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. In the end, the 6 deans of the academies reached a consensus and left the Warcraft Forest safe zone with lingering fear. They ignored Huang Feilong's body. Meddling would only cause trouble. Only those who had a good relationship with the Huang family, or those who were members of the Huang family themselves, would take Huang Feilong's charred remains back. At the same time, Lin Bei, who was focusing all his energy on the system space, selected one of the 2 gift packs. Then, with a light laugh, he gave the following command to the system. System, activate the Evolution Gift Pack. The Evolution Gift Pack is a gift pack obtained after completing the conditions for the first evolution, and Lin Bei is very much looking forward to what rewards it will contain. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Evolution Gift Pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 million in seed funding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 portions of baby dragon feed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the rare equipment, the heaven-slaying demon spear. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special skill, pet size change. Congratulations, host, you have been granted 1 chance to randomly draw a dragon. The initial funding has been automatically deposited into your account. Special skills have been automatically integrated with yours. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Random dragon draws can be performed at any time. The Evolution Gift Pack offers 6 rewards upon opening, making it an extremely generous offering. Not only does it contain beast spirit pills and feed needed to raise pets, but it also includes equipment that Lin Bei can use himself, as well as a special skill. And the best of the prizes. Actually, it's the 6th reward, a random draw of a dragon. Oh, another dragon? The rewards in this gift pack are really great. However, Lin Bei did not immediately attempt to extract the dragon's essence. Now that he was back home, he had plenty of free time. You can open another gift pack before drawing the dragon. Just in case. What other surprises might be included in that gift pack? Before opening another gift pack, he decided to check out the other rewards first. The 4 rewards, Beast Spirit Pill, Young Dragon Feed, Startup Funds, and Dragon Draw Opportunities, can be ignored for now. After removing these 4 rewards, only the last 2 rewards remain. One is the rare equipment, the Heaven-Slaying Demon Spear. One is a special skill that changes the pet size. Soon, Lin Bei took the Heaven-Slaying Demon Spear out of the system space. This is a spear about 2.5 meters long, and it is as black as ink from the tip to the butt. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly special about it. But his intuition told him that this gun wasn't as simple as it seemed. The moment he touched the heaven-slaying demon spear, information about it surfaced in Lin Bei's mind. Name, Heaven-Slaying Demon Spear. Category, Magic Weapon. Level, Rare. Status, 100-fold Seal. Description, a spear sealed with 100 layers of seals, which once pierced through the entire sky. Even though its power is sealed, its sharpness is still quite terrifying, and it can easily pierce the body of a magical beast. Although the system's description was very simple, Lin Bei understood the power of this heaven-slaying demon spear. Once, but it pierced through the entire sky. How could it not be powerful? The only drawback is that the gun is sealed, and there are a full 100 seals on it. System, how can I remove the seal on this gun? The system quickly provided an answer. One option is to redeem the corresponding items from the system shop. One way is to slay powerful magical beasts. Notice, it's a powerful magical beast. Knowing that breaking the seal would be very difficult, Lin Bei casually tossed the heaven-slaying demon spear aside. Anyway, there's no way to test the power of the heaven-slaying demon spear right now. He then began to study the skills he had acquired. Before long, they learned the function of this skill. The most important function of this skill is to change the size of the pet, as long as this skill is used. This would allow Yi and Xiao Lu to shrink so they could stay in this room instead of being confined to the system space. It can be useful in some ways and useless in others. After finishing all the tasks, Lin Bei turned his attention to another gift package. System. Open another gift pack. Chapter 47 Angelic Halo. Extracting the Young Dragon. Soon, The system notification sounded again. Bite. Incentive gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a standard reward. 1 strength enhancement potion. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic reward. For million in starting capital. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special material. The rare material Angel Halo. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. Activation of the recycling function. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. A trial card for the strongest stage of the Dragon Clan. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 ability extraction opportunity. The initial funding has been automatically deposited into your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve and use them at any time. The recycling function has been automatically activated. You can now sell items in the system shop for the best price. In addition, since you now have a basic understanding of this system, your rewards will be tiered to give you a clearer understanding of them. There are only 2 types of rewards, special rewards and regular rewards. The rewards obtained after opening the incentive gift pack still amount to a full 6. The amount is the same as the amount obtained from opening the gift packs in previous times. The only difference, this time, there is a distinction between special rewards and regular rewards. It allows you to more clearly understand whether a reward is good or bad. Because of opening this gift pack, Lin Bei roughly confirmed one thing. It seems, the number of rewards you can get each time you open a gift pack is fixed at 6. That's great. There are 6 rewards in 1 gift pack. That's really not a small amount. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness entered the system space and examined the reward he had just received. 3 more items appeared in the system space. The first item was a bottle of blue potion, the liquid inside of which was clear and transparent. It was the so-called strength-enhancing potion. The second item was a golden circle that radiated light, but it didn't look particularly special from its appearance. It's an angel halo. Every angel has this halo above their head. As for the third item, it was a pure white card. It's no different from a blank sheet of paper. No one would even glance at it if you threw it on the roadside. Lin Bei took the card out of the system space and examined it carefully for more than 10 seconds. Then, somewhat puzzled, he asked the system. System, could you explain what this card does? What exactly is the strongest period Dragon Clan trial card? Whether it's a power-enhancing potion or an angelic halo, he can determine its effects. However, some people were unclear about the function of this card and could only guess at its general purpose. The system quickly provided an explanation. After using the strongest period trial card, the host can randomly summon a dragon at its strongest period. The summoned dragons can only be those that have not undergone synthesis, and it only lasts for 1 minute. It is recommended not to use this product casually. It is best used in a crisis. Although the system's message was brief, it effectively explained the function of the card. Without a doubt, the strongest Dragon Clan trial card is very powerful. It is a highly effective way to save your life. Soon, Lin Bei put the experience card back into the system space, and also took out the power-enhancing potion. He also learned about the effects of the medicine from the system's introduction. As its name suggests, drinking this potion will enhance one's strength. Primarily enhances strength and explosiveness. Other products of equal renown include speed-enhancing potions, spirit-enhancing potions, and defense-enhancing potions. Glug, glug. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei drank the power-enhancing potion. The next moment, a burning sensation, like being scorched by a raging fire, surged from all parts of his body. Although it felt like flames were burning, there was no pain. Not only that, on the contrary, it gave me a strange sense of comfort. As this feeling spread, Lin Bei could clearly sense that his power was rapidly increasing. It has increased by at least 5 times. In terms of strength alone, he has far surpassed others. About a minute later, the burning sensation in my body disappeared, and the medicine was completely absorbed. Call. Lin Bei let out a long breath, which also contained a burning sensation. This feels so good. I feel like I'm a completely different person now. Immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something, he quickly took out the heaven-slaying demon spear and held it in his hand. Before, when Lin Bei held this gun, he felt a little uncomfortable moving around, but now it was very easy to handle, and he didn't feel any weight at all. The changes before and after are evident. After casually swinging the heaven-slaying demon spear a few times, Lin Bei prepared to put it into the system space. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at the demonic spear in his hand, a bold idea surging in his mind. He quickly asked the system, Can I use the heaven-slaying demon spear as material to synthesize a dragon? The moment the words left his mouth, a system notification sounded. Can. After synthesis, the dragon will inherit the seal of the heaven-slaying demon spear, and its strength can be continuously increased by unsealing it. Any material can be used for synthesis, including the heaven-slaying demon spear and the angelic halo. Even a roadside stone can be used to synthesize a dragon. The only difference is the degree of strength. The moment he heard that answer, Lin Bei had already made his decision. You need to combine the heaven-slaying demon spear and a dragon. As for which dragon to combine it with, that's something that needs to be carefully considered. At this moment, Lin Bei had already opened the 2 gift packs he had obtained, and there was nothing else he needed to do for the time being. So, he plans to use that dragon draw opportunity. Thump, thump. Lin Bei quickly went to the bathroom and washed his face thoroughly with facial cleanser. Since it's a random draw, what kind of dragon you get is inevitably related to luck. If you're lucky, you'll naturally draw a good dragon. Conversely, if you're unlucky, it is very likely that it is either a basic Western dragon or an Eastern dragon. Western dragons and Eastern dragons belong to the common dragon race, which is the most common type of dragon and has nothing particularly special about them. Legend has it that washing your face can change your luck. Soon, Lin Bei finished washing his face and sat down on the sofa. Call. He took a deep breath and spoke to the system in his mind. System, use that random dragon draw opportunity. As he said these words, Lin Bei couldn't help but become a little nervous. I just want to draw a decent dragon. Chapter 48, The Super Powerful Young Dragon. The Huang family head. In fact, Lin Bei had already prepared himself mentally when he decided to draw the baby dragon. Worst case, it's simply a matter of drawing either an Eastern dragon or a Western dragon. Although neither Eastern nor Western dragons are particularly special, they are still real dragons and are equally powerful. So even if the final result is not satisfactory, he will not be dissatisfied at all. Since they are all dragons belonging to me, I shouldn't treat them differently. The moment Lin Bei finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Byte. Random dragon selection in progress. Extraction progress 10%. Extraction progress 30%. Extraction progress 50%. Extraction progress 70%. Extraction progress 90%. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a special dragon hatchling. A baby light dragon. The radiant dragon hatchling has entered the system space. The host can remove it at any time. Huff. Upon hearing the words, young bright dragon, Lin Bei's breathing became uncontrollably heavy. Judging solely from the name, the light dragon is stronger than both Western and Eastern dragons. And the light dragon is a special dragon species. It is even rarer than Western dragons and Eastern dragons. As to what kind of dragon the light dragon was, Lin Bei had made a rough guess in his mind. Light dragon. Could it be a dragon capable of controlling the power of light? A dragon that represents holiness and light? Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately opened the system space and released the light dragon from within. Released together. There are also Yi and Xiao Lu, whose size was reduced by Lin Bei to the size of a house cat. The moment the baby light dragon appeared in the room, both the man and the dragon turned their gazes toward him. Light dragon. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of a Western dragon. It was white from head to toe, like white clouds, with 2 sharp dragon horns on its head and 2 equally pure white wings growing on its back. It was spotless white and beautiful to the extreme. Just by looking at the sleeping light dragon, Lin Bei could feel a holy and warm power emanating from it, as if he were looking at a warm sun. He was quite surprised by this. I never imagined that the baby light dragon would be so amazing. The same goes for Yi and Xiao Lu. The blood and killing aura that had surrounded them began to dissipate, without them even realizing it. The 2 dragons exchanged a surprised glance, and then, in perfect unison, began to circle around the light dragon. However, they did not make much noise, afraid of disturbing the sleeping baby light dragon. The atmosphere was very harmonious. There was absolutely no hostility whatsoever between the 3 completely different dragons. Dragons can coexist. It's not an easy thing to do. Lin Bei, who had been silently watching all this, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. As expected of the light dragon, the power they possess is indeed very special. After saying that, he subconsciously began to consider it. What materials should be used to synthesize it with the radiant dragon? Since it's a light dragon, let's leave the angelic halo to it. After all, In a sense, the light dragon and the angel are somewhat similar, both representing light and holiness. Lin Bei has identified a synthetic material. What he lacks now is another kind of material. Lin Bei doesn't intend to just randomly find a material to synthesize the radiant dragon. He wanted the light dragon to maintain its unique characteristics. It is best to bring holiness and light to their fullest potential. So, it's better to save the crafting material for the heaven-slaying demon spear for the next dragon. This is the best choice. If nothing unexpected happens, the next dragon I get will be a bone dragon. Should we synthesize the heaven-slaying demon spear, the bone dragon, and another material? That seems like a good option. Soon, Lin Bei cleared his mind of the jumbled thoughts and turned to enter the bedroom. Through the connection he had established with the light dragon, he knew that the sleeping light dragon would not wake up for at least 3 hours. Now that night has fallen, Lin Bei is also somewhat tired. In the blink of an eye, a night has passed. When Lin Bei woke up, he felt his body was somewhat heavy. He managed to lift his head and look up. He only saw 3 dragons sleeping around and beside him. Although the 3 dragons were not very large at this time, they still had a certain weight when combined. It weighs at least around 100 pounds. Bearing a weight of 100 pounds for an extended period of time is quite uncomfortable. In the end, Lin Bei could only sigh helplessly. Sometimes, having too many dragons isn't good either. After all, Yi, Xiao Lu, and Guangming Long are all quite young, so it's normal for them to be clingy. Nevertheless, he slept soundly, thanks to the light dragon's ability to bring peace. Soon after, the 3 dragons also woke up. In an instant, they all rushed towards Lin Bei, each one starting to act cute as if in a competition. Among them, the one who was the most skilled at acting cute and affectionate was. It's a luminous dragon that's still in its infancy. Thump, thump. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, along with a familiar voice. Brother Bei, are you awake? We should head to the academy. It was none other than Wang Yuling's voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei recalled the 3 dragons back into the system space, then got up and opened the door. A few more minutes passed in the blink of an eye. He and Wang Yuling left the dilapidated neighborhood. Meanwhile, inside the Huang family compound in Nanshan City, Huang Bashuan, the head of the Huang family, sat in the main seat of the hall with a gloomy expression. Inside, all the high-ranking members of the Huang family stood respectfully in the hall. They all remained silent, without making a sound. Huff, huff. They could hear each other breathing. Huang Bashuan scanned the group of high-ranking officials, his expression extremely unfriendly, and said in a cold voice, "Now, I have 2 announcements to make. One good news, one bad news." As soon as his voice rang out, everyone else straightened up instantly and listened intently, afraid that they might not be paying enough attention and bring about their own demise. Let me tell you the good news first. Our plan is progressing very smoothly. It will take at most a week for the monster egg to hatch. At that time, our Huang family will be able to become the masters of Nanshan City. Alright, you can cheer now. After Huang Bashuan finished speaking, the others cheered in unison. Great. It seems our efforts weren't in vain. It's all thanks to the patriarch. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. With your leadership, the Huang family will surely soar. After listening to the cheers until they were almost satisfied, Huang Bashuan spoke again. Now, time for the bad news. I'm a newbie. Please be gentle with your criticism. Chapter 49, Do You Deserve to Be Gigolos? As soon as Huang Bashuan uttered these words, the people in the hall below fell silent, and no one dared to respond. And some people lowered their heads, afraid of having bad luck and bringing misfortune upon themselves. After a short while, Huang Bashuan's voice continued. The dragon is dead. Send a team to find out who did it. Dare to touch any high-ranking member of the Huang family? We absolutely cannot let him continue to live. He spoke in a very cold tone, which contained a strong murderous intent. Everyone present knew that Huang Bashuan was furious at this moment, and their hearts were filled with nothing but fear. They didn't even dare to open their mouths and speak. All I could do was keep nodding. Because Huang Bashuan held absolute power in the Huang family, anyone who resisted met a tragic end. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, Huang Bashuan continued. The hatching speed of the monster eggs needs to be increased. Form a team to go to the forest to capture magical beasts, and it would be best if we could capture a dragon. In addition, go to the 3rd academy and find a student named Wang Yuling. If we can recruit her, we will. If we can't, we'll try to buy the magical beast she has tamed. After saying this, he got up and left the hall. Until this time, Only then did the other members of the Huang family dare to make a sound. Holy crap, Brother Phylong was actually killed. Since they were able to kill Brother Phylong, the killer's strength must be among the top in Nanshan City. There are only a small number of people more powerful than Brother Phylong, so it shouldn't be difficult to investigate them. Alright, enough talk. Let's divide the tasks and get to work. Do as the Patriarch orders. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had already arrived at the academy. The moment the two appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. The students, who were originally doing different things, were all staring intently at Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, each with something different in their eyes. Various emotions such as envy, jealousy, contempt, and anger. At the same time, a cacophony of voices arose. Look, that man is Lin Bei the gigolo. Some people say he made at least 10 million thanks to the girl next to him. I've heard about this too. So young and already living off a woman. It's despicable. That woman must be blind. She has such great talent, yet she fell for such a pretty boy. If this good-for-nothing hadn't been living off a woman, he would have been the one who suffered the most yesterday. Because the person who said these words did not deliberately lower their voice, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling naturally heard them. Clatter. Wang Yuling immediately clenched her fists and stomped her foot hard on the ground. Her once smiling face now looked extremely ugly. She was furious. I wish I could slap these people across the face. How dare these people talk about Brother Bei like that? This is absolutely unbearable. However, Wang Yuling did not immediately react. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Bei, wanting to ask him what to do. But Lin Bei, whom she saw, remained calm, as if the people around him were not talking about him, but about other unimportant people. Wang Yuling was somewhat puzzled by this and asked curiously, Brother Bei, they're all saying this about you, don't you care? That's clearly not how it works. Brother Bei is not some gigolo. She knew better than anyone else present just how strong Lin Bei was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was incredibly powerful. The next moment, Lin Bei turned his head and met Wang Yuling's gaze, and calmly explained, If a dog barks at me, should I bark back? And sometimes, arguing with a dog can actually make things worse. After saying that, he smiled at Wang Yuling and then continued walking forward. Wang Yuling stood there in surprise, staring blankly at Lin Bei's back. But soon, the surprise on her face faded, replaced by admiration. As expected of Brother Bei, not only is he many times stronger than me, but his mentality and way of thinking are also far superior to mine. So cool. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yuling quickly caught up with Lin Bei, and the two continued forward together. But the students watching from the surrounding area were unaware of what was happening, as the two hadn't been talking loudly, and their conversation had been completely drowned out by the surrounding chatter. Seeing Lin Bei and Wang Yuling leave, they instinctively assumed that the two couldn't stand the gossip and wanted to escape this place of trouble as soon as possible. This action made the students even more certain of the matter, and they discussed it even more enthusiastically. It seems the rumors are true. That guy is just a gigolo. Since you've chosen to be a kept man, don't be afraid of what others say. Even if I get bitten to death by a monster, I won't live off a woman. Only useless good-for-nothings live off women. As Wang Yuling and Lin Bei continued their advance, the discussions surrounding them grew increasingly heated. Although Lin Bei continued to move forward calmly, he was also thinking things through internally. How could news of what happened yesterday spread throughout the entire academy overnight? Behind this, there must be some hidden story. Unlike Lin Bei, Wang Yuling, having heard more and more discussions, was on the verge of exploding with anger. Finally, another minute passed, and she stopped again, taking a deep breath. The next moment, Wang Yuling turned around and looked around, put her hands on her hips, and shouted at the top of her lungs. Shut up, all of you. So what if someone lives off a woman? It's like you're saying everyone has the right to be a kept man. Go back and look in the mirror, see what you look like. I guarantee it. Even if you were to live off women, no one would want you. You keep saying that people who live off women are useless. And what about you? You don't even deserve to be a kept man. Is he even worse than trash? Instantly, everyone around was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yes. Can't even afford to live off a woman? Isn't that even worse than trash? The crowd dispersed quickly. They enjoy watching the excitement, but they don't like being affected themselves. At that moment, Wang Yuling, having released her anger, looked at Lin Bei with some guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Bei. I seem to prefer telling barking dogs to shut up. It seems there's something fishy going on about Brother Bei being a kept man. This was the best way for her to vent. Instead of explaining Lin Bei's strength, they took a different approach. Because Wang Yuling wants to protect Lin Bei's secret. Once the existence of pet dragons is exposed, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. In fact, everything she did was for Lin Bei. Chapter 50. Lin Bei is in trouble. Lin Bei felt no dissatisfaction what Wang Yuling had just done. After all, there's nothing wrong with this approach. This protected their secret and silenced those people. But Wang Yuling will offend many people because of this. Knowing full well what was going on, he chuckled and said to Wang Yuling, "It doesn't matter. I don't care what other people think. But you might be in trouble. Although your actions just now have temporarily quieted these people down, it will only last for a short time. Even if they don't dare to say it openly, they will still talk about it in secret." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling couldn't help but raise her hand and scratch her head, as if she felt a bit of a headache. "Why?" She sighed rather helplessly and said, "Forget it, never mind. As long as Brother Bei is alright." Indeed, as Lin Bei said, Wang Yuling's heartless words just now hurt many people's self-esteem. As a result, they harbored resentment towards both Wang Yuling and Lin Bei. A few minutes later, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling parted ways and walked towards their respective classrooms. The two were in the same grade, but not in the same class. In a short distance of less than 100 meters, Lin Bei was under the gaze of many people. However, he didn't care at all and walked into the classroom on his own. The moment Lin Bei entered the classroom, all the students looked at him. They knew more about Lin Bei and Wang Yuling than anyone else. Although all the students were watching Lin Bei, no one said anything, which was very different from those outside who had only heard rumors. Something seems a bit unusual. Lin Bei closed his eyes and began to think. He has too many things to consider. Thump, thump. As footsteps approached from afar, Lin Bei, who was deep in thought, slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Next, the person who came into his view was Li Kai, with whom he had clashed several times. At this moment, Li Kai had a smug look on her face, as if she had done something that made her very happy. Furthermore, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Bei revealed an undisguised disdain. In an instant, Lin Bei understood everything. But before he could say anything, Li Kai's voice rang out. "Oh, pretty boy, you're here. What's it like when everyone knows that a gigolo is living off a woman? How are you? You're pretty angry, aren't you? But what's the use of getting angry? Wang Yuling isn't here right now." The entire classroom was eerily quiet, with only Li Kai's voice echoing. At this moment, Lin Bei was completely certain of his guess. He looked at Li Kai indifferently and asked in a very cold tone, "It seems you did all of this." The words had barely left his lips when Li Kai's voice rang out. "That's right. So what if I did it? Since you've become a gigolo, don't worry about what others say." From the moment she awakened, when Lin Bei stole the limelight from her, until now, her resentment towards Lin Bei has been extremely intense. That's why they deliberately spread the news that Lin Bei was a gigolo. Ultimately, it all comes down to his own selfish desires. Hearing Li Kai openly admit it, Lin Bei finally couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly stood up from his seat and walked a few steps to Li Kai, the distance between them being no more than 1 meter. A chillingly cold and ruthless voice rang out in the silent classroom. "Congratulations. You've successfully angered me. There must be a price to pay." Lin Bei did indeed feel anger. If Li Kai's actions were only directed at him, that would be one thing. But this time Wang Yuling was also implicated. Moreover, the impact was quite significant. "It's really over." "Oh, what did you say? You want me to pay the price? What? Are you going to hit me? If you dare to hit me now, you'll be in for a beating by the academy." Li Kai originally only wanted to intimidate Lin Bei with words, but she never expected. What he said unexpectedly reminded Lin Bei. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. The third academy does indeed have this rule. No matter the reason, anyone who injures a classmate in the academy must be punished accordingly. The lightest punishment is being barred from the academy for a week. The heaviest, he was expelled from the academy. What Lin Bei lacks most right now is time. He has many things to do. Punished. It seems just right. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Li Kai was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why are you suddenly saying thank you? Are you sick? The next moment, Lin Bei clenched his right fist tightly. The muscles on his right arm tensed up, and the veins stood out on his skin. A second later, he suddenly threw a punch, which landed squarely on Li Kai's stomach. Boom. The moment the fist struck the stomach, a terrifying burst of power erupted, and a loud impact rang out, like a muffled thunderclap in the sky. At the same time, intense pain instantly spread throughout Li Kai's body. Her eyes instantly became bloodshot, with numerous blood vessels appearing. It looks ferocious, as if it hasn't slept or rested for 10 days. There wasn't even time to cry out in pain. Li Kai's body flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. It flies backwards at a very high speed. In just 1 second, she was sent flying back a full 10 meters. Thump. Li Kai only stopped when she crashed into the wall at the front, losing control of her body. Although she managed to stop, she fell into a coma, blood gushing from all over her body, and all her bones were shattered. Even the wall behind them had several cracks. After taming the 3 dragons, Lin Bei's strength already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Not to mention, he also drank a power-enhancing potion. Even though it only used a small portion of the force, it was still beyond what Li Kai could withstand. Lin Bei also knew how strong he was. But since he has decided to do this, it means he is prepared. The classroom became even quieter than before. You could even hear the sounds of breathing. All eyes were focused on Li Kai, and everyone stared blankly at Li Kai and the wall. Only after Lin Bei sat down again did they exclaim in surprise. Holy crap! Lin Bei dared to openly hit Li Kai. That's too arrogant. How did he do that? A punch with that much power? Is this really the Lin Bei we know? Isn't he a gigolo? How could he do something like this? Horrible. That's absolutely terrifying. Everyone felt fear and vowed never to provoke Lin Bei again. After all, nobody wants to be punched into a wall like Li Kai. After a long while, one of the students finally spoke. However, Lin Bei is in trouble, and the academy will definitely not stand idly by. Chapter 51. Please, Dean, show no mercy. Openly attacking a classmate in the college is a very serious matter. Moreover, judging from Li Kai's current condition, she will need treatment for at least a long time. After all, he was completely embedded in the wall. How could it not be serious? Just 1 minute later, a group of people dressed in matching black clothes entered the classroom. It is the 3rd Academy's security team that is responsible for maintaining order within the academy and handling some disputes within the academy. Within a brief minute, they roughly knew what had happened. So the moment he entered the classroom, Ning Haoyuan, the captain of the security team, subconsciously looked at the victim, Li Kai. But when he saw Li Kai's miserable state, his pupils involuntarily contracted sharply, and his originally rapid steps faltered. Hiss! They even instinctively gasped. Wow! That was too ruthless. What's the difference between this and being hit by a car? During his 10 years as captain of the security team, Ning Haoyuan witnessed many students getting into fights. But he had never seen anyone beaten so badly. This doesn't look like a fight between students at all. Ning Haoyuan quickly regained his senses and hurriedly said to the team members behind him, Quick, take him to the medical station. Upon hearing this, the group rushed over and carefully began to clean up Li Kai. The treatment is extremely difficult. Call. Taking a deep breath, Ning Haoyuan looked at Lin Bei and said in a very serious tone, Come with me. The dean wants to see you. As he uttered those 2 sentences, he continued to scrutinize Lin Bei. However, Ning Haoyuan did not see even the slightest bit of unease or tension on Lin Bei's face. It was as if what had just happened and what was about to happen were nothing worth mentioning. This guy gives me a really weird feeling. What exactly happened? He couldn't figure it out for the time being. The next moment, Lin Bei strode towards the classroom door and walked out of the classroom in a few steps. He then turned to look at Ning Haoyuan and said in a calm tone, Hurry up. Ning Haoyuan was suddenly stunned, and the strange feeling in his heart intensified. This is the first time a student has urged me to take action. This is absolutely abnormal. But he still moved quickly, leading Lin Bei toward the dean's office. After Lin Bei and the security team had been gone for a while, the students in the class, still shaken, spoke up again. Seeing something so terrifying first thing in the morning, I hope I don't have nightmares tonight. I absolutely must never mess with Lin Bei again, or I don't want to get beaten into a wall. Judging from the extent of Li Kai's injuries, Lin Bei's punishment will definitely be severe. Thump, thump. 5 minutes later, Ning Haoyuan knocked on the door of the dean's office. Dean, I've brought the person. Soon, Bai Zhou's voice rang out. Okay, let him in. You all go about your own business. Upon hearing this, Ning Haoyuan led the others away, leaving Lin Bei alone standing at the entrance of the dean's office. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked into the dean's office. The first thing I saw was Bai Zhou sitting at his desk. At the same time, Bai Zhou also looked up at Lin Bei. It's you. Although he knew that a student had made a mistake, he did not know who it was, which is why he was surprised to see Lin Bei. Immediately afterwards, Bai Zhou frowned slightly, and muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness. This is difficult. The punishment for him shouldn't be too severe. He never expected that the person he was supposed to punish would be Lin Bei, someone I only decided to train yesterday. If it were anyone else, Bai Zhou would have punished them according to the regulations. But Lin Bei can't do that. In his view, Lin Bei represented Wang Yuling. Punishing Lin Bei is nothing. But if you anger Wang Yuling and she jumps ship to another college, then you'll really be at a huge loss. No dean wants to lose an exceptionally talented student. Lin Bei looked calmly at Bai Zhou, and naturally noticed Bai Zhou's conflicted expression. Adding to what he had just heard, he easily guessed what Bai Zhou was thinking. The next moment, Lin Bei broke the silence first. Dean, just give me whatever punishment you deem appropriate. I'll talk to Wang Yuling. I can definitely resolve this perfectly. You don't need to feel any pressure. His original purpose was to gain some time, so he took the opportunity to teach Li Kai a lesson. If Bai Zhou were to consider Wang Yuling and thus cancel his punishment, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Lin Bei didn't want to see this happen. The moment those words fell, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Bei with great surprise. Real. He instinctively found it hard to believe what Lin Bei said. How could such a thing happen? Instead of thinking about how to mitigate the punishment, they also want to eliminate potential risks for themselves? Are you kidding me? Are there really such considerate students in the world? Lin Bei nodded slightly and said with great certainty, "This is for the good of the college. Please, Dean, act in accordance with the regulations." In a short time, Bai Zhou was actually quite moved. His opinion of Lin Bei was also changing rapidly. Originally, Bai Zhou only thought that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had a good relationship, so he decided to take the opportunity to train Lin Bei. But now, he is truly prepared to train Lin Bei. After all, the number of students who would give up their privileges and choose to accept severe punishment for the sake of the school's reputation is extremely small. Good. Then I will grant your wish. You deserve the punishment you deserve. Lin Bei nodded, secretly relieved. As long as he receives the punishment he deserves, he will have plenty of free time. As long as there is enough free time. Wouldn't that mean you could do whatever you want? We just received news that the classmate you injured is severely disabled. It will take at least 6 months of careful care to barely restore him to the point where he can move freely again. Given the seriousness of the matter, you are hereby punished with a 1-month ban from attending the academy and a ban from enjoying any class benefits during your studies at the academy. I hope you will reflect on your actions during this month. Although Bai Zhou spoke of punishing Lin Bei, what he was really thinking about was how to reward and nurture Lin Bei. Lin Bei felt only joy at the month-long penalty period. 1 month. It's enough to do a lot of things. Thank you, Dean. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more minutes before quickly ending their conversation. Lin Bei turned and left, his steps not hurried. Bai Zhou, who was increasingly satisfied with Lin Bei, looked up at Lin Bei's back. But when he saw Lin Bei's receding figure, a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. Where have I seen this before? Chapter 52, Infiltrating the Huang Family. The plan unfolds. Bai Zhou stared intently at Lin Bei's back. The more he looked, the stronger his doubts became. It looks so familiar. He looks just like the guy who rode the dragon yesterday. Although he thought of what happened last night, he did not consider Lin Bei to be that person. The reason is simple. First, Lin Bei only awakened his talent a few days ago, a fact that many people can confirm. It's absolutely impossible to tame a dragon, not to mention taming 2 dragons. Secondly, Lin Bei returned to the academy with many students yesterday, so how could he possibly be in the center of the monster forest at night? That's completely unrealistic. After a minute of contemplation, Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head, then slowly stood up and looked out the window. Forget it. I'd better not overthink it. Now we should consider how to compensate Lin Bei. Since he's being so cooperative, I can't let him down. As the dean of the 3rd academy, he knew very well how to get along with others. After leaving the dean's office, Lin Bei did not return to the classroom, but went straight home. Call. The moment I entered the house, 3 dragons appeared. It flapped its wings and flew all over the room. Lin Bei sat on the sofa, carefully planning what he would do next. After making such careful plans, he realized that he did have a lot to do. Sell your warcraft. The grand event in the neighboring city in a few days. Materials for crafting the Radiant Dragon. The Huang family's mixed-race glutton. The Bone Dragon is coming soon. There's so much to do. Fortunately, I got a month of free time, otherwise I really might not have been able to keep up. Of all the things to be done, the most difficult is obviously the Huang family's Taodai hybrid pet egg. After all, the tasks issued by the system. The goal is to kill the hybrid glutton. Although we don't know exactly how strong the hybrid Taotai is, it's best to be fully prepared. And we can also publicize this matter appropriately. After all, once a hybrid glutton is born, it will threaten the entire Nanshan city. As he made up his mind, Lin Bei suddenly remembered something. It seems that a recycling function was activated when those 2 gift packs were opened. He hasn't had a chance to use this feature yet, and now is a good opportunity to do so. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately opened the system shop and casually took out a monster containment bag. Recycle. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Byte. Recycling successful. The items recovered this time were a monster containment bag and a monster. The host has received 2,500 points. The 2,500 points are exactly the value of the monster containment bag and the monster. Using this feature eliminates the need to convert funds into points. To put it bluntly, it saves a lot of trouble. There's no need to deliberately sell Warcraft to merchants. Lin Bei was fairly satisfied with this feature. Next, he recycled a lot of things, and the number of points he had kept increasing. The host has received 2,800 points. The host has received 3,500 points. The host has received 2,100 points as a reward. The host has received 2,500 points. The host has received 3,600 points. Final. Lin Bei's points totaled a full 108,000. Only then did he stop. More than 100,000 points are definitely enough for a short time. As for the remaining magical beasts, let's just sell them to those merchants. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei returned home after wandering around all day. There were simply too many monsters left, and he had only managed to sell a small portion of them all day. Another 10 million yuan was barely deposited into the account. With the financial rewards from opening the 2 gift packs, Lin Bei's total funds had now exceeded 20 million. Thump. Thump. I hadn't rested for more than a few minutes when there was a knock on the door. Brother Bei, are you home? I have so many things I want to tell you. Lin Bei reluctantly got up and put Xiao Lu and Guangming Long back into the system space, leaving only Yi still in the room. He quickly opened the door and let Wang Yuling in. The next moment, Wang Yuling's voice rang out. Brother Bei, I've heard about what happened to you. You did a fantastic job. That's how you deal with women like that. She looked excited as she spoke. It was as if he had personally beaten up Li Kai. Lin Bei simply responded with a light laugh. After talking about this for a while, Wang Yuling started talking about other things. By the way, Brother Bei, today, a member of the Huang family approached me and sincerely invited me to join their family. However, I did not agree. I just said I needed to think about it carefully. What should I do? Should I join the Huang family? I have a feeling that the Huang family is plotting something bad. The moment she finished speaking, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly, and a plan formed in his mind. He was already considering how to deal with the Huang family. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Little Linger, agree to their demands first. But you don't want me to join the Huang family. Instead, I should join. Tell them I'm your representative, and my joining means you're joining. Finding a way to infiltrate the Huang family is clearly the best option. As long as they infiltrate the Huang family, there is a high chance that you will see the egg of that hybrid gluttonous beast. Although she didn't know Lin Bei's purpose in doing this, Wang Yuling wisely refrained from asking further questions. For her, anything Lin Bei wants to do is right. Okay, I understand, Brother Bei. Leave it to me. Lin Bei nodded slightly, reached out and patted Wang Yuling's head, and spoke in a gentle tone. Little Linger, thank you for your hard work. You'll understand why I did this in a few days. It's not time to tell you yet. Wang Yuling's face flushed slightly, as if she were a little embarrassed, and she replied with a slightly stuttering tone. Well, I believe in Brother Bei. Before we knew it, the next day arrived. While Lin Bei was still fast asleep, his phone started vibrating. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Bei instantly snapped out of it, and quickly answered the phone. The moment the connection was established, a female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Lin Bei? This was an unfamiliar voice. Lin Bei had never heard it before. But he still answered. That's right. The next moment, the woman's voice rang out again. I am Huang Feishue from the Huang family. Wang Yuling said that as long as you join the Huang family, she will join the Huang family as well. So I'd like to ask you, would you be willing to join the Huang family? Chapter 53, Joining the Huang family. Finding the gluttonous beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was slightly surprised, not expecting Wang Yuling to act so quickly. It was barely dawn when the Huang family called. It seems, Linger really cares about my affairs. They actually contacted the Huang family first thing in the morning. This was the only possibility he could think of, Otherwise, the Huang family wouldn't have called so early. Seemingly growing impatient, Huang Feishue's voice came through the phone again. Hello. Have you thought it through? Her tone was somewhat hurried, as if she was worried that Lin Bei would refuse. In an instant, Lin Bei snapped out of his daze and answered without hesitation. I do. It was his own intention to infiltrate the Huang family, so he would never refuse. Only by successfully entering the Huang family. Only then can you do things smoothly. Immediately afterwards, Huang Feishue's excited voice came. Okay, welcome to the team. Come visit the Huang family if you have time. Let's talk about some things face to face. Lin Bei quickly responded. Good. I'll go to the Huang family in a bit. He then hung up the phone and regained full consciousness. Looking at the 3 dragons sleeping soundly beside him, Lin Bei casually put them back into the system space. We're going to the Huang family soon, and it's not appropriate to leave the dragons at home. If something unexpected happens, it could cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The Huang family's house is in a good location, some distance from the dilapidated neighborhood where Lin Bei lives. Therefore, it will take some time to get to the Huang family. 2 hours later, Lin Bei arrived at the Huang family villa area. Huang Feishue, who had spoken to him on the phone earlier, was already waiting at the entrance of the villa area. The moment she saw Lin Bei, she knew he was the one she had been waiting for. Because both her clothing and age meet the standards of a student. You must be Lin Bei? Lin Bei nodded slightly and looked calmly at Huang Feishue. The next moment, his eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. Because Huang Feishue's appearance was somewhat similar to that of Huang Feilong, who was burned to death one by one. Moreover, they are very close in age. She just looks slightly younger. Obviously, the two are siblings. It's me. Even though he had guessed the identity of the person in front of him, Lin Bei remained calm and did not seem to have killed the other party's brother at all. Huang Feishue smiled at Lin Bei and pointed behind her. Come with me, the master wants to see you. After saying that, she turned around and led the way. Lin Bei followed behind Huang Feishue, carefully looking around to see if he could find the location of the Taodai hybrid egg. But the result was not as expected. Even after arriving at the location of the Huang family patriarch, he still hadn't seen the hybrid Taoye's egg. After a day, Huang Bashuan's condition improved considerably, and the violence and anger in his heart subsided. Looking at Lin Bei walking in behind Huang Feishue, a hint of contempt flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. When Wang Yuling made that request, Huang Bashuan sent people to investigate Lin Bei. Naturally, that's how they learned about Lin Bei's talent and experience. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Wang Yuling, he would never have allowed Lin Bei to enter the Huang family's territory. But in order to recruit Wang Yuling, Huang Bashuan had no choice but to do some things against his will. Welcome to the Huang family, Lin. You will absolutely not regret becoming a member of the Huang family outside of our clan. He didn't say much, but he exuded confidence. Others might think Huang Bashuan was just making empty promises, but Lin Bei, who knew about the existence of the hybrid gluttonous egg, wouldn't have such thoughts. That's exactly the case. Once the hybrid Taotai is born and grows up, the Huang family will truly become incredibly powerful. He simply nodded slightly and said with a hint of amusement in his voice, Really, I won't regret it. The two people's statement that they would not regret it meant two completely different things. However, Huang Bashuan did not understand the meaning behind Lin Bei's words, and only thought that Lin Bei was excited because he had joined the Huang family. Alright, now that you've joined our Huang family, why don't you go and wander around for a bit? But whatever you do, don't go to the forbidden area in the south. It's dangerous there. He didn't want Lin Bei to be in danger, as that could very well lead to the loss of Wang Yuling. Wang Yuling is very important to Huang Bashuan. Because of her great talent and her amazing performance yesterday, she deserves this much attention. Call. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's breathing became more rapid. I roughly guessed what it was. Forcibly suppressing the faint joy in his heart, he nodded slightly again. Good. Thank you, Patriarch Huang. I'll be going now. That, thank you, was a genuine expression of gratitude. Huang Bashuan had no suspicions and let Lin Bei leave. Final. Only he and Huang Feishue remained. A full minute passed, and after Lin Bei had walked a distance, Huang Bashuan finally spoke to Huang Feishue and asked, How's it going? Have you found anything? We absolutely cannot let Feilong die in vain. As he uttered those two sentences, a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. He seems genuinely angry about it. Huang Feishue's eyes dimmed slightly for a moment, and she shook her head helplessly, saying, There's still no result. We investigated several people, but none of them are suspects. She was very interested in investigating the mystery of her own brother's death. No matter how you investigate, I can't get the right answer. Huang Bashuan's expression turned grim, and he clenched his fists tightly. Continue the investigation. We must find the murderer. This concerns the honor of our Huang family. He was angry because it was an insult to the Huang family. How could such a large family like the Huangs not be able to find a murderer? How can they possibly have the face to stand up then? Meanwhile, Lin Bei seemed to be wandering aimlessly around the Huang family's house, but in reality, he was constantly moving south without attracting anyone's attention. Huang Bashuan just told him not to go near the forbidden area in the south, which clearly meant that the forbidden area in the south had some secret. Finally, after wandering around for another half hour, Lin Bei arrived at the southern area where the Huang family was located. He used to see a few people every now and then, but now he can't see any at all. Lin Bei stopped advancing when he saw a tightly closed iron gate. This must be the place. The next moment, he took a step forward. But just as he took that step, a terrifying attack came crashing down on him. It was filled with endless malice and an extremely strong stench of blood. It's as if opening this door would lead you into hell. In an instant, Lin Bei stopped again. This is it. At this moment, he located the hybrid gluttonous egg. However, I have no intention of going in. Because this timing is clearly not appropriate, we must choose a more suitable time. For example, tonight. Chapter 54 The Eggshell Broken. Entering the forbidden area during the day is simply asking for trouble. At the same time, Lin Bei understood why Huang Bashuan had specifically instructed him not to approach the forbidden area in the south. It was because of the terrifying aura he was enduring at that moment. If it were anyone else, they would likely be so intimidated by this terrifying aura that they would be unable to move. Even more, you will lose consciousness. Fortunately, Lin Bei tamed 3 dragons, which improved his abilities in all aspects, and he also gained the aura of dragons. That's why we were able to remain unaffected. After staring silently at the door for a few seconds, Lin Bei thought to himself, System, use 10,000 points to purchase the specified teleportation array. The moment the words left his mouth, the 10,000 points vanished, and a system notification sounded simultaneously. Byte. Purchase of the designated teleportation array successful. Would you like to use it now? Lin Bei didn't hesitate for even half a second and immediately chose to use it now. Use. The system notification sound continued to ring out the next moment. Byte. The host is not currently at home. Would you like to set this location as the first teleportation point? In fact, when Lin Bei decided to exchange for the teleportation array, he had already considered where to set the first and second teleportation points. Set the first teleportation point behind this iron gate. About a second later, the first teleportation point was set. Please specify the second teleportation point. This time, Lin Bei doesn't intend to use his home as another teleportation point. Although this teleportation point is very secure, it still carries some risks. Moreover, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. So being cautious is not a mistake. Set the second teleportation point in the center of the monster forest and connect it to another teleportation array. Byte. Teleportation array has been successfully established. The host can teleport at will. After completing all the preparations, Lin Bei quickly left the place and went to a crowded place as fast as possible. Things went very smoothly and went unnoticed by anyone. This is all thanks to Huang Bashuan. After getting to know Lin Bei in detail, he had no defenses against Lin Bei at all. As a result, the other members of the Huang family also paid little attention to Lin Bei. After leaving the Huang family, Lin Bei went to a small shop and bought some items. Black hat, sunglasses, face mask, etc. And they were all put into the system space. He will need these things. Before you know it, night has fallen, and the cold moon hangs high in the sky. The whole city fell silent, making it a good time to do something. After a good rest, and having put on sunglasses and a hat, Lin Bei was in high spirits. Xiao Lu, and the bright dragon were the same. They knew what they had to do in the night. Call. Standing in the center of the room, Lin Bei subconsciously took a deep breath. It's time to set off. After all, we're going to come into contact with the legendary Tao Dai. Even if it is only a hybrid Tao Dai, we still cannot underestimate it. After all, a mixed-race glutton is still a glutton. Tao Dai. It is one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts. Since it can become a ferocious beast, there must be a corresponding reason. Teleport. The first teleportation array was activated, transporting Lin Bei to the monster forest. Teleport. The second teleportation array also activated. He was teleported into the Huang family's residence. The moment it appeared, that terrifying aura struck again. And because it was inside the iron gate, the atmosphere was much more terrifying than it had been in the morning. At the same time, Lin Bei immediately turned his gaze to the hybrid gluttonous egg in the center of the courtyard. The hybrid glutton's egg is huge, as big as a minivan. Around it, piles of all sorts of monster remains. The strong smell of blood filled the area, making it seem like a slaughterhouse. Even though he didn't witness the hybrid gluttonous egg devouring the magical beast, the scene before him made Lin Bei realize the seriousness of the matter. Without realizing it, his gaze became very serious, and he quickly took his phone out of his pocket. They took a bunch of pictures of the hybrid gluttonous egg. I took pictures of both the Taotai egg and the surrounding scenery. Only by taking photos of the Taotai can we have enough evidence. Thump, thump. Forcibly enduring that pressure, Lin Bei strode closer to the hybrid gluttonous egg. He wanted to try getting up close to the gluttonous egg. But when the distance between Lin Bei and the hybrid gluttonous egg was less than 5 meters, the hybrid gluttonous egg, which had been standing steadily on the ground, suddenly began to shake violently. Thump, thump, thump. As the eggshell collided with the ground, it was accompanied by a series of impact sounds. Instantly, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked at the hybrid gluttonous egg. He was somewhat taken aback. I never expected the hybrid gluttonous egg to make such a commotion. What's going on? Is your luck really that bad? Just then, the system notification sounded. Because the host possesses the aura of multiple dragons. When you approached the hybrid gluttonous egg, the hybrid gluttonous beast inside sensed your presence, which is why it made that noise. You also know what Taotai is. Compared to absorbing and devouring ordinary magical beasts, dragons are far more attractive to them. The effect of devouring a dragon. It can easily surpass the effect of devouring 10,000 ordinary magical beasts. Only then did Lin Bei understand what had happened. The best course of action he can think of right now is to leave this place temporarily, otherwise it could very likely lead to some serious consequences. However, before Lin Bei could activate the teleportation array, the hybrid gluttonous egg made an even bigger commotion. Click, click. 2 ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out, and 2 fist-sized holes appeared on the once intact hybrid gluttonous egg. The next moment, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared through the 2 holes. Those are the eyes of a mixed-race glutton. At the same time, the aura that already filled the courtyard became even more terrifying, as if it were about to solidify into a tangible form. This is an aura of evil and madness taken to the extreme. Lin Bei, enveloped by this aura, felt as if he were in a procession of 100 ghosts, surrounded by countless evil spirits. Roar! A sound that could easily shatter eardrums rang out, and instantly spread throughout the entire Huang family. Instantly, all the sleeping members of the Huang family woke up from their sleep. Huang Bashuan didn't even bother to put on his shoes. He immediately summoned his tamed azure thunder serpent turtle and set off at top speed. Call! Call! Lin Bei took a few deep breaths and met those 2 eyes. Even though he was staring directly at a ferocious beast, he felt no fear whatsoever. It's just a hybrid gluttonous beast, yet it dares to try and eat my dragon? Chapter 55 The Light That Dispels Evil. The Taotai inside the egg is a hybrid Taotai, possessing only part of the Taotai bloodline, while the rest of its bloodline belongs to an unknown type of magical beast. Therefore, it is not pure. It's incomparable to a dragon. Even the dragon that Lin Bei possesses at this time is not a pure dragon, but a synthesized dragon. However, the synthesized dragon contains a complete dragon bloodline. They can only be described as dragons with other special abilities. The strength of its bloodline is naturally greater than that of a hybrid glutton, unless the other part of this hybrid glutton's bloodline comes from another powerful being. For example, Taotai, Chaos, and Xiongqi are all among the 4 fiendish beasts. Or perhaps a mythical beast like the Qilin or the Baizhe. Inside the hybrid gluttonous egg, a pair of evil, scarlet eyes stared intently at Lin Bei. Although what the mixed-race gluttonous beast saw at this moment was just an ordinary person, it felt a tremendous temptation from this person. A feeling I've never had before when devouring other magical beasts. It was as if a meticulously prepared feast was laid out before us. Roar! Roar! A low, hissing sound echoed as the mixed-blood gluttonous beast tried to swallow Lin Bei whole. However, because it is not yet fully matured, it is still bound inside the eggshell and cannot leave the eggshell to go to the outside world. Although he could only see the eyes of the mixed-race gluttonous beast, Lin Bei could still sense the evil aura emanating from it. No wonder they are descendants of the Tao Tai. He's clearly just a mixed-race person, yet he possesses such a powerful ferocity. Just as he said these words, that fierce and evil aura became even more intense, and it has already begun to spread to the surrounding areas. It probably won't take more than 10 seconds to cover half of the Huang family's property. At the same time, a gentle dragon's roar entered Lin Bei's mind from the system space. He was slightly taken aback, but quickly opened the system space and naturally knew which dragon had made the call. It's the newly tamed light dragon. Although the light dragon cannot speak human language, Lin Bei can easily understand its meaning. Hearing the gentle dragon roars, he instinctively asked, "Kindness, you want to come outside?" The radiant dragon continued to call softly, expressing its desire to go outside. Since the radiant dragon wants to come to the outside world, Lin Bei will not refuse this request. The next moment, he then placed the radiant dragon outside. Phew, phew. The moment it appeared in the outside world, the light dragon flapped its wings and slowly flew towards the hybrid Tao Tai. The mixed-blooded gluttonous beast, which had been staring intently at Lin Bei, immediately shifted all its attention to the spotless white light dragon. In an instant, its eyes were completely filled with greed, and all it could think about was eating the light dragon. Roar! Roar! The roars and howls of the hybrid gluttonous beast grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the entire Huang family compound. Many people felt uneasy because of this, fearing that something terrible might happen. Huang Bashuan, who was already rushing forward, frowned deeply, his expression extremely serious as he stared in the direction of Tao Tai, muttering to himself, "What happened? Why is the hybrid glutton so violent tonight? When that being handed me the hybrid gluttonous egg, it didn't mention that this would happen. He's completely lost right now. I have absolutely no idea what happened. There were no abnormalities when I was raising the hybrid Tao Tai egg a few days ago. But today, why is this happening?" No matter how he tried to imagine it, Huang Bashuan couldn't understand it, and in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it now. You'll understand once you get there." In just a few seconds, the radiant dragon flew to the front of the hybrid gluttonous egg, with the distance between it and the eggshell being no more than 10 centimeters. It also stared wide-eyed at the hybrid glutton. It was filled with nothing but deep disgust, as if it had seen something repulsive. Roar! Roar! The hybrid gluttonous beast became even more violent, pounding against the eggshell with all its might, eager to emerge. Click! Click! Hard work pays off, and 2 more tiny cracks appeared. The evil aura intensified. It not only became more concentrated, but also covered a wider area. Coverage range. It reached a full half of the Huang family. Naturally, some members of the Huang family were enveloped by this aura. Thump! Thump! Some of the weaker members of the Huang family were unable to resist the aura and collapsed to the ground, falling into a coma. Even if you fall into a coma, you cannot escape the torment. Their expressions, they're all a bit distorted. Huang Bashuan, who rushed over, looked at the Huang family members lying on the roadside, and his expression became extremely complicated. They were both excited by the Taoye's immense power and worried about the safety of the Huang family members. Fortunately, when that person gave me the hybrid gluttonous egg, they also taught me how to control the hybrid gluttonous beast. Otherwise, I'm afraid the first to be destroyed after the appearance of the hybrid Tao Tai would be my Huang family. As he spoke, he suddenly increased his speed and would reach his destination in just a few minutes. At the same time, the disgust in the light dragon's eyes intensified, and even its 4 claws clenched tightly, making it look somewhat cute. Standing not far away, Lin Bei clearly sensed the thoughts in the light dragon's heart and roughly knew what the light dragon wanted to do. Bright dragon, I want to dispel the evil spirits around me. Therefore, a strong sense of anticipation arose in his heart. I wonder if it can do it. At that very moment, the bright dragon flapped its wings much faster, and its flawless white head raised to look at the sky. Buzz! With a loud dragon roar, a large amount of dazzling white light burst forth from its body. It's dazzling, but not blinding. The white light spread instantly, quickly illuminating the entire courtyard. It easily overshadowed that evil and sinister aura. Enveloped in this holy white light, Lin Bei could only feel that the aura emanating from the mixed blood Tao Tai that he had been enduring had completely disappeared. Instead, a sense of gentleness. It feels like being in a hot spring, enjoying a relaxing vacation. What amazing power! Is this the light dragon? Almost in the blink of an eye, white light illuminated half the sky. All the mixed-blooded gluttonous aura that filled the Huang family disappeared, as if the cold winter had transitioned into the height of summer in an instant. All the Huang family members who had been affected recovered in less than a breath. The one who had collapsed to the ground stood up, the one who was unconscious regained consciousness, and the one who had been crying in fear stopped crying. They felt the holy power filling their bodies, and their eyes widened to the maximum. Chapter 56. I'll wait for you to be born. Those members of the Huang family who had been nurtured by the power of the radiant dragon couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What happened? It feels like my body is filled with flames, and all my discomfort has disappeared. This feeling is more comfortable than ever before, even more comfortable than when I first tamed a magical beast. Just now I felt like I was in hell, but now it feels like I'm in heaven. It's unbelievable. Not only were ordinary members of the Huang family marveling at it, but even Huang Bashuan, who had personally experienced it all, was extremely surprised at this moment. He sat on the back of his pet, looking up at the bright night ahead. It was already late at night. The sky was even brighter than at noon. Glug! Huang Bashuan swallowed hard without realizing it, his hands trembling with excitement. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he had a rough guess in his mind. If it could dispel the aura emitted by the hybrid Tao Tai, then the being emitting this bright light must be no less powerful than the hybrid Tao Tai. Chance. This is a golden opportunity. Thinking of this, Huang Bashuan patted the azure thunder serpent turtle beneath him forcefully, and said with excitement in his voice, "Set off. Get there as fast as you can." As the head of the Huang family, he knew what this meant. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where the hybrid gluttonous egg was stored, a radiant dragon of light is confronting a half-breed gluttonous beast that is not yet fully hatched. Two completely opposite auras filled the small courtyard. But overall, the radiant dragon still prevailed. Mostly heaven, a little bit of hell. After all, the hybrid Tao Tai was still inside the eggshell and had not fully hatched. That's why they fell into a disadvantageous position so quickly. What if it's a fully hatched hybrid Tao Tai? Then it certainly wouldn't be like it is now. Looking at the mixed-race Tao Tai, who was at a disadvantage, Lin Bei had a satisfied look on his face. At this moment, the light dragon's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations. It can not only dispel the surrounding darkness, but also suppress the hybrid Tao Tai that has absorbed a large amount of blood energy. You can't help but be dissatisfied. Good. So strong even in his early childhood. After synthesis and evolution, it will only become stronger. Having witnessed the power of the light dragon, Lin Bei's resolve to synthesize the light dragon became even stronger. We must combine the angel halo and another object representing light with the light dragon to raise a dragon that is pure and radiant to the extreme. The disadvantaged hybrid gluttonous beast, meanwhile, stared intently at the light dragon, its fierce eyes filled with. Aside from a faint fear, there was only endless greed. Even knowing that the other's abilities could restrain it, it still wanted to swallow the other whole. Roar! Roar! The deep roar continued, as if the hybrid glutton was cursing. The light dragon ignored all of this, simply flying through the air, radiating holy light. Thump! Thump! Lin Bei walked step by step to the hybrid gluttonous egg and touched the shell without hesitation. It feels cold to the touch, like touching a piece of ice. He ignored the roaring Tao Tai and instead asked himself, "System, can we synthesize it directly using a hybrid gluttonous egg?" The next moment, the system notification sounded. It's possible, but we don't recommend the host do it. Because this hybrid Tao Tai is the offspring of a Tao Tai and a common magical beast, and it's not fully ripe yet. Therefore, even if synthesis is attempted, the result will only be unsatisfactory. It's still recommended to wait until the hybrid gluttonous beast has successfully hatched before combining it with the hybrid. Lin Bei nodded slightly, indicating that he had no objection. Anyway, he's not in a hurry to synthesize it. Because there aren't enough dragons to craft. It's definitely not possible for a light dragon. The best choice is the soon-to-appear bone dragon. It seems we still need to get the Huang family to hatch the hybrid Tao Tai first. When they hatch the hybrid gluttons, I will also be able to obtain a fourth dragon. Obviously, leaving the hybrid gluttonous egg in the Huang family is the best choice. Only a wealthy family like the Huang family could hatch the hybrid gluttonous egg. And, since the Huang family dared to incubate the hybrid Tao Tai, it proves that they have a way to control the hybrid Tao Tai. The Huang family would never do such a thing if they didn't have a way. Thinking of this, Lin Bei withdrew his hand. Then, he looked at the hybrid Taotai, and their eyes met. The hybrid gluttonous beast was somewhat afraid of the holy power of the light dragon, but it was not afraid of Lin Bei, this human. Roar. Immediately, the mixed-blood gluttonous beast roared at Lin Bei, its roar filled with hostility and malice. Hearing this roar, before Lin Bei could even make a statement, the radiant dragon beside him became enraged. It stared wide-eyed at the mixed-breed glutton with considerable displeasure. How dare they be mean to their own master? They really don't know what's good for them. The more he thought about it, the angrier the light dragon became, and the stronger the white light emanating from his body grew. In an instant, the evil and chilling aura that had been there before vanished. The power of the light dragon changes with its emotions. When you're angry, you're even stronger. Call. Call. The radiant dragon flapped its wings and circled the hybrid gluttonous egg a few times. I want to continue to unleash the holy light and teach the mixed race glutton a lesson. But before it could do anything, it saw its owner start to move. Lin Bei strode to the two holes and spoke in a ruthless tone. Scream all you want. You won't be able to keep calling me that for many more days anyway. The day you hatched, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Taotai instantly flew into a rage. How dare a mere human say such a thing to me? Court death. That's just asking for trouble. Unfortunately, the hybrid Taotai cannot speak and can only express itself through roars. In a short time, the only sound echoing throughout the Huang family compound was the furious roar of the Taotai. The huge egg was shaking, as if there was an earthquake in a local area. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. I'll wait for you to be born. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, refusing to pay any more attention to the enraged Taotai. Thump. At that moment, the iron gate, which had been tightly closed, was suddenly smashed open from the outside. The person who smashed open the iron gate. It was none other than Huang Bashuan, who had arrived at top speed. The moment Huang Bashuan entered the courtyard, he saw the radiant dragon radiating holy light. Chapter 57 Answer my questions. The moment Huang Bashuan saw the radiant dragon, he forgot what he originally wanted to do and what he originally wanted to say. At this moment, only one word echoed in his mind. That word is dragon. Glug. Glug. With his atoms, apple bobbing up and down, Huang Bashuan swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva before his condition returned to normal. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at the light dragon, with even streaks of blood forming within them. Dragon. This is dragon. Even before arriving here, Huang Bashuan had guessed that something magical must have appeared. After all, the commotion just now was beyond our imagination. But he never expected this. The enormous commotion that caused such a shock. It was a dragon. And it was still a dragon, pure white and flawless, radiating a dazzling white light. Why? Why would a dragon appear here? After accepting the fact that a dragon had appeared, Huang Bashuan was left with only doubt. What exactly happened? How could a dragon appear in a courtyard with a hybrid gluttonous egg? No matter how you think about it, all of these seem a bit unrealistic. However, Huang Bashuan quickly returned to normal and immediately turned his gaze to the mixed-breed Taotai egg not far away. His worries only dissipated when he saw that the hybrid gluttonous egg was safe and sound. Fine. The hybrid gluttonous egg is fine. The moment Huang Bashuan appeared, Lin Bei and Guang Minglong's attention was successfully drawn to him. Both the man and the dragon frowned, staring intently at Huang Bashuan. Lin Bei, who had only met Huang Bashuan today, was on high alert. He knew very well that since Huang Bashuan was the head of the Huang family, his strength was naturally not weak. At least, definitely stronger than Huang Failong. Although Lin Bei could activate the teleportation array and leave the courtyard unharmed, he did not intend to do so. Oh, they came really fast. When Lin Bei chose to accept the mission issued by the system, he was prepared to fight Huang Bashuan. Even if you leave now, you'll still have to face it in the future. So since you have to face it sooner or later, and you can ensure your own safety, why rush to leave? And he had something even more important to do. Having figured all this out, Lin Bei said to the radiant dragon, "Come to my side." Upon hearing this, the bright dragon obediently flapped its wings and returned to Lin Bei's side, landing on the ground and no longer staring at Huang Bashuan. Therefore, Huang Bashuan turned his gaze to Lin Bei. Upon seeing Lin Bei's attire of sunglasses and a hat, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It's clear that the visitors have ill intentions. However, Huang Bashuan did not take immediate action. Instead, He stood at the open door, sizing up Lin Bei with an unfriendly look. Who are you? And what is the purpose of coming here? Besides, how did you tame your dragon? There were just too many things he wanted to know. As he asked these questions, Huang Bashuan continued to stare intently at Lin Bei. No matter what Lin Bei wanted to do, he was able to stop him immediately. Soon, Lin Bei's reply rang out. The reason I'm still here isn't to answer your question. Furthermore, I have no obligation to answer your questions. His attitude was not friendly at all, because there was no need for it. Anyway, Huang Bashuan isn't a good person either. What kind of good person would dare to secretly cultivate a hybrid Taotai and even plan to rely on it to rule the entire Nanshan city? Huang Bashuan was taken aback, quite surprised by Lin Bei's answer. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be so arrogant. How dare you say such things on your own turf? Quack. Immediately, Huang Bashuan clenched his fists. I can no longer contain my anger. But at that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Where did you get this hybrid gluttonous egg? Answer me. Huang Bashuan was stunned again. For a moment, she was somewhat taken aback and could only stare wide-eyed at Lin Bei. What's going on? Not only did they not answer my question, they asked me questions instead. And their attitude was so bad. That's incredibly arrogant. At this point, Huang Bashuan could no longer tolerate it and prepared to forcibly subdue Lin Bei before asking him all sorts of questions. He is confident in his abilities. After all, he's one of the top 5 people in the entire Nanshan city. The next moment, Huang Bashuan looked at the Azure Thunder Tyrant Turtle beside him and said in a cold and ruthless tone, Attack! Boom! Boom! The Azure Thunder Serpent Turtle immediately sprang into action, streaks of lightning leaping across its shell and rapidly coalescing into a massive ball of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the urine and feces have reached a length of about 2 meters, and the ball of lightning is still getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds had passed. The lightning ball reached a size of 5 meters and began to bombard Lin Bei. A sinister smile played on Huang Bashuan's lips, and madness gleamed in his eyes. Although I only used a portion of my strength, it'll at least teach your arrogance a lesson. He wasn't worried at all about the possibility of accidentally injuring the hybrid Taodai, because Huang Bashuan understood that the eggs of the hybrid Taodai were extremely hard. Even if it falls from tens of meters, it won't even develop a crack. As the giant lightning ball drew ever closer, Lin Bei showed no intention of dodging. He simply shook his head with a slightly helpless expression. Why? While I'm not here to answer your question, I'm also not here to fight you. A battle with Huang Bashuan is inevitable, but not now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei summoned Xiao Lu. Huang Bashuan's attention was highly focused, so he naturally saw Xiao Lu suddenly appear. Hiss! He instinctively gasped. His eyes were wide open, like a bull's eyes. It turns out, there's even a dragon. Faced with this situation, Huang Bashuan was completely dumbfounded. This guy? How can there be 2 dragons? Knowing exactly what he needed to do, Xiao Lu instantly unleashed his full potential. Phew! Phew! Boom! Boom! Countless bolts of lightning, fused with the gale, bombarded the lightning ball like a hail of bullets. The giant lightning ball, which was originally moving at high speed, was abruptly forced to stop. No, it's not just about forcing a stop. Instead, it is constantly collapsing. Then came a series of fierce winds and lightning strikes, and the huge lightning ball shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. About 5 seconds later, the entire ball of lightning completely disappeared. The courtyard returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 58 The Frustrated Mixed-Race Glutton. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Huang Bashuan felt extremely conflicted. A sense of astonishment and shock filled his mind. Things didn't go as expected at all. They thought they could gain the upper hand and take the initiative. But the result? Just who is this guy? They actually have 2 dragons. And they're 2 very strong dragons. Although the time Huang Bashuan spent seeing the dragon was very short, it instilled a sense of apprehension in him. He was even somewhat at a loss as to how to handle the situation at hand. After all, both Guang Minglong and Xiaolu performed exceptionally well. One could suppress the ferocity of the hybrid Taotai, and the other could shatter the attack of the Azure Thunder Tyrant Turtle. How could it not be powerful? Although the hybrid Taotai did not hatch, the Azure Thunder Tyrant Turtle only used a portion of its power. However, Huang Bashuan also dared not underestimate the 2 dragons, because he wasn't sure if his opponent had used their full strength. For a long time, Huang Bashuan remained silent, simply standing there pondering a solution. While considering countermeasures, they stalled for time, waiting for the rest of the Huang family to arrive. At the same time, Lin Bei gently patted Xiao Lu's head with satisfaction, a warm smile appearing on his previously cold face. Well done. It was the right thing to let you evolve. Even before it evolved, Xiao Lu was already incredibly powerful. It could fight for a long time against a wolf pack that had the advantage in every aspect without being at a disadvantage. Not to mention, after completing the first evolution, dispersing a small amount of lightning is a very easy task. Phew. Little Six, having received praise from Lin Bei, excitedly flapped its wings and looked at the bright dragon with pride, as if showing off something. It's a pity that he didn't come out, otherwise it would have been even more arrogant. Light Dragon chose to ignore this. It couldn't be bothered with Xiao Lu. Just then, Lin Bei's calm voice slowly rang out. Answer my question. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. In an instant, Huang Bashuan came to his senses. He glared at Lin Bei with eyes full of anger, wishing he could tear Lin Bei to pieces. However, because Lin Bei was tightly protected by the two dragons, Huang Bashuan could not think of a way to break the spell in a short time. Damn it. Unfortunately, I only have one monster left now. Otherwise, if it were him a week ago, he would still have ways to deal with Lin Bei. After all, Huang Bashuan at that time. It also possesses at least 20 powerful magical beasts. But now, all he had left was a Azure Thunder Tyrant Turtle. As for the other magical beasts, they all became fodder for raising hybrid gluttons. Because only by using this method can one gain the ability to control the hybrid gluttonous beast. Seeing that Huang Bashuan remained motionless, a cold glint appeared in Lin Bei's eyes. The last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Bashuan still did not answer. The next moment, Lin Bei took the heaven-slaying demon spear out of the system space and held it tightly in his hand. Although I don't know where you got the hybrid gluttonous egg, I know very well that it is very important to you. I just don't know what that means to you. Which is more important, the hybrid gluttonous egg or that secret? Upon hearing these words, Huang Bashuan was slightly confused, unable to understand why Lin Bei would say such a thing. Seeing this, Lin Bei said nothing more. He simply unleashed all his strength to the limit, thrusting his spear at the hybrid gluttonous egg without reservation. The position the gun head was pointing at. It's one of the 2 holes on the hybrid gluttonous egg. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, the heaven-slaying demon spear pierced straight into the hole. It pierced a full quarter of the gun barrel. Immediately afterwards, a roar suddenly rang out. Roar. Roar. The roar of the hybrid glutton was completely different from the previous one. The roars of the mixed blood gluttons were filled with anger and violence. But now, its roar was filled only with pain. It was more of a wail than a roar. Huff. In an instant, Huang Bashuan's breathing became several times heavier, and cold sweat appeared on his back, easily soaking his clothes. He never imagined that Lin Bei would do such a thing. What ruthless methods! As he said this, Huang Bashuan clenched his fists even tighter, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Quack! The bones in his fists clashed repeatedly, and his not-so-long fingernails were almost digging into his flesh. Soon, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. If you insist on not telling, then it will die here today. The gun in my hand will show no mercy. If the shell of the hybrid gluttonous egg is intact, the heaven-slaying demon spear, in its initial stage, may not be of much use. But unfortunately, the hybrid gluttonous egg had 2 holes. The heaven-slaying demon spear can easily pierce through it. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei pulled the heaven-slaying demon spear out of the mixed blood gluttonous egg. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A large amount of black blood dripped down the gun barrel onto the ground, which looked rather horrifying. At the same time, the Taoya's howls grew even more tragic. The huge egg was shaking constantly, clearly indicating that there was a lot of activity inside. I'll remind you one more time. Answer my question. Hearing the constant wails and seeing the conspicuous black bloodstains on the ground, even though he was unwilling, Huang Bashuan ultimately had no choice but to cooperate. He would rather the mixed blood gluttonous beast die than tell the truth. Because if something happens to the hybrid gluttonous beast, then all the effort Huang Bashuan has put in during this period will be wasted. That loss. He couldn't handle it. Suppressing his anger, Huang Bashuan spoke. The origin of this hybrid gluttonous egg is a mysterious organization called Shanhai. The person who gave me this egg is called the Ferocious God Venerable. He said I was qualified to raise hybrid Taodai. So he gave me a hybrid Taodai egg and told me how to raise and control the hybrid Taodai. This is all the information I know. I know nothing else. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his mental energy into the spatial ring in his hand and found a mirror inside. This mirror was also a gift from the fierce god. Its purpose is to summon the fierce god. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Fight. New quest successfully triggered. Chapter 59: The Mysterious Mountain and Sea Organization. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Lin Bei's eyebrows twitched slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. I didn't anticipate that it would trigger a mission. He immediately asked himself, what mission? Soon, the system notification sounded again. Fight. Please investigate matters related to the Mountain and Sea Organization. This includes, but is not limited to, the organization's purpose, the reasons for its establishment, its origins, its structural composition, and a range of other relevant information. This is a special mission. The higher the level of completion of the mission by the host, the richer the rewards will be. In addition, you will receive a reward for each milestone you achieve in the mission. Do you accept this task? Without even a second's hesitation, Lin Bei chose to accept the mission. Good. Even if the system hadn't issued this task, he would still have investigated the Shanghai organization. Lin Bei is not an innocent child. Although he couldn't foresee the future, he could roughly guess that as long as he killed this hybrid Tao Dai, he would inevitably clash with the Shanghai organization. Moreover, completing the tasks issued by the system will earn you generous rewards. There's a dragon. There are materials available. There are also items that can enhance your own strength. So, there's absolutely no need to hesitate. This task is extremely difficult. Please be extra careful, host. At the same time, the fact that the system issued the task proved that what Huang Bashuan said was true. The source of everything right now is that so-called ferocious god venerable. Lin Bei looked at Huang Bashuan with a cold expression, his eyes filled with even more hostility. At this point, he had achieved his initial goal of staying here. He had successfully learned the reason for the appearance of the hybrid gluttonous egg. But Lin Bei didn't intend to leave right away. Instead, he wanted to gather some information first. Thinking of this, he raised the heaven-slaying demon spear once again, aiming the spear tip at the hole in the mixed-blood gluttonous eggshell. With just a slight exertion of force, the spear tip will pierce into it. Now, answer my second question. Huang Bashuan's face was extremely ugly, and the resentment in his heart was about to solidify into a tangible form. But he could only endure it. All I could do was clench my fists tighter and tighter. Compared to his own anger, Huang Bashuan valued the safety of the mixed-blood Tao Tai more. After all, he poured all his heart and soul into the hybrid Tao Tai, including the many pets he had painstakingly tamed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Finally, the not-so-sharp nail pierced the flesh, and blood dripped onto the ground. Ask. From his earliest memories until just a few minutes ago, Huang Bashuan had never experienced anything so frustrating. He has made up his mind that he must take revenge. At that moment, Lin Bei's icy voice continued. What kind of organization is the Mountain and Sea Organization? If you want to learn more about the Mountain and Sea Organization, asking Huang Bashuan is obviously the best choice. A few seconds later, a very displeased voice rang out. Mountain and Sea Organization. This is a very mysterious organization that has existed for at least several hundred years. But very few people know about this organization. At most only 1 in 100 people knows about it. I don't know much about the Mountain and Sea Organization. I only know that they are conducting research related to the bloodline of magical beasts. For example, the hybrid Tao Tai is a product of their research. As for the rest, I know nothing. Given my strength and status, I am not qualified to know much about the Mountain and Sea Organization. For the Mountain and Sea Organization, I was just a test subject. He paused slightly at this point, then continued. I advise you not to do anything more to the mixed-race glutton. Otherwise you'll offend the Mountain and Sea Organization. Take care of yourself. Even though he knew he was just a test subject for the Mountain and Sea Organization, Huang Bashuan had no reluctance whatsoever. On the contrary, he saw this as an opportunity for him. This shows just how powerful the Mountain and Sea Organization is, that it actually made the head of the Huang family willingly become a guinea pig. Although Lin Bei obtained limited information from Huang Bashuan, he still managed to advance the mission's progress somewhat. Fight. Congratulations, host. You have gained a preliminary understanding of the Mountain and Sea Organization, successfully accelerating the progress of the special mission slightly. Here's a special reward for you, an encouragement gift. Please keep up the good work. Since the system task progress has been improved, that proves that what Huang Bashuan said is true. Although he received a new gift pack, Lin Bei had no interest in opening it at the moment. He was seriously considering matters concerning the mountain and sea organization. Research on the bloodline of Warcraft. Was the hybrid glutton just an experiment? What exactly is this organization doing? In fact, Lin Bei had considered another terrifying possibility. Now that the mountain and sea organization has given Huang Bashuan a hybrid Taotai egg, will there be other special hybrid monster eggs? For example, hybrid Xiongqi egg, hybrid chaos egg, and the like. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. After a long while, Lin Bei finally brought his thoughts back to the present. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. These things can't be rushed. It's time to leave. The next moment, he put the heaven-slaying demon spear back into the system space, and then turned his gaze to the hybrid gluttonous egg. He met the eyes of the mixed-race gluttonous beast directly. Remember what I said? Waiting for you to be born. The teleportation array activated the instant the words left his mouth. Lin Bei and the two dragons disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the center of the monster forest. Immediately afterwards, another teleportation array activated, and the man and two dragons returned home. Upon seeing Lin Bei and the two dragons suddenly disappear, Huang Bashuan was startled. But he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly ran to the mixed-blood gluttonous egg, carefully observing it. Huang Bashuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the hybrid gluttonous egg was unharmed. Only then did he begin to vent his pent-up frustration and anger. Thump! Thump! Huang Bashuan frantically unleashed the power within his body, destroying the ground and walls of the courtyard. In a short time, the courtyard was in complete chaos. Roar! Roar! The angry roars of the mixed-blood gluttonous beast continued to echo throughout the entire Huang family compound. Those Huang family members who had reached the vicinity dared not take another step forward, not even half a step, for fear that they would be unlucky and be chosen by the calamity. After venting his anger for a while and destroying the courtyard beyond recognition, Huang Bashuan finally regained some composure. Subsequently, he took the mirror out of the space. Chapter 60 Power Enhancement. Back to the Huang family. Thump! Thump! Huang Bashuan gently tapped on the mirror. About 3 seconds later, a cloud of black mist billowed from the mirror. Within this black mist lies a dark aura 100 times more malevolent than the mist of the hybrid gluttonous beast. Compared to this cloud of black mist, the aura of the hybrid gluttonous beast seemed utterly insignificant. Huang Bashuan, who was holding the mirror, was gradually swallowed up by the black mist. Even with his considerable strength, he was extremely uncomfortable when facing this black mist. All his strength seemed to have been drained, and he couldn't even move his limbs. All he could see was a gray expanse. I was completely plunged into darkness. After a long while, a voice finally rang out from all directions. Why have you called me? Upon hearing this sound, Huang Bashuan's breathing instantly became heavy. Phew, phew. He took a few deep breaths and spoke in a very respectful tone. Your Excellency, today, a man who has tamed 2 dragons appeared in my Huang family. One of them is a dragon that can suppress the ferocity of the hybrid Taodai. Huang Bashuan knew how insignificant he was, so he didn't mention the treatment he had received. He knew that if he revealed these things, it would only make the fiend god despise him even more. Therefore, Huang Bashuan only mentioned this one thing. His intuition told him that even the fierce god Venerable would be interested in this matter. And things did indeed go as Huang Bashuan had predicted. The fiend god Venerable's interest was indeed piqued. Oh, 2 dragons. That's interesting. Get ready to receive them. My men will be here soon. The moment the words fell, all the black mist dissipated, and Huang Bashuan's condition returned to normal. All the resentment that had been building up in his heart vanished, replaced by overwhelming ecstasy. Very good. The Venerable One's subordinates are coming to our Huang family. Now, not only can I wash away today's shame, but I can also gain many more benefits. Haha. Lin Bei, who had already returned home, was unaware of what was happening at the Huang family's residence. He was sitting in front of his computer, searching for information about the Shanghai organization. But the result was not as expected. In the vast network, there was not a single piece of information related to the mountain and sea organization. All the results I found were irrelevant. It's as if it was deliberately hidden away. After a short while, Lin Bei gave up on this useless method. If this method could reveal what the mountain and sea organization is, the system will not issue this task. He casually found a place to sit down and spoke to the system in his mind. System, open the gift pack you just received. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Byte. Incentive gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a standard reward. 1 speed enhancing potion. Congratulations, host, you have received a standard reward. 1 mental enhancement potion. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic reward. 5 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host, you have received a standard reward. 100 beast spirit pills. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. The rare material void hide. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. The passive skill mental perception. The initial funding has been automatically deposited into your account. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve and use them at any time. Skill has been learned automatically. In addition, you have 1 ability extraction opportunity left unused. The rewards for opening the gift pack this time are still 6, although regular rewards make up 2/3 of the total. But overall it's not bad. Soon, Lin Bei took out the 2 newly acquired bottles of potion from the system space. Similar to the power-enhancing potion he took last time. It's just that 1 bottle can increase one's speed, and the other can increase one's mental strength. GUH. Glug. Glug. A dozen seconds later, both bottles of medicine were drunk. When you drink the power-enhancing potion, you will experience a burning sensation inside your body. After drinking these 2 bottles of medicine, a strange sensation naturally arose. One feeling is like a gentle breeze, and another is like flowing water. Lin Bei could clearly sense that his speed and mental strength were increasing at a terrifying rate. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and the 2 strange sensations in his body disappeared. Clearly, the medicine has been completely absorbed. Call. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Lin Bei stretched contentedly. Speed and mental strength have also been improved. This feels great. After a while, his attention was drawn to the 2 special rewards. Through the system's introduction, Lin Bei quickly learned about the 2 rewards. Mental perception skills. It allows him to perceive everything within 2 meters of his body, whether it be tangible objects or intangible thoughts. The range of perception will increase along with the improvement of one's mental strength. This is a very strong ability. As for the skin of the void, it is the skin of a magical beast called a void beast. Void beasts are mysterious magical beasts that possess the ability to traverse space over short distances. Materials related to void beasts are very expensive. Because if equipment is made using its materials, it is very likely that it will grant abilities similar to teleportation. Skin of the void? It would be good for synthesis. What's missing now? It's a dragon. Lin Bei did not expect. I can't believe I'm missing a dragon. It seems that sometimes having too many materials can be a headache. Ding dong. 15 minutes later, Lin Bei received a text message. The sender was Huang Feishue, and the message was very simple. He was to go to the Huang family tomorrow, as there were distinguished guests coming. Lin Bei replied casually, but couldn't help but start thinking. I just did that kind of thing, and now someone is coming to the Huang family's house. It seems that the so-called distinguished guest is most likely here for me. Very likely. They're from the Mountain and Sea Organization. This was the most likely possibility he could think of. Before we knew it, the next day arrived. Although he wasn't sure if it was someone from the Mountain and Sea Organization who had come to the Huang family, Lin Bei still decided to come and see. But the moment he stepped into the Huang family's gate, the radiant dragon placed in the system space suddenly let out a low groan. The cries entered Lin Bei's mind directly, sounding quite excited. Meanwhile, the system notification sounded. Host, due to the unique nature of the light dragon, it can sense the holy energy around it. The current behavior of the light dragon. This means that there are other sacred things around it besides itself. Finally, the second material for the radiant dragon has appeared. Chapter 61 Crisis or Opportunity. Lin Bei was initially puzzled by the light dragon's reaction, but after the system's explanation, all his doubts disappeared, replaced by the same excitement as the light dragon. We must search carefully. Maybe it can be used to synthesize with the light dragon. Although he had only recently acquired the light dragon, Lin Bei was well aware that finding the synthetic materials that represented holiness was an extremely difficult task. After all, this material is extremely rare, so we can't miss it. Soon, Lin Bei stepped into the Huang family's house and saw a large group of people walking in the same direction. Some of them were dressed in similar clothes and belonged to the Huang family. There were also people with different outfits who had been recruited by the Huang family. But whether they were members of the Huang family themselves or those who had been recruited, everyone was puzzled by Huang Bashuan's summons and was discussing it amongst themselves. What distinguished guest is coming? The patriarch has actually summoned everyone. I'm not entirely sure, but it must be a very prestigious occasion. Otherwise, the patriarch wouldn't have invited us and all the foreign guests here. Stop talking nonsense and get to the assembly point. Almost everyone was speculating about what was going on. A guest who could be treated like this by Huang Bashuan must have a very high status and strength. Lin Bei casually blended into the crowd, observing everything around him as he approached his destination. The closer they got to their destination, the stronger the excitement and exhilaration became, fueled by the roar of the radiant dragon in the system space. Obviously, he is approaching the sacred object that the light dragon sensed. Suddenly, Lin Bei thought of something, and his brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. Could this be a synthetic material? Is it related to the distinguished guest Huang Bashuan mentioned? The moment he realized this, he was certain of it. If the Huang family had possessed sacred objects before, then the radiant dragon would absolutely have been able to sense them. There was no feeling at all yesterday, but the feeling is so strong today. This is most likely the reason. Thinking of this, Lin Bei then withdrew his gaze from surveying his surroundings and quickly went to where Huang Bashuan was. Even if someone tries to stop him from going, he'll find a way to get there. Finally, after walking quite a distance, Lin Bei followed the crowd to his destination. And this destination is the courtyard where the hybrid gluttonous egg is kept. Only, the creature currently in the courtyard is not the hybrid gluttonous egg. Instead, it was Huang Bashuan and a man dressed in black robes. The black robe was not entirely black. It was decorated with patterns of 4 magical beasts in other colors. Those who entered this place before would feel an uncontrollable sense of panic upon seeing the images of these 4 magical beasts. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. Some of the weaker individuals were even unable to move their bodies. The moment Lin Bei saw the 4 magical beast patterns, his pupils constricted slightly, and he instantly understood what the 4 patterns represented. This is the 4 ferocious beasts. They really are from the mountain and sea organization. The 4 ferocious beasts, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, Xiongxi, and Hundan. Each one is an extremely terrifying being. Even their hybrid offspring. Its power is enough to crush 90% of other monsters of the same level. At the same time, the dragon roar emanating from the radiant dragon within the system space was far more excited than before. Lin Bei, who shared the same sentiment, naturally understood the meaning behind it. The light dragon was telling him, the sacred aura I felt was emanating from this member of the mountain and sea organization. Having understood this, Lin Bei did not act impulsively, but simply blended into the crowd. The situation is still unclear, so he doesn't plan to do anything yet. Everything. Let's wait until the situation becomes clearer before making a decision. As time goes by, more and more people are coming here. They all remain silent, not even daring to lower their voices to chat. As more and more people arrived, Huang Bashuan, who was standing in front of everyone, was still talking quietly with the man in black robes. Lord Evil Spirit, the people have almost all arrived. Are you really going to do this? Do we really want them to know about the existence of the mountain and sea organization? The reason he gathered so many people was entirely at the behest of the evil spirit. The reason is quite unbelievable. The mountain and sea organization, which has been hiding all along, is actually going to appear in front of the world. Sky? Things seem to be changing. The black-robed figure, known as the Fiend Soul, nodded slightly and answered in an extremely hoarse voice. This is His Excellency's order. As for why I did this, and what the purpose was, I'm not entirely sure. Only the venerable ones truly know the purpose. All we and you can do is follow orders. Huang Bashuan, realizing he had made a fool of himself, didn't ask any more questions. He knew that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't get any useful information. Although the black-robed man beside him was a member of the mountain and sea organization, his status and strength were not high. He could only be considered a mid to lower tier. Finally, after another 10 minutes, all those who were summoned came here. However, Wang Yuling did not come over. After all, strictly speaking, she had not yet joined the Huang family, so there was no need for her to come. The most important point is that Lin Bei did not inform Wang Yuling, so she didn't come. Looking at the large crowd gathering ahead, the evil spirit nodded with satisfaction and said to Huang Bashuan, "That's right, quite a lot of people have come. It seems there's a reason why His Excellency chose you." Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan quickly responded with a smile. "You flatter me, Lord Evil Spirit. Compared to the mountain and sea organization, my Huang family is nothing." Thump, thump. The evil spirit ignored Huang Bashuan and strode forward. Seeing this, Huang Bashuan dared not harbor any resentment and simply followed behind him. In just a few steps, the vengeful spirit reached the front of the crowd and, without pausing for even a second, began to speak. Welcome everyone. Today, on behalf of the Shanghai organization, I'm here to offer you all opportunities. Click. The moment he finished speaking, he crushed a spatial ring. The next moment, everything inside the spatial ring appeared and was neatly arranged on the ground. There are a lot of items. Elixirs, weapons, equipment, materials, and more are all available. Naturally, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Immediately afterwards, exclamations of surprise rang out. Holy crap, there's so much stuff. And it's all really good quality. It's so much better than what's sold in the market. What a grand gesture. Is this our opportunity? We absolutely must seize this opportunity. At the same time, Lin Bei's gaze also turned in that direction. Chapter 62: The Mountain and Sea Organization's Conspiracy. While everyone else focused their attention on treasures such as pills or equipment, Lin Bei's gaze was fixed on a white horn. Apart from being exceptionally white, this horn has nothing else particularly noticeable about it. But only he could sense a particularly strong aura of holiness from that white horn. Its concentration. It is in no way inferior to the light dragon and the angel halo. Obviously, this horn is definitely not an ordinary horn. Buzz. Buzz. Meanwhile, the light dragon in the system space kept roaring, as if it had been summoned by some kind of power. If it weren't in the system space, it probably would have bitten that white horn right into its mouth. This very fact led Lin Bei to realize one thing. That corner is what I'm looking for. We must find a way to get this horn. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. Host, you absolutely must obtain that horn. Because of that corner. It's the horn on the head of the mythical beast Bai Zhe. Hiss. Lin Bei immediately gasped, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise. He never expected this. That white horn is actually Bai Zhe's horn. Lin Bei knew very well what Bai Zhe was. Bai Zhe. Legend has it that it is a symbol of good fortune, capable of turning bad luck into good luck. Moreover, it can speak human language, understand the feelings of all things, and know the appearance of all things. Bai Zhe. A true mythical beast. It took Lin Bei a full 5 seconds to regain his composure. He first took a few deep breaths, then slowly muttered to himself. That was truly unexpected. Among that pile of things, there was actually a Bai Zhe's horn. What kind of organization is the Mountain and Sea Organization? Now, his understanding of the Shanghai organization is much clearer. Mountain and Sea Organization. Not only are they the mixed-blood descendants of the Four Fiends. Staring intently at the white horn of the zealot, Lin Bei couldn't help but think to himself. If I could obtain this Bai Zhe's horn and combine it with the light dragon, what would the light dragon look like? Thinking about this, he dared not think any further. Light dragon, angel halo, Bai Zhe's horn. It's hard to imagine what it will look like after synthesis. Just then, the system notification sounded. Bite. New quest successfully triggered. Mythical Beast Material Collection quest officially launched. Please collect as many materials related to mythical beasts as possible. Host. Each time you obtain a material related to a mythical beast, you can activate something brand new in the system shop. For example, if you obtain Bai Zhe's horn, it will become an item available in the system shop. It could be Bai Zhe's affinity talent, Bai Zhe's guiding map, or materials related to Bai Zhe. As for what the reward will be, that depends on the host's luck. In addition, the scope of mythical beasts mentioned in this system is very broad, including Bai Zhe and the Four Fiends. In an instant, Lin Bei's heart became even more excited. The rewards for the new mission are beyond good. Obtaining materials related to Bai Zhe will allow items related to Bai Zhe to appear in the system shop. The same applies to obtaining materials related to Tao Dai. So as long as you get enough divine beast materials, you'll have plenty of items in the system shop. If you want to synthesize it later, it will be so much more convenient. Moreover, the synthetic materials used are all very strong. Now, Lin Bei's goal became even more resolute. At the same time, the evil spirit was very satisfied with the reactions of the people in front of him, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Things went as smoothly as he had planned. As long as these people show desire and greed, the plan will definitely be able to proceed smoothly. Because the vengeful spirit, being a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, clearly understands. Most of the time, desire is the root of evil. Seeing that the time was ripe, his voice rang out once more. Quiet. The next moment, the entire courtyard returned to silence. Everyone was staring at the vengeful spirit, their eyes filled with nothing but longing. A few seconds later, the vengeful spirit continued to speak. Don't rush. Everyone here has a chance to receive these. As long as you do what I ask you to do, you can become peripheral members of the Mountain and Sea Organization. As long as you become a peripheral member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, you will get what you want. His words had barely faded when someone immediately asked, "What can I do for you? Tell us quickly. Could it be something as difficult as climbing to the sky?" The more people asked questions, the more satisfied the evil spirit became. This proves that his approach was effective. This also indicates that the Shanghai organization's plan can proceed smoothly. It's very simple. Just help us hatch the monster eggs. I will select some suitable individuals and give them a monster egg. Once you get that monster egg, you can choose one item as a reward. If we can successfully hatch the monster, then you can become a member of our Mountain and Sea Organization. Only then did Huang Bashuan realize the purpose of the Mountain and Sea Organization. He stared wide-eyed at the malevolent spirit, a sense of fear rising within him. Others might not know, but Huang Bashuan knew perfectly well what was inside those monster eggs. Inside. But these are all magical beasts that are beyond people's comprehension. And hatching is also very difficult. I see. The Mountain and Sea Organization should consider hatching hybrid monster eggs on a large scale. What a terrifying purpose. Even Huang Bashuan understood this, so Lin Bei naturally understood it as well. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were serious, and his mind was racing. Although we want Baize's horn, we can't let things continue like this. If someone were to successfully hatch a hybrid ferocious beast, it would inevitably bring catastrophe to Nanshan City. So, we must find a solution that satisfies both sides. This way, I can obtain Baize's horn while also ensuring the safety of Nanshan City as much as possible. It seems it's time to tell the 6 academies and the other 3 families about these things. At that moment, the evil spirit took out another spatial ring. Click. The spatial ring shattered again, revealing a total of 20 monster eggs. Each monster egg exudes a terrifying aura. The voice of the vengeful spirit rang out once more. Now please get ready. I will select suitable candidates based on your talents. Chapter 63, Who has the Dragon Affinity talent? I was too tired from moving today, so only one update. The moment the 20 pet eggs appeared, the previously quiet crowd erupted into discussion once again. 20 pet eggs? Looks like we'll have 20 lucky ones among us. Please choose me. I want that bottle of pills. Although I don't know exactly what the Mountain and Sea Organization is, I'm certain it's an extremely powerful organization. Most people were blinded by desire and didn't consider whether there was any conspiracy involved. After all, the treasures that the evil spirit took out were no ordinary items. At least, treasures of the same level are rarely found in Nanshan City. Lin Bei stood quietly in the crowd, looking seriously at the 20 pet eggs. Even though these pet eggs looked perfectly normal, he could easily sense the sinister and chilling aura emanating from them. Obviously, these 20 pet eggs are not ordinary pet eggs. A full 20 pet eggs. Mountain and Sea Organization. Is this going to turn all the magical beasts in Nanshan City and the surrounding area into nutrients for hatching pet eggs? Having had some contact with the hybrid gluttonous egg, Lin Bei knew in his heart that the price required to hatch an egg was extremely high. Even for a wealthy family like the Huang family, it would take them quite some time to achieve this. Not to mention, it's because their strength is no match for the other members of the Huang family. It will take even longer to hatch these monster eggs. Thinking of this, Lin Bei was filled with doubt, and he slowly turned his gaze to the evil spirit. If I can think of these things, then the Mountain and Sea Organization absolutely cannot be unaware of them. There's probably more to the story. At that moment, the evil spirit casually touched a pet egg. The next moment, a burst of dark light appeared on his hand and quickly flowed into the pet egg he was touching. The dark light lasted only a short time, less than 2 seconds. The moment the dark light vanished, the voice of the evil spirit rang out. Among those present, is there anyone with a natural affinity for crocodiles? The reason he asked such a question was because the hybrid monster egg he was touching had half of its bloodline coming from crocodile-like monsters. To hatch this hybrid monster egg as quickly as possible, choosing someone with crocodile affinity is the most suitable option. The reason Huang Bashuan was able to obtain that hybrid Taotai egg was because his talent was exactly the same as that hybrid magical beast egg. The evil spirit had barely finished speaking when an excited shout rang out. I have a natural affinity for crocodiles. Could it be that? Are you going to give me this pet egg? His excited shouts were tinged with disbelief. Soon, the vengeful spirit responded. If you are the only person here with the crocodile affinity talent, then this monster egg will naturally be yours. And you can also pick any item from that pile and take it. As for whether you can obtain the second treasure, that depends on your future performance. Upon hearing these words, the man was instantly overjoyed. I can't wait to announce this great news to the whole world. A moment later, the person stepped forward and received a spatial ring from the evil spirit. He then placed the hybrid monster egg with crocodile bloodline and a high-quality bracer into the spatial ring he had obtained. Thanks. I will definitely do my best to raise this pet egg. The evil spirit nodded slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in its eyes. But he maintained a calm demeanor and spoke in an unchanging tone. Come on. The instructions for raising pet eggs and other important information have been placed in the spatial ring I gave you. Just take a look at it yourself. Remember, once you successfully hatch the pet egg, you'll have access to even more opportunities. Upon hearing these words, everyone else could only feel envy. They all envied the person who possessed the talent of crocodile affinity. At first, some people may have doubted whether the story was true or not. But after seeing that some people actually benefited, the doubt in my heart quickly turned into envy. Soon, the voice of the evil spirit rang out again. Does it have a natural affinity for hedgehogs? Does it have a natural affinity for long-haired dogs? Does he have a natural affinity for lions? 9 out of 10 inquiries will receive a response. There was only one time when, due to the rarity of such talent, I found myself in a situation where no one answered my questions. Whenever a person who meets the criteria appears, the evil spirit will hand over the hybrid monster egg to that person. There's also one item you can choose from. The items these people selected were all weapons, equipment, and elixirs. Basically, no one will choose the materials on the side. So, Baize's horn was not taken away. Lin Bei stood in the crowd, watching everything unfold, his mind racing. To obtain a monster egg, one must possess the corresponding talent. Then my dragon affinity talent probably won't be of much use. It seems we have to think of other methods. Should we give up that Baize's horn? Feel sorry. He can't do it. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come. If all else fails, let's launch another night raid. Despite knowing there were great risks, Lin Bei wasn't afraid at all. Meanwhile, the evil spirit continued to distribute pet eggs. With each successful distribution, his smile deepened. Only a few minutes had passed, and only 3 monster eggs remained. 2 of them. The reason no one claims the job is because there are no people with the right talent. As for the other one, it's simply not their turn yet. Thump, thump. The evil spirit walked a few steps to the last pet egg and gently touched it. But just a few seconds later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Kindness. This egg has both of these bloodlines. That's strange. Why did the venerable one assign this egg to me? Could it be? Thinking of this, the evil spirit turned its head to look at the crowd waiting behind it, its gaze taking in the scene with a hint of curiosity. After looking at everyone present one by one, his voice rang out again. Among those present, does she possess any dragon affinity talent? That's right. One of the bloodlines possessed by this hybrid monster egg. It's the blood of the dragon. Chapter 64 The Horn of Baize. Acquired. Upon hearing the words, dragon affinity talent, everyone present was stunned, never expecting that the talent required for this last pet egg would be the dragon affinity talent. If hatching this egg requires dragon affinity, wouldn't that mean the pet egg contains? Is there a dragon? Holy crap. Could it be what I thought? Could this pet egg be a dragon's pet egg? No, that can't be. The Mountain and Sea Organization is going to give away these pet eggs. Just how much courage and confidence does one need to give a pet egg that could potentially hatch into a dragon to a complete stranger? I must join the Mountain and Sea Organization. At this point, people's thoughts about the Mountain and Sea Organization had completely transformed into aspirations. I can't wait to join the Mountain and Sea Organization. Amidst the noisy crowd, only Lin Bei remained silent. He simply stared silently at the pet egg, equally surprised by the current situation. That hybrid pet egg actually has dragon blood? If half of its bloodline comes from dragons, then what about the other half? Could they be some ordinary magical beasts? Or perhaps a ferocious beast like the Taotai or Chaos? In less than a breath, Lin Bei had already considered many possibilities. Despite knowing that the Mountain and Sea Organization was definitely up to something, he still decided to get his hands on the 20th pet egg. Because this is the best choice. Not only can you obtain Baize's horn, but you can also gain a deeper understanding of the Mountain and Sea Organization. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Just then, the vengeful spirit's questioning voice rang out once more. I'm asking one last time. Among everyone here, is there anyone with the talent of dragon affinity? As a member of the Mountain and Sea organization, he knew very well that the appearance of such a special hybrid pet egg here meant that the Venerables must have some kind of plan. Otherwise, this egg could absolutely not have appeared in Nanshan City. After all, Nanshan City is not a particularly powerful city. As for whether it was an accident or a mistake, the evil spirit didn't even think about it. To him, the Venerable One was a godlike being. Even if mistakes could occur, they wouldn't be this big. You should know. This is a hybrid monster egg with some dragon blood. That's why the evil spirit spoke up a second time. Upon hearing the question again, Lin Bei answered without hesitation. I possess the dragon affinity talent. The next moment, everyone around turned their gaze to Lin Bei, and at least dozens of pairs of eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. They never expected that there was actually someone here with the talent of dragon affinity. No one doubted whether what Lin Bei said was true. Because they are not fools, they all know very well the consequences of lying here. Lie. This will offend both the Shanghai organization and the Huang family. Therefore, it is impossible for someone whose IQ is not negative to lie in front of so many people. The evil spirit's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Lin Bei, who had a calm expression. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised as well. Kindness. So young. Immediately afterwards, the evil spirit turned to look at Huang Bashuan, lowered its voice, and asked, Who is he? Do you have any relevant information? Now he was a little unsure whether his guess was correct. Huang Bashuan immediately revealed what he knew. After hearing all the information about Lin Bei, the evil spirit nodded with satisfaction, having roughly confirmed some things. My guess should be right. The Venerable One knew that a person with dragon affinity talent had appeared in Nanshan City, and that he had joined the Huang family, which is why this egg appeared in my spatial ring. It seems that the Venerable One intends to use this guy to hatch this hybrid demon beast egg. Since that's the case, then I'd better get this done properly. In fact, the evil spirit's guess was correct. The evil god Venerable did indeed have such a purpose in making this egg appear in Nanshan City. For the Venerable Fiend, Lin Bei was the only choice. Because in the past 5 years, Lin Bei is the only one in the entire Nanshan City and surrounding areas who has awakened the Dragon Clan affinity talent. A student who meets the requirements and is still innocent and naive is worth investing in. That's why this situation occurs. Having figured all this out, the evil spirit hurriedly spoke to Lin Bei. Come and choose your reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei did not hesitate at all and immediately strode towards the evil spirit. Anyway, there's a teleportation array here, so he can leave at any time. Thump, thump. With the sound of footsteps, Lin Bei quickly arrived in front of the evil spirit. As he approached, the evil spirit's gaze never wavered. Your strength is inferior to others, but your talent is extremely special. So I'll give you another chance to choose. In other words, not only can you get this pet egg, but you can also choose 2 items from this pile of treasures. The moment these words were spoken, the gathered crowd erupted in commotion. Wow, that's so lucky. We get to choose twice. How wonderful it would be if I had the affinity for dragons. Envious, envious, envious. Lin Bei simply nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. However, his inner wariness was even greater. This bizarre situation can only prove that the Shanghai organization has something on its mind, and their ambitions are considerable. Although he suspected there was something fishy going on, Lin Bei didn't intend to refuse. Things have already developed to this point, so instead of giving up and trying other methods, it's better to just persevere and wait and see. The moment he understood all this, Lin Bei looked to the side and saw a huge pile of treasures. Although there were many powerful weapons and equipment among them, his attention was entirely focused on Baizei's horn. Now that Lin Bei was closer to Baizei's horn, he could feel more clearly the powerful holy aura emanating from it. It is truly no less powerful than the radiant dragon. Call. He subconsciously took a deep breath and immediately reached out to take Baizei's horn in his hand. I choose this one. When the evil spirit saw what Lin Bei had chosen, its heart was instantly filled with astonishment. He had assumed Lin Bei would choose weapons or something similar. But no one expected that Lin Bei would choose such a corner. Chapter 65 The Attached Soul Imprint. The evil spirit stared at Lin Bei in astonishment for a full 5 seconds before gradually returning to normal. Within those 5 seconds, he had figured out what he should do. So he quickly spoke again. Young man, you'd better use these two opportunities to choose something that is truly useful, instead of picking up these useless things. The evil spirit believed this because it knew information related to Lin Bei. Actually, his idea is correct. If it were anyone else, they would never be foolish enough to choose this seemingly ordinary horn. Even the evil spirit itself didn't know what this horn was. After all, this was something he had snatched from other members of the Mountain and Sea organization. But before the evil spirit could finish speaking, Lin Bei's voice rang out. I know, but I really want this horn. What weapons and equipment should we choose? Feel sorry. You really don't need it. In his view, the combined value of all these things couldn't compare to the horn of this Bai Zai. Bai Zai? That's Bai Zai's horn. How can those weapons and equipment compare to Bai Zai? In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent. No one expected Lin Bei to do this. Even after the evil spirits had made their intentions clear, they still stubbornly stuck to their choices. Call. The evil spirit's breathing became much heavier, and a violent glint flashed in its eyes. He was clearly very unhappy. But in almost the time it takes to breathe, the evil spirit suppressed the violence within it. After thinking in silence for 3 seconds, he spoke to Lin Bei again. Good. Besides this horn, you will also receive 2 other items. But I'll choose these 2 items for you. If it weren't for the fact that hatching this egg required Lin Bei's dragon affinity talent, the evil spirit might have chosen to kill Lin Bei on the spot. Just a person who has just awakened. How dare they ignore my demands? They're just asking for trouble. Despite being filled with immense anger, the evil spirit had no choice but to endure it all in order to achieve the venerable one's goal. When the goal is achieved, it's not too late to take revenge then. Lin Bei had no objection to the request made by the evil spirit. Good. In any case, his goal from the very beginning was to obtain Bai Zai's horn. Now that we can get the horn of Bai Zai and 2 other items, why not? Once a duck is delivered right to your mouth, are you going to let it fly away? A short while. The evil spirit stored Bai Zai's horn, a hybrid pet egg with dragon blood, and the 2 powerful pieces of equipment it had chosen into a spatial ring. As he handed the spatial ring to Lin Bei, he deliberately added a few words of advice. Come on, work hard. Don't let me down. These words were spoken from the heart by the evil spirit. He truly hoped that Lin Bei would succeed. At this point, only 2 of the 20 pet eggs remained, and all the available eggs had already been distributed. Looking at the crowd below who were still enjoying themselves, a playful glint appeared in the evil spirit's eyes. That's enough for today. Don't be disappointed if you didn't get a pet egg. This is just the first batch of pet eggs distributed by our Shanghai organization in Nanshan City. The second batch will be here soon. Perhaps by then, you can join our Mountain and Sea organization. After witnessing the wealth and power of the Shanghai organization, people no longer had any doubts about it. They were simply swept away by ecstasy. Everyone is hoping that day will come soon. Such generous rewards were given for just selecting a few members. What if it's after officially joining? The rewards you can get will only increase. Nobody wants to miss an opportunity. 20 minutes later, the evil spirit announced its dispersal, and people quickly left the Huang family's house. Until everyone left. Huang Bashuan asked with great confusion, Lord Fiend, why are you doing this? Even my Huang family needs to expend a great deal of effort to hatch a hybrid Taodai egg. Not to mention these people. Giving them eggs is a complete waste. He truly couldn't comprehend what had just happened. A group of people whose strength and power are far inferior to ours. Do they even deserve to incubate hybrid monster eggs? The evil spirit did not answer directly, but looked up at the sky and slowly said, You'd better not try to guess what the venerable one is thinking. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Huang Bashuan with a grim expression. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who was traveling at full speed, had successfully returned home. However, he did not linger at home, but activated the teleportation array immediately. The next second, Lin Bei appeared in the center of the monster forest. Along with him appeared Yi, Xiao Lu, and the Bright Dragon. Compared to my home in the city, the Warcraft forest feels much safer. Even Lin Bei himself wasn't entirely sure how much of a commotion he would cause next. If the commotion is too great and attracts unnecessary people, then things could get complicated. One by one, Xiao Lu. You two patrol the area and try your best to avoid any other distractions. Call. Yi and Xiao Lu flapped their wings at top speed and quickly took to the air in the vicinity. The magical beasts that were originally present were now desperately trying to get away. They simply couldn't withstand the majesty emanating from the 2 dragons. Lin Bei then took out the spatial ring and retrieved everything stored inside. A hybrid pet egg with dragon blood, a blood-red longsword, a pair of jet-black soft armor, a single horn of a baize, and an unopened letter. Ignoring the other rewards, Lin Bei immediately focused his attention on the hybrid pet egg. From the moment he got the pet egg, he wanted to study it. The next moment, Lin Bei reached out a hand and touched the pet egg. Get it? You can definitely feel the aura of a dragon. At the same time, one can also sense a ferocious aura similar to that of the Tao Tai. Both auras are incredibly powerful. But before he could do anything else, the system notification suddenly rang out. Bite. Attention, host. There is a very powerful soul imprint on the pet egg you just touched. Chapter 66 Bloodline Within the Egg. Lin Bei was suddenly stunned, and his pupils unconsciously dilated. What? There is a soul imprint. Actually, when he heard the system notification, he already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Without a doubt, the one who inscribed the soul mark on this pet egg must be a powerful figure from the Mountain and Sea Organization. As for why this soul imprint existed, he quickly thought of a possibility and hurriedly asked the system to confirm. System, what is the purpose of this soul imprint, isn't it? But before Lin Bei could finish speaking, the system notification sounded. Yes, just as the host secretly desires. The mark attached to this hybrid pet egg serves to mark and restrain it. As long as this soul imprint is attached to the pet egg, even if the pet egg successfully hatches, the owner it recognizes will not be the one who hatched it. Instead, the owner of this soul mark. Furthermore, this is a taboo method, and very few people would use it. What the system said was pretty much exactly what Lin Bei was thinking. Therefore, he understood somewhat what the Mountain and Sea Organization wanted to do. Obviously, the Mountain and Sea Organization wants to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. They gave away the hybrid monster eggs and some of the rewards to others simply so that others would help them hatch the monster eggs. Even if the monster egg hatches successfully, the monster inside will not serve anyone else and will still belong to the Mountain and Sea Organization, regardless of whether the hatched monster is a hybrid Tao Tai or a hybrid Xiongqi. If even 1 out of 20 pet eggs hatches, you won't lose money. The Mountain and Sea Organization is truly cunning. If it weren't for the system, then I might be included in the scheme as well. Lin Bei originally planned to hatch that pet egg as well. After all, it's related to dragons. Thinking of this, he looked at the unopened letter, took it in his hand, and slowly opened it. The letter inside contained a few lines of text, which Lin Bei read carefully. A full minute passed before he finished reading all the text on it. The letter contained only 2 points. One point is about hatching hybrid monster eggs, which explains in detail how to hatch them. The method described above is similar to the method used by the Huang family. Both require the use of the lives of other magical beasts. It could even be said that the essence of hatching these monster eggs is to absorb the power of other monsters. Another point recorded is a secret recipe. A secret recipe called Bloodlust Pill. This secret technique involves using specific materials to create a powerful elixir. If you feed these pills to a monster, it will go berserk. Speed, stamina, and other aspects will all improve accordingly. As for the degree of improvement, it can only be described as terrifying. Moreover, even the monster's aggression will become exceptionally strong. If a monster in this state were to hunt other monsters, it would surely achieve the greatest results in a very short time. Using captured or hunted magical beasts to hatch those hybrid magical beast eggs is obviously a particularly good choice. But at the same time, this kind of elixir also has side effects. Monsters that consume this elixir will have their lifespan reduced by at least half. There's even a possibility of dying on the spot. The letter also outlined the appropriate solutions to this inevitable consequence. This allows these magical beasts that have consumed the bloodlust pill to also become nutrients for hatching hybrid magical beast eggs. Call. Lin Bei let out a long breath and put the letter into his spatial ring. Without realizing it, his expression turned extremely serious, and he stared intently at the egg. It seems the Mountain and Sea Organization. This is truly an extremely dangerous organization. Not only did they have ulterior motives, but they also used extremely cruel methods. Lin Bei was initially unsure about the nature of the Mountain and Sea Organization, but now he is completely certain of its nature. Mountain and Sea Organization. It's clearly a dangerous organization. After a moment of silence, Lin Bei cleared his mind of the jumbled thoughts and didn't think about anything else for the time being. There are still many important things to do. He raised his hand again and touched the egg. It felt the same as before. That familiar scent was constantly emanating from inside the egg. Sensing the life force within the monster egg, Lin Bei slowly closed his eyes, his talent being fully unleashed. Naturally, his perception of the dragon bloodline within the egg became clearer than before. I didn't feel anything special just now, but now it feels a little different. Lin Bei sensed a slightly unique aura emanating from the dragon's bloodline within the egg. It felt completely different from the 3 dragons he owned. It's an indescribable feeling, always quite special. Immediately, Lin Bei couldn't help but ask the system. System, can you detect what's inside this egg? Since the system can detect even the soul imprint attached to the egg, it doesn't seem impossible to detect what's inside it. Soon, the system notification sounded. Yes, it's possible. But the host needs to pay 10,000 points. Lin Bei, who possessed a full 100,000 points, didn't hesitate for even half a second before answering instantly. Good. 10,000 points it is. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Bite. 10,000 points have been deducted. Bloodline analysis begins. Analysis in progress. Progress 10%. Progress 30%. Progress 50%. Progress 70%. Progress 100%. Bloodline analysis complete. Host, this pet egg contains 2 bloodlines. One type is the Chaos bloodline, one of the 4 fiends. And another one. That is, the bloodline of Yinglong. In an instant, Lin Bei's eyes widened, and his breathing became much more rapid. Glug. He swallowed hard, his mind filled with shock. The bloodline within this hybrid egg. It's actually a hybrid bloodline of Yinglong and Chaos. I really didn't expect that. Whether it's Chaos or Yinglong, Lin Bei knows exactly what they are. Chaos, like Tao Tai, is one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, and its strength is not to be underestimated. Yinglong, equally strong. Chapter 67 Light Dragon, Synthesis. Yinglong. Dragons become horned dragons after 500 years and Yinglong after 1,000 years. Just from this sentence alone, you can tell just how powerful Yinglong is. Although this statement only refers to ordinary dragons and does not include dragons such as the Light Dragon, but this also demonstrates Yinglong's power. 1,000-year-old dragon. Only then will it become Yinglong. With his eyes fixed on the hybrid egg of Yinglong and Chaos, Lin Bei's mind was churning with a jumble of thoughts. If this egg hatches successfully, what will hatch into? A hybrid of Yinglong and Chaos. I can hardly believe it. At this moment, he felt a sense of anticipation, wanting to see what would happen after the egg successfully hatched. I also want to see what kind of power and existence with both Chaos bloodline and Yinglong bloodline can unleash. However, all of this is predicated on erasing that soul imprint. Otherwise, even if the egg is successfully hatched in the end, all your efforts will be in vain. No matter what, this egg must be hatched. And we must keep it under our own control. The moment he made his decision, Lin Bei asked the system. System, is there a way to erase that soul imprint? The moment his voice fell, the system's voice sounded in succession. Have. And there are 3 different kinds. The first option is to spend 1 million points to have the system directly erase the soul imprint. The second method is to spend a certain number of points to redeem corresponding abilities in the system shop. The third method is to tame a soul-breaking dragon and use its abilities to erase the soul. Currently speaking, the host cannot use any of the 3 methods for the time being. Please keep up the good work. Although the soul imprint could not be erased in a short time, Lin Bei was not discouraged. On the contrary, he felt very satisfied. Anyway, having a method is always better than having no method. First, erase the soul imprint, and then hatch the egg. As for how to hatch this hybrid egg of Yinglong and Chaos, he had already come up with a corresponding method. Anyway, not in such an excessively bloody way. Afterwards, Lin Bei put the hybrid monster egg, along with the other 2 pieces of equipment, into his spatial ring. Because the hybrid monster egg has a soul imprint, it cannot be stored in the system space. Because the system space exists completely independently of this world. Once the hybrid monster egg is placed inside, the soul connection will immediately disappear. The person who releases this soul imprint will naturally feel it. As for those 2 pieces of equipment, that means there is no soul imprint. Anyway, the Mountain and Sea Organization has no shortage of such equipment. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirit, who was in a quiet room, was kneeling devoutly in front of a wall. There's a painting hanging on that wall. A portrait with a predominantly dark color scheme, where the eyes are vaguely visible. At this moment, the painting is emitting a dark light. Thump. The malevolent spirit kowtowed sharply and spoke respectfully. Your subordinate, the fiendish spirit, pays homage to the venerable fiendish god. A moment later, a voice came from the portrait. What do you want with me? The evil spirit immediately spoke again in a respectful tone. Your Excellency, I have already given the hybrid egg of Yinglong and Chaos to the young man who has just awakened his dragon affinity. And they even gave him 2 pieces of equipment. I believe that we will be able to achieve some results soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. A full minute later, the deep voice of the fiend god finally came from the portrait again. Good, you understood what I meant very well. But that's not enough. You haven't given the target enough equipment, nor have you paid enough attention to him. Could it be that? Don't you know how important this half-breed is? Although the tone of the sentence did not change, it sounded like he was just saying something casually. However, the evil spirit that heard these words began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if they had heard some extremely terrifying words. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Even sweat dripped from his face onto the ground. I'm so sorry, Your Excellency. It was my fault. I will definitely make up for all of this. The evil spirit was terrified and dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. Because he knew very well that if he did that, he would definitely face certain death, even though they are separated by millions of miles. But for the beast venerable to kill him would still be as simple as crushing an insect. The silence continued. The fierce deity, whose whereabouts were unknown, did not respond for a long time. The malevolent spirit kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, showing no intention of getting up at all. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The voice of the ferocious god venerable rang out once again. All right, then I'll give you a chance to make amends. Remember, this egg is very important. Even if the other 19 eggs are destroyed, this egg must be hatched successfully. As for what to do, I believe you know what's going on. The moment the words left his mouth, the dark light on the portrait vanished. Only then did the evil spirit have the courage to stand up from the ground. His clothes were completely soaked, and he looked like a drowned rat. Call. After catching his breath frantically, as if he had survived a catastrophe, the vengeful spirit instinctively muttered to himself. How fortunate His Excellency is not too angry. We must hatch that Yinglong and Chaos monster egg. He's already starting to think about what to do. In the end, all that remained in front of Lin Bei were the horns of the bright dragon and Bai Zhe. He took the angel halo out of the system space and placed it next to Bai Zhe's horn. Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Bei chuckled and said to the system, System, use the synthesis function. His mind was filled with anticipation. Please select the materials for synthesis. Just state their name. Each crafting requires at least 3 materials. The moment the system notification ended, Lin Bei's voice rang out. First material, a baby light dragon. The second element, angelic halo. The third material, Bai Zhe's horn. He had already figured out exactly what materials to use for the synthesis. Whoosh. In an instant, the light dragon flying in the air, the white Zhe horn placed on the ground, and the angel halo were all enveloped in a ball of white light. 3 seconds later, the 3 orbs of light flew into the sky and quickly merged together. Bite. In progress. Host, please wait patiently. I'll make up for what I owe later, I will. I've been really busy lately, but I'll get back to normal soon. Chapter 68, Evolution Again. After staring at the huge ball of light in the sky for a long time, Lin Bei slowly turned his gaze away. Of the 3 dragons he now possesses, 2 have already evolved, and the other is currently evolving, allowing him to fully focus his energy on other matters. In another 2 or 3 days, I will be able to get a bone dragon. Hopefully, by then, the Huang family will be able to hatch the hybrid Tao Dai. Once the Huang family hatches the Tao Dai, Lin Bei can begin his other plan. He had already decided what materials to combine the bone dragon with. In these remaining days, I need to improve the dragon's strength first. They must get more real combat experience. Since Lin Bei obtained the dragon, he has experienced very few actual battles, only a handful. So, he planned to stay in the monster forest for the next period of time. While training the 3 dragons to fight, they also captured other magical beasts. But, before doing all this, Lin Bei planned to spread a message. It's news about the Mountain and Sea Organization and the hybrid beast egg. After all, this is a matter of great importance. He wasn't so arrogant as to think he could stop the Mountain and Sea Organization on his own. At least, not yet. Without paying any more attention to the light dragon that was still being synthesized, Lin Bei called back all the patrolling animals nearby. Phew. Yi quickly returned to Lin Bei's side, looking at its master with great anticipation, already knowing in its heart what was about to happen. Xiao Lu, who was still patrolling not far away, glanced at Yi with a hint of envy before resuming his patrol seriously. Lin Bei didn't waste any time. He directly opened the system space and took out all the beast spirit pills and young dragon feed stored inside. Now that I have the time, evolving my beloved dragons is also a very important thing. Because he had opened several gift packs before, he now has a lot of beast spirit pills and young dragon feed. There are a total of 200 beast spirit pills. There are also 10 portions of baby dragon food. With so many resources available, it's entirely possible for a dozen or so juvenile dragons to evolve to the next stage of growth. Shouldn't that allow Yi to evolve again? Even though he hadn't fed him yet, Lin Bei could already imagine that the second evolution would be much more difficult than the first. And it's much more difficult. After all, with each evolution, strength and other attributes will increase significantly. Lin Bei pointed to the large pile of beast spirit pills and young dragon feed, and said to the excited people beside him, "Eat." The moment he finished speaking, Yi rushed into the pile of food and frantically swallowed one beast spirit pill after another. The system notification tone also sounded. Bite. One by one successfully consumed the beast spirit pill, increasing its growth value by 0.5%. One by one successfully consumed the beast spirit pill, increasing its growth value by 0.5%. One dragon has successfully consumed baby dragon food, increasing its growth value by 2%. One dragon has successfully consumed baby dragon food, increasing its growth value by 2%. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Bei was still taken aback. The effects of the beast spirit pill and the young dragon feed were worse than expected. Effect. It shrunk by at least 10 times. The effect of a single beast spirit pill is only 0.5%. Would it take a full 200 beast spirit pills for EE to reach the evolution standard? Obviously, evolving a young dragon into an adult is an extremely difficult task. If you were to feed them only with beast spirit pills, you would need a full 200 pills. 200 beast spirit pills, that's no joke. To exchange for a beast spirit pill, you need to spend 500 points, which is equivalent to 50,000 coins. 200? That's 10 million. Although it seems to cost about the same as a rare material, this is just the evolution from the weak stage to the mature stage. Moreover, consuming 200 beast spirit pills only allows the growth value to reach 100%. You'll need to spend some points to evolve it. As for evolving from maturity to the next stage, it's likely that the number consumed will reach 2,000 beast spirit pills. And this is just one dragon. Despite feeling a pang of regret for the lost points, Lin Bei allowed himself to consume the beast spirit pills one by one. Just then, the system notification sounded. Host, there's no need to worry. Once you own a mature dragon, the mall will unlock to the next stage. At the same time, the quest where you collect the white Zay horns will also be completed once the new stage is unlocked in the shop. Lin Bei already had some doubts in his heart. Why hasn't the system notification sounded even though I've already obtained by Zay's horn? It wasn't until he heard this notification tone that he understood the reason. I see. As time goes by, EE's growth value continues to increase. Only after the dragons had finished eating 10 bags of young dragon feed and a total of 160 beast spirit pills did the system notification sound again. Bite. EE's growth value has reached 100%. The host can directly spend 50,000 points to evolve it to the next stage. Has it evolved? 50,000 points. That's 5 million in funds. In addition to the 100,000 points needed to exchange for 200 beast spirit pills. The cost of evolving a weak dragon is 150,000, which translates to 15 million in monetary terms. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised by the price, as it was beyond his expectations. Even so, he still didn't feel any heartache. Evolution. It would be worth spending 1 million points to greatly enhance EE's strength. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. 50,000 points have been deducted. EE will enter its evolutionary state in 3 seconds. The time required for this evolution is unknown. During this period, please protect yourself. Your safety is the foundation of the dragon's existence. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds had passed. A large amount of dazzling golden light surged out from EE's body, instantly enveloping it completely. And it automatically floated in the sky, like a golden sun. The already bright sky turned a golden yellow. Bite. Undergoing evolution. Please wait patiently, host. Click. Click. After an unknown amount of time, some movement finally began to appear in the otherwise silent monster forest. The source of this sound is the ball of light that the light dragon has transformed into. Chapter 69 Synthesis Successful. Variety designated. Click. Click. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was very clear, sounding like something cracking. Immediately, Lin Bei looked up at the sky, his gaze fixed on the location of the light dragon. On the surface of the light cluster enveloping the light dragon, tiny cracks have appeared. At the same time, tiny fragments of light dripped from midair onto the ground. But, the moment the fragments of light touch the ground, they automatically disperse into tiny light particles. The longer time passes, the more cracks appear in the orb of light. Lin Bei looked up at this scene, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upwards, his face gradually filled with a smile. It seems. It's almost over. Just as his voice fell, the number of cracks on the ball of light reached its limit, and not even one more could appear. The fragments of light that kept dripping onto the ground were as beautiful as falling snowflakes. Call. Lin Bei subconsciously took a deep breath, his heart filled with intense anticipation. He was already eager to know what the light dragon would look like after fusing with one of Baize's horns and the angelic halo. Finally, 10 seconds later, the huge ball of light, covered with fine cracks, suddenly shattered. White fragments, like a blizzard, filled the sky, completely obscuring Lin Bei's vision. And among these numerous white fragments, a massive white figure can be vaguely seen. Obviously, this is the synthesized version of the Radiant Dragon. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. Congratulations, host. The synthesis was successful. The moment the notification sound ended, the white orb that occupied the sky vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Therefore, Lin Bei saw the synthesized Radiant Dragon. Its size was only about that of a bus, its body covered in snow-white dragon scales as white as pure milk, and its eyes had turned gold. It is filled with an aura of holiness and also an aura of nobility. Moreover, a pair of white wings grew from its back. These wings, they are the wings of angels. Its original pair of wings have also turned into angel wings. In addition to the extra pair of angel wings, a huge golden halo also appeared above the head of the light dragon. A vast and holy aura emanated from this angelic halo. No matter who sees it, they will feel an uncontrollable surge of devout worship in their hearts. In addition, there is another change at its head. An extra white horn appeared. A horn piercing through the angel's halo. It was indeed Baize's horn. As for the original 2 horns of the bright dragon, it has become much shorter. It's less than 10 centimeters long, and it seems like it could shrink back at any moment. That is the appearance of the synthesized light dragon. Call. The Radiant Dragon flapped its wings and soared high in the sky. Wherever it passes, it leaves behind a large amount of light that is a mixture of white and gold that lingers for a long time. Even though it was just a lingering light, it still exuded a sacred aura. This sacred aura, it seems to be able to dispel all the darkness in the world. Even Lin Bei, who was standing below looking at the Radiant Dragon, felt a sense of peace instinctively welling up inside him. He nodded emphatically with great satisfaction and said with a faint smile in his voice, "Really, my choice was right. By combining the light dragon with 2 other materials that represent holiness, it will become even more radiant and holy." As he said these words, Lin Bei felt even more excited. "I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of dragon will emerge after I obtain the remains of the bone dragon and the hybrid Taotai and combine them with the heaven-slaying demon spear." The Radiant Dragon, with its angelic halo and Baize's horns, represents holiness and light. The bone dragon, the hybrid Taotai, and the heaven-slaying demon spear represent a different, opposite force. Synthesized product. It must be incredibly powerful. However, Lin Bei was only thinking about it briefly and didn't have any deep imagination. Soon, he raised a hand and waved it at the light dragon. "Get down." "Oh." With a resounding dragon roar, the Radiant Dragon flapped its wings and swiftly landed on the ground. The instant it landed on the ground, the withered trees and cracked ground around them started to rot automatically immediately. The withered trees stopped withering and quickly grew leaf after leaf. It also bore many fruits. The cracked ground automatically healed itself, and the inanimate object seemed to be alive at this moment. The scene looks absolutely incredible. The instant Lin Bei witnessed this strange phenomenon, he was certain that it was the power of the light dragon. The ground can actually heal itself? This ability. It's probably beyond just miraculous. That's right. The word amazing is simply not enough. A more suitable adjective is miracle. Thump. Thump. Before long, the fruits ripened and fell automatically from the trees, landing in front of Lin Bei and Guang Minglong. A few even fell directly into Lin Bei's hands. He could easily sense a strong energy fluctuation from the fruit he was holding. It is in no way inferior to some qi and blood-replenishing pills. This is actually quite normal. After all, whether it's the light dragon, the angel, or the Bai Zhe, they all represent auspiciousness and good fortune. The combined effect is naturally far greater than 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. After casually stuffing the fruit in his hand into the system space, Lin Bei raised one hand and touched the angelic wings of the light dragon. The next moment, a prompt appeared in his mind. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon, light dragon. Status, infancy, weakest period. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty, never betraying. Abilities, possesses ultimate power of light and holiness, capable of dispelling darkness, punishing evil, and healing all harm and disease in the world. Introduction, its true form is a sacred dragon of light, which combines the power of angels and the power of Bai Zhe, making it the most holy being in the entire world. Lin Bei quickly finished reading the message. But before he could say anything or think anything, a system notification sounded. Byte. The host has successfully synthesized 3 dragons, successfully activating the species designation function. Please specify the variety that already has 3 dragons. Names like Yi and Xiao Lu are simply how the host refers to them, not their breed. Please specify their varieties based on their abilities and characteristics. For each new dragon species successfully designated, you can then receive the corresponding reward. I was busy all day and didn't start working until 6 p.m., so I'm a little late. Chapter 70, Calling the Dragon's True Name. Instantly, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Bei's face. He hadn't expected to trigger such a prompt. What? Specify the species of dragon? And you'll also receive a reward. In fact, he had considered before whether the light dragon could still be considered a light dragon after being combined with the other 2 materials. Because both in appearance and ability, the synthesized light dragon is very different from other light dragons. Strictly speaking, it can no longer be considered a normal light dragon. At best, it can only be considered a variant of the light dragon. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Just as the host expected. Regardless of the type of dragon, once combined, they will become a completely new type of dragon. A type of dragon that has never appeared in the world before. So, that's why they need a host to specify the breed. Lin Bei subconsciously nodded slightly, fully understanding what the system meant. After that, he didn't say anything more to the system, but just looked at the light dragon that was quietly standing in front of him. While carefully examining the creature, Lin Bei's mind was also racing, pondering the matter of the light dragon. 15 seconds. 30 seconds. 45 seconds. 1 minute. It took him a full minute to come up with a suitable name. From now on, your race will be Radiant White Dragon. Bright Heaven Holy White Dragon. It contains the characteristics of the light dragon, the angel, and the Bai Zhe, perfectly combining the features of all 3. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with the name. After all, it sounds very sophisticated. The next moment, the system notification sounded suddenly. Byte. Race designation successful. The Guangtian Shengbeilong True Name Gift Pack has been successfully distributed. Byte. The real name calling feature is now activated. Hearing this series of system notifications, Lin Bei's mind started working rapidly once again. After a brief conversation with the system, he roughly understood the purpose of the new feature. Real name call function. As long as you speak, you can pronounce the complete name of the dragon's race. Then the dragon's overall strength will increase significantly in a short period of time. To put it simply, it's like adding a skill similar to a blessing or awakening. However, for a period of time, you can only call out the dragon's full race name once, and there will be some side effects. Despite its limitations, this feature is still very powerful, and it can play a significant role, at least in times of crisis. The real name calling feature should be used only as a last resort. From now on, we'll call it Little White. Names like Yi, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Bai are all common ways of addressing someone in everyday life. It can be considered a term of endearment. It doesn't mean that their race is this. Oh. With his new true name, the Holy White Dragon of Light Heaven, he happily raised his head and roared, his wings flapping behind him. A gentle aura quickly swept through the surroundings, naturally enveloping Lin Bei as well. Feeling the gentle aura surrounding his body, he eagerly opened the system space and looked at the gift pack he had just received, saying, "System, open this true name gift box of the Holy White Dragon of Light." Just from the name of this gift pack, one can guess. The contents of the gift package must be related to the Holy White Dragon of the Heavenly Realm. Soon, the system notification sounded. Bite. The Holy White Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly draw the power of the Holy White Dragon. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly upgrade the abilities of the Holy White Dragon. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. The exclusive space of the Holy White Dragon. When the host wishes to use ability extraction and ability upgrades, simply issue a command to this system. When the host wishes to bring the Holy White Dragon of Light into their personal space, they only need to imagine it in their mind. In addition, because this gift pack is different from other gift packs received by the host, the number of rewards it contains is also different. This gift pack contains only 3 rewards. But these are 3 special rewards. And all of these rewards are indeed related to the Holy White Dragon of Light. Although the number of rewards in this gift pack is relatively small, the quality is surprisingly high. Afterwards, Lin Bei communicated with the system and figured out the specific functions of the 3 rewards. The chance to randomly draw abilities from the Holy White Dragon of Light allows Lin Bei to randomly obtain one of the various abilities possessed by the Holy White Dragon of Light. It's a reward used to enhance Lin Bei's own strength. The Light Heaven Holy White Dragon has a random upgrade opportunity, which can randomly upgrade one of the various abilities it possesses to the next stronger stage. It could be its ability to ward off evil, or it could be its healing ability. It's something to be happy about whenever any skill is improved. As for the reward for the last exclusive space of the Holy White Dragon of Light, this would allow the Holy White Dragon of Light to live in a space that suits its own habits. In that kind of space, its growth rate and the level of comfort for rest and relaxation will be far higher than in other places. Even evolution can take place in that kind of space. With this kind of space, Lin Bei wouldn't need to come to deserted places every time. It's such a convenient space. He didn't use the reward right away, but instead looked up at Xiao Lu who was on patrol. Anyway, the reward can be used at any time, so there's no rush. The most important thing right now is to designate a new race for the other dragons. The instant he made his decision, Lin Bei gave the order to the Radiant White Dragon. You go on patrol first. Call. Without any objection, the Holy White Dragon immediately flapped its pure white wings and soared into the nearby forest. At the same time, Lin Bei said to Xiao Lu, "Your turn." Thump. Xiao Lu, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly landed on the ground. The 6 wings on its back flapped in an orderly fashion, creating a harmonious scene. Looking at the 6 wings, Lin Bei nodded slightly, having roughly determined a direction in his mind. He planned to assign a designation based on Xiao Lu's 6 wings and abilities. Soon, Lin Bei's brain started working rapidly again. They were thoroughly analyzing Xiao Lu's physical characteristics and abilities. Another minute passed before his voice slowly rang out. "Little 6, what's your new race called?" Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon. Chapter 71. The 17 who began their operation. Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon. This is clearly a very suitable name for a 6th grader, because it has 6 wings on its back, and the power it uses is lightning and gale. Call. Call. The flapping frequency of Xiao Lu's 6 wings increased significantly, accompanied by the faint sounds of thunder and howling wind. That's right. It really likes its race name. It sounds rather imposing. At the same time, the system notification sound slowly rang out. Bite. Race designation successful. The 6-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been successfully distributed. The second time you specify your race and real name, you will receive a real name gift pack as a reward, just like the first time. Different dragons yield different gift packs. Since the process and result are the same, does that mean the rewards inside this gift pack are also the same? The instant he realized this, Lin Bei immediately looked at the new gift pack in his system space and gave the order again. System, open the exclusive True Name gift pack for the 6-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon. The moment his voice fell, system notifications sounded in quick succession. Bite. The 6-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon True Name gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. One chance to randomly draw the six-winged wind and thunder dragon ability. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. One chance to randomly upgrade the six-winged wind and thunder dragon's abilities. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. A private space for a six-winged wind and thunder dragon. When the host wishes to use ability extraction and ability upgrades, simply issue a command to this system. When the host wants to store the six-winged wind and thunder dragon in their personal space, they only need to imagine it in their mind. Really, the result was exactly as Lin Bei had predicted. Regardless of which dragon's true name gift pack it belongs to, all the rewards are exactly the same. The rewards are all random ability draws, random ability upgrades, and exclusive spaces. But he didn't feel dissatisfied because of this. After all, the 3 rewards in the real name gift pack can all play a significant role. That's not bad either. At least with each real name gift pack I open, my strength will also increase a little. Before long, Xiao Lu was soaring high in the sky again. Of the 3 dragons that have been combined, only Yi has not yet been given a new race name. Because it is in the process of its second evolution, it is not possible to designate a species. Thump, thump. Lin Bei walked to a large rock and sat on it to wait. Meanwhile, in Nanshan City, the other 17 people who received equipment and hybrid monster eggs are all working hard to hatch the pet eggs they get. After leaving the Huang family, they saw the letter stored in their spatial ring. Naturally, they also learned how to hatch hybrid pet eggs and how to refine bloodthirst pills. Immediately, most people began the refining process. The refining process went very smoothly, and it only failed once out of 10 attempts. Bloodlust pill. A pill with extremely powerful effects and very easy to refine. That is precisely why the Mountain and Sea Organization released it. And inside, there are even more effective pills. Having obtained the refined bloodthirst pill, those people resolutely entered the demon beast forest. The only areas they can enter are those outside the safe zone. Massive killings. They have now appeared in the monster forest. These 17 people were all working hard to successfully hatch the monster egg, completely unaware that everything they were doing was in vain. Huang family. Huang Bashuan stood in the courtyard where the hybrid Taodai egg had been stored before, looking at the hybrid Taodai egg that had been brought here again. But his brows remained tightly furrowed, clearly deep in thought about something troubling him. Roar. Inside the eggshell, the hybrid gluttonous beast roared incessantly, its roars filled with intense anger. Still angry about the humiliation I suffered last night. Ignoring the mixed blood glutton for the time being, Huang Bashuan muttered to himself. What should we do now? If those 18 hybrid eggs were to hatch, then Nanshan City would absolutely not be under the control of my Huang family. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen, otherwise all my hard work will be wasted. Huang Bashuan trained the mixed blood Taotai in order to unify Nanshan City. But in the current situation. But it wasn't quite what I imagined. That's why he wanted to stop it. The goal is to make himself the overlord of Nanshan City. This is Huang Bashuan's long-cherished wish. It is also the long-cherished wish of the entire Huang family. This long-cherished wish has been passed down since the Huang family was founded many years ago. As for why, only the head of the Huang family knows this. At that moment, the evil spirit suddenly appeared in the courtyard. At the same time, his voice rang out. The organization has its reasons for doing this. But you can rest assured. As long as you can hatch this hybrid gluttonous egg, Nanshan City will surely be yours. The others who obtain the hybrid egg are no threat to you. After all, they are different from you. You were personally chosen by the Venerable One. After hearing what the evil spirit said, Huang Bashuan's slightly uneasy heart gradually calmed down. As long as it doesn't hinder the Huang family's dominance in Nanshan City, he won't bother with anything else. Clear. Huang Bashuan had already made his decision when he answered that question. They decided to send out all members of the Huang family and do everything possible to hatch the hybrid Taodai. He no longer had the energy to deal with the attackers from last night. Anyway, the malevolent spirit of the Mountain and Sea Organization is present. Unconsciously, Lin Bei had been sitting on the rock for 20 minutes, but EE, which was evolving in the sky, still showed no signs of completing its evolution. Call. Just then, the holy white dragon of light flapped its wings and flew nearby. Then, he planned to use the reward he received. Get down. Upon hearing its master's call, the holy white dragon of light immediately landed on the ground. Thump. The moment it landed on the ground, it gently nudged Lin Bei with its enormous dragon head. She was clearly acting like a spoiled child. Lin Bei also raised one hand and gently touched the dragon head. Immediately afterwards, he said to himself, use random ability to draw a chance. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Fight. The default pet drawn is the Holy White Dragon. Abilities are being randomly selected. Progress 10%. Progress 30%. Progress 50%. Progress 70%. Progress 100%. Ding. Successful draw. Chapter 72, Evolution complete. Ready to leave. The system notification tone continued to sound. Fight. The ability extracted by the host from the Holy White Dragon is Evil Resistance. This ability is the true power of the Holy White Dragon of Light. The strength of the ability you extract will vary depending on the strength of the dragon from which it was extracted. If the Holy White Dragon's Evil Resistance constitution reaches the next stage, the host's Evil Resistance will also increase accordingly. Immediately afterwards, information about the Evil Resistance constitution flooded into Lin Bei's mind. Soon, he learned exactly what the Evil Resistance constitution was. The so-called Evil Resistance constitution means that Lin Bei's body has super resistance to evil forces. As long as you have this constitution, they will not be affected by forces such as the aura of the Tao Dai. Neither physical mobility nor mental state will be affected. Certainly, the specific level of resistance depends on the strength of one's abilities. In certain situations, this ability can be very useful. An evil-resistant constitution? Not bad. Although we can improve our combat abilities, self-preservation is also very important. Lin Bei knew clearly that the enemies he was about to face were all related to ferocious beasts. This is how the head of the Huang family is. The same applies to malevolent spirits. They will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the mixed blood ferocious beast. Therefore, this ability can actually play a very strong role. Before long, Lin Bei sent the radiant white dragon to the vicinity and also summoned the six-winged wind and thunder dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, he mentally commanded the system. Use random abilities to draw opportunities. The system notification tone immediately sounded. Fight. Ability extraction and progress. Draw successful. The ability the host extracted from the six-winged wind and thunder dragon is Wind and Thunder Wing Transformation. This ability is a derivative ability of the six-winged wind and thunder dragon. The strength of the derivative abilities is also related to the strength of the dragon's abilities. The moment the notification sound ended, another message appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Naturally, he learned about the function of the wind and thunder wings. The difference between primary abilities and derived abilities is also clear. The Wind and Thunder Wings transformation allows Lin Bei to conjure a pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. As long as he has the wings of wind and thunder, he can use the power of gales and lightning. Without a doubt, this is an ability that can enhance combat power. It was only restricted to a certain extent. As for derived abilities and original abilities, they are fundamentally different. Both Long and Lin Bei can use the original ability. It's an innate ability of dragons. The derivative ability can only be used by Lin Bei. It is a derivative manifestation of the dragon's power. For example, the wind and thunder power of the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, after being derived and manifested, becomes the wind and thunder wings. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Whether you extract a derivative ability or the original ability is entirely a matter of luck. After extracting two abilities in a row, Lin Bei felt that he was in a particularly good state, as if he had just woken up early in the morning and was full of energy. So they didn't do anything further. He plans to wait until all the evolutions are complete before using the random ability upgrade reward. Anyway, there's no rush. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei looked up at the sky, where the evolution of each individual was still ongoing. It's still not done? Evolution from immaturity to maturity. That's way too slow. From the beginning of its evolution to the present, quite some time has passed. The time spent on the first evolution was very short. Host. As dragons evolve, the time required for evolution will only increase. After all, the higher the level of evolution of a dragon, the stronger it will be. The time required for evolution is directly proportional to strength. After learning the reason, Lin Bei quickly made a decision. When we need to evolve them in the future, it's better to go to their own dedicated space. Finally, 15 minutes later, the giant ball of light suspended in the sky underwent a completely new change. The bright, dazzling light gradually dimmed, and its size continued to shrink. The system notification tone also sounded at this moment. Fight. Congratulations, host. One by one, the second evolution is complete. Fight. Congratulations, host, on completing your first weak age evolution. You are hereby rewarded with a second stage evolution gift pack. The gift pack has been sent and placed in the system space. The host can open it at any time. The moment the system notification sound ended, the ball of light in the sky suddenly exploded, and dazzling light filled the surroundings. Hidden within, Yi also came into Lin Bei's view. Having successfully evolved to maturity, Yi's body size has become much larger than before, reaching a length of 20 meters from head to tail. The scales are more numerous and harder than before, and the fiery red patterns are more complex, like burning flames. Furthermore, the dragon's whiskers, claws, horns, and other features have all changed. It seemed to be filled with immense power. After completing its second evolution, Yi looks much more powerful than before, just by its appearance. Call. The six-winged wind and thunder dragon and the radiant white dragon both flapped their wings and flew back. The three dragons were simply arranged together. Then it will be easy to see who is stronger and who is weaker. Whether in terms of strength or other aspects, Yi's power is evident to the naked eye. Lin Bei felt particularly satisfied with this. The mature stage. He looks very strong. If we let Yi face that pack of more than a dozen wolves now, he could easily win. No, more than just victory. It should be called a massacre. Dragon. When fighting against monsters of the same era, there is a 99% chance of overwhelming victory. Unless they encountered some equally unique magical beasts. For example, the Tao Tai. Thump. Soon, the three dragons landed on the ground at the same time, surrounding Lin Bei in the very center. They are waiting for their master to give them orders. Lin Bei casually put the radiant white dragon and the six-winged wind and thunder dragon back into their respective exclusive spaces. He then went to Yi's side and began to specify the race. From now on, you will be Flaming Rock Armored Dragon. Soon, a system notification sounded. Fight. Gift pack has been sent. A second later, Lin Bei opened the gift pack and received the reward once again, which was exactly the same as the previous two gift packs. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation array and temporarily left the monster forest. There are still some things to do. Chapter 73 Showdown with Bai Zhou. Latest objective. 1 second later, Lin Bei appeared at his home. However, he did not go out immediately. Instead, he first operated the system and exchanged all his points for Beast Spirit Pills. Fight. Successfully redeemed 80 Beast Spirit Pills, totaling 40,000 points. You currently have 0 points remaining. The 80 Beast Spirit Pills were divided into two portions. The first batch consisted of 20 pills, which were placed in the exclusive space of the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven. The remaining 60 Beast Spirit Pills, along with the 40 that remained from before, were placed into the six-winged wind and thunder dragon's exclusive space. A short while, the system notification sounds rang out one after another. Fight. The growth value of the Holy White Dragon has reached 100%. Insufficient points to evolve. Fight. The six-winged wind and thunder dragon's growth value has reached 50%. Keep up the good work. Although exchanging 10,000 points would allow the Holy White Dragon of Light to begin its evolution, Lin Bei was not in a hurry to let it evolve. Now that I have my own space, I can evolve at any time. For now, it's better to let the dragons get used to their exclusive space. Lin Bei stayed at home for less than a minute before pushing open the door and walking out, his destination being the Third Academy of Nanshan City. He wanted to expose what the Shanghai organization was doing. Because this is the only way. Only then can we effectively disrupt the mountain and sea organization. At least this will prevent anyone other than Huang Bashuan from successfully raising their hybrid monster eggs. The moment Lin Bei boarded the bus, he went to a secluded corner and spoke to the system in his mind. Use random ability to draw a chance. This ability extraction will naturally be taken from the Flame Rock Armor Dragon. Fight. Draw successful. The ability the host extracted from the Flame Rock Armored Dragon is Dragon Flame. This ability is the original ability of the Flame Rock Armored Dragon. A second later, a message appeared, and he learned about Long Yan's specific abilities. Dragon Flame. It's the ability to control flames. With this ability, Lin Bei could control flames at will. As for how much fire one can control and the power of that fire, that depends on Yi's own strength. Fire control ability? It's alright. At least it can be of some use. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at the gate of the 3rd Academy of Nanshan. Because it was during class time, there was no one in front of the door. After getting off the bus, he randomly picked up a shop and bought several masks. Wearing a mask is more appropriate than wearing sunglasses or face masks. Lin Bei disguised himself while buying the mask, so there were no hidden dangers. Then, he looked directly at the dean's office. The next moment, a powerful force erupted from Lin Bei's back, converging on it at lightning speed. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a pair of wings, accompanied by lightning and gale, materialized from Lin Bei's back. That's the ability he extracted from the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon. Call. With a sudden flap of his wind and thunder wings, Lin Bei flew into the air and quickly approached the dean's office. He also took out the heaven-slaying demon spear and held it tightly in his hands. They clearly came with ill intentions. Lin Bei had his own reasons for doing this. Actually, his purpose was quite simple. He simply wanted to gain a real understanding of his own strength through actual combat. After all, a hybrid glutton will appear soon. At the same time, Bai Zhou, who had been staying in the dean's office, immediately stood up from his seat, walked a few steps to the window, and looked outside with a slightly puzzled expression. And what he saw? It was none other than Lin Bei, who had flown in at breakneck speed. In an instant, Bai Zhou's brows furrowed tightly, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. How dare you? How dare you attack me? He couldn't think of any other possibility. Faced with this situation, Bai Zhou naturally wouldn't remain inactive. He immediately took out a curved sword about 1.5 meters long from his spatial ring. Clang! Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Zhou swung his curved blade down with tremendous force. Boom! The window and wall blocking his way were instantly cleaved in two. The sharp blade pierced through the wall and slashed straight ahead. At this time, Lin Bei, wielding his wind and thunder wings with all his might, appeared directly in front of the scimitar. Immediately, he thrust the heaven-slaying demon spear straight forward with all his might. In just a moment, the blade of the scimitar made contact with the tip of the heaven-slaying demon spear. Boom! A sound like something exploding rang out. Two powerful forces intertwined and spread uncontrollably in all directions. Click! Click! The glass within a 20-meter radius was shattered by the impact at that moment. Even on sturdy walls, cracks also appeared. Bai Zhou's brows furrowed more and more, and his breathing became heavier without him even realizing it. The attacker's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. It turns out, they are on par with me. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Although they had already clashed, Bai Zhou had no idea what was going on. But he was certain. The person who attacked me is definitely not from Nanshan City. Because in the entire Nanshan City, only the deans of the other major academies and the heads of the 4 major families possess strength that is no less than their own. Clang! Lin Bei retrieved the heaven-slaying demon spear, flapped his wings, and floated in the air, looking at Bai Zhou with a very calm gaze. After this brief exchange, he roughly determined his direct combat strength. At least, the difference isn't too big. This way, even if we face Huang Bashuan directly later, we will be fully capable of protecting ourselves. What needs to be determined next? That's the difference between pets. A few seconds later, Lin Bei deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you know? Nanshan City is about to suffer a calamity. That's exactly why I came. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou gasped, his face completely filled with disbelief. What? What do you mean? He was momentarily stunned. Why do they attack me one minute and then say there's a calamity in Nanshan City the next? What's going on? And in the next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. If you want to know everything, show me your abilities and let me see if you're qualified to participate in my plan. He knew that only by doing this would it be effective. If he were to go directly to Bai Zhou to discuss this matter, the most likely outcome would be that he would be kicked out. Because it's perfectly normal for powerful forces to betray each other. Just say it. It will only be seen as sowing discord. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Bei had a completely new idea in his mind. You must take the lead in how things unfold. Chapter 74, Summoning the Other Deans. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Bai Zhou had already realized the seriousness of the situation. I understand now that something terrible is bound to happen in Nanshan City. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't have happened. Call. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Bei with a solemn expression. Although there are still some things I don't quite understand. But my intuition tells me I can figure everything out from you. The moment the words fell, a magical eagle-like creature appeared beside him. This eagle-like magical beast has mostly purple feathers interspersed with black stripes. Moreover, it was very large, taking up half the size of the dean's office. Those neatly arranged purple feathers. They looked just like sharp arrows. Chirp. Along with it, a cry also rang out. A purple feather cloud-splitting eagle in its prime. This is the strongest of all the pets I have tamed. Even within the entire Nanshan city, its strength ranks among the top 10. With it there, I am confident that I will figure out what happened. Actually, Baijiu really wanted to know the truth. That's why he summoned his strongest pet immediately. At the same time, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle was staring intently at Lin Bei with its sharp eagle eyes, as if it were looking at prey. It will not hesitate to hunt when the right opportunity arises. Lin Bei's eyebrows rose slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as he muttered to himself. A prime of life even stronger than maturity? One by one it. We should be able to fight. The difference between maturity and adulthood is significant. There is virtually no possibility of crossing over. Call. Having made his decision, he flapped his wind and thunder wings and flew backward, quickly landing on the ground, not wanting to interfere with the battles to come. Since your pet is an eagle, then come outside and fight. To avoid the situation becoming unfortunate. You think it's unfair. Lin Bei wasn't saying this to show off. He was taking his own considerations into account when he did things at that time. It's for Nanshan City. It's also for my own sake. Upon hearing these words, Baijiu's confidence wavered somewhat. The reason is simply because Lin Bei's demeanor was too indifferent. Kindness. What did he say? Fight in the sky? Sky? But this is the eagle's home turf. Even though he was facing the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle, which was ranked among the top 10 in Nanshan City, he took the initiative to put himself in an advantageous position. How incredibly confident do they have to be? After staring blankly for a while, Baijiu instinctively shook his head vigorously, suppressing the slightly chaotic thoughts in his mind. Immediately afterwards, he gave the order to the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. Go. Compared to Baijiu, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle is ultimately just a magical beast. It usually doesn't think too much and only follows its instincts and obediently does what its master tells it to do. Call. With a flap of its enormous purple wings, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle left the dean's office and soared into the vast sky above the academy. A sharper and louder eagle cry rang out, easily spreading throughout the entire academy. The students, who were all busy with their own things, all looked up at the sky in confusion at the same time. Naturally, many people then saw the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. That's the dean's most beloved pet. What's going on? Why does it keep barking? Could it be that spring has arrived? However, the students didn't pay much attention, since the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle had only made a sound. Thump. Baijiu walked a few steps to the edge of the broken window and looked down at Lin Bei standing below. Seeing that Lin Bei still hadn't summoned his pet, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on? Why haven't you summoned it yet? However, Baijiu was only puzzled for less than a second. The next second, he pointed a finger directly at Lin Bei and ordered in a very cold and stern tone. Attack. Faced with this situation, Baijiu would not show any mercy. Otherwise he would not have been able to become the dean of the third academy. The same. The purple feather cloud-splitting eagle didn't hold back either, forcefully flapping its two wings. Whoosh. In an instant, a full 50 feathers detached from the wings and plummeted toward the ground at an incredible speed. The point it was aimed at was precisely where Lin Bei was. If you get pricked by these feathers, you'll definitely turn into a hedgehog. Lin Bei, however, showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he stood motionless in place. They didn't even look up, as if they were unaware of the impending crisis. But that's only what it seems. In fact, he had already started communicating with the system the moment he landed on the ground. Use the random ability upgrade opportunity. Soon, the system notification sounded. Fight. Evolution successful. The capabilities upgraded this time are Dragon Flame. Dragon Flame. It is precisely the Flame Rock Armor Dragon's ability to control fire. Because the Dragon Flame of the Flame Rock Armored Dragon evolved, the Dragon Flame controlled by Lin Bei also evolved. You're lucky. It has evolved a most important ability. Only when he finished speaking did he look up at the sky. At this time, those 50 sharp feathers had already reached the top of his head. It would probably pierce his body in just one more second. Without wasting any more time, Lin Bei immediately unleashed the full power of the Dragon Flame. Boom. In an instant, Terrifying flames surged forth, engulfing him completely. And the flames did not stop spreading. Instead, they continued to propagate into the sky. The next moment, those 50 feathers were all engulfed by the flames and instantly turned to ashes. Even the sharpest feathers. It was impossible to withstand the wrath emanating from the dragon. Hiss! Bei, who witnessed all of this, instinctively gasped, his eyes reflecting only the flames. The feathers were actually burned off? Such powerful flames. Just how many magical beasts have they tamed? You were just using wind and thunder, but now you're using fire. If he were simply able to use these elemental powers, he wouldn't be too shocked. But whether it's a gale, lightning, or flames, the fluctuations they emit are extremely powerful, definitely not ordinary flames. The fact that all the feathers were burned off is enough to confirm this. These are no ordinary feathers. Even if thrown into a volcano, the feather can remain inside for half an hour. It can completely melt the feathers in less than a second. It can only explain. The flames were incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the temperature inside the college rose rapidly. In just 5 seconds, the overall temperature rose by at least 10 degrees. Many students who sensed something was wrong began to quickly observe their surroundings. Not long after, more and more students noticed that the flames had reached a height of a full 20 meters. Is the academy on fire? That's strange. The flames are hundreds of meters away from us. So why is the temperature here rising? Under normal circumstances, the temperature shouldn't be able to travel this far. The students simply watched the excitement from afar and had no intention of getting involved. They are not fools. Know what you can and cannot do. Standing at the very center of the flames, Lin Bei was looking up at the sky. Despite the numerous flames obstructing his view above, his gaze pierced through the layers of fire, allowing him to see directly into the sky. Since it could melt those feathers in an instant, then that proves Yi's flame power has surpassed the hardness of the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle's feathers. It seems the outcome is decided. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei opened the flaming rock armor dragon's exclusive space and released it from within. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the third academy. Immediately, Bei, who was still immersed in shock, came back to his senses in the shortest time and looked towards the place where the dragon's roar came from. But he was shocked to discover the dragon's roar came from the flames directly in front of him. Suddenly, a particularly terrifying thought flooded Bai's mind. Glug. He couldn't help but swallow hard, and stammered as he spoke. Dragon. No. No way. Buzz. As another dragon's roar resounded, a massive figure burst forth from the flames and soared into the sky. Surprisingly, it's the fiery rock armored dragon. At the same time, the flames on the ground dissipated, and Lin Bei stood unharmed on the ground. He looked up at the sky with a calm expression and said with a slight smile in his voice, don't kill him. For Lin Bei, Bei is of great use. Moreover, there was no hatred between the two. If you act too aggressively at this point, this is completely hindering my own plans. The flame rock armored dragon gently nodded its massive head, showing no objection to its master's command. The next second, it then began to sway its body, slowly approaching the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. At this moment, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. It was instinctively a little uncomfortable, as the pressure from its bloodline constantly affected it. The moment the flaming rock armored dragon appeared in the sky, most of the students in the academy saw it. Immediately, exclamations of surprise rang out. Holy crap! It's a dragon! My god! I actually saw a dragon! Why would a dragon appear here? Wang Yuling, who was at school, naturally saw all of this. Instantly, she instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth, staring wide-eyed at the fiery rock-armored dragon in the sky, muttering incredulously to herself. This dragon. She looks just like Brother Bei. Upon realizing that his guess had come true, Bei felt extremely conflicted. It really is a dragon. Wow. He never expected this. The person who attacked him had a dragon as his pet. Immediately afterwards, Bei discovered something even more shocking. This dragon. It seems to be the same dragon they saw in the monster forest a few days ago. They are almost identical in appearance and features, the only difference being their size. Could it be that? It's him. Thinking of this, Bei quickly looked down at Lin Bei. The more he looked, the more certain he became of his guess. Because Lin Bei's figure was just like that figure from behind that day. Therefore, Bai's doubts deepened. What could possibly happen to warrant such a mysterious being personally coming to find me? Meanwhile, battle has broken out in the sky. The flame-armored dragon, its entire body enveloped in flames, opened its mouth and spewed flames forward. Boom, boom. One after another, enormous fireballs hurtled towards the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. The large amount of airflow in the upper atmosphere was thus distorted. The purple feather cloud-splitting eagle flapped its wings incessantly, dodging the incoming fireballs time and time again. But it couldn't dodge them all, and it would be hit by a fireball every now and then. Each time the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle is hit by a fireball, some of its feathers will be ignited instantly. At best, the feathers will turn charred black. At worst, they will be completely burned off. But that's all. They will not suffer more serious harm. After all, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle is also very strong. Using feathers to attack is only one of its weaker methods. The true power of the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle actually lies in its wing strikes. With a single, gentle slash, it can pierce through an entire cloud layer. Otherwise, it won't be called the cloud-splitting eagle. However, due to the excessive density of fireballs, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle was unable to utilize this power. It's not weak. It's just that I've met an opponent who can restrain me. The flaming rock armor dragon wanted to suppress the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. They can only use the upgraded fire ability. Seeing that the battle was essentially over, Lin Bei once again flapped the wind and thunder wings that had materialized behind him, and in a few seconds he flew to Baijiu's side. Your skills are not bad. Are you interested in helping me prevent that catastrophe? Although the battle is not yet completely decided, it has already proven a lot. Baijiu quickly came to his senses, his expression becoming extremely serious. That calamity. Is it serious? The next moment, Lin Bei answered. Initially, it will only lead to the fall of Nanshan City. As for what comes next, I'm afraid the whole world won't escape it. Although it was only a few words, Baijiu understood the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, he no longer hesitated. Take me with you. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction, quite pleased with the result. Good. Find the other deans as soon as possible. I will tell you everything. Chapter 75 Gathering. Somber. Action. Almost the instant he finished speaking, Baijiu began contacting the other deans. Lin Bei, on the other hand, stayed in the dean's office. After that brief battle, he roughly understood his current strength. Not enough. Only the upgraded flames can suppress Lin Bei's magical beasts. The other forces can only achieve a draw at best. Although he had gained the upper hand in the previous battle, Lin Bei was not complacent. On the contrary, they became aware of their own shortcomings. So, he planned to give both the Holy White Dragon and the Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon the opportunity to upgrade their abilities. System. Prepare for upgrade. At the same time, the other 5 deans who had received Baijiu's call also left their respective academies with solemn expressions and rushed towards the 3rd academy as quickly as possible. About 15 minutes had passed. The 5 deans then arrived at the 3rd academy and joined Baijiu. The 6 of them stood silently in the dean's office, staring without saying a word at Lin Bei, who was wearing a mask, standing directly in front of them. Their gazes were all very complicated. There was surprise, doubt, shock, and more. After a brief exchange with Baijiu, the 5 of them learned what had just happened. I also learned that a calamity was coming. At this time, Lin Bei had already completed his communication with the system. Not only did it upgrade the abilities of the 2 dragons, but it also allowed the Holy White Dragon of Light to begin its evolution within its exclusive space. The power that the Holy White Dragon of Light has gained is the purifying power to dispel evil. The power enhanced by the Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon is the power of thunder. 2 abilities. They all possess very strong abilities. Clearly, our overall strength has improved once again. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Bei pulled himself out of his thoughts, stood up, and walked toward the 6 deans. At the same time, his voice rang out. I know some of you doubt what I'm saying, but whether you believe it or not, you'd better listen carefully to what I'm about to say. In an instant, the 6 deans focused their attention to the extreme, knowing that they would soon hear the truth. They set aside all distractions and prepared to listen attentively. Soon, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. The source of this calamity is the Mountain and Sea Organization. Upon hearing the words Shanghai Organization, the eyes of the 6 deans present widened involuntarily. Although none of them had ever been in contact with the Shanghai Organization, all 6 of them had heard of it. Naturally, they would then know what kind of organization the Mountain and Sea Organization was. Immediately, they stopped thinking that Lin Bei was exaggerating. If it's the Mountain and Sea Organization, that was indeed a calamity. You? Go on. But Lin Bei didn't continue speaking. Instead, he took out his phone from his spatial ring and pulled up a photo he had taken earlier. The photo. It was none other than the hybrid gluttonous egg. As he held up his phone to show the 6 deans, he spoke again. The Mountain and Sea Organization has arrived in Nanshan City with a batch of hybrid beast eggs. Lin Bei used the simplest words to explain what the Mountain and Sea Organization had done. Huang Bashuan. Evil spirit. 18 people and 18 eggs. He said basically everything he could say. But some things remain confidential. For example, the fact that he was one of the 18 people. Upon hearing everything, the 6 deans instinctively fell silent. Considering the Huang family's recent strange behavior, they were basically certain of Lin Beihua's reliability. After a long time, the first dean let out a long sigh and asked in a rather complicated tone, "How can we stop this disaster? Calamity." He completely accepted that this was a catastrophe. How can we ensure that all dozen or so eggs hatch? Nanshan City will be turned into Nanshan ruins. Lin Bei had already figured out how to handle this. He didn't do these things on a whim. He had his own plans in mind. It's very simple. First, do everything you can to stop those 18 people and take back what they got from the Mountain and Sea Organization. Just hand over those 18 monster eggs to me. I will take care of those 18 monster eggs. Upon hearing that Lin Bei wanted the 18 magical beast eggs, the 6 deans were somewhat disagreeing. After all, Lin Bei was also a stranger to them, and they were unsure whether he was trustworthy or not. Rashly handing over 18 pet eggs. This doesn't seem like a very good option. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice continued. You know very well how those monster eggs hatch, and you also know that they have soul imprints on them. So even if we gave them to you, it would be of no use. But I have a way to deal with these monster eggs. As for the equipment and weapons those people received, I won't take a single one. He had absolutely no interest in weapons or the like. What Lin Bei said was actually quite correct. The hybrid monster egg is indeed of no use to the 6 deans. After all, there is a powerful soul imprint on it. After hearing Lin Bei's words, the 6 deans fell silent, looking at each other and exchanging glances. After a full 10 seconds of silence, the first dean finally looked at Lin Bei and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Good. Then it's settled. Take care of those 18 people first, then go find that bastard Huang Bashuan. All the monster eggs are yours, and the equipment and such are ours. Besides, the Huang family's assets will also belong to our 6 colleges. The deans of the 6 academies also have their own selfish motives. They won't miss any opportunity to make the academy stronger. Without hesitation, not even for a second, Lin Bei nodded directly. No problem. I only want those hybrid monster eggs. Although in the eyes of others, choosing a monster egg is a bad deal. Not only is it extremely difficult to hatch them, but you also don't have control over them, so they are practically useless. But only he knows. How valuable are these monster eggs to me? These hybrid monster eggs are more important than those treasures and the Huang family's wealth. The 6 deans looked at each other again, all quite satisfied with the final result. So, when do we begin? They show no mercy in the face of such things. Not to mention, there are many conflicts, both large and small, between the 6 academies and the Huang family. A smile slowly spread across Lin Bei's face, hidden beneath the mask. Let's take action now. Chapter 76, Void Dragon Hatchling. Every second of delay increases the risk. At this moment, the 17 people who obtained the hybrid monster eggs had already begun their actions, and there was no time to waste. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse. Hearing Lin Bei's answer, Baizhou felt somewhat at a loss for words. What should we do? We only know that 18 people obtained the monster eggs, but we don't know their specific identities. Such an action is like looking for a needle in a haystack. His voice had barely faded when Lin Bei took out a secret formula. Thump, thump. He walked a few steps to the 6 deans and revealed the secret formula to everyone. This is the recipe for the bloodlust pill. Monsters will become abnormal after consuming it. The secret recipe is yours. If you do some research, you'll be able to find out who the targets are. This recipe is a copy that Lin Bei made himself. He wouldn't be foolish enough to take out the original. That kind of approach. That's just asking for trouble. Moreover, Lin Bei brought out this secret formula in order to boost the motivation of the 6 deans. I received a secret recipe before I even took any action, let alone what I'll get after I do. Without hesitation, the 6 deans immediately accepted the secret formula and began their research. Seeing this, Lin Bei looked out the window. He still had many things to do. While you are carrying out your operation, I will also be compiling a list. I will succeed by tomorrow morning at the latest. At that time, see you at the usual place. After saying that, Lin Bei didn't wait for the 6 deans to say anything more. He directly conjured up the wind and thunder wings, flapped his wings, and left the place. As for where the old place is, he believed that everyone present understood this perfectly. It's just the center of the Warcraft forest. The 6 deans were all watching Lin Bei's departing figure. They only began their discussion after Lin Bei had completely disappeared. Do you guys think this guy is trustworthy? Why did he tell us all this? And why did he only want those 18 monster eggs? No matter how I think about it, I still can't figure it out. The others were discussing the topic animatedly, much more so than usual. Final. The 6 deans only reached one highly probable conclusion. They believe Lin Bei is a member of a large organization. An organization that is a mortal enemy of the mountain and sea organization, and whose nature is completely different. This is the only reason that makes sense. A moment later, the dean of the first academy walked to the window, looked up at the direction Lin Bei had left in, and seemed to be thinking about something. At the same time, he spoke in a serious tone. Gentlemen, this is of utmost importance. There can be absolutely no slackening. Once Nanshan City falls, our 6 academies will also be finished. Even without the first dean saying so, the other deans were already aware of this matter. After all, they're not fools. That's right, we must go all out. Both to stop this catastrophe and to make us stronger. See you in the Warcraft forest, everyone. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The 6 deans returned to their respective colleges. They planned to hand over the affairs of the academy to their subordinates first, and then launch a pursuit of the 18 people. After leaving the academy for a while, Lin Bei found a deserted place and landed. They then quickly left, easily blending into the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. He did not go directly to Huang's house to investigate, but returned to his own home first. Because there's still one gift pack I haven't opened. Soon, Lin Bei returned home. The moment he stepped into his home, he gave the system a command. Open the 2nd tier advancement gift pack. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Byte. 2nd tier upgrade gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a common reward. 10 tier 2 beast spirit pills. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic reward. 6 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. A small-scale monster containment space. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. The Holy Sword Reincarnation. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to draw a random talent. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly draw a dragon. All rewards have been distributed. Please check them. The rewards remain at 6. There are a total of 4 special rewards. While receiving these rewards, Lin Bei also learned about their purpose. A miniature monster containment space is essentially an enlarged monster containment bag, except it can hold any monster. The Holy Sword Reincarnation is a holy sword called Reincarnation. Its specific functions need to be experienced in actual combat. Random talent draw allows you to obtain a new talent. In terms of range, that is, all the talents that the system can provide. There are no useless talents among the talents provided by the system. As for the last special reward, Lin Bei was very familiar with it. Randomly selected dragon race. Just right. I'm missing a dragon. He immediately used the reward. Dragon Clan. The moment the words left his mouth, a system notification sounded. Byte. Random dragon selection in progress. Draw successful. The baby dragon you drew this time is Void Dragon Hatchling. In an instant, information about the Void Dragon flooded into Lin Bei's mind, and he finally understood what the Void Dragon was. Void Dragon. Born from the void, live in the void, perish in the void. This dragon possesses the ability to traverse and control the void. Any of its enemies. Ultimately, they will all be swallowed by the void. Void Dragon. Another exceptionally powerful dragon. In some ways, the Void Dragon is more powerful than the other 3 dragons. Because time was tight and the Void Dragon was asleep, Lin Bei did not release it. Instead, they hastily used another reward that was absolutely necessary. Draw a random talent. The system notification sounded. Byte. Random talent selection in progress. Draw successful. The talent you have drawn this time is Chaos Affinity Talent. Chaos. One of the 4 fiends. It's actually this talent. That's really surprising. Feel sorry. This system can only provide this type of talent. Without inquiring too much about the other rewards, Lin Bei quickly left his home and headed straight for the Huang family. Because he joined the Huang family and received special attention from the evil spirit, he easily entered the Huang family. At this time, the Huang family home appeared somewhat empty, as most of the members were not at home. This is a golden opportunity. Lin Bei, we won't let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 77, The Secret Hidden Underground. Although he hadn't been with the Huang family for long, Lin Bei had already figured out which aspects were important to the Huang family. So, he immediately rushed to several important locations belonging to the Huang family. To obtain important information, you must start from this point. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the Huang family's document storage room. There were no guards at the base entrance, and the entire area was very quiet. He had a rough guess as to why this was happening. Has everyone been mobilized? It seems. Huang Bashuan also sensed the threat. However, Lin Bei only pondered it for a moment and did not waste too much time on it. He then strode directly into the document storage room. The moment Lin Bei entered, he saw a vast amount of various documents arranged in a dense, orderly fashion. The date is also marked on it. The latest date is today, while the earliest is several hundred years ago. Obviously, the Huang family has existed for a very long time. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Bei first walked to the book with the latest date and opened it. The contents recorded therein. This is exactly what happened today. Those 18 people obtained the hybrid monster egg. What treasures did each of these 18 people obtain? This is exactly what he's been looking for. Unexpected. The Huang family actually kept such detailed records. Originally, Lin Bei planned to find the Huang family's member information and identify the 17 corresponding members. I never expected things to go so smoothly. After loading the data into the system space, his gaze slowly turned to the record document in the farthest distance. 1. Documents from hundreds of years ago. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Byte. Chain quest successfully triggered. Please go and examine the Huang family's records and documents to find the great secret hidden within. After completing this task, this will successfully trigger the next stage of the quest. After completing a series of interconnected tasks, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Now, Lin Bei was even more interested in these documents. They could actually trigger a series of missions? Absolutely extraordinary. Interesting. I don't know what's hidden in these files. What kind of secret is it? As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the location of the first document, opened it without hesitation, and began to carefully read the text inside. This first document did not contain any secrets. It only tells some stories about the early days of the Huang family's establishment. It's useless. After finishing the first book, he opened the third one. The third book is followed by the fourth book. However, all the content I saw was irrelevant. From the Huang family's rise to power and eventual decline. Another rise and fall. During this long period of time, the Huang family experienced many things. However, Lin Bei wasn't particularly interested in the Huang family's early history of how they rose to prominence. He was just searching for what he was looking for. It wasn't until he read the ninth book that Lin Bei made a completely new discovery. The ninth document contains. It's an amazing secret. Call. As he looked at the contents of the record, his breathing became rapid. Nanshan City. Although on the surface it looks like an ordinary city. But it's not that simple. Many years ago, the then head of the Huang family learned a huge secret through some coincidences. 1,000 meters underground in Nanshan City. Hidden within is a mysterious ceiling formation. He was fortunate enough to go down once, but because he was not strong enough, he could only go to the edge of the ceiling array. Even though he only went to the edge, the current head of the Huang family still obtained a huge fortune. One stroke. That's enough wealth for the Huang family to dominate the entire Nanshan City. At the same time, the current head of the Huang family also heard 4 different sounds emanating from the ceiling array. It sounded like a dragon's roar. It sounded like a tiger's roar. It sounded like birdsong. There is another sound that resembles both snoring and the sound of water splashing. He brought all the wealth he acquired back to Earth and quickly became the overlord of Nanshan City, but he left his soul underground. In the days that followed, the current head of the Huang family began to study the underground seal at all costs. But in the end, he never broke the seal underground, nor did he figure out the origin of the ceiling array. However, he was very certain that as long as the seal underground was broken, so the Huang family will surely take off. Therefore, the current head of the Huang family told the next generation of the Huang family head about this matter. The next generation head of the Huang family then told the next generation head of the Huang family. This matter was passed down and became the Huang family's long-cherished wish. But life is unpredictable. Over the long years that followed, the Huang family went through many things and had long lost its former dominant position. Naturally, research on the underground seal came to a halt. After a long while, Lin Bei finally closed the 9th document and memorized its contents. I see. No wonder Huang Bashuan wants to become the lord of Nanshan City. According to the records, this seal was exceptionally large, encompassing the entire central area of Nanshan City. If we were to study it, it would inevitably alert other families and several academies. So, Huang Bashuan would do that. Although he needs to rely on the power of the Mountain and Sea Organization, once he succeeds, he will leave the Mountain and Sea Organization immediately. To put it bluntly, it's all just mutual exploitation. And at that moment, the system notification sounded again. Byte. Host has successfully completed the first stage of the mission. Second stage of the quest has been activated. Byte. Please go to this sealing array and verify whether everything recorded in the records is true. Even if the system didn't issue any tasks, Lin Bei still had this idea. The 4 different sounds recorded really bothered him. After all, there are 4 completely different sounds within the sealing array: the roar of a dragon, the howl of a tiger, the call of a bird, and the sound of flowing water. It's somewhat similar to something I remember. The dragon's roar alone was enough to make Lin Bei give it a try. We have to go and see. Thump, thump. Just as he made up his mind, a surprised voice came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you here on my Huang family's important territory? This sound. It was Huang Bashuan's voice. Chapter 78 War. Seeing a somewhat familiar figure ahead, Huang Bashuan frowned deeply. His eyes, wide open to the extreme, were now filled with intense anger. Because Huang Bashuan not only saw Lin Bei's back, but also the document that Lin Bei was holding in his hand. No one in the entire Huang family knew the contents of this 9th document better than him. Damn it! How could anyone have opened this document? In the Huang family today, there is a rule that those who are not of the main lineage are not allowed to approach this place. Normally, the only people Huang Bashuan can get close to are a select few who dare not disobey his orders. The reason for not hiding the document was to avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion. Sometimes, leaving important things in inconspicuous places is actually the safest approach. No matter how hard he tried, Huang Bashuan never expected that he would see a stranger here today. His original purpose in coming here was simply to retrieve another, less important document. At that moment, Lin Bei's expression suddenly became more serious. Although he had already prepared himself for the unexpected, the fact that he had to deal with Huang Bashuan was still unexpected. But it's too late now. There's absolutely no way to salvage this situation. Lin Bei wasn't naive enough to think that Huang Bashuan would let him go. He would have done the same. The best course of action when such an important secret is discovered is to silence the person who revealed it. Call. Thinking of this, Lin Bei took a deep breath, then slowly turned around and met Huang Bashuan's gaze. He's already done everything he needed to do for the Huang family, so it doesn't matter if his identity is exposed now. The next moment, Huang Bashuan's voice rang out directly. Lin Bei, how could it be you? In those few short seconds, he considered many possibilities. They kept guessing who the person in front of them was. But the final result was still unexpected. It was actually someone who should never have appeared. However, Lin Bei did not respond to Huang Bashuan immediately. Instead, he first put the 9th record into the system space. The information recorded here is so important that the fewer people who know about it, the better. Only after he finished doing this did he speak. So what if it's me? His tone was extremely calm, as if he were speaking to an ordinary middle-aged man. In an instant, Huang Bashuan sensed that something was wrong, and his brows furrowed even more. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Being looked at like that by someone who lives off a woman is not much different from being insulted. But Huang Bashuan didn't explode immediately. Instead, he suppressed his displeasure and asked, "You read the contents?" This is the most important thing to him. If Lin Bei had seen the contents, Huang Bashuan would show no mercy. Even if Lin Bei is the person the evil spirit has chosen. Compared to the Mountain and Sea Organization, he still believed that the Huang family secrets were more important. Lin Bei did not deny this at all. That's right. He knew. Even if you deny it yourself, it won't make much of a difference. After all, he was right here, and he had just been holding that notebook in his hand. You say you didn't watch it? Unless Huang Bashuan is an idiot, he would never believe it. In an instant, the room fell into complete silence. The two of them could hear each other's breathing. Half a minute later, Huang Bashuan's voice rang out again. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, that will kill you. It's your curiosity. Although in his view, Lin Bei posed no threat. However, we should still proceed with caution. Best practice. It means eliminating all threats. As the voice rang out, Huang Bashuan strode toward Lin Bei. He also took out a silver longsword made of precious materials from his spatial ring and held it tightly in his hand. I was hoping to get Wang Yuling to work for my Huang family through you. But now it seems impossible. To prevent her from retaliating later, I'd better get rid of her too. Wait. She'll be downstairs to keep you company right away. Compared to Lin Bei, Huang Bashuan believed that Wang Yuling posed a greater threat. That's why he made this plan. As Huang Bashuan continued to walk towards him, Lin Bei remained standing calmly in place, his expression unchanged. Oh, you're not summoning your pet. They really don't take me seriously. I hope you won't regret it later. Clearly, he is ready to fight. Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan was stunned and didn't react for a moment. He even wondered if he had misheard. He's just a good-for-nothing who lives off women, yet he dares to say such things. Joke? What a ridiculous joke. I don't need my beloved pet to deal with a piece of trash like you. Lin Bei didn't say anything more about this. He knew that no amount of words could be as convincing as facts. Soon, Huang Bashuan approached Lin Bei, and the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Fighting. It could erupt at any moment. Thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was only 2 meters. Seeing that Lin Bei made no attempt to dodge, Huang Bashuan raised his sword and slashed down without hesitation. Whoosh. A flash of silver light appeared, moving with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning striking down. The airflow was cleaved by the sharp blade and spread out to both sides. At the same time, Lin Bei took out the Holy Sword Reincarnation, which he had just obtained from the system space. He wielded the Holy Sword Reincarnation, blocking it directly in front of him. Thump. In an instant, the two swords clashed, producing a crisp clang. Upon seeing this, Huang Bashuan was stunned. The situation was once again beyond his expectations. Blocked. Before he could react, Lin Bei, however, made a completely new move. Phew, phew. A large amount of dragon flame surged from his arms, enveloping the Holy Sword Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sword reincarnates and becomes a sword of flame. But the cycle of the Holy Sword did not stop there. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone, Reincarnation. The instant his words fell, all the flames enveloping the Holy Sword Reincarnation were absorbed into its interior in the blink of an eye. 1 second later, the flames that had vanished have reappeared. Its intensity and ferocity are much greater than they were a second ago. Let the power go through a cycle. That is the power of the Holy Sword Reincarnation. Chapter 79 Powerful. The Flames of Reincarnation. Call. As the flames surged out again after passing by, the temperature in the surrounding space also rose sharply. In an instant, the temperature reached several hundred degrees. The temperature has exceeded what humans can normally tolerate. Feeling the intense heat that almost melted his skin, Huang Bashuan couldn't help but show a pain on his face. How so? He was stunned. I never expected this to happen. Originally, Huang Bashuan thought he could easily kill Lin Bei, but at this time, the situation, however, turned out to be quite bizarre. Instead of killing Lin Bei, he found himself at a disadvantage. Isn't he a good-for-nothing who lives off women? How could this be? Even if Huang Bashuan is stupid, he now knows that the problem lies with the intelligence he collected. Lin Bei, it's definitely not as the intelligence reports suggest. Behind him, it hides many secrets. Thump, thump. Quickly suppressing his shock and disbelief, Huang Bashuan took a few steps back, increasing the distance between himself and Lin Bei. Then, he prepared to say something. But Lin Bei didn't give him that chance. This is a battle, not a tea party. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei swung his sword forward with all his might. A fiery red sword light flashed by, evaporating the moisture in the surrounding air and creating a slightly distorted effect. The moment the sword blade struck down, the flames on it surged and quickly condensed into dozens of flaming sword blades. And these flaming blades seemed to possess inexhaustible power, striking forward at incredible speed. Lin Bei has the ability to control flames, which is why he was able to do this. Whoosh, whoosh. These flaming swords resemble shooting stars. Huang Bashuan didn't have time to say anything more. He quickly swung the sword in his hand, preparing to withstand the attack first. The attack range of the flaming blade was too wide, so he had no way to dodge it, and could only confront it head-on. A second later, the flaming blade struck. One of the flaming blades struck the sword in Huang Bashuan's hand directly. Boom. The moment they made contact, the flaming sword blade exploded, turning into a huge ball of flame that engulfed Huang Bashuan. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, echoing throughout the quiet room. Surprisingly, it's Huang Bashuan's voice. What kind of flame is this? Even though he was engulfed by the flames for only a second, he already had multiple burns all over his body. The exposed skin had all turned bright red, and some areas were even ulcerated. The clothes, which were originally intact, were burned and missing parts. Even that sword. At this point, several melted gaps appeared. This is a weapon that cost a fortune to create. The sheer power of the flames completely stunned Huang Bashuan. Both its destructive power and temperature were completely beyond his comprehension. Huang Bashuan had never seen such flames in all these years. Even among the 6 deans and the strongest members of the other 3 families, he had never seen such a powerful flame. Why? Huang Bashuan just couldn't understand it. Lin Bei had only awakened his powers not long ago, so why was his strength already so great? But the situation didn't allow him to think about too many other things. Because another flaming blade struck the sword he was holding. Naturally, the flaming blade exploded once again. Call. Instinctively gasping for breath, Huang Bashuan immediately activated his talent, summoning the only pet he had left behind. Azure Thunder Tyrant Serpent Turtle. Now, he can only use the power of his pets. Otherwise, they would be burned alive by the flames. The next moment, the Azure Thunder Tyrant Turtle, carrying a heavy shell, appeared and stood directly in front of Huang Bashuan. At the same time, a large amount of water gushed out from its shell. The water flow changed rapidly, condensing into a very thick water curtain. Water and fire are inherently mutually restraining. Therefore, the appearance of this water curtain can be considered as a partial relief of the crisis. The flames will be extinguished once you enter the water curtain. Water that comes into contact with a flame will boil. At the same time, Lin Bei raised the holy sword reincarnation once again, his heart filled with only satisfaction. The power of the holy sword reincarnation. He likes it very much. It can actually allow a certain power to cycle through the sword once, thereby making that power even stronger. The only flaw, its capacity is limited. While the holy sword reincarnation is powerful, it also has limitations. It cannot allow all of its power to be reincarnated and strengthened. Lin Bei didn't rush to attack. He simply looked at the holy sword reincarnation in his hand. Suddenly an idea popped into his head, and he quickly opened the system space. There were many items in the system space, but Lin Bei's attention was completely drawn to the Void Dragon hatchling and the Void Skin. System. What would happen if we combined a Void Drake and a Void Hide? Wouldn't it be a waste if they had the same abilities? A moment later, the system notification sounded. No. When 2 similar forces merge, one of them will undergo a mutated change. When the power of the void merges with the power of the void, a portion of that void power is destined to transform into an even stronger force. As for what kind of changes will occur, this system is also uncertain. After receiving a positive response from the system, all of Lin Bei's worries disappeared. Therefore, he confirmed the feasibility of one of his ideas. Since that's the case, then let's use the Holy Sword Reincarnation and Void Skin to synthesize the Void Dragon hatchling. The moment this thought crossed Lin Bei's mind, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. What will the Void Dragon hatchling become after being fused with these 2 special materials? What changes will occur to the power of the void? What changes will occur to the power of reincarnation? In less than a minute, all the flaming blades disappeared along with, and the water curtains were formed time and time again. The clash between water and fire is always a difficult one to determine. The archives room has finally returned to normal. Call. Huang Bashuan, who was hiding behind the Azure Thunder Serpent Turtle, let out a long breath. Even now, he still feels uneasy. After quickly regaining his composure, Huang Bashuan spoke to Lin Bei again. I really underestimated you. They actually possess such a divine artifact. It seems you'll need a pet to deal with this. Chapter 80 Crossing the Void. When Huang Bashuan first decided to take action against Lin Bei, he was somewhat reluctant to use his pet. But now he has no choice but to use a pet. Because if he doesn't use pets, he will only be defeated in the end. The azure thunder serpent turtle stared intently at Lin Bei, and a large amount of water gushed out from its body once again. Clearly, it is ready for battle. As soon as Huang Bashuan gives the order, the attack will be launched. However, Lin Bei was somewhat helpless and gently shook his head. Judging from the battle just now, he roughly knew Huang Bashuan's strength. Similar to Baizhou, as long as you summon the Flame Rock Armor Dragon and use the upgraded Dragon Fire ability, you will be absolutely invincible. Achieving final victory is not too difficult. It simply requires summoning the Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon as well. But Lin Bei's purpose in coming here this time was not to kill Huang Bashuan. It should be said, he cannot kill Huang Bashuan yet, because they still need to rely on Huang Bashuan's power to hatch the hybrid Taotai egg. Absolutely must not kill. Otherwise, everything we've done during this time will have been in vain. That's why Lin Bei felt somewhat helpless. It is possible to kill, but it's not the right time yet. After a few seconds of silence, he finally responded. No need. You can't beat me. He spoke in an extremely calm tone, without the slightest hint of fear, as if he were simply stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan's brows furrowed even more, the wrinkles on his forehead almost knotted together, and his eyes flashed with intense anger. Snort. Whether we can win or not, we'll find out by trying. I can only blame my carelessness for being at a disadvantage just now. I didn't know you had such a powerful weapon. To him, Lin Bei was someone he had to kill. The secret that the Huang family has been guarding for so many years must never be known to anyone else. Moreover, Huang Bashuan believed that Lin Bei's strength was all due to the Holy Sword reincarnation. In fact, the reality was pretty much as he thought. The Holy Sword reincarnation did indeed prove very useful just now. But at that moment, Lin Bei put the Holy Sword reincarnation back into the system space. Whatever. If you want to kill me. It also depends on whether you have enough strength. Just as he retrieved the Holy Sword wheel, the Void Dragon hatchling, which had been in the system space, also awoke from its slumber. Therefore, Lin Bei came up with a solution. The moment he finished speaking, he summoned the Void Dragon hatchling. Call. Call. The Void Dragon flapped its wings and flew excitedly beside Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the Void Dragon. Void Dragon. Its overall appearance resembles an Eastern dragon, but it does not have wings growing from its back. The dragon's scales and claws are purple, some even a dark purple that leans towards black, giving them a mysterious appearance. Each dragon scale shimmered with a grayish-white luster. What's most special about it is its eyes. The color of the eyes is grayish-white. Its interior seemed to be filled with a chaotic void. In conclusion, this is a dragon shrouded in mystery. Buzz. Buzz. The Void Dragon hatchling, having its head stroked by its master, let out a soft, contented cry. I was stunned. Huang Bashuan was stunned by what was happening before his eyes. He even forgot what he wanted to do, and what he was supposed to be doing. Holy crap. You actually have a dragon? Once again, events unfolded in a way that exceeded Huang Bashuan's expectations. Although he hadn't known Lin Bei for long, he had no idea about this. Not even the slightest trace could be found. Hiss. Huang Bashuan gasped instinctively, a chill running down his spine. What shocked him most now? Actually, it wasn't about Lin Bei taming the dragon. Instead, a way to keep this matter hidden. Good. How terrifying. Such a temperament at such a young age. Huang Bashuan had met many talented young people, all around the same age as Lin Bei. Basically, people in this age group, once they achieve something, want to let as many other people as possible know about it. That would satisfy their vanity. But what about Lin Bei? Despite having ample reason to boast, they deliberately kept everything hidden and didn't reveal it. They also earned a lot of bad reputations because of this. 99.9% of talented young people absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of thing. This kind of person. They're all terrifying. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. It's time to leave. If you can kill me, then give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the side of the Void Dragon hatchling. In an instant, the Void Dragon hatchling understood its master's meaning and immediately activated its void power. A dark luster appeared in its gray-white eyes. The next moment, a huge black gap appeared in the space in front of Lin Bei and the Void Dragon hatchling. A black gap suddenly appeared. It also emanates a powerful force of absorption and attraction from within. Call. The numerous books and documents surrounding the area were all swallowed up by the void black hole, their whereabouts unknown. Feeling the immense suction force, Lin Bei chuckled and stepped inside, disappearing from the room as if he had never existed. Glug! Glug! Seeing such a horrifying scene, Huang Bashuan and the Azure Thunder Serpent Turtle instinctively swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Obviously, both the man and the turtle were terrified. This is fucking amazing. What terrifying power is this? It can actually affect space. At this moment, Huang Bashuan's fighting spirit and killing intent were rapidly dissipating. It will slowly be replaced by fear. When Lin Bei reappeared, he had already gone to the courtyard behind Huang Bashuan, having moved at least 50 meters. He spoke again. I said it. You can't kill me. Really? If you can't even track them down, how can you kill them? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei entered the void black hole again. When it reappeared, it was again several tens of meters away. Because the void dragon hatchlings are still relatively weak, the distance they can travel each time is limited. After a long while, Huang Bashuan finally returned to normal. Walk. Go after them. He led the Azure Thunder Serpent Turtle and chased after the direction where Lin Bei had disappeared. While rushing at full speed, Huang Bashuan successfully caught up with Lin Bei. However, when he saw Lin Bei again, Lin Bei had already gone to the courtyard from yesterday and was standing in front of the items that the evil spirits had taken out. Chapter 81: A Bountiful Harvest. Leaving the Huang family. Because this place is one of the most important places in the Huang family, its security is naturally higher than other places, which is why the evil spirit left these things in this courtyard. Moreover, it's broad daylight now, much safer than at night. He had his own reasons for doing this. Firstly, it would make the distribution process easier later, and secondly, it would incentivize those who wanted the weapons. After all, people only have enough motivation when they see temptations. Desire. That is the greatest motivation. Looking at the large amount of items piled up on the ground in front of him, Lin Bei slightly raised his eyebrows, an idea already forming in his mind. Oh, they haven't put it away yet. This is a great opportunity. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately put everything into the system space. In an instant, all the precious items vanished into thin air. Within the vast system space, a small mountain had been piled up. A small mountain made up of all sorts of rare and precious items. Since there is such a rare opportunity, Lin Bei naturally wouldn't miss it either. Although these items may not be of much use to him, he can recycle them through the system shop and exchange them for a corresponding number of points. Points are very important. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Huang Bashuan was quickly overcome by a sense of unease. He knew better than anyone how precious those things were. The consequences of all being robbed. It must be very serious. This will inevitably anger the original owner of these items. Huang Bashuan immediately spoke up. What are you doing? Quickly bring all those things out. It's fine if it only angers me. But if you anger the evil spirit, you are destined to die. At this moment, he panicked, fearing that this would bring about some serious consequences. The situation is getting worse and worse. What will happen if things continue like this? Huang Bashuan could hardly believe it. At least, before he could break the ceiling formation beneath Nanshan City and obtain the numerous treasures hidden within, he dared not offend the mountain and sea organization. But Lin Bei completely ignored Huang Bashuan and instead looked at the other side, at the mixed-breed Taotai egg that had reappeared in the courtyard. Thump, thump. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode toward the hybrid gluttonous egg. Through the two cracks in the eggshell, the hybrid Taotai inside could easily see Lin Bei approaching. The moment it saw Lin Bei, it sensed a familiar aura. Surprisingly, it was that familiar aura from before. Immediately, the mixed-race glutton's anger was reignited, and it roared with its mouth wide open as if it had gone mad. Roar! Roar! The roars were filled with an intense, overwhelming anger. Clearly, it had recognized Lin Bei. Unlike Huang Bashuan, the hybrid Taotai doesn't need to judge who someone is by their appearance. It is based on the aura emanating from a person. As the hybrid glutton roared in anger, a fierce aura emanated from it. It was only one night apart. The aura emanating from the hybrid Taotai was even stronger than before, and it could even cause some substantial damage. Click, click. Several tiny cracks appeared on the wall not far away. The few weeds growing on the ground withered in just a few seconds, their life force constantly fading away. Huang Bashuan, who had been paying attention to this place, naturally saw this scene. His eyes widened instantly, and his breathing quickened unconsciously. He's gotten so much stronger overnight. Turn out to be. Anger can make a ferocious beast stronger. For a moment, Huang Bashuan couldn't even think about what had just happened. What he values most is becoming the ruler of Nanshan City. As long as the Huang family becomes the master of Nanshan City again, they can continue to explore the secrets of the sealing array below. As long as they can gain even a little benefit from the sealing array, the Huang family will be able to do more than just dominate Nanshan City. Nature. Therefore, there is no need to be restricted by the mountain and sea organization. For this purpose, Huang Bashuan and the Huang family are willing to pay any price. However, Lin Bei, who was directly subjected to this aura, was not affected in the slightest. He didn't even frown. To him, that terrifying aura was no different from a gentle breeze. After all, Lin Bei possesses an evil-resistant constitution. Oh, that's really surprising. They're growing so fast. Thump, thump. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked over to the hybrid gluttonous egg. Then, he carefully examined the hybrid gluttonous egg, his eyes filled with satisfaction, as if he were looking at his own possession. Therefore, the hybrid gluttonous beast stopped roaring and simply looked at Lin Bei through the two holes. It instinctively sensed that something was wrong. The next moment, Lin Bei slowly raised his right hand and forcefully tapped the hard eggshell. Ding! Ding! A crisp knocking sound rang out, and upon hearing it, he nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice to speak to the hybrid glutton. Good. Keep it up. I'm still waiting for you to be born. Through the changes in the hybrid Taotai before and after, Lin Bei roughly confirmed in his heart that anger could accelerate the birth of hybrid Taotai. That's why he said that. His purpose was simply to provoke the mixed-race glutton. Just as expected. Upon hearing Lin Bei's calm words, the mixed-race glutton's anger reached a new level. Roar! Roar! A roar erupted, echoing throughout the entire Huang family home. At the same time, Huang Bashuan also came to his senses and could clearly sense the state of the mixed-blood Taodai. What did Lin Bei do? Why? Why did this happen? Huang Bashuan was puzzled by this and instinctively wanted to ask. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin Bei's voice. Head of the Huang family, you can do your best too. I look forward to seeing you again. Although it was mixed in with the roars of the mixed-blood gluttons, it could still be heard clearly. Huang Bashuan was immediately taken aback and couldn't understand what it meant. Looking forward to seeing yourself? Are you sick? The instant he finished speaking, Lin Bei activated the teleportation array and transformed into a beam of light, leaving the area. He gained a lot from this trip, so there's no need for him to stay any longer. Hiss. Still in shock, Huang Bashuan was struck by this scene, and it was as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. This. He remembers clearly what happened that night. The mysterious attacker wielding the black spear also left in this manner. The same way of disappearing. Chapter 82 That organization. At this moment, Huang Bashuan's mind was filled only with these two almost identical ways of disappearing. Suddenly, an amazing idea popped into his mind. Could it be that Lin Bei is with that person from yesterday? Are they from the same organization? The moment this thought arose, Huang Bashuan knew it must be true. Otherwise, none of this can be explained. Both of them tamed dragons. Although they were different dragons, they were still dragons. Both of them appeared at the Huang family home, and both came to have contact with the mixed-race glutton. Both of them left the Huang family's house in the same place and using the same method, without any explanation. All these factors combined seem to be explaining this matter. That should be it. They're both from the same organization. Huang Bashuan instinctively did not believe that it was the same person who did it, because it's more likely to be the same organization than the same person. Actually, he wasn't wrong. Anyone else would think the same way. After all, some time ago, Lin Bei was just an ordinary person with no special achievements. Even just what Lin Bei did today has exceeded Huang Bashuan's imagination. In other words, his limited understanding restricted his thinking. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already appeared in the monster forest. Along with him appeared a void dragon. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Bei instinctively stretched, and his tense nerves relaxed. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Not only did I learn the Huang family secrets, but I also gained a lot of things. The things the evil spirit took out were no ordinary items. Even the lowest price can reach tens of millions. This is quite a haul. The only drawback is that these things cannot be sold, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. No matter what. These things also belong to the Mountain and Sea Organization. Lin Bei quickly snapped out of his reverie and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. There was no trace of anyone around, not even the slightest sound. The magical beasts that originally inhabited the area have all left. As for the reason, they were feeling afraid. because dragons frequently appear here during these few days. Ordinary magical beasts simply cannot withstand this kind of stimulation. Obviously, it's safe here. After confirming his situation, Lin Bei immediately gave the following command to the system. System, take back everything I obtained this time. His words had barely faded when the system notification sounded. Bite. Recycling successful. The host reward is 258,000 points. Bite. Recycling successful. The host reward is 333,000 points. The host reward is 175,000 points. The reward received by the host is. The system notification sounded for a while before stopping. Most of the items obtained from the evil spirit were converted into points. Only a few that might come in handy later were left in the system space by Lin Bei. And ultimately, he had accumulated a total of 5.5 million points. No more, no less, exactly 5.5 million. If you convert 5.5 million into cash, that's a full 550 million. A very large number. But Lin Bei didn't feel too excited about it. Because he knew 5.5 million points simply can't withstand the consumption. As the dragons progress through higher evolutionary stages, the points required also increase. Besides needing points to evolve dragons, using the system shop also consumes a lot of points. Having thought of this, Lin Bei stopped pondering it further. In conclusion, we need to accumulate more points. Just then, the system notification sounded. Host, as each item evolved to maturity, the system shop also reached a new stage. If you have time, you can take a look. Items related to Bai have also appeared in the shop. Lin Bei simply nodded in response, not having time to check the system shop for the time being. Because he had something more important to do. System, prepare for synthesis. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Please select the materials for synthesis. Just state their name. At least 3 crafting materials are required each time. As soon as the system notification sounded, Lin Bei's voice rang out. He already had a plan in mind regarding what materials to use for synthesis. The first material, a void dragon hatchling. The second ingredient, void skin. The third material, the holy sword reincarnation. As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, he took out the holy sword reincarnation and the void skin from the system space. Despite using the incredibly powerful holy sword reincarnation as a material for the synthesis, he felt no remorse whatsoever. On the contrary, I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of powerful force would result from the combination of the power of the void and the power of reincarnation? Whoosh. In an instant, the void dragon hatchling, void skin, and holy sword reincarnation were all enveloped in a dazzling white light. And it slowly rose into the sky. 3 seconds later, the 3 orbs of light merged together, becoming a larger orb of light. Bite. In progress. Host, please wait patiently. At the same time, the evil spirit that had received the news reappeared in the courtyard where the hybrid gluttonous egg was located. His face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with nothing but icy killing intent. Thump. Driven by intense rage, the evil spirit punched Huang Bashuan squarely in the chest. Boom. Huang Bashuan's chest caved in, and his body flew backward, crashing straight into the wall, causing large sections of the wall to collapse. His face was contorted with pain. His mouth. A large amount of scarlet blood also flowed out. Oomph, the Huang family. What a bunch of useless trash. After a while, Huang Bashuan stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood there motionless without saying a word. Although he was furious, he dared not do anything. Thump, thump. After wreaking havoc again, the vengeful spirit turned to Huang Bashuan and spoke in a chilling tone. Tell me what happened. Huang Bashuan not only did not hide the truth from this, but also embellished the story. He recounted what had happened in his own speculations. After hearing what Huang Bashuan said, the originally furious evil spirit fell silent. The expression on his face changed from anger to solemnity. Could it be that organization? Chapter 83 The Altar of Light. Synthesis successful. At this moment, the evil spirit's expression was more solemn than ever before, clearly indicating that it had thought of something unpleasant. After a period of silent contemplation lasting about 30 seconds, he spoke again to Huang Bashuan. Are you sure what you're saying is true? Neither that person that day nor Lin Bei today was affected by the aura emanating from the mixed-blood gluttonous beast. Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan didn't dare hesitate and nodded vigorously, answering with great certainty. That's right. I witnessed both times with my own eyes. They didn't show any unusual reaction when faced with the mixed-race gluttons. He wouldn't lie about something like this, They're common enemies anyway. The next moment, the evil spirit fell silent once again, its mind racing as it considered all sorts of possibilities. Call. After a long while, he took a deep breath and turned to look at the hybrid gluttonous egg. They're most likely from that organization. Matter. This is getting a bit troublesome. As he said this, the evil spirit walked over to the hybrid gluttonous egg and stared at it, deep in thought. Standing not far away, Huang Bashuan, enduring the pain rising from all parts of his body, also stepped forward. During his years in charge of the Huang family, he developed a remarkable ability to read people and situations. Seeing the obviously abnormal state of the evil spirit, Huang Bashuan was basically certain that he would no longer become a tool for the evil spirit to vent its anger. Therefore, he dared to slowly approach and even tentatively asked, "Lord Evil Spirit, may I ask which organization you belong to? How dare you oppose the Mountain and Sea organization like this?" Huang Bashuan really wanted to know about this. The Mountain and Sea organization is so powerful that it can easily produce so many hybrid monster eggs and valuable weapons and give them to strangers without hesitation. This shows just how formidable its strength is. But there are actually other organizations that dare to oppose the Mountain and Sea organization? Even someone with no brainpower could figure it out quickly. The organization that dares to oppose the Mountain and Sea organization must be a very powerful organization. Even after hearing Huang Bashuan's question, the evil spirit did not react at all, but continued to stare at the mixed-blood gluttonous egg. He seems to be pondering something. Although Huang Bashuan was somewhat displeased, he dared not ask again. He knew his identity was unimportant. To the Mountain and Sea organization, he was dispensable and not qualified to be questioned a second time. Time passed minute by minute, and 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Only then did the evil spirit's voice ring out once more. That organization. It's called the Altar of Light. After saying the name, he paused slightly before speaking again. The Temple of Light is a rather special organization. The belief of its members is to dispel darkness and evil. It's also an organization that has been developing for a long time, with a strong foundation and considerable strength. The Bright Altar has been opposing the Mountain and Sea organization for a long time. No, it should be said that they are opposing the organizational forces controlled by the Lord of Fierce Gods. The Bright Altar generally does not oppose other venerable ones. At this point, the evil spirit turned its gaze away from the hybrid gluttonous egg. Immediately afterwards, he took out a spatial ring. This spatial ring doesn't look special at all, but a terrifying aura keeps emanating from it. Huang Bashuan only glanced at it instinctively, but his body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. I even wanted to kneel before this ring. Just then, the voice of the evil spirit continued to ring out. Based on your description just now, someone who is capable of doing this and knows how to do this. Only the Altar of Light remains. As these words suggest, he could not think of any other possibility besides the Altar of Light. There are not many forces that dare to oppose the Mountain and Sea organization. Organizations capable of nurturing a newly awakened talent to such formidable strength in a short period, and even providing them with such a divine artifact, are even fewer in number. Therefore, looking at it together, this is the most likely possibility. Immediately afterwards, the evil spirit reached out and gently touched the ring, saying with an extremely devout and respectful expression, "Your Excellency, the situation is special. Please bestow this treasure upon me." Thump. As he finished speaking, he knelt down and bowed before the ring. About 3 seconds passed. A large amount of dark mist emerged from the ring. The dark fog didn't last long, probably less than 2 seconds. When the dark mist dissipated, a bottle of pills appeared on the ground. Call. With a long exhale, the evil spirit picked up the bottle of pills. The heaviness in his heart dissipated somewhat as a result. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Warcraft forest, the enormous ball of light floating in the sky has developed extremely dense cracks. It seems that it could completely break down at any moment. Lin Bei's attention was focused to the extreme as he looked up at the white ball of light in the sky, and his anticipation reached its peak at that moment. Finally, the synthesis is about to succeed. Click, click. The moment he finished speaking, the cracked white ball of light began to shatter, and fragments of light of varying sizes dissipated from midair and drifted down to the ground. The scene is absolutely stunning, like thousands of white pear blossoms falling in the wind. Amidst the numerous falling fragments of light, a figure roughly the size of a minivan gradually came into view. It is the synthesized void dragon. The The system notification tone also sounded at this moment. Byte. Congratulations, host. The synthesis was successful. The moment the notification sound ended, all the fragments vanished, as if they had been transported to another world. Therefore, Lin Bei saw the synthesized Void Dragon. Overall, the Void Dragon hasn't changed much from before. Its size had only increased by about half, and fine silver lines appeared on its dark purple dragon scales. A faint silver hue was added to the grayish-white sheen flowing across it. Skin. It seems to have gotten a bit thicker too. The most significant change is to the eyes of the Void Dragon hatchling. Its two eyes were originally grayish-white, giving it a mysterious look. At this time, these eyes are no longer just gray and white. A silver sword appeared in each of his eyes. This sharp sword. It was like piercing into nothingness. Although it may seem like just the addition of two silver sword patterns, it brings about a tremendous change. The aura emanating from the eyes of the Void Dragon hatchling was even more powerful and mysterious than before. Chapter 84 Designated Race. Both sides' actions. Whoosh. The Void Dragon hatchling gently swayed its body and entered the void. When it reappears, they had already arrived in front of Lin Bei. Their speed was frightening. However, the Void Dragon hatchling didn't find this strange at all, and simply circled around its master. With each sway of its body, it enters the void. Clearly, the Void Dragon hatchling was very happy. Seeing this, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems, my choice was right. Although he didn't know much about the synthesized Void Dragon hatchlings, he was satisfied with his actions when he saw them constantly traversing the void. Watching the Void Dragon hatchling constantly traversing the void, Lin Bei slowly raised a hand and gently touched its body. The next moment, a message appeared in his mind. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon, Void Dragon, new race not yet designated. Status, infancy, weakest period. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty, always putting the host first. Abilities, possesses two mysterious powers, the void and reincarnation. Can freely travel through the void, can use the abilities of the void to fight, and can also use the power of reincarnation to enhance their own power or the power of others or dragons. Moreover, because it is synthesized from two materials related to the void, it also has the ability to create a void. The void created by the Void Dragon is entirely under the control of its host and the Void Dragon. Introduction. Its true form is a mysterious Void Dragon, which also combines with another kind of void power and possesses the power of reincarnation. If it continues to grow, it will inevitably become an invincible being. After quickly reading the prompt, Lin Bei had a general understanding of the synthesized Void Dragon hatchling. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement that he couldn't control. Without a doubt, the synthesized Void Dragon is extremely powerful. Its abilities have become so extraordinary that it can be described as invincible. What a surprise! The synthesized Void Dragon is incredibly powerful. It seems. I'll try it more often if I have the chance in the future. The combination of void power and void power produces truly powerful changes. Creating a void is far more than traversing the void or using the void to fight. Creating the void. It means becoming the master of a void. After a while, Lin Bei removed his hand from the Void Dragon hatchling. Call. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the Void Dragon hatchling and said, from now on, your race will be called Void Reincarnation Dragon. The name, Void Reincarnation Dragon, is simple and direct, perfectly embodying the characteristics of the two forces, void and reincarnation. Just from the name, you can tell that this must be a dragon with magical power. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. Race designation successful. The Void Reincarnation Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been successfully distributed. Despite having already obtained the real name gift pack, Lin Bei was still staring at the Void Reincarnation Dragon. He had only specified the race name for the Void Reincarnation Dragon. He hadn't yet decided what to call it normally. Rather than calling it a name like Void Reincarnation Dragon, a more affectionate nickname would be more appropriate. After thinking silently for about 20 seconds, Lin Bei finally came up with a good name. I'll call you that normally from now on. Q. Nicknames are nicknames, and race names are race names. The two terms can coexist without conflicting with each other. After doing all this, Lin Bei chose to open the real name gift pack. Byte. The Void Reincarnation Dragon True Name gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly draw the Void Reincarnation Dragon ability. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly upgrade the Void Reincarnation Dragon's abilities. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. A Void Reincarnation Dragon's exclusive space. 3 rewards, the same as before. However, Lin Bei did not use the reward immediately. He currently knows relatively little about the Void Reincarnation Dragon. You can use these 2 opportunities after you have a sufficient understanding. Soon, Lin Bei then left the center of the monster forest. He still has a lot to do. A second later, Lin Bei returned to his home. He didn't stay at home for long and quickly left. Undoubtedly, Huang Bashuan must have his eye on me now. Staying at home is tantamount to waiting for trouble to come knocking. He found a relatively safe place and began communicating with the system. We need to seize every moment to make our dragons grow stronger. Perfect. Each of the 4 dragons has its own dedicated space, allowing them to advance with peace of mind. And I have enough points. At this moment, inside the Huang family residence, the evil spirit had already handed the bottle of pills to Huang Bashuan. He patted Huang Bashuan's shoulder forcefully and said, "This bottle of pills was refined by the Venerable One. When combined with the life essence of magical beasts and given to the hybrid Tao Tai, it can accelerate the growth and hatching speed of the hybrid Tao Tai. Feed them a suitable amount every day before hatching, and feed them all at once after hatching. Also, we should move to another place. Now that we've been targeted by the Altar of Light, we can't stay here any longer." Huang Bashuan expressed his agreement with this. "This has happened twice in a row, so I'll just stay here. It will only cause more and more trouble." "You're right. Where should we go then?" He had barely finished speaking when the evil spirit pointed to the ground, its voice ringing out as well. "Go downstairs. That place that your Huang family has always longed for." In an instant, Huang Bashuan's eyes widened instinctively, filled with astonishment and surprise. He was clearly confused. "There are actually people who know there are secrets underground? You? How did you know?" The evil spirit withdrew its hand from the ground and looked at Huang Bashuan with disdain. "Otherwise, how do you think a small family like the Huang family would know the secrets beneath the surface?" After saying this, he paused for 3 seconds before speaking again. "But you don't need to worry. The ceiling formation below can only be broken by those with local bloodlines from Nanshan City. So we won't do anything." Huang Bashuan remained silent. He remained silent for a long time. He's questioning the meaning of life. The secret that he and his entire family had been protecting all along ended up being. Before you know it, night has fallen. Having spent a lot of points to make all the dragons begin to evolve, Lin Bei disguised himself and went to the center of the monster forest again. The moment he arrived, he saw the 6 deans already waiting there. "I was busy all day and stayed up all night to finish 2 chapters. Chapter 85, A Storm is Brewing. Every second counts." After several hours of investigation and intelligence gathering, the 6 deans fully realized the seriousness of the matter. The gruesome corpses in the forest and the bloodstains everywhere. Everything is pointing to the fact that a disaster is about to strike. So when they saw Lin Bei arriving wearing a mask, they couldn't help but exclaim, "You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. Have you collected the list yet? Can we begin our operation now?" At this moment, the 6 deans were already eager to take action. If it weren't for the sheer size of the monster forest and the fact that there were already many people inside, they will absolutely not wait until then. Thump, thump. However, Lin Bei was not in a hurry and simply continued to move forward slowly. As he walked towards the 6 deans, he spoke in a very calm tone. "The list is in my hands. But before we hand over the list to you, we need to confirm one thing first." Upon hearing Lin Bei say that he had a list, the 6 deans immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a list, then everything will be easy. "What is it? Just tell me." The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. "The same conditions apply as before. All the hybrid monster eggs are mine." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several deans answered, "Good. We have no objections." They really had no objections. After all, keeping those hybrid monster eggs was of no use. Seeing this, Lin Bei then took out a list he had copied from the system space. This is the list he copied down in the afternoon, containing only 17 names and their respective rewards. Lin Bei himself wasn't there. Although he wanted to get these monster eggs, he didn't want to cause himself any trouble. Upon receiving the list from Lin Bei, the 6 deans gathered together to study it. Soon, they had read everything recorded on it. They actually brought out so many precious items. Is this the legendary mountain and sea organization? The mountain and sea organization is indeed very powerful. Even if it were me, I would most likely be tempted. Even the 6 deans, who are of high status and height, want to obtain those equipment. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Since these items are so valuable, why are the points I get from the system not particularly high? One item only costs a few 100,000 points. The system immediately provided an explanation. Host, rest assured, the prices at which this system buys back items are the fairest prices after removing all other factors. The reason there are only a few 100,000 points is because that's just the true value of these items. However, the true value is different from the price others are willing to pay. In fact, in other large cities or organizations, these things would only be considered ordinary. Only in a small city like Nanshan City would it be considered a treasure. Lin Bei had no complaints about this. Although we lost some money, we saved ourselves some trouble. What if we were to sell these things? Not only will the sales cycle be very long, but it may also attract the attention of many people. The long sales cycle alone made him reluctant to pursue it. Have that time. You can do many other things with it. At the same time, Lin Bei roughly understood something. We can't stay in a city like Nanshan forever. Only by going to those so-called big cities can you obtain all sorts of rare materials. Only by obtaining rare materials can the synthesized dragon become stronger. Just then, the 6 deans noticed the incomplete list and immediately asked Lin Bei, "Why are there only 17 names listed here? Didn't you say there were 18 people?" This was exactly what Lin Bei had expected. "You don't need to worry about the 18th person, I will handle it myself." After that, the 6 deans didn't say anything more. They quickly used their connections to investigate the 17 people on the list. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The 6 deans have gathered a great deal of intelligence and launched an operation as quickly as possible, searching for their target in the forest. After all, the intelligence network of the 6 Academy deans is quite powerful. After all 6 deans left, Lin Bei summoned the flaming rock armored dragon and rode on its back to search the monster forest. He was also searching for those 17 people. Anyway, I'm just idling around. Meanwhile, Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit had already arrived at the location of the seal underground in Nanshan City through a secret technique. This is a vast, open space, stretching as far as the eye can see, with no end in sight. Huang Bashuan stood at the entrance, staring wide-eyed at what lay ahead. Even though it's located very deep underground, it's not dark at all. In the large space in front of him, it was filled with light of 4 different colors. The colors are green, red, white, and black. The 4 colors each occupy 4 areas of the same size. The east is green, the west is white, the south is red, and the north is black. What were originally conflicting colors now appear perfectly harmonious, as if this were the natural order of things. In these 4 distinct regions, roars can be heard from time to time. I could only hear it from afar, but it felt like my eardrums were about to be pierced. My mind felt like it had been turned upside down, so chaotic that I couldn't adapt. Therefore, it can be seen that there is definitely something terrifying inside. Call. Huang Bashuan's breathing was terribly heavy at this moment, and no matter how he tried to calm himself down, he could not. It wasn't just him. Even the fierce spirit, which was stronger and more knowledgeable, was in a state of unprecedented tension in its mental and physical condition. This was also the first time he had ever seen this ceiling formation. No wonder this place is considered one of the taboos by the organization. Truly terrifying. It's just a pity. Only the people of Nanshan City can break this seal. Otherwise, after standing by the underground seal for a while, the evil spirit took out the hybrid gluttonous egg and placed it at the very edge of the ceiling array. At this time, the usually ferocious hybrid Taotai quieted down, not daring to utter even a half-decibel roar. It could only secretly absorb the power leaking from the seal while lying motionless inside the egg. Seeing this, the evil spirit lowered its voice and said to Huang Bashuan, "Hurry up and collect monsters. If all goes well, they should hatch successfully soon." Situation. Every second counts. Chapter 86, Unexpected Gain. Obtaining the Bone Dragon. Really, the situation has become dire, and we must act quickly. Whether it was Huang Bashuan or the evil spirit, they were both well aware of this matter. Huang Bashuan immediately nodded vigorously, his tone solemn and serious as he agreed. "Good. I will order a halt to all other matters within the family. Have all family members focus on collecting magical beasts." The evil spirit seemed quite satisfied with this, and nodded with a light laugh, saying, "Good. As long as you perform well, the organization will definitely not treat you unfairly. At that time, it's not impossible for you to break this seal. Despite his mixed feelings and the disruption to his original plans, Huang Bashuan had no way to resist. He never expected this. The discovery of the underground seal by the Huang family ancestors turned out to be closely related to the former mountain and sea organization. Now, they are completely on the defensive. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Huang Bashuan sighed helplessly to himself. What? That's the only way. The two then left the place. Only the terrified, motionless hybrid gluttons remained. Now, its level of fear. It far surpasses what they faced when they were with Lin Bei. Everything is because of the existence within the sealing array. The 6 Deans split up and continued to traverse the monster forest. They all summoned their pets and searched everywhere without reservation. Because their purpose was very clear, the 6 people's actions yielded some results. South of the Warcraft forest, Bai Zhou sat atop the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle, his gaze fixed coldly on the ground below. And the person who appeared in his line of sight was none other than one of the 17 target individuals. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The target is controlling a snake with 7 types of venom, which is constantly attacking the surrounding monsters. The snake-like monster is in a very abnormal state. His 2 normally dark eyes were now bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. You can even see the surging blood inside its body just by looking at its exterior. The blood was raging like a burst dam. It was clear at a glance that something was definitely wrong. Obviously, this is because he took the bloodthirsty pill. Whoosh, whoosh. One type of venom after another was spewed out, mercilessly splashing onto the bodies of the surrounding monsters. Any monster attacked by the venom will lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Once all the surrounding monsters have been poisoned, the target will retrieve the hybrid monster egg and gather the fallen monsters around it. He would then use the secret techniques of the mountain and sea organization to inject the life force of the fallen monster into the hybrid monster egg. Bai Zhou, who witnessed all of this, felt a chill run down his spine. A monster raised in this way could never be a normal monster. What he said is all true. If these people are allowed to raise magical beasts in this way, it will indeed be a disaster for Nanshan City. The Mountain and Sea Organization. What a terrifying organization. If these are the people who will control the hatched pet eggs, the situation might not be so bad. But unfortunately, the person who will control the pet egg after it hatches will be a powerful figure within the Mountain and Sea Organization. With this in mind, Bai Zhou hesitated no longer and immediately ordered the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle to land and launch an attack with its strongest power. Eagle-type magical beasts are naturally able to subdue snake-type magical beasts. Moreover, Bai Zhou's strength far surpasses that of this target. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was not in any suspense, and the winner was naturally the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. At the same time, Bai Zhou also killed the target on the spot. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Although the target had weapons obtained from the evil spirits for self-defense, there was simply no time to use them. The purpose of the evil spirit in giving these people weapons was simply to let them use them to fight against monsters and speed up the growth of monster eggs. It had no other intentions. And most importantly, the evil spirit did not expect that the 6 Deans would actually intervene in this matter. So it's quite normal for this to happen. After collecting the target's spatial ring and monster egg, Bai Zhou left the place as quickly as possible. This kind of monster egg, it's definitely not suitable for us to keep it. Not only will it not help, it will also affect our thinking. He had only been moving for less than 5 minutes when he encountered Lin Bei, who was also moving forward. This coincidence startled Bai Zhou for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Without the slightest hesitation, he handed the monster egg to Lin Bei and then went to another place on his own. Seeing the new hybrid magical beast egg that had appeared in his spatial ring, Lin Bei temporarily landed on the ground. System, analyze the bloodline within. Soon, the system notification sounded. Byte. 10,000 points have been deducted. Bloodline analysis begins. Bloodline analysis in progress. Bloodline analysis complete. This hybrid egg contains the bloodlines of the Qiongqi and the black-striped giant python. Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment, not satisfied with the pet egg's bloodline. It turns out it's just a bloodline, a special bloodline. But before he could say anything, the system notification continued to sound. Byte. This hybrid monster egg can be used as cultivation material for another hybrid monster egg. The results are much more efficient than the methods used in traditional Chinese medicine. Would you like to spend 100,000 points to convert this pet egg into nutrients? Lin Bei was quite surprised by this. His original purpose in wanting these monster eggs was simply to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. He never expected to gain such an extra reward. It can actually be used to nurture my monster egg? What a lucky accident. It was only a matter of spending 100,000 points, so Lin Bei didn't care at all. Change it. The next moment, the 100,000 accumulated points dispersed, and the hybrid egg of the snake and Xiongqi transformed directly into a warm current, flowing into the hybrid egg of chaos and Yinglong. Click. A tiny crack instantly appeared on the shell of the hybrid egg. The effect is remarkable. Time flies, and several dozen hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei spent this period of time in the monster forest. Not only him. The 6 deans, the target individuals, and the members of the Huang family were all basically in the monster forest. All factions were acting like madmen, desperately trying to achieve their goals. That morning, Lin Bei woke up early and went alone to the very center of the monster forest. A faint smile was on his face. Because today, it's time to distribute the next dragon. Fight. This week's Dragon Clan rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a bone dragon hatchling. Chapter 87 Next week's dragon. Lin Bei had waited a long time for this moment to finally arrive. Bone dragon hatchling. A crucial dragon. He has already made many plans for the larvae of the bone dragon. Now, we're just waiting for the hybrid glutton to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei opened the system space and quickly looked at the slumbering bone dragon hatchling inside. The juvenile skeletal dragon is not very large, only about the size of a car. The overall appearance resembles a Western dragon. Its entire body is devoid of flesh and blood, consisting only of bones, giving off an irresistible sense of fear. A pair of enormous white bone wings grew from its back, each bone so sharp it seemed capable of piercing through space. Its eyes emitted a ghostly green light, which looked rather frightening. Bone dragon. It's a dragon that only has bones. Although he only saw the juvenile bone dragon in the system space, Lin Bei still nodded subconsciously and said with a faint smile, just as I imagined. What the bone dragon represents. It's death. Because the bone dragon hatchling was asleep, he did not summon it, but simply stayed quietly in the center of the monster forest. During this time, Lin Bei encountered the deans of the 6 academies more than once, and naturally obtained several hybrid monster eggs. As soon as he obtains a hybrid monster egg, he will spend a certain amount of points to convert the hybrid monster egg into nutrients to nourish the super powerful hybrid monster egg he owns. The results are also remarkable. 5 cracks have appeared on that hybrid monster egg. Meanwhile, in the underground seal of Nanshan City, the hybrid Taotai egg, which had been there for some time, had undergone significant changes. The number of cracks on it is even greater and can be described as dense. More than just cracks. There are also many chips of varying sizes. A far more powerful and terrifying aura than before continuously surged out from the cracks and crevices. This aura continued to spread outwards, some reaching the ground below, some penetrating the ground, and some slowly surging towards the ceiling array. On the ground directly above the hybrid glutton, a tremendous change was also taking place. This place was originally a place where many flowers, trees, and shrubs grew, but now it has become a desolate wasteland. All the flowers, plants, and trees withered and decayed, and the ground turned pitch black, as if it were rotten. Even around there were animal carcasses. Their expressions when they died were distorted to a horrifying degree, as if they had endured great torment. This shows just how terrifying the hybrid gluttonous beast was at this moment. But this terrifying aura dissipates in less than a breath when it touches the ceiling array beneath the ground. It was as if a fly had bumped into a truck. Obviously, this ceiling formation is even more powerful. The hybrid Taotai remained inside the eggshell, which could break at any moment, peering fearfully through a few cracks at the ceiling array. Call. Call. Even its breathing was weak and slow, as if it were afraid of something. A few minutes later, a weary-looking Huang Bashuan arrived at the scene. He strode quickly to the hybrid gluttonous egg and reached out to touch the broken egg. Huang Bashuan could clearly sense the aura emanating from the mixed blood Taodai. Lin Bei, and that guy too, you two just wait. Immediately. I'll come after you and take my revenge right away. Completely unaware of all this, Lin Bei had already withdrawn his mental energy from the system space. Just then, the system notification sounded. 1 week from now, the host can claim the next dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly, and something came to mind. The next moment, he opened the system's online store and quickly began searching among the numerous products. As the system previously stated, the number of items in the system shop has increased, and Lin Bei immediately noticed some new items. Product name, Beast Affinity talent. Product description, this is a rare talent required to tame the auspicious beast Beast, an extremely rare affinity talent. Price, 1 million points. Unlimited redemptions. Product name, Beast guidance map. Product description, a map showing the location of Beast. By following the map, you will surely find the place where Beast lives and dwells. Price, 1 million points. Redeemable only once. Product name, rare material gift bag. Product description, after redemption, you will receive a space bag containing a rare material that the host once obtained. It could be void skin, angel halo, or even Beast's horn. Price, 300,000 points. Unlimited redemptions. Looking at the alarmingly high number of points, Lin Bei's lips twitched involuntarily, and a sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Why? I suddenly feel so poor. He had no complaints about the prices listed in the system's online store. After all, items that require a lot of points are also very valuable. Beast's affinity talent and Beast's guidance map need no further explanation. They are absolutely worth more than 1 million points. As for the rare material gift bag, it's basically a blind box. Getting materials like the angel halo is a huge win, while getting nothing is a huge loss. However, Lin Bei did not exchange it now. Compared to these things, he had something more important to exchange. By discovery. Ascertain. It can reveal what kind of dragon will be issued next week. Bite. Successfully detected. The dragon you will receive next week is a Western dragon. Western dragon? Lin Bei already has one, so he doesn't particularly want one for the time being. Purchase changes. Soon, the system notification sound continued to ring. Bite. Change is successful. You will be here next week. It's the same dragon again. Continue. Bite. Again. Bite. Exchange. Bite. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed, and Lin Bei had already made 10 changes. But 8 out of 10 times it's a Western dragon and an Eastern dragon, and the remaining 2 times it's a light dragon and a bone dragon, all of which are dragons he already owns, and he doesn't really want to repeat them. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Bei purchased another change opportunity. Change. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Bite. Change is successful. The dragon you will obtain next week is the Shadow Dragon. Chapter 88 The Hybrid Glutton appears. Finally, a unique dragon appeared. Shadow Dragon? What kind of dragon is this? Lin Bei was somewhat clueless about what the Shadow Dragon was, and for a moment he was unsure. Judging from the name alone, it should be related to darkness or shadows. However, he didn't think about it too much. Anyway, once the time comes, you'll be able to get the Shadow Dragon. Once you obtain the Shadow Dragon, you'll naturally learn what it is. All you have to do is wait patiently. Lin Bei closed the system store and continued to wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, they will come here today. Among those 17 people, there are only a few that haven't been found yet. Although he didn't act with Bai Zhou and the others, he had a clear understanding of the situation. After all, Lin Bei wasn't flying through the forest without a purpose. He was able to draw a fairly accurate conclusion based on the traces of battle in the forest. Once a magical beast has consumed the bloodthirsty pill, it can no longer hide its true nature. In addition, during this period, Lin Bei also used the 2 rewards he received when assigning a race to the Void Reincarnation Dragon. The randomly selected ability is Void Imprisonment, which can forcibly open a 1 cubic meter void cage and imprison whatever one wants to imprison inside. The Void Reincarnation Dragon's random upgrade ability is the Power of Reincarnation, which can make the power entering the reincarnation even stronger. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Just as Lin Bei predicted, the 6 Deans did indeed eliminate all 17 target individuals today, and arrived at the center of the monster forest with a clear objective. Lin Bei, on the other hand, had already put on his mask and was sitting on the back of the flaming rock-armored dragon, waiting. Things have reached a critical point, so it's best not to reveal our identities. At least, do not expose yourself. A moment later, the voice of the Dean of the First Academy rang out. We have now eliminated all 17 targets and seized the monster eggs and equipment from them. What should we do next? The moment he finished speaking, he took out the last few monster eggs and placed them on the ground in front of him. The meaning is clear. It is fulfilling the previous agreement. Despite having resolved some of the potential problems, the 16s have not relaxed their efforts in the slightest. The more they learned about the matter, the more they realized how serious it was. If Lin Bei hadn't appeared, the consequences will be severe. Lin Bei didn't rush to answer, but simply waved his hand lightly, while mentally speaking to the system. Recycle. As he retracted his arm, all the hybrid monster eggs at least 20 meters in front of him were taken into the system space. Although these hybrids possessed soul imprints, he was too lazy to consider those things now. In any case, these monster eggs will most likely become nutrients later on. Once a monster egg loses its life force, the soul imprint on it will naturally lose its effect. Therefore, it can be loaded into the system space. Upon seeing this, the 16s instinctively exchanged glances, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They had never even seen such a method before. It was something a spatial ring couldn't possibly do. While spatial rings can also store items in this way, they can only store items within a 1-meter radius at most. Further away, it's impossible to sense. Although they were shocked by this, none of the 16s showed it. This was within their acceptable range. After all, they had gained some experience during their recent interactions with Lin Bei. As the remaining few entered the system space, a system notification sounded. The corresponding points have been automatically deducted for bloodline testing, and no noteworthy hybrid monster eggs were found. Should they be converted into nutrients? Without any hesitation, Lin Bei nodded slightly. Let's switch. A few seconds later, another wave of points were deducted, and these hybrid monster eggs were converted into nutrients, which entered the hybrid egg between Yinglong and Chaos. Click, click. Several cracks appeared simultaneously, and it wouldn't be long before this hybrid egg will then hatch. Lin Bei, who clearly sensed all of this, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. We must hurry and erase the soul imprint from it. Otherwise, if the hybrid offspring of Yinglong and Chaos were born, they would be immediately controlled by the owner of the soul imprint. Thinking of this, Lin Bei suddenly came back to his senses, and then looked at the 16s again. You've only solved the simplest problem. Now, it's time to face the real trouble. Upon hearing this, the 16s simultaneously took a deep breath, knowing what was about to happen. In their minds, Huang Bashuan and the Huang family were all mentioned. Then we need to hurry. It will take some effort to get to the Huang family from here. It will take us at least several hours of driving at full speed to get to where the Huang family is. Let's not delay. Shall we set off now? As they said these words, the 16s had already turned their gazes toward the Huang family's location, wishing they could rush to their destination right now. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Right. It's time to set off. The next moment, all the deans of the 6 academies sprang into action, each preparing to move at top speed. But before they could get very far, everything in their field of vision changed dramatically. What was originally visible was dense trees, but now it is a huge courtyard. Holy crap! What happened? How did I get here? Is this the Huang family's residence? We've actually arrived at the Huang family's residence. The moment they understood the situation, all 6 deans turned to look at Lin Bei. Intuition tells them Lin Bei must have done all of this. At the same time, within the underground seal of Nanshan City, the malevolent spirit that sensed the intrusion suddenly looked up. Then, he said in a slightly anxious tone, Let's act now. They've arrived at the Huang family's residence. We don't have any more time. Glug. Huang Bashuan swallowed hard, glancing reluctantly at the azure thunder tyrant turtle beside him. A second later, a resolute look appeared in his eyes, and he directly ordered the azure thunder serpent turtle to walk to the mixed blood gluttonous egg. For the great cause of the Huang family. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. The moment the words fell, all the life essence of the azure thunder serpent turtle was completely devoured by the hybrid gluttonous egg. Click, click. Finally, the shells on the hybrid gluttonous egg all fell off and landed on the ground. Chapter 89 Rapid Growth. Target confirmed. In an instant, Huang Bashuan's excitement reached its peak. Call. He was breathing heavily with excitement, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Finally, the day has finally come. Our efforts were not in vain. Everything Huang Bashuan and the entire Huang family have done during this period has been in preparation for this day, in order to achieve the Huang family's century-long dream. Even though it seems now that there are many secrets behind this long-cherished wish, Huang Bashuan is still willing. Thump, thump. A few seconds later, the hybrid Taodai that had hatched stepped forward and came into full view of Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit. Almost immediately, both of them turned their gaze to the mixed-race glutton. Even though they had been living with the hybrid Taotai egg day and night, this was the first time they had ever seen what the hybrid Taotai actually looked like. Hiss. Upon seeing the hybrid Taotai for the first time, both Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, I was shocked. That's understandable, though, as this hybrid Taotai does have a rather frightening appearance. Although it still looks like a gluttonous beast overall, it looks somewhat like a sheep, with a huge mouth, a strong body, and equally robust limbs, with nails as sharp as swords. But on its body, however, it has a hard tortoise shell growing on it. This is no ordinary tortoise shell. Instead, it has the uneven shell of an alligator snapping turtle, with bumps that resemble mountain peaks. Furthermore, scalding lava was constantly gushing out from the protrusions on the alligator snapping turtle's shell, just like an erupting volcano. Based on its unique appearance, it can be determined that the other half of this hybrid Taoye's bloodline is a crocodile turtle-type magical beast with magma power. Judging solely from its appearance, this hybrid Taotai is indeed very powerful. It not only possesses the magical power of the Taotai, but also the destructive power of flames and the defensive power of a tortoise shell. It is a combination of defense and offense. About 3 seconds later, Huang Bashuan's voice rang out. What the heck? Is this the hybrid glutton I've been training all this time? It looks like. That's really strong. Although he wasn't a pure-blooded Taotai, he was still quite satisfied with it. After all, Huang Bashuan's talent is the affinity with turtle-type magical beasts. At the same time, the hybrid Taotai was also looking at Huang Bashuan, but one of its eyes was no longer usable. No, it's more like a hole than an eye. It was precisely the spot where Lin Bei had stabbed him earlier. Roar, roar. The hybrid gluttonous beast strode forward, roaring as it did so. In an instant, Huang Bashuan understood the meaning of the mixed blood Taotai. He quickly took a few steps forward and reached out to touch the shell of the hybrid gluttonous beast. Don't rush. We'll get our revenge soon. The mixed-race glutton just now meant that he wanted to find the person who blinded him and take revenge. Before it hatches from the egg, it probably has no other options. But now that it has successfully hatched, the situation is naturally different from before. Revenge. It had become the strongest thought in the heart of the mixed-race glutton. Just then, the malevolent spirit beside them suddenly spoke. Give the remaining pills to the hybrid glutton. As long as you consume those pills, its strength will increase rapidly. Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan did not hesitate at all. He took out the remaining half bottle of pills and held it directly in front of the mixed blood Taotai. The hybrid glutton knew exactly what these pills were, so it was quite happy to eat them. It slowly opened its mouth, and a tremendous suction force erupted from its mouth, instantly swallowing the pill along with the bottle. The next moment, a large amount of dark, black mist surged from the hybrid Taoye's body, completely enveloping it. And the black mist continues to expand, growing at a visible rate. In less than 10 seconds, its coverage area expanded by a full half. Seeing this scene, a hint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the evil spirit. As it stands now, things are going relatively smoothly. He came here with 2 missions. One was to have the Huang family hatch a hybrid Taotai, and the other was to have others hatch as many hybrid monster eggs as possible. Now that the second mission has ended in failure, the evil spirit can only focus all its energy on the first mission. If he can complete one of the tasks, he may still have a chance to save his life. If all fail, the consequences would be terrifying. Wait patiently for a few minutes, and the hybrid glutton will soon complete its transformation. At this moment, in the Huang family courtyard where the hybrid gluttonous egg was originally stored, Lin Bei and the 6 deans all had rather unpleasant expressions. They searched the Huang family's residence very quickly, but found no trace of the hybrid gluttonous egg. They also didn't see many members of the Huang family, with no more than 5 in total. Moreover, no useful information was obtained from these Huang family members. At most, they only learned about what the Huang family had been doing recently. Lin Bei stood in the center of the courtyard, his brows furrowed, and said, "We came up empty-handed." It seems they were prepared. Before the words had even finished, and before the 6 deans could speak, he closed his eyes and his breathing became steady. The 6 deans, who had originally wanted to ask some questions, could only stand quietly to the side upon seeing this. Although it may seem that Lin Bei is just resting with his eyes closed, only he knows what he is doing. What he is doing now. It is the perception of evil intentions. Not long ago, Lin Bei acquired an ability called mental perception, which allows him to sense everything within 2 meters. After that, His mental strength was enhanced, and his perception range increased significantly. Using this mental perception ability in conjunction with the power of the Holy White Dragon of Light, Lin Bei was able to clearly sense the evil intent present in his surroundings. Thump, thump. He strode toward the place where the evil was most intense, continuing to sense it as he went. The 6 deans exchanged glances, and then all followed behind Lin Bei. They probably guessed what Lin Bei was planning to do. Not long after, Lin Bei then went to the ground at the top of the seal, and he sensed an extremely strong evil aura emanating from that ground. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath and stopped moving forward. The same goes for the 6 deans following behind him. Looking at the appalling scene on the ground ahead, their breathing became much heavier. At the same time, Lin Bei pointed to the ground and said, "Them. It's right down there." Chapter 90. The Call from Below. The 6 deans looked at the ground in front of them. Decaying and withered flowers and plants. Rotten, stinking corpses. Dried, blackened bloodstains. The various tragedies that have occurred here all illustrate how terrible this place is. This is practically a dead zone. Just how evil a power must be to do such a thing. If the entire Nanshan city became like this, then I almost can't believe it. Lin Bei also expressed his agreement with this. Once a city is shrouded in death and darkness, it becomes a dead city. However, he didn't say anything. He just stared at the ground in front of him. Knowing the Huang family's secret, Lin Bei quickly came up with a possibility. Underground. Doesn't that mean? Is that ceiling formation directly below? The moment this thought arose, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then you absolutely can't miss it. We must go and see where that ceiling formation is. Just as Lin Bei was pondering these matters, the voices of the 6 deans rang out behind him. We know they're underground, but how do we get down? This is really tricky. We don't know exactly how deep they are, and we have no way to get underground. Like the 6 deans, Lin Bei was at a loss as to what to do in this matter. Although the flame rock armored dragon has the power to control the earth, the amount it can control is limited, at most within 100 tons, which is far from enough to lift up at least tens of thousands of tons of earth below. But he wasn't in a hurry, because Lin Bei was very clear. Once the hybrid Taotai is born and Huang Bashuan has enough power, he will definitely come looking for revenge. Otherwise, what is the point of all his actions? Moreover, since the Huang family's goal is to become the overlord of Nanshan City, then they must face the strong in Nanshan City. We don't need to go look for it. They'll come on their own. At the same time, at least 1,000 meters below, the black mist shrouding the hybrid Taotai had spread to a terrifying extent. The coverage area is at least 100 meters, and the mixed race gluttons inside. Body shape is also constantly changing. Although its size wasn't as terrifying as 100 meters at this point, it was still around 50 meters. It's at least 10 times bigger than before. Huang Bashuan stood outside the black mist, staring at it excitedly. He could easily sense the changes in the hybrid Taotai inside. Ga. His fists clenched so tightly with excitement that his bones cracked. However, the evil spirit did not do that. It simply looked up at the sky. They've clearly realized something. You've come at the perfect time, so I don't have to come looking for you. 1 minute later, the black fog, which had spread to 100 meters, began to dissipate. In just 10 seconds, it vanished from the sealed underground space. The hybrid Taotai, encased within it, reappeared before their eyes. The changes that occurred to the hybrid gluttonous beast after consuming that large amount of pills were actually quite limited. Its size simply increased significantly compared to before. Before Huang Bashuan could even make contact with the mixed blood Taotai, the voice of the ferocious spirit rang out. Don't waste time. It's time to deal with those guys. As long as we deal with those guys, Nanshan City will belong to your Huang family. Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan instinctively nodded emphatically. Good. The moment he finished speaking, the evil spirit activated the teleportation array beneath its feet. This teleportation array has existed for a very long time, but it has been hidden, and only those who know about it can activate it. Whoosh. With a flash of light, the 2 people and the beast disappeared underground. When they reappeared, they were already on the ground directly above them, in the sight of Lin Bei and the 6 deans. Finally, the 2 sides concluded their meeting at this point. For a moment, the scene fell silent as both sides cautiously sized each other up. They all knew in their hearts what was going to happen next. Absolutely terrifying. After a silence of about 3 seconds, the mixed-blood gluttonous beast, which had been staring intently at Lin Bei, could no longer contain its anger and charged towards Lin Bei without regard for its own safety. Thump, thump. Its enormous body easily caused a great commotion as it ran across the ground, as if the entire ground was shaking along with it. Although Lin Bei was wearing a mask, the mixed-race glutton was certain that this was the person who had stabbed him before. As it rapidly approached Lin Bei, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a powerful force that continuously sucked in the air in front of it. Moment. A large amount of oxygen was pumped out, and the oxygen concentration became extremely low, to the point that ordinary people could not survive. Lin Bei quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly said in a serious tone, "Everyone has seen what happened. Let's get started, hold nothing back. If it fails, we in Nanshan City will be finished." The moment he finished speaking, he focused all his attention on the mixed-blood gluttonous beast charging towards him from directly in front of him. The 16s understood this perfectly, and they immediately sprang into action, approaching Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit. Although he was just watching, Lin Bei could feel a powerful threat emanating from the hybrid Taotai. Therefore, he understood. The hybrid Taotai at this moment is vastly different from the hybrid Taotai that did not hatch before. They are no longer a weak entity that can be manipulated at will. Xiaolu, come out. Without hesitation, Lin Bei released the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, which had also evolved to maturity and was about the same size as the hybrid Taotai. Call. Call. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon flapped its wings and approached the hybrid gluttonous beast. Even if something happens to it, it doesn't want anything to happen to its owner. The instant the six-winged wind and thunder dragon appeared, a voice suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Come. Get down. Come down and find me. There was something calling to him. Lin Bei subconsciously looked down at the ground, clearly aware that the call was coming from underground. Glug. Lin Bei swallowed a mouthful of saliva gently, and his breathing became a little heavier. I roughly know where the calling came from. Chapter 91, A Second Chance for Synthesis. 2 chapters combined into one. The existence within the seal. Calling me? Lin Bei was somewhat incredulous at this, completely baffled as to why such a thing had happened. I didn't do anything special. I just summoned the six-winged wind and thunder dragon. So why is this happening? Even though he didn't know what was inside the seal or why it existed, he knew that what was inside was definitely not simple. That's why I was so surprised. Just then, the system notification sounded. Bite. Host, don't overthink it. What you need to do now is go to the underground seal. Because as long as you get there, only then can we figure out exactly what happened. Furthermore, it can complete a series of tasks issued by this system. The moment the system notification sound ended, Lin Bei cleared his mind of all distractions and quickly focused his attention back on normal. Then he looked straight ahead at the six-winged wind and thunder dragon that was fighting a mixed-blood gluttonous beast. Thump, thump. The six-winged wind and thunder dragon and the hybrid Taotai, both of enormous size, were engaged in a fierce battle. Even their most primal hand-to-hand combat had caused a huge commotion, with the entire ground shaking continuously. But just as these two enormous creatures were fighting, the ferocious spirit turned to Huang Bashuan beside him and said, "Call it back. That guy is my target. You and the mixed-blood gluttonous beast should take care of those 6 people first." He knew better than anyone that the people who came with Lin Bei were definitely enemies, so he didn't intend to let any of them go. Although Huang Bashuan secretly wished he could kill Lin Bei himself, he still nodded emphatically in a very cooperative manner. Clear. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If we want to leverage the power of the Mountain and Sea organization, then we must make some sacrifices. Immediately afterwards, Huang Bashuan activated his talent and gave the mixed-blood Taotai the order to retreat. The hybrid Taotai, upon receiving this order, was quite dissatisfied, but it had no way to resist and could only follow the command. A second later, the hybrid Taotai moved its limbs, temporarily abandoning the battle with the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, and instead targeting Bai Zhou and the other 16s. Boom. The moment it left, the evil spirit suddenly stomped its foot on the ground, its body hurtling towards Lin Bei like a bullet. Furthermore, he took out a golden whip from his personal spatial ring, pointed it directly at Lin Bei, and said, "You dare to come here alone? Are all the people from the Temple of Light so arrogant? I won't let this golden opportunity slip by." Watching the ferocious spirit rapidly approaching him, Lin Bei felt not even a trace of panic or unease. Instead, he felt a faint excitement, as if he too was anticipating this opportunity. "Xiaolu, go to the side." I'll do it myself first. He didn't send Xiao Lu to the other side to deal with the hybrid Tao Dai. Firstly, because he wanted to take this opportunity to see the true power of the hybrid Tao Dai, and secondly, because he was on guard against any unexpected situations that might occur at any time. After all, he was now facing a formal member of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Being able to become a formal member of the Mountain and Sea Organization proves that one must have sufficient strength. At this time, the other side didn't even summon any pets. Despite being filled with worry, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon obediently stepped aside. However, its attention was highly focused, entirely on its master. Whenever its master is in any danger, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon will unleash its strongest power immediately. The evil spirit moved forward at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of Lin Bei, and it also swung the long whip in its hand forcefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the golden whip lashed out, afterimages appeared, and the air currents surged wildly. Even on the ground. Because of the enormous impact force carried by the whip when it was swung, it left whip marks with a depth of at least 20 centimeters. Seeing the golden whip coming at him, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and took out the heaven-slaying demon spear, thrusting it forward at top speed. At the same time, he also conjured wind and thunder wings behind him. Call. With the rapid flapping of the wind and thunder wings, a large amount of lightning and gale appeared in the sky ahead. The sharp tip of the heaven-slaying demon spear, along with the surging and violent lightning and gale, struck the golden whip almost simultaneously. In an instant, the golden whip stopped in midair, as did the tip of the demonic spear. The tip of the demonic spear pierced the shaft of the long whip, and they were locked in a stalemate in midair. Visible. There is not much difference in the hardness of the two materials. Boom. The combined gale and lightning exploded at the same time, and the force of the explosion slammed into the magic spear and whip. Furthermore, more and more power is surging out from the wind and thunder wings. All the surging lightning power will explode in the shortest time, then engulf the demon spear and whip inside. All Lin Bei and the evil spirit could see was the raging lightning. In a short time, the evil spirit dared not continue its attack. It did not underestimate Lin Bei in the slightest. After all, in the eyes of the evil spirit, Lin Bei was a member of the Altar of Light. The members of the Light Altar are all very powerful. The strength of the members of the Bright Altar is most evident in their individual abilities. So, his purpose in launching the attack was to test Lin Bei's strength. As long as Lin Bei demonstrates sufficient strength, the evil spirit can be fairly certain of this. Looking at the raging lightning ahead, his brows furrowed involuntarily. It was able to easily block my attack, while still unleashing such powerful force. And it's using his own power. It seems. You really are a member of the Altar of Light. This whip from the evil spirit is no ordinary whip. With that kind of force, even if it were hit on an armored vehicle, it could easily be split in two. But at this time, the whip was forcefully blocked by the demonic spear. This made it impossible for him not to feel solemn. About 3 seconds later, the violent lightning spread to the other end of the whip, which was where the evil spirit's hand was holding it. Sizzle. Suddenly, the hand that was gripping the whip felt a sharp pain accompanied by intense numbness. Pain. With a cry of pain, the evil spirit immediately released its grip on the whip, letting it slowly fall to the ground. Thump. Thump. Immediately afterwards, he took several steps back to maintain a safe distance. As expected of the people of the Bright Altar, it's really unrealistic to think that you can defeat us with your own strength. Just like before, we can only win by relying on our pets. In their many previous encounters, the Mountain and Sea Organization had long since figured out the characteristics of the Bright Altar. The Mountain and Sea Organization excels at using pets in combat. The fighting style that the Temple of Light excels at. That is, using one's own power. These are two completely different organizations, and the forces they are passionate about are also different. Because he had heard the name, Altar of Light, from the mouth of the evil spirit more than once, Lin Bei, who was constantly releasing the power of wind and thunder, couldn't help but frown. The Altar of Light. What is this guy saying? He had never heard of the name Guangmington before. Just like I'd never heard of the Mountain and Sea Organization before. Although he hadn't heard of it before, Lin Bei could roughly guess what it was. If I'm not mistaken, the Bright Altar, like the Mountain and Sea Organization, is also a very powerful organization. And the Bright Altar and the Mountain and Sea Organization are still enemies. These are all conclusions he drew from the words and actions of the evil spirit. Just as Lin Bei was thinking about these things, the system notification sounded. Byte. Host has successfully triggered a new mission. Please find the Altar of Light and join the organization. Because this organization contains many rare items related to light, it is necessary for the host to join. Once the host successfully joins this organization, they will have the opportunity to synthesize the Holy White Dragon a second time. Host, please keep it up. Having the dragon undergo a secondary synthesis was something Lin Bei had never considered. So he instinctively asked, "What did you say? It can even undergo secondary synthesis?" The system notification sounded again the next moment. That's exactly right. The synthesized dragon can be synthesized again. After secondary synthesis, the dragon's power will be significantly enhanced. After receiving a positive response from the system, Lin Bei ignored it. But he kept this in mind and prepared to try to join the Bright Altar organization. The objective is very clear. They went there specifically for all the bright and holy things inside, as well as the second synthesis opportunity rewarded by the system. In addition, Lin Bei himself was also interested in the Bright Altar. An organization that values its own strength more than the strength of its pets is indeed very attractive. So, we must visit the Temple of Light. Boom. At that very moment, the long whip, which had withstood a great deal of wind and thunder power, finally could no longer withstand it and shattered into several pieces, all of which fell to the ground. Seeing this, the evil spirit slowly closed its eyes, while simultaneously unleashing its unique power. Come out, Blood Ape Knights. The moment his voice fell, a large amount of black mist appeared around his body. Lin Bei placed the heaven-slaying demon spear beside him and calmly looked at the black mist, vaguely seeing figures within it. Oh, finally, they've unleashed their true power? Thump, thump. With a series of rapid footsteps, a group of enormous figures clad in red armor and wielding various weapons emerged step by step from the black mist. At the same time, the mixed blood Tao Tai and Huang Bashuan have already engaged in battle with the 16s. In a situation where there are many against few, the side with more should have the advantage. But the situation at this time is completely different from the normal situation. They held the advantage in this battle. It's a mixed race glutton. More than 20 powerful magical beasts were attacking the hybrid Tao Tai without holding back. As the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle flapped its wings, hundreds and thousands of feathers pierced down from the sky, each feather as sharp as an arrow, capable of easily piercing through the flesh and blood of ordinary magical beasts. The first Dean's Demon King Serpent opened its massive maw and continuously spewed black venom straight ahead. A single drop of venom could easily kill dozens of people. Second Dean. Fourth Dean. Faced with the attacks coming from all directions, the hybrid gluttonous beast didn't even bother to dodge, and simply opened its enormous mouth. Boom. A sound as loud as thunder rang out, as if a hole had been blasted into the sky. Immediately afterwards, an endless force of attraction and devouring emerged from the mouth of the hybrid glutton. Boom. Boom. Faced with such terrifying suction and devouring power, the surrounding space could hardly withstand it and began to tremble slightly. Not to mention the attacks launched by those magical beasts. Whether it's sharp feathers, highly corrosive venom, or various other attacks, they were all swallowed up by the hybrid glutton. The total amount of attacks swallowed up, when added together, would be at least the size of a truck. The hybrid glutton that swallowed these attacks did not show even the slightest abnormality. It seemed as if the attacks it had just swallowed were nothing more than a grain of rice to it. Hiss! Seeing this unbelievable scene, all 6 Deans couldn't help but gasp, their eyes widening in astonishment. It actually absorbed the entire attack, and it's completely unharmed. Terrible. Absolutely terrifying. What exactly is this terrifying monster? I've never heard of it before. The situation is not good. The pet's attacks are completely ineffective. They were all filled with unease and didn't know how to deal with the situation. Enemy. It can absorb all attacks without suffering any damage. This is simply impossible to deal with. This is far from the end of the story. After absorbing all the attacks, the hybrid gluttonous beast turned its attention to the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle and other magical beasts. They wanted to devour these monsters as well. Tao Tai is a ferocious beast. He was inherently brutal and had a natural love for killing. And this is a hybrid Tao Tai hatched through a special method, making its violent nature even more severe. Roar. After letting out a roar, the hybrid Tao Tai started moving. leaping into the air using all 4 limbs. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted, directly swallowing the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle directly in front of it into its belly. Glug! Glug! The next moment, the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle vanished. Even the connection between Bai Zhou and the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle has completely disappeared. It was as if the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle had never existed at all. In an instant, Bai Zhou was dumbfounded. Things were beyond his imagination. Condition. It was the extreme. What should we do now? A chapter of 4,000 words. Chapter 92, 4 Dragons Emerge. All-out battle. 2 in 1. As the dean of the Third Academy, Bai Zhou was very clear about his own strength. While it may not be considered exceptionally strong, it's still among the top 10 in Nanshan City. It just so happens. Among the pets he tamed, the most powerful was the purple feather cloud-splitting eagle, which was undoubtedly extraordinary. But at this time, purple feather cloud-splitting eagle. But it was swallowed whole. No matter how you look at it, it's something that happened beyond imagination. Call. Bai Zhou was momentarily unable to accept this reality and instinctively stood still, looking up at the hybrid Taotai in the sky. It wasn't just him. Even the other deans were quite surprised by this situation. They also knew the strength of the purple feather, cloud-splitting eagle. Swallowed it bite by bite. Damn it. What kind of magical beast is this? The Mountain and Sea Organization would actually give such a monster to Huang Bashuan. This is absolutely insane. At this moment, Huang Bashuan's heart was instantly filled with excitement. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, which were trembling violently. This tremor. The trembling was caused by excitement. Call. Call. Furthermore, Huang Bashuan's breathing became much more rapid, and his complexion was much redder than before. His eyes reflected only the image of the mixed-race glutton. Continue. Keep eating. Eat them all. As these words were spoken, the hybrid glutton landed on the ground. Without pausing for even a second, it moved closer to another powerful magical beast. 3 seconds later, the hybrid gluttonous beast swallowed another magical beast into its belly. Then it started moving again. The 6 deans were therefore under extreme tension. They had lost their will to fight, and all they wanted to do was keep their tamed monsters alive. Although most of his energy was drawn to the evil spirit, Lin Bei still noticed the condition of the 6 deans. In an instant, his brows furrowed, a serious look flashed across his eyes, and his tone became more solemn as he spoke. No wonder they have the bloodline of the Taodai. They really can swallow anything. Very strong. Despite possessing only a portion of the Taotai bloodline, it can accomplish such incredible feats. Lin Bei couldn't even imagine what would happen if he were facing a pure-blooded Taodai. I am afraid. It will only get much worse than it is now. From this, we can roughly guess that the real Taotai must be terrifying. And at that moment, the voice of the evil spirit rang out again. What are you doing? You still have the mind to pay attention to what's happening over there. I suggest you focus on yourself first. He was very annoyed by Lin Bei's distracted behavior. This approach. They clearly don't respect me. Thump. Thump. As the sound rang out, the Blood Ape Knights emerged completely from the black mist. The Blood Ape Knights, as their name suggests, are a group of apes. The number is approximately 30. Each ape was very large, with the smallest being at least 15 meters tall. Although there are many kinds of apes among them, including 4-armed apes, 8-armed apes, and even giant-armed apes. However, they all wore similar-looking blood-red armor, and the weapons they held were also similar, with 80% of them being huge knives and swords. These enormous apes look just like humans. If it weren't for the unique ape-like features that it revealed, it would be really hard to tell the difference between it and a human. In an instant, Lin Bei withdrew his attention. Faced with so many new enemies all at once, he didn't have the extra energy to think about anything else. The most important thing right now. It's obviously meant to deal with the Blood Ape Knights. The next moment, Lin Bei spoke in a cold voice. How? Trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers? Call. The moment he spoke, Xiao Lu immediately flapped his wings and flew over, his eyes fierce as he looked at the group of monkeys. On its 6 wings behind it, a large amount of lightning and gale force winds erupted, and the sky became much darker, as if a storm could break out at any moment. 2 seconds later, the vengeful spirit's arrogant laughter rang out. That's exactly right. Since I can't beat you one-on-one, then I'll have to beat you one-on-many. In the midst of war, there's no such thing as fairness. He paused for a second at this point, then quickly continued. Although my pets are not as strong individually as your dragon, but they have a lot of equipment, and their teamwork is excellent. Dragon Slayer. It's not impossible. As soon as the evil spirit uttered these words, the blood ape knights behind him brandished their weapons, constantly opening their mouths to provoke the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, their attitude extremely arrogant and presumptuous. He seems full of confidence. A four-armed ape excitedly swung its iron rod and slammed it hard onto the ground below. Boom. The ground was smashed into a deep crater, at least 2 meters deep, with cracks along the edge, and a lot of dust was thrown into the air. This shows how powerful it is. Besides this ape, there were several other apes doing similar things, all deliberately showing off their strength. Boom. Boom. In less than 10 seconds, the ground where the blood ape knights were located looked as if it had suffered many disasters. Seeing the monkey's behavior, Lin Bei's face instantly turned cold, and his eyes were quickly filled with killing intent. No matter how many there are, they're just a bunch of monkeys. Only when the tiger is away does the monkey dare to claim king. What's more, your monkeys are now facing a dragon. They're just a bunch of monkeys. They're not even worthy of being compared to dragons. The saying, a battle between dragons and tigers, is not without reason. A monkey, which is even inferior to a tiger, is naturally no match for a dragon. Therefore, Lin Bei was already very angry at this moment. As he said those words, he had already made a decision in his heart. All. New. Q. Come out, everyone. Give those monkeys a good lesson. That's right. Lin Bei no longer intended to hide his strength. Since things have already developed to this point, there's no way to resolve this without using our true strength. Moreover, he now possesses sufficient strength to protect himself. After all, there were a total of 5 dragons. Moreover, 3 of them have reached maturity, enough to roam freely in a city like Nanshan. Therefore, Lin Bei no longer needs to deliberately hide his strength. When faced with provocation, he no longer needed to suppress his anger. The next moment, 3 dragons exuding a powerful aura appeared out of thin air beside Lin Bei. 3 dragons. Although they are different in size and appearance, they all exude a strong aura. The mature flame rock armor dragon and the holy white dragon are relatively large, while the unevolved void reincarnation dragon is relatively small. Buzz. Buzz. At the same moment, the 4 dragons raised their heads and roared, their roars seemingly capable of shattering the clouds, instantly reaching 1,000 meters away. Whether it was the 6 deans and their pets, or the evil spirit, Huangbashuan, and their tamed pets, they all stopped what they were doing and stood motionless in place. Then, they all instinctively looked at Lin Bei and his 4 dragons. In an instant, both the people and the monsters were stunned. Everyone was wondering if they were seeing things. Hiss! The malevolent spirit instinctively gasped, beads of sweat forming on its forehead, and the pores on its face widening, clearly indicating a severe emotional shock. Holy crap! This guy actually has 4 dragons. Moreover, each one looks particularly unique. How is that possible? He was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. After identifying Lin Bei as a member of the Bright Altar, the evil spirit had already made sufficient mental preparations, but seeing 4 dragons at once still made it instinctively hard to believe. Even the powerful and well-established Bright Altar would never allocate such terrifying resources to one person. Unless this person can be of far greater value to the Altar of Light than these 4 dragons. Dragon. This is a dragon. Even for powerful forces like the Bright Altar and the Mountain and Sea Organization, dragons are not something they can just casually produce. Glug. Glug. With his Adam's apple bobbing, the evil spirit swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Bei, staring intently at the mask. The more he stared at it, the stronger one thought became in his mind. Could it be that? Is he a holy seed of this generation from the Altar of Light? Yes, that should be it. I've heard that the talent of this year's Holy Seed of the Light Altar is the Dragon Affinity talent. Lin Bei never expected that the evil spirit would have such a misunderstanding. But now he's too lazy to think about those things anymore. The most important thing now is to kill those monkeys. We need to get rid of these monkeys first before we can do anything else. Whether it's dealing with the hybrid Taotai or venturing into the underground seal, the prerequisite is to clear out these monkeys blocking the way. Don't hold back. Attack. The moment Lin Bei finished speaking, the 4 dragons moved at the same time. The flame-armored dragon, its entire body enveloped in terrifying flames, burrowed directly into the ground and began to move swiftly. In an instant, the entire ground turned bright red, and the temperature rose by hundreds of degrees in the blink of an eye. Thump, thump. One after another, Pillars of fire formed from condensed flames broke through the blockade of the Earth's surface, bursting forth with incredible ferocity, as if a fire had erupted. Especially in the area where the Blood Ape Knights are located, at least 100 pillars of fire will emerge at once. These pillars of fire attacked the monkeys without mercy. The monkeys, who had been full of fighting spirit, were now in complete disarray. They could not stand on the hot ground for long, and could only jump into the air and land on the other foot at the same time. Several of the slower-moving monkeys had their feet burned, emitting a burnt smell. The same was true for the evil spirit. It only touched the ground lightly, and its shoes melted, and the skin on its feet was completely burned, so red that it was unbearable to look at. If it weren't for a way to float in the air, the vengeful spirit's 2 legs would be useless. What a powerful dragon. Not only does it possess such terrifying flames, it can also move underground. I've never seen a dragon with both of these characteristics before. Now, he is increasingly certain of his inner suspicions. The enemy before us is the holy seed of the altar of light. At the same time, the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon moved again, flapping its wings and flying through the air, instantly arriving directly above the Blood Ape Knights. Rumble, rumble. Bolts of lightning, each a meter thick, struck down from the sky towards the ground. The number of lightning bolts that struck down at the same time was no less than the number of fire pillars below. And there were also numerous wind blades formed by the gale, raging wildly all around. The monkeys that leaped to avoid the scorching ground were occasionally struck by lightning, even though they wear hard armor and can withstand the bombardment of lightning. However, the number of times it can be defended is limited. Under the relentless bombardment of lightning, cracks have appeared in the armor worn by many of the apes. In a minute at most, these armors will completely rot away. The 6 deans standing not far away were all stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. He's supposed to be the dean of the 6 academies, but now he looks like the dean of the 6 mental hospitals. All 6 of them wanted to say something, but none of them spoke for a long time. I don't know what I can say. It's as if I've lost the ability to speak. After a long silence, the first dean finally condensed the 1,000 words in his heart into 2 words. Awesome. As the armor on the monkeys shattered and large amounts of blood dripped onto the ground, the evil spirit increasingly sensed the gravity of the situation. He never expected this. The Blood Ape Knights he had summoned didn't even have a chance to launch an attack. The strength of the Blood Ape Knights lies in the immense power of the apes and their seamless teamwork. But now, they possess immense power, yet have no opportunity to use it. Damn it, this is so annoying. How could my luck be so bad? We've actually encountered a sacred seed from the altar of light. After quickly making a few sarcastic remarks, the evil spirit turned its gaze to Huang Bashuan and shouted at the top of its lungs. Let the hybrid gluttons devour those attacks. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight back. Without any hesitation, Huang Bashuan immediately issued the order. Thump, thump. The chaos Taotai immediately began to run on the ground, quickly approaching the source of the eruption of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. At the same time, upon seeing the hybrid gluttonous beast's actions, both the holy white dragon of light and the void reincarnation dragon's eyes lit up simultaneously. Erlong couldn't get involved and could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Now, the opportunity has arrived. The 4,000-word chapter has been updated without missing a single word. Chapter 93, Human Instinct. The Power of the Void. We finally encountered an enemy. The 2 dragons, the Holy White Dragon of Light and the Void Reincarnation Dragon, did not want to simply be spectators here. They also wanted to do their part for their owner. Thump, thump. The hybrid Taodai had no idea what the 2 dragons were thinking. It simply kept looking at the surging flames and lightning ahead while rushing forward at top speed. The hybrid Taodai felt no fear from the flames and lightning. Instead, it felt an intense excitement. For it, these attacks are no different from food. Swallowing it will not only not cause any harm, but it will also be converted into energy. After all, as one of the 4 fiends, Taodai can eat everything in the world. Even with only a portion of the Taotai bloodline, one can easily accomplish this. At the same time, the 6 deans also came to their senses. Through that brief exchange, they clearly understood the power of the hybrid Taodai. Seeing that the mixed-blood gluttonous beast had temporarily spared them, the 6 deans breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. I almost died here. Damn it. I never expected this to happen. The difficulty of the situation has completely exceeded our expectations. Even if we stay here, the situation probably won't change. We have no way to deal with Huang Bashuan's demonic beast. Originally, all of them were among the best in Nanshan City and had absolute confidence in their abilities. But at this time, their fighting spirit had been largely lost, and they subconsciously wanted to escape the battle. This is actually quite normal. Anyone with a sound mind will not stay here. After all, what we are facing, but an enemy capable of swallowing all attacks. It's safe to say there's absolutely no chance of winning. The 6 deans had mixed feelings. They wanted to solve the crisis for Nanshan City, but they were also worried about dying there. Yes, Nanshan City is indeed important. But compared to Nanshan City, my own life is more important. If you lose your life, you lose everything. After a few seconds of intense internal struggle, the dean of the First Academy spoke. Let's leave, while we still have the chance. If that monster comes back later, it will be very difficult for us to leave. The strength of that monster. Everyone has seen it. He had barely finished speaking when another dean immediately chimed in. Yes, we have to leave right away. The situation is far more serious than we imagined. We absolutely cannot win. Let's go? The consequences of leaving behind this place will be severe. Even if we survive in the end, we will lose many pets. Of the 6 deans, 5 shared the same opinion, while Bai Zhou remained silent. He simply listened to these words silently, without offering his own opinion. Seeing this, the first dean's inner tension gradually dissipated. Then, he looked at the hybrid glutton again and said in an extremely serious tone, "Our presence here will not serve any purpose. Instead of foolishly staying here, it's better to make a strategic retreat and try to contact those stronger beings. Only those stronger beings can save Nanshan City from this dire situation." The first dean said this, but he knew perfectly well what was going on in his heart. Making contact with those even stronger beings is also an extremely difficult task. Moreover, even if you make contact, whether the other party will help is still unknown. But it's better than staying here and waiting to die. To put it bluntly, the first dean wanted to stay away from danger because he was afraid. If this so-called crisis could be resolved without incurring too much risk, then he naturally wouldn't react this way. But the situation was dangerous. The battle had only just begun, yet the outcome was already predictable. In this situation, the risk is extremely high. Few people would choose to sacrifice themselves for unrelated people. The first dean was like this, and so were the other deans. Final. The first dean and the others left as quickly as possible, leaving only Bai Zhou, who had remained silent, behind. Seeing that Bai Zhou had made this choice, none of the others offered any advice or dissuasion. Everyone has their own ambitions. Even if you want to die, no one will stop you. Watching the first dean and his entourage quickly depart, Bai Zhou shook his head helplessly and muttered with a hint of self-mockery. That's just how people are. When they saw the potential profits, everyone was incredibly serious. We are in danger now. You've completely forgotten what we agreed on. He was also very scared. But I don't want Lin Bei to be left here alone. Otherwise, Bai Zhou's conscience would be tormented. Lin Bei naturally saw the departure of the first dean and others, but he wasn't too surprised by it. In fact, Lin Bei had already anticipated this would happen when he saw the power displayed by the hybrid Tao Dai. If he didn't have enough strength to protect himself, he would most likely make the same choice. However, Bai Zhou's decision to stay here was somewhat unexpected by Lin Bei. Interesting. He actually chose to stay here. It seems. He's a good person. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. How could a man destined to become the lord of all dragons not even have a single subordinate? Please recruit individuals of suitable strength and character as your subordinates and establish your own personal organization. You will receive a reward upon completion of your organization's establishment. You can also receive corresponding rewards when you recruit a certain number of subordinates. The moment the notification sound ended, Lin Bei's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he muttered to himself. That's true. It is necessary to establish a private organization. You can't do everything yourself. That would waste a lot of time. Clearly, Lin Bei already had an idea in mind, but now was not the time to put it into action. He quickly cleared his mind of the jumbled thoughts and then looked ahead again. At that very moment, the hybrid Tao Dai charged over. Without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth as wide as it could. Boom. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the mouth of the hybrid gluttonous beast, frantically consuming the constantly falling lightning, exploding pillars of fire, and raging wind blades in front of it. Although lightning, fire pillars, and wind blades all possess powerful destructive capabilities, their own mass is relatively small, making them unable to withstand this devouring power. The next moment, all three powerful forces deviated from their original trajectory and entered the Taoya's mouth along with the devouring force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 full seconds passed, and the situation remained the same. The power that was originally capable of causing great damage was now completely ineffective. In a sense, the hybrid Taodai can counter this elemental power on their way out. But before they had gone far, the first dean and his entourage noticed what was happening behind them and turned back to look at where Lin Bei was. Immediately afterwards, they couldn't help but exclaim. Leaving was definitely the right thing to do. That guy is no match for that monster either. Yes, all our attacks have been swallowed up, so what are we left to fight with? Bai Zhou and that guy will most likely die there. Now, even more certain of their guess, the group left even faster. Those who chose to stay, like Shirazuki, had similar thoughts. He also thought he was doomed. What? Maybe. This is fate. Compared to the pessimistic Bai Zhou, Huang Bashuan was extremely excited. He finally gained the upper hand. Finally, I have a chance to get revenge. All my hard work was worth it. The hybrid glutton didn't disappoint me. Now, we've got this in the bag. Even the malevolent spirits think so. His blood ape knights have returned to normal. Although every ape is more or less injured and their equipment is damaged to varying degrees, they are still able to fight. Immediately, the evil spirit gave the order. Let's do it. Go attack that human. Thump. Thump. All members of the blood ape knights rose to their feet and moved toward Lin Bei. In a short time, the situation is extremely dangerous. Despite being in such a dangerous situation, Lin Bei remained calm, as if what was happening now was a trivial matter. Ignoring the rapidly approaching blood ape knights, he pointed a finger at the white boat and calmly addressed the void reincarnation dragon. Bring him here. Upon hearing this, the void reincarnation dragon swung its tail forcefully, and a strange power instantly surged forth. The next second, Bai Zhou, who had been staying in the distance, appeared behind Lin Bei. Stay here. I'll handle everything else. Bai Zhou had no idea what had happened. His face was filled with astonishment. He didn't even know why he was there. Soon, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Xiaolu, keep attacking with all your might. Q, you assist them. Xiaobai, deal with those monkeys. Buzz. Buzz. For synchronized dragon roars rang out, all conveying the message, received. The moment the dragon's roar fell, the flames on the flame-armored dragon surged even more fiercely, condensing into a pillar of fire that erupted from the ground and soared into the sky. The lightning used by the six-winged wind and thunder dragon became even more violent, as if lightning had descended upon the entire sky at the same time, and the wind was just as fierce. However, Erlong's attack this time was different from before. Previous attacks had clear targets, but now, it appeared very chaotic, with no clear objective whatsoever. Several bolts of lightning even struck horizontally. Seeing this scene unfold before his eyes, the evil spirit couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt, not quite understanding what kind of operation this was. Kindness. What's going on? Have you given up on yourself? He was just thinking about it casually. He had no intention of letting Lin Bei off the hook. The apes of the blood ape knights no longer felt fear and continued to approach Lin Bei at full speed. With the hybrid gluttons around, there's no need to worry about being attacked. However, before the hybrid gluttonous beast could unleash its devouring power, the void reincarnation dragon broke through space and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it had already reached the center of numerous attacks. Without even a second's hesitation, the void reincarnation dragon shattered the void once more. Click! Large swathes of space shattered directly, and the void hidden within them quickly emerged. The instant the void appeared, all the lightning, flames, and gales were forcibly swallowed up inside. The next moment, the void vanished, and space returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Even the void reincarnation dragon entered the void. The vengeful spirit who witnessed all of this was somewhat bewildered. Something that had been truly present just a moment ago had vanished into thin air. Matter. That's obviously incredible. What kind of power is this? It can transfer so much power instantly. Could it be that? Is this power similar to that of the Taotai? The hybrid gluttonous beast stared at the empty sky, momentarily speechless. What's going on? Where's the food? Why did they suddenly disappear? Roar. Roar. It can only express its dissatisfaction by roaring. At the same time, the ape closest to Lin Bei had already raised its giant sword, ready to strike Lin Bei's head in the next second. Call. Call. The holy white dragon flapped its wings and flew directly above Lin Bei's head. Its eyes, which were once filled with the utmost tenderness, have now turned into indifference. The next moment, a golden beam of light shot out from the golden halo above the head of the holy white dragon, heading straight for the ape wielding the great sword in front of it. This time, the hybrid gluttonous beast still didn't have time to devour it before the golden beam pierced through the ape's body. The ape, he lost half his body. And the golden beam did not stop there, but continued to bombard forward, its power not diminishing at all. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the golden beam of light pierced through the body of another ape. Seeing this, the other apes scattered in terror, fearing they too would be impaled. Seeing the beam of light hurtling towards them, the hybrid gluttonous beast ran a few steps to the front of the beam, excitedly opening its mouth, ready to swallow it whole. But as soon as it opened its mouth, the void shattered once again, and the beam of light disappeared. Roar. The mixed-race glutton was stunned again, and roared angrily at the sky. Twice now. This has happened twice in a row. The food I was about to eat vanished into thin air twice. And at this moment, a massive void rift appeared behind the hybrid gluttonous beast, and the void reincarnation dragon slowly flew out from the void rift. Along with it emerged lightning, flames, wind blades, and beams of light that had been transferred into the void. The four forces of today. It has already gone through one cycle. The lightning contained a deeper sense of destruction, and the flames were at least 100 times hotter. The same applies to wind blades and beams. Any power that has undergone reincarnation will become much, much stronger. The next moment, all this power, after going through reincarnation, was used to attack the hybrid Taoye's body. Chapter 94, Entering the Seal. Because these attacks came from behind, the hybrid Taodai had no time to react. It didn't even realize it was being attacked, and could only let these attacks hit its back. After all, these attacks came from across the void. Even if the hybrid Taotai were incredibly powerful, it couldn't detect the changes in the void. Void. It's a very special kind of power. It is far more special than powers like fire or lightning. Although it may not seem as destructive as lightning and fire, the void can play a significant role in practice. Boom. 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 Almost simultaneously, all sorts of attacks exploded on the hybrid glutton's body. The raging flames engulfed the hindquarters of the hybrid Taotai, the terrifying heat scorching its body and hard shell. What about the flames and magma that originally existed on its shell? It was directly devoured by the flames after the cycle of reincarnation, and quickly transformed into a part of itself. Bolts of lightning seemed to have a physical form, forcefully piercing into the body of the hybrid gluttonous beast. On the limbs, on the shell, on the body. Looking around, the hybrid Taotai looked as if it had been pierced by 1,000 bolts of lightning. The wind blades were equally powerful, constantly cutting scarlet wounds into the hybrid Taoye's body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Large amounts of blood gushed out uncontrollably, dripping onto the ground. At last, it was that golden beam of light. The power of this beam of light was terrifying. It pierced through the shell on the back of the hybrid Taodai, creating a hole that was completely open from front to back. Click, click. Cracks appeared on the tortoise shell, like a piece of glass that had been violently impacted. Even an ordinary human can now break off the fragments from the tortoise shell. Subsequently, the golden beam continued to strike the head of the hybrid gluttonous beast. Thump. The beam of light suddenly exploded. A huge wound appeared on the head of the hybrid glutton, from which blood kept gushing out. Finally, in less than 3 seconds, the hybrid Taotai, which seemed to have suffered 100 million tons of damage, could no longer bear the intense pain rising all over its body, and cried out in pain with the loudest sound it had ever heard since birth. Roar! Roar! The roar was extremely loud, yet it filled the air with. But it was filled with pain and intense fear. At the moment the roar rang out, Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit finally reacted. Immediately, both of them subconsciously looked at the mixed-race glutton. Hiss! Hiss! When they saw the mixed-race gluttonous beast's current state, they all instinctively gasped, their 2 pairs of 4 eyes widening in shock, and even their mouths opening uncontrollably. Condition. It's not what I imagined. No. It should be said that they are completely different. Of the two, Huang Bashuan reacted the most strongly. He stood frozen in place, his body stiff as if broken, staring at the mixed-blood gluttonous beast with an extremely astonished and shocked expression. Like a wax figure. Glug! Glug! Swallowing mouthful after mouthful of saliva, Huang Bashuan's arms, hanging at his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably. This, how is this possible? Did I see it wrong? The hybrid gluttonous beast actually suffered such severe injuries. I'm stunned. Now, Huang Bashuan was completely dumbfounded. Just moments before, he believed victory was assured and inevitable, and he even began to imagine what he should do first after taking control of Nanshan City. But at this moment, Huang Bashuan's mind was left with only chaos. It was as if I wasn't thinking about anything, yet it was also as if I was thinking about a great deal. In conclusion, he was very panicked. Thump. At that moment, unable to endure the pain, the hybrid Taotai collapsed and lay on the ground. Only in this way can it alleviate the pain it is enduring. This situation was also unexpected by the mixed-race glutton. It never expected that it would encounter such a power that could disappear into thin air and then reappear out of thin air. Roar! A series of weak growls rang out. Although the hybrid Taotai had fallen to the ground, it was still very unconvinced. Without this void power capable of redirecting attacks, it could never be that tragic. It's all because of this strange power. Perhaps sensing something from that low growl, the void reincarnation dragon moved once more, instantly disappearing from behind the hybrid gluttonous beast. When it reappeared, it went directly in front of the hybrid Taotai, blinking its eyes as it stared into the eye. The next moment, what appeared in the eyes of the void reincarnation dragon was undisguised mockery. Buzz. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded, seemingly mocking the hybrid Taotai. Therefore, the mixed-blood gluttonous beast felt even more grief and anger. It used all its remaining strength to open its mouth, and the powerful suction and devouring force appeared once again, targeting the void reincarnation dragon. Call. The power of attraction and devouring erupted at full force, approaching the void reincarnation dragon at a speed faster than lightning. But just as this force was about to touch the void reincarnation dragon, the previously intact space around it instantly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, these spaces quickly transformed into void, from which an even more powerful and violent attraction surged forth. In the blink of an eye, this stronger attraction completely devoured the attraction of the hybrid glutton. 1 second later, the space returned to its original state. The void reincarnation dragon glanced disdainfully at the hybrid Taotai, then disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already beside Lin Bei, flying around Lin Bei as if seeking praise. But the mixed-race glutton was dumbfounded. One's best ability. They were actually suppressed. Moreover, it was being suppressed relentlessly. Immediately, the last vestige of fighting spirit within it vanished. He tilted his head, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but start contemplating the animal life. Admittedly, the hybrid gluttonous beast has a strong devouring power, but it is ultimately just a hybrid. So how could it possibly compare to the void power of the void reincarnation dragon? The void dragon's void power is exceptionally strong. After fusing with void skin, the power of the void has undergone a transformation. If the one facing the void reincarnation dragon at this moment is a pure-blooded Taotai, then it is possible that the battle will not be decided in a short time. Mixed race? Let's forget about it. Not enough. Lin Bei didn't care at all about the mixed race glutton's ideas. In any case, the hybrid glutton was just a material for synthesis and had no other use. Now that the hybrid glutton has been defeated, the most important objective has been achieved, and there is no need to waste any more time. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's voice rang out once more. Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai, don't waste time. Take care of these monkeys as soon as possible. After saying this, he paused for a second, then spoke to the void reincarnation dragon. Asu, imprison the hybrid Taotai in the void. Upon hearing the command, the 4 dragons immediately sprang into action. The next moment, lightning and thunder. Flames exploded. A fierce wind is blowing. The beam penetrated. The void shatters. The hybrid Taotai, having lost its will to fight, was imprisoned in the void, while the apes were blasted into pieces by various powerful attacks. Huff, huff. The ferocious spirit, who could easily sense the dwindling numbers of his blood ape knights, began to breathe rapidly and heavily, his face quickly contorted with fear and unease. No, don't want. How could this happen? Why? Why is the Temple of Light ruining my plans? They actually sent a holy seed to stop me. Damn it. He no longer knew what he should do or what he wanted to do. My thoughts are completely chaotic. Boom. Finally, as a bolt of lightning struck beside him, the evil spirit fell backward and landed on the ground. He knows. The situation is extremely dangerous, and we must come up with a solution. Otherwise, the only outcome will be death. In less than 2 minutes, within a radius of 1 kilometer, only 4 people and 4 dragons remained, and corpses littered the ground. Having witnessed Lin Bei's formidable strength, Bai Zhou had long since put away his pets and quietly stood behind Lin Bei as a spectator. Period. He even blinked very carefully, afraid of making too much noise and upsetting Lin Bei. After watching this battle, Bai Zhou felt as if he had seen a completely new world. It was as if a window that had been closed all along had been pushed open from the outside by a strong hand. Only when the surrounding environment began to slowly return to normal did he unable to help but mutter to himself. Strong-willed. That's really strong. Completely beyond my expectations. One person can actually possess 4 dragons. Such a thing would never happen in Nanshan City. In the past, Bai Zhou would never have dared to even think about something like this. But he witnessed it all with his own eyes. So no matter how unbelievable it seems, we can only believe these things. Immediately afterwards, Bai Zhou couldn't help but think of the 5 deans who had left. He felt that these 5 people were somewhat foolish. Although they left this place alive, they missed this incredible opportunity. For Bai Zhou and people like him, seeing the new world is the only way. Call. After completing the task assigned by their master, all 4 dragons returned to Lin Bei's back. For pairs of eyes, 8 in total, were looking at the evil spirit and Huang Bashuan with disdain. Lin Bei glanced around at his surroundings, then casually waved his hand. As the arm fell, all the ape carcasses on the ground ahead were collected into the system space. Even the weapons and armor were put away. Despite their pitiful appearance and tattered armor and weapons, these apes could still fetch a certain price. He wouldn't waste something so useful. After all, money can be converted into points. After a short while, Lin Bei focused his gaze on the evil spirit and slowly walked forward. Since the outcome was already decided, he wasn't in a hurry. The evil spirit naturally saw Lin Bei, and his expression became increasingly solemn as his brain raced. Even though it has killed countless lives, the evil spirit still fears death. He is not afraid of killing other living beings, but he is afraid of being killed by other living beings. Human potential can always be unleashed in times of crisis, and the evil spirit perfectly illustrates this point. After Lin Bei walked forward for more than 10 meters, the evil spirit came up with a way that could not only save its own life, but also potentially allow it to make a comeback. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, looking at Lin Bei as he forced out a ferocious smile. I have one last option. 1. A way to trap you. The moment the words left his mouth, the evil spirit mobilized the remaining power within its body. All the remaining power gathered in his feet, and then surged into the teleportation array hidden in the ground without reservation. 1 second later, a large area of the ground emitted a faint light. The teleportation array has clearly been activated. At this moment, the voice of the evil spirit rang out once again. Teleportation array, activate. When his voice rang out, the light from the teleportation array intensified considerably. Lin Bei immediately understood the evil spirit's plan, but he wasn't annoyed by it. Instead, he couldn't help but smile slightly. I see. Thanks. Upon hearing this, the evil spirit was stunned, dumbfounded by Lin Bei's thank you. What's going on? Say thank you to me. The next moment, the light from the teleportation array then engulfed Lin Bei, along with Bai Zhou and the 4 dragons. Because they understood Lin Bei's intentions, the 4 dragons did not resist. And Bai Zhou, they simply didn't know how to resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds have passed. The light from the teleportation array dimmed, and Lin Bei, his 4 dragons, and Bai Zhou disappeared from the ground. Call. Upon seeing this, the evil spirit breathed a long sigh of relief, and the unease in its heart temporarily dissipated. Immediately afterwards, he spoke to Huang Bashuan, who was standing there dumbfounded. Hurry up, what are you all standing around for? Our chance to make a comeback has arrived. They will definitely not be able to crack this teleportation array within at least a month. After saying that, the evil spirit turned and left. He was quickly making plans in his mind, figuring out how to make a comeback. Having suffered a series of violent blows, Huang Bashuan simply nodded instinctively and silently followed behind the evil spirit. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons appeared in the ground at least 1,000 meters deep. And what appeared before them? It was right there in the seal that displayed 4 colors. Before he could do anything, that voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind once again. Finally, It's finally here. I've finally waited for this day. As soon as he finished speaking, the green part of the ceiling array suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. During the Qingming festival, everyone should stay home and read novels. Please don't go out at night. Chapter 95 is titled Azure Dragon. The moment the green light appeared, Lin Bei, Zhou, and the 4 dragons instinctively closed their eyes tightly. Even though these 2 people and 4 dragons were all quite strong, they were somewhat unable to withstand the dazzling light. This shows just how powerful the green light is. And just then, the system notification sounded again. Byte. Host has successfully completed the 2nd stage of the mission. The 3rd stage of the quest has been activated. Byte. Please speak with the being sealed within and find out why you have been summoned. After completing the 3rd stage of the task, you can receive a portion of the mission rewards first. Although the system issued the 3rd task, Lin Bei was unable to complete it for the time being. Because under this light, he is now unable to even speak. Call. The 4 dragons could clearly sense their master's condition, so they quickly went to Lin Bei's side to shield him from the unique light that was not particularly lethal. Even with their eyes closed, they can sense where their owner is, so they can easily go wherever they want. Therefore, Lin Bei's condition improved somewhat, but he still couldn't look directly at the green light. However, Zhou, who was standing not far away, did not receive such good treatment. Although he kept his eyes tightly closed, his eyelids were completely useless, and he could still see the green light just as clearly. Not just in the eyes. Even in my mind, my heart, and my cognitive thinking, there is only dazzling green, as if I am in a green starry sky. Zhou had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but in the end, he could only utter a few simple words. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, it's that he can't do it. The voice that had previously echoed in Lin Bei's mind rang out once again. But everyone present, including the dragon, could hear. It's you. Is that you? Is it really not you? It sounds somewhat chaotic, indicating that the entity within the seal is also in a somewhat abnormal state. Zhou, who clearly heard the call, was even more astonished. He instinctively took 2 steps back, a growing urge to escape from the place welling up inside him. It's unclear how much time passed before the green light slowly faded away, until the light completely disappeared. Lin Bei, Zhou, and the 4 dragons finally returned to normal. Call. Zhou immediately began to pant, as if he hadn't breathed fresh air for a month. What happened at this moment was once again beyond his expectations. Underground in Nanshan City. Such a shocking secret still exists. Unbelievable. That's incredible. Although Zhou didn't know what the green light was, he felt a deep fear of it. However, he didn't say much, just stood quietly beside Lin Bei. Zhou was very clear. My being here was just an accident, and the voice I heard earlier wasn't talking about me, so I should just stay put. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to participate in all of this. Seeing that the situation had returned to normal, the 4 dragons, including the flaming rock armor dragon, slowly dispersed. They dispersed, but not too far, remaining vigilant against any unexpected situations that might arise. At the same time, Lin Bei looked straight ahead again, his expression showing no fear whatsoever. Based on what just happened, Lin Bei could tell that the entity inside the ceiling array had no ill intentions towards him. After thinking for a few seconds, he stepped forward, heading directly towards the ceiling array. As he moved forward, Lin Bei slowly spoke. Who are you? Why are you calling me? He was genuinely puzzled by this. What could be the reason that the being within the seal would call upon itself? No matter how you look at it, the beings within this seal are all terrifyingly powerful. Soon, the same voice that had sounded earlier rang out again. Take off your mask. Let me see your face. If I can't see your face, I can't be sure if the person I'm waiting for is you. His words were somewhat stammering, but his tone was slightly agitated. Clearly, Lin Bei's appearance is of paramount importance. Moment. Lin Bei stopped walking forward, his eyebrows slightly raised, somewhat surprised by the request. They actually want to see their own face? What's going on? How could one possibly know oneself? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. How could the being sealed within a ceiling array that had existed for at least several hundred years possibly know him? It's impossible no matter how you look at it. Although Lin Bei thought it was unrealistic, he still cooperated by raising his hand and removing the mask from his face. At the same time, Zhou also subconsciously looked at Lin Bei. From the beginning, he had been curious about what kind of person with such great strength would look like. But the next moment, when Zhou saw the face hidden under the mask with his own eyes, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils were filled with nothing but deep shock. Because Bai Zhou had seen the face behind the mask more than once. Lin Bei. How? How could it be him? No, that can't be. Am I seeing things? He was quite clear about who Lin Bei was and what his experiences were. After all, he was a student in his own academy, and one that he was planning to mentor. Therefore, Bai Zhou knew Lin Bei quite well, knowing his talent and his background. But now, he saw someone here who should never have appeared. How could I possibly remain calm? But at that moment, Lin Bei slowly turned his head, his gaze calmly fixed on Bai Zhou. Lin Bei, be careful. Do I look that scary? Now, Bai Zhou became even more certain that the person in front of him was Lin Bei. Then, he suddenly remembered that Lin Bei's back looked somewhat familiar. Now, everything makes sense. I see. It's him. It really is him. It seems. In the end, it was just that my vision was too narrow. Bai Zhou wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He was filled with remorse and felt utterly ashamed. I actually thought I was going to mentor Lin Bei before. That's hilarious. My strength is so weak. They have no right to do that. After figuring this out, Bai Zhou also figured out other things. In his view, Lin Bei had been deliberately pretending all along. It's even possible that their age is faked. The disguise employed by this mysterious entity was something I naturally couldn't see through. Why? He's such a good actor. After letting out a long sigh, Bai Zhou gathered his scattered thoughts and stood quietly to the side. No matter how things turned out, all he could do was watch. As Bai Zhou saw Lin Bei's appearance, the entity within the ceiling array also naturally saw Lin Bei's appearance. At once, the ceiling array, which used to make noise from time to time, fell silent. It was as if time had stood still. This continued for a full minute before the same voice sounded again. My name is Azure Dragon. The moment Lin Bei heard the words Azure Dragon, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Although he had a general idea when he saw the relevant records before, he was still surprised when his guess was confirmed. Azure Dragon. That's a Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts. A sacred beast that exists in various legends. It is associated with wood among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and can suppress the entire East with its own power. He was even called the god of the East. Azure Dragon. It really is the Azure Dragon. After subconsciously uttering those 2 sentences, Lin Bei thought of a problem, and his brows furrowed tightly as a result. Why was the Azure Dragon sealed beneath Nanshan City? If the green one is the Azure Dragon, then what about the other 3 colors? Lin Bei stopped talking after muttering this to himself. Everything is understood without being said. Just then, the Azure Dragon's voice continued. Do you remember me? Lin Bei was taken aback again, but quickly shook his head honestly. I don't remember. It should be said. I don't know you at all. The moment his words fell, Qinglong's voice continued. That's true. After all, it has been a full 1,000 years since we last met. 1,000 years is neither a long nor a short time, but many important things can happen in that time. It's perfectly normal for you to have forgotten me. But I will never forget you. Although Qinglong didn't say much, he revealed a lot of information. Upon hearing this, both Lin Bei and Bai Zhou instinctively thought of something. Glug! Bai Zhou couldn't help but swallow hard, a strong sense of fear rising within him. His arms, which had been hanging naturally at his sides, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, from his shoulders to his fingertips. 1,000 years. They actually knew each other 1,000 years ago. But just as Bai Zhou thought of this, buzz! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the green part of the ceiling array. A dragon's roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The moment he heard the dragon's roar, Bai Zhou collapsed to the ground, only the whites of his eyes remaining. Meanwhile, in Nanshan City, 99% of the residents lost consciousness at the same time. Only some powerful beings, located at a great distance, were able to maintain their consciousness when the dragon's roar resounded. Even the ferocious spirit and Huang Bashuan, who were fleeing in panic, were so shocked by the dragon's roar that they fell to the ground and had no courage to get up. Even the 5 people, led by the first dean, who had already reached a safe place, were also finding it difficult to withstand the terrifying dragon's roar. Their faces turned bright red, and veins bulged on their foreheads. My head exploded quickly. Help! Someone please help me. What's going on? What is that sound? Compared to these people, the reaction was much stronger. It's those magical beasts and pets. Almost simultaneously, all the magical beasts and pets trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. It's surrendering according to instinct. Only Lin Bei and the 4 dragons were unaffected by the Azure Dragon's roar and remained standing in place, seemingly unaffected. No, the 4 dragons are not behaving properly. All 4 of them were staring at the green part of the ceiling array with warlike eyes, seemingly wanting to challenge the Azure Dragon. If it weren't for the ceiling array, these 4 dragons would definitely have attacked the Azure Dragon. Although he didn't know what was going on in Nanshan City, judging from Baiju's reaction, Lin Bei knew what had happened, but he didn't say anything. Because he knew better than anyone that Qinglong must have his reasons for doing this. Just as Lin Bei had expected, Qinglong's voice soon rang out again. All right, the person in the way is asleep. Us. We can finally have a good chat. Lin Bei casually waved his hand, taking the 4 dragons beside him into their respective private spaces. At this point, there is no danger. Reminiscing, did we know each other before? In fact, he already had the answer in his heart when he asked the question. I definitely know this Azure Dragon. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Even though I'm already in deep trouble, I still have to ask the questions I need to ask. About 3 seconds later, the Azure Dragon's voice came from within the ceiling array again. Of course I know him, and our relationship is more than just ordinary. Pity. You've lost those memories now. Qinglong's tone sounded wistful, as if he was reminiscing about something. After receiving a definite answer to his question, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. He now realizes, I am definitely not an ordinary person. He's definitely hiding some big secret. Having learned the reason for this, Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder if his reason for transmigrating to this world was also related to this. But the more he thought about it, the more his head ached. In the end, Lin Bei simply gave up thinking about it. Given the current situation, he simply can't figure it out no matter how hard he tries. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei spoke again. Is this why you called me? The next moment, the Azure Dragon's voice rang out again. That's right. Because you told me this when you sealed me here. Let me wait here for your return. I think. You mean now. Chapter 96 The Method to Unseal. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. Host has successfully completed the 3rd stage of the mission. The rewards for the initial quest have been sent to your system space. You can open them at any time. Byte. The 4th stage of the quest has been activated. Please ask the Azure Dragon how to break the seal. Before I knew it, the chain of quests had reached the 4th stage, and I had even received some rewards. 4th ring. It can be said to be a completely new stage. Just looking at the requirements of the task, it has become much more demanding and important. Upon hearing Qinglong's words, Lin Bei was once again taken aback. It was actually myself who sealed the Azure Dragon here? How could that be? He originally thought that the reason why the Azure Dragon was sealed here was because it was the work of a large, mysterious organization like the Mountain and Sea Organization. But I never expected the truth to be like this. Therefore, Lin Bei's doubts deepened even further. Who exactly is the person Qinglong describes himself to be? Why seal the Azure Dragon underground in Nanshan City? There are so many things he can't figure out. Finally, Lin Bei simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, I can't figure it out. So in the end I can only waste my brain cells. As for whether Qinglong is lying, he had absolutely no suspicion. Because Qinglong had no reason to lie. Judging from the strength that Qinglong just displayed, he could easily kill me. Therefore, there is no need to lie. After all, it was just a shout. It affected almost everyone in Nanshan City. After a long period of silent contemplation, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. At the beginning. Why did I seal you here? His intuition told him that there was definitely a big secret behind this. Once this secret is figured out, many questions will be answered. A few seconds later, Qinglong's voice rang out. We can't say now. Because of the timing. It's far from mature. It's not that it doesn't want to speak, but that it dares not speak. Once spoken, it will affect the entire world. Although the answer he heard was not what he had hoped for, Lin Bei roughly understood some things. Only when the so-called time is right can he know the reason behind it. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei cleverly changed the subject. I want to know. Since you are the Azure Dragon, and you are sealed in the green part, then, in the other 3 colored sections, are the vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise sealed? Even if you have some suspicions in your heart, suspicions are still just suspicions. If there's an opportunity to verify it, it's best to do so. Moreover, there are no other conscious people present, so asking this question won't have any impact. Upon hearing this, Qinglong was surprised and took Lin Bei's question very seriously. Oh, interesting. You actually know so much now. You could even guess something like that? It seems you've experienced a lot of interesting things too. Although Qinglong did not give a definite answer, his words implied that he had admitted to the matter. The presence of the other 3 color seals. These are the 3 sacred beasts: white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. Glug. Lin Bei instinctively swallowed, suppressing his shock, and then asked again. Then the 3 of them? And I sealed it here as well. Qinglong made no attempt to hide anything from this. That's exactly right. But the 3 of them are asleep. In each sealing array, only one person can remain conscious. These few bland replies subtly revealed an important piece of information. Sealing array. It seems there's more than one. Lin Bei only secretly noted this down and did not ask any further questions. Just seconds later, the Azure Dragon's voice rang out again. All right, let's stop this small talk. Next, let's get down to business. In an instant, Lin Bei's concentration reached its peak. Finally, now it's time to get down to business. He had a rough guess as to what the important matter was. Is it about breaking the seal? This was the only thing Lin Bei could think of. Soon, the Azure Dragon, which was sealed within, responded. Yes. What I can let you know now? The only thing left is how to break the seal. Lin Bei nodded slightly, offering no objection. Good. He had nothing else to say. In fact, Lin Bei was well aware that his current strength was actually quite weak. I'm not qualified to know too much. Especially something like this that has so many secrets. He had only just come into contact with them when he encountered the 4 divine beasts. Not to mention what might be involved if we delve deeper. About a second later, the Azure Dragon's voice rang out again. The way to break my seal is actually very simple. You just need to go to the Zonglin Mountains and find a dragon pearl with the words Nanshan written on it deep inside. That dragon ball is the key to this sealing formation. As long as you have that key in your hand, then you can freely enter and exit this seal. And this sealing formation can only be broken from the inside. The moment Qinglong uttered this method, the system's voice also sounded. Bite. Host has successfully completed the 4th stage of the mission. Bite. The 5th quest has been activated. Please find a suitable time to travel to the Azure Dragon's Azure Scale Mountains. After completing the 5th stage of the mission, the host can receive another portion of the corresponding rewards. Without even a second's hesitation, Lin Bei already had the answer in his heart. The next moment, he nodded forcefully and spoke in a very firm tone. Okay, I understand. The Zonglin Mountains. I will definitely go there. Whether it was to complete the series of tasks issued by the system or to find out what had happened before, Lin Bei planned to go to this so-called Zonglin mountain range to take a look. His intuition told him he had to do it, despite the deep doubts that still lingered in Lin Bei's heart. But at that moment, the Azure Dragon within the sealing formation spoke once more. Don't rush off. With your current strength, you can't even get into the outermost area of the Zonglin Mountains. Your dragons may look special, but they are actually quite weak. If they go there, they will only be killed. Zonglin Mountains. But it was a place of great calamity many years ago. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's expression became much more serious. Although he never thought he could easily find the dragon pearl with the words Nanshan written on it, he never expected it to be this dangerous. Oh, they don't even have the right to enter the outermost area? It seems that the prerequisite for finding that dragon ball is, my first priority is to become stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Bei recalled the information he had heard from the vendors when he bought the wings. A large auction will be held in the neighboring city. Think about it carefully. It seems like it's almost time. And you can also start preparing to join the Temple of Light. What we lack most right now is still strength. We must take action. Although the Azure Dragon was trapped inside the sealing array, it was still able to see everything happening outside. However, it generally doesn't interfere in external affairs. So, only then could Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit successfully cultivate the hybrid Taodai here. But now, when the Azure Dragon saw the silent Lin Bei, it couldn't help but gently shake its massive head, then muttered to itself in an extremely low voice. That's enough. That's enough. I've been waiting for you for so long. I'd like to help if I can. I don't want anything to happen to you. Anyway, helping you is helping yourself. That's what they say, but only Qinglong himself knows what he really thinks. The next moment, a huge green ball of light floated out of the seal and floated directly in front of Lin Bei, hovering in midair. At the same time, Lin Bei, who was deep in thought, snapped out of his reverie and looked at the green ball of light with a slight surprise. What's this? He was somewhat confused about the situation. Why did a green ball of light suddenly fly out? What is the use of this ball of light? It looks almost identical to a seal. Take it. Consider it a gift for our long-awaited reunion. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Bei raised one hand and slowly touched the green light. The instant he touched it, the green light dissipated instantly, and what was hidden within it came into view. This is a green vest. It looks completely ordinary. It's just a piece of clothing that you could buy in a roadside shop. But Lin Bei didn't think this was an ordinary vest. How could the gift that Qinglong mentioned as a reunion gift after a long separation be just an ordinary vest? A second later, he touched the vest. Upon touching it, I felt a strange sensation. Although it looked like soft fabric, it felt like touching hard scales. In that instant, a thought flashed through Lin Bei's mind. Scales. Could it be? Dragon scales? Just as he thought of this, Qinglong's voice rang out. This is the Azure Dragon armor, made from my dragon scales. When you wear it normally, it's similar to regular clothes and won't affect your normal activities at all. But when attacked, it becomes incredibly tough and can withstand many attacks. Take it. I don't want you to die again. Lin Bei could sense a deep concern hidden in Qinglong's words. He stared at the green part of the ceiling array for a long time before speaking solemnly. Thank you. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei put the Azure Dragon armor into his spatial ring. The reason he didn't put it into the system space is because he doesn't fully trust Qinglong yet. It's never a bad thing to hold back when doing things. Even if Qinglong has connections with his past self, he cannot expose all his secrets. I've said everything I needed to say, so I won't keep you any longer. If you want to leave, I can just send you out. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked up and saw only the illuminated land. Since Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit are still in Nanshan City, there isn't much time to waste. Things have developed to this point. We absolutely cannot let these two get away with it. Otherwise, not only will it cause some serious consequences, but even system tasks will be unable to be completed. Although the hybrid gluttonous beast has been dealt with, the tasks issued by the system cannot be completed until the crisis in Nanshan City is completely resolved. Thinking of this, he pointed at the white boat. Good. Send us both back. Since Baizhou meets the requirements of the system mission, he cannot be left underground. The next moment, the teleportation array built on the ground was activated directly, and a dazzling light flashed thousands of meters underground, instantly enveloping Lin Bei and Baizhou inside. 1 second later, the light from the teleportation array faded, and Lin Bei and Baizhou disappeared. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lin Bei felt a deep sense of nostalgia. In less than an hour, he experienced so much. Moreover, these are things that ordinary people will never experience in their entire lives. In this world, so many secrets. After making a few casual remarks, Lin Bei took out another mask and casually put it on his face. Currently, only Baizhou knows his identity, so he should continue to hide it. The next moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the direction of the Huang family, and his brows furrowed slightly. Those two guys should be at the Huang family's place. Really? For Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit, the Huang family is the best hiding place, so it is the most likely place for them to hide. Call. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei summoned the 4 dragons from their respective private spaces, preparing to go directly to the Huang family to settle these matters. As for the 5th Dragonbone dragon, it is still quietly asleep. But just as he summoned the 4 dragons, the unconscious Baizhou regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, all he saw was Lin Bei's back and the backs of the 4 dragons. Immediately, a sense of awe quickly filled Baizhou's heart. He knew perfectly well that the person in front of him, it was a student I hadn't thought much of before. Glug. Glug. After swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, Baizhou finally mustered up his courage and forced himself to speak. Forest. Lin Bei, is what just happened really true? Until this time, he was still in a state of confusion. Chapter 97, Do Me a Favor. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei turned his head and looked calmly at Baizhou, even through a mask. But Baizhou could still see a cold indifference in Lin Bei's eyes. It was as if they were being watched by a war machine. Glug. Glug. Saliva began to be secreted frantically in his mouth, and he instinctively swallowed mouthful after mouthful. After witnessing Lin Bei's strength, Baizhou developed a deep sense of awe towards him. He wanted to ask something more, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Even my lips and throat felt dry. As for Baizhou's condition, Lin Bei neither knew nor wanted to know. He simply remained calm and slowly spoke. How could everything I saw with my own eyes be fake? The next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Baizhou's face, but it lasted only a short time, less than 2 seconds. Soon, The surprise on his face turned into a bitter smile and helplessness. Yes. Since I saw everything with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Actually, Baijiu had a deep purpose in asking that question earlier. If Lin Bei answers that everything is false, then he can deny everything, pretend he saw nothing, and continue to live his previous life. But if Lin Bei answers that everything is true, then his life will inevitably change. Having witnessed such a shocking secret, how could one possibly escape successfully? After all, things you've seen with your own eyes will remain in your mind forever. Even if you try your best to forget, it's impossible to truly forget it. At certain times, certain memories will inexplicably resurface. It was for this reason that Baijiu gave a helpless, bitter smile. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Don't worry. This is good news for you. Wait for me at the academy. I'll come find you after I've taken care of everything. The moment he finished speaking, the wind and thunder wings appeared directly behind him. Call. Call. With a powerful flap of his wind and thunder wings, Lin Bei soared into the high sky. 4 dragons followed closely behind him, soaring together in the sky. The scene was truly spectacular. Lin Bei's destination this time. It was the Huang family's house, not far away. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, he opened the system space and saw the reward for completing the 3rd stage of the task. This reward. It's also a gift pack. System, open the gift pack. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Byte. Gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a common reward. 10 tier 3 beast spirit pills. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic reward. 7 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. The rare material heart of the ocean. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. The special skill, Eye of Origin. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to draw a random talent. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly draw a dragon. All rewards have been distributed. Please check them yourself. This time, opening the gift pack will reward you with 6 items again. The moment Lin Bei received these rewards, he understood their purpose. Beast Spirit Pills, Startup Capital, Random Talents, and Random Dragons were all rewards he had received in the past. Only the other 2 rewards were ones that Lin Bei had never seen before. The Heart of the Ocean is a special substance, formed from the power of the ocean. Only by possessing the Heart of the Ocean can one use the power of the ocean. It even has the ability to trigger tsunamis. As for the Eye of Origin, it is a pupil technique specifically designed for magical beast materials. Its function is to see the origin of monster materials and effectively identify some materials. By looking at a single wing, one can tell what kind of magical beast it is and what its function is. Even a bone can be like that. In conclusion, the rewards he received were quite good, but Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry to use them. After all, he still has a lot to do. Whether it's drawing a dragon or obtaining a talent, those can be dealt with later. Baijiu subconsciously raised his head, staring intently at the sky. All that appeared in his sight were Lin Bei and the 4 dragons. Only after Lin Bei and the 4 dragons disappeared from sight did Baijiu slowly withdraw his gaze. Forget it. I guess I'll just have to accept my fate. And what Lin Bei said makes sense too. This is for me. Perhaps this really is an opportunity. After that, he didn't stay there for long, but headed back to the 3rd academy with a clear goal in mind. Baijiu was very clear. Lin Bei will arrive soon. It's just a matter of dealing with Huang Bashuan, who has lost his pet, and the evil spirit. It really won't take too long. Lin Bei and the 4 dragons flew at an extremely fast speed. It only took a short while to arrive at the Huang family's location. However, he did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, he had the Void Reincarnation Dragon open the void, and he and the dragon entered the void, where they moved rapidly. Lin Bei did this to observe the situation first. Since the 2 evil spirits managed to escape with great difficulty, they will surely come up with a countermeasure as quickly as possible. If their roles were reversed, he would do the same. However, because the Void Reincarnation Dragon can control the void, even while in the void, Lin Bei can see what is happening outside the void and hear the sounds that are coming from outside the void. So, he quickly found Huang Bashuan and the evil spirit. Everything went very smoothly. At this moment, the evil spirit and Huang Bashuan were in a lounge in the Huang family, adjusting their state. Both of them were now filled with gratitude, grateful that they had been able to return to this place. After downing a bottle of water in one gulp, the malevolent spirit remarked with a sigh. The reason for this failure is all the fault of those lunatics at the Temple of Light. They actually sent their holy seed to stop us. It seems they're determined to make this operation fail. Although Huang Bashuan was still somewhat shaken, he still answered cooperatively. Right. It's definitely the people from the bright altar causing trouble. I have lived in Nanshan City for decades, and I am absolutely certain that I have never seen this person. He dared not refute it. No matter what, the evil spirit is still a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Because of Huang Bashuan's words, the evil spirit became even more certain of its deduction. The next moment, he clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the wooden table next to him. Boom. The wooden table was instantly shattered into pieces, with fragments scattered on the surrounding ground. But the evil spirit did not stop there. Instead, it turned its attention to other furniture, destroying it again and again. Only when the room was in such a mess did his anger find some release. He then paced around the room, speaking in a grave tone. Luckily, I just teleported them to the underground seal. Otherwise, the situation will be even worse. However, this situation won't last long. Once the Bright Altar learns of this, they will surely send someone to Nanshan City. It's only a matter of time before they are found. At this point, the evil spirit stopped and mustered its courage to make a decision. Immediately afterwards, he said to Huang Bashuan, I need to contact the Venerable One. Let's leave for now. Upon hearing the words, Venerable One, Huang Bashuan dared not disobey, and immediately stood up and went outside. Seeing this, Lin Bei also moved in the void and went outside as well. Judging from the current situation, Huang Bashuan is useless. He's just a guy with empty ambitions. This entire process, Huang Bashuan didn't notice at all. After all, Lin Bei's actions were carried out in the void, making them quite difficult to detect. Huang Bashuan walked for several dozen meters before slowly stopping. Then he turned around and looked at the house he had just been in. But the instant Huang Bashuan turned around, a black spear appeared. Whoosh! The tip of this spear. It pierced right through his throat. Puff! Blood gushed from Huang Bashuan's mouth and wounds instantly, and a pool of blood quickly appeared on the ground in front of him, with a pungent smell of blood filling the air. Huang Bashuan hadn't even reacted yet. He just stared blankly at Lin Bei in front of him, his face contorted with pain. You, how did you end up here? Huang Bashuan was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The person who injured me was actually this guy? This guy was clearly sent into the underground seal. The only way to enter and exit the underground seal is by using a teleportation array. To activate this teleportation array, you must use the correct method. Without the correct method, it is impossible to activate. Huang Bashuan and the rest of the Huang family had experimented with it more than once. There must be a specific method to activate that teleportation array. But, what's going on? How did he get out? Why? How could you? But Huang Bashuan didn't finish his sentence and could only go to hell with his doubts in his heart. His eyes had lost all color, and the life force within him had completely dissipated. Whoosh! Seeing this, Lin Bei immediately pulled out the demonic spear and put it away. Then, he used the system's recycling function to collect all the valuable items on Huang Bashuan's body into the system space. After doing all this, he slowly spoke. If you want to know the answer, go ask Yama, the king of hell. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei disappeared into the void again and quickly entered the room. At that time, the evil spirit was kneeling respectfully on the ground, reporting what it knew, word by word. But all that appeared before him was a ball of black light. A black light emanating a terrifying aura. Even Lin Bei and Guangtian Shengbeilong found their breathing becoming uncontrollably heavy the moment they saw the black light. Is this the Venerable One he was talking about? Although there was a layer of space between them, they could clearly feel the power of the black light. Lin Bei even dared not think about it. How powerful would the true Venerable One be? But he was only thinking about it. He didn't feel any fear or apprehension. No, not only did Lin Bei not feel fear or apprehension, but the corners of his mouth even curled up slightly, as if he were pleased with it. The Mountain and Sea Organization is indeed very powerful. No wonder. The system will issue me a task to learn about this organization. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. Congratulations, host, for gaining a deeper understanding of the Mountain and Sea Organization, successfully accelerating the progress of the special mission slightly. The corresponding rewards have been sent to the system space, and the host can view them at any time. Please keep up the good work, host. Despite receiving the rewards for the special mission, Lin Bei had no interest in checking them at the moment. All his attention was focused on that black light. At that time, the malevolent spirit had truthfully recounted everything that had happened to the black light. Immediately afterwards, the room fell silent, and the evil spirit dared only to kneel obediently in place. A full 10 seconds passed before a voice finally rang out from within the black light. No. Then, silence returned. In an instant, the evil spirit's heart was filled with unease. Because he did not hear words of forgiveness from the evil god. This means, there is only one way out, death. 5 seconds later, the voice rang out again from within the black light. However, this time, the black light wasn't speaking to the evil spirit, but to Lin Bei. That person hiding in the void over there, could you please kill him for me? Immediately, a look of shock flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. He was quite surprised by this. I've been discovered. Even though your true form isn't here, you can still detect me. As expected of them. Venerable One. Whether it is a physical entity or not, the ability to see through the void is enough to prove how powerful it is. Now that the other party has discovered me, there is no need to continue hiding. So Lin Bei walked directly out of the void, staring straight at the black light, his eyes showing no fear whatsoever. The moment the evil spirit saw Lin Bei appear, it immediately stood up in fright, feeling quite taken aback. What are you doing here? I am not. But before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice from within the black light. Who gave you permission to speak? The next moment, the evil spirit knelt on the ground again, its body trembling, but it dared not resist at all. Lin Bei frowned as he stared at the black ball of light. Based on the reaction of the evil spirit, he could roughly confirm one thing. The hierarchy within the mountain and sea organization is extremely strict. Faced with such a life or death situation, they actually obeyed obediently. Just then, the voice continued. How? Would you like to do me this favor? Chapter 98 is temporarily concluded. To help or not to help? This is not even a question that needs to be considered. When the fiend god Venerable first made this request, Lin Bei already had an answer in his heart. So, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and answered. Kill. I will definitely kill. But it's not to help you. After all, that was my original purpose. Kill him too. In those few seconds, Lin Bei had already figured out the purpose of the fiend god Venerable. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that they genuinely want to kill the evil spirit. The reason for doing this is to push myself and gain a certain advantage. Another approach is to not intend to kill the evil spirit at all, but to provoke oneself and, out of a rebellious mentality, choose to let the evil spirit go. Regardless of which option he ultimately chooses, the one who will benefit is the fiend god Venerable. Therefore, knowing all this, Lin Bei was prepared to do things his own way. They will kill. He killed for his own sake. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the fiend god Venerable came from within the black light. Oh, that's interesting. No wonder you were able to stop the evil spirit and that idiot from the Huang family. Obviously, the fierce god Venerable was also somewhat surprised by this, as it was beyond his initial expectations. But it was just a bit of a surprise. I didn't have any other major feelings. Soon, the voice of the ferocious god Venerable rang out once again. You? Why would you sabotage our plans? You should know very well what the Mountain and Sea Organization represents. The consequences of opposing the Mountain and Sea Organization are self-evident. He deliberately said those words because he was still unsure of Lin Bei's identity. The purpose is to determine exactly what happened. Compared to the malevolent spirits, the malevolent god has a clearer understanding of the altar of light. Therefore he knew. The current holy seed of the altar of light is actually a woman. But what I am seeing now is a man, who could not possibly be a holy seed of the altar of light. It is neither a holy seed of the light altar, yet it possesses such great strength, and it deliberately sabotages what the Mountain and Sea Organization is doing. The truth, then, is rather intriguing. Otherwise, there's absolutely no need to ask that. Lin Bei, however, coldly stared at the black light, completely unmoved by these words, and even spoke in a very indifferent tone. Yeah. How serious is it? I really want to see it. Instead of explaining his reasons for doing so, he continued to provoke others. Upon hearing this, for the first time, the ferocious god fell silent. He didn't speak, and neither did Lin Bei. The only sound that could be heard in the room was the frantic, heavy breathing of the malevolent spirit kneeling on the ground. The situation is extremely serious. A crisis could erupt at any time. The quieter Lin Bei and the fiend god remained, the the stronger the fear in the fiend's soul's heart became. At this moment, he was very clear. My life is now completely in the hands of others. Whether they are dead or alive is still unknown. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Beads of cold sweat detached from the evil spirit's forehead and dripped onto the ground. He just kept his head down, staring at the ground, not daring to lift it up at all. A full minute passed before the voice of the ferocious god Venerable rang out again. It seems you've made your decision. If that's the case, then the Mountain and Sea Organization is your enemy. No matter who you are, offending the Shanghai organization will never end well. The moment those words fell, the black light began to condense rapidly, instantly forming a gigantic demonic claw. Judging solely from size, this demonic claw is no smaller than the claw of a six-winged wind and thunder dragon. And so is its sharpness. The next moment, the dark claws then attacked Lin Bei directly. Whoosh! In less than a breath, the dark claw appeared a meter in front of Lin Bei, spanning a distance of 10 meters, as if it had traversed space. It also exuded a terrifying aura. This aura, it was far more ferocious and sinister than the aura emanating from the mixed-race gluttonous beast. It could even be said to far surpass the hybrid gluttonous beast. It felt as if the claw they were facing was the claw of a ferocious beast. This power, it is the ultimate power of evil. Seeing this, Lin Bei dared not be careless in the slightest. He quickly used the power of the Void Reincarnation Dragon to instantly travel to a place more than 10 meters away. But he had only just appeared. The claws seemed to possess a spirit of their own, and they actually chased after it. Wherever the demonic claw passed, the ground below cracked due to the powerful aura, and cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Tap, tap. The vengeful spirit kneeling to the side felt an even deeper fear in its heart. Its upper and lower teeth chattered and trembled with terror. If this continues, even teeth might be shattered. Call. After taking a deep breath as quickly and forcefully as possible in the shortest amount of time, Lin Bei pushed all the power he possessed to its limit. He knew he had to do it. After all, what we are facing right now. However, it was an attack from a venerable one within the Mountain and Sea Organization. Even attacks launched by avatars cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, the outcome is truly unpredictable. The next moment, a variety of powers surged forth, including the power of fire, the power of wind and thunder, the power of the demonic spear, and the power of the void. All sorts of forces converged together, all converging on the tip of the heaven-slaying demon spear. At the same time, Lin Bei also gave the order. Use all your strength. To combat this extremely evil power, we must use the power of extreme good. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy white dragon of light appeared beside him. Boom. Thud. Because of its large size, the holy white dragon of light burst the room when it appeared inside. But it couldn't care less about anything else and immediately began to frantically circulate the power within its body. The power of the light dragon itself, the power of the angel's halo, and the power of the white Zay's horn. Regardless of which, these are all incredibly sacred powers. Moment. The dazzling light, a blend of white and gold, easily illuminated the room. The platinum gold light was dazzling and holy, and it also contained a warm power. The fierce spirit, which had been kneeling on the ground trembling and covered in sweat, returned to normal in a second under the warm light. The trembling body stopped trembling, and the cold sweat disappeared, as if it had returned to the body. Even the fear and unease that filled his heart vanished at this moment. The evil spirit slowly raised its head, looking at the light that filled its surroundings. Such a warm light. Like a mother's embrace. Heart. They have all been purified. Immediately afterwards, a strong sense of bewilderment appeared on his face, and a variety of emotions flashed through his eyes. It seems that he has begun to doubt his life over the years. Finally, 2 lines of tears streamed from the corners of the evil spirit's eyes. As he wiped away the unstoppable tears, he muttered to himself in anguish. He's a scumbag. Feel sorry. The power of the holy white dragon of light can not only dispel evil in reality, but also eliminate evil in people's hearts. At the same time, the platinum and gold light that filled the room had condensed into a long sword of platinum and gold. The moment the platinum longsword was formed, it pierced towards the black demonic claw. Almost a second later, the tip of the platinum longsword came into contact with the claw's fingers. Boom. The 2 violent forces were canceling each other out. The white and gold colors mixed with the black, neither able to overcome the other, and they could only remain in a stalemate. After a full minute of stalemate, The two forces mixed together actually transformed directly into chaos. The fierce god, who witnessed all of this through his avatar, immediately exclaimed, "Impossible! The chaotic space has actually been opened. Doesn't this prove that his power is of a quality that can rival mine?" Interesting. That's really interesting. There are actually such powerful individuals in a remote small city like Nanshan City. When the ultimate evil power and the ultimate holy power coexist in one place and are locked in a battle, it will inevitably lead to extremely serious consequences. It's not impossible to start a new era of chaos. Not many people know about this, but the evil spirit is one of them, which is why it said such a thing. This means that he was wary of Lin Bei's holy power. In the midst of chaos, light and darkness coexist, evil and holiness are mixed, chaos and mystery reach their extreme. This chaos seemed to be rejected by the laws of the world. The world it existed in lasted for less than a tenth of a second before it quickly disappeared from this world. Along with this chaos, all the light and darkness that existed around it, and all the objects that originally existed in this room, also disappeared. An vengeful spirit with a complex inner world, questioning the meaning of life. Chaos can devour and engulf anything, whether it is a living or non-living thing. Final. Only Lin Bei, Guangtian Xingbeilong, and the black light that the evil god had transformed into remained in the Huang family's courtyard. At this moment, they were also in a state of bewilderment. Clearly, no one expected this to happen. The reason why the one person, the dragon, and the ball of light were not affected is because this chaos is not very strong and cannot devour much. What if the chaos that just appeared was that kind of powerful chaos? Then the entire Nanshan city will be swallowed up. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei was the first to come to his senses. He quickly suppressed all the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to wield the demonic spear that was gathering a great deal of power. Whoosh! He traversed the void and arrived directly in front of the last remaining black light. And without hesitation, he thrust out a spear. In an instant, the tip of the demonic spear pierced through the black light, unleashing a surge of flames, lightning, and other forces, all striving to destroy the black light. The result was quite satisfactory. The black light, attacked by various forces, is dissipating at a visible speed, and its color is gradually becoming transparent. The fierce god Venerable knew his current situation better than anyone else. After a few seconds of silence, his voice rang out again. "Ha ha ha, this is truly unexpected of me. Things have turned out this way. The evil spirit. He died from the combined attack of the two of us. Being swallowed by chaos is no different from death. The chances of surviving chaos are virtually zero, unless you're incredibly lucky." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who was gripping the demonic spear and continuously channeling his power, responded expressionlessly. "Don't be alarmed, it might be unexpected. I'll kill you later, then it won't be too late for an accident." He knew. He has now become an enemy of the Mountain and Sea Organization, an enemy that can be described as irreconcilable, so he can say whatever he wants without restraint. But the fierce god Venerable was not angered by this. He merely said with disdain, "Let's talk about it when you're still alive." After saying that, he paused slightly before speaking again. "It's really interesting. You are clearly not a holy seed of the Altar of Light, nor one of their core members, yet the holy power you possess is so pure, even purer than the holy power of the holy seed of the Altar of Light and the Holy Lord. This is truly unbelievable. The fierce god Venerable has clashed with the Altar of Light many times, so he is extremely familiar with the power of holiness. Despite this, among all the holy powers he had seen, none were Lin Bei's holy powers. It could even be said that there is a huge gap. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly and secretly remembered it. Altar of Light. They are also using holy power. As he uttered these words, an interesting idea also surfaced in the mind of the fierce god Venerable. If the Light Altar knew about this guy, things would definitely become much more interesting. It seems. This message must be sent out. If this news gets out, the Bright Altar will definitely take action against Lin Bei. Although the Altar of Light is called the Altar of Light, not all of its actions are righteous. In order to obtain pure holy power, the Altar of Light has also done many unclean things. Once the Bright Altar takes notice, it will definitely be a troublesome matter. No, it's not just the Guangmington organization. Many other organizations do the same thing. No one in the world doesn't want pure power. However, the fiend god Venerable did not tell Lin Bei all of this. He simply gave up his own advancement and temporarily abandoned his idea of Nanshan City. Only after the black light in front of him completely dissipated did Lin Bei withdraw all his power. Call. He let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense heart relaxed a little. At that very moment, the system notification sounded softly. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission to save Nanshan City. A super reward pack has been distributed. Please open it as soon as possible. Chapter 99 Invincible. Top-tier Dragon Seed. Finally, Lin Bei finally completed the task. The mission to kill the hybrid Tao Tai and stop the calamity in Nanshan City can be said to be the first major mission he received, and it is very difficult to complete. Super Bonus Pack? Judging from the name alone, this is not an ordinary gift package. All the rewards inside. It should be great. Any reward associated with the word super is destined to be no ordinary reward. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement welled up within Lin Bei, and he couldn't help but speak up. System, open this super reward pack. He couldn't wait to see what was inside this so-called super reward package. The system notification sounded the next moment. Bite. Super bonus pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a super reward. Divine weapon of 1,000 illusions. Congratulations, host, you have received a super reward. A designated second synthesis opportunity. Congratulations, host, you have received a super reward. A top-tier dragon species will be randomly selected. The reward you received has been issued. Please check it. The super bonus pack contains only 3 rewards. Although the quantity is small, they are all very valuable. At that moment, a piece of information appeared in Lin Bei's mind, and he learned the purpose of the 3 rewards. Divine weapons of 1,000 illusions. An extremely powerful weapon that can transform into 1,000 different forms. Furthermore, the specific appearance of each form can be personally designed by Lin Bei. Even, it can also be transformed based on some real-world weapons. But it must be a weapon that Lin Bei knows about, has seen with his own eyes, or has used. For example, the heaven-slaying demon spear and the reincarnation holy sword. Not only can it mimic its appearance, but it can even replicate its abilities. However, the strength of the illusion will depend on the user's power. Undoubtedly, 1,000 illusions is truly powerful. In addition, the divine weapon 1,000 illusions cannot be used as a synthesis material. It can only be used by Lin Bei. Specifying a second synthesis opportunity is also a very good opportunity. It allows you to create a completely new dragon from an already synthesized one. The dragon will be even stronger after the second synthesis. As for randomly selecting one of the top-tier dragon species, actually, you can understand it just by looking at the literal meaning. It simply means being able to draw a dragon. A top-tier dragon. After thinking silently for about 10 seconds, Lin Bei decided to use the opportunity to draw from the top-tier dragon race. And what about the opportunity for secondary synthesis? He doesn't plan to use it yet, because we don't know which dragon to use it on yet, and there aren't any suitable materials. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's voice slowly rang out. System. Use a top-tier dragon draw opportunity. He was filled with anticipation as to what kind of dragon he would draw. No matter what kind of top-tier dragon clan, they absolutely cannot be bad. Soon, the system notification sounded. Bite. Random top-tier dragon selection begins. Random top-tier dragon selection in progress. Random top-tier dragon successfully drawn. Draw complete. The top-tier dragon species that the host has drawn this time is 1 baby Time Emperor Dragon. The Time Emperor Dragon hatchling has entered the system space. The host may retrieve it at will. Thump. Thump. The moment Lin Bei learned what kind of dragon he had drawn, his heart started beating much faster. Even his usually calm eyes widened considerably at this moment, clearly showing his shock. This is quite normal. After all, the name of this newly acquired dragon is related to time. At this moment, Lin Bei also learned what kind of dragon Shi Huanglong really was. I'm going. Therefore, his shock was even greater. Shi Huanglong. As the name suggests, he is the emperor who controls time. Shi Huanglong. A dragon capable of controlling time. Is this what they call a top-tier dragon species? Although Lin Bei had made some mental preparations, the dragon he ultimately obtained it still exceeded his initial expectations. No, it far exceeded expectations. After a while, Lin Bei finally came to his senses, and then he immediately opened the system space. At this moment, 2 young dragons are sleeping in the system space. One of them is a young bone dragon. One of them is a young Time Emperor dragon. With his gaze fixed on the young dragon, Sure, Huanglong. Lin Bei subconsciously began to think. What materials should we use to synthesize it with the Time Emperor Dragon? This is a very difficult question. The materials used to synthesize the Time Emperor Dragon must not be ordinary materials. He couldn't think of a suitable option for the time being. I'm not thinking about it now. Let's hurry up and go to the next city to see if we can find any suitable materials. Call. He cleared his mind of all distractions, and the wind and thunder wings appeared behind Lin Bei. With a flap of the wings, he left the Huang family and headed towards the third academy with a relaxed mind and body. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation and the tragically mutilated corpse of Huang Bashuan. No one else was present at the scene of what happened there, because most of the residents in Nanshan City are currently in a state of mental confusion. It was all thanks to the Azure Dragon. Meanwhile, those who remained barely conscious, such as the First Dean, were all staying in the First Academy, using various methods to contact other powerful beings. Given their strength and status, they could at most contact individuals with similar or slightly stronger abilities. As for something even stronger, they simply cannot be contacted. Although they haven't achieved much, the First Dean and others are still persisting. Therefore, the news began to spread rapidly. Many powerful figures in other cities have learned of this. The same. The guardians responsible for maintaining order in Xia Prefecture then learned of this matter. Xia Prefecture is very large, with many cities. However, the number of guardians is relatively small, so they cannot be spread throughout every city and can only be stationed in some central cities. If stationed in the central city, it can both protect this most important city and quickly support other cities. The central city closest to Nanshan City is the city where the auction is about to be held. Immediately, some of the more powerful guardians rushed towards Nanshan City, a small to medium-sized city. The First Dean walked a few steps to a chair and slowly sat down. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said helplessly to the others, "We did our best. What will happen to Nanshan City next depends on the city's fortune. It's just a pity about Baizhou." Chapter 100 Synthesizing the Bone Dragon. As soon as the Dean of the First Academy finished speaking, someone else picked up the conversation. Has that guy lost his mind? He actually chose to stay. Staying here is clearly suicide. Everyone has witnessed how powerful that monster is. It's simply beyond our capabilities to deal with. They were all saying similar things, all believing that Baizhou was doomed. Finally, it was the First Dean who spoke up and interrupted everything. After all, we were friends. If circumstances permit, let's go to the Third Academy and erect a tombstone for him. No one else had any objections. However, they did not go now, but planned to wait until the time was right. In any case, there is actually no difference between erecting a tombstone a few days earlier or a few days later. And it was at this time. The fiendish venerable, residing within one of the four fiends branches of the Mountain and Sea Organization, addressed a group of subordinates kneeling before him. There is a person in Nanshan City who is impersonating the holy seed of the bright altar. He possesses supremely holy and pure power, far surpassing the holy power of the holy seed of the altar of light. You must spread this message. Spread this message to the holy seed of the altar of light as quickly as possible. His words contained both truth and falsehood. He deliberately portrayed Lin Bei as an impostor and even specified that the holy seed of the light altar should know about it, with the aim of provoking the light altar's anger. This year's holy seed of the altar of light. A woman who values her reputation very much. Once they learn that someone is suspected of abusing their identity, they will definitely come to investigate the reason themselves. For the Mountain and Sea Organization, that was actually an excellent opportunity. It can be used to deal with both Lin Bei and the holy seed. The moment these words fell, the kneeling subordinates below immediately asked, "I will obey your excellency's command." The responses were delivered in a very synchronized manner, clearly indicating that they were well trained. Immediately afterwards, these people then all left and began to carry out the orders of the ferocious god. For them, spreading a message is not a difficult task. It can be done easily in a short time. Lin Bei was unaware of this. He arrived at the dean's office of Nanshan Third College without attracting anyone's attention. The dean's seat in the office was empty. Baizhou, the dean, stood quietly to the side, showing no intention of sitting down at all. Before Lin Bei spoke, he dared not speak on his own. In this world, strength determines everything. Looking at Baizhou, who was clearly nervous, Lin Bei remained calm, showing no other emotions. "Dean Bei, now the only people who know my identity. You're the only one." In an instant, Baizhou tensed up, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "It's here." It's finally here. He knew it very well in his heart. What Lin Bei is about to say will affect his future life. Therefore, Bai Zhou simply nodded vigorously and replied in a serious tone. Clear. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei then spoke again. Now you only have two choices. 1. Follow me. 2. Yes. But he had only spoken halfway when Bai Zhou's voice suddenly rang out. I will follow you. Without Lin Bei saying anything, he had a rough idea of what the second option was. So how should one choose? Bai Zhou already had the answer in his heart. He seized the opportunity. Such an opportunity only comes a few times in a lifetime. A strong intuition told Bai Zhou that he had to make this decision. That's why he was so decisive. So decisive that I didn't even bother to hear what the second option was. Seeing this, Lin Bei was also slightly taken aback and didn't react for a moment. The situation has really taken us quite unexpectedly. After a while, Lin Bei realized what was happening and then continued. Come with me to Tianshan City tomorrow. Attend the auction. Bai Zhou naturally had no objections. Good. After that, Lin Bei left the place. He planned to find a quiet place to synthesize the bone dragon. Although Lin Bei is now powerful enough, he still needs to be careful in his actions. What if something goes wrong? The most suitable place to synthesize them is none other than the heart of the monster forest. In just a quarter of an hour, news of someone impersonating a holy seed of the bright altar in Nanshan City spread throughout an organization as powerful as the Mountain and Sea Organization. Naturally, the Temple of Light also learned of this news. After all, this news is closely related to them. Moreover, the moment the holy seed of the bright altar learned of this news, it set off for Nanshan City on the bright dragon, which it had spent a great deal of effort to tame. She was very curious. Who exactly is this person? Not only does it possess formidable holy power, but it also dares to impersonate itself. In response, the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light did not stop them. Because he knew very well the temperament of his own sacred seed, he knew that there was no point in trying to stop it, so he could only secretly send a group of people to protect the sacred seed. While protecting it, we can also see what's going on. Despite hearing the news, the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar did not immediately choose to believe it. If he were that naive, he wouldn't be alive today. Soon, Lin Bei returned home, activated the teleportation array, and went to the center of the monster forest. Looking at this familiar old place, he felt quite emotional. So many things have happened in such a short time. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Bei stopped thinking about it and summoned the bone dragon from the system space. The bone dragon had already awakened. This was the first time he had ever seen a bone dragon in the real world. The body, entirely constructed of bones, exuded a terrifying aura, even giving Lin Bei a chilling feeling upon seeing it. As expected of a bone dragon, after making a remark, he took out two more synthetic materials. One of them is the heaven-slaying demon spear that I've been using all along. With the divine weapon Thousand Illusions already available, there's no need to worry about running out of weapons in the future. The other is the enormous corpse of a dead hybrid glutton. Just looking at these two synthetic materials, Lin Bei dared not even imagine what it would be like. After fusing with the hybrid Tao Dai and the heaven-slaying demon spear, just how powerful will the bone dragon become? Use the synthesis function. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Please select the materials for synthesis. Simply state their name. At least 3 types of materials are required. The next sound to ring out was naturally Lin Bei's voice. A young bone dragon. Heaven-slaying demon spear. A hybrid gluttonous corpse. Chapter 101 Kuanping Talent. Synthesis successful. The 3 synthetic materials used this time are actually on the more sinister side. The heaven-slaying demon spear is a demonic spear and a demon. It has nothing to do with kindness and purity. Bone dragons represent death. The hybrid Tao Dai corpse is one of the hybrid ferocious beasts. A dragon synthesized from these 3 materials is naturally inclined towards evil. It can even be said, it is a dragon that is completely opposite to the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. Whether the synthesized bone dragon can get along well with the holy white dragon of the light heaven is also a problem that worries Lin Bei. Whoosh. At that very moment, the bone dragon hatchling, the heaven-slaying demon spear, and the mixed-blood gluttonous corpse were all enveloped in a dazzling white light. The light was very gentle, like the sunshine of early spring. Soon, all 3 orbs of light slowly rose into the high sky, each moving towards the same center point. 3 seconds later, the 3 orbs of light then merged together, coalescing into a larger orb of light. The system notification tone also sounded at this moment. Fight. In progress. Host, please wait patiently. Then, Lin Bei walked to a large tree, leaned against it, and began to wait. He had no intention of leaving this place until the bone dragon was successfully synthesized. During the waiting period, Lin Bei didn't stay idle. He still has some rewards he hasn't claimed. For example, the reward for completing the third stage of the quest that was previously unlocked. However, there is one chance to draw a random talent and one chance to draw a random dragon. Obviously, there is time to use it now. Draw a random talent. Draw a random dragon. Lin Bei used both rewards at once. The system notification sounded the instant he finished speaking. Bite. Random talent draw begins. In the process of extraction. Random talent successfully drawn. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Kuanpeng Affinity talent. Bite. Random dragon race draw begins. In the process of extraction. Random dragon race successfully drawn. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the light dragon. The radiant dragon has been placed in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. The 2 prizes drawn. This was somewhat unexpected for Lin Bei. The dragon I just drew is another light dragon? Although it was a duplicate dragon, he did not feel disgusted. A second light dragon? How should we nurture it? Having already acquired a pure and pristine light heaven holy white dragon, Lin Bei had no intention of raising a second light dragon to be like that. However, compared to the second bright dragon, what Lin Bei cared about more was the Kuanpeng's affinity talent. Kuanpeng. Someone he had heard of more than once. It's actually the Kuanpeng affinity talent. I really didn't expect that. Lin Bei dared not imagine what would happen if he encountered Kuanpeng one day. But he also knew very well. If I stay in Nanshan City, there is absolutely no chance of encountering Kuanpeng. In short, Lin Bei was very satisfied with what he had obtained from these 2 extractions. Meanwhile, Tianshan City was packed with people. All sorts of people. From newly awakened experts to established powerhouses, everyone was currently in Tianshan City. They arrive in groups of 1 or 2, or in groups of dozens. And there are also many precious items. These are all items intended for use in the auction. Weapons, elixirs, and equipment are all available. There are even various magical beasts and magical beast materials. The tail of a wolf-like magical beast. The skin of snake-like magical beasts. And there are huge fish scales. Without a doubt, this auction was a grand event. Besides those who have already arrived in Tianshan City, many more are on their way. This also includes people from some large organizations. Tianshan City is not a small city like Nanshan City. It can be said to be a relatively powerful city, ranking among the top 80 in the entire Xia Prefecture. As more and more people gather in Tianshan City, troubles and conflicts break out from time to time. After all, the people who come here belong to different factions, so it's normal for them to have grudges against each other. Similarly, there are also forces that you know well and have a good relationship with. Lin Bei was not fully aware of what was happening in Tianshan City. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the bone dragon he was synthesizing. A while had passed, and cracks appeared on the white light. Click, click. Furthermore, the number of cracks is increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, another minute passed, and the cracked white ball of light suddenly shattered, scattering thousands of white light fragments onto the ground. Its magnificent and unrestrained appearance was unexpectedly dazzling, like clouds falling from the sky, and faintly appearing within the fragments of light. And there was also a unique white figure. This is the synthesized bone dragon. The system notification tone also sounded at that moment. Bite. Congratulations, host. The synthesis was successful. The moment the notification sound ended, all the white light fragments vanished, as if they had never existed in this world. The next moment, Lin Bei then saw the synthesized bone dragon. The most obvious change is in its size, which has increased several times in size. It used to be the size of a small car, but now it's the size of a large truck. As for the others, however, it was not much different from before the synthesis. Its appearance is still composed of a large number of bones. However, at the very tip of each bone, a small section had turned pitch black and was so sharp that it made people instinctively want to stay away, looking remarkably like the tip of the demon-slaying spear. The bone dragon's mouth was also larger than before, and its mouth could be seen through the cracks between the bones. In the mouth, there seems to be a terrifying black hole. Call. The bone dragon, its white bones gleaming, landed in front of Lin Bei and gently touched him with its massive bone head. Instantly, information about the bone dragon surfaced. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon, bone dragon, new race not yet designated. Status: infancy, weakest period. Loyalty: unwavering loyalty. I would never betray you, even if my bones turn to ashes. Abilities: possesses the death power of the bone dragon, the devouring power of the Taotai, and the destructive power of the heaven-slaying demon spear. Introduction: its original form is a bone dragon symbolizing death. Later, it fused with the heaven-slaying demon spear and the hybrid Taotai, which further enhanced its killing ability. Its overall strength is extremely strong. Upon seeing this introduction, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel surprised. It seems this is a dragon suitable for battle. Power of death plus power of devouring plus power of the demonic spear. Trinity in one. Its destructive power is unimaginable. Chapter 102. Lin Bei, what are you doing here? Lin Bei was quite satisfied with the increased power of the bone dragon after the synthesis. Having a dragon that specializes in killing and fighting isn't necessarily a bad thing. After learning about the bone dragon, Lin Bei prepared to designate a new race for it. As long as a new race is specified, you will then be able to receive the corresponding rewards. Bone dragon, gluttonous beast, demon spear. Since it's composed of these three materials, then I'll call you that. Devouring the heavens and slaying the demonic dragon. Devour the heavens and slay the demon dragon. A name that sounds incredibly powerful. Devouring the heavens is the Taoi's ability. Once you reach the ultimate level, even devouring the heavens is not impossible. The demon-slaying spear is the heaven-slaying, demon-slaying spear. Dragon's words. It's a bone dragon, of course. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Fight. Race designation successful. The devouring heaven and slaying demon dragon, true name gift pack, has been successfully distributed. Lin Bei did not immediately open the real name gift pack, but continued to look at the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon. He has a habit. I'm used to giving my dragon a nickname. The holy white dragon of the bright heaven. The same applies to the void reincarnation dragon. The devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon will naturally do the same. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Normal times. I'll call you Bone. The moment he finished speaking, the devouring demon dragon immediately flapped its wings, clearly pleased with its new title. Seeing this, Lin Bei reached out a hand and touched the hard head of the bone dragon. Only then did he order the real name gift pack to be opened. Fight. The devouring dragon's true name gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly draw the devouring heaven dragon slayer ability. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly upgrade your devouring dragon slayer ability. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. A private space dedicated to the devouring heaven and slaying demon dragon. The rewards in each real name gift pack are the same. Since he had nothing else to do, Lin Bei used both opportunities. We'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. Fight. The ability extracted by the host from the devouring demon dragon is Holy Resistance Physique. This ability is the true power of the devouring demon dragon. The dragon's strength will change according to its transformation. Fight. Ability upgrade successful. The capabilities upgraded this time are the power of death. Without realizing it, Lin Bei's expression turned somewhat strange, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. They have both evil resistance and holy resistance. What luck! It's unbelievably good. After the previous battle, he had come to understand the power of the resistance constitution, which is why he said that. Lin Bei now. It can be said that it is impervious to both good and evil. Moreover, the upgraded ability of the devouring demon dragon is also a very powerful ability. This will greatly enhance its combat power. After exchanging a bunch of food for the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon and putting it into an evolved state, Lin Bei activated the teleportation array and left the center of the demon beast forest. In less than a breath, he was back home. Lin Bei needs a good rest right now. After all, so many things happened today, and he really did expend a lot of effort. Before we knew it, the next day had arrived. After a night's rest, Lin Bei's energy was back to its peak. He also has many things to do today. Next door was Wang Yuling's house. Wang Yuling also got up very early. After Lin Bei was temporarily suspended from school, she began to study hard, hoping to reduce Lin Bei's punishment by achieving excellent grades. Because she's been too busy, Wang Yuling hasn't been able to see Lin Bei much lately. After waking up, she ate a quick bite of food and then prepared to go to the academy to study. But the moment Wang Yuling opened the door to her home and stepped out of the building, she saw a familiar face. Immediately, her eyes widened, filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Dean, what are you doing here? That's right. The person who appeared at the entrance of the building was Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy. A person who should never be in such a remote neighborhood. The moment Bai Zhou heard Wang Yuling's voice, he turned his gaze to Wang Yuling. He instantly recalled the first time he met Wang Yuling and quickly figured out the intricacies of the situation. At the same time, Bai Zhou also confirmed one thing. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling have a really good relationship. Not only did that happen in the forest, but the two were also neighbors. How could the relationship be bad? So, Wang Yuling is absolutely not someone to mess with. Good morning, Wang. Bai Zhou originally wanted to address Wang Yuling with a respectful title, but when he remembered Lin Bei's words that only he knew his identity, he forcibly suppressed the idea and addressed Wang Yuling as Classmate Wang. Wang Yuling hadn't quite come to her senses yet, and instinctively replied, Good morning, Dean. After she realized what was happening, she asked with some curiosity, What are you doing here? Are you looking for someone? If you need help finding someone, I can help you. Wang Yuling did this because she wanted to please Bai Zhou. Once Bai Zhou is satisfied, she can take the opportunity to talk about Lin Bei. However, Bai Zhou did not come here to look for anyone, but to wait for Lin Bei to come out. He dared not wait for Lin Bei to take the initiative to come to him. Moreover, even if Bai Zhou needed to find someone, he wouldn't dare ask Wang Yuling for help. Thank you for your kind offer, Wang. However, the reason I came here is to wait for an important person. Because he dared not reveal Lin Bei's identity, he simply made it up. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling was even more surprised. Her mouth gaped slightly, her eyes filled with shock. What? Are you waiting for someone? The high and mighty dean actually took the initiative to wait for an important person? How could such a thing exist in my dilapidated neighborhood? A person who can make the dean come to wait for him personally. How high must one's status and strength be to qualify for this? At this moment, Wang Yuling was having some doubts about life. She had lived in this community for many years, but she had never known that such a person existed. In an instant, Wang Yuling felt like her neighbors were all strangers. Seeing Wang Yuling's appearance, Bai Zhou didn't know what to do for a moment. He dared not tell the truth, nor did he know how to explain it, so he could only stand there nervously. At that moment, Lin Bei, who had just finished washing up, pushed open his room door and walked out of the building. The next moment, Lin Bei then saw Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou standing at the entrance of the building. Chapter 103, It's actually Brother Bei. Seeing the two of them standing together, Lin Bei felt a slight headache. This white boat. Why would you come looking for me if there's nothing wrong with you? Don't you know what it means to be low-key? Really? It's impossible for a renowned dean to come here and wait for someone without attracting attention. After all, someone like the dean is someone many people consider unattainable. After standing silently for a few seconds, Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. Since things have come to this is the only way. Let some things be exposed. He can't possibly avoid going to Tianshan City. Anyway, Wang Yuling is someone you can absolutely trust. Thinking of this, Lin Bei started walking forward and walked out of the building entrance in a few steps. At the same time, he chuckled and said, They're all here. Upon hearing the voice behind them, Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou turned around at the same time. The two reacted very differently upon seeing Lin Bei. Wang Yuling's expression instantly turned to joy, and she quickly stepped towards Lin Bei, speaking with a bright smile. Good morning, Brother Bei. How did you sleep last night? When she saw Lin Bei, she completely forgot about Bai Zhou and everything about Bai Zhou, and only Lin Bei remained in her heart. Lin Bei responded to this with a smile. Good morning, little Ling. Recent. He wouldn't ignore Wang Yuling's concern. After chatting casually with Wang Yuling for a few moments, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Bai Zhou, frowned slightly, and asked, What are you doing here so early in the morning? His tone was cold and disrespectful. Sound. It's like questioning Bai Zhou. But before Bai Zhou could reply, Wang Yuling quickly moved closer to Lin Bei, lowered her voice, and said, Brother Bei, you can't talk to the dean like that. Otherwise, if I upset him, you absolutely cannot go back to the academy. She was genuinely worried about Lin Bei, fearing that he might anger Bai Zhou, which is why she quickly tried to persuade him. Angry a college dean can have serious consequences. Wang Yuling didn't want anything to happen to Lin Bei. Call. The moment after persuading Lin Bei, she turned to look at Bai Zhou, took a deep breath, and prepared to explain things to Lin Bei. Dean Bai, that's not what Brother Bei meant. He's actually concerned about you and wants to know if there's anything he can do to help. But before Wang Yuling could finish speaking, Bai Zhou's voice rang out. 2ve come to wait for you. If Lin Bei weren't here, he would never have interrupted Wang Yuling. But since it was Lin Bei who asked these questions, all Bai Zhou could do was honestly answer them. In an instant, Wang Yuling stood there dumbfounded. She heard Bai Zhou's words clearly. You. The form of address used in the speech. It was you. That's a very respectful way to address you. It is generally used by juniors to address seniors and by subordinates to address their superiors. But now, how could a college dean address a student as you? What's going on? The generational order is completely messed up. Moreover, the dean's status and position far surpass those of the students. Even years after graduation, students still show respect when they see the dean. Now, Wang Yuling began to wonder if she was still half asleep. Is this fake? The dean actually used a respectful term for Brother Bei? How is that possible? Then, she suddenly remembered what Bai Zhou had said earlier. Purpose of coming here. It's because I'm waiting for someone. Bai Zhou's answer just now conveyed a similar meaning. If combined, the truth was revealed in an instant. Could it be that the person Dean Bai is waiting for is Brother Bei? My God! After guessing this, Wang Yuling's shock intensified. Just a few days ago, Lin Bei and Bai Zhou were complete strangers. But now, how did things turn out this way? She couldn't understand why this was happening. It feels like something goes against common sense. Lin Bei's reaction was completely different from Wang Yuling's. He simply nodded slightly to Bai Zhou and spoke in a very calm tone. That's so thoughtful. We'll be leaving in a bit. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou nodded vigorously and said in a very respectful tone, Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped aside and instinctively remained silent. Therefore, Wang Yuling was completely certain of her guess. The person Bai Zhou was waiting for was Lin Bei. Immediately, she stared wide-eyed at Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes filled with nothing but intense shock and surprise. Brother Bei, why would the dean treat you like that? His attitude toward you is completely unlike how a dean would treat a student. Lin Bei had anticipated this. He knew clearly. Anyone who saw this situation would probably instinctively ask a question. After all, things really did exceed people's expectations and understanding. Therefore, Lin Bei had already thought about how to answer. The reason he treated me this way is because I am stronger than him. Little Linger. In this world, strength determines everything. That's not entirely wrong. It was indeed because Lin Bei's strength was too great that Bai Zhou chose to follow him. As for the other things, Lin Bei thought it best not to say anything for the time being. Firstly, because there are too many things involved, and secondly, because it's too troublesome to explain. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yuling fell into deep thought. She didn't doubt whether Lin Bei was right or wrong, because the facts had already proven it. It was precisely because of what she heard at this moment that Wang Yuling's desire to become stronger became even stronger. Actually, I also want to grow to a very strong level. Without realizing it, Wang Yuling instinctively clenched her fists, and a firm goal emerged in her heart. You must become stronger. I must become strong enough to not hold anyone back. A few minutes later, she bid farewell to Lin Bei and Bai Zhou and headed to the 3rd Academy of Nanshan City. Lin Bei and Bai Zhou didn't waste any time and went directly to the location of the teleportation array in Nanshan City. The fastest and most convenient way to travel from one city to another is to use the inter-city teleportation portal. Teleportation array. It's much faster than driving. With Bai Zhou leading the way, Lin Bei's journey went smoothly. Not only do you not need to find a map yourself, you don't even need to pay for using the teleportation array. Soon, the two then entered the teleportation array. Chapter 104 Shocking. Brand new features. Today, Tianshan City is far more bustling than yesterday. Even though it's only a little past 8 in the morning, every street is already packed with people. And the number of vendors on each street is also far greater than before. Even the grandest festival of the year may not have such a lively scene. In the most remote and open area of Tianshan City, there are at least 10 extremely large teleportation arrays. Each teleportation array is at least the size of 3 football fields. Whoosh. Whoosh. One teleportation array after another was operating continuously. People would emerge from the teleportation array every now and then. Almost everyone who comes to Tianshan City at this time is there for the grand auction. It took about 10 minutes. Lin Bei and Bai Zhou finally arrived in Tianshan City. Just then, the system notification sounded. Bite. The host has successfully recruited their first subordinate and spent some time with them. The system has determined their loyalty is very high. Therefore, you have met the criteria for receiving the first stage reward. You are now receiving your first stage reward. Bite. The first phase of rewards has been distributed. The subordinate information viewing system has been successfully activated. The host can use this function to view detailed information about their subordinates. Byte. The system store's subordinate store page has been successfully activated. The host can use points in the subordinate shop to redeem items that can make their subordinates stronger. Byte. The synthesis function for the synthesis unit has been successfully activated. This function can only be used when a subordinate's loyalty reaches 90, allowing the host to synthesize their subordinate with a certain material. The synthesized subordinates will not change their appearance, but they will possess greater abilities. The reward I received this time is quite different from the rewards I've received before. These were 3 rewards that were completely unexpected by Lin Bei. Kindness. There's actually such a reward? Interesting. He wasn't particularly interested in the subordinate information viewing function. He simply used it to view information. However, the other 2 functions. This, however, piqued Lin Bei's interest greatly. One is an online store exclusively for subordinates. One method is to have subordinates combine with other materials. However, he did not use it immediately, but first looked at the surrounding environment. If you can take care of important business, the best option is to take care of important business first. But all you can see around you are people. With such a huge crowd, it's unlikely they can move very far in a short time. You can only move freely after leaving this area. Because there are so many outsiders, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, the administrators of Tianshan City will verify the identity of people who come to Tianshan City. It is precisely for this reason. That's what makes this place so crowded. Seeing this, Lin Bei shook his head somewhat helplessly. It seems there will be many competitors this time. His expression also became slightly more serious at this moment than before. The more people come to this city, the more people will participate in the auction. The more people participate in an auction, the more people will be interested in the same item. These people, they will naturally become competitors. With so many people, the competition will definitely be fierce. Suddenly, Lin Bei thought of something. It seems that the funds I have are not quite enough. Without thinking, his brows furrowed, and his brain began to work at lightning speed. I need to find a way to make some money first, and then I can participate in the auction. Otherwise, even if there are items I like, I won't have enough money to buy them. Really, Lin Bei didn't have much money on hand. He had previously converted most of his funds and treasures into points. You only realize how little money you have when you need it. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts for the moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Baizhou beside him. Obviously, in situations where action is somewhat difficult, it is a good time to use the system's new features. Check Baizhou's information. The next moment, information about Baizhou emerged. Name, Baizhou. Identity, subordinate. Talent, Eagle Affinity talent. Realm, Advanced Beast Tamer. Loyalty, 80. Basically, all the general information is available. Those question marks represent information that cannot be displayed at the moment. Only after possessing the corresponding attributes can those question marks be displayed. Lin Bei was very satisfied with Baizhou's loyalty level of 80. 80. It's undoubtedly a very high number. Their loyalty is pretty good. At least we can trust you. But his strength is only that of a high-level beast tamer? That's a bit too weak. The hierarchy of people in this world is also very simple. What people generally know is beginner beast tamer, intermediate beast tamer, advanced beast tamer, super beast tamer, king-level beast tamer, royal-level beast tamer, emperor-level beast tamer. Each realm corresponds to a realm in the game. As for whether there are any stronger ones later on, only a very small number of people know. Advanced Beast Tamer is only the 3rd stage of beast taming, and overall they are not very strong. In fact, this was the first time Lin Bei had ever learned about someone else's level of skill. In this world, people generally pay more attention to the behavior of their pets. His skill level was also that of a high-level beast tamer. The level of one's cultivation level is related to the level of the pets one has tamed. The higher the pet's skill level, the higher the skill level of the tamer will be. After silently closing the message, Lin Bei continued to give commands to the system. Open the subordinate shop. He was eager to see what was in this online store. Soon, the subordinate shop was opened, but there were only 2 items available for redemption, and there are limits on the number of times you can redeem them. Product name, Marrow Cleansing Elixir. Product price, 1,000 points. Product description, after taking it, it can change your constitution and remove impurities from your body. The more you take it, the better your constitution will be. Redemption attempts, 100 attempts remaining for today. Precautions, this product is suitable for everyone, except the host. Product name, Beast Spirit Pill, subordinate version. Product price, 100 points. Product description, This product can enhance the growth value of monsters. It is much more effective than other potions on the market, but less effective than those given to dragons. Overall, it is very valuable. Redemption attempts. 100 attempts remaining for today. Note: all magical beasts can consume this, except for the host dragon. The types of goods and the number of times they can be redeemed in the subordinate shop are related to the number of subordinates Lin Bei has. After getting a general understanding of these two functions, only the last function remains. Occult. Subordinate synthesis function. Chapter 105. Lin Bei, are you crazy? Compared to the first two functions, Lin Bei actually cares more about this third function. Subordinate synthesis function. Just by seeing the name, he knew what kind of function it was. Undoubtedly, this is a feature similar to the dragon synthesis function. That's precisely why Lin Bei cares about this feature. Subordinates. It can actually be synthesized? Just then, the system notification sounded slowly. The main purpose of this function is to enhance the strength of the host's subordinates. The host can select a certain material and fuse it with your subordinates. After fusion, the subordinate will possess a completely new ability and will not be affected by any side effects. Notice, the number of times each subordinate can fuse is greatly related to their talent. The stronger your talent, the more opportunities you have to synthesize. The purpose of this function is to help the host train subordinates. Please make good use of this function, host. After the system's explanation, Lin Bei finally understood the function's purpose. The only downside is that he can't use this feature right now. Although Baizhou's loyalty level is 80, at least 90 loyalty level is required to use this function. So, in the end, Lin Bei could only put this function out of his mind for the time being, and could only use it when the time was right. He also did not redeem any items in the subordinate shop, as now was not the time to use them. As time passed, it was finally Lin Bei and Baizhou's turn to undergo identity verification. Nanshan City is not far from Tianshan City, and people often travel between the two cities. Baizhou is one of them. After all, he is the dean of the third academy, and he needs to travel for work from time to time. Therefore, Zhang Kun, who was in charge of verifying identities here, recognized Baizhou the moment he saw him. Long time no see, Brother Bai. Baizhou responded with a smile. Yes, Brother Zhang, it's been a long time. Because they are familiar with each other, they can avoid a lot of trouble and do not need to go through various means to verify their identities. As Zhang Kun carefully examined Baizhou, he asked with some doubt. Brother Bai, why are you the only one who came this year? It wasn't like this in previous years. In the past, when Tianshan City held auctions, Baizhou and the deans of the other 5 academies would usually come together to participate. There had never been a case of him coming alone like this. As for Lin Bei behind Baizhou, he subconsciously chose to ignore it. They just look like students, nothing to worry about. Zhang Kun was quite curious about this year's situation and couldn't help but ask the question. But his voice had barely faded when Baizhou's expression turned colder. The thought of what the other 5 had done filled him with a burning urge to laugh. You're not qualified to act alongside me now. In an instant, Zhang Kun froze on the spot. His face, which had been filled with doubt, now turned into one of intense astonishment. He instinctively wondered if he had misheard. What? What is he saying? To say the other deans aren't qualified? How could someone say something like that? Are you crazy? Zhang Kun naturally had a certain understanding of the strength of the 6 colleges in Nanshan City. Therefore, he knew very well that the strongest among them were the first dean and the second dean, while Baizhou was only the third. Even the strongest dean wouldn't dare say that the other 5 weren't qualified. But now, what's going on here? Mingming's house strength is only barely ranked 3rd, so where does he get the courage and qualifications to say such things? Without saying anything further about the matter, Baizhou simply asked calmly. Brother Zhang, we are here representing the 3rd college of Nanshan City. Do we still need to verify our identities? He knew Lin Bei definitely had something to do, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. Zhang Kun quickly recovered his senses. Although he was still filled with astonishment, he smiled and replied. Of course not. You can proceed directly. After all, Nanshan City is an important partner of our Tianshan City. If Lin Bei came alone, he would definitely need to go through a series of review processes. All sorts of issues will be reviewed. What Tianshan City fears is that some dark organizations might take the opportunity to infiltrate. However, if you come with Baizhou, you won't need any of these. This is also why Lin Bei brought Baizhou along. Since there are ways to save some trouble, why not use them? After giving Zhang Kun a slight nod, Baizhou turned to look at Lin Bei behind him, his expression instantly transforming into one of respect. When interacting with Zhang Kun, who is of similar ability, he can use a more casual attitude and tone. However, when facing Lin Bei, whose strength far surpassed his own and who had become his leader, Bai Zhou dared not show any disrespect. He took a few steps to the side, bowed slightly, and gestured respectfully, saying, "After you." The next moment, Zhang Kun was dumbfounded again. He first stared wide-eyed at Bai Zhou, then a second later looked at Lin Bei. When Zhang Kun looked at Lin Bei, his thoughts came to a standstill. Even his breathing became uncontrollably heavy. Clearly, he was terrified by what was happening right before his eyes. Holy crap! Am I really hearing bad? Why would Bai Zhou show such respect to a child? Bai Zhou. This is Bai Zhou, the dean of the 3rd College of Nanshan City. How could someone possibly show such respect to a child around 20 years old? I haven't heard of any powerful young people coming here recently. Even when facing the younger generation of powerful forces, Bai Zhou, as the dean, doesn't need to be so humble. Zhang Kun wanted to ask something, but he didn't know what to ask. In short, my feelings are very complicated. At the same time, without even a second's hesitation, Lin Bei took a step forward and walked over to Zhang Kun. Throughout the process, he didn't even glance at Zhang Kun. After Lin Bei walked ahead, Bai Zhou slowly raised his head, smiled faintly at Zhang Kun, and then followed closely behind Lin Bei. He looked exactly like a servant. Zhang Kun remained stunned for a long time after witnessing this scene. He had completely lost his former shrewdness and looked like a mentally challenged person. He only returned to normal somewhat after someone urged him on. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Kun exclaimed, "This is insane. This is insane. When the other hospital directors from Nanshan City arrive, we must ask them what happened." Chapter 106. Have the 5 deans gone mad? After passing the check at the entrance, Lin Bei and Bai Zhou began to stroll around Tianshan City. This is when I truly experienced how lively Tianshan City is. Even in this most remote street, all sorts of hawking cries could be heard. Don't miss out. Tianshan City's specialty foods are all available, including braised Tianheng chicken, deep-fried Tianheng chicken, roasted Tianheng chicken, and pan-fried Tianheng chicken. Come and play, sir. Come and play, handsome young man. Come and play, beautiful young lady. We have just received 5 mature, bird-like magical beasts ready to be tamed. Interested customers are welcome to come and take a look. Welcome to Tianshan No. 1 Forging Shop. Our shop specializes in material processing, weapon forging, spirit rune enhancement, and other services. For customers who want to conceal their identity, please feel free to shop here. We sell all kinds of disguises such as masks, face masks, and robes. The large-scale auction held in Tianshan City is an opportunity for many to purchase treasures. Because of this, many businessmen have also set their sights on this period and have announced that they will be open for business all night. There were not only local businessmen from Tianshan City, but also many businessmen from other places. So, in present-day Tianshan City, you can buy many things that are not usually seen. And their businesses are doing quite well. With such a large flow of people, it's impossible for business to be bad. As Lin Bei slowly walked down the street, he took in the scene, his mind racing. He quickly came up with a good idea. Lin Bei. Upon hearing Lin Bei call his name, Bai Zhou immediately responded. Exist. How can I help you? Lin Bei casually pointed to a shop and lowered his voice to ask Bai Zhou. I have some things I want to sell. It should be quite valuable. Do you think it's better to sell directly to those shops, or to set up your own stall and sell them? He's short of money right now. Before the auction officially begins, we must find a way to make some money. Given the current situation, setting up a stall to do business is clearly the best option. Perfect. Lin Bei still has many things he can sell. Items that can be redeemed using points in the system shop and subordinate shop. Items in Huang Bashuan's spatial ring. Items obtained for various reasons previously. All of them can be sold in this city. With such a huge flow of people, as long as the products are excellent, there's no worry about not getting a good price. Almost without any thought, Bai Zhou's voice rang out. I think setting up a stall is better. If sold to a shop, the price will be set within a certain range. If you sell it yourself, the price will be unrestricted and could very well be much higher than that of a shop. In these matters, he had far more experience than Lin Bei. Therefore, Lin Bei listened carefully to Bai Zhou's opinion. Even though they were his subordinates, he wouldn't ignore their useful opinions. You're right. Since that's the case, then let's figure out how to set up a stall. Bai Zhou roughly guessed what Lin Bei was going to do, and felt a little anticipation. Leave this to me. I'll take care of the stall setup. You can go about your business first. If you walk a little further ahead, there is a hotel called Tianshan Lake. I have already booked 2 rooms there. How about we meet there? Lin Bei was very satisfied with Bai Zhou's thoughtful arrangements. He chuckled and nodded, speaking calmly. Good. Well done. Before long, the two went their separate ways. Bai Zhou went to obtain the qualification to set up a stall. This will take quite a while. There are many people, and many want to sell their products. Lin Bei wandered around, looking for something he wanted. The streets are crowded, and in the midst of conversations, a lot of information is inadvertently revealed. After wandering around for about half an hour, Lin Bei heard some interesting news. Come on, let's go take a look ahead. I heard they're transporting a small portion of the auction goods there. What? Really? I have to go check this out. What are you waiting for? You won't see it soon. I hope I get what I want. I heard there's a particularly large item up for auction this time. It looks like a fish scale. As those people walked forward, Lin Bei silently followed behind them. He also wanted to see if there was anything good there. Meanwhile, in Nanshan City, Wang Yuling has already gone to the third academy. But she had only been in the academy for a short while when she saw 5 familiar figures walking towards her. They were none other than the deans of the other 5 academies. They originally planned to leave Nanshan City and go far away, but after receiving news that a powerful figure was on his way, they chose to stay and observe for the time being. A night passed without any danger occurring. The group subconsciously assumed that a powerful figure from elsewhere had resolved the troubles of the mountain and sea organization during the night. That's why Nanshan City is safe and sound. Naturally, the 5 deans chose to stay in Nanshan City and resume their original duties. The reason they came to the third academy was actually because of Wang Yuling. From the perspective of the 5 deans, Bai Zhou's chances of survival were extremely slim, so they tacitly accepted his death. Moreover, they did not see Bai Zhou after arriving at the academy today, which further confirmed their suspicions. Actually, these 5 people's ideas are quite correct. Judging from yesterday's situation, it's really going to be hard to survive, since Bai Zhou is dead. Therefore, a genius like Wang Yuling cannot remain in the third academy. The more geniuses a school has, the stronger it will become. Therefore, they all wanted Wang Yuling to join their academy. Wang Yuling, please choose one of our 5 colleges to join. The third academy is destined to decline. Staying here will only waste your talent. It would be best to join somewhere else. Wang Yuling was completely bewildered and confused. She had no idea what was going on. Why would they suddenly send me to another college? Moreover, this kind of poaching seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Deans, what are you doing? Do it this way. Lin Bei will be unhappy. After witnessing Bai Zhou's respectful attitude towards Lin Bei, Wang Yuling's attitude towards Bai Zhou also changed. Since they are Brother Bei's people, then they are my partners. The next moment, the dean of the first academy then spoke. Wang, you might not know this yet. Actually, Lin Bei sacrificed himself yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come looking for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling's expression turned very strange. You're fucking kidding me. Are you crazy? Chapter 107 The Scales of the Kunping. Wang Yuling's expression was very strange at this moment. She looked at the 5 deans as if they were madmen. However, given their identities as a group of 5, she didn't dare to show it too obviously and quickly maintained a normal demeanor. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? How could Lin Bei be dead? Wang Yuling's intuition told her that something was definitely not normal. That's why she didn't mention that she had seen Bai Zhou this morning, in order to see if she could extract more information. Things unfolded much as Wang Yuling had anticipated. Before she could finish speaking, the first dean's voice rang out. Wang Yuling, I understand your thoughts and know that you can't accept this fact in a short time. But your inability to accept the facts doesn't mean you can deny them. Old Bai. He is definitely dead. There is no chance of survival against such a terrifying monster. Although they did not see Bai Zhou's body or witness his death, they had already accepted the fact in their hearts. After all, everyone has witnessed the power of the hybrid Tao Dai. The enemy can easily devour even an attack. How could Bai Zhou possibly survive? Wang Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly, and a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. She gleaned some information from those few words. Matter. It's truly extraordinary. Call. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yuling composed herself and politely addressed the 5 deans. Thank you for your kind offer, deans. But I think it's better for me to stay in the third academy. If you have nothing else to say, then I'll take my leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to go to the classroom. As she slowly walked forward, Wang Yuling continued to ponder. After thinking it over and over, she still couldn't figure out what had happened and could only sigh. What? How many secrets does Brother Bei hold? Seeing this, the 5 deans could only shake their heads helplessly. Although their goal had not been achieved, they had no choice but to accept it. That's enough. That's enough. We can't push them too hard. Let's go to Tianshan City first. The auction there is about to start, and there should be a lot of important people attending today. Yes, let's put Wang Yuling aside for now. Attending the auction is more important. Let's go. The next moment, they turned and left the third academy. Anyway, Wang Yuling has been in the third academy, so there's no rush for her to come and recruit students later. But the auction only happens once, and if you miss it, you'll have to wait a long time. The 5 deans can clearly distinguish which is more important and which is less important. Because they didn't try to suppress their voices, Wang Yuling, who hadn't gone far, heard what they said. Then she thought of what had happened that morning. Wang Yuling immediately understood. It seems that Lin Bei and Brother Bei have most likely gone to attend the auction. I really want to go see it too. With that in mind, she made up her mind. They also planned to attend an auction in Tianshan City. Meanwhile, in Tianshan City, Lin Bei had already followed the group to a more lively place. The moment he arrived at this place, he saw many people standing still. All of them were staring intently at what was directly in front of them, their eyes filled with nothing but curiosity. Further ahead on the street, a line of transport vehicles were driving along. The goods, which were about to be auctioned, were stored on the transport vehicle. The goods were not specially packaged, and people could see what they looked like. The staff in charge of the auction were moving the goods in an orderly manner, without bothering to drive away the onlookers, as if they were used to it all. Looking at the numerous treasures displayed before their eyes, people couldn't help but exclaim in awe. That's a young burning moon warbull. Legend has it that it has a very bad temper and is extremely powerful in battle. My god, they even have soul fusion elixir. Young giant ape with steel bones. Equipment personally crafted by renowned masters. There's even a beast taming guide written by a master himself. I can't believe there are so many valuable things here. Even if it costs me a lot, I will definitely get what I want. We made the right choice. We really made the right choice this time. The auction staff observed everyone's behavior. In response, they were very satisfied. The reason people can see the items being auctioned is entirely due to the auction house's deliberate arrangement. It was intentional to expose some of the auction items to passersby, because doing so will have a very good effect. As long as people know that there are good items at this auction, this will attract more people to participate in the auction, and naturally, you can get greater profits. For these various complex reasons, Lin Bei easily spotted the goods. He immediately used the power of the Eye of Origin. Eye of Origin. It can see through all materials related to Warcraft, easily analyze the source of the materials, and identify their characteristics. The next moment, information about several magical beast materials suddenly appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. Material type, fur. Source of material, three-tailed lion king. Material characteristics, strong defense and excellent drought resistance. Material type, claw. Source of materials, hellhound. Material characteristics, possesses extremely high attack power, with a certain chance of inflicting a curse. Material type, skeleton. Material source, dead skeleton soldiers. Material characteristics, it is an ominous object. Carrying it for a long time will allow evil spirits to invade it. Any object that is related to a magical beast and is seen by the Eye of Origin will automatically display its information. Based on this information, this allows us to analyze whether these objects are good or bad. Lin Bei was very satisfied with this. This feature is great. It can save a lot of trouble. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to an extremely large item up for auction. Originally, a single vehicle could hold many auction items. But this auction item, a large truck, couldn't fit inside. At least half of it was hanging outside. From its appearance alone, it is just a hard fish scale. Lin Bei subconsciously looked at the fish scales, and information related to them automatically surfaced. Material type, scales. Source of materials, Kuanping. Material description, the scales that Kuanping shed when it transforms into Kuan form are very large and indestructible. Chapter 108, another series of missions. Upon seeing the information related to this scale, Lin Bei froze on the spot. He never expected this. These scales, which are larger than a house, are actually the scales of the legendary Kuanping. When Lin Bei first saw these scales, he simply assumed they were the scales of some kind of giant fish, and didn't even consider the possibility of them being related to the Kuanping. After all, it's a Kuanping, a being even rarer and more mysterious than a dragon. So it's perfectly normal that he didn't think in that direction. It's actually Kuanping. Since that's the case, then we must get our hands on this scale. In an instant, Lin Bei made this decision. Kunpeng scales. We absolutely cannot let it slip away. At this moment, many people's attention was drawn to the enormous fish scales. The fish scale on the Kunpeng's body strongly impacted the eyes of everyone present. They had never seen such huge fish scales before. It's just a small patch, but it's bigger than a house. How can these fish scales be so big? My God, my house isn't even as big as this fish scale. Just how big of a fish would it have to be to have such large scales? I can't even imagine. Yes, I can't even imagine it. Even the largest known bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus shark wouldn't have scales this big. Everyone was shocked by this. But after the initial shock subsided, a fervor gradually welled up within them. Many people want to get their hands on these giant fish scales. Although they didn't know what the fish scales were or what their purpose was, it didn't stop them from wanting to get them. What if these fish scales are some kind of rare and exotic object? As long as the price is within your budget, you can definitely buy it and give it a try. If it's useful, it's a huge profit. If it's useless, consider it a lesson learned. However, not everyone wants to buy it, and some people don't want to take that risk. A dozen seconds later, another murmur arose. This fish scale looks good. I happen to have 50 million in spare cash. Let's see if I can acquire it. 50 million just to buy a single fish scale? Save it, bro. What if it's completely useless? Wouldn't it be a waste of money to buy it? How do you know it's useless? Such a strange thing. It wouldn't be a loss to buy it and study it. As these arguments arose, Lin Bei's gaze remained fixed on the Kunpeng scales. Of all the people present, only he knew what it was. So, Lin Bei's thoughts at this moment were different from others. While others were considering whether or not to buy the unknown scales, he was considering something else entirely. Why are Kunpeng scales here? Fish don't change their scales. Scales only fall off due to injury or disease. Even the Kunpeng is no exception. But now, the scales of the Kunpeng have appeared in Tianshan City. Tianshan City is quite a distance from the sea. No matter how I think about it, something just doesn't feel right. Just then, the system notification sounded. Bite. A new chain of quests has been successfully triggered. Please obtain this scale from the Kunpeng. You will receive corresponding rewards when you complete a certain stage of the chain of quests. After silently accepting the task, Lin Bei understood perfectly. He probably realized something. Each series of tasks issued by the system should be connected to some mysterious entity. For example, the first series of quests released had a certain connection with the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. And this second series of missions. This means they are connected to Kunpeng. Lin Bei currently only has some guesses about this, whether it's actually true or not. We still need to wait for the release of the third series of tasks. It seems. We must get our hands on this scale from the Kunpeng. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei turned his gaze away from the Kunpeng scales. He no longer had any interest in looking at other auction items. He was only thinking about how to get his hands on the Kunpeng scales. Given the current situation, many people will become competitors. But most people are just doing it for fun and don't necessarily want to get the Kunpeng's fish scales. What if someone were to risk everything to obtain the Kunpeng's fish scales? There's definitely something wrong with that. After leaving the crowd, Lin Bei started walking on the street again. At this moment, he was no longer wandering aimlessly, but was constantly observing the situation on the street. Before we knew it, it was noon. Lin Bei had a basic understanding of the situation on the street. He randomly found a place to eat, continuing to observe his surroundings while muttering to himself. Although there are many people doing business on the street, the largest number are vendors selling food and drinks. The second largest group consists of merchants who sell materials and equipment, and the third largest group consists of merchants who sell monsters. The number of merchants selling pills is neither too many nor too few, but the quality of the pills is rather poor. So this is my best option at the moment. It's about selling pills. Having thought of this, Lin Bei began to ponder it deeply. At the same time, the Holy Seed Spirit Immortal of the Altar of Light also arrived in Tianshan City. Originally, she planned to go directly to Nanshan City to find the guy who was impersonating her. However, on the way, they received orders from the organization that there were people from the Shanghai organization who had infiltrated Tianshan City and were plotting some kind of conspiracy. In order to stop the Mountain and Sea organization, Si Lingxian has no choice but to come to Tianshan City first. As for going to Nanshan City, we can only postpone it for a while. She knows what's more important. Dressed in white, Si Lingxian walked down the streets of Tianshan City, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. After all, her looks are exceptionally outstanding. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, like those of a person in a painting. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as milk. and her figure was flawless. Moreover, Si Lingxian exudes a holy aura. She ensured that no one who looked at her could harbor the slightest evil thought. Some people with weaker immune systems even wanted to kneel down and worship. Only when Si Lingxian left a certain area did the people in that area dare to speak up. A saintess. This is definitely a saintess from somewhere. When I looked at her, I actually felt a little like I wanted to submit. What a terrifying woman. Having just made his plans, Lin Bei once again walked on the bustling street. He is now preparing to go to Baizhou and plans to start the project as soon as possible. And a few minutes later, Si Lingxian appeared directly in front of Lin Bei. Chapter 109 The Light Dragon's Desire. Si Lingxian, walking quietly down the street, still easily attracted the attention of everyone around her. These people no longer paid attention to the goods in front of them. They all stared at Si Lingxian with different expressions. There's no way around it. People with outstanding looks and charisma will automatically become the center of attention wherever they go. However, Si Lingxian ignored the others and simply looked around at the merchandise on display. The infiltrators of the Mountain and Sea organization have not yet surfaced, making it very difficult to identify them. Not only do we need to identify individual targets, but we also need to investigate their identities. So she wasn't in a hurry to do it. In any case, the Shanghai organization must have its own conspiracy to come here, and it will eventually reveal its true colors as time goes by. It seems like many years have passed since I last participated in an auction in Tianshan City. I'll go see if they have anything I need for my breakthrough. I've been stuck at this level for a while now. Despite living far from Tianshan City, Si Lingxian has participated in auctions in Tianshan City. It is no exaggeration to say. Every auction held in Tianshan City is excellent. The auction was exceptionally large, with countless items up for auction and an astonishing number of participants. It's perfectly normal to attract powerful organizations. Throughout the entire street, only Lin Bei's attention was not drawn to Si Lingxian. At this moment, all his energy was focused on thinking about how to make money, and he didn't even see Si Lingxian in front of him. Similarly, Si Lingxian didn't pay any attention to Lin Bei. Judging solely from his appearance, Lin Bei looks like a student around 20 years old. He's just a student. There's really nothing noteworthy about him. As time passed second by second, two people who didn't even notice each other were now less than 2 meters apart. But at that moment, the holy white dragon of light, who was staying in his private space, suddenly raised his head and let out a long cry. Buzz! The dragon's roar resounded, as if the sky had exploded. It contains a wealth of excitement. Fortunately, there was a private space, so the dragon's roar only echoed inside and did not reach the outside world. Otherwise it would have definitely caused a lot of trouble. Private space. It is a completely independent space, and the sounds and noises that occur within it will not affect the outside world. However, the moment the holy white dragon of light appeared abnormal, Lin Bei abruptly stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with doubt. Why would the perfectly normal Guangtian Xingbelong do this? The dragons in the private space used to roar, but they never made such a huge noise. Without even a second's hesitation, he directly asked the holy white dragon of light in his mind. "Nu, what happened?" "Buzz, buzz." In response to Lin Bei, there were a series of dragon roars. Others might not understand, but he can. "What? You're saying there are people like you around you? So you wanted to come out and take a look?" Lin Bei was quite surprised by this. There were actually other beings like the holy white dragon of the light heaven around him? Doesn't that mean? Is there a light dragon nearby? Things took a turn for the better than he expected. However, Lin Bei was no idiot, and naturally he would not allow the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm to appear in public. Call. After taking a deep breath, he thought of a method and immediately said to the void reincarnation dragon, "Q, take Xiaobai into the surrounding void and see what's going on. They can come out, but they can only appear in the void." Erlong had no intention of disobeying the orders he had given. The void reincarnation dragon immediately activated its power, taking the radiant white dragon with it away from their respective private spaces and directly disappearing into the void outside. The whole process was very quiet, and no one paid any attention. At the same time, Lin Bei started walking forward again, as if nothing had happened. He didn't need to stay and observe. Leaving things to the two dragons was enough. The moment he entered the void, the holy white dragon of light began to carefully examine the outside world. In addition, an aura of utmost holiness emanated from it, rapidly spreading to the surroundings. Compared to the slow and gradual search method, Guangtian Xingbelong prefers this direct approach. It only took a few seconds. The aura emanating from the body of the holy white dragon of light already covered an area of 50 meters in radius. People within this area also had different feelings. Some people's bodies became warm, and their hidden ailments were rapidly dissipating. Some people's muddled thinking becomes clear, and all their fatigue disappears in an instant. Some people. Anyone who felt this warm power instinctively stopped paying attention to see Lingxian and instead looked down at their own bodies. What's going on? My wound has healed on its own. Holy crap, that's amazing. I was stabbed yesterday, and the wound doesn't hurt at all. All the discomfort I felt in my body has now disappeared. Could it be that this is caused by the invisible power emanating from one of the most precious treasures in this auction? That must be it. Otherwise there's no way to explain it. Only the most wondrous treasures could possess such miraculous abilities. What people can think of. There is only one possibility. Si Lingxian naturally also sensed this magical power. Immediately afterwards, she stopped walking. Even the gaze that had been surveying the surroundings was withdrawn, and the eyes were fixed straight ahead. Others may not know what kind of power this is, but Si Lingxian, as a holy seed of the altar of light, is very familiar with this power. It can even be said, she grew up with this kind of power by her side. This is the power of holiness. And it is an extremely pure and holy power. How so? Why did this holy power suddenly appear on this street? I didn't sense any holy power when I arrived here just now. Feeling this pure and holy power, Si Lingxian had an urge to close her eyes and truly experience it. She had never felt this way when facing the Holy Lord of the Light altar's pet. You should know. The Holy Lord of the Altar of Light's pet is a six-winged angel representing absolute light. It's impossible. It's not possible. Si Lingxian instinctively wanted to say something, but before she could speak, the light dragon residing within her talent conveyed a strong desire. It wants to come out and absorb this power. Chapter 1:10 The Conspiracy of the Holy White Dragon. Call. Unbeknownst to her, Si Lingxian's breathing quickened, and a look of astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. Having spent so much time with the light dragon, this was the first time she had ever seen him like this. Are you serious? You actually want to absorb this power? The next moment, the radiant dragon gave a clear and affirmative response. They definitely want to absorb this power. And I really want to. The moment she confirmed it, Si Lingxian's expression became even more astonished, clearly finding it hard to believe. Just how powerful and wondrous is this sacred power? That's why my light dragon reacted this way. Light dragon. This is the legendary light dragon. A powerful being that represents light and holiness. The reason she was able to become a holy seed of this year's altar of light is 90% because she tamed this light dragon. And, moreover, even when faced with the power fluctuations emanating from the six-winged angels in the past, the light dragon showed no intention of absorbing them. But it was as greedy as a hungry wolf, wanting to devour that power at all costs. Despite being filled with shock, Si Lingxian quickly regained her composure and made a decisive decision. Good. Come out. Only by trying things can you know whether they are good or bad. The next moment, without hesitation, she activated her talent and summoned the light dragon residing within it. Call. With a flapping sound of wings, Si Lingxian's radiant dragon appeared in the sky. This luminous dragon is huge. It's a whole size bigger than the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. Obviously, this is definitely a light dragon that is at least at the mature stage. After all, the basic size of the holy white dragon of light was much larger than that of the light dragon of the same period. The moment the radiant dragon appeared, everyone around instinctively looked up at the sky, and gasps of shock rang out. Holy crap, a dragon! So dragons really do exist in the world. I never expected to be so lucky as to see a dragon with my own eyes. Incredible! That woman's pet is actually a dragon. Luckily I didn't try to chat her up, or I wouldn't even know how I died. We can't afford to offend them. We really can't afford to offend them. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Most people felt an instinctive sense of awe and were eager to stay away from Si Lingxian, fearing they might attract unnecessary trouble. Another small group of people were carefully examining Si Lingxian, quickly analyzing her identity. These are all quite knowledgeable people. They may come from powerful families, have rich experiences, or have various secrets. In it, there are also members of the Mountain and Sea Organization. Several members of the Mountain and Sea Organization sat at a table, their serious gazes secretly scrutinizing Si Lingxian. If the intelligence is correct, This woman is the holy seed of the light altar this year. Is this guy crazy? He actually summoned the light dragon out of nowhere? What's going on? Don't worry about the holy seed of the altar of light for now. Just focus on completing the mission. We must get our hands on the Kunping scales. Otherwise, venerable great fish would definitely kill us. At the same time, Lin Bei also saw the radiant dragon and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, saying, "Oh, it really is a light dragon. It seems this woman is no ordinary person." However, he was just saying it casually and didn't take it too seriously. As long as the other party doesn't provoke Lin Bei won't provoke them either. It's just a light dragon, not worth making him do anything on his own initiative. Anyway, we don't need any more light dragons. Then, Lin Bei continued walking forward. He planned to find Bai Zhou first, and then begin his plan. Meanwhile, the holy white dragon of light, hidden in the void, was looking up at the light dragon in the sky. A hint of excitement appeared in those enormous dragon eyes. Furthermore, it extended its dragon tongue and gently licked the dragon's mouth. The gas exhaled from the dragon's nostrils was also hotter than before. It's obvious that they want to do something instinctively. After all, that's just how dragons are. The radiant dragon, released by Si Lingxian, paid no attention to the reactions of others. Call. It was just flapping its wings to keep itself floating in the air. Unlike humans, the light dragon can clearly see the holy power that exists below. Although the area is not large, it is extremely dense, far exceeding its power. Unable to contain its excitement, the radiant dragon opened its mouth to its widest extent and frantically devoured the power below with all its might. Soon, that power was drawn in and quickly converged towards the sky. Seeing this, the holy white dragon of light made no attempt to stop it, allowing his power to be absorbed. Far from being dissatisfied, it looked at the radiant dragon in the sky with a satisfied gaze. Glug! Glug! A large amount of holy power quickly surged into the light dragon's body, and it couldn't help but slowly close its eyes. Although Si Lingxian could not see those holy powers, she could sense their fluctuations. Naturally, she then knew what her dragon was doing. Real. It is truly absorbing this sacred power. Unconsciously, a strong sense of anticipation arose in Si Lingxian's heart. She couldn't wait to know if her light dragon would grow even a little bit after absorbing this power. However, Si Lingxian didn't have high hopes, because she was well aware that her light dragon was in a bottleneck that was difficult to overcome. Once you overcome it, your strength will increase exponentially, making it extremely difficult. Thinking you can overcome this by absorbing some power? That's practically a pipe dream. Soon, a minute had passed. The sacred power that originally existed around us has now become extremely thin. Si Lingxian's radiant dragon absorbed a full 99% of the holy power. At this moment, it was in a special state, its whole body radiating a dazzling white light, and its aura had become somewhat strange. Seeing this scene, Si Lingxian's breathing became uncontrollably rapid. She was very familiar with this scene. It's about to evolve? This scene always occurs every time the light dragon evolves. A second later, the remaining holy power was completely absorbed, and the light on the light dragon became even more dazzling. We're just one step away from evolution. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the holy white dragon of light let out an excited roar in the void. It absorbed my holy power? That's my dragon. That's what it's trying to express. Immediately afterwards, the holy white dragon of light once again released some holy power. Chapter 111 Everything is under control. In an instant, another large amount of supremely holy power seeped out from the invisible void rift, quickly filling the surrounding space once again. Those whose physical condition had just returned to normal, who looked somewhat disappointed and clearly still wanted more, were once again enveloped by this power. Immediately, someone whispered, "Quick, absorb this power. This power will be of great benefit to us. We can't let that dragon absorb all the power. This is an opportunity for all of us." Upon witnessing the changes occurring on the light dragon, they realized the effect of this holy power. If even a dragon can undergo such a significant change after absorbing it, how could a human not experience any changes after absorbing it? The fact that the wound healed before has already proven that this power is effective. Indeed, this is true. Although absorbing the power of the holy white dragon of light does not make people stronger or evolve their abilities, it does make their vitality extremely vigorous. The actual effect is no worse than that after being absorbed by the light dragon. The next moment, the people nearby closed their eyes and frantically circulated their own power, absorbing the holy power emanating from the holy white dragon. Even Si Lingxian is the same. No one wants to miss the opportunity to improve their strength or vitality. Fortunately, the area affected by this force was relatively small. Otherwise, even more people would have started absorbing it. Seeing that everyone was absorbing his power, the holy white dragon of light was somewhat displeased. It's not some benevolent dragon. The reason for releasing power to the light dragon was also because of my own little purpose. It's not for these strangers to absorb. With this in mind, the holy white dragon of light prepared to withdraw these powers. But before it could do anything, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon it, and at the same time, his voice rang out. Little white, let them absorb it. Although the holy white dragon of light did not quite understand his master's actions, he still followed the order without any objection. At this moment, Lin Bei stopped and turned around, looking at each person with a slightly amused expression. You like Xiaobai's power? It seems. I can make a fuss about this. What he needs most right now is money. Lin Bei made Guangtian Xingbeilong do this precisely so that he could earn enough money to live on. As long as these people can gain enough benefits from the power of the holy white dragon of light, they will definitely want to obtain this power again. Moreover, judging from the current situation, this matter will inevitably spread. Even if it cannot reach the entire city, it can reach a large majority of the population. That will be a business opportunity. Since some people can make money selling air, then he could also make money by selling the holy power of the heavenly saint white dragon. The holy power of the holy white dragon of light has the potential to become a blockbuster product. After all, its amazing effects are undeniable. I made the right choice. Noob. It is the dragon that possesses the most sacred power. If it were just an ordinary light dragon, it would be absolutely impossible for it to possess such powerful holy energy. Only the holy white dragon of light. Only this new dragon race, which combines the power of the light dragon, the power of the angel, and the power of the Baizhe, is qualified to possess this miraculous power. Lin Bei was very satisfied with this. If conditions permit in the future, we can try to get a few more of these dragons. To take a certain power to its extreme. It smells so good. Having made this decision in his heart, he did not stay there any longer and continued on his way to his destination. As for the holy white dragon of light and the void reincarnation dragon, Lin Bei didn't bother with them. Anyway, Erlong has matured and can find his way home on his own. Call. Seeing the holy power below become more concentrated again, Si Lingxian's radiant dragon did not hesitate for even a second and immediately began to absorb it. Moreover, it is absorbing everything with all its might and without regard for anything else. Bright Dragon is very clear. There are too many competitors now, so we absolutely cannot afford to be complacent. For it, this sacred power is like some kind of precious food with extremely high nutritional value. As the light dragon continued to absorb power into its body, the light emanating from its body became even more dazzling. The bustling streets below were illuminated as if thousands of incandescent bulbs had been lit up at once. Because so many members were absorbing power this time, the holy power that existed here did not last long. With no holy power left to absorb, the people on the street who had been keeping their eyes closed had no choice but to open them. What exists in everyone's eyes is only a deep regret that is easily seen, including that of the holy seed spirit immortal of the altar of light. Immediately afterwards, a series of sighs rang out. Sigh, how come this power was completely absorbed after only absorbing such a small amount? What a pity, their physique has only just doubled. I really want to continue absorbing this power, so that the extreme cold poison that has been in my body for more than 20 years can be completely eradicated. How exactly can I continue to absorb this power? Does anyone know how? I'm willing to pay 10 million to buy it. Lin Bei walked calmly forward, quite satisfied with what had happened behind him. Everything is going according to plan. Although Si Lingxian had the same thought, she didn't have time to say anything, because the situation simply doesn't allow it. Buzz. The radiant dragon in the sky kept raising its head and roaring, its powerful energy spreading outwards from its center. Almost immediately, Si Lingxian found out what had happened. Unexpectedly. Time to advance. Her tone was complex, containing only a hint of joy, but mostly shock. I've been stuck on this hurdle for so long, and I've tried so many ways to get over it, but I've actually gotten over it today. What I did? It simply absorbed some power that appeared from who knows where. What exactly is this power? Why does it possess such terrifying power? In fact, Si Lingxian's mind was somewhat fuzzy, as if it were lacking oxygen and unable to function. But she was still confused. I can still tell what to do first. The thing we should do now is to help the light dragon advance. Having thought of this, Lingxian looked up at the sky again, preparing to first recall the light dragon and then take it to a safe place for advancement. At that time, the holy white dragon of the bright heaven has moved. Chapter 112. It went on a date. Click, click, click. The space next to the radiant dragon was perfectly intact, without the slightest abnormality. But at this time, suddenly, a huge crack appeared. Both Lingxian and the radiant dragon she had tamed were stunned when they saw the crack appear. It's not just this one person and one dragon. Others who witnessed this scene also stood there in astonishment. They never expected that a void rift would appear here. No one knows why the crack appeared, nor what's inside it. What the heck? What happened? How did a void rift suddenly appear? Is this the legendary void rift? I've lived all these years and never seen one before. It looks terrifying. Lingxian looked up at the sky, momentarily forgetting what she was supposed to be doing. At that very moment, several members of the bright altar responsible for protecting her rushed over and said in an anxious tone, "Holy Seed, now is not the time to stand idly by. You must quickly recall the light dragon. If it gets swallowed by the void rift, things will become extremely troublesome. Without the saints and the Holy Lord present, we have no way to enter the void." Upon hearing this, Lingxian instantly returned to normal and immediately activated her talent, preparing to retrieve the light dragon. Buzz. Before she could activate her talent, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the void. The dragon's roar. It was the roar of the holy white dragon of the bright heaven. At this moment, Lingxian froze on the spot again. Others might not know what the sound was, but she knew it perfectly well. The sound of dragons roaring. No way. Lingxian's voice was very soft, and only the few people around her could hear it. Hiss. Immediately, everyone gasped and widened their eyes. Hidden in the void. It was a dragon? What the hell? Two whole dragons. They were all extremely surprised by this. Compared to Lingxian, who could only discern the sound, the bright dragon in the sky could understand the meaning of its roar. It responded a second later. Buzz. The roar of this luminous dragon was equally loud, but it sounded somewhat weak. Soon, another dragon's roar echoed in the void. Buzz. After. The holy white dragon and the radiant dragon kept exchanging words back and forth. Buzz. 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 Those who were nearby became the audience. Their expressions were very strange, as if they had witnessed something impossible. My goodness, they've actually started communicating? Their voices sound like, could it be that the one in the void is also a dragon? No way. I can barely accept a dragon appearing in reality, but what's with a dragon appearing in the void? Exactly. Exactly. Two dragons appearing at once? That's impossible. But given the current situation, there's only one possibility. That's absolutely outrageous. Clearly, these people are questioning the meaning of life. The dragon's roar lasted for quite a while before it gradually subsided. At this time, the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm, which belonged to Lingxian, had a hint of red appearing on its originally pure white face. Lingxian, who had been watching the bright dragon, noticed this immediately. Kindness. What's going on? Is the radiant dragon blushing? She couldn't understand. What exactly did the two dragons say to cause this situation? A dragon blushing? 3 seconds after the dragon's roar ceased, the radiant dragon looked down at Lingxian, its two enormous dragon eyes completely filled with joy. Buzz. Then, it gently opened its mouth, and a gentle dragon roar resounded. As the dragon's roar subsided, the radiant dragon looked at its master with longing, clearly pleading for something. Lingxian remained silent. He remained silent. After a full minute of silence, she finally couldn't help but raise one hand and rub her throbbing head vigorously. Go, go. A dragon cannot stay at home. Hi. The moment she finished speaking, Lingxian instinctively shook her head and sighed. Seeing this, the radiant dragon quickly flapped its wings and plunged into the void rift in front of it. As it entered the void rift, the enormous void rift vanished instantly. Until this time, the people standing on the street finally came to their senses. Although they had come to their senses, their reactions were still somewhat off. That's perfectly normal. After all, the matter is indeed somewhat unbelievable. People. They even forgot to discuss it. The members of the bright altar responsible for protecting Lingxian all turned their gazes to her at this moment, asking anxiously. The holy seed, how could you let it in? That's the void. This is terrible. The organization finally managed to obtain this radiant dragon, but now, what exactly did the light dragon say to you just now? And why did it enter the void rift? They are all trusted by the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light, and their loyalty to the Altar of Light is beyond doubt. Having understood this, Lingxian had no intention of hiding anything from them. The radiant dragon just told me that it will be spending the night outside tonight. One is to break through the current level. Secondly, because there's a particularly handsome light dragon inside the void rift. That's why it blushed. When the members of the bright altar heard these words, they were all dumbfounded. So, this light dragon under the holy seed went on a date with another light dragon? Depend on. What's going on? 10 minutes later, Lin Bei arrived at the Tianshan Lake Hotel. Bai Zhou, who had split up earlier, was already waiting in the hall. Upon seeing Lin Bei appear, he strode towards Lin Bei with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei knew what had happened. Clearly, Bai Zhou's mission was accomplished. At the same time, the Void Reincarnation Dragon arrived at the Tianshan Guest Hotel. Buzz! Buzz! Along with it came a slightly aggrieved cry. Instantly, Lin Bei's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This newbie is really something. After Kion summoned the dragon, he actually sent Kion back? He needs to be taught a lesson. Chapter 113, A Restless Night. Trial of Pills. The return of the Void Reincarnation Dragon was just a minor incident for Lin Bei. Although he said he wanted to teach Guangtian Xingbeilong a lesson, he didn't actually have that intention. After all, a dragon is also a living being, and it has its own life. Lin Bei didn't want his dragon to become a tool dragon that only knew how to obey orders. Before long, the Void Reincarnation Dragon finished telling its master its bitterness in the void, and then obediently returned to its exclusive space. In the instant it returned, the Flaming Rock Armor Dragon, the Six-Winged Wind and Thunder Dragon, and the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon couldn't help but inquire about the situation of the holy white dragon of light. Meanwhile, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, who was quite dissatisfied, began to embellish his story. For a moment, only the roar of dragons echoed in each of the private spaces. Buzz! 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 Even dragons have a gossipy heart. Naturally, Lin Bei, as their master, could also hear the dragon's conversation. He just smiled helplessly at this behavior. Without stopping the dragon's actions, Lin Bei slowly looked at Bai Zhou, who had walked up to him. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhou immediately spoke up. Sir, the matter has been settled. I successfully applied for the qualification to set up a stall, and the location is also good, not far from this hotel. He dared not delay in any way. Moreover, when Bai Zhou spoke, he lowered his head slightly, and his tone was full of respect. Having served as dean for many years, he clearly knows what he can and cannot do. Lin Bei remained quite calm about this. I didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of what Bai Zhou said. He had no intention of changing Bai Zhou's mind. Since they have already chosen to become my subordinates, making the necessary changes is a must. Well done. The initial preparations are all complete. Now we just need to wait a short while before we can begin the next phase of the plan. However, before starting the follow-up plan, Lin Bei still had some things to do. System, open the subordinate shop. That's right. What he needed to do was test the effects of the 2 pills in the subordinate shop. At the same time, Lingxian stood there, bewildered and speechless. She, who originally had a clear goal in mind, is now somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Even his own pet dragon ran off with other dragons, so what can he do? Seeing this, the other members of the Bright Altar subconsciously exchanged glances. Soon, they understood what to do through eye contact. Call. Zhao Liqui, the senior member of the Bright Altar who was leading the group, first took a deep breath, and then whispered to Lingxian. Lord of the Holy Seed, you should rest today. I have already booked rooms at the Tianshan Lake Hotel, which is not far away. Everyone can go there to rest. As for what to do next, let's wait until your dragon returns. Zhao Liqui and others are also feeling very troubled by the current situation. What's going on? Hello? Everything was fine until suddenly a void rift appeared. If it were just a void rift, that would be one thing, but the Holy Seed's light dragon was actually kidnapped by one of the dragons inside? Hello? I'm so upset. Even a fangirl shouldn't be fangirling at a time like this. Upon hearing this, Lingxian, who was unsure of what to do next, nodded gently in agreement. In fact, she also believed that this was the best option at present. Taking rash action without the dragon would be an extremely irrational thing to do. After all, not only does the Bright Altar want to destroy the Mountain and Sea Organization, but the Mountain and Sea Organization also wants to destroy the Bright Altar. If Si Lingxian is now being targeted by the Mountain and Sea Organization, the situation will definitely become very bad. So, the best option is to lay low for now and wait until the light dragon returns. Good. That's the only way. The moment the words left their mouths, the group strode toward the Tianshan guest hotel. As they left, the members of the Mountain and Sea Organization who had been standing not far away stared intently at the group. In everyone's eyes, there was an undisguised murderous intent. Clearly, they all wanted to kill the holy seed of the altar of light. Killing the holy seed of the altar of light would deal a huge blow to the altar of light. After watching Si Lingxian and the others walk 100 meters, the member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, codenamed Sea Monster, finally spoke and asked, "Everyone, what are your thoughts? This is a great opportunity." His voice had barely faded when the voices of the others rang out. "I think we should seize this opportunity. The next time such an opportunity comes, it may be a long time coming. Although we don't know when that radiant dragon will return, judging from the state of those people at the radiant altar, it won't be back at least today. If we're going to take action, we have to do it tonight." The sea monster listened to the crowd's discussion while constantly pondering the situation. Just as Si Lingxian and the others were about to leave his sight, he finally came to a conclusion. Strike at midnight. The objective is to kill the holy seed of the altar of light. Kill her as quickly as possible. If this drags on too long, it could very well attract the guards of Tianshan City. The next moment, the group nodded emphatically, taking the sea monster's words to heart. Subsequently, a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, codenamed Haiying, secretly followed Si Lingxian and her group in order to track their movements. The people of the Bright Altar were unaware of what was happening behind them, but they were already mentally prepared. Tonight, it's bound to be a restless night. At this moment, Lin Bei had already opened the subordinate shop and exchanged one of each of the 2 types of pills that were available there. Bite. Redeem successful. Already sent and placed in system space. As soon as the system notification sounded, he opened the system space and took out the 2 kinds of pills. Both types of pills are only the size of glass beads. One is black, and the other is white. Without even a second's hesitation, Lin Bei handed the 2 pills to Bai Zhou. The black one is the marrow cleansing elixir, and the white one is the beast spirit elixir. Remember to take these 2 pills when you get back, and then tell me how effective they are. He was still unsure of the effects of the 2 pills. Taking it in a place with so many people is definitely not a suitable choice. Looking at the pill in his hand, Bai Zhou paused for a couple of seconds. Then, as if he had figured something out, he nodded solemnly to Lin Bei and said, "Clear." After, the 2 did not stay in the hotel lobby, but returned to their respective rooms first. Chapter 114, The News is Brewing. The Tianshan Lake Hotel is very large. It ranks among the top 5 hotels in the entire Tianshan City. It has 50 floors. Each floor has a total of 100 rooms, which can accommodate many travelers. But today, this hotel, which has a huge capacity, is almost fully booked. This shows just how many people came to Tianshan City. Lin Bei's room is 2702, and Bai Zhou's room number is 2701. They are 2 pretty good rooms, and they can look out for each other. Standing at the door of room 2702, Lin Bei calmly said to Bai Zhou, "When does the auction start?" Although he had come to Tianshan City, he knew nothing about the auction. The next moment, Bai Zhou revealed what he knew. It should officially begin the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow are the preparation time for the auction. They not only need to appraise all the auction items, but also need to receive a lot of goods that are intended to be auctioned, which takes a certain amount of time. People arrive in Tianshan City early for 2 reasons. First, to secure a place to stay, and second, to see if they can find anything else. After all, the auction will boost the city's economy, and many people will be eyeing this opportunity. After Bai Zhou's explanation, Lin Bei finally understood the situation. After returning to their respective rooms, Bai Zhou turned his gaze to the pills in his hand. Although he didn't know what the effects of the pills in his hands were, his intuition told him that these 2 were not ordinary pills. Call. After taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou activated his talent and casually summoned a pet. This is a shadow eagle, about the size of a lion. The shadow eagle is an extremely fast eagle-like magical beast. Both its flight speed and attack speed are among the highest of all eagle species. It's just a pity. The shadow eagle's only advantage is its speed. Its talons are not very sharp or powerful. Their overall strength is not strong. Now, Bai Zhou doesn't own many pets, and their strength is somewhat lacking. No way. His most powerful purple feather cloud-splitting eagle has become food for the hybrid gluttonous beast. When the shadow eagle first appeared, it seemed normal, but when it saw the pill in Bai Zhou's hand, the eagle suddenly went berserk and rushed towards Bai Zhou. Call. With a flap of its wings, the shadow eagle had already arrived in front of Bai Zhou, its cold, sharp eyes filled with fanaticism as it stared intently at the beast spirit pill. Bai Zhou was stunned when he saw this. How so? It's completely different from before. Having tamed the shadow hawk for so many years, he had never seen it in this state. Immediately afterwards, Bai Zhou looked at the pill in his hand again and instantly understood something. It seems it's all because of this pill. What exactly is this elixir? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he threw the pill at the shadow eagle. Glug! The shadow eagle immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the pill in one gulp. The next moment, the shadow eagle yawned and immediately fell into a deep sleep. At first, nothing changed about it, and Bai Zhou just watched silently. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. Only then did the sound and shadow eagle change. Its body, which was originally only the size of a lion, grew to a whole size in less than a second and looked much stronger. Even the color of its feathers has become darker. The aura emanating from the eagle was also significantly stronger than before. Growth that is visible to the naked eye. Bai Zhou, whose mind was constantly on edge, naturally witnessed this scene. Hiss! He immediately gasped, instantly realizing what was happening. Wow! I only ate one pill, but such a big change has occurred. That's incredible. Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy, used to feed his pets plenty of beast spirit pills. However, those beast spirit pills were very ineffective, let alone making the body a size bigger. Even if it can make the feathers on your body coarser, it can still be considered a high-quality beast spirit pill. It's not that it's completely useless, but rather that its usefulness is barely noticeable. It's normal. After all, Nanshan City is just a small city, so it's normal that it doesn't have any pills with strong effects. Even if Bai Zhou were slow to react, he would know that this pill was unusual. The efficacy of this medicine. That's absolutely terrifying. One pill is equivalent to 10,000 other pills. As he finished speaking, he looked at another pill, his heart filled with excitement. At that very moment, Si Lingxian and a group of members of the Bright Altar entered the Tianshan guest hotel. And they went straight to the 27th floor. Zhao Liqui addressed the others. Because our trip to Tianshan City was a last-minute decision, we didn't have many rooms to choose from, and only a few rooms in room 27 were left. Holy Seed, your room is 2703. We live in the rooms behind yours. Si Lingxian and the others had no objection to where they stayed, and they took the room key and entered their room. A few seconds after they went in, Haiying also arrived at the 27th floor. Since you live on the 27th floor, we'll find a way to live on the 27th floor too. This way it'll be easier to get started. Soon, the sea monster and its crew arrived at the same place and began trying to find a way to stay on this floor. After assassinating a few unlucky guys, they also entered the 27th floor. With Haiying around, the assassination went very smoothly. But in order not to cause too much of a commotion, the sea monster and his companions did not choose rooms 2701 and 2702, which were near the end of the corridor, but instead chose the room behind Si Lingxian and the others. At this moment, in the first dozen or so rooms on the 27th floor, apart from 2701 and 2702 where Bai Zhou and Lin Bei resided, the rest of the guests were members of the Bright Altar and the Mountain and Sea Organization. Neither the members of the Bright Organization nor Lin Bei and Bai Zhou knew what had happened on the 27th floor. While this bloody incident occurred among visitors from Tianshan, a piece of news was also spreading rapidly in Tianshan City. This news. It was news related to the power of holiness. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100, 100 tell 1,000. As time went on, more and more people learned about this news. Instantly, many people want to witness this amazing power. Even the auction staff knew about it. The supervisor immediately ordered a search for this product. He knew very well. A product with such incredible popularity can definitely fetch a good price. Chapter 115 Huge Wealth. In fact, things had developed to the point that the auction house had been alerted, which was somewhat beyond Lin Bei's initial plan. Originally, he only wanted to make the holy power of the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven popular, so that it would become a hot-selling item in the Tianshan market. Then, he could earn a huge fortune by selling the holy power, enough to buy Kunping scales. The system task can be completed naturally, without any intention of involving the auction house. An auction house is, after all, an auction house. If the auction house gets involved, it will more or less affect Lin Bei's plans. But helpless. The power of holiness is truly remarkable. Although only a small number of people absorbed a trace of holy power, it could not stop it from becoming a sought-after item. That's right. Other materials and equipment are certainly also important. But compared to one's own life and health? Of course, life and health are more important. For all these reasons, it's no wonder that this holy power, with its miraculous effects, is becoming a bestseller. Now, on the street where the Tianshan Hotel is located, there are many auction house staff. They were actually searching for that holy power that had appeared before. In fact, many people know in their hearts that the power of holiness will never appear out of nowhere, and there must be some secret hidden behind it. If you can master this secret, you can control a huge amount of wealth. At the same time, Bai Zhou had already ingested the marrow cleansing pill, and its effects were gradually taking hold. The next moment, he experienced sharp, needle-like pains all over his body. It hurts, but it's within my tolerance. But what followed the stinging pain was a surprisingly comfortable feeling, like a gentle spring breeze. As if suddenly realizing something, Bai Zhou immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, all the pores on his body opened up. 20 seconds later, a large amount of black impurities gushed out from the pores, either in liquid or solid form. 30 seconds later, all the open pores closed. 40 seconds later, the pain in Bai Zhou's body began to disappear. 50 seconds later, he was left with only an endless feeling of comfort. 1 minute later, Bai Zhou opened his eyes and let out a long breath. At this moment, his condition was better than ever before. Not only has my physical condition improved to some extent, but my bond with my pets has also become closer. This is a sign that your talent has been enhanced. In just 1 minute, Bai Zhou seemed to have transformed from an ordinary person into a genius. This kind of thing. This was completely beyond his preconceived notions. Glug. After swallowing unconsciously, Bai Zhou stood up from the ground. His legs. It was trembling slightly. No, it's not just the legs. My whole body was trembling. It was trembling with excitement. In the end, Bai Zhou even needed to hold onto the wall to barely keep his balance. Holy crap. He, who was usually very well-mannered, couldn't help but swear. Is this some kind of elixir of immortality? Ordinary pills simply could not have this effect. Only Bai Zhou, who has consumed this pill, can truly appreciate just how miraculous it is. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Since his talent has been forcibly enhanced, the difficulties that he couldn't overcome before will now be easier to overcome. One pill changed Bai Zhou's life forever. After leaning against the wall for a full minute, his voice finally rang out again. As expected of the master, even a casually taken out pill has such a miraculous effect. Choosing to follow the adults. It was definitely the right choice. Bai Zhou was very fortunate. You need to know, these 2 pills were the first reward he had ever received. There is a high probability that you will receive even better rewards in the future. Glug. After swallowing hard once more, Bai Zhou immediately left his room. He clearly remembered that he needed to tell Lin Bei about the effects of the medicine. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian sat quietly on the sofa, staring blankly at the wall in front of her. Her expression was very strange, and she couldn't help but recall what had happened that day. Until this time, Si Lingxian was still finding it hard to accept this fact. The radiant dragon that had been by my side for so long had actually run off with another dragon? And it seems like a choice made willingly? What the hell is that damn dragon doing? If she doesn't give me a surprise when she gets back, I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson. How dare you abandon your master and go off to have fun? What Si Lingxian didn't know was, the surprises that the light dragon would bring her afterward were far more than just one. After listening to Bai Zhou's report, Lin Bei was satisfied with the efficacy of the pill. Although it's not as good as the pills I and the dragon ate, it's far superior to the pills on the market, and it should fetch a good price if I sold it. Thinking of this, he asked Bai Zhou, if this kind of pill were sold, what price could it fetch? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou was stunned. An absurd idea quickly spread through his mind. No way. No way. Surely you're not trying to sell this kind of elixir, are you? Despite being filled with confusion, Bai Zhou still spoke very seriously. Even the lowest quality beast spirit pill can easily fetch 30,000. A more ordinary one can reach 50,000, and a better one can range from 80,000 to 100,000. The beast spirit pill you bestowed upon me is of terrifyingly high quality. If I were to bid, it would definitely not be less than 10 million. Although the beast spirit pill is of extremely high quality, It is ultimately the most basic type of pill, and its effects are limited to a fixed range. Lin Bei was already quite satisfied with the price tag of 10 million. After all, he only needs 1,000 points to exchange for a beast spirit pill. 1,000 points equals 100,000. They made 100-fold profit just by reselling it. This is an absolute steal. Just then, Bai Zhou's voice continued. As for the other pill you gave me, I'm a little hesitant to give an estimate. Because I can't estimate it either, the value of the pills is just too high. He had never seen a pill that could forcibly enhance a person's talent before. Even the dean of the academy had never seen such a pill, let alone the others. Lin Bei nodded slightly, indicating that he roughly understood the situation. Then he began to speak. I'm preparing to sell a batch of pills. You'll be in charge of this. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei opened the subordinate shop again. System. Exchange for 50 beast spirit pills and 50 marrow cleansing pills respectively. Chapter 116 The Light Dragon Returns. Bite. The item selected by the host has been successfully redeemed. The total points deducted is 100,000. Your current remaining points are. The elixir has been stored in the system space. Lin Bei still has several million points left, which should be enough as long as he doesn't exchange them for expensive items. But he couldn't possibly not exchange those expensive items. And the current system shop is still in its initial stage. As Lin Bei's strength continues to improve, the number of items that can be exchanged within it will only increase. At this moment, Bai Zhou stared at Lin Bei in disbelief, his small eyes widening in shock, and a dryness rising in his throat as if he hadn't drunk water in a long time. What? You want to sell this elixir? Are you kidding me? Even when Lin Bei asked about the price, he had already considered this possibility. However, that possibility didn't last long before it was automatically rejected by one's subconscious. How could anyone be willing to sell such a miraculous elixir? It was precisely because Bai Zhou valued this pill so much that he reacted so strongly when Lin Bei said those words later. After all, for Bai Zhou, this kind of pill was comparable to a magic pill. This is not the kind of elixir you can easily buy in a street shop. In all his years of life, he had never seen a pill of this caliber. Seeing Bai Zhou's reaction, Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. What's the big deal? Is such a strong reaction really necessary? The next moment, he opened the system space and took out the 100 pills he had just exchanged. Clatter. Tap. Tap. 100 pills were far too many for Lin Bei to hold, and they all fell onto the clean table. At the same time, Lin Bei calmly said, It's just selling a few pills. What's there to joke about? Lin Bei, you've narrow-minded. Looking at the table full of pills in front of him, Bai Zhou's breath caught in his throat for a few seconds. It wasn't until he started to feel unwell that he remembered that humans need to breathe. Call. Call. After taking a few deep breaths, Bai Zhou stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Bei. It was my fault. Besides that, he didn't know what to say. Really, the vision is indeed too narrow. Having followed such a divine person who could casually produce 100 pills, they were still shocked that the other party was going to sell the pills. This scale is beyond description. Even describing it as too small is an understatement. At the same time, this seemingly small incident made Bai Zhou realize once again the power of Lin Bei's background. To be able to casually produce 100 pills of this caliber, one's background must be absolutely terrifying. It was more terrifying than he could have imagined. A moment later, Bai Zhou suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, How do you intend to sell these pills? Won't. You're not planning to sell them by setting up a stall, are you? Recalling Lin Bei's suggestion that he rent a stall, he immediately thought of this possibility, which is why he couldn't help but ask. Lin Bei simply nodded slightly in response, making no attempt to hide anything. Given the current situation in Tianshan City, setting up a street stall should be a quick way to get rich. But the specifics of how to do it are up to you. As I just said, you're in charge of this. In an instant, Bai Zhou froze on the spot, his thoughts in a state of extreme chaos, as if a giant hand was forcibly stirring up his mind into a complete mess. After a full half-minute of silence, Bai Zhou finally came to his senses. Clear. Actually, this level of pills has a better market than selling them at street stalls. Don't worry, I will maximize your profits. Lin Bei simply nodded casually, indicating to Bai Zhou to take the pills away. 5 minutes later, Bai Zhou left the Tianshan Lake Hotel. Even though he had stepped onto the street, his heart remained unsettled. It seems the master truly trusts me. They actually let me carry 100 elixir pills and move around freely in Tianshan City. We absolutely cannot let our superiors down. Before long, it had gotten dark. Standing by the window, looking at the brightly lit city, A smile slowly crept onto Lin Bei's lips. 5 or 6 hours have passed. It's time to bring that guy Xiaobai back. Night market foot traffic. It's much bigger than it is during the day. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei activated his Dragon Clan Affinity talent and summoned the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven, whose whereabouts were unknown. Although both he and Si Lingxian possessed the talent of Dragon Affinity, the two types of Dragon Affinity talents were completely incomparable. Lin Bei's Dragon Affinity talent. But the dragon race's innate affinity is flawless. Less than 10 seconds later, he contacted the Holy White Dragon of Light and spoke in a slightly cold tone. Little White, get back here. Several hours have passed, and we've had plenty of free time. It's time to come back and report for duty. We should give freedom, but we shouldn't spoil them too much. Buzz. Upon hearing this, the Holy White Dragon of Light, who was standing in the void, dared not resist at all. He only exchanged a few words with the light dragon lying beside him with some reluctance. Buzz. Guang Minglong understood this, and even said that he would go back with them. It was eager to see what kind of person could tame the Holy White Dragon of Light. Soon, the Holy White Dragon and the Radiant Dragon flapped their wings and flew through the void. A few minutes later, Erlong crossed the void and arrived at the Tianshan Hotel. And they went to the room where Lin Bei was. The moment Lin Bei sensed the return of the Holy White Dragon of Light, he summoned the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which tore the void in the room apart. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the Radiant White Dragon hiding in the void and said in an annoyed tone, "So you still know how to come back?" Buzz. In response, the Holy White Dragon of Light only dared to utter a soft cry, much like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Lin Bei glared speechlessly at the Holy White Dragon of Light, then turned his gaze to the Light Dragon and asked again, "Who is it? And what is our relationship?" Buzz. Almost the instant his words fell, the Holy White Dragon of Light murmured again. The meaning expressed in Dragon's Roar is very simple. This is the wife it just found. At the same time, Si Lingxian suddenly stood up, frowning as she looked at the wall. I sensed a very familiar presence in the next room. Chapter 117, The In-Laws Come to the Door. Si Lingxian was bewildered. I don't know why this is happening. Strangeness. Why can I sense the presence of the light dragon from the next room? Didn't it go out to find its dragon brother? She instinctively wondered if her perception was wrong. Let's not even talk about the fact that the radiant dragon won't be coming back anytime soon. Even if the light dragon returned early, it should have come to find me. There's absolutely no need to stay in the next room. Thinking of this, Si Lingxian instinctively shook her head slightly. Am I being too sensitive? And that's why I'm having the wrong feeling. That should be it. How could my light dragon possibly appear in someone else's room? In fact, everything she thought was within her own perception. A tamed light dragon. How could someone just randomly appear in someone else's room? Meanwhile, in the room next to Si Lingxian's, her radiant dragon was staring wide-eyed at the radiant white dragon beside her. The holy white dragon's current humble and submissive reaction, as if it were a child who had made a mistake, deeply shocked it from the depths of its soul to the surface of its dragon body. No way. Is this really the same male dragon that was so incredibly powerful just now? This is completely different from the heroic and mighty performance he showed when he was alone with Erlong before. Before and after. They're practically two dragons. Buzz. Buzz. The radiant dragon subconsciously uttered a few low moans, the meaning contained in the moans being a question to the radiant white dragon. Why act so humble? We are dragons. Even if they've been tamed, they shouldn't act like this. Almost the instant its dragon roar subsided, the roar of the holy white dragon of light followed. Buzz. Buzz. The meaning expressed by the dragon's roar is also very simple. What do you know, you little girl? Can my master be the same as your master? Stay there quietly. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking to my owner. Upon hearing this, despite its curiosity, the radiant dragon could only close its mouth and stand quietly to the side, a hint of grievance appearing in its eyes. At the same time, its shock was even greater. These two completely different attitudes made Lin Bei's status seem even more distinguished. As if for the holy white dragon of light, Lin Bei is its only faith. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but get angry. He raised his fist and punched Guangtian Xingbeilong hard on the head, and his tone of voice became much more serious. What are you doing? Are you in a bad temper? Since you say she's your wife, then you have to treat her well and not bully her, understand? What if you become a scumbag dragon in the future? Then I'll personally pull out your dragon tendons. The next moment, the body of the holy white dragon of the light heaven trembled violently, as if it had lost control. Buzz. Soon, it responded with a low murmur, assuring Lin Bei that it would never become a scum dragon. In an instant, Bright Dragon's face flushed even more, a feeling of shyness welling up inside him. Even it, without realizing it, felt a sense of awe towards Lin Bei. Although I've seen very little. At this time, Si Lingxian's doubts intensified, because she felt as if she had heard several dragon roars. Moreover, that familiar sense of warmth has become increasingly clear over time. What happened? This familiar feeling. It's clearly that feeling of closeness between me and the light dragon. Why? Why is this feeling coming from next door? 10 seconds passed quickly, and the feeling became even clearer, as if it was about to solidify into something tangible. Finally, Si Lingxian could no longer suppress her curiosity. She took a few steps to the door, opened it, left her room, and headed straight for room 2702. Looking at the tightly closed door and feeling that extremely familiar feeling, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Enter. Or not go in. That's a problem. Lin Bei was unaware of what was happening outside the door. He could only helplessly look at the two dragons in the void, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out how to deal with this mess. They just kidnapped someone's dragon, and this matter is obviously not going to end easily. Thump, thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by a soft female voice. Excuse me, is anyone home? Instantly, both of Erlong's eyes turned towards the doorway. Lin Bei and Guangtian Xingbeilong's eyes were filled with vigilance, and even the power within their bodies began to circulate rapidly. At this critical moment, a strange woman comes to visit? No matter how you look at it, nothing good can come of it. The only one whose reaction was different was the light dragon. It was able to clearly hear what the sound was. It was indeed his master's voice. Buzz. Immediately, the radiant dragon let out another soft cry. Naturally, Lin Bei then knew who was outside the door. The sacred seed of the altar of light. His expression turned somewhat strange as a result, and he glared helplessly at the holy white dragon. Is this the legendary in-laws coming to visit? What wonderful in-laws. Really, based on the relationship between the holy white dragon and the bright dragon, it's likely that Lin Bei and Si Lingxian truly share this kind of relationship. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is just a pure white dragon. What will happen if other dragons go out and abduct other dragons in the future? After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Bei had the void reincarnation dragon close the spatial rift. At the same time, he got up and walked to the door, gently reaching out to open it, his voice ringing out as he did so. What's up? The moment the room door opened, Si Lingxian's voice rang out. Excuse me, have you seen a dragon? Even she herself couldn't help but laugh when she asked the question. Everyone was staying in this small hotel, and they were only temporary neighbors. How could Lin Bei possibly see his own radiant dragon without having seen the dragon himself? After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Bei calmly said, I saw it. It will come back to you soon. If it were anyone else, he would definitely ignore them and simply dismiss them with a few words. But Si Lingxian is different. Si Lingxian. But it is the sacred seed of the altar of light. Lin Bei has a mission related to the altar of light. This is a great opportunity to get in touch with the temple of light. That's why he said those words. Si Lingxian was stunned when she heard Lin Bei's words. Chapter 118. The Holy Lord of the Altar of Light was astonished. What? What did you say? You really saw a dragon? Si Lingxian could hardly believe her ears. Because when she asked that question, she was already prepared to be treated like a lunatic. How could you possibly see a dragon in a room? But Lin Bei's answer startled Si Lingxian. What's going on? I was just asking casually. How do we get such an answer? The other party not only saw the dragon, but also told him that the dragon would come to find him soon? What on earth is going on? Soon after, Lin Bei continued in a calm tone. I'm not kidding you. You'll find out soon enough. The moment he finished speaking, he closed the door, showing no intention of letting Si Lingxian in. Although the other party was the holy master of the bright altar, Lin Bei had no intention of taking the initiative to approach him. While it's fine to want to join the brightness altar, you shouldn't make it too obvious. Just revealing some things appropriately is enough. Like now, he said these words in front of Si Lingxian, so he would leave an impression on her, and a very deep one at that. When Si Lingxian sees her dragon again, she will inevitably have a conversation with the altar of light. Naturally. Then you will know about Lin Bei's affairs concerning Tian Shengbailong. Once Si Lingxian learns about Guangtian Xingbeilong's affairs, she will come knocking on our door again. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of her, Si Lingxian stood motionless in front of it for a long time, looking like a little girl being punished. From the moment Lin Bei answered until the door was tightly closed, she remained in a daze, clearly having encountered something unexpected. After being turned away for quite a while, Si Lingxian slowly came to her senses. Subsequently, she walked back to her room with slightly stiff steps, her eyes glazed over. Back in her room, Si Lingxian didn't do anything, just sat on the sofa and waited, seemingly wanting to see if what Lin Bei said was true or false. The void rift was torn open once more, and Lin Bei spoke to the light dragon within it. Remember to go back and report to your master first. You can say some things that need to be said. Don't say things you shouldn't say. Although he only said 3 sentences, they were filled with a strong sense of threat. The radiant dragon immediately nodded its massive head and patted its body with a claw, indicating that it knew its limits. Although he didn't know the extent of Lin Bei's strength, the light dragon could instinctively sense that the human in front of him was definitely very powerful. Even if their combat strength is inferior to mine, they definitely have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Simply put, the power of that void is beyond my ability to deal with, and leaving would be a very simple matter. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the matter of the Holy White Dragon of the Light. As a member of the Light Altar organization, Light Dragon can see what the horns and halo on the head of Light Heaven Saint White Dragon are. How could it be normal for a dragon's body to possess these 2 extremely sacred things? A short while later, the radiant dragon left the place. With the help of the Holy White Dragon of Light and the Void Reincarnation Dragon, it successfully traveled through the void to the location of the Spirit Immortal. Inside room 2702, Lin Bei opened the system shop and looked at one of the items. Product name, bottle. Product description, the name is ordinary, but its function is significant. With a capacity of only 1,000 milliliters, it can hold all the liquids, gases, and solids in the world. Anything placed in this bottle will not be affected by the external environment and will remain intact for 100 days. Price, 1,000 points. The system shop has all sorts of items, including this special bottle. Exchange for 10. As 10,000 points were deducted, 10 small, transparent crystal bottles appeared in the system space. Subsequently, Lin Bei then took out the 10 crystal bottles and spoke to the much smaller-sized Holy White Dragon. Use your strength to fill these 10 bottles. Guangtian Shengbeilong naturally had no objection to this. It immediately activated its power, controlling a large amount of energy, and poured it into the 10 bottles. Almost half a minute had passed, and the 10 bottles were already filled. It's time to take action. The news should have already spread. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei filled the 10 bottles and headed to the stall that Bai Zhou had rented. Action. It's about to begin. At the same time, Si Lingxian, who was in a daze, also noticed the return of the light dragon. She immediately used her talent to communicate with the light dragon. Because the size of the light dragon cannot be controlled, it is impossible to allow the light dragon to appear in the outside world. Soon, Si Lingxian then found out what had happened. There are only 2 truly important things. One is that the bright dragon successfully broke through the bottleneck and reached the next level. As for the other matter, it is said that her own bright dragon has found a husband, and some things have already happened. I've been dumbfounded again. Her own dragon is both breaking through to new heights and finding a husband. You can't help but be stupid. What kind of things are happening every day? Countless words welled up in Si Lingxian's throat, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. This went on for a long time before she finally managed to accept the reality. Why? Never mind, let's ignore it for now. Let's report this to the Holy Lord first. At the same time as learning about the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven, Si Lingxian also learned about Lin Bei's situation. Only then did she understand why her neighbor had said that. Thinking about this, Si Lingxian was speechless and couldn't help but sigh. Who do you think you are? His own dragon did such a thing, and he still dares to treat me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll make his dragon single? She was just saying it casually. She didn't mean to break up the bright dragons. Since my dragon is already an adult, it can't be considered puppy love. After some maneuvering, Si Lingxian successfully contacted the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light. Lingxian, what can I do for you? The Holy Lord of the Altar of Light spoke in a gentle tone and seemed to be in a good mood. Your Majesty, there are a few things I must tell you. Upon hearing Si Lingxian's words, the Holy Master of the Bright Altar realized something, and his tone became slightly more serious. What's up? Soon. Si Lingxian then began to recount what had happened that day. Chapter 119, The Dark Curse. Being targeted. After hearing what Si Lingxian said, the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar fell into a long silence. Even someone who has held a high position for many years has only seen such outrageous things a few times. The idea that the light dragon went to find another dragon, while somewhat absurd, was still within acceptable limits. But that power that could heal injuries, enhance physical strength, and even allow the light dragon to break through its bottleneck was truly outrageous. In an instant, a multitude of events piled up, causing the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar to become somewhat disoriented. After a long silence, the voice of the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light rang out once more. It seems this trip to Tianshan City wasn't a waste of time. At least we discovered a few interesting things. Lingxian, you have a few new tasks now. First, we need to investigate what this power is all about. It would be best if we could bring back a portion of it. This matter is the most important right now. We can put dealing with the Shanghai organization aside for the time being. At this point, his voice stopped, as if he were deep in thought. When Lingxian heard about this first task, she felt no surprise whatsoever. That's normal. Even she could feel the importance of this power, let alone the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light, who was even stronger and had a deeper understanding of the power of holiness. For others, this power has limited effect, only able to heal diseases and injuries, and incidentally improve physical condition. But for the Altar of Light, it has a completely different meaning. If the pets of members of the Light Altar absorb this holy power, there is a high probability that they will reach another stage. So, the Altar of Light will surely covet this supreme, holy power. And that is indeed the case. That is exactly what the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light thought. He knew better than anyone what this power represented. The Holy Lord of the Altar of Light, who was staying in the Temple of Light, looked down at the back of his right hand. On the very center of the back of his right hand was a pure black mark the size of a ball, emanating an aura of evil. This black mark, it is clearly some kind of curse. Apart from this small area of curse, there was nothing unusual elsewhere. I wonder if the power that appeared in Tianshan City can lift the curse I have been subjected to. Although the chances are slim. But it's better to give it a try. He had finally seen a glimmer of hope, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Anyway, it's better to give it a try than to wait for the curse to take hold. After muttering a few words to himself, the Holy Master of the Bright Altar withdrew his gaze, and then spoke in a calmer tone. Also, go and make contact with that person. Let's see who he is, and what his purpose is. A young man in his early 20s who tamed a dragon? There's definitely a secret behind that. If his background is reliable, we can try to get him to join our Bright Altar. He cut off the contact as soon as he finished speaking. I sat quietly in my seat, closed my eyes, and fell into deep thought. Because of the matter between the Bright Dragon and the Holy White Dragon of Light, Lin Bei came into the sight of the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar, and things developed just as he had expected. But Lin Bei, who was already outside, was unaware of this matter. After exchanging words with the Holy Master of the Light Altar, Lingxian's condition had recovered somewhat, at least much better than when she first met the Light Dragon. She activated her talent and conversed with the Light Dragon that existed in the talent space. Originally, the Light Dragon was in its prime, and its strength was roughly at the half-step Beast King level. However, after being baptized by the power of the Holy White Dragon of Light, although its age remained in its prime, its strength had indeed reached the Beast King level. Although it seems like little progress, only a tiny step forward. But, for many people and for Warcraft, this half-step is a threshold that requires a great deal of effort to cross. Some people who lack talent and strength will be forever stuck below the threshold of Beast King level. Beast King level magical beasts and magical beasts below Beast King level. They are two completely different things. I can't even imagine. The Light Dragon has actually reached the Beast King level. Who would believe such a leapfrog approach? Lingxian paused for a few seconds after speaking to herself, before continuing. Now I have the strength. But they're no weaker than those people. As she finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on her face. Clearly, the Light Dragon felt joy because it had reached the Beast King level. The realm of monsters is similar to that of humans, with only a slight difference. Beginner level, intermediate level, advanced level, half-step Beast King level, Beast Emperor level, and higher levels. The highest level of Beast Tamer is the same as the half-step Beast King level in Warcraft. This entire realm, they can all be considered to be at the half-step Beast King level. The reason is simple. A magical beast that can reach the level of a half-step Beast King proves that its body and mind are almost fully mature. Before reaching the Beast King level, One can rely on auxiliary means such as pills and cultivation to get past it, but how do one enter the Beast King level? It's not that simple. It's like an ordinary person reaching their 20s and having a stable job. Want to take it a step further? What's needed is opportunity and talent. This applies to humans, and it also applies to Warcraft. Beast King. It's the biggest hurdle in the early stages. Some people can cross this threshold in a day, while others need 10 years. It was precisely because of the immense difficulty that Si Lingxian and the Holy Master of the Bright Altar felt such intense shock. Even after ending her conversation with the Light Dragon, Si Lingxian made no attempt to find anyone else. She didn't intend to tell anyone about the Light Dragon's breakthrough. In a city like Tianshan, where a crisis could occur at any moment, it's better to keep some things hidden. Turning her gaze back to the wall, Si Lingxian blinked gently. It's time to go and talk to him. His dragon did this to my dragon, and he must be held accountable. Guang Minglong only told her about the dragon in Lin Bei, but did not say what kind of dragon it was. So, Si Lingxian did not associate Lin Bei with that holy power. Subconsciously, they thought Lin Bei was Lin Bei, and the power of holiness was the power of holiness. Meanwhile, on a street not far from the Tianshan Hotel, Lin Bei had already arrived alone. Looking at the empty table in front of him, he took out the 10 special bottles without hesitation and slowly placed them on the stall. Chapter 120. Please come with us. At this time, Lin Bei was not disguised. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that Tianshan City won't allow it. One reason is to reduce the occurrence of attacks, because once an attack is carried out, one's identity will be exposed. Secondly, it is to prevent notorious or disreputable individuals from infiltrating the program. Under such a strict mechanism, those who can enter Tianshan City at this time are either people with normal identities who will not pose a great danger, or people in certain dark organizations whose strength and reputation are not particularly outstanding. In conclusion, the safety level of Tianshan City is far higher than that of Nanshan City. However, this system has certain advantages, but it also has certain disadvantages. For example, many people who possess valuable items choose not to sell them themselves for fear of revealing their identities, and instead hand them over to auction houses for sale. To be frank, the reason this system exists is because the auction house is considering its own interests. After all, the rise of Tianshan City is inseparable from these auctions. The profits from each auction are astronomical, because the auction house takes a 10% cut of every item sold. Furthermore, there is a default rule in the auction. Once a treasure is given to the auction house, it will not be returned until the auction ends. If the original owner of the treasure dies for any reason, the item will automatically become the property of the auction house. The auctions in Tianshan City are shady. This shows that no city's strength comes from nothing. Although Lin Bei didn't want to attract too much attention, he still set up a stall on the street for long-term considerations. There is no other way. Even if Bai Zhou were to set up a stall, it wouldn't prevent the matter from being exposed. So, it's better to just come by yourself. Kuanping scales. It's so important. There were already many people coming and going on the streets, and 80% of them knew about the power of holiness. Many people are also talking about topics related to the power of holiness. Almost the instant Lin Bei displayed the 10 bottles filled with holy power, they attracted the attention of many people. Despite being a sealed container, its aura still emanated into the surrounding area, though it could not be absorbed by humans. Thump, thump. As a series of footsteps sounded, many people gathered in front of Lin Bei's stall, all staring wide-eyed at the 10 bottles. The closer they got to Lin Bei's stall, the clearer their senses of the holy power became. What the heck? Is this stall selling that kind of magical power from noon? Although I instinctively didn't want to believe it, this aura is the same as the power I absorbed at noon. I envy those powerful figures who managed to absorb that aura. Almost everything I heard this afternoon was related to this power. Damn, I'm so jealous. Hearing the murmurs in front of his stall, Lin Bei ignored them and simply stood there calmly, silently observing his surroundings. He was not prepared to do anything until the time was right. As time goes by, more and more people gathered in front of the stall, all looking intently at the 10 bottles. Some believed the bottle contained holy power, while others thought it was a fake. The debate raged on. It's genuine. Absolutely genuine. It's exactly the same as that power. Use your brain. The stall owner is just a young man. How could he possibly be selling genuine goods? Exactly. This young man is just trying to ride the wave of popularity. How wicked. These young people nowadays only think about making money. They have no morals at all, and they dare to make fun of everyone. I'm going to report this guy. Seeing that there were at least several hundred people gathered in front of the stall, Lin Bei finally made some new moves. However, he did not explain anything verbally. In such a situation with many people and conflicting opinions, verbal explanations are of little use. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei picked up a bottle and unscrewed it without hesitation. The moment the bottle cap was opened, a portion of holy power then surged out from within, slowly drifting away in all directions. Although it looks like a small bottle, it can cover a wide area. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped more than 20 people and easily entered their bodies. The next moment, these 20 people, as if possessed, spoke with all their might to Lin Bei. Holy crap, it's the real deal. Boss, sell me a bottle. How much do you want? Name your price. I'll take it even if it's 50 million. I'm so lucky, I actually found the real thing. What a waste. They actually opened a whole bottle right away. My heart is bleeding. The power of holiness continues to spread. Soon, everyone at the stall knew about it. The product being sold by the young man in front of me wasn't a fake product trying to ride the wave of popularity, but a genuine magical power. Immediately, everyone was stunned. None of them could believe it. However, after realizing what had happened, they all went crazy and joined the buying frenzy. Sell me. Sell me. Young man, I have a daughter I'd like to introduce to you. The bride price is just one bottle of this power. Looking at the crowd that had already fallen into a frenzy, a slow smile appeared on Lin Bei's lips. Limited quantity available. Highest bidder wins. His stall. It actually turned into an auction. The incident caused a great stir, and its news spread throughout the entire Tianshan city. Naturally, the news reached the ears of those at the auction. The auction members who were already searching nearby immediately rushed towards Lin Bei's stall at top speed. Even so, it still takes a few minutes. When they arrived at Lin Bei's stall, all the goods had already been snatched away. As a result, Lin Bei also gained a huge fortune, which, when added together, was almost 500 million. Looking at the empty booth, the expressions of the auction staff members turned very ugly. They were well aware of the consequences of missing out on this product. So the group looked at each other and quickly came to a consensus. Immediately afterwards, these people then surrounded Lin Bei's stall and spoke in a forceful tone. Sir, please come with us. Chapter 121 Breaking 1 Billion. Golden Dragon. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. Oh, who are you? Actually, when he asked those questions, he already had a general idea of what to do. How dare they do such a thing within Tianshan City? I'm afraid only auction houses have that kind of influence. Although there are many other powerful forces from outside Tianshan City, they are ultimately suppressed by Tianshan City and will not do anything too outrageous unless necessary. The Bright Altar is like this, the Mountain and Sea Organization is like this, and so are all other organizations. Soon, their voices rang out. We are auction staff. Please come with us. We need to discuss some things with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly once again, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Things took a little unexpected turn of events. Although I knew that the matter of the holy power would eventually alarm the auction house, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. It seems I underestimated Xiaobai's power after all. It's only the first synthesis, yet it's already reached a level that's enough to alarm the auction house. It's almost unimaginable what would happen if a second synthesis were performed. Lin Bei stopped there after expressing his feelings. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but that he didn't know what to say. No one can imagine what the power of the Holy White Dragon will become after the second synthesis. However, Lin Bei did not feel any dissatisfaction about the auction house approaching him. Having dealings with auction houses isn't necessarily a bad thing. He can gain more profit by operating through the auction house. Previously, Lin Bei didn't want the auction house to get involved too quickly because he wanted the item to become popular first. Actively encouraging others to absorb and selling this product is all for this purpose. But things didn't turn out the way he planned. The product's popularity far exceeded expectations. Based on the current situation, this product has already become popular, but it hasn't become a huge hit yet. However, given enough time, it could definitely become one of the most anticipated products. It is for this reason that Lin Bei does not intend to refuse the auction house. Lead the way. Seeing Lin Bei's cooperation, the members of the auction house secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and their tension dissipated somewhat. As long as they can bring Lin Bei back, they can avoid punishment. After all, the person who owns such a product is just as precious as the product itself. Good. Come with us. The moment the words left their mouths, the group turned around, parted the crowd, and led the way. Without hesitation, Lin Bei followed behind these people, walking calmly toward the auction venue. Meanwhile, everyone around stopped to watch, and almost all eyes were on Lin Bei, filled with excitement, greed, or envy. In conclusion, everyone remembered Lin Bei's appearance. Even if Lin Bei wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't now. Many onlookers were also discussing among themselves. They've actually been targeted by an auction house. This is the first time in all these years. Isn't this normal? Everyone knows how amazing that power is. Since he was invited to the auction, will this kind of item be available at the auction? Holy crap, that makes sense. If such an item is included in the auction house will definitely announce it. That would attract enough attention. If things really get to that point, this young man will be in danger. That's right, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. After walking several hundred meters, the system notification sound, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rang out on its own. Byte. Host's total assets have now exceeded 1 billion. Hidden rewards successfully obtained. Byte. Hidden rewards are being distributed. Hidden rewards have been distributed and automatically stored in your system space. The host can activate it at any time. The next moment, Lin Bei's steps faltered abruptly, and a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. Even his pupils were filled with astonishment. Total assets have exceeded 1 billion. There's even a hidden reward. In an instant, he realized what was going on. It seems things are going quite smoothly on Bai Zhou's side as well. He obtained approximately 500 million by selling holy power, and another 500 million was obviously obtained by Bai Zhou from selling pills. Since the pills belonged to Lin Bei, and Bai Zhou was also Lin Bei's subordinate, the final income naturally went to Lin Bei. After roughly figuring out what had happened, Lin Bei stopped thinking about it, and silently opened the system space. A dragon egg has appeared in the system space. Moreover, it was a golden dragon egg, which looked like a ball of gold shaped like an egg. What the hell is this? For a moment, Lin Bei was a little confused. It was the first time he had ever seen such a reward. Byte. The host can directly hatch this golden dragon egg, inside which lies your hidden reward. This egg, it's a golden dragon's egg. Although we wanted to hatch the egg, the current situation clearly did not allow it. We can't just take out the golden egg in front of so many people and then hatch the golden dragon's egg, can we? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Call. Forcibly suppressing his inner impulse, Lin Bei took a deep breath and then asked the system in his mind. Since I will receive a hidden reward when my assets reach 1 billion. So, will I receive other hidden rewards when my assets reach tens or hundreds of billions? He had barely finished speaking when the system notification sounded. Byte. As the host said, when your assets reach the next stage, you will receive another dragon as a reward. As for the asset requirements, this system cannot disclose them. However, I can tell you what the next dragon egg you get will be. The dragon egg is a hidden reward in the next moment. It's a diamond dragon egg. In addition, hidden rewards can also be obtained by fulfilling certain other conditions. And all the hidden rewards are related to dragons. Upon hearing the words, diamond dragon, Lin Bei's eyes lit up instantly, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. Now it seems, improving one's own assets is essential. Chapter 122 Night is deep. Murderous intent appears. With several people clearing the way ahead, Lin Bei quickly arrived at the auction venue. Almost the instant he arrived, a middle-aged man, about 1.5 meters tall and weighing over 200 kilograms, wearing a custom-made suit and thick glasses, ran up to Lin Bei and said with a grin, "Welcome to the auction house, Mr. Lin." Given the status of the auction house in Tianshan City, it's perfectly normal for them to easily find information about Lin Bei and know the origin of his name. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fuguwei smiled and looked Lin Bei up and down. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was not at peace inside. After all, Lin Bei is just too young. This young man is actually selling such a priceless treasure. How could my heart remain completely unmoved? Looking at Li Fuguwei's smiling face, Lin Bei also smiled faintly and said, "Hello." After pausing for a few seconds, he continued, "Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point." Li Fuguwei, who had originally intended to exchange pleasantries, suddenly became serious upon hearing Lin Bei's words. "Since that's the case, then I'll be frank. Mr. Lin, do you still have that kind of product? We would like to have your product participate in this year's auction." Really? That's exactly what the auction house aims to achieve. About 3 seconds later, Lin Bei's voice rang out. "Besides, but why should I sell it through an auction house? You should be well aware of how popular this product is. As long as I have goods to sell, there will be people scrambling to buy them, and the price will naturally be up to me. He may have come to the auction, but he wouldn't just blindly cooperate. Li Fuguwei had clearly anticipated this, and quickly said, "Don't worry, you definitely won't lose out. I've already prepared the relevant benefits for you. If you agree, you'll have special privileges in Tianshan City. We'll send people to handle any troublesome matters for you, such as whoever you've killed. Not only that, you will also be given a membership card, which will allow you to freely enter and exit the auction. And the handling fee will also be reduced to 5%. Besides, and we can definitely sell it for a higher price. After all, we have access to those big powers. The financial resources of large-scale forces are far beyond what those small fry outside can compare to. Li Fuguwei would never have done this to anyone else. The conditions he offered were all conditions that would make anyone envious. But there's nothing I can do. The product in Lin Bei's hands is incredibly popular. This is absolutely a best-selling product. Li Fuguwei did this only after careful consideration and after consulting with his superiors. The potential profits for the auction house from acquiring this item far outweigh the current costs. Lin Bei, he couldn't help but fall into thought. Without a doubt, the terms offered by the auction house are indeed very tempting. All things considered, the profits he could gain exceeded those from selling the goods. So, after thinking for less than 10 seconds, Lin Bei nodded slightly. Make a deal. It's foolish not to make money when you can. Moreover, it's not just about making money. There are also all sorts of benefits. The fact that someone can help deal with troublesome matters is a huge benefit. Moreover, now that we know about the hidden rewards, we can't afford to miss this opportunity to make money. Golden Dragon. Diamond Dragon. He wants them all. Lin Bei not only wanted these 2 dragons, but he wanted more. Maybe. What kind of Jade Dragon or Diamond Dragon might he get in the future? Moreover, Lin Bei was well aware of his situation. If someone reveals that they possess a priceless treasure without any disguise, it will definitely attract the covetous eyes of many people. Despite the regulations of Tianshan City prohibiting the instigation of fighting. Rules are rules, but there will always be people who break them. During the day, it might not seem like a problem. But at night, things are bound to change. After all, the cold night is far more terrifying than the warm daytime. Call. Upon seeing Lin Bei agree, Li Fuguwei's breathing quickened, and a smile spread across his chubby face. Good. You will definitely not regret cooperating with us. Lin Bei simply nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He did not lose his vigilance despite the huge benefits offered by the auction. To put it bluntly, the reason the 2 sides are able to cooperate now is simply because it is mutually beneficial. If there are no interests to maintain the relationship, nobody knows what will happen. A moment later, Li Fuguwei moved closer to Lin Bei and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, I have a question for you. How much inventory do you have left?" The amount of inventory is related to the auction house's interests, so he had to find out. But Lin Bei fell into thought, and after a full 5 seconds, he calmly spoke. "Not much, just a little. We can probably produce about 100 bottles. I'm stunned. Li Fuguwei was completely dumbfounded. You call 100 bottles a little bit? This should be 1,000,000,000 points, right? Glug. Glug. After instinctively swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, he barely managed to regain some semblance of normalcy, and even his tone of voice became much more agitated. Good. Good. So you can? But before Li Fuguwei could finish speaking, Lin Bei's voice rang out. But I can't give it to you now. I need to go pick up the goods. Don't worry. I will hand the item over to you before the auction begins. These words were lies he deliberately made up. Should we just hand over the goods? Only a fool would do that. Only by first controlling the goods can you effectively control the auction. So, even if the auction organizers had some ideas, they had to suppress them. Not only that, the auction must also ensure Lin Bei's safety. It's arguably the best choice. In an instant, Li Fuguwei's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly masked it, simply smiling and saying, "Okay, we'll do it your way." After receiving his share of the benefits, Lin Bei left the auction and went to the Tianshan Lake Hotel. After Lin Bei left, the smile on Li Fuguwei's face vanished instantly, and he gave an order to one of the people beside him. "Follow him. If you can take it, then take it. If you can't take it, then protect him." The man nodded and quietly followed behind Lin Bei. On his way back to his residence from the auction, Lin Bei attracted a lot of attention. Those people, they were all secretly following Lin Bei. Night. It's getting deep. Chapter 123, Full Authorization. An unexpected surprise. Lin Bei could clearly sense what was happening behind him. After all, he possesses an ability called mental perception. This situation was actually within Lin Bei's expectations. He didn't think that after exposing some secrets, he could stay in Tianshan City unscathed without attracting anyone's attention. Inevitable. Something is bound to happen. Is someone already watching me? I really don't know what will happen after that news is released at the auction. What will happen? Despite knowing that his situation had become dangerous, Lin Bei did not feel the slightest bit panicked. Because every risk presents an opportunity. If these people want to harm me, I can fight back openly and fairly. Perfect timing. I was just worried about not having enough money. However, Lin Bei was also very clear about one thing. His strength was actually not enough. This is not Nanshan City. The strongest beings in Nanshan City are only the heads of the 6 academies and the 4 major families, whose cultivation levels are actually similar to his. No way. After all, Nanshan City is just a small city and cannot be compared with a large city like Tianshan City. Even if Nanshan City is clearly hiding some big secret, it's all in the past. As Lin Bei continued walking forward, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, can I ask you something? Perhaps surprised by his words, the system remained silent for a full 10 seconds before a notification sound rang out. What can I do for you, host? As long as it's within the permitted limits, this system will fully cooperate with you. If it's outside the permitted range, this system cannot be used to assist you. The extent to which you can master this system depends on your own strength. Soon, Lin Bei continued to say in his mind, can the dragon be raised automatically? Sometimes I can't keep up with managing them. Really? He's sometimes really busy and has no time to make the dragon stronger. Moreover, the number of dragons you own will only increase in the future, making it even more troublesome to manage them one by one. So, it might be better to see if we can just hand this over to the system. To put it simply, it's a fully automated cultivation mechanism. About 3 seconds later, the system notification sounded slowly. That's it. It's no big deal. The host can completely entrust everything to this system. This system will do its best to help your dragon grow as quickly as possible, provided you have enough points. However, there is something I need to tell the host. Before your dragon reaches the Beast King level, it can grow using Beast Spirit pills and feed. However, they cannot rely on these methods to reach the Beast King level, because the Beast King level and the realms preceding it are 2 completely different realms. Want to reach the Beast King level? It's not an easy task. Until the system shop is unlocked to a certain stage, the dragon cannot be forcibly pushed to the Beast King level through external means. Hearing what the system said, Lin Bei subconsciously raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. It wasn't that I was surprised that I couldn't break through to the Beast King level, but that I was surprised that I would actually have the opportunity to forcibly break through to the Beast King level in the future. Beast King level. That's a Beast King level beast. Once you reach the Beast King level, you can say you've entered a completely new stage. It can even be said, before reaching the Beast King level, it's all just minor skirmishes. Having learned about this world over this period of time, Lin Bei has gained a general understanding of these things, which is why he reacted this way. In that case, the dragon is yours to keep. System. Thank you. The moment he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. No need for thanks, host. This is simply the system's duty. All you need to do is prepare enough points. That way, this system can allow the dragons owned by the host to grow to their maximum potential in the shortest possible time. Lin Bei simply nodded slightly in response, then said nothing more, continuing forward with a calm expression. The system, meanwhile, began to get busy. The system automatically deducts the remaining points, automatically feeds the dragon, and automatically evolves the dragon. The growth of dragons. It has truly become a fully automated process. At the same time, a shocking piece of news came from the auction house. 100 bottles of life energy will be auctioned off at this event. Life Spirit. It was a name that was given to Guangtian Shengbelong by the auction house, a name that barely matched reality. The release of this news was a deliberate act by the auction house. They dispatched many staff members to spread the information throughout Tianshan City. Naturally, many people then learned about this news. Many people who were previously unaware of this now know about the role of life energy. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire population of Tianshan City focused their attention on the spiritual energy of life. Holy crap, really? It's that powerful? Not only can it heal external injuries, but it can even cure internal ailments? This is practically a miracle drug. Buy. Even if it means going bankrupt, we have to buy it. I originally wanted to buy some pills, but now it seems the plan has to be changed. This news also drew the attention of more insiders to Lin Bei. Everyone has complex thoughts in their mind. But the only thing they had in common was that they wanted to obtain the power of the holy white dragon of light. Lin Bei walked calmly and indifferently down the street, yet he was being watched by dozens, even hundreds, of people. He pretended to know nothing and walked calmly into the Tianshan Lake Hotel, then smoothly entered the elevator and went to the 27th floor. When Lin Bei stepped out of the elevator, a large crowd had already gathered in the hotel lobby, all looking at the numbers displayed on the elevator screen. You live on the 27th floor? I'll remember that. If he can produce 100 bottles of that kind of spiritual energy, he definitely has some great secret. Let's all rely on our own abilities. Just as Lin Bei passed by Si Lingxian's room, the system notification sounded again on its own. Bite. Host, please wait. This system has discovered an unexpected surprise. Chapter 124: The Evolution of Dragons. Enemy attack. Suddenly, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, his expression turning one of surprise. What happened? There was an unexpected surprise. Without taking another step forward, Lin Bei hurriedly asked the system. What unexpected surprise? Tell me quickly. Since the system can proactively provide a prompt, it means this is definitely not an ordinary surprise. The next moment, a system notification sounded. A new life force fluctuation has been detected inside the belly of the female light dragon. And within that breath of life, it also possesses characteristics belonging to the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. Although he only heard a few simple words, Lin Bei understood what was going on in an instant. Immediately, he was filled with astonishment. Ah, you mean, little white is pregnant. Things had really taken Lin Bei by surprise to develop to this extent. He never imagined that such a situation would arise. They were only gone for a few hours, but, just as the host expected, things have indeed developed to this point. Do you need the system's assistance to accelerate the condensation of that life force? With the help of this system, the dragon's birth speed will be much, much faster. Involuntarily, Lin Bei fell silent. After a full minute of silence, he shook his head helplessly, let out a long sigh, and exclaimed, little white, how should I put it? Actually, Lin Bei's current feeling is quite strange. My pet. He's about to become a father. And what about him? What kind of status does it hold? However, despite his size, Lin Bei still took the matter very seriously and quickly spoke to the system. Please help me. The speed of birth is not important. The main thing is to be absolutely sure that nothing goes wrong and that nothing happens to Xiaobai's child. The moment his voice fell, system notifications sounded in quick succession. Clear. Host, there's no need to worry. After instructing the system, Lin Bei finally felt relieved, but then fell into silence. At this moment, he was somewhat unsure how to face Si Lingxian. After all, this is a situation that is both awkward and not awkward in a way. Never mind, I'll think about it later. After speaking, Lin Bei returned to his room. In addition, the system notification sounded again. Bite. The dragon god's blessing has descended. Under the protection of the dragon god, dragons are born with immense power, and their talents also become exceptionally strong. However, the mother will experience certain side effects, spending up to 20 hours a day in a deep sleep. Furthermore, even when fully conscious, one cannot engage in overly intense combat. At the moment the dragon god's protection descended, the holy white dragon and the radiant dragon learned of this at the same time. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian was in her room, intently looking at the documents laid out in front of her. These materials, all of it was information related to Lin Bei. It contains many records. It includes Lin Bei's ordinary life before, the activation of Lin Bei's talent, and things related to Wang Yuling. Although there seems to be a lot of information, it is all just the surface information, and nothing seems out of the ordinary. The only unusual information that could be discerned was the strange behavior of Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy, when they arrived in Tianshan City. Si Lingxian tossed the intelligence report onto the table and gently rubbed her slightly aching forehead. When he was in Nanshan City, he was just an ordinary person, nothing special. But when we arrived in Tianshan City, the dean of the Third Academy has actually become his subordinate? This incredible contrast just doesn't seem normal. There's definitely a huge secret involved. As she muttered to herself, she suddenly realized something. A pair of beautiful eyes widened sharply, flashing with intense surprise. Could it be that? The person impersonating me in Nanshan City is him. After considering this possibility, Si Lingxian became extremely likely to be the one. But she couldn't be sure about this without absolute evidence. Immediately afterwards, as if she had thought of something, Si Lingxian quickly activated her dragon affinity talent, preparing to ask the light dragon some questions. If the dragon Lin Bei possesses is also a light dragon, then the matter can be basically confirmed. Things will become very simple then. However, no matter how hard she tried to activate her talent, she could not get a response from the light dragon. All the exchanges seemed to have vanished without a trace. After a while, Si Lingxian stopped activating her talent and sat at the table as if in a daze, her eyes and heart filled with doubt and astonishment. What's going on? The light dragon is actually ignoring me? What's going on? Are you asleep? She was completely bewildered. I've never encountered this situation before. Since arriving in Tianshan City, it seems like everything has changed. Lin Bei had no idea what was happening next door. At this moment, he was talking to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou had already sold all 100 pills to a wealthy friend of his in Tianshan City. Each beast spirit pill costs 10 million, and 50 pills would cost a total of 500 million. One marrow cleansing pill costs 30 million, and 50 pills would cost a total of 1.5 billion. 100 pills. It's sold for a full 2 billion. Although it looks like a lot, it's not enough to activate the next hidden reward, and you can't keep spending it all. Lin Bei, stay in your room tonight and don't come out. Me now? It's a hot commodity. Bai Zhou didn't ask any more questions and obediently returned to his room. Lin Bei closed his eyes and entered the dwelling. Since there's something to do at night, then we must get some rest. As for the golden dragon egg, now is not the best time to incubate. While he was resting, the system was constantly busy. They spared no expense in training all the dragons with their own private spaces to their strongest possible state. Before we knew it, midnight had arrived, the temperature had dropped a few degrees, and the noise was gradually subsiding. Call. The night wind howled, and leaves fell. Unlike the desolate scene outside, the Tianshan Lake Hotel was bustling with people. A lot of enemy. Chapter 125, A Stormy Night. Facing a powerful enemy. Although the hallway was filled with many people, most of whom were disguised, it was not noisy at all. On the contrary, it was unusually quiet. During the day, people staying in Tianshan City dare not disguise themselves, because doing so would attract a lot of trouble. However, the situation changes at night. The management of Tianshan City becomes much more relaxed, allowing for appropriate camouflage. After all, those who are responsible for maintaining order are also human, and they also need to rest. At this moment, there are at least 50 people in the corridor on the 27th floor of the Tianshan Lake Hotel. Although it is only a negligible and insignificant part compared to the current flow of people in Tianshan City, it seems particularly large when it gathers in the corridors. And it's not just people. There are also small magical beasts. The sea monster, inside the room, was using the peephole on the door to secretly observe the situation outside. But when he saw the situation in the corridor, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of astonishment, because the situation was rather strange. Strange? What's going on? Why are there so many people in the hallway? And they all seem to be people with ill intentions. Could they be coming for us? Unconsciously, a sense of unease arose in the sea monster's heart, and its mental state became tense. He knew very well what kind of organization the mountain and sea organization was. Even if it can't be said that everyone hates them, they have made many, many enemies. In conclusion, the situation is extremely bad. The more the sea monster thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Normally, only the mountain and sea organization could attract such a large-scale attack. Call. He took a deep breath and frowned as he pondered a solution. Faced with so many enemies, the sea monster has no chance of survival. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? I wonder if they're really after us. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. However, this is very likely. For safety reasons, we need to find a way to retreat temporarily. We have no choice but to abandon the plan to kill the holy seed of the altar of light. In the end, the sea monster made a difficult decision and prepared to find a way to leave this dangerous place. Because staying here is too risky, even if these people aren't after them, they must have other motives, and things can't possibly end quietly. In this chaotic environment, killing the holy seed of the light altar, which is protected by many people, is more than twice as difficult. Just in case. What if all these people outside are enemies? That would be really bad. Therefore, it's better to leave. After all, the main goal is to get hold of the Kunping scales. But leaving is not an easy thing. In fact, it wasn't just the Shanghai organization that was like this. Zhao Liqui, who lived in a room not far away, was also unable to calm down at this moment. He looked at the crowd standing in the corridor outside the door, his eyes filled with nothing but wariness. The power within his body was circulating rapidly, and as soon as the person outside the door showed any hostility, Zhao Liqui would launch a counterattack at the fastest speed. The situation is more serious than we imagined. We can only hope that these people aren't after us. Although these people outside don't seem very strong, the terrain isn't very friendly to us. We can't use our full strength at all, and our fate will definitely not be good. The clearer he understood the situation, the more serious his expression became. Zhao Liqui was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect the Holy Seed and ensure its safe departure. This is so annoying. Why did the Holy Seed's light dragon have to leave at this crucial moment? That's right. The members of the Light Altar are indeed powerful in combat. But, to unleash one's full combat potential, one needs to be in a suitable environment. A narrow environment like a stairwell is simply not big enough to accommodate a dragon. Only the smaller magical beasts can fully unleash their power in the stairwell. When a colossal creature like a dragon appears, it only causes destruction to its surroundings, resulting in some terrible consequences. At the very least, buildings will collapse. At the same time, Si Lingxian and many other residents also learned about the situation in the 27th floor corridor, and their behavior became extremely strange. The residents on this floor were unaware of Lin Bei's situation, so they couldn't guess the purpose of these people. In everyone's heart, a deep sense of unease permeated everything. Everyone is afraid of being affected. Lin Bei, who was at the center of the storm, was sleeping peacefully, showing no sign of tension. Rumble. Suddenly, the weather in Tianshan City turned gloomy, lightning flashed across the sky, and heavy rain poured down. As the thunderclap sounded, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes and calmly stood up. Opportunity. That's about it. The moment he finished speaking, he strode to the door, pushed it open without hesitation for even a second. The next moment, those waiting in the hallway all saw the target they were looking for. In an instant, everyone felt a surge of intense excitement. As long as the secret of Lin Bei's identity is known, endless wealth awaits. Call. Therefore, many people's breathing became much heavier at this moment, without considering why Lin Bei had taken the initiative to appear. At that moment, Lin Bei stood at the end of the corridor, looking ahead with a cold and ruthless gaze. You? They're all after me? His tone was flat, devoid of any other emotion, as if he were simply confirming something. Immediately afterwards, someone responded. Nonsense. Looks like you're not stupid after all. If they don't target you, who else can they target? In an instant, these people stopped concealing their intentions and began to shout. In their view, Lin Bei was already trapped, with no way to escape. Meanwhile, both the members of the Bright Altar and the members of the Mountain and Sea organization who were in the room heard what Lin Bei and these people were saying, and they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At least, the people in the hallway weren't there for them, but for a young man. Immediately afterwards, the people in the room began to wonder what this young man had done to attract so many people to come together. This guy is really unlucky. With so many people watching him, he's doomed to die. Even we might not survive, let alone a young man. People. Everyone subconsciously thought that Lin Bei was doomed. Chapter 126 Light and Darkness. Ultimate Good and Ultimate Evil. The people in the hotel room weren't fools. They all knew perfectly well that there was a huge secret hidden behind this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Judging from the voice, the trapped person was just a 20-year-old boy. How could so many people possibly surround a 20-year-old boy when there are no secrets between them? Even though he had confirmed that all these people were after him, Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged, as calm as when he first came out. It was as if these people weren't targeting them, but rather other unrelated individuals. You? Are you trying to kill me? He had already secretly turned on the recording function when he asked the question. Although these people are all enemies. However, it's still better to ascertain the other party's purpose. After all, this is Tianshan City, and it's a particularly critical juncture. This could cause large-scale panic, and even Lin Bei wouldn't benefit from it, which is why he deliberately guided things in this way. The purpose is to have a legitimate reason. Having a legitimate reason allows one to occupy a favorable position when facing those who maintain order. From the very beginning, Lin Bei was prepared to kill all of them. It was both to plunder something from these people and to make an example of them. He knew, once the fact that he can sell holy power is exposed, he will attract a constant stream of enemies. This is only the first day, not to mention what will happen next. Soon, their voices rang out again. That's natural. You possess such a supreme treasure, and you expect nothing to happen. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for revealing this secret. The entire city of Tianshan is watching that force. How dare you expose yourself? Is that any different from courting death? Hand it over yourself, or we'll kill you. Choose one. These words. Not only could Lin Bei hear it, but the people inside the room could also hear it. Naturally, the same possibility came to their minds. Could it be the same power I had during the day? No. No way. How could the owner of such power be a young man? However, they only thought about it, and did not go out to ask anything. The more vicious and ruthless these people's words were, the more satisfied Lin Bei felt. In the end, he actually started clapping on his own initiative. Snap. Snap. No wonder they dared to come looking for me. They're all outlaws. In that case, then you can't blame me. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei activated his power. With what these people just said, he now has the means to protect himself and can prove that he was forced to commit murder. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Aren't you all very curious about what that power is? So now, I'll show you. In an instant, everyone's attention became highly focused. Not only the people in the corridor outside, but also Ling Xian and others in the room, were all standing at the peephole, observing the situation outside. Some people even opened the door a crack to secretly observe what was happening outside. Buzz. As a loud dragon roar resounded, the holy white dragon of light appeared beside Lin Bei. Its size has also become very small, allowing it to move freely in the corridor. When the holy white dragon appeared, that holy power resurfaced and quickly filled the entire corridor. But the enemies in the corridor were unable to absorb this holy power. They could only sense this magical force. That's right, it's this power. It's actually the power of a dragon. Attack! Attack! Snatch this dragon away. With this dragon, we will have an inexhaustible source of power, which is an immense wealth. At this time, the greed in people's hearts is even greater. They were determined to snatch the holy white dragon of the light heaven. Hiss! The moment Ling Xian saw the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm through the peephole, she gasped sharply, her beautiful eyes widening to their limit, and her mouth gaping open uncontrollably. This is a light dragon. And it's a mutated light dragon. Compared to everyone else present, she knew the light dragon best, so the impact on her was the strongest. The right hand gripping the doorknob trembled uncontrollably, as if the nerves in the arm had lost control, and the person's brain seemed to have crashed, temporarily ceasing to function. Final. Ling Xian did only one thing. She instinctively muttered to herself. Dragon. Light dragon. What a powerful light dragon. Although its strength is inferior to my light dragon, the purity of its power far surpasses that of my light dragon. No way. Basically, everyone in the Bright Altar organization is now in this state. For a moment, they were still in a daze. Thump. Thump. Finally, the people standing in the corridor could no longer suppress their greed and began to rapidly approach Lin Bei and Guang Tianxing Bailong. Figures moved swiftly through the darkness, various powers already activated. At the same time, someone else spoke up. Everyone, be careful not to kill that person and that dragon, or all our efforts will be in vain. The best approach is to bring them under control and then divide the final spoils equally among everyone. Cooperation. It must succeed. Buzz. As the people rapidly approached from the darkness, the eyes of the holy white dragon of light were filled with rage. It never expected that these people would be so malicious. They actually want to make themselves and their master into tools for them to make money. Court death. But before Guang Tianxing Bailong could do anything, Lin Bei made a completely new move. Call. He took a soft breath and spoke again in a calm voice. Bone, let me see your strength. The next moment, the devouring demon dragon appeared in the corridor, its body shrinking to about the same size as the radiant white dragon. Buzz. Another dragon roar resounded, and a massive amount of power appeared once more. However, unlike the holy power of the holy white dragon, this power is extremely evil. Two dragons. One is supremely holy and pure. The other is supremely evil and wicked. Chapter 127 Piercing Through. Devouring. At this moment, Lin Bei had no intention of deliberately hiding his strength. Although he knew that doing so would inevitably have some consequences, he had no other choice at the moment. Because the consequences of not fighting will be more serious than revealing your strength. So many enemies have already appeared in just the 27th floor of the building. Beyond the 27th floor, there will likely be even more enemies. In this situation, hiding your strength will only make your predicament more difficult. Buzz. Buzz. In the not-so-large corridor, the sound of dragon roars could be heard from time to time, one clear and bright, the other deep and hoarse. The corridor was eerily quiet. Apart from the dragon's roar, there were no other sounds. Even the footsteps that had been making their way to the sound had stopped. The attention of everyone in the corridor was drawn to the holy white dragon and the devouring demon dragon. Glug! Glug! Looking at these two dragons, whose appearances and auras were completely opposite, they were all deeply shocked. Condition. Beyond my imagination. What the hell? What the hell is going on? How could he possibly have two dragons? And they're two completely opposite dragons. Incredible. How do these two dragons with completely opposite attributes manage to coexist peacefully? For a moment, these people even forgot their own purpose, and were just staring in astonishment at everything in front of them. You can't blame them for this. This situation is quite unusual. Having two would be acceptable, since we're all people who've been through thick and thin and have faced many challenges. But these two dragons are clearly not ordinary dragons. One looked like a god, sacred and unapproachable, while the other was like a demon, filled with violence and death. Two completely different and mysterious dragons are getting along so harmoniously. How can anyone accept this? While these people were stunned, the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon were also watching them mercilessly. This is completely different from their usual unreliable, playful, and mischievous nature. The holy white dragon's eyes were indifferent and full of disdain, looking at this group of people as if they were ants trying to bite a dragon to death. But the eyes of the devouring demon dragon are different. Its gaze toward these people was filled with murderous intent and rage, wishing it could personally send them to hell. One type is high above, looking down on all living beings. One type is one whose murderous intent is fully revealed, making them extremely vicious. Those who are being watched by these two dragons will instinctively feel uncomfortable all over, as if two mountains are pressing down on their shoulders. Even though the battle hadn't started yet, some people already had beads of sweat on their foreheads, as if they had just done some heavy physical labor. Call. Many people's breathing rate has become much more rapid. If there weren't so many people around, some people would not have been able to withstand the pressure and would have chosen to leave. Looking at the people in front of him, Lin Bei's eyes showed a hint of disdain, and he was slightly surprised by it. That's it. Do you dare to follow others and become a desperate criminal? This must be a joke. Soon, he slowly began to speak. What? Are you scared? But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Even if these people want to give up the attack now, Lin Bei will not let them go. Since you've made a choice, you have to bear the consequences. Here, there's no such thing as turning back before it's too late. Let the enemy go? That's something only the Virgin Mary would do. The next moment, Lin Bei raised his hand, pointed straight ahead, and commanded the two dragons beside him. New bone. Leave no one alive. The moment those words fell, the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon moved, both ruthlessly approaching the enemy at the forefront. Boom. A golden beam of light instantly appeared from the halo above the head of the holy white dragon, piercing through the nearest enemy. The man's body was missing half of its length, and he collapsed to the ground in agony, having lost all signs of life. Until death. He didn't even realize it. At the same time, the devouring demon dragon went to the enemy's side, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed a person whole. The person who was swallowed shrank dozens of times, and appeared inside the belly of the devouring demon dragon. There were only bones around, and there were gaps between the bones, so it was obvious that one could squeeze through the gaps. However, he was bound by an invisible force, and could only helplessly float inside the skeleton's belly, watching everything that was happening in the outside world. His voice was also blocked, and could not be transmitted to the outside world. All that exists in my heart is terror. The fear of being swallowed by a dragon far surpasses the fear of being killed outright. It's like despair. Finally, only after one person was killed and another was swallowed did the others in the hallway finally realize what had happened. They immediately took action. Go all out. Don't hold back. That guy won't let us get away with this. Let's stick to the original plan. So what if the opponent has two dragons? We might not necessarily lose. Attack. Attack. These people were well aware of the current situation and knew that their only option was to fight the two dragons. No fighting. They'll only get killed. However, in a fight, they are destined to be at a disadvantage. After all, In a highly restrictive environment like a corridor, many people are unable to summon their pets and can only fight using their own strength. How can human strength fight against a dragon? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Man and dragon. Ultimately, there are inherent differences. In an instant, the 27th floor of the Tianshan Lake Hotel was thrown into chaos. Two dragons, one evil and one good, constantly weave through the crowd. Golden, holy beams of light bombarded everywhere, their terrifying power crisscrossing the corridors. Anyone struck by this holy beam of light would have their body pierced through in an instant, utterly defenseless, with blood splattering everywhere, as if it were free. Crimson blood and holy beams of light are two completely different things. But at this time, yet it appeared so natural. In contrast to the holy white dragon of light, which prefers to attack with beams of light, the devouring demon dragon nimbly weaves through the crowd, constantly opening its skeletal mouth. Inside its visible belly, many people have already been imprisoned. No, not just people. Even some magical beasts were imprisoned inside, each one as motionless as a statue. Lin Bei, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but frown slightly. Chapter 128. Lin Bei, come out and clean up the situation. Lin Bei was actually a little surprised by the current state of the devouring demon dragon. What it swallowed? It just hovered there, right above my stomach? It always gives people a strange feeling. I never imagined that the bone dragon, which possessed the power of the gluttonous beast, would end up like this. Although it looks a bit scary, it's actually not bad. It unexpectedly has a deterrent effect. Lin Bei did not intend to change the current state of the devouring heaven demon dragon for the time being. After all, the bone dragon itself possesses a deterrent force, and the added deterrent force from this power can make its deterrent force even stronger, and may even bring some unexpected effects. He would only consider having the devouring heaven demon dragon undergo a second synthesis if he encountered something that was truly a perfect material in the future. The holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon were fighting fiercely among the crowd. Erlong was very excited. The pent-up frustration and anger inside me are being released rapidly. Although the current environment is not suitable for combat, the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon are able to unleash their full power without being affected in the slightest. And after the right to raise dragons was handed over to the system's performance was quite satisfactory. It's only been a few hours. He then trained the blazing rock armor dragon, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, the radiant white dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the devouring demon-slaying dragon to the half-step beast king level, and the points spent on doing these things were terrifyingly high. Lin Bei's current points are almost gone. After all, the higher the dragon's realm, the greater the cost of its cultivation and improvement. Those whose abilities are restricted are naturally no match for Erlong and cannot gain any advantage in the battle. Thump, thump. Because the battle was so intense, even the walls and corridors were damaged in places, as if they could collapse into ruins at any moment. The number of mangled corpses and monster carcasses lying on the ground is constantly increasing. Even the walls and floors of the corridor were splattered with blood, making it look like a slaughterhouse. At the same time, the number of people and beasts inside the devouring demon dragon's belly was increasing, and as time went on, the life force of these people and beasts was rapidly fading away. In just a few minutes, the number of enemies had been reduced by half. The remaining half were also terrified. They had originally hoped to achieve their initial goal through resistance. But now, let alone achieving the initial goal, even surviving has become a difficult task. Hiss, hiss. The sound of instinctive gasps filled the air, and goosebumps covered the survivors' backs. You should really regret it. You shouldn't have come. Damn it. Who knew this young man was so terrifying? It's over. It's over. We're definitely going to die this time. They wanted to escape. But I don't know what to do. Because at some point, the exit of this floor turned into an empty space. A void that one cannot enter. Desperate situation. These two words can only describe the current situation. The despair in one's heart leads to physical powerlessness. Resistance. I don't know how to resist. This was naturally the work of the void reincarnation dragon. At the start of the battle, it hid in the surrounding void, keeping a close eye on the situation on the battlefield. If anyone tries to escape, or if its owner or companion is in danger, it will intervene as quickly as possible. Call. Call. The holy white dragon and the devouring demon-slaying dragon flapped their wings vigorously, approaching the people who were still alive. Extreme evil power and extreme holy power emanated violently from the two dragons, automatically converging and merging together in space. There is evil within good, and good within evil. It's as if good and evil are inherently one. As the two dragons approached, the people, who had already lost their will to fight, instinctively retreated. Only by doing this, they can live for just a few more seconds. But it only lasted a few seconds. The closer the distance between them and the two dragons, the greater the pressure these people feel. If time could be turned back, they would never have come to the Tian Shan Lake Hotel. No, not only will visitors not come to Tian Shan, but even Tian Shan City won't come. Screw the auction. The holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon are now showing their true, ferocious nature. Two pairs of 4 dragon eyes stared intently, their fangs bared, and their immense power was unleashed. It was indeed terrifying to a certain extent. When the distance was shortened to only 10 meters, they could no longer withstand any more pressure. Thump! Someone rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground, foaming at the corner of their mouth. Faint. It's better than being awake. Someone was trembling and leaning against the void, with a foul-smelling liquid appearing beneath them. In this situation, it's normal to lose control of your body. Some people experience a spike in blood pressure and develop bloodshot eyes. Some people have strong heartbeats, as if they are about to break free from the confinement of their chest. In conclusion, everyone's behavior is really off. Actually, you can't blame them. Anyone else would have fared much worse. After all, they were being watched by 2 dragons. Seeing that the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon had stopped fighting, Lin Bei shook his head somewhat speechlessly and quickly spoke in an icy tone. Stop playing. Let's get down to business first. Kill them. The moment he finished speaking, the 2 dragons immediately accelerated their movements. Immediately afterwards, another barrage of golden beams of light bombarded the area, accompanied by the rampant spread of immense devouring power. Thump, thump. The battle finally came to an end after a full 10 seconds. Throughout the 27th floor corridor, Lin Bei was the only one still standing. The surviving warcraft. Only 2 dragons remain. Besides that, there were corpses everywhere. At this time, an eerie silence fell over the entire floor, and no one in the room dared to make any noise. Even the members of the Mountain and Sea Organization and the Bright Altar instinctively remained silent at this moment. They were just as surprised. Thump, thump. Lin Bei, however, slowly began to walk through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the corridor, calmly observing his surroundings as he went. Soon, Lin Bei walked to the elevator and pressed the elevator button. His voice rang out the moment the elevator doors opened. Lin Bei. Out washing the floor. Chapter 129. Is he good or evil? Even before Lin Bei said he would stay in the room that night, Bai Zhou already knew that something terrible was bound to happen that night. So, his attention was highly focused, and he was completely absorbed in the situation around him. Upon realizing that a large number of enemies were gathering outside, Bai Zhou was extremely nervous and filled with a very bad feeling. He was torn about whether or not to go out and help. If we don't help, it's because Lin Bei's situation is too dangerous. After all, he's facing too many enemies, and they're all suicidal. Helping would not only put us in danger, but would also violate Lin Bei's previous instructions, and the consequences could be even more severe. But just as he was thinking, Lin Bei took the initiative to open the door and walk out, and summoned 2 dragons, which immediately engaged in battle with everyone in the corridor. One of the dragons, Bai Zhou, had seen, but the other dragon had never been seen before. His count of Lin Bei long has been refreshed once again. The number of dragons. It's getting more and more numerous. And the battle was even more unexpected. Despite having only 2 dragons, they held an unimaginable advantage, even overwhelming all the enemies present with their sheer force. Throughout the process, Bai Zhou stood blankly at the doorway, his eyes not blinking for a long time, as if time itself had been frozen. It wasn't until Lin Bei's voice rang out that he finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly opened the door and walked into the corridor. When Bai Zhou entered the corridor, he subconsciously looked ahead. Glug! Glug! Seeing the horrific scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he instinctively swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. His body stiffened uncontrollably, and many words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a sound. This situation lasted for a full 10 seconds before Bai Zhou could begin to adapt to the environment. How terrifying. Besides that sentence, he didn't know what else he could say, or what else he wanted to say. Looking at the hellish scene in the corridor, Bai Zhou dared not imagine what would have happened to him and the other deans if they had been tempted by greed. Even if they don't die, they would also become severely disabled. You need to know, only 2 dragons were deployed. The sense of relief he felt was unprecedented. Fortunately, I made the right choice back then. After uttering a couple of heartfelt sighs, Bai Zhou strode towards the corpses and began searching each one. He would collect anything of value without hesitation, and even the equipment he wore on his body could not escape his meticulous search. He's supposed to be the dean of an academy, but now he looks exactly like a scavenger. He doesn't seem like a highly respected college dean at all. Even though he knew that doing such a thing would affect his identity, Bai Zhou had no complaints. Not only did they not have any complaints, but they also did not complain at all. He actually felt honored. At the same time, Lin Bei was taking the elevator, heading towards the first floor. Despite knowing that there might be more danger below, he felt no tension at all, and his expression remained as calm as before. As for the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon-slaying dragon, its body shrank even further, and it squeezed into the elevator with its owner. The battle just now was barely enough for Erlong to warm up. Perhaps because it was so late, no one else entered the elevator as it descended from the 27th floor to the first floor. When the elevator stopped again, we had arrived at the first floor. In an instant, the attention of the holy white dragon and the devouring demon dragon was focused to the highest degree. They knew perfectly well what was hidden outside the elevator doors. That's exactly the case. When a huge commotion was heard on the 27th floor, many people gathered on the first floor, ready to go up to the 27th floor and get a share of the spoils. However, these people had no idea what exactly happened on the 27th floor. They subconsciously believed that as long as they went up there, they would be able to get enough benefits. Because it was on the ground floor, a safe place, people were talking about it. The elevator has finally arrived. Hopefully, that guy can hold on a little longer, or we'll end up with nothing. As long as we can get a bottle of that aura, this operation will be worthwhile. I have to hurry, I don't want to make a wasted trip. The reason these people could say such things so brazenly was because they had taken control of the hotel's on-duty staff. At this time, all the employees squatted on the ground with fear on their faces, not daring to even breathe. Having worked at Tianshan Hotel for so many years, this was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. In previous years, although some good treasures have appeared, they have not caused such a sensation, at most attracting only a handful of people to attack. But this time, dozens or even hundreds of people acted together? This far exceeds the situation in previous years. To blame. It's just that the treasure was too good. Just then, the tightly closed elevator doors finally opened. Lin Bei and Air Tiaolong, who were inside the elevator, met the gazes of the crowd waiting outside. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice slowly rang out. How? Are you in such a hurry to die? The people outside the elevator were somewhat stunned. The situation was vastly different from what I had imagined. They never expected that Lin Bei would be the one to step out of the elevator. 1. They should have been trapped on the 27th floor. After a minute-long silence, the people on the 27th floor began to stir again. Click, click, click. Almost simultaneously, a large number of tightly closed doors were opened. The people living inside either came out or poked their heads out, all observing the situation outside. Si Lingxian, who lived next to Lin Bei's room, was the first person to come out of her room. She stared wide-eyed at everything in the corridor, her breathing becoming uncontrollably heavy. Her once snow-white face could only be described as pale at this moment. As Si Lingxian recalled what had just happened, she subconsciously muttered to herself. Is he a good person or a bad person? Why would there be such a completely different dragon? Chapter 130 The Slaughter continues. Bloodstained Hotel. At first, when Si Lingxian saw that Lin Bei possessed a dragon with extremely holy power, she subconsciously regarded Lin Bei as a good person. After all, dragons also have spirits. With spirituality. Naturally, one then has the right to choose. A dragon possessing such holy power would never choose a person of wicked character. However, when she later saw the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon, her judgment began to waver. Because both in terms of appearance and the power it exudes, the devouring demon dragon is the kind of dragon that is extremely evil and malevolent. This kind of dragon will only choose those who commit many evils as their master. Not just dragons. Even other magical beasts would make the same choice. After all, if a pet and its owner have incompatible personalities, it will only cause a lot of trouble. Certainly, monsters that choose a master are all special monsters. For example, weaker monsters have no right to choose. The world is cruel. But these two dragons. They are two completely opposite dragons. It could even be said that if these two dragons were to fight, it would be a battle to the death. But these two dragons happen to share the same master, and they get along so harmoniously. Lingxian simply couldn't believe it. How could a holy dragon and an evil dragon possibly choose the same master? Is the person chosen by them good or evil? If someone were a good person, they couldn't possibly tame the devouring demon dragon. If someone is a bad person, it is impossible for them to tame the holy white dragon of light. Lingxian stood in the corridor for a long time, still unable to understand. Things were truly beyond her usual comprehension, and it's way too much. She had never seen anything like it before. Interesting, it seems. We absolutely have to investigate him thoroughly. Initially, Lingxian wanted to investigate Lin Bei because of an order issued by the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar. But now, she was just curious. That's right. Lingxian became curious about a man. And coincidentally, that man also had a special relationship with her. The relationship between the two is bound to become increasingly complicated. While Lingxian was pondering the problem, the others also left their rooms one after another. The other members of the Bright Altar and the other members of the Mountain and Sea Organization all stood in the corridor, their eyes instinctively drawn to Bai Zhou, who was busy not far away. It's not just them. The others who came out of the room also turned their gazes toward Bai Zhou. The only thing in everyone's eyes when they looked at Bai Zhou was deep fear. In the past, these people would never have let go of such a rare opportunity to find a treasure. But now, they had no greed whatsoever in their hearts. It's not that I lack motivation, it's that I simply don't dare to have it. Even if it wasn't Lin Bei here, but a middle-aged man who didn't look very strong. But when they think back to what happened before, these people are instinctively filled with fear. Haven't even overcome your fear yet? Where did they get the courage to steal from the other person? The power and decisive actions that Lin Bei just displayed were incredibly impactful. He was like a god of death. Even the wicked sea monsters and their ilk from the Mountain and Sea Organization were somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with the situation. After all, they could only be considered ordinary members within the Mountain and Sea Organization. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to Tianshan City to do such a simple task. Call. The members of the Mountain and Sea Organization instinctively huddled together, taking deep breaths to ease their inner tension and shock, while also discussing in hushed tones. I really didn't expect that. In the end, the one who lost wasn't that young man, but the group of attackers. Is this young man just too strong, or are those people just a rabble? Stop fooling yourself. This young man is just too strong. Even if we face those attackers, we might not survive. With two such powerful dragons, how could their strength be weak? Not far from them, members of the Light Altar gathered together. The two organizations, which had always been at odds, were now exhibiting a strange harmony. They were not enemies, but rather neighbors with a harmonious relationship. The Mountain and Sea Organization had already abandoned its initial idea. Assassination of the holy seed of the Altar of Light? Are you kidding me? With such a terrifying being here, what if making too much noise and causing dissatisfaction among others? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Most importantly, they have determined one thing. Lingxian's radiant dragon and the dragon that just went on a rampage definitely have some unknown relationship. After all, the members of the Mountain and Sea Organization witnessed what happened on the street earlier. How dare you mess with them? Since you know you can't afford to mess with them, why go looking for death? After stealing a glance at Lingxian, the sea monster said to its companions, "Abandon the plan to assassinate the holy seer for now. Putting aside the possibility that her dragon may have returned, the person we just saw is someone we can't afford to mess with. Let's focus all our energy on obtaining the Kunping scales." The others had no objections. They were all aware of the current situation. From beginning to end, the Guangming altar was completely unaware of this matter. They had no idea. I actually managed to avoid such a big problem. Although the sea monster and his group are weaker than Lin Bei, the situation is quite different when compared to other people. Meanwhile, the noise on the first floor of the Tianshan Lake Hotel had subsided, and it was quite quiet. The people waiting outside the elevator looked at Lin Bei inside, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. The very thing I wanted to find has now appeared right in front of me. Such a good thing exists in this world. Immediately, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Boy, come on." But before he could finish speaking, the holy white dragon of light opened its mouth, and a powerful golden beam of light appeared, piercing right through his body. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The floor was instantly stained red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The people around were instantly stunned. What's going on? How can you attack someone before they've even finished speaking? But they didn't have time to resist before the two dragons started moving again. For Erlong, everyone in front of him was an enemy. All he needed to do was kill them. Ah! Ah! For a moment, pitiful screams rang out continuously. Lin Bei slowly began to walk forward, step by step, towards the hotel entrance. Wherever he went, it will all be filled with blood and corpses. Chapter 131. The mantis stalks the cicada? No, it's stalking the dragon. Although the hotel lobby is much wider and more spacious than the corridors, which should meet the requirements for most people to summon their pets, the incident happened too suddenly. As it happened, the people on the first floor didn't call out their pets because they were going to take the elevator. After all, it's a very foolish thing to bring a pet into an elevator. Moreover, none of them expected Lin Bei to be so decisive. Before anyone could even react, he ordered his pet to attack. In addition, both the Holy White Dragon of Light and the Devouring Demon Dragon possess extraordinary combat power. Their superior combat power, coupled with their element of surprise, is what enabled them to achieve such great results. If these people had been given enough time to prepare, things would definitely not be as simple as they are now. Despite the short time, the results were remarkable. As Lin Bei walked from the elevator to the hotel entrance, he could clearly feel that his shoes were soaked with blood and became very wet. With each step forward, a bloody footprint is left behind. Behind him, the Holy White Dragon of Light and the Devouring Demon Dragon followed closely, their bodies covered in blood. As for the enemies, they were already completely routed. Having been at a huge disadvantage from the start, their fate was sealed. Screams, cries of agony, and wails rang out continuously. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. How could this happen? Didn't you say he was weak? You've really ruined my life. You guys call this weak? Are you out of your minds? Help. Anyone, please save me. I'm willing to pay any price to save my life. I only came here to steal things, not to lose my life here. Miserable. This has become the main theme of Tianshan Hotel. But, no matter how heart-wrenching the cries and wails were, they seemed to have no effect on Lin Bei, and could not affect him in the slightest. Because he knew very well. Now that some of your cards have been exposed, you absolutely cannot show the slightest sympathy. Otherwise, it will only hurt yourself. Regardless of strength or weakness, only an idiot would sympathize with the enemy. In the hotel lobby, the groups were roughly divided into 3 factions. Besides Lin Beifong and the attackers, there was also a bystander. This onlooker. They were actually hotel staff members who were being kept under control. At this moment, none of the staff could believe what was happening before their eyes. A person who was originally considered prey ended up killing all the hunters present? Contrast between before and after. It was just too intense. It was as if Lin Bei had taken out their preconceived notions, thrown them on the ground, and stomped on them a few times. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The staff members instinctively looked at Lin Bei, and their bodies involuntarily gasped. The air they inhaled had a strong smell of blood, which constantly aggravated their already throbbing brains. As a result, the staff became increasingly lucid. But they dared not make a sound, and even their eyes were hesitant to blink frequently. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on Lin Bei's back. They looked like wooden figures. Only when Lin Bei walked out of the Tianshan Lake Hotel did the staff members finally feel a certain degree of relief. Call. Call. Heavy breathing filled the air as the employees exchanged relieved glances. What they could see in their companions' eyes was nothing but shock. Everyone is like this. My God, that's terrifying. Things have turned out this way, completely opposite to what we imagined. Who exactly is that guest? Why has he attracted so much attention? Why does he possess 2 dragons? Just how powerful are those 2 dragons to be able to kill so many people? Since he came down from the 27th floor, what about the people who went up to the 27th floor before him? What will happen to them now? Let's go take a look. The moment the words left their mouths, the employees rushed to the elevator doors, ready to go up and check on the situation on the 27th floor. Even before they entered the elevator, they already had a general idea of what was going on. The situation on the 27th floor is definitely not much better. All that's needed to do is to check it out. At the same time, Lin Bei also came outside the hotel and finally breathed in some fresh air. Then he began to look around the street. The streets were deserted, with only a lot of garbage and discarded goods, completely different from a few hours ago, as if they had been cleaned up. In addition, there was a strong killing intent. Through their sensory abilities, they could easily detect this killing intent. This killing intent was within 100 meters directly in front of him, and it was much stronger than the rabble from before. In fact, it could be said that it was on a completely different level. After calmly observing his surroundings for a while, Lin Bei spoke again in a composed manner. "Stop hiding, come out." Buzz. As he spoke, the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon roared, their cries echoing through the empty streets. Things went pretty much as Lin Bei had predicted. The real crisis was outside the hotel. However, he showed no unease. After all, we still have many cards to play. The people inside the hotel were, frankly speaking, a group of mantises, while the person waiting outside was the oriole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The praying mantis you're waiting for. I'll never come back in this lifetime. If the mantis catches the cicada, it will surely succeed. But this time, the mantis caught its prey. It was a dragon. How could this possibly succeed? Moreover, these mantises were a group of mantises whose strength was limited. Naturally, success is even less likely. After the dragon's roar echoed for a full 5 seconds, a sound finally rang out. Oh my, this is really unexpected. Those bastards didn't kill you. As the voice rang out, a tall, thin man in black with a square face walked out from a street. At the same time, several other figures appeared in other places, but they did not approach Lin Bei. They simply watched from afar. They are clearly observing. When Meng Fong was about 20 meters away from Lin Bei, he slowly stopped, then looked at Lin Bei with a ferocious expression and continued. But it doesn't matter. I'd rather deal with you than so many people. At least this way it will be much more convenient. Although he was somewhat wary of the two dragons beside Lin Bei, he did not believe he would fail. Chapter 132 Hidden Rules. 5 half-step king-level animals. Hearing Meng Fong's confident words, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, and said with a hint of surprise. Oh, who gave you the courage? He clearly saw 2 dragons beside him, yet he still dared to say such things. This shows that the other party has absolute confidence. The next moment, Meng Fong's voice rang out. This is not courage. It's confidence. As he said those 2 sentences, he straightened his back, and his originally ferocious face was now full of a confident smile. Your only reliance is those 2 dragons. Others may be afraid of your 2 half-step king-level dragons, but I, Meng Fong, am not. While a dragon at the half-step king level is indeed powerful, there are only 2 of them. Sometimes, a numerical advantage can determine the outcome of a battle. The more confident Meng Fong appeared, the more interested Lin Bei became. What methods did he use to possess such strong confidence? He was eager to see it. Let's get started. Don't waste time. The moment the words fell, the holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon-slaying dragon flapped their wings and slowly flew forward. For merciless eyes were fixed on Meng Fong, forcing him to reveal his strength. If Meng Fong continues to be unreasonable, he will be killed by Erlong. Although Meng Fong was extremely confident, he was not an idiot and naturally knew what he should do. He took several steps back, increasing the distance between himself and Erlong, and then immediately activated his talent, shouting excitedly, "Come forth, my mantises." In an instant, 5 mantises that looked similar and were about the same size, but differed in shell color, number, and strength, appeared beside Meng Fong. These 5 mantises were a full 20 meters tall, like a very old giant tree. One of them, with a red shell and flames shooting from its body, is called the fire mantis. One of them, with a blue shell and flowing water all over its body, is called the blue water mantis. A creature with a brown shell and covered in soil is called the soil mantis. A creature with a green shell, shrouded in a whirlwind, is called the gale mantis. One of them, with a purple shell and crackling with lightning, is called the thunder mantis. 5 mantises with completely different attributes are not particularly rare species, but collecting all 5 is not an easy task. It would require at least a large sum of money and considerable effort. At that moment, Meng Fong's voice rang out once again. Do you understand now? The reason I'm so confident is because I have these 5 magical beasts, all of which are at the half-step beast king level. So what if your dragon is strong? How could 2 possibly be a match for 5? Until the auction ends and the hidden rules are lifted, I will be the strongest person in Tianshan City. Really, 5 mantis-type magical beasts at the half-step beast king level are indeed a very strong fighting force. They're at least several levels better than the previous group. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. Meng Fong's words revealed a very important piece of information. There are even hidden rules. Moreover, this so-called hidden rule doesn't seem to be lifted until the auction ends. His mind began to race, analyzing one possibility after another. In just a few seconds, Lin Bei roughly determined the reason. Does this mean that those who are too powerful are not allowed to make a move before the auction ends? Otherwise, how dare someone with only 5 half-step Beast King level beasts claim to be the strongest person in Tianshan City? This is just speculation, and we need to ask others to find out for sure. Best choice. It's obviously asking Meng Fong. Seeing Lin Bei standing motionless and silent, Meng Fong subconsciously assumed that Lin Bei was stunned, and his smile deepened. The next moment, he then gave the order to the 5 half-step Beast King level mantises beside him. You guys go deal with those 2 dragons. Those with flesh and blood should not be killed. Those with only bones can be killed at will. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 5 mantis monsters, representing wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water, immediately flapped their wings and attacked the enemy dragon ahead. 10 arm blades, imbued with the power of berserk attributes, slashed mercilessly towards Erlong. Facing these 5 mantises, neither the holy white dragon of light nor the devouring demon dragon dared to underestimate them. After all, not only is the opponent's strength and level the same as ours, but their numbers are also several times greater, and their combat experience is also much richer. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were at a disadvantage. But the holy white dragon and the devouring demon dragon did not back down. Instead, their fighting spirit grew even stronger. They approached the 5 elements mantis and instantly engaged in battle. Lin Bei doesn't plan to summon any other dragons for the time being. He wants to see how powerful the 2 dragons actually are in combat. Meanwhile, those who remained elsewhere and did not participate were also intently observing the battle. People who know each other are still talking. Having met Meng Fong, that guy is probably finished. It seems that the Meng brothers will temporarily control that magical power. It doesn't matter. I'll just snatch that treasure after the auction ends. It's all because of these so-called rules. If there weren't these rules, what would Meng Fong be doing here? The rule that magical beasts above the half-step Beast King level cannot participate before the auction ends is truly foolish. Compared to all this nonsense, I'm more curious about those 2 dragons. I've studied a lot about dragons, but I've never seen such a magical dragon before. It's incredible. Meanwhile, inside the Tianshan Hotel, some of the staff members had already taken the elevator to the 27th floor. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, they saw the corpses scattered throughout the entire corridor. Hiss. Immediately, another gasp of cold air rippled through the crowd, and the staff were covered in goosebumps. Although I had some expectation in my mind, I still found it hard to accept when I saw it with my own eyes. Terrible. Absolutely terrifying. Is this young man a demon? He actually killed so many people. Shut up. Stop talking. Do you want to be killed too? Their arrival successfully attracted the attention of Bai Zhou and the others. Just then, Bai Zhou finished collecting all his spoils. He walked a few steps to the staff and hurriedly asked, do I need to tidy up the rest of the way? To this, the staff simply nodded slightly, responding instinctively. Without. That's right. They didn't know why they answered that way. Chapter 133 Actually, I have a 3rd dragon. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath, shake his head helplessly, and walk into the elevator. He never imagined that Tianshan City would become like this. Completely different from previous years. Although attacks have occurred to varying degrees during previous auctions, the overall number of casualties has been well controlled, remaining in the single digits. But this year, the number of casualties will likely exceed 3 digits. I hope Mr. Lin doesn't go too far. Otherwise, you'll definitely anger the auction house. At that time, this won't end so simply. Although Bai Zhou hadn't been with Lin Bei for long, his loyalty was very high, and his worry at this moment was genuine. He knew perfectly well what kind of place the Tianshan City auction house was. To put it bluntly, the only thing that matters at the Tianshan City auction is profit. After the elevator doors closed and started running, Si Lingxian and the others barely realized what was happening. They then ignored everyone else and rushed to the elevator. They were equally curious about what was happening downstairs. At the same time, the Holy White Dragon and the Devouring Demon Dragon are fighting against the 5 mantises. The 5 mantises, each with different attributes, share a similar fighting style, primarily attacking by swinging their arm blades. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 sword-like slashes, flame slash, water slash, lightning slash, gale slash, and earth slash, appeared again and again as the mantises swung their arm blades. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of elemental slashes on the street. These elemental strikes are extremely powerful, capable of easily cleaving through steel and rock. Even if there is a mountain in front of you, you can't withstand these elemental attacks for long and will soon be flattened. And now, these hundreds of slashes were aimed at the holy white dragon of light and the demon-slaying dragon of heaven. At this time, the two dragons had grown larger, becoming somewhat similar in size to the mantises. The street space is limited and cannot accommodate large monsters. It doesn't matter, it's just a change in size and won't affect Erlong's strength. It can be seen as a condensation of power. Facing the hundreds of elemental slashes, Erlong showed no fear and began to unleash his own power to attack the elemental slashes and the mantises. Boom, boom. Holy golden beams of light kept blasting out, piercing through one after another. Anything touched by the golden beam of light would instantly disintegrate. The two attacks were not on the same level of power. Clearly, the attack of the holy white dragon of light was more powerful. Call. The devouring demon dragon opened its skeletal mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption that frantically devoured everything in front of it. One after another, the elemental strikes were easily swallowed up into its belly. Once swallowed, those elemental attacks will become inanimate objects, floating motionless inside the bone dragon's belly. Despite being 2 against 5, Erlong was not at a disadvantage. Both sides. It can only be described as a draw. When Meng Fong, who was standing not far away, saw this scene, his expression became much more serious, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This situation was not what he had anticipated. As expected of a legendary dragon, even though there were only 2 of them, they were able to hold their own against the mantis's attacks. Very strong. Really very strong. But the quantity is simply too small. Despite saying that, Meng Fong wasn't worried about anything. Compared to the 5 elements mantis, which can move flexibly, the bright heaven white dragon and the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon are completely bound to a fixed position. Once they stop attacking, it will give those elemental slashers an opportunity to strike. So, the 2 dragons can only continuously output damage. The other onlookers in the distance shared similar thoughts with Meng Fong. That young man is indeed formidable, but he has encountered the most troublesome enemy at this stage. If I can only suppress my strength to the half-step Beast King level, even I am not confident of defeating that guy Meng Fong. That's right, Meng Fong is really strong. The 5 elements mantis is not just about having 5 different attributes. Its most terrifying aspect lies in the perfect coordination between them. From the current situation, it is clear that those 2 dragons are just putting on a brave front. When they run out of strength, that will be the time of their defeat. Don't forget, they fought their way out of the hotel. Their remaining strength is definitely limited. 90% of people believe that Lin Bei will lose. Their eyes were now all focused on Meng Fong. He pondered how to snatch that magical power from Meng Fong's hands. As for the remaining 10%, they believed Lin Bei would die. Among the onlookers, the most excited was a round-faced man named Meng Yuan. Looking at Meng Fong's relaxed face, he excitedly muttered to himself, "As expected of my good younger brother, you really didn't disappoint me. If we can seize that magical power, my brother and I will be set for life. Keep it up. Once we get this power, we'll find a way to escape." At this moment, Meng Yuan began to think about how to use this power to make money. Lin Bei was completely unaware of what the people around him were thinking. He simply watched the 2 dragons fighting in front of him with a calm expression. Although the 2 dragons were able to withstand the numerous attacks, they were unable to retaliate and could only ensure that they would not be defeated. If this stalemate continues, the situation will not change. A few seconds later, Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment, a sense of seriousness rising in his heart. Although the dragons have all been trained to the level of half-step Beast King, they are severely lacking in practical combat experience. How could we be reduced to a stalemate when facing just a few praying mantises? It seems practical experience is also essential. This is the only drawback. Having immense strength, but being unable to fully utilize it is truly a painful thing. Lin Bei was already quite satisfied with being able to come to this conclusion. At least this battle wasn't in vain. The next moment, he stepped forward and said, "You're right. Sometimes, quantity can determine the outcome of a battle." Meng Fong was slightly taken aback, subconsciously thinking that Lin Bei was about to admit defeat, so he prepared to say something. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. So, I'm going to summon the third dragon. I'll post the first chapter first, but I have to go out for a while. I'll post the second chapter later tonight, just for fun. I'm not writing anything. I'm going shopping, just having fun. Chapter 134 Powerful. The battle ends. Meng Fong was immediately stunned. What? Summoning a third dragon? You must be kidding. He instinctively couldn't believe it. For someone to tame a dragon was practically an act of incredible luck. Taming 2 dragons is already considered a miracle. Not to mention taming 3 dragons. Let's not even talk about whether it's possible. Even just the idea of seeing 3 dragons is unrealistic. Dragon. The quantity is frighteningly small. Taming one of them is at least 100 times more difficult than taming 5 elements mantises. Lin Bei ignored Meng Fong and silently gave the order in his mind. Xiao Lu, help Xiao Bai and Gu Tu. Buzz. The 6-winged wind and thunder dragon responded immediately. Q. Hide in the void and use the power of reincarnation to assist them in the battle. Buzz. The void reincarnation dragon also responded. The next moment, the 2 dragons then left their private space and went to the outside world. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon appeared behind Lin Bei, its eyes, crackling with lightning, staring straight at Meng Fong, filled with undisguised killing intent. He wished he could chop Meng Fong and those 5 insects into charcoal. Meanwhile, the void reincarnation dragon had already entered the void and was observing the situation outside through it. Its unique eyes were gleaming, clearly indicating that it was exerting the power of reincarnation. The moment Meng Fong saw the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon, he froze on the spot, his eyes widening uncontrollably and his nostrils flaring up. Holy crap! He really has a third dragon. Holy crap! He was stunned. I never expected that what Lin Bei said was actually true. What was meant to be a show of bravado has actually become a reality. What's going on? Not only Meng Fong, but everyone else observing was also taken aback by the appearance of the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon. A complex mix of emotions welled up within them, and their thoughts became somewhat chaotic. 3 dragons. This is truly unexpected, to actually see someone with 3 dragons in Tianshan City. Could this young man be a core disciple of some large organization? That's the most likely possibility, but there's another one besides that. He may be hiding a big secret. At this time, everyone changed their opinion of Lin Bei and no longer thought that Lin Bei was bound to lose. Some people have even given up on their interest in Lin Bei, as they don't want to take the risk. However, a small group of people became even more determined to take action against Lin Bei. If we could find some big secret, it would definitely be worth the risk. Take a gamble. Worth. They just can't make a move right now. Lin Bei didn't care what these people thought. He raised a hand and pointed forward. Kill. The moment the words fell, the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon flapped all 6 of its wings at the same time. In an instant, a fierce wind and thunderstorm arose, and torrential rain poured down. Boom. Boom. A violent bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The holy white dragon of light and the devouring demon dragon also quickly continued their attacks. It was still the same golden beam of light and the power of devouring. Meng Fong quickly recalled a mantis with lightning attributes to resist the lightning that was falling from the sky. But in the very next moment, whether it was lightning, golden beams of light, or the power of devouring, they all vanished suddenly. Without any warning, it simply vanished. Meng Fong, whose mental focus was highly concentrated, was also stunned by this situation, never expecting such a thing to happen. What happened? How could those attacks suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone is secretly helping me? Although he didn't know what had happened, he didn't have time to think about it too much. He simply gave an order to his 5 elements mantis. Quick! Seize this great opportunity. Attack that guy directly. If we can defeat Lin Bei and capture him to threaten the 3 dragons, then we will have basically won. After all, tamed pets cannot ignore the life or death of their owners. The next moment, the 5 mantises immediately sprang into action, each flapping its wings and rapidly approaching Lin Bei, who stood calmly in front of them. In the blink of an eye, the fire mantis went directly in front of Lin Bei and raised its arm blades, which were covered in flames, and slashed at Lin Bei without hesitation. Phew! Phew! As the flames surged, the arm blade rapidly approached Lin Bei, the intense heat already enveloping him. But just then, a golden beam of light descended from the sky and struck the fire mantis directly on the head. Boom. A tenth of a second later, the golden beam pierced through the fire mantis's body. and it can easily penetrate from top to bottom. There were no obstacles whatsoever. As the golden beam of light dissipated, the fire mantis's body turned to dust and vanished from the world, as if it had never existed. Meng Fong, who witnessed this scene, was immediately stunned, his brain seemingly deprived of oxygen and unable to function. This. He even started to stutter when he spoke. Before Meng could even process this, a new situation arose. Boom. The lightning that had disappeared from the sky has now reappeared. However, it appeared on the heads of 4 other mantises and slashed down before any of them could react. Rumble. Rumble. Thousands of lightning bolts connected the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but lightning. After being struck by lightning, the 4 mantis-like magical beasts were paralyzed and could no longer move without further trouble. As time passed, millisecond by millisecond, the exoskeletons of these 4 mantises have also changed. At first, the watch case quickly turned charred black. Then it began to break apart, and cracks appeared. At last, the entire case was fused together, revealing the charred flesh inside. 3 seconds later, the lightning dissipated. The mantises stood motionless on the ground, their breathing long since stopped. Immediately following, the devouring attraction appeared. It directly devoured the 4 charred corpses. The next moment, the 4 mantis corpses appeared inside the belly of the devouring demon dragon. The power of the 3 dragons was already immense, and having undergone several cycles of reincarnation, they were able to inflict such terrifying damage. Just then, Lin Bei stepped forward, his calm gaze falling on Meng Fong. Call. The holy white dragon of light, the devouring demon-slaying dragon, and the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon followed behind him, flapping their wings. Finally, Meng Fong panicked. Chapter 135. My enemy has only one path, death. In this situation, Meng Fong couldn't help but panic. What was originally a sure win situation turned into an unwinnable one in an instant. Anyone would panic. After all, few people can withstand such dramatic ups and downs. What happened? What happened? How could this happen? What the hell were those attacks? Why did they suddenly disappear, and then why did they suddenly reappear? Gull. What's going on? He was already somewhat incoherent, his thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his head began to throb slightly. But Lin Bei didn't care what Meng Fong did. He simply strode forward calmly. With each step they took, the distance between them shortened, and Meng Fong faced even greater pressure. Finally, after Lin Bei took 3 steps, Meng Fong finally broke down, losing all courage to face Lin Bei directly. He just stood there, motionless, as if waiting for death to come. Meng Yuan, watching from afar, was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Although he was a bad person, he didn't want anything to happen to his younger brother, so he quickly took a deep breath and shouted, "Xiaofang, run!" After shouting that, Meng Yuan turned to look at another street, and then shouted again. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Something like this has happened here. Aren't you going to come and do something about it? Believe me or not, I'll report you right now." The guards who were already waiting on that street exchanged glances upon hearing this. They had gathered here a few minutes ago. However, no orders have been issued from above, so no action has been taken. Upon hearing Meng Yuan's words, the leader of the guards could no longer pretend to ignore them. After all, he had previously accepted bribes from the Meng brothers, Meng Fong and Meng Yuan. Therefore, he had no choice but to give the order. Action! Go and stop that battle. They claimed it was to stop the fighting, but their real purpose was to rescue Meng Fong. Because that way you can gain more benefits. The other onlookers, besides Meng Yuan, shook their heads helplessly at the sight, quite dissatisfied with Meng Yuan's actions. This approach is really boring. That's short-sighted. They actually intervened forcefully. This may be the only way. That young man's strength has far exceeded our expectations. They actually have 3 dragons. I've never heard of such a thing before. It seems that things have come to an end. It's hard to believe that Meng Fong was the only one who survived this attack. Completely different from previous years. At the same time, Meng Fong, having heard Meng Yuan's words, regained his senses and quickly turned around to leave. But the moment he turned around, the things that were normal in his sight instantly turned into nothingness. The void was pitch black, devoid of anything, and exuded a dangerous aura. Suddenly, Meng Fong's body stiffened, and his expression became even more astonished. This. So that's how it is. I see. Turn out to be. There's a 4th dragon. As he saw the void rift, he also sensed a familiar aura within it. It was none other than the aura of those 3 attacks from before. However, it was all too late. In the few seconds that Meng Fong was stunned, Lin Bei had already reached him from behind, and he even took out the divine weapon Thousand Illusions, a weapon he had never used before, from the system space. Whoosh! The divine weapon transformed into the heaven-slaying demon spear, its pitch-black tip aimed directly at Meng Fong's heart. But Lin Bei didn't stab directly. Instead, he calmly spoke first. What's the use of understanding now? Can you escape? Since the matter is already settled, a few seconds of delay won't make a difference. Knowing he couldn't escape, Meng Fong could only turn around again, looking at Lin Bei with a panicked and fearful expression. No, you can't kill me. My brother is Meng Yuan. He is a true king-level expert. If you kill me now, he will definitely come after you after the auction. Arrive. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei interrupted him. Shut up. I'm not killing you now so you can threaten me. The reason you're still alive is because I have something to ask you. His tone was cold and ruthless, clearly not a joke. Realizing this, Meng quieted down, and although somewhat reluctant, he stammered. Ask. What do you want to ask? The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Who gave you the courage? He had asked this question before, and Meng Fong had given an answer before. But now Meng Fong didn't know how to answer. Courage? Where would he find the courage now? This appearance is no different from that of a stray dog. I hesitated for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Because of the question Lin Bei asked, the last shred of dignity in his heart began to crumble and disintegrate. Seeing this, Lin Bei gripped the Thousand Illusions demon spear form even tighter and slowly moved it towards the spot in front of him. Meng Fong instinctively tried to dodge, but as soon as he moved, the surrounding void began to move as well, making it impossible for him to escape. 2 seconds later, the spear tip had already pierced Meng Fong's body, and blood began to gush from the wound. Thump! Just then, Meng Yuan arrived from a distance, glared fiercely at Lin Bei, and threatened him. Hey kid, stop! Let him go, and I'll give you whatever you want. Money, treasures, elixirs, pets, anything is fine. He knew that threatening him would be useless, so he didn't threaten him. Instead, he offered tempting terms. But this held no appeal for Lin Bei. Do you think I lack these things? In addition, you can't afford the pet I want. One sentence left Meng Yuan speechless. Really? How could someone who possesses such a magical treasure possibly lack these things? Moreover, even if the other party wants a pet, they will only want a dragon. Oh, we really can't afford it. After a second of silence, he spoke again. What would it take for you to let him go? Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei shook his head slightly and said in a cold tone. Let him go? Impossible. Since you've chosen to be my enemy, then you're doomed. That's how he is. If you were my enemy, then it would be the same. The moment he finished speaking, he exerted his strength, causing Qianhuan to pierce even deeper. With a heart-wrenching scream, Meng Fong lost all signs of life. Chapter 136 Imprisoned. System Task. Seeing Meng Fong's head drooping to one side, blood flowing all over the ground, Meng Yuan's eyes widened to their maximum, filled with murderous intent and anger. Several wrinkles on her forehead were squeezed together, making her look extremely ferocious. Thump! He glared fiercely at Lin Bei, his fists clenched tightly together, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and his arms trembling slightly, clearly showing that he was extremely angry. You bastard! How dare they do such a thing? He killed my own brother right in front of me. Meng Yuan wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Bei on the spot, but reason told her that she absolutely could not do that. Because once a move is made, this will only lead to more serious consequences. It could even get you involved. Lin Bei, however, seemed oblivious to everything. He calmly pulled Qianhuan out and even shook it off with a hint of disdain. The next moment, he turned to look at the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon and said softly, Bone, keep my spoils safe. The devouring demon dragon instantly understood, flapping its wings and flying forward, opening its terrifying white bone mouth and unleashing its devouring power. Target. That was Meng Fong, who had already died. At the same time, Lin Bei, holding Qianhuan, turned to look at Meng Yuan. At the same moment, the holy white dragon of light, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon hidden in the void all glared at Meng Yuan. They will launch an attack at the same time as Meng Yuan takes any action. Time flies, and a minute has passed in the blink of an eye. During that long minute, Lin Bei kept staring at Meng Yuan. Neither side took any action on its own initiative. Both were wary of something. Thump! Thump! Just then, A series of orderly footsteps echoed through the street. The guardians have arrived. The sound of footsteps broke the long silence. After a long silence, Meng Yuan finally spoke. So young, yet so ruthless. Keeping you around is just asking for trouble. Wait. I will personally eliminate you, you scourge. He wasn't threatening. He was stating a fact. Once the auction is over, it will be time to take action. He wanted to avenge his younger brother and also to seize that power from Lin Bei. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Yeah. The useless older brother of the useless younger brother. Actually, I wouldn't mind killing one more piece of trash. Despite facing a king-level opponent, he was not afraid. He's just a king-level opponent. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately afterwards, Meng Yuan then turned and left without even bothering to retrieve Meng Fang's body. When he heard Lin Bei speak, he already knew that he could not get the body back. That is indeed the case. Should Lin Bei hand over his spoils to someone else? No way. After seeing Meng Yuan leave on her own, the onlookers couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. These skills, this power, no wonder they can tame so many dragons. Of all the young people I've ever met, he's easily in the top 5. 3 dragons in total, the younger generation is simply invincible. At such a young age, he is so decisive and ruthless. As long as he continues to grow, he will surely have a place among the top experts in the future. That's assuming he survives. He and Meng Yuan have become mortal enemies, and he even possesses that kind of supreme treasure. It's really hard to imagine what might happen. I'm looking forward to this auction, but what I'm even more excited about is what will happen to this young man after the auction. I'm taking my leave now. This year is going to be interesting. They all had a strong impression of Lin Bei. We will not forget what happened today for at least 10 years. A few seconds after Meng Yuan left, the guards arrived in front of Lin Bei and all looked at him. After carefully examining Lin Bei for a few seconds, Xue Fei, who was leading the group, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Just this one young man? Is it really worth Li Fugui giving such special instructions? He quickly suppressed the jumble of thoughts in his mind and asked Lin Bei. Lin Bei, is that right? Lin Bei simply nodded slightly, without denying it. A second later, Xue Fei's voice continued. Although they attacked you first, your actions were still a bit excessive. In order to maintain harmony in Tianshan City, you must be punished to a certain extent. After unanimous discussion, we have decided to lock you up in the Tianshan prison first. Don't worry, you'll only be detained for a short time. You'll be released soon. His tone was very casual, as if he were just announcing something. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. If I were imprisoned, I might not be able to obtain the Kunping scales. Kunping scales are so important. You absolutely can't miss it. He was about to say something, but before he could utter a word, the system notification sounded first. Ding. Special mission successfully triggered. Please enter the Heavenly Mountain prison and find the treasure hidden within. There's more than one treasure hidden inside. Please search carefully once you're inside. You will receive a reward upon completion of this task. For a moment, a sense of astonishment arose in Lin Bei's heart. What's going on? This can trigger a task? Isn't this forcing myself to go in? After overcoming his initial shock, Lin Bei fell into a state of deep thought. Based on the current situation, I definitely need to go to the Tianshan prison, and I must also get the Kunping scales. So, we absolutely must come up with a solution. Seeing Lin Bei remain silent, Xue Fei subconsciously assumed that Lin Bei did not want to enter the Tianshan prison. This made him frown, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. No matter what, Lin Bei must be put into Tianshan prison. Lin Bei, listen up. Entering Tianshan prison is for your own good. And even if you go in, you'll only be locked up for a week at most. The moment Xue Fei finished speaking, Lin Bei's eyes turned cold. These repeated urgings, and the underlying meaning in their words, were all for their own good. No matter how I think about it, something just doesn't feel right. The world. Where does this unprovoked friendliness come from? He's no innocent child. In the end, Lin Bei simply said calmly, "Thanks. However, before I leave with you, I need to explain a few things." Although he knew there must be a trap, he didn't show it. Xue Fei had no objection to this. As long as I achieve my goal, that's all that matters. The next moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the hotel. At this time, Baizhou was busy in the hotel lobby. Chapter 137, The Secret of the Prison. The prison suppressing steel. Baizhou, who had been busy searching through the numerous corpses for quite some time, had fallen into a state of numbness, mechanically repeating the tasks he was supposed to do. He looks like a tool. Before arriving in Tianshan City, Bai Zhou had imagined many scenarios and wondered if anything unexpected might happen. But he never expected it. Things have turned out this way. In just a short time, over 100 people died. Moreover, each and every one of them is a beast tamer with respectable skills. Isn't Mr. Lin being a bit too impulsive? Killing so many people at once. The consequences are dire just thinking about them. The more Bai Zhou thought about it, the more frightened he became. This is an unprecedented record in Tianshan City. It's likely that no one will be able to break this record for hundreds or thousands of years. This is Tianshan City. You need to know, during the auction, Tianshan City maintained very strict management, even stipulating that only those below the king level could participate. What if someone at the king level or above makes a move? Tianshan City will not stand idly by. The reason why it is stipulated that those below the king level can take action is because the administrators of Tianshan City also know that conflicts between people cannot be completely stopped. So, they can only do their best to prevent greater damage. After all, people below the king level have limited combat power and destructive force. However, the administrators of Nanshan City did not expect that this situation would occur. He was clearly only a half-step king-level cultivator, but it possesses such incredible combat power. You must be kidding. Just then, a voice rang in Bai Zhou's ears. Lin Bei, come here for a moment. He snapped out of his daze in an instant and quickly walked outside. A few seconds later, Bai Zhou arrived at the hotel entrance and saw Lin Bei waiting in front of the door. Naturally, he also saw the guards, and his pupils immediately contracted sharply, a bad premonition rising in his heart. However, Bai Zhou quickly regained his composure and asked Lin Bei respectfully, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? When he asked that question, he already guessed something, so he knew that Lin Bei wanted to tell him something. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. I need to stay in Tianshan prison for a while. I'll leave the outside affairs to you for now. After saying this, he continued to speak to the system in his mind. System, automatically deduct points. Exchange 30 beast spirit pills and 30 marrow cleansing pills each, and then store them in an empty space ring. In addition, extract another 50 portions of Xiao Bai's power and seal them in bottles as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei casually waved his hand, recalling all 4 dragons outside back to their private space. Even though he's going to Tianshan prison, the necessary preparations still need to be made. Ding. Insufficient points. Ding. Points have been automatically redeemed. Ding. Redemption successful. Points deducted. All redeemed items have been stored in a spatial ring. Then, the system fell silent. Without wasting even a second, Lin Bei took out his spatial ring and placed it directly in Bai Zhou's hand, while simultaneously lowering his voice to speak. Don't worry about me. Find a way to sell everything in the ring, and then use the proceeds to participate in the auction. Among the auction items was a huge fish scale. No matter how high the price of that fish scale goes, get it at all costs. As for the rest, just buy whatever you think is best, and try to get as many rare materials as possible. He was determined to get the scales of the Kuanping. The ring itself isn't valuable, but the contents inside are. Not only did Lin Bei have the remaining funds, but he also had a total of 60 pills and 50 bottles of holy power. As long as it's sold, that's another huge sum of money. After receiving the ring, Bai Zhou put it away without even bothering to check what was inside. Mr. Lin, if you are imprisoned in Tianshan prison, remember not to cause any trouble. Because prisoners in Tianshan prison cannot summon pets. Only the prison's overseers are allowed to summon pets. I'm saying this for your own good. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was quite surprised, and his pupils contracted slightly. There must have been a reason for the Tianshan prison to have occurred. Very likely. It's the treasure the system was talking about. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked again, do you know why? Bai Zhou did not disappoint Lin Bei and quickly explained the reason. I heard there's a prison guarding monument inside the prison. It is precisely because of this prison suppressing steel that this situation has occurred. One of the effects of the prison suppression steel is that it can suppress people's talents and prevent them from activating the power of their talents. And if you can't use your innate power, you naturally can't summon a pet. The prison suppressing monument. Suppressing steel after arriving at Tianshan prison. Good. You can go back now. At this point, he had already explained the important matters. Subsequently, he then strode directly toward Xue Fei and the others. Seeing that Lin Bei was very cooperative, Xue Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Everything went very smoothly. Their mission would be complete once they captured Lin Bei. This will not only stabilize public sentiment and establish the authority of Tianshan City, but also bring certain benefits. Walk. As a shout rang out, Lin Bei followed Shui Fei and the others, heading towards the location of the Tianshan prison. But Baizhou didn't go back. He just stood at the hotel entrance, looking at Lin Bei without saying a word. He only quietly withdrew his gaze when Lin Bei's figure was no longer visible. I hope Mr. Lin is alright. Tianshan prison is no good place. Meanwhile, the onlookers watched Lin Bei walk away, their gazes becoming complicated, somewhat surprised by the outcome. Oh dear, he's been imprisoned in the Tianshan prison? This guy's really in for a rough time. Those guys in prison are all troublemakers. Although they can't use their innate powers, those people's physical strength is even more terrifying than that of ordinary magical beasts. Being imprisoned in the Tianshan prison was actually a good thing for him. At least it helped him to smooth out his rough edges. Judging from this style of behavior, he's probably going to get beaten to death by those people. Even they felt apprehensive when they thought of the Tianshan prison. Chapter 138, The Big Secret. The Suppressed Talent. A short while later, Si Lingxian and her group also came out of the elevator. Hiss. Upon seeing the corpses scattered on the ground, the dozen or so people instinctively gasped, feeling a sense of shock. Because the scene was just too horrific. The devastation was beyond description. What ruthless methods. This is something a teenager shouldn't be able to do. Absolute. We must not underestimate this young man. Without lingering in the hall, Si Lingxian left, as if fleeing. After all, she was a girl, and even though she was a holy seed of the altar of light, her ability to withstand such things was still limited. The others were a little better off, but not much better off. Soon, Si Lingxian arrived at the hotel entrance, and, seeing the relatively normal street, she finally felt somewhat back to normal. But looking around, I didn't see the person I wanted to see. Kindness. Have they left? What a pity. I was hoping to ask him about it. The moment she finished speaking, Si Lingxian saw the white boat beside her. She knew very well that Baizhou and Lin Bei's relationship was unusual, so it's a good choice. Thinking of this, Si Lingxian walked a few steps to Baizhou's side and asked politely, "Excuse me, where is that young man from earlier?" Whether it's about the dragon or something else, she needs to ask Lin Bei some questions. Upon hearing this, Baizhou's vigilance instantly increased, and he looked at Si Lingxian with a serious expression. "Who are you? Why are you asking about him?" He didn't even know who the other party was, so he wouldn't casually reveal important information. Just in case. Are they enemies? Si Lingxian wasn't stupid. She knew what Baizhou was thinking, so she quickly explained. "Don't worry, I mean no harm. I am a holy seed of the altar of light, and I have some private matters to discuss with him. I absolutely won't do anything to him." However, Baizhou found her explanation somewhat vague and unclear. They only barely knew the other party's identity. But it's not quite enough. "What's up?" Immediately afterwards, Si Lingxian was caught in a dilemma, a blush rising on her fair face, clearly feeling shy. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. This kind of thing. How can I say it? After a long pause, Si Lingxian finally stammered. "My dragon was kidnapped by his dragon and ran away. Then he just kept falling asleep after coming back, so I thought I'd ask him how to handle this. So can you tell me?" After saying this, her face turned even redder, as if she had been boiled. These words were quite effective, at least making Baizhou understand the intricacies of the situation. He also felt slightly embarrassed. "I never expected it to be like this. However, if that's the case, then we can reveal Lin Bei's whereabouts. After all, it's best to leave matters of the dragon's love life to the dragon itself. Anyway, Lin Bei is in the Tianshan prison, so even if Si Lingxian goes there, she won't pose any threat. If you want to find Mr. Lin, go to Tianshan prison. As long as they are not dangerous individuals, they can visit the Tianshan prison." After saying that, Baizhou forced a smile and then hurriedly left. He didn't want to continue facing the awkward situation that Si Lingxian had been put in. Si Lingxian turned her gaze to the distance, her eyes flashing with contemplation, and muttered to herself. "The Tianshan prison? It seems that one of the previous holy seeds who committed a grave error is imprisoned there. Just right. We can go take a look." She has made her decision. We absolutely have to go and see the Tianshan prison. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was walking along the street with Shui Fei and the others. Night. The streets were sparsely populated, so the progress was very smooth. As they reached the end of a street, Shui Fei's voice rang out. "There's a teleportation array ahead. By going through that teleportation array, you can go to the Tianshan prison." Their attitude was pretty good. After all, He knew that Lin Bei still had value. Lin Bei simply nodded, looked at the magic circle in front of him, and said to the system in his mind, "Set up a teleportation array, and set a point here. We'll talk about the other spot once I'm in the cell." Soon, the system notification sounded. Bite. Points have been deducted. First teleportation point has been set up. As the notification sound faded, Lin Bei, Shuefei, and the others had already stepped into the teleportation array's coverage area. The next moment, the teleportation array activates automatically. Whoosh. With a flash of dark light, everyone inside the teleportation array vanished. When they reappeared, they were outside the gates of the Tianshan prison. Lin Bei immediately looked ahead. Ahead stood a steel gate, at least 50 meters high. It was covered with scratches, clearly from a battle. Among the dense cracks, some were several meters deep, demonstrating just how thick the iron gate was. And beside the iron gate, but it's an even higher wall. At the top of the wall stood many patrolling people. These people were all wearing uniform armor that looked like it was made of some kind of special metal. Just from seeing the Tianshan prison from the outside, Lin Bei felt an immense pressure. It was so intense it almost made it hard to breathe. Tianshan prison. A prison that instills fear in its inmates. In Tianshan City, there is a practice where, whenever teachers encounter students with poor character, they bring the students to Tianshan prison for observation. Once they witness the horror of this prison, all the bad students will turn into good students. For decades, without exception. A few seconds later, Shuefei's voice rang out again. Lin Bei, entering the red line area. He simply stayed where he was, showing no intention of leading Lin Bei inside. He merely remained a few meters in front of the red line. Seeing this, a knowing look flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Obviously, it's very dangerous inside the red line. The moment he deduced this, he strode forward. After learning the secrets of the Tianshan prison, Lin Bei wanted to verify one thing. The prison suppressing steel? I wonder if it can intimidate me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After taking 5 steps, Lin Bei entered the area within the red line. In an instant, a force as heavy as Mount Tai crashed down upon him, directly entering his body. Previously, I could clearly sense my talent, but now it has become imperceptible, as if it were shrouded in a layer of mist. As Bai Zhou said, within the Tianshan prison area, innate powers cannot be used. But it's simply that I can't use my innate abilities. Chapter 139 The Ferocious God, the Evil Spirit. Shuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Bei enter the red line area. Others may not know, but he knows very well. Only by stepping into the red line area will everything change dramatically. Tigers must live like cats, and dragons must live like snakes. Just go in. Now. I'm sure I can deliver on my promise. Just as he finished speaking to himself, the previously closed door slowly opened. Boom. Because the gate is so large and heavy, it makes a lot of noise when it is opened. 2 people dressed in identical steel armor walked out of the iron gate in unison, their eyes, hidden beneath their helmets, fixed on Lin Bei. A few seconds later, they walked up to Lin Bei and said in an icy tone, "Come with us." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Bei's response, she turned around again and walked into the iron gate. Lin Bei, who had already decided to enter the Tianshan prison, naturally had no resistance to it, and calmly followed behind the 2 men. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the steel armor. Lin Bei's intuition told him that these suits of armor were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, these people wouldn't wear that heavy steel armor either. After all, wearing steel armor affects many aspects of life. If you have time, we need to study this armor. After Lin Bei walked through the steel gate, Shuefei led his men away and used the teleportation array to return to the city. Subsequently, he left the group alone and went to the auction venue. The moment Shuefei arrived in front of the auction house, Li Fugui, who had been waiting there, came out, squinting his eyes and smiling as he asked, "Brother Shue, how is the situation? Was it successful?" Although he was speaking with a smile, his tone was full of malice. Soon enough, Shuefei nodded with a big laugh. "Brotherly, what do you think? If I don't succeed, would I dare to come and see you? Don't worry. I have already sent that guy to Tianshan prison." Upon hearing this, Li Fugui's smile widened, and his eyes narrowed so much that they became just slits. He's obviously excited because of something. As expected of Brother Shue. After saying this, he took out a spatial ring. "Take it. This is the payment I promised you. It contains goods worth 20 million. Shuefei quickly reached out and took the spatial ring, carefully putting it into his pocket. From the very beginning, his purpose in seeking out Lin Bei was to obtain this enormous profit. 20 million. That's no small sum of money. It could easily tempt some people to take the risk. Moreover, what Xue Fei is doing now is reasonable and without any danger. If you can reap such a huge profit by doing something so simple, why not do it? Brotherly, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. If there are any more good things like this in the future, remember to contact me. Although Xue Fei was greedy, he wasn't stupid. He knew very well that Li Fugui was not a good person. It's okay to get involved with Li Fugui when there's profit to be made, but it's best to avoid it if there's no need. Otherwise you'll end up putting yourself in the tiger's den sooner or later. Li Fugui did not stop Xue Fei from leaving. In his view, Xue Fei was just a minor character, and there was no need for him to stop him. Now that I'm in prison, I can begin my operation. Don't blame me for being cunning. To blame. It's all because what you're holding is too valuable. Knowing that many people wanted to deal with Lin Bei, but were all forcibly killed by Lin Bei, Li Fugui came up with this plan. Since Lin Bei is so strong, it is absolutely impossible to snatch the holy power from him through an attack. So, the best way is to imprison him, thus perfectly limiting his power. As long as Lin Bei cannot unleash his original power, many troubles will be easily resolved. It was late at night, and Li Fugui didn't linger outside. He walked into the auction house with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself as he did so. I'll go see him first thing tomorrow morning. We have to make it look convincing. He's just an impulsive young man. He probably can't imagine the secrets behind it. At the same time, Lin Bei had already followed the 2 prison guards into the Tianshan prison. The moment he entered, he saw 4 passageways. Above the first passage are the 4 characters, Prison of the Evil God. Above the second passage, the words, Prison of the Men's Quarter, are engraved. Above the third passage, the words, Women's Prison, are engraved. Above the fourth passage are the 4 characters, Prison of Evil Spirits. Lin Bei could easily tell what the male and female prisons were. However, the Prison of the Fierce God and the Prison of the Evil Spirit left him somewhat bewildered. You can't tell anything from its name alone. The male prison is for male inmates. The women's prison is a place where female prisoners are held. These prisons for fierce gods and evil spirits. Could they be imprisoning fierce gods and evil spirits? What do you think? Some of these are unrealistic. Out of curiosity, Lin Bei's gaze lingered between the prison of the fierce god and the prison of the evil spirits, his eyes filled with wonder. But he had only been watching for a short while when the 2 jailers' voices rang out. Don't look around. You are not worthy to be imprisoned in the prison of the fierce gods and the prison of the evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei quickly looked away. Although we don't know what's inside yet, judging from the words of these 2 jailers, those who can be imprisoned in the prison of the fierce god and the prison of the evil spirit must be extremely terrifying beings. His interest in the prison of the fierce god and the prison of the evil spirits grew even stronger. They were even more eager to know who was being held inside. But now is not the time. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bei, led by 2 prison guards, arrived in front of a cell. The cell environment was extremely sealed, with only a few ventilation holes at the very top. There was a list hanging on the door with 12 or so words written on it. The words written on it were visible even in the dim light of the corridor. Bed number 1, Renan. Bed number 2, Lin Bei. Bed number 3 is empty. Bed number 4, unavailable. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised that there were only 2 people in what looked like a large cell. Is there ever a time when bad guys are scarce? Go in. From now on, this will be your cell. As the voice faded, the jailer opened the door to the cell, gesturing for Lin Bei to enter. Lin Bei cooperated fully with this. Without hesitation, he walked into the prison cell. Chapter 140. Why are you able to use your talent? Thump. The moment Lin Bei stepped into the cell, the 2 jailers closed the cell door and simultaneously announced in the corridor. Renan, take good care of your new friend. Let him undergo proper reformation. After saying that, there was a sound of footsteps leaving. Upon entering the cell, Lin Bei subconsciously began to look around. On the walls on both sides of the cell hung a kind of spirit orb that could automatically glow in the dark. Although the light wasn't very bright, it was enough for him to see the entire cell clearly. The cell was simply furnished with 4 beds, a table, and a toilet. In addition, Lin Bei also saw someone else. A person of similar age to myself, but with dark skin, a muscular build, and a face full of surprise. Obviously, this is the man named Renan. When he saw Renan, Renan naturally saw Lin Bei as well. He's very interested in his new roommate. They're actually the same age? That's interesting. Having spent 5 or 6 years in the Tianshan prison, Renan saw people his own age very few times. Hey kid, what trouble did you get out there? Since you're willing to be my roommate. This mistake must be quite significant. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Bei casually replied. I guess I made a small mistake. I just casually killed 100 or so good-for-nothings. For him, it was indeed a minor mistake. Because the other party attacked me first, I was only forced to retaliate. Only. The counterattack was too strong, causing some negative consequences. In an instant, the entire cell fell silent. For a moment, Renan was at a loss for words, his mind seemingly blank. What? More than 100 people were killed. You call this a minor mistake? After a long while, he spoke again. Those 100 or so people you mentioned, they must all be very weak. Are there many ordinary people inside? Renan instinctively thought that Lin Bei was a madman who had been imprisoned here because he had killed many ordinary residents. Lin Bei walked a few steps to his bedside, casually sat down, and replied in a calm tone. Indeed, very weak. The worst are the advanced beast tamers. The strongest one is only close to reaching the king level. After saying that, he shook his head slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the strength of these enemies. And that is indeed the case, in Lin Bei's view. Those people are indeed very weak. Even though a group of people were attacking him, he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. What is this if not weakness? Upon hearing these words, Renan fell silent once again. Once again, I'm questioning the meaning of life. Even advanced beast tamers are nothing special. They're not particularly strong. But how can a beast tamer who is about to reach the king level be called weak? Renan had initially doubted whether Lin Bei was lying to him. But when I saw Lin Bei's completely calm expression, as if he were just talking about something unimportant, I instinctively chose to believe him. Immediately, his original intention to teach Lin Bei a lesson and establish his authority had gradually faded away. Educating this kind of person, do you think you don't have enough trouble already? What if we run into each other outside in the future? Wouldn't that cause trouble? Since they didn't enter the prison of the fierce gods or the prison of the evil spirits, it proves they won't be locked up here for life. Call. After taking a deep breath, Renan tentatively asked, Brother, may I ask what your talent is? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly and stared calmly at Renan. He didn't answer immediately, but instead quickly racked his brains, thinking about some questions. Seeing that Lin Bei did not answer for a long time, Renan did not dare to speak. What if this is actually a big shot? In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. Renan was about to lose his temper and was about to say something, but before he could speak, Lin Bei's voice rang out. What is my talent? Why don't you just take a look and see? Before Renan could react, he summoned the holy white dragon of light from his private space. The prison-suppressing steel only suppresses talent. The places where dragons like the holy white dragon of light reside are not innate spaces, but their own exclusive spaces. So, the prison-suppressing steel has absolutely no effect on dragons like the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. You're only suppressing the talent space. What does that have to do with my exclusive space? This time, the holy white dragon of light did not roar as it had in the past. It simply flapped its wings and flew around in this cell. Its size was also controlled by Lin Bei, becoming very small, only the size of a car, so that it could move freely in the cell. The moment Renan saw the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm, he understood and nodded knowingly. Oh, so it's a dragon's innate talent. No wonder he was able to do that. But he had barely finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. In front of oneself, a dragon appeared. Holy crap! What's going on? Why did a dragon appear in the Tianshan prison? Everyone's talents should be suppressed when they enter the Tianshan prison. But now this. What's going on here? Why did a dragon appear in my own cell? Am I dreaming? Call. With a flap of its wings, the holy white dragon of light easily stirred up the surrounding air currents, all of which struck Renan's body. Feeling the surging air rushing towards him, Renan had no choice but to accept reality, no matter how much he couldn't believe it. You, why wasn't your talent sealed away? It's connected. He's figured it out. My new roommate's talent is definitely not sealed, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do something like this. Who can summon their pet when their talent is sealed? Even the warden of Tianshan prison couldn't do something like this. Lin Bei saw Renan's strong reaction. He was very satisfied. The reason Lin Bei did this in front of Renan was to create the strongest deterrent effect on Renan. Because only in this way, only then was he able to extract all sorts of information from Renan. As for whether Renan would pose a threat to him, Lin Bei was not worried at all. He has plenty of ways to deal with Renan. Chapter 141, The Time Emperor Dragon Appears. The Power of Time. At this moment, Renan was still in a state of shock, staring wide-eyed at Guangtian Xingbeilong in disbelief. Although he had mentally accepted the fact, his body was still unable to adapt. Renan's breathing was very heavy, as if he had just done strenuous exercise. He was unsure how to face Lin Bei. My new roommate seems to be even more terrifying than I imagined. No, it's not just seems. It's the truth. How? How did you do that? If I could summon my pet, then I wouldn't have to be afraid of those two guys. Renan was eager to know the secret behind it. He not only wanted to know, but he also wanted to do the same thing. At that moment, Lin Bei calmly spoke. You're wrong. My talent has actually been suppressed. It is currently in a state of being unusable. Only, that doesn't stop me from summoning my pet. Everything he said was true. His talent has indeed been suppressed, and he is temporarily unable to use it. If Longdu hadn't been in his private space, Lin Bei would have felt powerless at this moment. When he first heard about the situation at Tianshan prison, he had already made some guesses about it. Otherwise, Lin Bei wouldn't obediently enter Tianshan prison. Upon hearing this, Renan fell silent. There was no doubt about what Lin Bei said, but it is precisely because of this that he remained silent. If it's just that talent hasn't been suppressed and can still be used, then it's somewhat acceptable. But the most terrifying thing is that even though their talent has been suppressed, they can still summon their pets. Renan was unsure how to get along with Lin Bei in the future. To place oneself above the other party is obviously impossible. Wouldn't that be courting death? Although he had done many bad things, he dared not offend anyone who could obviously kill him easily. To keep pace with the other side? That seems unlikely. I am not qualified enough. In the end, it seems there is only one option. But Lin Bei didn't care what he thought, and asked in a calm tone. I have already answered your question. So now, it's your turn to answer my question. Renan dared not refuse. After all, there's a dragon hovering in front of us. If we don't cooperate, we'll definitely suffer the consequences. Please ask. He will answer any question that isn't too outrageous. The next moment, Lin Bei's voice continued. Who are imprisoned in the prison of the fierce god and the prison of the evil spirit? Where's the prison suppressing steel? Besides the prison suppressing steel, what other magical things are there? There were only 3 questions, all of which were his biggest concerns at the moment. Upon hearing these 3 questions, Renan fell into deep thought once again. Without a doubt, the 3 questions Lin Bei asked were all very important and confidential. Ordinary prisoners in jail. They are not qualified to answer these 3 questions at all. Only someone like him, who has spent many years in prison and is familiar with many things, could barely answer these questions. But knowing is one thing. Whether or not to reply is another. I'm sorry, I can't answer these 3 questions. Because these 3 questions are not ordinary questions. Behind every one of them are many secrets. In an instant, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly, and his expression turned much colder. I answered your question, but you won't answer mine? Are you kidding me? Now he was certain that Renan definitely knew these things, but just didn't dare to answer. Renan immediately panicked. But while feeling panicked, he was also very conflicted. She didn't want to offend Lin Bei, nor did she dare to reveal these things. I really can't tell. The moment Renan finished speaking, Lin Bei summoned the Void Reincarnation Dragon and said in an extremely cold tone, send him into the void and let him think it over. 1 second later, the Void Reincarnation Dragon shattered the void and forcibly sent Renan into it. And under its deliberate control, the void that Renan faced was truly an empty void. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei opened the system space and summoned the Time Emperor Dragon hatchling stored within. Since obtaining the Time Emperor Dragon hatchling, he has not had a chance to contact it. Because I'm just too busy. The color of Shi Huanglong's body was quite peculiar, as it kept changing over time. When it first appeared, it was entirely white. But 3 seconds later, it turned gold. 5 seconds later, it turned green. It's as if it possesses all the colors in the world. Its size is much, much smaller than other baby dragons. It's only the size of a basketball. Lin Bei could easily hold him in his arms. This guy? It's currently the smallest dragon. The most unique feature is Shi Huanglong's eyes. It contains countless time scales. Year, month, day, hour, minute, second. These are eyes that are both extremely strange and extremely complex. Call. Shi Huanglong flapped its wings, flying quietly in the air, happily watching its master. Although to others, and the dragon, it only stayed in the system space for a short time. But for Time Emperor Dragon, This short period of time felt like an eternity. After all, it can sense the passage of time. Even a millisecond feels like an eternity. Looking at Shi Huanglong, who was standing in front of him with a pitiful expression, Lin Bei chuckled and opened his arms, speaking in a slightly gentler tone. Bring it on. The next moment, Shi Huanglong flapped its wings and pounced into Lin Bei's arms, sticking tightly to him. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Buzz. A satisfied dragon's roar echoed in the empty prison cell. Lin Bei gently stroked the dragon scales of the emperor dragon while observing the surrounding environment. Now, he can feel the passage of time around him. This unseen and intangible, yet perceptible and omnipresent power is so wondrous that it defies description. Is this the power of time? After spending some time with Shi Huanglong, Lin Bei prepared to get back to his business. He looked at Shi Huanglong in his arms and asked, "You can control time, right?" Buzz. Shi Huanglong nodded vigorously and even let out a soft cry, indicating that he could control time. Soon, Lin Bei said to the void reincarnation dragon, "Asu, take it inside. Slow down Run An's time flow and let him stay in the void. We'll release him whenever he's willing to answer questions." Chapter 142, Hatching the Dragon Egg. The first visitor. Lin Bei didn't think it was excessive for Ren An to do this. Since the other party was able to be imprisoned in Tianshan prison, and it seems that it will be for a long time, it means that the other party is definitely not a kind person. So, it's just using some harmless little tricks. How could it be excessive? And he was quite certain. If you don't demonstrate strength enough beforehand, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Lin Bei had heard everything the prison guards had said. He's not the kind of fat sheep who likes to be slaughtered. Shi Huanglong followed the void reincarnation dragon into the void and began to carry out the orders given by his master. Guangtian Shengbeilong returned to his private space, leaving Lin Bei alone in the cell. He didn't sit idle either, and opened the system space again. In the system space, there is also a golden dragon egg. There wasn't enough time before we were in a rush to incubate them. The environment of the cells in Tianshan prison is relatively sealed, and it is impossible to see what is happening inside from the outside. Therefore, the other prisoners had no idea what Lin Bei was doing and could do whatever they wanted without worry. Lin Bei placed the golden dragon egg on the ground and spoke to the system in his mind. Let it hatch. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Bite. Incubation begins. The dragon egg is hatching. Incubation complete. Click. Click. Cracks quickly appeared on the shell of the golden dragon egg, and golden light filled the entire cell, as if the entire cell was made of pure gold. This dragon egg was quite large, comparable to an elephant, so it cracked open more slowly. About 3 seconds later, the sound of the eggshell cracking stopped, and the golden light that filled the cell vanished. Immediately afterwards, a pure gold dragon flew out of the shattered eggshell. From the dragon's horns to its tail, everything was golden. It looks like a golden mountain sculpted into the shape of a dragon. The golden dragon's overall appearance is similar to that of an Eastern dragon. It does not have wings, but it can still fly in the air. It twisted its long dragon body and flew around Lin Bei continuously. Its body covered in golden dragon scales shone brightly in the dim environment. Lin Bei was also quite fond of this golden dragon. Although its combat capabilities are currently unknown, it is definitely very valuable. Just like a gold-plated phone, this is a gold-plated pet. He then put the golden dragon back into the system space. He lay alone on the simple bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. So much has happened tonight. Lin Bei is already feeling exhausted and really needs to relax. The earlier act of locking Renan up provided him with a quiet environment, and he soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Renan, trapped in the void, was on the verge of collapse. All he could see was darkness. Time seemed to have passed for a very long time. Renan didn't know how long he had been in this dark space. He only knew that a very long time had passed. Because an unprecedented hunger surged through my body. The muscles in my limbs became weak and limp, and my lips were as dry as a swamp. Save. Help. Time continued to pass, and the darkness persisted. He was no longer able to move, yet he was still not dead. Even if you want to die, it's impossible right now. The void reincarnation dragon and the time emperor dragon stood in another void, staring intently at Renan. We're waiting for the moment Ren and will give in. Erlong will not leave until Renan submits. Finally, 10 seconds later, Ren An's words finally changed. Explain. I said, don't keep me locked up here. He could no longer bear the pain. Compared to the physical pain of injury, this kind of mental torment is more likely to destroy a person. 4 Void Reincarnation Dragon and Time Emperor Dragon. It might have only been 10 seconds, but for Renan, it felt like hundreds of days had passed. Therefore, he chose to comply. The next moment, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon simultaneously released their powers, allowing Renan to return to the real world. But the two dragons did not leave, but remained in the void, constantly monitoring Renan's every move. One reason is that they don't really trust Renan and are worried that Renan might reveal things that shouldn't be said. Secondly, because they don't want their owners to be woken up. The moment he appeared in the outside world, Renan immediately looked around, wanting to know how long he had been imprisoned. But when he saw the unchanging environment around him, he suddenly froze on the spot. Intuition told Renan. Only a few minutes have passed. He quickly came to believe it, because all the discomfort he felt had disappeared. I felt neither hunger nor thirst, nor muscle weakness, as if they had never existed. How? How so? I was inside for a really long time. But, Renan couldn't continue speaking after only getting halfway through his sentence. All that remained in his heart was astonishment. Consternation. It has reached an extreme point. In addition, he was also very fortunate. Thankfully, it was all a lie. Call. Renan, breathing rapidly, looked at Lin Bei, preparing to answer the questions Lin Bei had asked earlier. He dared not resist anymore. Renan didn't want to experience that feeling again. That feeling was far more terrifying than the fear he had experienced when he first killed an enemy. The horror of loneliness far surpasses that of guilt. When Renan saw that Lin Bei was already asleep in bed, he kept his footsteps as quiet as possible, quietly walked to a corner, curled up, and began to rest. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep in the bed, but he was worried that making too much noise would accidentally wake Lin Bei. Upon seeing Renan's actions, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon instinctively exchanged glances, both feeling quite satisfied. At least based on the current situation, Renan wouldn't dare to do anything detrimental to Lin Bei. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Just as dawn was breaking, two jailers arrived at the north gate of Lin. Thump, thump. A loud knocking sounded, followed by the jailer's voice. Lin Bei, get ready. Someone wants to see you. The next moment, Lin Bei and Renan both opened their eyes. Chapter 143, I just wanted to kill a Taotai. Oh, someone came to see me this early? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised by this. Who on earth is this person who came to find me so early in the morning? His mind started working, considering all the possibilities. But no definite answer was received. After all, Tianshan City was still a completely unfamiliar place to him. Despite his doubts, Lin Bei stood up and walked to the cell door. As he reached the door, he turned to look at Renan, who was sitting on the ground beside him. The next second, Lin Bei frowned deeply and said with a hint of doubt, "Why sleep on the floor when there's a bed available? Your hobby is quite unique." Without waiting for Renan's reply, he opened the tightly closed iron gate from the outside. Two familiar figures appeared. They were the two jailers from before. Come with us. Soon, Lin Bei followed the two prison guards toward the tightly closed prison gate. Only after Lin Bei left the cell did Renan manage to stand up from the ground, his movements somewhat stiff, and walk to his bedside, where he sat down with a sigh of relief. Although his physical exhaustion was relieved, his inner exhaustion was not alleviated at all. What to do? Should we tell someone about this? If I report this to the warden, I should be able to get a reward, and maybe I can use this opportunity to get a chance to go to the women's prison, so that I can see Miss again. Renan was conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to see the young lady she was talking about, but on the other hand, she was wary of Lin Bei. He wanted to earn some merit, but he didn't want to offend Lin Bei, otherwise he might face serious consequences. Having personally experienced what happened yesterday, he was somewhat hesitant to assess Lin Bei's strength. They dared not make wild guesses about Lin Bei's identity. Renan had no idea that while he was struggling with this decision, two dragons were watching him from the void. As long as he does anything that is detrimental to Lin Bei, the two dragons will then take action instantly. After walking for a while in the dimly lit corridor, Lin Bei finally arrived at the gate of the men's prison. At this moment, the two jailers leading the way stopped, turned around, pointed to the small iron gate to the side, and said to Lin Bei, "Go in. That lord is waiting for you." In an instant, a look of seriousness flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. These two jailers are talking about that lord. Therefore, it can be seen that the person waiting for him was someone of a certain status and position. Interesting. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei pushed open the door and went inside. This is a room divided by special glass, with a table and two chairs in the center. The table is half inside and half outside, and the chair is the same. At this time, sitting on the chair outside was a woman of outstanding beauty, none other than Lingxian, the holy seed of this generation from the altar of light. Lin Bei's expression immediately turned somewhat strange. Actually, he doesn't want to see Lingxian right now. After what happened, it would be somewhat awkward to meet again. It's like two people going out to walk their dogs, but something unexpected happens to the two dogs, and the owners of both dogs will naturally feel embarrassed. Replacing the dog with a dragon follows the same principle. Lingxian's attention was immediately drawn to Lin Bei as he walked in. Seeing Lin Bei's reaction, she instantly understood, and her face flushed slightly. However, Lingxian quickly returned to normal, and she clearly remembered the purpose of her visit. No matter what happens, we must find out the truth. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lingxian said, feigning calmness. Come here quickly. I have something to ask you. Shaking his head somewhat helplessly, Lin Bei walked towards Lingxian. There were only the two of them in the room. They can talk about anything they want without anyone else hearing them. The level of secrecy is very high. The moment he sat down in the chair, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Ask whatever you want. Since we've chosen to face it, we've naturally made preparations. The next moment, Lingxian asked. Wasn't it you who impersonated me in Nanshan City before? Her question left Lin Bei somewhat bewildered. When did I impersonate someone? What the heck? Soon, he asked with great confusion. What did you say? Me, impersonating you? I don't recall ever impersonating anyone. Lingxian was also taken aback by this, because she could not see any trace of pretense in Lin Bei's tone and expression. He seemed to be stating the facts. Does he really not know? Is there some misunderstanding? That member of the Mountain and Sea Organization in Nanshan City. You were the one who killed him, right? The news that you impersonated me came from him. At this point, Lingxian seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly continued to ask. That's right. When you killed him, did you summon your light dragon? Lin Bei did not deny it, but simply nodded casually. He had indeed summoned the light dragon. Immediately afterwards, Lingxian fell silent. Now she roughly understood what had happened. It must be because of the bright dragon incident that the member of the Mountain and Sea Organization misunderstood and mistook Lin Bei for himself. After all, the number of light dragons is very small, and the only person known to have tamed a light dragon is her, a holy seed of the light altar. Furthermore, only a small number of people within the Mountain and Sea Organization know what Lingxian looks like. It can even be said, some members of the Mountain and Sea Organization were unaware that the holy seed of the bright altar was a woman. Therefore, misunderstandings are very likely to occur. As soon as this guess came up, Lingxian nodded subconsciously. That was probably the case. Forget it. Let's not talk about impersonating me for now. I want to know, why did you target members of the Mountain and Sea Organization? She wanted to know the reason behind it, because only by knowing the reason could she decide what to do next. The reason for targeting members of the Mountain and Sea Organization is really, really important. At this moment, Lin Bei roughly guessed what was going on. The other party was asking him so many questions, it couldn't possibly be just casual chatting. There are two reasons. One reason is that they want to destroy Nanshan City. Secondly, because I want to try killing a Tao Tai. Moment. Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. The first reason is something she could easily accept and was within expectations. But the second one was unacceptable to her. What? Want to try killing a Tao Tai? Chapter 144 now, let's talk about personal matters. Although the Bright Altar doesn't know as much about ferocious beasts like the Tao Tai as the Mountain and Sea Organization, it knows far more than others. As a spirit fairy of the Bright Altar, Lingxian naturally knew what Tao Tai was. That's a legendary ferocious beast. Even if it's just a hybrid ferocious beast, it's not something you can kill so easily. How could a ferocious beast with terrifying bloodline and powerful strength be killed so easily? She remained silent for a long time. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's that I don't know what to say. It's true that ferocious beasts are difficult to kill, but the person in front of me has actually accomplished it. Almost a minute passed before Lingxian spoke again. No. It seems it really was a misunderstanding. As long as Lin Bei didn't deliberately impersonate her, she could eliminate him from the list of enemies. Call. Lingxian breathed a long sigh of relief, and the tension in her heart dissipated considerably. After witnessing Lin Bei's power last night, she instinctively didn't want to become his enemy. Because from any perspective, becoming an enemy of someone who owns several dragons is an extremely dangerous thing. As for the matter of devouring the heavens and slaying the demon dragon, Si Lingxian did not intend to ask. That was Lin Bei's personal matter, and she had no right to ask about it. In fact, she could only ask about a small part of it. A few seconds later, Si Lingxian's voice rang out again. Would you like to join the Altar of Light? On behalf of the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light, I invite you to join the Altar of Light. Inviting Lin Bei to join the Bright Altar was one of the reasons she deliberately arrived early. After all, the Holy White Dragon of the Bright Heaven is truly a perfect match for the Altar of Light. With such upgraded power, the addition of a dragon would definitely elevate the strength of the Light Altar to a new level. Certainly. This is based on the premise that Lin Bei is not an enemy. As soon as she finished speaking, Si Lingxian stared intently at Lin Bei, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. She knew very well just how powerful the Holy White Dragon of Light was. Actually, Si Lingxian also coveted this sacred power. After absorbing the energy for only a short while, his dragon reached the king level. Moreover, those who absorb this power will experience significant changes in their physical constitution. Even though she was a holy seed of the Altar of Light and had come into contact with many rare treasures, she had never seen anything like this before. It only released a small amount of power, yet it possessed such incredible strength. Calling it magical seems insufficient. At the same time, Lin Bei's pupils contracted slightly, somewhat surprised by this. Joining the Light Altar, isn't this exactly what I've been wanting to do? However, the situation was different from before. Before I could even express my desire to join the Altar of Light, the Holy Seed of the Altar of Light extended an invitation to me to join. Things are going very smoothly. But Lin Bei didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked first, how will joining the Light Altar benefit me? If you choose to join too decisively, it will seem a bit strange and may make Si Lingxian suspicious. Really, a bit odd that he joined the Bright Altar without making any demands. Si Lingxian quickly answered, it will be of great help to you. First, it allows you to access a larger world. Secondly, the resources inside the Altar of Light are abundant, and there are definitely things inside that will tempt you. Third, the Altar of Light is very powerful and can completely protect you. You should be very clear that you are now the target of everyone's attacks. Once the auction is over, you will face many dangers. Those who could not make a move before may now do so. Fourth, as long as you become a member of the Light Altar, you will have the opportunity to go to the Holy Land of Light for training once a year. It can provide great help to all magical beasts with the attribute of light. Fifth, when she uttered the word fifth, Si Lingxian's expression turned slightly strange. After a short pause, she continued, fifth, as long as you join the Altar of Light, you can kill even more ferocious beasts. Even she herself found it strange when she said those words. The ability to kill more ferocious beasts became a condition for attracting people to join the Altar of Light. This world, that's really strange. Lin Bei was really tempted when he heard these 5 conditions. Either condition would be advantageous to him. At this point, Lin Bei no longer hesitated. In that case, I'll join. The system notification sounded the instant he finished speaking. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission to join the Altar of Light. The task reward has been issued. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the opportunity to perform a second synthesis of the Holy White Dragon. The host can use this on the Holy White Dragon at any time. Finally, the mission to join the Temple of Light has finally been completed, and I have successfully obtained the opportunity to synthesize the Holy White Dragon of Light a second time. Call. Lin Bei's breathing became slightly more rapid, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Let's continue to use Xiao Bai's second synthesis opportunity to synthesize materials similar to Bai's horn. Strive to imbue it with the most sacred power. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding. New quest successfully triggered. Please find an opportunity to enter the Holy Land of Light. After successfully entering the Holy Realm of Light, you will have the opportunity to perform a third synthesis of the Holy White Dragon of Light. Come on. In that instant, Lin Bei felt even more excited. Having just obtained the second synthesis opportunity, I already know how to obtain the third synthesis opportunity. It's impossible not to be excited. He's definitely going to the Holy Land of Light. Hearing that Lin Bei agreed to join the Bright Altar, Si Lingxian was also very happy. Having such a person under the control of the Bright Altar is truly something to be happy about. Okay, welcome to the team. I will find a way to get you out of Tianshan prison. What you did yesterday was just self-defense. If you run into trouble in prison, go find a guy named Lang. As long as you say you are from the Bright Altar, he will definitely protect you. Lin. Lin Bei silently memorized the name. If nothing unexpected happens, this person must be very strong, otherwise Si Lingxian wouldn't have said those words. The next moment, the room fell silent, and neither of them spoke again. After a full minute of silence, Si Lingxian's voice rang out again. The official business is finished. Now, should we talk about our private matters? Chapter 145, Take good care of their children. In an instant, Lin Bei fell silent once again. It seems. Ultimately, we still have to face this awkward topic. He shook his head helplessly, his thoughts somewhat complicated. Knowing that things had come to this point, and there was no way to avoid it any longer, Lin Bei remained silent for a few seconds before deliberately speaking in a calm tone. Our private matter? What you want to say? Then let's talk. He's now even considering summoning the Holy White Dragon of Light to handle this mess himself. But, if the Holy White Dragon of Light is summoned now, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Although there are only 2 people in the room, who knows if there are any surveillance cameras or similar devices? It's better to choose a method with lower risk. In fact, Si Lingxian also felt embarrassed about this situation and didn't know what to say for a moment. After thinking carefully for a short while, her voice rang out again. Your dragon did that kind of thing to my dragon. What are you going to do about it? The 2 of them. How should we get along in the future? For Si Lingxian, the light dragon is truly important. That's why she specifically asked Lin Bei about this matter when she found him. No way. Sometimes, owners have to clean up the messes their pets make. At this moment, Lin Bei understood what Si Lingxian wanted to do. She simply wanted an explanation. He had similar thoughts. Your own dragon cannot be a bad dragon. It must have basic dragon virtue. Since they already have a child, there's only one solution. Let your dragon and my dragon to become a couple that both of us approve of. Lin Bei believes this is the best solution. It's good for the 2 dragons, and it's also good for their owner. But, Si Lingxian was stunned when she heard Lin Bei's words. Surprise and astonishment were quickly taking over her face. Even her usually clear eyes were now filled with shock. What? What did you say? They actually have children? Is it fake? Si Lingxian could hardly believe it. The 2 dragons had only spent a few hours together, so how did things turn out like this? However, at the same time, she recalled the performance of the bright dragon yesterday. Excessive sleepiness. Right. The radiant dragon became drowsy. He hasn't woken up since last night, and no matter how much I call out to him, I don't get a single response. It's as if all my calls are like stones sinking into the sea. Now think about it carefully. It does seem to fit somewhat. Thinking of this, Si Lingxian was speechless. Lin Bei's dragon. Is it really that amazing? And at that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out once again. It may sound a bit far-fetched, but that's really the case. I can hardly believe it myself. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Both of them were in silent contemplation. After an unknown amount of time, Si Lingxian's voice rang out again. Let's talk about this after you get out. I can't accept this right now. We'll have to ask Erlong what he thinks then. Lin Bei had no objection to this, and simply nodded slightly. Good. After that, the 2 didn't talk much, but just chatted idly. About a minute later, a jailer entered the room where Si Lingxian was and addressed her respectfully. Lord of the Holy Seed, it's time to go out. No one may visit prisoners for more than the allotted time. Obviously, the light altar is indeed a very powerful force. Otherwise, the jailers wouldn't have been so kind. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian stood up, preparing to leave. I'm leaving now. Don't forget our promise. Lin Bei nodded slightly, his expression remaining calm. By the way, remember to take good care of their babies. Si Lingxian paused for a moment, then shook her head helplessly and left the room. Final. Lin Bei was left alone in the room. No jailer came in to find them, which was clearly unusual. However, he didn't think too much about it. He simply closed his eyes and started looking around in the system space. Anyway, nothing's wrong now, and we've even got 2 more dragons. Why not check the system space to see if there are any suitable items for crafting? Keeping the dragon confined in the system space is not a good thing. Private space. Doesn't it smell good? Lin Bei quickly browsed through the system space. The dragons that can be synthesized include the Golden Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon. However, the only decent material is Ocean Heart. None of the other materials satisfied him. More precisely, neither is suitable. The Heart of the Ocean? That's a pretty good material. It can be used for synthesis. But we're still missing one piece of material. As he said this, Lin Bei seemed to suddenly remember something. His eyes widened immediately, and he even instinctively stood up from his chair. To be honest, The Kunping scales seem to go quite well with the heart of the ocean. After all, both are related to the sea. Combining them with a dragon would also be a great option. The moment the idea came to him, it became incredibly strong. He really wanted to do it. Actually, having a dragon that can move in the sea is really essential. Given the current situation, it's certain that we'll come into contact with Kunping in the future. And Kunping, however, it has two forms. So, it's definitely necessary to get in touch with the ocean, so preparing for it in advance is a very sensible plan. When we get back, we'll go check on the situation first. Let's see if there's anything we can do. We must obtain the Kunping scales. Now, the importance of Kunping scales has been more fully demonstrated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Only then was the door across the street, which had been tightly closed, finally opened once again. The people who walked in from outside this time were Li Fuguei and a prison guard. Seeing Li Fuguei walking towards him, Lin Bei wasn't particularly surprised. He had already guessed Li Fuguei's purpose in coming. It's all about getting those 100 bottles of life essence. Just as Lin Bei had predicted, the moment Li Fuguei sat down, he spoke in a very anxious tone. Mr. Lin, you're being too impulsive. What should we do now? Chapter 146, Locking Lin Bei in the Fierce and Evil Cave. His tone was filled with anxiety and concern. If it were anyone else, they might have thought that Li Fuguei genuinely cared about them. But Lin Bei was not fooled by Li Fuguei's performance, because he possessed a skill called mental perception. After using the skill of mental perception, Lin Bei did not sense any goodwill from Li Fuguei. Instead, he felt a deeply hidden malice and greed. Obviously, Li Fuguei had no good intentions. Therefore, a playful glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes, and he already knew how to deal with Li Fuguei. But he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he spoke to the system first. Exchange 100 bottles and fill them with the power of the Holy White Dragon of Light. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Byte. Insufficient points. Funds are being automatically converted. Redeem successful. Points have been automatically deducted. The moment the system notification sounded, 100 bottles containing the power of the Holy White Dragon of Light appeared in the system space. These 100 bottles of holy power, although costing few points, would be an extremely valuable fortune if sold. And Lin Bei's voice rang out at that moment. Impulsive? I don't think so. If I don't kill these people, my losses will be even greater. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Li Fuguei understood what he meant. The reason why the loss would be greater must refer to matters of life and spirit. Immediately, he felt a surge of intense excitement. Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, Li Fuguei spoke again. Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry too much. I will find a way to get you out as soon as possible. You can stay in prison for a few days without worry. Leave the auction of life essence to me. You will definitely not miss out on your share of the profits. He was a smart man and knew that Lin Bei was saying this to tell him this. Lin Bei simply nodded calmly, showing no sign of excitement, as if the benefit he could gain was only a few cents. Because at this point he already knew that Li Fuguei definitely had some kind of conspiracy. And that conspiracy, it is naturally related to those vital energies. Knowing this, Lin Bei still planned to hand over 100 bottles of life essence to Li Fuguei. Firstly, it is because only through Li Fuguei can they sell at a high price. Secondly, he wanted to see what Li Fuguei would do next. The third reason is that, to Lin Bei, these things that people call life essence are very worthless. It's just the power emanating from the Holy White Dragon of Light. What's so precious about that? He can have as much as he wants. Go directly to my place later and find a person named Bai Zhou. He has a ring on his hand, which is what we agreed on. Lin Bei wouldn't be foolish enough to hand over the items here. Doing so would definitely attract the prison's attention. After all, everyone's belongings are confiscated before entering prison, including their spatial rings. Taking out a spatial ring under these circumstances would be tantamount to risking one's own life. The instant he finished speaking, Li Fuguei abruptly stood up, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement as he spoke. Okay, I understand. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. When he said goodbye, his expression became a little strange, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. With the sound of footsteps, Li Fuguei left the house. At the same time, a jailer also entered Lin Bei's cell and led him toward his own. He was very cooperative in this regard. A few minutes later, Lin Bei returned to his cell and saw Ren, who was sitting quietly, again. He ignored Ren and simply took out a spatial ring from the system space. Click! The void shattered in the next moment, and a huge dragon head emerged from it. After throwing the spatial ring into the void, Lin Bei's voice rang out. You two work together. Give this ring to Bai Zhou as quickly as possible. The Void Reincarnation Dragon can traverse the void. Shi Huanglong is able to control time. The two dragons working together are even more powerful. Soon, the void returned to normal, and the two dragons left the area of the Heavenly Mountain Prison. Actually, the Heavenly Prison could not hold Lin Bei at all. As long as the Void Reincarnation Dragon was there, he could leave this place surrounded by high steel walls at any time by crossing the void. He just doesn't want to leave yet. After all, Lin Bei is a prisoner now. If he leaves prison, he will become a fugitive, and he will have more and more trouble. After finishing this important task, he turned his gaze to Run and calmly asked, Now, are you ready to answer my question? In the short time that Lin Bei was away from the cell, Run had already figured out what to do. I'll talk. Although he was alone in the cell, he could feel several eyes watching him from the void. If I make any unusual movement, I will suffer that pain again. In this situation, how do you find the warden? That's probably something that's impossible to achieve even in a dream. So after weighing the pros and cons, Ronan decided to speak. Since there are serious consequences whether you say it or not, you might as well take a gamble. His intuition told him that Lin Bei's appearance would change the current situation of Tianshan prison. Lin Bei walked a few steps to the bedside and sat down, gesturing for Ren and to continue speaking. Soon, Renan's voice continued. First, your first question, what is imprisoned in the prison of the evil god and the prison of the demon? Actually, my understanding of these two prison districts is also limited. Those who are imprisoned in these two prison areas are all considered dangerous by the warden. The prison of evil is filled with all sorts of dangerous people, all of whom possess terrifying strength and are riddled with crimes, each of whom has committed unforgivable sins. Everyone inside can be called a demon, and what is imprisoned in the prison of the evil god is not a human being. I heard that a terrifying monster is locked inside. The monster's name is related to a fierce god, and the prison district's name comes from that. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression turned serious. Really, the hell of fierce gods and demons is not simple. At the same time, Li Fugui, however, remained in the prison area, talking with a high-ranking prison guard. Brother Lu, I'm troubling you again. Lu Lang glanced at Li Fugui and said lazily, Same old rule, pay up and get things done. The next moment, Li Fugui took out a spatial ring and lowered his voice to say, Help me imprison that prisoner named Lin Bei in either the prison of the fierce god or the prison of the evil spirit. Chapter 147 Intelligence Acquired. 3 Treasures. Lu Lang reached out and took the spatial ring from Li Fugui's hand, his lazy tone changing as well. Leave it to me. Isn't it just transferring an inmate to a different cell block? I've done this countless times, I'm very skilled at it. For him, transferring an inmate to a different cell block was a very easy thing. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Li Fugui's face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you for your help. In his opinion, once Lin Bei is imprisoned in the prison of the fierce gods or the prison of the evil spirits, it will be no different from becoming a dead man. Having spent so many years in Tianshan City, Li Fugui was well aware of the dangers of these two prisons. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call these two prison wards hell. Once Lin Bei is imprisoned, he will basically have no chance of getting out. Even if they don't die, they will suffer endless torment. At that time, all the profits from the sale of 100 bottles of life essence will belong to Li Fugui and the auction house. Both he and the auction house are corrupt. For many years, it has been corrupted by something called profit. Lin Bei, you shouldn't have revealed that you possess life energy. Sometimes, possessing a supreme treasure can be a fatal disaster. Li Fugui did not think he had done anything wrong. What's wrong with thinking about your own interests? A dozen seconds later, he turned and left Tianshan prison, intending to go to Tianshan Hotel to find Bai Zhou. Things are going very smoothly. Meanwhile, Renan continued to answer Lin Bei's questions. Now, I will answer your other 2 questions. Actually, the Tianshan prison is not particularly large. The reason it has the word prison in its name is because it is a very dangerous place. Besides these 4 prison wards, there are also the prison guards' offices and living quarters. And the prison suppressing steel that you are interested in is actually located in the prison of evil. Because the closer you are to the prison suppression monument, the stronger the suppression effect will be. And those in the prison of evil are all dangerous individuals. So naturally, they need the powerful suppression of the prison suppressing steel. The location of the prison suppressing steel was somewhat unexpected for Lin Bei. He had originally thought that the prison-suppressing steel would be hidden in some secret place, but the reality was completely different. Such a magical thing. They just openly put him in prison. Aren't you afraid someone will take it? How foolish. But Lin Bei never thought of it. Once others enter the Tianshan prison, their talents will be suppressed, making it impossible for them to take away the prison suppression steel. Only he would set his sights on the prison-suppressing steel. Moreover, the prison of evil spirits is inherently very dangerous. At the same time, Bai Zhou was rushing towards the front stall. Although the sun had only just risen, the stall was already packed with people. Looking around, there are at least several hundred people. He stopped in his tracks, looked at the crowd ahead, his eyes filled with astonishment. What's going on? How can there be so many people? The streets are almost bursting at the seams. After a period of time, the news about the life force had spread throughout Tianshan City and was known to everyone. Bai Zhou naturally knew about it as well. Despite being mentally prepared, the intensity of the life force still exceeded his expectations. Pausing for a moment, Bai Zhou glanced around at the crowded people and spotted several familiar figures among them. Those figures. They were several deans from other colleges in Nanshan City. However, these deans were located far back, making it virtually impossible for them to obtain life essence. The rest of them did indeed arrive. It seems they also want to buy life energy. Hehe. If you had chosen to stay, would you still need to queue up? If you want it, just ask Mr. Lin directly. Why go through all this trouble? As he had anticipated, the deans of the various academies would attend each auction. However, due to financial constraints, most of them are just participating for the sake of participation. After saying this, Bai Zhou felt a sense of relief, and his gaze towards the deans gradually became indifferent. What a pity. We are no longer on the same path. The next moment, he continued walking forward, but after taking only one step, he entered a void. Along with this void, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon also appeared. Erlong's purpose was to deliver the ring. After putting the ring away, Bai Zhou successfully escaped from the void. Call. He took a deep breath, quickly calmed himself down, and then continued walking. Soon, Bai Zhou walked up to the stall, took out 50 bottles of life essence all at once, and then pretended to be calm as he looked ahead. Don't rush, everyone. The sale is about to begin. Just like yesterday, the highest bidder wins. Instantly, the crowd became even more chaotic, with everyone shouting their prices like madmen. Meanwhile, the 5 deans, jostled and pushed around in the crowd, spotted Bai Zhou standing in front of the stall. The group was immediately dumbfounded. What the heck? Shouldn't Bai Zhou have been killed? How did they suddenly appear here? And they're still selling this kind of thing that's incredibly popular throughout Tianshan City. The 5 deans' expressions turned blank, and they stood stiffly in the crowd, all staring intently at Bai Zhou. It stood in stark contrast to the noisy and crowded people around it. A full half-minute passed before they finally managed to return to normal. Immediately afterwards, a chorus of astonished voices arose. Did I see things wrong? The person selling this kind of thing is actually Bai Zhou. How is this possible? How did he survive? He was clearly destined to lose to the Mountain and Sea Organization. How he survived isn't important. What's important is how he even got his hands on something like that. This is a priceless treasure. For a moment, the 5 deans found it hard to accept this fact. The impact of reversing forward and backward. It's so big. Meanwhile, inside the Tianshan prison, Ren En's voice continued. As for the other amazing things, there are indeed 2 more. But I'm not quite sure what it is. All we know is that one is in the prison of the fierce god, and the other is in the hands of the warden. After he finished speaking, he stopped and said no more. Lin Bei kept these words in mind, and he planned to find an opportunity to visit these 3 places. After, the cell returned to silence. After several minutes of silence, Ren En's voice rang out again. That thing. I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 148 Target, 9-Headed Dragon. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. Ren En, who was almost scared out of his wits yesterday, actually wants to make a deal with me? Tell me. He was genuinely curious about what kind of deal could make Ren En set aside his fears and face him. Soon after, Ren En's voice rang out again. Take one person and leave this place. And send her to the North Sea. He paused for a second at this point, then continued without waiting for Lin Bei to ask a question. Although I haven't known you for long, I have a feeling you can easily leave prison. That power yesterday must have been the ability to control the void. Your pets must be hiding in the void, which is why they can be summoned freely in the prison. And those who possess the power to freely traverse the void can naturally leave this great prison. Only you can take the young lady back. Lin Bei listened silently, while also thinking. This matter is simple in some ways, and complicated in others. Leaving Tianshan prison is indeed simple. Leaving means escaping from prison. It's one thing to go alone, as it's easier to get out of trouble if you encounter any problems, but now you need to bring another woman along, which only doubles the trouble. However, he did not directly refuse. Whether or not you take a risk to do something depends on your motivation to do it. If the power is sufficient. What's a little risk? What can I get? Seeing that Lin Bei did not directly refuse, Renan felt a surge of excitement. There's hope. So he quickly continued. A dragon that exists only in legends, and a weapon that exists only in legends. Through Lin Bei's inquiry about the town prison steel and the number of dragons it possessed, Renan gained a clear answer in his mind. What could move Lin Bei's heart? Only dragons and rare treasures. That's why he said that. Indeed, after hearing Renan's words, Lin Bei became very interested. If you can get a decent dragon, it's definitely worth taking some risks. What dragon? He had barely finished speaking when Renan's voice rang out again. A baby hydra. For a moment, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Despite having considered various possibilities, he still hadn't expected that the dragon he could obtain would be a 9-headed dragon. 9-headed dragon. Judging from the name alone, it sounds like a dragon with 9 heads. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Special mission triggered. Please go and find the 9-headed dragon cub and tame it. The 9-headed dragon is also a special type of dragon. No less powerful than the radiant dragon. It excels in both attack power and other aspects. You can also obtain the 9-headed dragon from this system, but the chances are relatively low. Upon successfully taming the Hydra, you will receive a corresponding gift pack reward. And you can also mark the 9-headed dragon with the system's mark, allowing it to benefit from the system's nurturing functions. If even the system has issued a task, then it proves that what Renan said is true. They really knew where the 9-headed dragon was. Unconsciously, Lin Bei felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to try it out. Although I have acquired so many dragons, I have not yet tamed any of them myself. 9-headed dragon. This is a fantastic opportunity. Immediately, Lin Bei spoke up. Make a deal. I will take that person out, and you will give me the 9-headed dragon cub. If you dare to fool me, you know the consequences. Such a rare opportunity should not be missed. Call. Upon hearing this, Renan let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense heart relaxed a lot. At least, he saw a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, it's absolutely true. But only our clan can find the 9-headed dragon, and only our clan can awaken the 9-headed dragon. So you must ensure her safety. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. Renan and Lin Bei have only known each other for a short time, and Renan does not yet fully trust Lin Bei. If it weren't for this restriction, he wouldn't have dared to make a deal with Lin Bei. Lin Bei wasn't too surprised by this. On the contrary, if the other party has no tricks up their sleeve, he will start to wonder if there is a conspiracy involved. Do you know where that person is? We'll go find her in a bit. Renan was taken aback, somewhat surprised by Lin Bei's actions. He hadn't expected Lin Bei to take action so soon. However, he quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly said, "Know it like the back of my hand." Lin Bei nodded slightly, which put his mind at ease. The only thing that needs to be done now. They are waiting for the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon to return. At the same time, Bai Zhou was busy. Even though he was only selling 50 bottles of life essence, he was already quite overwhelmed. Because people are offering higher and higher prices. Faced with the shockingly high prices, Bai Zhou became much more cautious than before when touching life energy. Although he knew very well that these things were worthless to Lin Bei. But for these people, it is like a panacea. If I accidentally break a bottle, these people will probably tear it to pieces. As time passed, the life force was decreasing at a visible rate. About 3 minutes later, 50 bottles of life essence have sold out, each costing tens of millions. The final total revenue was 2 billion, a number that far exceeded Bai Zhou's estimates. Holy crap! A few bottles of medicine sold for 2 billion. If Mr. Lin wanted to, wouldn't he be able to become the richest person in the world? But he didn't know. Although Lin Bei earns money quickly, he spends it even faster. 2 billion? That's not much. It's only enough to raise a few dragons. After all, the higher the level of the dragon, the more money it takes to raise it. Seeing that the life essence had been snapped up, the people around reluctantly left and began to negotiate with those who had purchased the life essence, trying to buy it back at a higher price. When the crowd dispersed, only 5 people remained at this stall. These were none other than the other 5 deans of colleges in Nanshan City. They were looking at Bai Zhou, but Bai Zhou wasn't looking at them. He was just casually tidying up his stall. After standing in front of the stall for a while, the group finally spoke to Bai Zhou. Brother Bai, what exactly happened? Why are you in this situation? They've started selling such a priceless treasure. Their situation can't possibly be bad. But Bai Zhou ignored their meaning and simply tidied up his stall. Just then, another voice rang out. Lin Bei, you're here. The voice was none other than Wang Yuling's. The next moment, Bai Zhou, who had been busy, looked up and said with a smile, Yuling, you're here too. This attitude is as if one were addressing a distinguished guest. Chapter 149 Solitary Confinement. The beginning of chaos. The 5 hospital directors in Nanshan City were instantly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Bai Zhou, who was so indifferent to them, was so warm and respectful to Wang Yuling. These are 2 completely different attitudes. It was as if, to Bai Zhou, they were nothing more than strangers whose lives and deaths were of no concern. And Wang Yuling? He was the kind of important person whose sneezing would cause Bai Zhou to be terrified. What exactly happened? Why would Bai Zhou treat Wang Yuling like this? Even if Wang Yuling's talent is really strong, it's still impossible for a dean to be so humble. This is not the behavior a dean should have at all. Bai Zhou's attitude is just like a servant's. It feels like everything changed the day we left. Not only did Bai Zhou, who should have died, survive, but he also became much more mysterious. That's really strange. At this time, the 5 deans were still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. They just stared blankly at the white boat in front of them, remaining silent for a long time. None of them are stupid. Knowing that Bai Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to them, there was no need to try to get close to him. Doing so would only backfire. The 5 deans were still secretly plotting to seize the life force. Wang Yuling's reaction was different from that of the 5 deans. After what happened that morning, she had gotten used to Bai Zhou's attitude. So at this moment, he didn't show anything unusual, but simply smiled and asked Bai Zhou, Lin Bei, are you the only one here? Although he had only heard one sentence, Bai Zhou had already guessed what Wang Yuling was going to ask, and then answered again with an extremely respectful attitude. Yuling, a little mishap has occurred. I'll tell you the details later. Now's not the time to talk about this. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling nodded emphatically and did not ask any further questions. Good. She is not a child. I know very well what I can ask and what I can't. Moreover, judging from Bai Zhou's attitude, the matter is clearly very important. Soon, Bai Zhou cleaned up the stall and, in a respectful tone, spoke to Wang Yuling again. Come with me, Yuling. The moment he saw Wang Yuling, he decided to keep her by his side. The reason is simple. It's just because Lin Bei and Wang Yuling have a special relationship. With the sound of footsteps, Wang Yuling followed Bai Zhou toward the Tianshan guest hotel. Upon seeing this, the 5 deans of Nanshan Academy exchanged glances and then followed behind the 2. They all wanted to know what had happened. Before long, Bai Zhou arrived at the entrance of the Tianshan Lake Hotel. At this time, at the entrance of the Tianshan Hotel, which had already been cleaned up, stood more than a dozen auction staff members. The one leading the group was none other than Li Fugui. The moment he saw Bai Zhou, Li Fugui rushed forward and spoke in a tone that concealed his excitement. Lin Bei, please give me that ring. That was his order. During his journey here, he had already investigated Bai Zhou's identity, which is why he knew that Bai Zhou was the dean. However, Li Fugui was somewhat confused as to why Bai Zhou had become Lin Bei's subordinate. After staring intently at Li Fugui for a while, Bai Zhou took out the ring. As he handed the ring to Li Fugui, he said in a serious tone, This contains 100 portions of life energy. I hope you can get a good price. The gentleman will come to collect the money from you in person after he comes out. Li Fugui hurriedly took the ring and began to examine it. A second later, he felt relieved. There were indeed 100 portions of life energy inside the ring. Rest assured, I'll give him the money when he gets out. That's what they say on the surface, but Li Fugui doesn't believe Lin Bei can get out. After all, he spent a lot of money to have Lin Bei move to a dangerous place. At the same time, Void Reincarnation Dragon and Time Emperor Dragon have returned to the Heavenly Mountain prison. In an instant, Lin Bei said to Runin, The time has come. Prepare to lead the way. Call. Runin immediately stood up, his breathing becoming much heavier without him noticing. He knew perfectly well what he was going to do next. This kind of thing. This is tantamount to challenging the authority of the Tianshan prison. Good. But no matter how dangerous it is, it must be done. Click. The moment Lin Bei stood up, the space in the cell suddenly cracked open, and endless darkness began to devour the surrounding space. About a second later, he and Run and then entered the void. At first, the void was completely dark, so dark that you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. But soon, the void began to change. A short while, the void became transparent, allowing a clear view of everything outside. Renin, who was originally afraid of the void, now felt no fear at all. His face was full of surprise, clearly not expecting to be able to see everything outside the void so clearly. How amazing! Lin Bei, however, was already used to this, and calmly looked around, saying indifferently, "Lead the way." Renin immediately came to his senses and quickly began to walk in the void. Because he was in the void, he was able to move forward freely without being hindered by anything. The male and female prisons were very close to each other, and with the ability to travel through the void, Lin Bei and Run quickly arrived at the female prison. Naturally, then I saw everything inside the women's prison. Overall, the women's prison was very similar to the men's prison, except that the women's prison had fewer prisoners. Nearly 99% of the female prisoners were kept in small groups of 2 or 3. Only in the very last few cells are prisoners held in solitary confinement. And the direction Ren was heading was precisely these cells where prisoners were held in solitary confinement. Upon seeing this, a look of seriousness flashed across Lin Bei's eyes. Although he didn't know much about the Tianshan prison, how could someone qualified to be imprisoned in solitary confinement be an ordinary person? It seems things are much more complicated than I imagined. Ren stopped when he reached the end of the road and looked at the prison cell on his left, and those imprisoned in this cell. However, she was a little girl who looked to be only about 10 years old. A little girl was being held in solitary confinement? Something about this looks rather unusual. Just then, Renan's voice rang out again. "The person I want you to take away is her." Chapter 150, The Little Girl. Lin Bei frowned slightly as he looked at the little girl from the void. He looks to be only about 10 years old and is only about 1.2 meters tall. Although his face was covered in dirt, his youthful innocence was still undeniable. Compared to children of the same age, this little girl appeared very weak, clearly due to malnutrition. After all, this is the Tianshan prison. No matter how minor the crime, a prisoner is still a prisoner. The Tianshan prison will not provide any preferential treatment, only enough supplies to keep them alive. Therefore, malnutrition is a very normal thing. After observing the little girl for a while, he asked Ren with some doubt, "The person you want me to take away is actually a little girl? Who is she? And why are you being locked up here?" Previously, Lin Bei had tried to imagine what kind of people Ren wanted him to bring along. But he never expected it. It turned out to be a little girl who was about 10 years old. Matter. It's completely different from what I imagined. Ren remained silent for a moment before speaking. Her name is Ren Ting, and she is the daughter of our clan's chief. 6 years ago, our clan encountered a calamity. My brothers and I fled with the young lady, but in the end we were trapped in Tianshan City by a group of people. With nowhere to escape, we fought those people. But in the end, only Miss and I survived. At the same time, because the commotion was too great, the administrators of Tianshan City intervened. The young lady, the enemies, and I were all imprisoned in the Tianshan prison. The place where someone is held is related to the crimes they have committed. The more people you kill, the worse the place you are held. The reason why the young lady was locked in the last cell by herself is because she killed far too many people in that battle. As he uttered these words, his expression became increasingly ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. Lin Bei remained silent. He gleaned a lot of key information from Renan's words. What's most surprising is the reason why Ren Ting is being held here. It was because they had killed too many people. You should know. That happened 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Ren Ting was only 4 or 5 years old at most. It is terrifying to imagine how terrible it is that a 4 or 5-year-old girl was imprisoned deep inside a prison for committing too many killings. Seeing that Lin Bei was silent, Ren also remained silent. He knew this would happen when he said those words. After all, the matter was indeed somewhat unbelievable. Ren didn't dare to urge Lin Bei, and simply waited. If Lin Bei changes his mind, he won't say anything. These things can't be forced. About 10 seconds later, Lin Bei finally snapped out of his thoughts, slowly turned to look at Ren and said calmly, "How interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in your race. Go down." He was already filled with curiosity when he learned that the Ren clan was related to the 9-headed dragon. Now that I know those things, my curiosity grew even stronger. With such an interesting situation in the presence of the 9-headed dragon, Lin Bei was not about to give up. The next moment, the void began to fluctuate. The two were transferred to the cell where Rin Ting was located, where they had close contact with her. Only then did Lin Bei see clearly that Rin Ting's eyes were filled with gloom, as if she had lost all hope. In general, this situation, it only appears in those who have had everything taken away by life and have given up on finding the light. Visible. 6 years of imprisonment have destroyed Rin Ting. After all, she was just a child. Seeing Rin Ting's appearance, Ren An's heart ached, and his fists clenched tightly together. Not only him, but even Lin Bei was moved. He had never seen a child like this before. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath to calm himself down, then spoke to the void behind him. Asu, pull her in. The instant his words fell, the void reincarnation dragon directly activated the power of the void. Click. In the silent prison cell, the void suddenly shattered, and a crisp sound echoed. Despite this unusual situation, Rin Ting remained unresponsive, simply sitting there motionless in a daze. Soon, the void began to spread, instantly engulfing Rin Ting. Upon entering the void, all Rin Ting saw was darkness. But she still didn't react. It looks like someone who is already dead. Ren In and Lin Bei stood quietly to the side, watching Rin Ting sitting in the void. Neither of them spoke to disturb them. Time passed second by second, and the darkness that enveloped Rin Ting was rapidly dissipating. About 3 seconds later, the void around her was no longer completely dark. Ren In could no longer bear it, so he quickly walked to Rin Ting's side, knelt down in the void, and said, "Miss, I've come to see you." His voice was trembling with tears. Rin Ting still didn't react, as if she didn't see the familiar person in front of her. Ren In was not surprised by this situation. The last time he saw Rin Ting, she looked just like this. Her heart. It's been sealed away. After kneeling for a full minute, Ren In finally pointed at Lin Bei and, forcing back his grief, spoke. "Miss, he will take you home. Please be patient a little longer." After saying that, he looked at Lin Bei, his eyes filled with pleading. Seeing this, Lin Bei nodded slightly and looked at Rin Ting, saying, "I'll take you home. Take me to the 9-headed dragon." His tone was calm, but full of confidence. The moment he finished speaking, Rin Ting, who had been motionless, suddenly had a glimmer of life in her eyes, as if a frozen machine had been activated. She slowly turned her head and looked at Lin Bei. "Really?" Lin Bei nodded. "Real." The next moment, Rin Ting managed a weak smile, as if she were actually laughing. Lin Bei didn't look at Rin Ting again, but instead gave an order to the void reincarnation dragon beside him. "Take her to my room, and let Bai Zhou take good care of her. This concerns the 9-headed dragon. We cannot afford to be careless." He had no idea that Wang Yuling had also arrived. A few minutes later, Lin Bei and Ren In returned to their cells. About 10 minutes after they returned, the entire prison area was filled with ringing bells, accompanied by a cold, authoritative voice. "Emergency. All prisoners, assemble in the activity area." In an instant, Lin Bei and Ren In locked eyes. Others may not know what happened, but the two of them know it perfectly well. Soon, all the prisoners gathered together, and a group of jailers also arrived. And the leader of this group of prison guards. It was none other than Lu Lang. Chapter 151 Chaos Erupts. Imprisoning the Evil Spirit. The moment Lu Lang appeared, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly. For some reason, he could always sense waves of malice emanating from Lu Lang. Or is it just malice directed at oneself? No, it wasn't just from Lu Lang. Lin Bei also sensed malice from many other prisoners. Whether male or female, the prisoners all seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to him. Kindness. So many people are watching me. It seems that Li Fuguwei really gave a lot. He's not an idiot. If someone is being targeted by so many people at the same time without having offended anyone, then the only possibility is that someone is deliberately directing them. And the one who gave the instructions was easy to guess. It must be Li Fuguwei. Only he has this motive. Now that he knew about these things, Lin Bei would not choose to ignore them. So he deliberately distracted himself and kept an eye on the people around him. At the same time, he was also wondering what these people's purpose was in targeting him. Does he want to kill himself? Or is there some other conspiracy? Lu Lang, wearing protective armor, walked in front of the many prisoners with a group of prison guards. However, his gaze would occasionally drift towards Lin Bei, as if he were secretly observing him. As he walked, he continued speaking. "One prisoner has gone missing, and we are making every effort to apprehend him. During the period of bringing the prisoners back, the prison will be in a state of high alert. If anyone dares to make a mistake during this period, the punishment will be many times greater." What was originally a simple mistake that required solitary confinement has escalated to the point of imprisonment in the hell of evil. Did you all hear me clearly? The next moment, most of the prisoners responded in unison. Clear. Every prisoner remembered this incident and reminded themselves that they absolutely could not make any mistakes during this period. They didn't want to be imprisoned in the hell of evil. For these prisoners, the hell of evil was a completely forbidden place. At that moment, the prisoners who had shown malice towards Lin Bei continued to move swiftly through the crowd. Their purpose was clear. They were all heading towards Lin Bei. The malice that already existed became even more intense. A few seconds later, all those people came up behind Lin Bei, staring intently at him, as if waiting for something to happen. In an instant, Lin Bei understood. I see. They want to send me to the hell of evil. Lu Lang had just said those words, yet these ill-intentioned people had already gathered around. It is conceivable. What happened next inevitably led him to make a mistake. If you make a mistake at this crucial moment, you will be imprisoned in the hell of evil. Lu Lang had been paying close attention to the situation. Once he saw that all the men he had arranged were in position, he quickly gave the order. Disband and return to your cells. Remember this. All of you, don't make any mistakes. If you make a mistake, you will be imprisoned in the hell of evil. As he finished speaking, he raised an eyebrow slightly at the prisoners who had already agreed to cooperate, signaling that he was ready to take action. Soon, the other guards sprang into action, leading the prisoners on the perimeter toward their cells. Everything was in perfect order. Meanwhile, the prisoner closest to Lin Bei clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch at Lin Bei without hesitation. Although it cannot summon pets to fight, its own combat power is still considerable. It can still kill a bull with one punch. As he threw his fist, the other prisoners did the same. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, they launched attacks on Lin Bei from all directions. Their orders were simple. Injure Lin Bei and force him to make a move. Once Lin Bei makes a move, they can lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. At that time, Lu Lang can begin operations. He can use his power to pardon others, and he can also use his power to imprison Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei had already made preparations for all of this. The moment the man launched his attack, he activated the power of wind and thunder within his body, gathering the power of wind and thunder in his arms. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei turned around as fast as he could and threw a punch at the nearest prisoner. He's not going to be stupid enough to just wait for someone to attack him. Isn't it just going to the hell of evil spirits? It's no big deal. In any case, entering the prison of evil was part of my original plan. After all, the prison suppressing steel is located within the evil prison. Boom. The lightning hidden within his body exploded, and the violent power swept out, directly sending the prisoner flying dozens of meters away. Even the parts of it that were attacked were now deeply dented. The prisoner instantly lost consciousness, and a large amount of blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, eyes, and nose, while his chest barely rose and fell. At any time, they could all die. In an instant, the other prisoners were stunned, completely unprepared for such a thing to happen. Why isn't the other side playing by the rules? They had just begun their operation and hadn't even touched the other side's clothes yet. But there is one person who has already turned into this. This is fucking. This isn't what I expected. How can he be so strong? Before they could react, Lin Bei launched another attack, unleashing a series of punches imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Every punch landed precisely on the prisoner's body. Boom, boom, boom. Any prisoner attacked by Lin Bei would face serious consequences. In mild cases, blood may spurt from the mouth. In severe cases, the person may be unable to move. In just a few seconds, all the prisoners who had been instructed to commit the crime collapsed to the ground. Every prisoner he attacked was filled with remorse. If they had known Lin Bei was this strong, they wouldn't have agreed. The benefits were minimal, but the pain was intense to the extreme. The remaining prisoners, who hadn't completely dispersed, were all terrified. They instinctively stood still, their gazes fixed on the calm-looking Lin Bei. So strong, one punch and they're all dead. I haven't seen such a formidable criminal in a long time. He was too impulsive. He had just given that kind of notification, but now he has made this mistake. He will most likely be locked up in the evil prison. What bad luck. That guy in the hell of evil is truly terrifying. Lu Lang was also frightened. Lin Bei's strength was beyond imagination. He originally thought Lin Bei would be beaten badly. But in the end, it turned out like this. Beat those prisoners. They can all be described as one punch, one kid. The instant he felt Lin Bei's icy gaze, Lu Lang instinctively shouted, "Guards! Guards! Imprison him in the hell of evil." Chapter 152 The Prison of Evil. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Bei simply watched Lu Lang indifferently, showing no intention of making a move against him for the time being. He planned to keep Lu Lang for now. The reason is quite simple. Because Lu Lang will obviously be able to play a significant role when facing Li Fugui later. In addition, attacking the prisoners and attacking the jailers are two completely different things. Given the current situation, achieving our goal should be the priority. At the same time, a large number of prison guards stopped what they were doing and rushed over, all gathering around Lu Lang, watching Lin Bei with high vigilance. Judging from the pitiful state of the prisoners on the ground, they could tell that Lin Bei posed an extremely high threat. After all, there are very few people who can beat other prisoners into this state with their own strength. Stay there and don't move. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You're just a prisoner who can't use your talents. If you make any unusual moves, we'll immediately summon our pets to suppress you. Only then did Lu Lang breathe a sigh of relief, and in his relaxed state of mind, he couldn't help but feel resentful towards Li Fugui. If the person you're dealing with is so difficult, why didn't you make that clear beforehand? No. You have to pay more. As he made this decision, he also shouted loudly to Lin Bei. Prisoner Lin Bei seriously injured other prisoners. His crime is extremely heinous. I declare, imprison him in the hell of evil. The moment the words fell, the jailers around Lu Lang surrounded Lin Bei and led him toward the entrance of the evil prison. Lin Bei cooperated fully with this, showing no intention of resisting whatsoever. Entering the prison of evil? He couldn't have asked for it more. Unlike Lin Bei's composure, the other prisoners who witnessed this scene were all quite conflicted, and they deliberately lowered their voices to discuss it. They were serious, it was just a fight. In the past, they would never have been imprisoned in the hell of evil. Damn it, that guy is so unlucky. Of all times he had to get into a fight. I've been in this prison for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone come out of the hell of evil alive. 3 years is nothing. I haven't seen him in 5 years. I've heard that all prisoners who enter the hell of evil die inside. The discussions were quite chaotic, but they all expressed the same idea, that Lin Bei would die in the evil prison. Besides Renan, as he listened to the whispers around him, his expression unconsciously turned quite strange. Died in the hell of evil spirits? How could that be? That's utter nonsense. It has the ability to move freely in the void. Isn't leaving the prison of evil a simple matter? It would be a great relief if the evil prison wasn't turned upside down. However, Renan wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal all of this. Soon he thought of something. If I remember correctly, the emptiness of bed number 3 and the absence of bed number 4 seem to be in the hell of evil spirits as well. Their purpose seems to be to find something in the hell of evil. Actually, the cell where Lin Bei was staying didn't just house 2 people, but 4. It's just that those 2 people have rather unusual names. One name is empty, the other name is nothing. That's why Lin Bei misunderstood. Naturally, he was unaware of this matter. Lu Lang only breathed a sigh of relief after Lin Bei was taken away. At least he had fulfilled his promise. Then he looked at the jailers who were unable to move and felt a headache coming on, his heart filled with irritation. The few prisoners he had been supporting to handle things were now completely useless. This business deal was a complete waste of money. What a bunch of useless trash. What a waste of all my energy. Before long, Lu Lang also left the place, not caring about the lives or deaths of those people. To him, these people were no longer of any value. Whether they lived or died was irrelevant. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan Lake Hotel, click, a sound of void shattering rang out, and the void reincarnation dragon sent Rin Ting out of the void, allowing her to enter Lin Bei's room. Buzz. With a soft murmur, signaling Rin Ting to stay put, the void reincarnation dragon left, eager to find its master. Looking at the empty yet fully equipped room, Rin Ting was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Although it was just an ordinary hotel room, it felt like a warm paradise at that moment. She had long forgotten. How long has it been since I've seen an environment like this? This environment is filled with light and warmth. It all felt like a dream. Is it really reality? Am I really not dreaming? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 lines of tears welled up uncontrollably and streamed down Rin Ting's smudged face. Even she didn't know why she was crying. I clearly don't want to cry, but I just can't control it. At that very moment, the door, which had been tightly closed, was pushed open from the outside. The person who walked in from outside was none other than Wang Yuling. After learning what had happened from Baijiu, she decided to stay in Lin Bei's room temporarily. The moment Wang Yuling entered, she saw Rin Ting standing motionless. She froze on the spot, completely bewildered by the situation. After a long pause, Wang Yuling instinctively asked, "Who are you? Why were you in Brother Bei's room?" She didn't associate it with anything negative. After all, she's just a little girl. And she was a very thin and disheveled little girl. So, something definitely happened. A second later, Bai Zhou, sensing something was wrong, also arrived at the scene. Then he was stunned. What's going on? How come there's suddenly an extra little girl? For a moment, the three of them looked at each other, completely confused about the situation. The room was very quiet. Because the prison of evil spirits was not far from the prisoners' assembly point, Lin Bei arrived at the gate of the prison of evil spirits in a short while. Several jailers quickly opened the prison door. Go in. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei stepped into the prison of evil spirits. The moment he entered, the prison door behind him was tightly shut. The next moment, an extremely strong smell of blood wafted over, and Lin Bei's brows furrowed instantly. Just from the smell of blood, one can tell that the prison of evil is no ordinary place. He looked ahead. Although the environment was dim, he could still make out objects with difficulty. Ahead, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 153, I'll take care of you. A moving corpse. The corpses lay on the ground, their bodies covered in various wounds. There are wounds caused by sharp objects and wounds caused by blunt objects. Basically, each corpse looked tragic, and the fear lingered on their faces. It is evident that he endured immense suffering before his death. Blood covered the entire ground, weaving a horrifying dark red tapestry. And because the air was enclosed and humid, the blood did not dry out, but continued to flow on the ground. The extremely strong smell of blood had already permeated the air. Even the smell of blood in the Tianshan Lake Hotel back then wasn't this strong. Prison of evil. The male prison and the female prison are completely different places. Although he had only been in the prison of evil for less than a minute, Lin Bei had already realized that this place was unusual. No wonder they reacted so strongly. The prison of evil spirits. It is indeed a very dangerous place. Although that's what he said, he wasn't worried at all. After all, we still have a trump card up our sleeve. At this moment, Lin Bei simply stood at the entrance and did not venture deeper into the area. Because no one knows what awaits them ahead. Therefore, he would not rush in before he was fully prepared. The prison-suppressing monument is indeed very important, but your own life safety is equally important. Time flies by, and a few minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the void, and Lin Bei, who was standing still, couldn't help but smile. Now that Kion is back, I can begin my operation. The void reincarnation dragon was the preparation he needed. Once you can enter the void, your safety will be greatly guaranteed. Not to mention, now, Time Emperor and Void Reincarnation Dragon can also cooperate with each other. The power of time combined with the power of the void has placed Lin Bei in an invincible position, regardless of whether we can win or not. At least he won't die. The next moment, Lin Bei took a step forward, stepping onto the blood-soaked ground. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon followed him closely in the void. If any dangerous situation occurs, Lin Bei will be forcibly pulled into the void. The further he went, the stronger the stench of blood became. At the same time, a strange feeling was growing inside me. For some reason, Lin Bei sensed a faint killing intent emanating from the corpses. This was true on every single corpse. It was as if these people had not died. His brow furrowed even more deeply, and his wariness intensified. Something's not right. Something's definitely wrong with these corpses. They were clearly dead, yet I could sense killing intent emanating from them. At this moment, Lin Bei was already prepared to deal with the danger. He wouldn't mind letting these corpses rest in peace. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan Lake Hotel, Wang Yuling, Bai Zhou, and Ren Ting remained staring at each other. None of the three spoke. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou were somewhat bewildered and didn't know what to say. Ren Ting was too scared to speak. For her, the only people she can trust now are Lin Bei and Renan. As for the others, they are no different from those people in the Tianshan prison. The silence lasted for a long time before Wang Yuling finally broke it by speaking. Do you know Lin Bei? A woman's innate keen intuition led her to guess something. The little girl in front of me must have had some inhuman experiences, otherwise she wouldn't have turned out like this at such a young age. The moment she heard the name Lin Bei, a light shone in Ren Ting's eyes. She nodded vigorously and replied softly. To get to know each other. The moment she finished speaking, Wang Yuling's voice rang out again. Did he bring you here? In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. Ting quickly continued her reply. No, it's not. It was his dragon that brought me here. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling and Bai Shou exchanged a glance, both looking as if they had known it all along. The next moment, the two then stepped into the room. As Wang Yuling walked, she said to Ting, you don't need to be afraid. We are his friends. We won't do anything to you. Upon hearing that the two were Lin Bei's friends, Ting's fear and unease subsided somewhat, but she still couldn't return to normal and simply stood there, too afraid to move. Seeing this, Wang Yuling couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. What kind of cruel things must a 10-year-old girl have to go through to become like this? Moreover, although she didn't know what Lin Bei was going to do, she knew very well in her heart that Lin Bei wouldn't just bring a girl along. Do this. There must be a reason for everything. Therefore, Wang Yuling prepared to help Lin Bei. Help Lin Bei take care of Ting. So she spoke in a gentle tone to Ting, who was standing in front of her. Since Brother Bei isn't here, I'll take care of you for now. Compared to Brother Bei, who is such a careless man, I am definitely more careful. Ting was somewhat at a loss. I don't know how to answer. She hadn't felt such warm kindness from strangers in a long time. Lin Bei just now, Wang Yuling now. One of them had to take her home, and the other had to take care of her. All of this warmed Ting's heart. Thanks. Thanks. Unlike the cozy atmosphere of the Tianshan Lake Hotel, Lin Bei's environment was at the other extreme. At this moment, the malice he felt from those corpses was even greater than the malice he felt from the prisoners before. It was even colder and more intense. Finally, after walking another 100 meters forward, the situation changed. GAA. The corpses lying on the ground suddenly stood up and quickly surrounded Lin Bei in the center. In their hands, they were all carrying all sorts of weapons. Every weapon is forged from bones. It was also stained with a lot of blood. Lin Bei stopped walking forward. When he saw the corpses standing up, he finally understood why he had felt malice from them. Turn out to be. You're not completely dead. He was absolutely certain. These people are all dead, after all. It showed no signs of life. There must be other reasons for the current situation. Chapter 154, A dead person should look like a dead person. Although the corpses surrounded Lin Bei in the center, they did not attack for a long time, as if their purpose in standing up was only to scare him. Seeing this, Lin Bei did nothing else either. He was simply looking at the corpses, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation before him. What exactly is the reason? How can we enable these people who are clearly dead to regain their ability to move? Is it due to human error or other factors? If it's other factors, can they be used to synthesize it? Must. We have to find out. Lin Bei was also very uncertain about this. It's impossible to tell from this strange situation whether it was caused by human intervention or some other reason. But he wasn't in a hurry. In any case, judging from the current situation, as long as I go to find the prison-suppressing steel, the truth will definitely come to light. Quickly suppressing the jumble of thoughts in his mind, Lin Bei took another step forward. But the moment his foot touched the ground, the surrounding corpses suddenly raised their weapons, and the malice emanating from them intensified once more. But that was all they did, was raise their weapons. They did nothing else. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Lin Bei quickly withdrew his step. The next moment, the corpses that had raised their weapons then lowered them and returned to their previous state of simply surrounding Lin Bei. 1 second later, Lin Bei took another step forward, and the corpses raised their weapons once more, but remained in that position without launching an attack. A second later, he pulled back the step he had taken. Nature. The surrounding corpses also laid down their weapons. I see. These corpses are trying to stop me from moving forward. After completing these experiments, Lin Bei learned about this matter. At the same time, he became even more curious. What lies ahead? Lin Bei stood calmly in place, gazing at the gloomy distance with a hint of curiosity on his face. Although all he could see was darkness, it emanated a deadly attraction, beckoning him to explore. Call. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, Lin Bei took a deep breath, preparing to delve deeper. No matter what lay ahead, he intended to go and see, even deadly danger. But just as Lin Bei lifted his foot, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Do not go any further. Otherwise, you'll become one of them too. As the voice rang out, several figures quickly emerged from the darkness. There are 5 people in total. Everyone looked disheveled, clearly the result of long-term lack of food and sleep. Lin Bei was slightly taken aback and temporarily abandoned the idea of continuing forward, so he stopped in his tracks. The next moment, he met the gazes of the group that had arrived and asked in a calm tone. What's ahead? Why did this happen? As he finished speaking, Lin Bei took out some food that had been prepared in advance from the system space and casually placed it beside him. The food wasn't plentiful, but it was something you wouldn't find in prison. Answer my question, and this food is yours. The things these people just said have already revealed a lot of information. Moreover, their actions probably revealed their personality. There must be good intentions in their hearts, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to do this. Although most of the prisoners who are imprisoned in the hell of evil are the most vicious and wicked. However, some of them are just like Lin Bei. He was secretly manipulated by various enemies and imprisoned in this even more dangerous evil prison. Upon seeing the things around Lin Bei, these people began to salivate rapidly, quickly filling their mouths. Glug! Glug! The group instinctively swallowed their saliva, their eyes fixed intently on the food. Undoubtedly, for them, food was the most tempting thing. After all, this is the prison of evil spirits, and the resources and food available here are far inferior to those in the men's prison and the women's prison. They immediately spoke as if they had gone mad. There's a madman inside who can control these corpses. If we go any further ahead, that's his territory. You must never enter his territory without his permission. People who are chronically hungry simply cannot resist the temptation of food. People who have experienced hunger. Only then did I realize how precious food is. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, then continued to ask, how is he able to control corpses? Isn't talent supposed to be unusable? He was genuinely curious. Since their talents are suppressed and cannot be used, how can they control corpses? Unless there are some special reasons. Soon after, these people continued speaking. You're new to the prison of evil, so you don't know much about this place. Although that guy is a prisoner, he has the warden's approval, has the same equipment as the prison guards, and can use his talents freely. In addition, his ability to control these corpses wasn't due to his own talent or his pets, but because of a treasure the warden gave him. He's less a prisoner locked up here, and more a guardian of the hell of evil. He will kill all the wicked, and only those of us who have been framed will escape death. At this point, the group paused briefly before continuing. Only by staying in a cell on the edge of the prison can one guarantee their safety. We are in a dangerous situation right now. If we are outside the cells for more than 10 minutes, these dead men will attack us. Let's go back quickly, it's too dangerous out there. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei fully realized the seriousness of the situation. Guardians? The only thing it can protect is the prison-suppressing monument. Taking the prison-suppressing steel from such a person is definitely not an easy task. And the prison cells, which were usually resisted by the prisoners, became the safest place here. Only by staying inside can one survive safely. But Lin Bei did not back down because of this. On the contrary, an even stronger sense of anticipation welled up within him. It seems, this time, the spoils won't just be the prison-suppressing steel. The next moment, he looked ahead again, took a step forward without hesitation, and said, dead. It should look like a dead person. Chapter 155 Engulfed by lightning, torn apart by gale force winds. Seeing Lin Bei take a step forward without hesitation, the 5 people who were about to pick up their food were instantly stunned. They didn't even open the tempting food in front of them to eat. They simply exclaimed instinctively, what is he doing? Why is he still walking forward? Is he crazy? I just don't understand. He clearly knew how dangerous it was ahead, so why did Coco still make this choice? This is absolutely suicide, and no one can stop him no matter what. This is insane. It's absolutely insane. All 5 of them were somewhat puzzled as to why such people existed in the world. Isn't it better to live safely? Why do you have to go looking for death? Even just surviving is better than dying. For them, entering that person's territory is no different from courting death. You need to know, if you enter that realm, you will face attacks from countless corpses. Corpses are tireless. And this is just the beginning. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the dangers become. Others have done the same thing before, but whoever it was, none of them had a good ending. The 5 people stood there, stunned and bewildered, not daring to move forward, and unsure of what to do. Final. So they simply chose to stay where they were. At the same time, Lin Bei's step had already landed. His step was like a flame igniting wild grass. The numerous corpses surrounding them were instantly activated, each raising a weapon made from the bones of various creatures and attacking Lin Bei, who was at the center of the encirclement, without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp bone blade slashed down, and the white bones, stained with blood, looked so terrifying in the darkness. There were at least 10 bone blades slashing at Lin Bei from all sides, so densely packed that it seemed they wanted to chop Lin Bei into mincemeat. Besides the bone blade, there are also bone spears, bone hammers, bone axes, bone clubs, etc. The simultaneous attack of these diverse bone weapons can only be described as dense and overwhelming, comparable to a raging storm. Lin Bei, who was at the very center of the dense attack, did not hesitate to issue a command to the void reincarnation dragon and disappeared into the void. The next moment, a large number of skeletal weapons attacked the spot where he had been standing, but they all missed, striking the hard ground with a series of crashing sounds. The ground was completely destroyed. A cut more than 20 centimeters deep, a terrifying sinkhole, and spiderweb-like cracks. Even if it had been steel that was hit, it would probably have been severely damaged. Subsequently, the army of corpses fell silent again, for they could not sense the threat. At this moment, Lin Bei was in the void, calmly observing everything around him. Actually, he had a way of withstanding the attack just now. The reason for choosing to enter the void was to see the attack power of the corpses. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Moreover, the battles of the dead and the battles of the living are two different kinds of battles. The strength that can be exerted is entirely unknown. Could it cause this level of damage? It seems that these corpses will become even stronger after being controlled. That's exactly the case. While alive, one will exercise restraint in combat and will need to consider the consequences. But what happens after death? There's no need to consider the consequences of fighting, no matter the reaction force or the damage to the body. Since I'm already dead, none of this matters. So, the corpse's pure combat power is even stronger than when it was alive. However, this is only pure combat power. Other powers cannot be used. The 5 people standing beside the food couldn't bear to look ahead. They had only heard the sound of the attack, yet they couldn't help but feel intense fear. They had witnessed firsthand the horror of the army of corpses. Some unlucky people will not only be beaten beyond recognition, but their bones will also be shattered. Only when it became quiet did they open their eyes and look straight ahead with fear in their eyes. But all they saw was a patch of unbearable darkness. As for Lin Bei, there wasn't even a trace of it. Immediately, a common answer welled up in their minds, and they instinctively shook their heads slightly, saying, "Why bother? There won't even be any crumbs left." He could have survived, but he chose to suffer. What could be more terrifying than death? They all subconsciously believed that Lin Bei had died at the hands of this group of corpses. Because, based on the understanding of these individuals and the current situation, this possibility is extremely high. At the same time, seeing the army of corpses fall silent once more, Lin Bei, who had been in the void, moved again, appearing a dozen meters directly above the army of corpses. At this point, he had a basic understanding of the corpse's strength, so naturally he wouldn't hold back too much. Wind and thunder wings. As a low shout rang out, violent lightning and a fierce wind appeared behind Lin Bei. The originally dim environment was instantly brightened by the dazzling blue. The next moment, Lin Bei, enveloped in lightning and gale-force winds, suddenly plummeted from the sky to the ground. Boom. The moment he touched the ground, the lightning and wind erupted even more violently, rapidly spreading outwards. The lightning coalesced into a semicircle. It started with a diameter of only half a meter, but after half a second it grew to 5 meters. The speed of expansion is terrifying. And the lightning power field continues to expand. Any corpses within the expansion area will be swallowed up by the thunder arena. Lightning itself contains the power to paralyze objects, so any corpse is swallowed up and entering it will lose the ability to move and can only stand still in place, unable to move or attack. They have no sense of pain. Even if you stand in the lightning, you will only be destroyed, not feel pain. The gale, shaped like blades, was hidden within the lightning field, relentlessly wreaking havoc. A vast number of wind blades attacked indiscriminately, some striking the corpse's body, and others striking the weapons in its hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sounds of numerous wind blades slashing together sounded like a gale of force 10 or higher. These wind blades. It can easily sever the limbs of a corpse and destroy the bones with ease. The appearance of the power of wind and thunder also attracted the attention of the 5 people. They instinctively took a few steps back. Chapter 156, Joyful Victory and Emptiness and Nothingness. Seeing the lightning power that had expanded to at least 20 meters ahead, the myriad thoughts in the minds of these 5 people suddenly stopped flowing. His eyes reflected only endless blue lightning. All they could see was the thunder engulfing everything. As for the raging winds within, and the corpses being slaughtered, there's simply no way to see it. The mere sight of lightning was enough to shock the 5 people, who couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What happened? How could lightning appear in the prison of evil? Such powerful lightning. It spread so fast, my eyes can hardly keep up. Even though these lightning bolts were some distance away from me, my body was somehow out of control, as if it were completely paralyzed. How terrible! Lin Bei, standing amidst the thunder, calmly observed his surroundings. In his sight, all the corpses within the lightning field suffered extremely severe damage. Some had their arms severed by wind blades, some had their legs severed, and some had their heads severed. Some were even cut in half. Even the various bone weapons they held were all damaged to varying degrees. Although its bones were quite hard, they were ultimately no match for the raging wind power of the 6-winged wind dragon. After all, it's just bones. Without a doubt, those corpses are no longer a threat. So Lin Bei quickly started walking forward again. As he took a step, the electric field of lightning began to spread once again. Therefore, even more corpses were devoured and killed. Lin Bei's advance became very smooth, and no corpse could get close. He was moving forward step by step. It's like entering an empty place. Meanwhile, deep within the prison of evil, a man dressed in a prison guard's uniform was staring at 2 men in their 30s in front of him. His body was covered in scars, and his clothes were soaked in blood, making him look rather disheveled. These 2 men. It is emptiness and nothingness. Lin Bei and Ren and's other 2 fellow inmates managed to enter the evil prison some time ago. Call. They both took a deep breath first, and then Kong quickly spoke up. We've finally arrived here. It's really not easy to see you, Mr. Lang. The former sacred seed of the altar of light. As he spoke, Kong couldn't help but recall the hardships he had endured along the way. He nearly died at the hands of those corpses more than once. With one's strength severely suppressed, dealing with those corpses is no easy task. And these remains are not as simple as they appear on the surface. After being defeated in the first stage, there was actually a second stage. If they didn't have special means to contend with those corpses, the 2 of them would never have been able to get here. After saying that, Kong continued to look at the man in the prison guard uniform in front of him. That's right. The man in the prison guard's uniform, who guards the evil prison and controls those corpses, is Luing. Luin. This is exactly the person Si Lingxian was talking about. He was once a holy seed of the altar of light, but because he later made a big mistake, he was imprisoned in the Heavenly Mountain prison. This is the information that others openly know. But the actual situation seems to be different. Luing looked at the 2 unfamiliar people, his brows furrowing tightly beneath his helmet. Who are you? What business do you have seeing me? Although he was in charge of the order of the evil prison, he did not eliminate this obviously strange intruder immediately. Because Lang felt quite surprised at this moment. Having been imprisoned in the evil prison for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen a prisoner who had managed to get here alive. Kong and Wu exchanged a glance unconsciously, and quickly stated their purpose. We want to make a deal with you. A deal that benefits both of us. As soon as the words were spoken, they both tensed up, hoping that Lu Ying would agree. The reason is simple. This deal is very important. Luin is also very interested in this. What kind of deal was it exactly? How could these 2 people be so willing to enter the evil prison and risk their lives to find me? It's easy to see from a little thought that this is definitely a very important transaction, so it's necessary to ask. Tell me about it. If I can accept it, then I will naturally agree. The next moment, Kong's voice rang out again. We want to trade an angelic halo for the treasure in your possession that can control these corpses. You should know very well what the angelic halo does. Angel halo. You can purify your corrupted dark angel pet. If the purification is successful and it returns to its normal angel form, you can leave this place. Leave openly, and without burden. Upon hearing this, Luing suddenly fell silent, a wave of pain welling up uncontrollably in her heart. The reason he was in the prison of evil was for this reason. Everything. It's all for atonement. If it weren't for this, Lang will not enter the hell of evil. No matter what, he is a holy seed of the altar of light. Seeing that Luing was deep in thought, Kong and Wu exchanged another glance and tacitly chose to remain silent and not disturb her. Their mission was to make a deal with Luin, not to forcibly seize it. Even if someone wanted to forcibly take it, there was no way to do so. Here. But it's the prison of evil spirits. And Luin? But he's the person in charge of the evil prison. Lin Bei had no idea what was happening deep within the evil prison. He simply strolled through the thunder, His pace neither hurried nor slow, like someone taking a walk in the rain. If Lin Bei didn't have those severed limbs and shattered bones around him, it would have looked more like a stroll. Before he knew it, he had walked a full 100 meters forward. The hemispherical lightning's coverage area has expanded to 300 meters. 300 meters. This is already the limit. The six-winged wind and thunder dragon was only a half-step king-level dragon, and its strength was not actually that great. Lin Bei could only shake his head helplessly at this. Can it only cover 300 meters? Our strength is still too weak. We need to figure out a way to get the dragons to the king level first. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Lin Bei would not be complacent because of his temporary achievements, because no one knew better than him how many dangers he would encounter in the future. The power of the holy white dragon alone is enough to make many people envious. Chapter 157, I came for it. Soon, Lin Bei continued walking forward. As he moved, the lightning field covering a radius of 300 meters also moved along with him. Lin Bei walked forward 1 meter. A lightning electric field can also move 1 meter. However, it was merely a relocation, it did not expand further. At this moment, his pace quickened, no longer as leisurely as before, and his expression became somewhat serious. At the current rate of consumption, the lightning field cannot be maintained for long. It can only last for another 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes. That's enough. The moment the self-talk ended, Lin Bei's movement speed increased even more. Call. Call. With the flapping of the wind and thunder wings behind him, he advanced more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the lightning electric field also moves very quickly. At the same time, as the lightning field quickly disappeared, the mangled corpses and shattered bone weapons hidden within it were finally exposed once again in their original space. The 5 people who had previously tried to dissuade Lin Bei were still standing beside the food in astonishment. Despite the tempting aroma of the food around them and the constant hunger pangs in their stomachs, they had no appetite for it, and simply stared blankly ahead. What appeared in the eyes of these 5 people? It was none other than the charred corpses scattered all over the ground, struck by lightning. Not a single corpse was intact. The scene was utterly gruesome. Aside from these extremely tragic corpses, the rest consisted of all sorts of shattered bone weapons. It was as if just now in that lightning, these corpses looked like they were fighting against a massive army. For a moment, the 5 people were at a loss as to how to react. Shock, doubt, curiosity, and other intense emotions filled their minds in an instant. It's because it's so chaotic. Looking at the lightning field that was moving further and further away, they also witnessed the terrifying scenes that had broken free from the lightning's reach and were now visible. The 5 of them stood motionless and silent for a full minute. After, only then did someone barely react, stammering as they broke the prolonged silence. Am I dreaming? How could such a thing possibly happen in the prison of evil? Those corpses that killed countless prisoners have now all been beaten down. He was genuinely terrified. The longer one stays in the prison of evil, the more one realizes just how troublesome these corpses are. To those outside the prison, these corpses might not pose much of a threat. They could be easily defeated by summoning pets. Can be in prison. No matter how great one's talent, it cannot be used. One can only rely solely on one's own strength to fight. That's why these corpses appeared so incredibly powerful inside the Tianshan prison. It was because of his voice that the others also woke up. The next moment, they instinctively exclaimed, I've really had an eye-opening day. What kind of monster has been captured in the Tianshan prison? I never expected that guy to be so strong. It doesn't match his appearance at all. Could he be someone with special connections? Most likely. Otherwise there's no way to explain all this. Really, the group had already tacitly accepted this fact. Actually, you can't blame them. You can only blame Lin Bei. After all, his performance. It's really unbelievable. Tianshan prison. But it's a place that can turn the strong into ordinary people. In this world, ordinary people represent weakness. Lin Bei never expected that he would be seen as someone with connections in the eyes of these people. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any particular thoughts. Lin Bei wouldn't change his plans because of what others thought. His goal was simple. It's all for obtaining the prison suppression steel and another treasure. At this moment, Lin Bei was moving quickly, and his progress was going very smoothly. Not only did they not encounter any danger, but they didn't even sense any malice. All the corpses will be swallowed by lightning, and then they will be unable to move, in a state that is very close to a second death. After advancing at full speed for 3 minutes, Lin Bei had arrived at the depths of the prison of evil. Within sight, a huge stone tablet can be vaguely seen. It's clear that we're still quite a distance from our destination. I don't know why. The number of corpses deep within the evil prison has decreased significantly. Call. After taking a light breath, he withdrew his wind and thunder power. The power of wind and thunder has been largely depleted. It's time to replenish it. Anyway, the surrounding area is relatively safe. The next moment, Lin Bei took out the divine weapon Thousand Illusions and continued walking forward. While he launched another operation, Lu Ying, who had been deep in thought at the end of the evil prison, suddenly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Who? As he finished speaking, he looked at the emptiness and nothingness, frowned slightly, and asked, "Is that guy who's on his way one of yours?" Upon hearing this, Kong Yuwu was also taken aback, quite surprised by this. What? There are actually people heading this way? No way. Unlike the others in the prison of evil, the two of them had only been imprisoned there for a short time, so they were relatively familiar with the outside world. The two had investigated many things beforehand, but among the many prisoners outside, they found nothing special. None of the prisoners posed a threat. That's why I felt safe enough to enter the prison of evil. No, it has nothing to do with us. They didn't want Lang to misunderstand, otherwise everything would be for naught. Upon confirming this, Lu Ying frowned even more deeply, and a hint of doubt surfaced in her mind. Since there's no connection, who could be the person heading this way? Are they enemies? Still friends? Or perhaps someone who came to make a transaction? How did we get here? We can talk about the transaction later. I need to attend to a guest first. Although emptiness and nothingness are somewhat frustrating, we can only accept them. Subsequently, Lu Ying then stood in front of the two, staring intently ahead, waiting for the third guest to appear. 2 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Bei, who had been traveling at full speed, finally appeared before Lu Ying. The next moment, Lu Ying asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming here?" Lin Bei stopped in his tracks and calmly looked ahead. When he saw that there were actually 3 people, he was slightly taken aback, but he quickly recovered and pointed to the prison suppression steel not far away, slowly replying, "Here we come." Chapter 158. Beneath the flesh and blood lies bones. When they heard Lin Bei reveal his purpose, Kong and Wu were both somewhat surprised. They were both quite surprised by this. One reason is Lin Bei's directness. He stated his frightening purpose in a casual manner. If two, it's all because of Lin Bei's purpose. It turns out, they've actually set their sights on the prison-suppressing monument. Even they wouldn't dare to mess with the prison-suppressing steel. Even though they had expended a great deal of effort to reach the prison of evil, they still dared not make a move against the prison-suppressing steel. They only dared to focus their attention on the treasure in Lu Ying's hands. Kong looked at Lin Bei with amusement in his eyes, and instinctively lowered his voice to say to Wu, "They're courting death, actually setting their sights on the prison suppression monument. And they even said it in front of Lu Ying? Doesn't he know that coveting the 3 most precious treasures in the prison is tantamount to courting death?" Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, they're courting death. However, since he was able to come here, there must be a reason. He is very likely someone sent by another organization. And the only organization that would dare to attack the prison-suppressing monument is probably that group of lunatics from the Mountain and Sea organization. His voice had barely faded when Kong's voice rang out again. Very likely. After all, what's imprisoned in the prison of the fiend god is enough to make the Mountain and Sea organization take a risk. But I don't think it's very useful. After all, with the prison-suppressing monument and Lu Ying around, they can't make any waves. Wu didn't respond to the conversation, but just kept looking at Lin Bei. Unbeknownst to them, their expressions became slightly more serious, and a hint of hostility flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they don't like the Mountain and Sea organization. Although the two regarded Lin Bei as a member of the Mountain and Sea organization, they did not think that Lin Bei posed any threat. The reason is simple. It's simply because this is the prison of evil, the closest place to the prison suppression monument. Here, the effect of suppressing and sealing talent is strongest. Lin Bei told the truth about his purpose because there was no need to hide it. Since their purpose will be revealed sooner or later anyway, they might as well just say it outright. After he finished speaking, he began to observe the 3 people in front of him. 1 person in a prison guard uniform, and 2 people in other clothes. Of the 3, Lin Bei was only certain of Lu Ying's identity. Deep within the hell of evil spirits, a jailer in uniform controls these corpses, just as those 5 people described. One of the things I want is definitely in this person's hands. The other one was behind this person. Lin Bei kept staring at Lu Ying. As for emptiness and nothingness, It is subconsciously ignored. While Lin Bei was looking at Luing, Luing was also looking at Lin Bei. Luing was quite surprised by Lin Bei's directness. You have quite the courage. How dare you say such a thing to my face? He paused slightly at this point, and then continued speaking a second later. But no matter what you plan to do, I will not let you take the prison-suppressing steel away. Only the prison-suppressing monument remains. Only then can I continue doing what I'm supposed to do. Lin Bei was not surprised by this. How could something like the prison-suppressing steel be taken away so easily? Want to take it away? You will inevitably have to face certain things. Lin Bei shifted his gaze to the prison suppression steel behind him. A strange aura emanated from it, rapidly spreading outwards and easily penetrating into people's bodies. Of the 4 people present, only Luing, dressed as a jailer, could prevent this from happening. Lin Bei, Kong, and Wu could only allow this power to enter their own bodies. A few seconds later, Lin Bei turned his gaze back to Luing. Whether I can take the prison-suppressing steel or not is not up to you. In truth, he knew very well what consequences would occur if I took the prison-suppressing steel with me. Therefore, Lin Bei had already thought of a way to deal with it. This would allow him to own the prison-suppressing monument, while also ensuring that the Tianshan prison retains its unique characteristics. The next moment, Luing took out a scepter made of bone from his spatial ring and held it tightly in his hand. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Try to take the prison-suppressing monument. The moment he finished speaking, he raised the white bone scepter high in his hand, and the power in his body surged into it wildly. 1 second later, a terrifying, chilling aura emanated from the bone scepter and seeped into the surrounding air. At this moment, Luing spoke again. If you think that the prison-suppressing monument is protected by those corpses, then you are sorely mistaken. Those corpses. It's just a disguise. The next moment, on the ground some distance behind Lin Bei, the corpses he had killed were all standing up one by one. Although some of the corpses had their legs severed, they still managed to stand upright on the ground. Ga. A chilling sound emanated from the corpses, as if something was assaulting their flesh. In an instant, Lin Bei turned his head to look behind him. At the same time, those corpses that rose again underwent a completely new change. One by one, bones pierced through the flesh and blood, and it kept penetrating out, as if these bones possessed self-awareness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time went on, more and more bone broke through. The bones that pierce through the corpse will then automatically reassemble themselves. Bones from different corpses can be combined at will. Some retained their normal human form, while others transformed into other forms. For example, a 4-meter-tall skeletal warrior with 5 arms. A skeleton warrior with 3 heads, 6 legs, and an overall spider-like appearance. They were all terrifying. Those corpses, now without the support of bones, lay sprawled on the ground like puddles of mud, looking even more terrifying than when they were standing. Having witnessed all of this firsthand, Lin Bei's breathing became much heavier. The real danger was hidden beneath the flesh and blood. It seems, this treasure is even more powerful than I imagined. He increasingly felt that such a treasure was perfect for the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon. After all, the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon is a bone dragon. In just a few seconds, the bones of all the corpses in the entire evil prison were put back together. They all stared straight at Lin Bei with their dark, empty eye sockets. Crisis. It has arrived. Chapter 159, Fighting Alone Against Skeletons. Time stops. At the same time, the 5 people in the first half of the evil prison also witnessed the scene of the bone breaking out of the corpse. In an instant, these people all collapsed to the ground, a strong sense of fear spreading through their hearts. Even 2 others fainted and lost consciousness. The remaining 3, who were still barely conscious, were also trembling and unable to speak. This was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. It turns out, someone can actually control bones. Kong and Wu, who were standing next to Luing, instinctively took a half step back. The eyes of the 2 were filled with shock and surprise. The scene before them, where the skeletal warriors had transformed into bone warriors, was completely outside the intelligence they possessed. It's not as simple as you might imagine. The 2 of them were somewhat afraid to imagine it. If the 2 of them had encountered so many strange skeletal warriors on their way here, what would have happened? I'm afraid, even those who want to get here. It's all highly unlikely. However, despite their shock, the 2 quickly regained their composure. After all, they were professionally trained individuals and would not normally lose their composure. Immediately afterwards, Kong quickly turned to look at Wu beside him, and continued to lower his voice, asking in a slightly trembling tone, "Aren't we thinking the same thing? The treasures brought for this transaction have exceeded our initial expectations. Not only can it control corpses, it can even control bones." The reason his voice trembled when he spoke was entirely due to his inner excitement. Wu's reaction was similar. He stared wide-eyed at the white bone squad. Call. Even his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Accident. What a pleasant surprise. We need to find a way to report this to our superiors. We can't get this from Lang just by relying on an angelic halo. Both of them successfully realized the importance of the matter. Immediately afterwards, Kong Yubian took a few steps to the side, maintaining a certain distance from Luing, and began to use special methods to contact others. Contacting other people in the Tianshan prison is also a very troublesome thing. Ga. Various monsters made of bones moved in unison towards Lin Bei, quickly surrounding him in the center. Lin Bei. He gripped the divine weapon Thousand Illusions tightly in his hand, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surrounding army of white bones. With this bunch of bones, you think you can defeat me? Even though he knew what was going to happen next, he remained completely calm. They're just a bunch of monsters made of bones. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong or hard these bones are, they are absolutely no match for the bone dragon. After all, the nature of the bone determines all of this. Human bones and dragon bones are completely incomparable. Luing, however, merely scoffed disdainfully at this scene. You want the prison suppression steel? Survival is the priority. The moment he finished speaking, he sat down on the seat next to him and began to breathe heavily, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. It's clear that wielding the power of this scepter is a very tiring thing. Lang felt exhausted after using it only once. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, resting while softly sighing. Really, using this is much more tiring than using your talent. I really don't know where that guy got that scepter from. Actually, Lang prefers to use his talents to fight rather than this kind of power. Only, his talent has been corrupted, and he will absolutely not use it unless absolutely necessary. The next moment, the skeletal army that had surrounded Lin Bei launched an attack on him almost simultaneously. A skeletal monster, 8 meters tall, and with hands the size of a car, swung its arm down from above, forcefully slamming it down on Lin Bei below. Boom. Just like a car falling from the sky, the airflow above was instantly dispersed. Lin Bei could clearly feel the impact coming from above his head. His clothes and hair were greatly affected and clung tightly to his clothes. A skeletal monster that had transformed its arm into a giant sword blade closed in on Lin Bei in the blink of an eye, swinging its blade with all its might, aiming straight for Lin Bei's waist. Once hit, the body will definitely be split in two. Besides these two skeletal monsters, the other skeletal monsters were also launching their own attacks. In a short time, Lin Bei became the target of numerous attacks. It was as if they were in the eye of a raging storm, facing nothing but danger. Despite this, he remained calm, as if unaware of what he was facing. As time passed, danger drew near. Only a second had passed when the enormous skeletal blade was only 10 centimeters away from Lin Bei, and the enormous skeletal hand above his head had already touched the tip of Lin Bei's hair. The situation is extremely dangerous. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong and Wu exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Kong swallowed hard, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Luckily we didn't anger Lang, otherwise we would have ended up like this." Wu agreed wholeheartedly, letting out a long sigh and nodding. Faced with the attack of these skeletal monsters, I don't even have a chance to survive. Although bones are part of a corpse, they can be rearranged at will. So, it can unleash even greater power. And it was at this moment that Lin Bei made a completely new move. He spoke directly to Shi Huanglong, who was in the void. Time stop. The next moment, Shi Huanglong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately activated his power. And its power. It is the power to control time. Time. It has no sound, no form, and no color. But its presence is incredibly strong. Whether a creature is alive or inanimate, it is destined to spend its entire life with time. When the power of the Imperial Dragon appeared, everything around stopped. The slashing blade stopped in place, the palm that slammed down from the sky hovered in midair, and all other attacks also ceased. This ability is very strong, but it lasts for a very short time. After all, the current Shuanglong is still very weak. It has no dedicated space and cannot evolve automatically. At the same time, Lin Bei also moved, controlling the samsara in his hand to transform it into the appearance of the heaven-slaying demon spear. Call. Wind and thunder wings appeared behind him, and with a flap, he flew into the sky. He gripped the magic spear tightly with both hands, pointed it straight at the ground, and unleashed another kind of power. Dragon Flame. Chapter 160 The Power of Reincarnation. Annihilation in one strike. Boom. Incredibly violent flames surged from Lin Bei's arms, enveloping the 1,000 illusions, which had transformed into a demonic spear within them at top speed. 1,000 illusions. It suddenly transformed into a flaming spear. At the same time, the power of wind and thunder behind him also converged. Sizzle. Sizzle. Phew. Phew. All three powers converged upon 1,000 illusions. These three forces are all very powerful in themselves, and now that they are combined and superimposed, they will naturally become even more powerful. Even though time had stopped around us, it was still greatly affected. The top of the evil prison, illuminated by flames, was now cracking with tiny fissures. The three forces of lightning, gale, and raging flames seeped into and spread through the crack. Although the combination of the three forces is already very powerful, it is actually just the initial preparation. 1 second later, the three forces are saturated, and not even a fraction more can be injected. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Q. Use the power of reincarnation. Being at the very center of the attack by the army of bones, he knew better than anyone else present just how dangerous the situation was. Not only are they stronger individually than the corpses, but their numbers are also terrifying. If it were someone else, faced with the attacks of these skeletal monsters, the only possible outcome is tragic. So, since we're going to fight these skeletal monsters, the best option is to give it our all. Upon hearing this, the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which was hiding in the void, immediately unleashed the power of reincarnation comparable to the power of time. The magical fluctuations of power completely enveloped Qianhuan and the three powers associated with it. The next moment, the flames are hotter, the lightning is more destructive, and the wind strikes are sharper. Power of reincarnation. It allows power to cycle, thus making it even stronger. That's it. Lin Bei had completed all the preparations he needed to make. All that remained was to launch the attack. Call. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping downwards, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Smash it. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Bei gripped Qianhuan's arm tightly and threw her violently to the ground. Boom. The space trembled violently, and even the evil prison, where time had been suspended, shook. As Qianhuan rapidly approached the ground, he once again addressed Shuanglong in the void. Cancel time stop. Then you should get some rest. It only lasted a few seconds in a time-stopped state, but Time Emperor Dragon's power was already greatly depleted. After all, this time, it paused the entire timeline of the evil prison. This is on a completely different level from the last time Ren and was accelerated. The more things contained within the power of time, the more terrifying the consumption becomes. Almost as soon as Lin Bei's voice rang out, Shi Huanglong released the power of time that had been enveloping the entire evil prison. Subsequently, the time flow in the prison of evil has returned to normal. The others didn't even notice the change in time. They were still doing what they were doing just moments before. Emptiness and nothingness gazed ahead and whispered amongst themselves, without any discord. The 5 people over there were either collapsed or unconscious. The skeletal monster's attacks remained unaffected and continued towards the spot where Lin Bei had been. Lu Ying, too, remained seated, calmly resting, while also considering the suggestion of emptiness and nothingness. Honestly, he was really tempted. In any case, all these two wanted was that treasure that could control the corpse. If it can be of some use, trading with them is not out of the question. As long as the scepter is still there, the prison-suppressing monument can be protected. But we just can't be sure if it will actually work. Actually, the treasure that controls corpses and the treasure that controls bones are not the same. Of all those present, only Lu Ying knew about this. He didn't pay any attention to Lin Bei at all. He had already decided in his heart that Lin Bei would die. But it was at this moment. The divine weapon 1,000 illusions, carrying extremely terrifying power, also pierced fiercely into the ground from the sky. Boom. Boom. In an instant, 3 terrifying forces that had undergone reincarnation erupted, and a sound like the collapse of the heavens and the cracking of the earth appeared in the prison of evil. Immediately afterwards, it exploded, a terrifying power that seemed capable of devouring everything. Fire, lightning, and gale, the three forces combined to create a completely new power. The entire evil prison was lit up at this moment, as if tens of thousands of lights had been installed. It's dazzling, but also terrifying. Boom. In just 1 second, these three forces spread to a radius of tens of meters. Everything inside was affected. The ground cracked everywhere, creating large craters, and dust flew everywhere. The skeletal monsters that had been lurking around were all destroyed at the same time. They didn't even have time to react. Thump. Thump. Both Kong and Wu, who were in the safe zone, could not withstand the violent shaking of the evil prison and fell to the ground almost at the same time. They didn't know what had happened until they fell to the ground. Why do I suddenly get knocked over? Kindness. How so? Lu Ying, who had been thinking with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked ahead in astonishment. His eyes were wide open, unable to comprehend what was happening ahead. It took a full 10 seconds before the evil prison finally regained some semblance of calm. Kong, Wu, and Lu Ying immediately turned their gazes forward. Hiss. But when they saw what was ahead, they couldn't help but gasp. Because the situation has completely exceeded expectations. The ground was pitted and uneven, as if it had been hit by a meteorite impact. Huge craters and cracks could be seen everywhere, and the ground had dropped by at least 1 meter. And what was filled in the ground and the large pit? Those were bones that had been completely destroyed and turned into powder. Each one is as numerous as the stars in the sky. Besides that, the only other thing the three of them could see was Lin Bei, who was standing there holding the heaven-slaying demon spear. Immediately, emptiness and nothingness were completely dumbfounded. Total annihilation. How could he be so strong? That's absolutely outrageous. However, Lin Bei ignored the concepts of emptiness and nothingness, and instead turned his gaze to Lu Ying, who was standing motionless to the side, and asked with a light laugh. You see, these bones are useless. That is indeed the case. An army of bones is utterly useless. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ying raised the scepter again, his tone becoming much more serious. Strongest form. Bone dragon. When the voice rang, all the bones that had turned to dust began to move once more. Chapter 161. You call this a bone dragon. The bone dust that was originally filling the cracks and pits in the ground, along with the bone dust that was scattered around, seemed to be forcibly controlled by some mysterious force, and began to converge in the same place. Whoosh. Whoosh. The white bone powder that filled the air moved rapidly, and each grain went directly in front of Lin Bei. The bone fragments that had gathered together were fusing together, piecing themselves together one by one. In a short time, the open space between Lin Bei and Lu Ying was completely filled with white bone fragments. After using this move, Lu Ying sat down on the chair behind him, his forehead covered with beads of sweat, and even his pupils were bloodshot. Call. His breathing became more rapid than before, and his face turned much paler. Unexpected. One day I actually used this move. What a hassle. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last used this move. 5 years. 10 years. My memory has become hazy. It's not that Lang doesn't want to use it, but that he simply doesn't have the opportunity. Over the years, no prisoner has ever been worthy of seeing the bone dragon. No, let alone seeing the bone dragon. Those prisoners couldn't even see the army of bones. Basically, all prisoners imprisoned in the hell of evil will be killed by those corpses over time. Except for those who came in for some special reason and whose sins are not serious. The moment the words left her lips, Lu Ying looked down at the white bone scepter in her hand. But at this moment, the bone scepter became slightly more transparent than before, as if all the substance inside the bones had been drained. After shaking his head helplessly, he looked ahead again and said in a low voice, "With the bone dragon unleashed, who can stand against it?" The reason these bones were allowed to coalesce into a dragon was because, in Lang's view, the dragon is a symbol of power. Lin Bei naturally heard the words bone dragon as well, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling quite surprised. He really didn't expect it. To my astonishment, I heard the words bone dragon in the prison of evil. Although this bone dragon is different from the other bone dragons. You want to condense these bones into a bone dragon? That's interesting. Out of curiosity, Lin Bei chose to watch quietly, without intending to break the bone fragments and allow them to fuse together. Isn't it just a fake bone dragon? So what if we let it out? In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. The bone powder that had been fusing was now fully fused. I have successfully become a giant bone dragon. Overall, its appearance is no different from that of a regular bone dragon. They are all normal dragon shapes, and they are all made of bones. Sharp dragon claws, pointed dragon teeth, and a terrifying, chilling aura of death. The biggest difference. The bone dragon's eyes had no color, only pitch-black emptiness. Moreover, many details appear particularly unnatural, with numerous tiny cracks where the pieces are joined together, and flaws can be seen upon close inspection. This bone dragon was enormous, its feet planted firmly on the ground of the prison of evil, and its head was about to touch the top of the prison of evil. Without a doubt, this bone dragon is definitely stronger than that rabble. After all, this is a product that combines all the bones. Roar. The artificial bone dragon raised its head and roared, its mournful cry echoing throughout the entire evil prison. Despite having the appearance of a bone dragon, it is unable to utter a dragon's roar. Counterfeit goods. It's a fake after all. And in this process, Luing had been keeping an eye on Lin Bei and was prepared to interrupt him. But the reality was different from what he expected. For a full 10 seconds, Lin Bei did nothing but stand there quietly. This made Luing breathe a sigh of relief, but it also lowered her opinion of Lin Bei once again. Too arrogant. They knew I was about to unleash a powerful attack, yet they deliberately stood there. Good skills, but bad personality. The artificial bone dragon has taken shape, which gives him a lot of confidence. Seeing the bone dragon standing in front of them, Kong and Wu both broke out in a cold sweat. The army of skeletons they had just witnessed had already shocked them. Seeing the artificial bone dragon at this moment was even more shocking. The two people could accept the former, but the latter was somewhat unable to accept it. Dragon. It's already extremely rare. It's a legendary creature. And this is a special bone dragon. A bone dragon formed from the bones of humans. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat of emptiness and nothingness quickened considerably, as if it were about to break through the blockage in the ribs and burst out of the throat. It took the two of them quite a while to suppress their shock. What amazing power. Not only can it control those bones, it can even combine them to form a dragon. Treasure. This is a true treasure. Report this to your superiors immediately. We too cannot make this decision on our own. The next second, Wu immediately pulled out a special device that looked like a mobile phone, but with some differences. Without wasting even a second, he immediately began operating the device. Beep. Beep. Soon, a voice came from the other side. What's the matter? Was the mission a success? Almost the instant the voice fell, Wu began to report what had just happened. After listening, the other party fell silent. Buzz. Buzz. The Time Emperor Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon, which were in the void, let out a cry at the same time. It's filled with utter disdain. Obviously, they all looked down on this fake bone dragon. Not only were the two dragons disappointed, but Lin Bei was also very disappointed. Hi. He sighed softly, shook his head with a hint of helplessness, and turned his gaze directly to Luing behind him, asking in a playful tone. That's it. A mere shell of a dragon, pieced together from a multitude of bones. You actually call it a bone dragon. Having seen a real bone dragon, why would I be surprised by this fake one? Luing easily picked up on the sarcasm in Lin Bei's words, but he didn't care. A bone dragon that can kill a villain like you is a good bone dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei shook his head again, not intending to say anything more. He simply opened the exclusive space of the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon while speaking in a calm tone. Bone. Get rid of the counterfeiters. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying dragon roar resounded, and accompanied by this dragon's roar, it was none other than the heaven-devouring, demon-slaying dragon. Chapter 162 Bone Dragon vs. Bone Dragon. The devouring heaven demon dragon was about the same size as the bone dragon. However, there is a significant difference in appearance. In every respect, the devouring dragon is more powerful and more exquisite. To put it bluntly, the devouring demon dragon and the bone dragon made of human skeletons. One is a high-end, custom-made version. The other is a crude, low-quality replica. There is absolutely nothing to compare. The moment the devouring demon dragon appeared in the prison of evil, it successfully attracted the attention of the three people in front of it. In an instant, all three of them went completely blank. It felt as if a giant hand had reached deep into my brain and emptied everything out. Call. Call. In the end, all that remained was the heavy breathing of the three of them. In the silent hell of evil. Very obvious. Them. He didn't say a word. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's that I don't know what to say. After all, his mind had been completely blank from shock. Thump. Meanwhile, the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon appeared directly behind Lin Bei. A pair of cold eyes stared straight ahead. Everything ahead. Everything is under its gaze. Anyone who is targeted by the devouring demon dragon will instinctively feel a chill run down their spine. Whether it's laying sitting there, or Kongyu standing there, or the artificial bone dragon directly in front of them. Now, at this moment, I couldn't suppress the shock in my heart. Watched by the devouring demon dragon. It was as if you were being watched by death, who was standing in the abyss. Even moving has become a difficult thing. The blank mind coupled with intense fear left them even more bewildered. Being able to stand without falling to the ground is already quite an achievement. Time passed second by second. Soon, 3 seconds later. After being stared at by the devouring heaven demon dragon for 3 seconds, Luing was the first to come to his senses. He was awake, but his back was covered in cold sweat, and even the tone of his voice was distorted. How could this be? How could this be? He can actually use his talent. Mingming. The prison-suppressing steel is right behind me. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luing abruptly turned around to look behind her. The prison-suppressing steel is still standing, and its power has not diminished. But this made him even more confused. Why? Why is it that a prisoner not wearing special clothing is able to summon his special ability? Why is that? Compared to Luing, who had already come to her senses, Kong Yu was still standing there in a daze. Because for them, the impact of the appearance of the devouring demon dragon was several times stronger than the impact of Luing controlling the bones before. Even though they were only looking at them from a distance, they were able to tell the difference between the two dragons. Although they are all bones. But the difference is terrifyingly large. Lin Bei didn't care about the three of them. He simply looked at the enormous artificial bone dragon in front of him, and, without hesitation, gave the order again. Bone. Action. The next moment, the devouring demon dragon charged straight forward, its target none other than the artificial bone dragon. Thump. Thump. As its enormous body moved, it caused a huge impact on the entire evil prison, shaking the ground, the surrounding walls, and even the ceiling. Despite being filled with doubts, Luing quickly regained her composure and immediately gave the artificial bone dragon an order. Run. Now he no longer expects his dragon to win. Are you kidding me? That's a real bone dragon on the other side. How could my imposter possibly be a match for it? Lang never expected things to turn out this way. I finally managed to use this power once, but damn it, I ran into a tough nut to crack. Using talents inexplicably is one thing. Summonable. It just so happens to be a bone dragon. This is so awkward. If facing other pets, Lang believes he would have a fighting chance. But what if you're facing a bone dragon? Forget it. Forcing a fight would be a waste of effort. He was in a state of extreme inner conflict as he directed the artificial bone dragon. How should we deal with this situation now? Could it be that? Am I destined to rely solely on my talent? Luing instinctively resisted the idea of using his talents in combat. Once you use your talent, things will get even worse. Thump. The moment it received Luing's order, the artificial bone dragon took off and fled in another direction. Although it possessed only a faint trace of intelligence, it could clearly sense a terrifying pressure. This pressure, there was simply no way to resist. Survival instinct tells the artificial bone dragon that the best option is to run away as fast as possible. Watching the artificial bone dragon flee to other places, the devouring demon dragon couldn't help but feel angry. What's going on? They're running away. That's boring. Buzz. A disgruntled dragon roar echoed through the evil prison. Originally, the devouring demon dragon wanted to have a good fight with the artificial bone dragon, since it was rare to encounter a dragon that looked similar. But now, it no longer has that idea. The only thing I want to do is eliminate the other side as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, the devouring demon dragon accelerated and chased after the artificial bone dragon. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful suction force that frantically devoured everything in front of it. Call. Call. The moment the devouring attraction erupted, the artificial bone dragon, which hadn't run far, was instantly and intensely affected. Its speed decreased by a full half. Several loosely connected bones even detached from its body and were swallowed by the devouring demon dragon in the blink of an eye. As the devouring demon dragon unleashed a devouring power no less than that of the gluttonous beast, it rapidly approached the artificial bone dragon. The artificial bone dragon, however, couldn't think of a solution and could only let the enemy dragon approach it. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds later, the devouring demon dragon arrived beside the artificial bone dragon. It raised one of its dragon claws and slammed it down mercilessly at the artificial bone dragon. Clang. In an instant, the bone dragon's body was torn to pieces. Several bones were severed. It looked as if it had been slashed by a sharp blade. You should know that the devouring demon dragon has fused with the heaven-slaying demon spear. Attack power and destructive power. It's incredibly powerful. It had only been using the power of the Taotai before, and had not shown this power. Chapter 163 is even more important than this. The moment it launched its attack, the devouring demon dragon shut its mouth and ceased releasing its devouring and attracting power. Because at this moment, its goal was simply to dismantle the bone dragon, not to eat it. Thump. Thump. The artificial bone dragon skeleton, shattered by the devouring heaven demon dragon's palm strike, fell piece by piece to the ground, successfully causing a great commotion. The ground even shook slightly as a result. The next second, the devouring demon dragon raised its other claw and slammed it into the artificial bone dragon's body once more. Boom. As the sharp, white bone dragon claw fell, the artificial bone dragon became even more broken, with more than half of its body missing. The shattered bones that fell to the ground, when gathered together, formed a small mountain. From the moment it was destroyed by the devouring demon dragon, the artificial bone dragon lost its ability to resist. After all, its body is no longer intact. No, it cannot be described as incomplete. It should be said, it's completely dilapidated. 1/10 of the white bone wings remained. Half of the breastbone was gone. All the white bone dragon claws were broken, and the white bone dragon legs were covered with cracks. Judging from its appearance alone, it's hard to tell that this is a bone dragon. What's the difference between it and a pile of broken bones? It was at this moment that Kong and Wu Tsai, who had been stunned, finally came to their senses. The sound of the bone falling was so loud that it was impossible not to react even if you wanted to. Hiss. Seeing the two bone dragons fighting in front of them, the two instinctively gasped, a chill running down their spines. Kong's body stiffened. With difficulty, he raised one hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowing mouthful after mouthful of saliva that was being secreted frantically. Bone dragon. There's another bone dragon. Inconceivable and unbelievable. He already found it incredible when he saw the artificial bone dragon appear. Now we see the devouring demon-slaying dragon. He no longer knew how to feel. Wu, who had also witnessed all of this, spoke in a clearly disturbed voice at this moment. No, Liu Ying's bone dragon isn't a real dragon. The bone dragon that appeared later. That's the real bone dragon. The reality before him forced him to accept it. Two bone dragons. There's absolutely no comparison. The real bone dragon is far more powerful than the fake one. That fake bone dragon. They were completely powerless to fight back. The next moment, Kong nodded forcefully, but also seemed quite puzzled. That's absolutely right. But I'm a little confused. Was the artificial bone dragon too weak? Or was the bone dragon that appeared later too strong? I don't know why. That bone dragon gives me a strange feeling. It's different from the legendary bone dragon. It seems to have some significant differences. Upon hearing this, Wu fell silent once again. He felt the same way, not just about emptiness. That bone dragon was incredibly powerful. Not only is its destructive power terrifyingly strong, but it also has a swallowing force like a black hole. That's really strange. It is much more powerful and magical than any bone dragon we know. When the words were finished, the two fell silent again. At the same time, clang, clang. The devouring demon dragon continued to swing its claws, relentlessly striking the artificial bone dragon's body. It strikes different parts of the body each time. Sometimes it hits the back, sometimes the sternum, and sometimes even the dragon's head. Thump. Large piles of bones lay scattered on the ground, with bones piled up everywhere. And not a single bone is complete. At this time, the artificial bone dragon. It has completely lost its dragon form. At best, it can only be described as a pile of bones gathered together. At this moment, the only sounds echoing throughout the entire evil prison were the sounds of slashing and falling. Emptiness and nothingness stood there, listening and watching all of this. After a while, a new sound came out. No, I have already completed the application with the higher-ups. An order has been issued from above. We must obtain that treasure at all costs. A treasure that allows us to control bones at will is extremely important to us. Especially the ability to transform into a bone dragon is exactly what we urgently need right now. Although there are certain risks involved in using artificial bone dragons, it is worth the risk if there is any hope of opening that gate of sinful bones. This sound. It was none other than that person with whom he had no connection. Because the sound was right next to my ear, I quickly came to my senses. But the next moment, his expression turned very strange. Using artificial bone dragons. Isn't there a true skeletal dragon right here? Why take the risk? Call. Wu took a deep breath, quickly organized his thoughts, and said excitedly, That thing. I have something even more important to report now. The person on the other end was clearly taken aback by what he said, and seemed quite surprised. There's something even more important. In a not-so-large hellish prison, there could be something more important than this? You must be kidding. Despite the unexpectedness, he quickly responded. Explain. The moment the words left his mouth, Wu hurriedly spoke up. A mysterious person came to the prison of evil. His talents were not affected. He summoned his pet, and started fighting with Lu Ying. Upon hearing this, the person opposite was stunned again, surprise flashing in their eyes. The fact that it can avoid the influence of the prison suppressing stone is indeed quite important. But the degree of importance. It's still not as good as that supreme treasure. He couldn't help but feel a little confused again. This matter is important in some ways, but not in others, and it's not worth mentioning at this time. At this point, Wu continued. This matter is indeed not particularly important, and that's not what I wanted to talk about. The important thing is, the pet he summoned was actually a real bone dragon. For a moment, the person on the other end was stunned. The special device they were holding almost fell to the ground. Really? It turns out, it's a bone dragon. Lin Bei had no interest in knowing what Wu was saying to whom. He was simply watching the bone dragon in battle. Seeing that the bone dragon was on the verge of destruction, he abandoned any idea of letting it continue. He turned his gaze to Lu Ying and gave the order. Bones, let's end this fight. Chapter 164 Last Resort. Dark Angel. The next moment, the devouring demon dragon withdrew its continuously swinging claws and looked down at its master. Buzz. Then it let out a soft cry, indicating that it understood. This battle between legitimate and piracy, which has no suspense whatsoever, is indeed time to come to a final close. The moment the devouring heaven demon dragon stopped its attack, the artificial bone dragon shattered completely and fell to the ground. Looking around, there wasn't a single intact bone on the entire ground. Seeing that the devouring demon dragon had stopped attacking, Lu Ying's tense body relaxed a little. Although she was quite surprised by how things had turned out, she did not despair. Although your bone dragon is powerful, my bone dragon is immortal. Almost immediately, he raised the bone scepter again and began to unleash its power. Bone dragon. 2. The reason I'm still doing this is because Lewin really doesn't want to use his talent. He would rather expend more effort and time than use his strongest and least desirable trump card. Another strange power emanated from the bone scepter, rapidly spreading towards the bones on the ground. Once this power enters the bone scepter, the bones will once again coalesce into a bone dragon. However, Lin Bei's expression remained completely calm, without even the slightest hint of panic. Snort. What a waste of effort. It's such a waste that you have such a treasure. Actually, what he said was both right and wrong. In Lang's hands, the bone scepter was indeed used to its fullest potential. However, if the white bone scepter is fused with the devouring heaven demon dragon, the power it can unleash will be even stronger. So, Lin Bei's words are both right and wrong. At the same time, when this power reappeared, the devouring heaven demon dragon's attention was also drawn to it. It looked at Lu Ying, who was holding the white bone scepter, and a hint of disdain appeared in its cold and fierce eyes. They completely disregarded the bone dragon that was about to reform. Lu Ying was completely unaware of this. He was simply focused on activating the bone scepter with all his might. 1 second later, the power of the bone scepter spread far and wide, reaching right next to the bones. But just then, the devouring demon dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful and irresistible force of devouring energy comparable to a black hole. Call. The sound was extremely loud, as if the entire hell of evil was filled with a raging wind. The next moment, the shattered bones scattered on the ground all floated up at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh. As if boosted by rockets, each one approached the devouring demon dragon's mouth at an incredible speed. This applies to all bones. Any bone enveloped by the devouring force will eventually end up inside the belly of the heaven-piercing, demon-slaying dragon. 2 seconds. It only took 2 seconds. The shattered human bones that originally covered a large area of the ground had all entered the belly of the devouring demon dragon. Not just these bones. Even the power that emerged from the bone scepter was swallowed up and entered his stomach. Belch. The devouring heaven demon dragon burped. Then it looked at Lang, waiting for its master's command. Even after devouring a large pile of bones that were about the same size as itself, the devouring demon dragon's belly did not change at all. It didn't even get bigger. It seemed that the large amount of bones it had just swallowed were like a bite of a biscuit to it. I'm stunned. Lu Ying was completely dumbfounded. He never expected things would turn out this way. Just now I was thinking about summoning bone dragons again to fight, and I was going to summon 2 of them. But now, the other person actually ate all the bones. Moreover, he could no longer control those bones, as if he had entered another space. Not even a single grain was left. What on earth is going on? Hello? For a moment, Lu Ying stood there motionless, holding the white bone scepter, his expression one of astonishment. Call. My breathing slowed down considerably, almost to the point of stopping. Several seconds later, he finally came to his senses. In these few seconds, Lu Ying not only suppressed her shock, but also thought about many other things. After placing the bone scepter aside, he looked up at the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon. Although they were looking at the devouring demon dragon, almost all of their gazes were fixed on the belly of the devouring demon dragon. After staring at him for a long time, Lu Ying finally turned her gaze to Lin Bei. I underestimated you. Your bone dragon isn't an ordinary bone dragon, is it? Not only is its attack power formidable, but it also possesses this devouring power. It can even rival the suction power of the fallen god's abyss. Is your bone dragon from the abyss of fallen gods? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Bei, a hint of expectation flickering in his eyes, as if he were waiting for something. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei's brows furrowed slightly. The abyss of fallen gods. This was the first time he had ever heard those 4 words. Having always stayed in Nanshan City, I was subject to too many restrictions and had never even heard of many things before. Although we don't know exactly what the abyss of fallen gods is, just from the name alone, we can tell that this place is definitely not ordinary. No. Hearing Lin Bei's decisive answer, the expectation in Lu Ying's eyes turned into disappointment, and she shook her head helplessly. Looks like I was just overthinking it. After saying that, he paused for a few seconds, then quickly spoke again. I've been atoning for my sins in the hell of evil for so long, and this is the first time I've ever seen someone like you. To be unaffected by the prison-suppressing monument? That's incredible. Lin Bei maintained a calm expression and responded, as if in conversation. If we are helpless against the prison-suppressing steel, I won't even look at it. As soon as these words were spoken, the prison of evil spirits fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed before Lu Ying's voice rang out again. That's enough. That's enough. Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to use my talent. Although I don't want to see it. As he spoke, he gently shook his head and sighed. Seeing this, Lin Bei knew then that things were definitely not simple. How could anyone not want to see their pet? And then, in the very next moment, Lu Ying unleashed his full potential, and his voice became much more shrill. Come out, dark angel. The instant his words fell, a burst of dark light erupted, and the stench of blood spread. A humanoid pet with 6 wings emerged from the dark light. Judging solely from appearance, it was an angel. Chapter 165 Bone Injury. Incredibly powerful. Although it looks like an angel, all the feathers on its 6 wings, including the large areas of its exposed skin, are black. Even the halo above its head was pitch black. He's more of a devil than an angel. Call. The dark angel flapped its wings and flew through the air, looking ahead with eyes full of malice. The sinister and chilling aura emanating from him was nothing like that of a normal angel. Lin Bei couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Facing the angel summoned by Lu Ying, he felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of when he faced the hybrid Taotai in Nanshan City. Evil, violent, and cold. But it also contained an extremely faint aura of holiness. It was as if this sacred aura was sealed, only able to seep out through a pinhole-sized leak. Because of his resistance to evil and his resistance to holiness, Lin Bei was able to clearly sense these things. Interesting. This angel clearly doesn't look like a good person, but there's a faint trace of holiness about him. Behind it, there's definitely a story behind this. As he spoke, the devouring demon dragon standing to the side also felt particularly puzzled. I don't know why. It actually thought that this black angel was one of its own kind. The aura emanating from the other person was not significantly different from that from their own. Buzz. The devouring demon dragon looked down at Lin Bei, let out a soft cry, expressing its doubts and asking itself what it should do. It couldn't understand, so it could only turn to its owner. Hearing the dragon's roar, Lin Bei looked up at the devouring demon-slaying dragon and said calmly, "Don't worry about the bones." Next, the main character is going to be replaced by a dragon. He had already figured out how to deal with this angel, which was clearly acting strangely. What to do? It's not as simple as just defeating them. At the same time, Lang was also looking up at her pet. But what existed in his eyes was an extremely complex emotion. There was helplessness, guilt, anger, and even despair. Hi. After watching for a while, Lu Ying sighed deeply, then quickly composed herself. Old friend, if I hadn't been forced to, I really wouldn't have wanted to summon you. If you continue to kill other living beings, your corruption and depravity will only worsen. The dark angel naturally heard what Lu Ying said, and then slowly lowered his head to look down. After a 3-second silence, his voice rang out. Kill! Kill! His voice was cold and ruthless, like that of a killing machine. The next moment, Lu Ying's expression hardened considerably. He abruptly raised a finger and pointed forward, speaking in a cold, sharp tone. Drive away that bone dragon and that man. After saying that, he paused slightly and continued a second later. Remember, it's expulsion, not killing. It wasn't that Lu Ying was prepared to let Lin Bei go. He simply didn't want his pet to cause any more bloodshed. Otherwise, the degree of depravity will only become more severe. But it didn't work. The moment Lu Ying gave the order, the dark angel charged forward, its entire body enveloped in dark light, with numerous black wings fluttering in the air like sharp swords piercing forward. And he kept muttering something to himself. Kill! Kill! At that moment, Lin Bei gave the order to the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon. Bones, go! Take him under control as much as possible. He did not expect the devouring dragon to win. Because Lang's dark angel is far stronger than the devouring demon dragon. It's more than just a difference of one level. The strength of this dark angel. But at the king level or above, the fact that he can speak is enough to tell us this. That's right. Once a pet reaches a certain level of strength, it can acquire the ability to speak human language. Even if the devouring dragon is strong and has special power, it would be difficult to defeat this dark angel. The huge gap in strength is like a chasm, and it's no joke. The devouring demon dragon nodded heavily, and without hesitation, flapped its skeletal wings and charged toward the attacking dark angel. Fighting. It's about to explode. Whoosh. Whoosh. A massive number of black feathers struck the body of the devouring sky-slaying demon dragon. It was like two hard metals colliding. If the heaven-slaying demon spear, fused with the heaven-devouring demon-slaying dragon, hadn't possessed the heaven-slaying demon spear's hardness, then after this round of attacks, many bones would definitely have been broken by the piercing. Even with the characteristics of the heaven-slaying demon spear, the heaven-devouring demon-slaying dragon still suffered some injuries. 5 black feathers pierced its bones. The depth is only a few centimeters, so it won't cause much of an impact. There will be no impact whatsoever. This is about the same as a needle piercing human skin by 1 nanometer. But this incident reveals just how powerful the Dark Angels are. It was just a random attack, yet it was already enough to injure the devouring heaven demon dragon. You should know, the Dark Angel hasn't come out into the outside world for many years. Buzz, the devouring demon dragon, injured for the first time in its life, instantly went into a berserk state, attacking the Dark Angel like a madman. Anger. It was furious beyond measure. I wasn't injured, but I was definitely pricked by a thorn. It turns out. How dare you embarrass me in front of my master? Damn it. This dragon cannot tolerate this. Empty and nothingness, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed at the battle between the devouring heaven demon dragon and the Dark Angel. Suppressing the fear rising within them, the two deliberately lowered their voices and discussed. Just as rumored, Lang's pet has turned evil. It's best to stay away from the abyss of fallen gods unless absolutely necessary. Even beings like angels are affected by the abyss of fallen gods. Horrible. That's really scary. They spoke in very low voices, so low that Lin Bei and Lu Ying couldn't hear them. Lin Bei didn't focus his attention on the devouring heaven demon dragon, because he knew better than anyone else present. The devouring dragon cannot defeat the Dark Angel. Despite this, Lin Bei remained completely calm, simply staring intently at Lu Ying. Based on the various signs he had just witnessed, he had roughly guessed something. Your pet. So you were a normal angel after all? Both the aura emanating from the Dark Angel and Liu Ying's unusual behavior seemed to point to this fact. Chapter 166 Little White, Purify Him. Upon hearing this, Liu Ying was slightly taken aback. Somewhat unexpectedly, at such a critical juncture, Lin Bei would ask him such a question. But he still answered truthfully. That's right. His former self. She is indeed a normal angel. His tone was still filled with helplessness and sadness. Liu Ying answered Lin Bei's question because, in his opinion, even if he said these things, it wouldn't have any impact on the final outcome. Anyway, there was a significant difference in strength between their own angel and the opponent's bone dragon. They already had a considerable advantage without using their full strength. Not to mention when using full power. It's inevitable. Upon receiving confirmation from Liu Ying, a glint of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He was quite satisfied with the answer. Once this is confirmed, he can begin the process. A second later, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Do you want him to be the same as before? If you want to, I can try to help him recover. He wasn't joking. He genuinely had this idea. Based on the current situation, with his own strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Lang. At best, you can only use all your strength to achieve a draw, and in the end, you won't be able to take any spoils. This wasn't because Lin Bei was too weak. It was simply because his preparation time was too rushed. But precisely, Lang was a holy seed from the altar of light many years ago, so its strength is naturally very strong. He was quite a prominent figure back then. Among all the young people in the world, only Lin Bei could probably achieve a draw with such a veteran powerhouse. So, he's very strong. The enemy is just stronger. If they cannot defeat Liu Ying, they will naturally be unable to obtain the prison suppression steel and the scepter. So, the best option is to use other methods. Since angels are corrupted by certain special powers, they can also revert to their original normal form for some reason. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Liu Ying was stunned again. Things had taken an unexpected turn once more. He originally thought that Lin Bei asked that question simply because he wanted to know the truth. But I never expected. Then Lin Bei would say something like that. It turns out, they actually said they could try to restore their pet to its original state. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ying instinctively thought it was impossible. But he then thought of Lin Bei's actions. Whether it was the instant kill of numerous bone warriors or the subsequent summoning of the bone dragon, it all seemed to have exceeded the scope of what could be summarized by common sense. No matter how you think about it, ordinary people can't do it. When Liu Ying thought about these things, his thoughts became much more complicated, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. For a moment, he couldn't make a decision. Lin Bei didn't urge him, letting Liu Ying continue thinking. Whatever the outcome, he was mentally prepared. Boom. Boom. The battle between the devouring demon dragon and the dark angel continues. The battle between the angel dragon and the dragon was enormous, far surpassing the duel between the two bone dragons just now. Black feathers flew everywhere, bombarding the bone dragon relentlessly. Many black feathers were embedded in the surrounding walls and the ground. At the same time, it was also accompanied by several beams of pitch-black light. Beams of light bombarded the surroundings, and anything touched by the dark beams of light would explode in an instant. Faced with an incredibly dense barrage of attacks, the devouring demon dragon was in a very passive position and could only defend itself with all its might. With each swing of its hard-bone claws, it could block out a large number of black feathers, but a few would still slip through. At this time, the number of black feathers that have pierced the surface of its bones is almost 3 digits. And those pitch-black beams, they were all swallowed by the devouring demon dragon. Its keen intuition told it that it couldn't take the brunt of the attack now, or it would suffer serious damage. The situation is not looking good. Buzz. Buzz. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon, which were in the Void, kept making noises. Obviously, they came to help the devouring demon dragon. Erlong couldn't bear to watch his companions struggle so fiercely. However, they cannot do anything without their owner's permission. Although he was talking to Liu Ying, Lin Bei was also keeping an eye on the battle between the devouring heaven demon dragon and the dark angel. His brow furrowed more deeply than before, and he spoke to Liu Ying again. Answer me. I'm only giving you one chance. Once you miss it, there will be no next time. It was precisely because of these words that Lang made her final decision. All right, I can let you try. If it's really possible to do that, then we can discuss the terms. From Lin Bei's words, he could only hear his unwavering confidence, as if what he was talking about was just a trivial matter. That's why Lang finally agreed. There's no harm in giving it a try, just in case. What if it actually succeeds? Even he himself was unaware that a sense of anticipation was welling up inside him. Meanwhile, Kong and Wu overheard their conversation. This was quite unexpected. However, they also tacitly disapproved of Lin Bei, and once again began to whisper among themselves. What? He wants to turn Lang's pet back to its original form? Are you kidding me? Luan's angels have been corrupted by the abyss of fallen gods, so it's incredibly difficult for them to return to their original forms. Even with the angelic halo we provided, it can only dispel a small portion of the darkness. Absolutely impossible. The two of them had some understanding of the abyss of fallen gods, so they knew just how terrifying it was. Even if you are only invaded by a trace of its aura, you will be led down a path of no return. Lin Bei was unaware of the discussions about emptiness and nothingness. His gaze slowly shifted to the Dark Angel, and he spoke in a very calm tone. Then I'll give you a glimmer of hope first. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bei opened the exclusive space of the Holy White Dragon of Light and released the Holy White Dragon of Light from within. The dark and malevolent prison was filled with light, as if night had turned into day. Everyone present involuntarily closed their eyes, unable to withstand the intense light. At the same time, he gave the order to the Holy White Dragon of the Heavenly Realm. Little White, go purify that thing. Buzz. In response, the Holy White Dragon of Light simply let out a cry, indicating that its master was all right. Chapter 167 Dark Tears. The dragon's roar didn't last long, only a few seconds. The moment the sound fell. Filled with anticipation, Luing seized every moment to open her eyes and look directly at Guang Tian Sheng Bai Long. Call. Meanwhile, the Holy White Dragon of Light was flapping its wings and flying through the prison of evil. Wherever it passes, it becomes as bright as day. And a great deal of holy power also emanated from the Holy White Dragon of the Heavenly Realm. As the power of holiness spread wildly throughout the prison of evil, the entire prison of evil became different from before. The once gloomy and dark prison has now been transformed into a place of light and warmth. If it weren't for the large number of boneless corpses on the ground, you really wouldn't know this was a prison. The moment Lu Ying saw the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven, he froze on the spot, his eyes reflecting only the figure of the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven. He didn't expect. Lin Bei actually has another dragon, and it looks like a very special dragon. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ying then felt the power of the Holy White Dragon of Light. Call. Instantly, his breathing seemed to spiral out of control, becoming heavy and slow. His face was filled with astonishment, and his throat felt dry. This is holiness. Holy power. So pure. So powerful. Is it really, truly, the holy power I am familiar with? Why are you so far superior to me? As one of the previous holy seeds of the light altar, Lu Ying has an absolutely sufficient understanding of the power of holiness. After all, before the pet fell into darkness, the power he used was also the power of light and holiness. That's precisely why Lang doesn't understand any of this. The holy power possessed by the Holy White Dragon of Light. That's just too unusual. It was so special that he had never seen anything like it before. Even the Holy Lord of the Altar of Light? Even they cannot possess such power. This applies to both the current Holy Master of the Light Altar and the previous Holy Master of the Light Altar. The Dark Angel is fighting the devouring demon dragon, and the battle is deadlocked for the time being. Although the Dark Angel is stronger, the devouring dragon's abilities are quite unique. This is destined to be a protracted war. Call. The Holy White Dragon of Light was well aware of how urgent the situation was, so it wasted not even a second and flapped its wings to fly towards the outbreak of the battle. Seeing the stalemate below, the Holy White Dragon of Light did not intend to land on the ground, but instead remained in the air flapping its wings. Its gaze. He then looked toward the Dark Angel. A sense of seriousness flashed quickly in his eyes. Obviously, the aura emanating from the Dark Angel was extraordinary, even causing the Holy White Dragon of Light, who possessed the ultimate holy power, to feel a sense of gravity. You need to know, even when facing the hybrid Taotai, it never behaved like this. But the Holy White Dragon of the Light Heaven only sensed the solemnity and did not show any other unusual behavior, because it is confident that it can purify this dark power. Buzz. As a dragon's roar resounded, a large amount of white light emanated from the body of the Holy White Dragon of Light. Its intense concentration. It's almost solidifying. The next moment, This extremely rich holy power spread towards the dark angel below. At the same time, the dark angel looked up, a strong sense of dread appearing in its eyes, and even stopped its ongoing attack. The wings, which had been flapping rapidly, now fell silent, and the black feathers stopped falling. The black beam also stopped. It was as if they had seen something incredibly unexpected. No, not good. His attack stopped, but the devouring heaven demon dragon did not. In an instant, a huge white bone dragon claw slammed into the dark angel. Thump! The violent impact sent the unsuspecting dark angel flying. 1 second later, the dark angel crashed into a wall not far away, half of its body embedded in the wall. It wasn't until this moment that Luing realized what was happening. But instead of looking at his pet, he kept staring at the holy white dragon. In that brief moment of stunned silence, Luing realized something. Something that excited him immensely. If it is this powerful and incredible holy force, it is indeed possible for my angel to return to its original form. Although he was corrupted by the abyss of fallen gods, it was only the most superficial level of corruption. Maybe, when Luing thought of this, she couldn't continue speaking. Even though he knew perfectly well what was going on in his heart, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. It's because I'm excited. At the same time, after being slapped into the wall by the devouring demon dragon, the dark angel finally regained his senses. The next moment, he quickly broke free from the wall, refrained from further attacks, and immediately flapped his wings, flying with all his might towards the entrance of the prison of evil. He didn't even bother with the wounds inflicted by the devouring heaven demon dragon. It's like they're running away from something. In the blink of an eye, the dark angel had flown a distance. The instant he moved, the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon and the radiant white dragon also moved at the same time. Both dragons chased after the dark angel, their speed naturally reaching its full potential. However, the difference in strength prevented Erlong from catching up with the dark angel. Seeing this, Lin Bei whispered to the void behind him. Let's do it. The moment the words fell, the void reincarnation dragon and the time emperor dragon, hidden in the void, instantly moved. The power of the void and the power of time erupted at full force. These two forces exerted great power as soon as they appeared. The flow of time on the dark angel was altered. 3 seconds passed outside, but only 1 second passed on him. The two dragons entered the void and traversed it rapidly. A few seconds later, the originally long distance has become extremely short. A few seconds later, the devouring demon dragon appeared in front of the dark angel, stomping its feet down and pinning the dark angel to the ground. The holy white dragon of light appeared directly above him, unleashing its full holy power without reservation. The holy power coalesced at lightning speed and surged toward the dark angel. The dark angel, whose time flow had been slowed down, had no time to resist and could only let this holy power devour him. When the power of holiness touches the dark angel, 2 streams of jet black tears flowed from his eyes. Chapter 168, That place is more dangerous than hell. This moment, the holy white dragon, who was unleashing his full holy power, was dumbfounded. It never expected this. This incredibly powerful enemy is actually crying. For a moment, the holy white dragon of light didn't know what to do, so it could only continue to release its holy power while turning its head to look at its master. Buzz! A soft dragon's roar sounded, successfully attracting Lin Bei's attention. Although it was a dragon's roar, he knew very well what the holy white dragon of light was trying to express. What? That guy cried, and the tears they shed were black. Lin Bei was also very curious about this. All I wanted was to restore the dark angel to its original state, so why was he crying? It's not like we're going to kill him. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong. Knowing that things were not simple, Lin Bei decided to go and check it out. We have to go check it out. As he finished speaking, the wind and thunder wings appeared behind him. With the wind and thunder wings flapping at full power, Lin Bei rapidly approached the dark angel. The reason he didn't use the power of the void was that he didn't want to reveal too much of his trump card. Although the void reincarnation dragon used its ability just now, it didn't attract attention because it was far away. A short while, Lin Bei then went to the side of the holy white dragon of the light heaven. After dispersing his wind and thunder wings, he stood on one of the claws of the holy white dragon of light and looked down at the dark angel below. At this moment, the dark angel, 1/3 of its body was already firmly enveloped by holy power. More than just the surface. Even inside its body, there was a strong sense of holiness. Without bothering to look anywhere else, Lin Bei looked directly at the Dark Angel's eyes. The truth is just as Guangtian Shengbeilong said. Indeed, 2 lines of black tears flowed from the Dark Angel's eyes. But the moment he saw those 2 lines of black tears, it was as if his consciousness was being controlled by a giant hand, and his thoughts were completely out of his control. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei's thoughts seemed to travel tens of millions of miles and arrive in a completely unfamiliar place. Underfoot, the ground was covered in bones. Bones of all colors and shapes. Top of head, it was a dark cloud stretching for thousands of miles, with blood-red lightning constantly flashing within it. You can vaguely see a dragon wrapped in red lightning weaving through it. And ahead, it is a bottomless abyss. An irresistible aura of terror emanated from it. As for what's behind us, Lin Bei couldn't see it at all. He wanted to turn around and look behind him, but his body was out of control, and he couldn't turn around at all. However, Lin Bei could sense a terrifying aura from behind him. Even with his multiple dragons, he was utterly powerless against this aura. Lin Bei could only stand there motionless, staring ahead, enduring the immense pressure emanating from all around him. Besides that, there's nothing he can do. Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei finally regained control of his body when a loud dragon roar rang out, and a large amount of holy energy surged in, turning the sky white. Call. He gasped for breath greedily, and it took him a while to finally regain his composure. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei then wanted to turn his head to look behind him. However, he had barely turned his head a millimeter before everything he saw shattered in an instant. The next moment, Lin Bei regained consciousness, and everything he saw returned to its previous state. At this moment, however, he was enveloped in a holy power. It was none other than the work of the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. Buzz. Buzz. Several dragons' anxious and worried voices could be heard nearby. Only then did Lin Bei realize that everything he had just experienced was an illusion. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. After he finished speaking, he fell silent. Although it's fake, it feels incredibly real. It felt as if I had actually gone to that place. Lin Bei could hardly believe it. If it weren't for Xiao Bai waking me up in the end, what would have become of me? That place. Could this be the abyss of fallen gods that guy mentioned? He wasn't sure about this. He only had a rough guess. After resting for a while, Lin Bei looked at the Dark Angel again. Tears continued to flow, but that thing did not happen. Time passed second by second, and more holy power enveloped the Dark Angel's body. Except for the head, 2/3 of the body was already covered. As if accepting her fate, the Dark Angel did not struggle or resist, but simply looked at Lin Bei while shedding tears. A few seconds later, holy power enveloped his neck. At this moment, his voice, filled with resentment, rang out. Why? Why did you do that? All I want is to live. No, I don't want to go back there. That place is terrifying. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Angel was completely enveloped in holy power. Great merit. It's a done deal. Although the matter had come to an end, Lin Bei's mood was extremely heavy. Still thinking about what just happened? Want to live. I don't want to go back there. That's terrifying. Based on these various signs, Lin Bei could draw a conclusion. The one who just said those words was definitely not Lang's pet. The reason is simple. Because I didn't kill the angel. He thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. In the end, they simply chose to give up. There are more important things to do now. Originally, Lin Bei planned to negotiate terms with Lu Ying first. However, the escape of the Dark Angel disrupted his plans, and he could only subdue the Dark Angel first before negotiating terms. Lin Bei turned his gaze to Lu Ying, who was standing not far away, and slowly began to speak. You saw what happened. Now your pet angel is being purified right at my feet. Shouldn't we start negotiating? He's not some great philanthropist. I won't help others without a reason. Looking at the angel enveloped in holy power, Lu Ying's excitement was so intense that it was beyond words. Thump, thump. His heart rate was terrifyingly fast, already exceeding 3 digits. Through the connection with her pet, Lu Ying is able to clearly understand her pet's condition. At this moment, his pet angel is gradually returning to normal. Restore it to its state before it was contaminated. Talk. We must talk. I'll agree to anything you say. Chapter 169, The Scepter of Bones. An unexpected joy. Although the final result has not yet been seen, Lu Ying is able to deduce what the outcome will be. So, that's why he was so happy. Isn't it just about negotiating some conditions? The other party has already done something I've always dreamed of. That condition. Wasn't this just a casual conversation? Lin Bei was also slightly surprised by this. not expecting Lu Ying to agree so readily. But he was only slightly surprised and quickly stated his first condition. The first condition: hand over the scepter you're holding. After witnessing the magic of this scepter, Lin Bei began to have the idea of taking it. It can control both the corpses and the bones inside them. Undoubtedly, it's an incredibly powerful treasure. If it's just that the functions are very powerful, then he might not be very interested. But this scepter, however, can be used for crafting. This made it impossible for Lin Bei not to be tempted. Just imagine, after the devouring demon dragon and the white bone scepter underwent a second synthesis, there is a high chance that they will gain the ability to control their bones. So, just how powerful would the devouring demon dragon become? Is it a bone that can control other living beings? Is it still possible to control one's bones? Regardless of which one, they are all undeniably powerful. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying subconsciously picked up the white bone scepter beside him and looked at it. Although he was a little reluctant, he quickly made a decision, nodded emphatically, and strode towards Lin Bei. As Lu Ying approached Lin Bei, he spoke as well. Before I hand this scepter to you, I must tell you something. After saying this, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. The scepter in my hand is actually composed of two parts. Both of these parts have their own functions. One function is to control those skeletons. Another function is controlling corpses. The two functions can be used separately or together. In a strict sense, this bone scepter can be considered as two kinds of treasures. In an instant, Lin Bei's expression became much more astonished, and his eyes widened slightly. What? It's actually two parts? He truly hadn't expected this. Subsequently, Lin Bei then fell into deep thought. His original plans were thus completely disrupted. One ability to control corpses, and another ability to control bones. Are they both to be combined with the devouring heaven-slaying demon dragon? In that case, it'll probably be ages before we get there. Second and third synthesis opportunities are very difficult to obtain, and the process is extremely challenging. It seems we need to consider the plan to combine the Golden Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon. Lin Bei didn't feel annoyed by this unexpected situation. On the contrary, this is a good thing for him. No way. Dragons. It requires a lot of crafting materials. Lin Bei quickly cleared his mind of his chaotic thoughts and said to Lu Ying, who was walking towards him, "No, I have my own plans." A few seconds later, Lu Ying, moving at full speed, arrived beside Lin Bei. Whoosh. He threw the bone scepter directly at Lin Bei. Lin Bei reached out and took the white bone scepter, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over it. The Eye of Origin activated its power and analyzed the bone scepter. The next moment, the relevant information appeared before his eyes. 10,000 bones move. This scepter was forged from the core skulls of numerous bone-devouring demonic insects. This magical beast feeds on the bones of other magical beasts, absorbing all the nutrients from the bones. It is born with the ability to control its bones, making it extremely strange. Styx Breath, the soul of the spirit bone scepter. One of the products formed from the will of the Styx, it has the ability to control corpses because it has been in contact with them for many years. The extent to which it can be controlled depends on its concentration. Obviously, just as Lu Ying had said, this scepter of bone was indeed composed of two completely different parts. The first part is called 10,000 Bones Move, and the second part is called the spiritual breath of the Styx River. Just looking at these two names, that tells you it's very powerful. As a result, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of this scepter made of bones. At the same time, a strong sense of curiosity welled up within him. Why is this something that was created by someone? Why would someone be here? Thinking of this, Lin Bei asked Lu Ying, where did this scepter come from? Almost the instant he finished speaking, Lu Ying's voice rang out. The original owner was the warden of Tianshan prison. He gave me this scepter and the jailer's uniform, instructing me to use the methods of guarding the evil prison to cleanse myself of the sins I had committed in the past. As for where he got this scepter, I'm not entirely sure. He wasn't surprised that Lin Bei would ask this question. After all, this bone scepter is truly amazing. Lin Bei gleaned a piece of information from Lu Ying's words, and so he asked again. You actually got it? How generous. To give away such a treasure to someone else can truly be described as generous. Although he had not yet met the warden of Tianshan prison, Lin Bei already had a strong impression of him. Lane quickly replied, yes, it was indeed given to me. Because not everyone can use this scepter. Only those who possess the corresponding power can wield this scepter of bones. After saying these two sentences, he paused slightly, and then continued. It is precisely because he personally said that he was giving this to me that I dared to hand it over to you. After that, Lin Bei didn't talk about anything related to the bone scepter again. He simply stored it in the system space and didn't try to use the scepter's power. Immediately afterwards, his gaze fell upon the massive prison-suppressing monument ahead, and he spoke once more in a calm tone. The second condition. I want that prison-suppressing monument. When Lin Bei first decided to come to the prison of evil, he was after the prison-suppressing steel. He would never give up the opportunity to obtain it. Moment. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Ying's eyes, and his expression became much more serious. After standing silently for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and said, "If you want to take the prison-suppressing steel away, then I will not stop you. But there's something I need to tell you." His tone was very serious, clearly not a joke. Lin Bei nodded slightly, signaling Lu Ying to continue. Chapter 170, Shi Huanglong's Choice. Soon, Lu Ying's voice rang out. The reason why Tianshan Prison has the ability to suppress the talents of prisoners is because of the existence of this prison suppression steel. Once you take the prison suppressing steel away, the prisoners in the prison will be able to use their talents at will. At that time, the situation will definitely become very chaotic. It's nothing short of a disaster. 90% of the people who can be imprisoned in the Tianshan prison are not simple people. Their hands are stained with blood. As these words came from Lu Ying's mouth, Lin Bei's brows gradually furrowed. That's exactly the case. The Tianshan prison that lost its prison-guarding monument. It could never be as peaceful as it is now. The management difficulty will increase many times over. And at this moment, Lu Ying's voice was still ringing out. Besides that, there's another problem. If you take the prison-suppressing steel away, not only will it cause chaos in the prison, but you will also offend the warden of the Tianshan prison. This prison is the culmination of his life's work. The prison-suppressing steel is also his. He paused again at this point. A second later, he continued. From my personal perspective, offending the warden of Tianshan prison is worse than plunging the prison into chaos. The warden of Tianshan prison is a true powerhouse. I was powerless to resist him. It's impossible to guess his strength. So, you'd better seriously consider what you're about to do. If you can bear the consequences, then you can find a way to take the prison-suppressing steel away. After saying this, Lu Ying didn't say anything more. He stood there quietly, waiting for Lin Bei to make his final decision. At this time, Lin Bei remained silent. The reason he fell silent was not because he was considering whether or not to take the prison-suppressing steel with him, but because he was considering how to minimize the trouble. Now that we've gone this far, we definitely have to take the prison suppression steel with us. The only thing left to do is to minimize trouble. Otherwise, it really will be as Lang said. This will not only completely change Tianshan prison, but also thoroughly offend the prison warden. As Lin Bei remained silent, the dragons also remained silent. They can sense their owner's worries and naturally know how troublesome this matter is. While Lin Bei and the dragons remained silent, Kong and Wu, who were standing in the distance, finally understood the current situation. Looking at the perfectly harmonious scene ahead, they were both questioning the meaning of life. Kong stared at Lin Bei with utter astonishment, muttering to himself in disbelief. Holy crap, that guy actually did it. Just who is he? Lang's pet angel was clearly corrupted by the abyss of fallen gods. That can't be right. He knew very well how terrifying the abyss of fallen gods was. Many powerful individuals have fallen into an abyss of no return because of the fallen god abyss. Compared to Kong, who was in an abnormal state, Wu appeared to be more composed, having witnessed everything that had just happened. Suppressing his inner fear, Wu frowned deeply. What should we do now? Lang actually gave that scepter to this guy. How should I approach him? In his view, Lin Bei was not an enemy, but a trading partner worth befriending. However, at this moment, no one knew what to do. It was precisely because Lin Bei's performance just now was too unbelievable that it disrupted his usually rational thinking. Before you know it, a minute has passed. Even if a minute has passed. But Lin Bei still couldn't think of a good solution. At that very moment, suddenly, the roar of the Emperor Dragon rang out. Buzz. Buzz. The meaning conveyed in the dragon's roar was quite simple. It wants its master to combine it with the prison-suppressing monument. Lin Bei was immediately taken aback and instinctively asked, "What? You want to combine it with the prison-suppressing monument?" The moment he asked the question, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Yes. If you combine the Time Emperor Dragon and the prison-suppressing steel, there is a high chance that you can solve this problem. the suppressive power that incorporates the power of time. It can exist for a very long time. That's not all. It could even transform many other places into this style. As long as Lin Bei wants. Any place can become a prison in the Tian Shan Mountains. Buzz. At this moment, Shi Huanglong let out another cry, indicating that he was serious. Since that's the case, Lin Bei then stopped hesitating. Good. Then I'll let you merge with the prison-suppressing monument. Although this decision has been made, each synthesis requires 3 materials, and we are currently 1 material short. Choosing another material to synthesize with Shi Huanglong became the problem Lin Bei needed to consider at this time. Materials synthesized with Time Emperor Dragon. It can't be too bad. Lin Bei couldn't help but fall into thought once again. Buzz. But just as he began to think, Shi Huanglong's cry rang out once again. Similarly, this cry was also expressing its own thoughts. Lin Bei's thoughts were immediately disrupted, but he was not annoyed by it. Because what Shi Huanglong expressed perfectly matched Lin Bei's wishes. The second material you wanted to synthesize is actually the Styx Spirit Breath? That's interesting. What a dragon with ideas. Styx Breath possesses the ability to control corpses. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Bei subconsciously began to make connections. If Shi Huanglong were to fuse with the Styx Spirit, wouldn't he be able to control the corpses of those powerful figures who died in the past? After all, Shi Huanglong might be able to control time, forcibly turning back time, traveling back 10 or 100 years, and controlling those powerful figures who died in the past is entirely a feasible thing. And after it takes control of the corpse, it can also let the devouring dragon control the bones. Just thinking about it made Lin Bei feel incredibly excited. Powerful. This is truly the only word that can describe it. Good. Then it's decided. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei regained his composure and calmly looked at Lu Ying, saying, if I take the prison-suppressing steel away, but leave the Tianshan prison as it is, and the prisoners still can't use their talents. So what will happen? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying immediately shook his head and said without hesitation, impossible. No one can do that. Chapter 171, The Time Emperor Dragon begins synthesis. Do they want to take the prison-suppressing monument away, and also want the Tianshan prison to remain as it is? According to Lang, that's absolutely impossible. Having spent so many years in the prison of evil spirits, no one knows better than him how terrifying the prison-suppressing monument is. Lang had tried to remove the prison guard uniform and use his talent more than once. But every attempt he made ended in failure. Those in the other prison wards were simply unable to use their talents. The impact wasn't particularly significant. However, Lu Ying, who was so close to the prison suppression monument, couldn't even sense the existence of the talent. Visible. How miraculous are the effects of the prison-suppressing steel? So he said that entirely based on his own understanding. In fact, not only Lang, but anyone else would not believe what Lin Bei said. The reason why the Tianshan prison could suppress talent was because of the existence of the prison suppression steel. Take the most important prison guarding monument to another location. How can we suppress this Tianshan prison? Lin Bei wasn't too surprised by Lu Ying's instinctive disbelief. Even he himself found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the existence of the Imperial Dragon and the synthesis system, this would indeed be impossible. But Lin Bei showed no intention of explaining. Explaining is a complete waste of time. The best approach is to do this first and let the facts speak for themselves. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. I'm just asking you, what if things turn out the way I'm saying? When Lu Ying heard the question for the second time, she didn't immediately deny it like she did the first time, but instead subconsciously started to think about it. Almost exactly 3 seconds later, he opened his mouth and answered. In that case, the impact will be much, much smaller. Tianshan prison will remain Tianshan prison and will not fall into chaos. The warden won't be completely angry. On the contrary, he will value you highly and may even form a cooperative relationship with you. After all, he was a very upright person who only thought about eradicating evil. After receiving this answer, Lin Bei nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. If you do this, at least he won't become a mortal enemy with the warden of Tianshan prison. Although we have never met the warden of Tianshan prison, his strength is absolutely terrifying. Maintaining a special relationship is clearly the most appropriate choice. This isn't cowardice, it's thinking about the future. The next moment, Lin Bei's gaze fell on the prison suppression steel again. The prison suppressing steel is enormous, standing hundreds of meters tall and nearly 100 meters wide, its height alone making it resemble a small mountain. System, can you load it into the system space? Soon, the system notification sounded. It's possible, but we don't recommend the host do it. Because once it's placed into the system space or a dedicated space, it will be impossible to suppress the Heavenly Mountain Prison. Only by remaining within the Heavenly Mountain Prison can it continuously suppress the prisoner's talents. Host, please think twice. Lin Bei immediately abandoned the idea of putting away the prison suppression steel. Based on the situation, the only option is to have Shi Huanglong synthesize it directly in the evil prison. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. The existence of dragons can be known by others, but the fact that I can synthesize dragons must never be known to anyone else. This is a secret that must be kept hidden. At this time, there are 3 people who are still conscious in the prison of evil, and the prerequisite for Shi Huanglong to synthesize is that these 3 people leave this place. Thinking of this, Lin Bei pointed to emptiness and nothingness, and asked Lu Ying, "Who are those 2 people? Does it matter?" The instant his words fell, Lu Ying's voice rang out. "Unimportant. They're just 2 people who want to make a deal with me." In his opinion, emptiness and nothingness are indeed unimportant. In any case, the deal that was going to be made can no longer continue. Nodding slightly, Lin Bei whispered to the void beside him. "Bones, lock those 2 up. Don't let them see what's happening outside." Buzz. A dragon's roar echoed in the void, and the void reincarnation dragon hidden within it swiftly traversed the void. Click. Soon, the space in front of Kong and Wu cracked open, and a huge dragon claw stretched out from it, directly grabbing the 2 of them and pulling them into the void. They didn't even have time to react. After the void and nothingness enter the void, all that is seen is endless darkness and a strong sense of alienation and loneliness from the world. Kong panicked instantly, anxiously looking around at the darkness and shouting, "Where am I? Let me out. We're not enemies." But no one could hear his shouts, not even the person who came in with him. Lu Ying witnessed the disappearance of emptiness and nothingness with his own eyes, and the dragon claw that stretched out from the void was deeply engraved in his mind. It was only then that Lu Ying suddenly realized what was happening. "Oh, I underestimated Lin Bei. Bone dragon, light dragon, and that unknown dragon. They actually tamed 3 dragons. I can't even imagine." His opinion of Lin Bei was refreshed once again, and without realizing it, a touch of curiosity had also emerged. Click. At that moment, a void rift appeared in front of Lu Ying, and Lin Bei's voice rang out at the same time. "You know what to do." The moment the words fell, with a clear understanding in his heart, Lu Ying stepped into the void. In fact, he had already guessed what Lin Bei wanted to do, and he also knew that what was about to happen was not suitable for others to watch, so he cooperated and went inside. Once inside, Lu Ying was also surrounded by darkness, but he remained calm and showed no sign of panic. The next moment, Shi Huanglong, who had been staying in the void, finally arrived at the evil prison. Call. It flapped its wings and flew quickly to the prison suppression monument, examining it very carefully. The more Shi Huanglong looked, the more satisfied he became. "I'm increasingly convinced that the prison suppressing steel suits me perfectly." After instructing the devouring demon dragon and the holy white dragon of light to keep an eye on the angels beneath their feet, Lin Bei flapped his wings and went to the prison suppression monument to feel its power up close. Standing in front of the prison suppression monument, he couldn't feel his talent at all. He was no different from an ordinary person. So strong. Truly worthy of being called the prison suppressing steel. Next, Lin Bei took out another material he was going to synthesize from the system space. System. Use the synthesis function. Chapter 172 Angels kneel before the dragon. Byte. Please select the materials for synthesis. Simply state their name. At least 3 types of materials are required. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei answered. Time Emperor Dragon Hatchling. The prison suppressing steel. Spiritual breath of the sticks. Use these 3 materials to synthesize. The choice of which materials to use for synthesis had already been decided beforehand. And the instant his words fell, the young dragon of the imperial dragon, the prison suppressing steel, and the spirit of the Styx River were each enveloped in a golden light. 1 second later, the 3 golden orbs merged together and floated quietly in front of Lin Bei. Because the prison suppressing steel was simply too large. Therefore, this golden ball of light is also very large. Byte. In progress. Host, please wait patiently. The only thing that needs to be done now. It's all about waiting. Afterwards, Lin Bei casually found a place to sit down and waited for the synthesis to finish. He waited while imagining. Just how powerful will the synthesized time Emperor Dragon be? Meanwhile, at the Tianshan Lake Hotel, Wang Yuling and Rin Ting were staying in Lin Bei's room together. Although they had spent a short time together, their interaction was minimal, consisting of only a few words. In these few sentences, Wang Yuling asked Rin Ting's name. As for Baizhou, he then returned to his room and began planning his next move. He has a heavy responsibility. We need to get that Kunping scale for Lin Bei. Lin Bei's room. The small dining table was piled high with food. Rin Ting, who has spent years in prison, was wolfing down her food, showing no signs of being a girl. Although it was just ordinary food, readily available in street-side restaurants, she ate it as if it were something extremely precious. Several empty plates were stacked to the side, with not a single piece of food on them, as if they had just been washed. Seeing Rin Ting's expression, Wang Yuling remained silent, showing no intention of disturbing her. The longer she spent with Rin Ting, the stronger her sympathy for her became. Time passed second by second, and the food in front of Rin Ting kept decreasing. Seeing this, Wang Yuling quickly asked, Rin Ting, is there anything else you'd like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. She really intended to take good care of Rin Ting. One reason is the compassion they possess. Secondly, it was to help Lin Bei. Call. Having eaten a lot of food, Rin Ting finally let out a long, satisfied sigh. No need, sister. I'm stuffed. Subsequently, the two fell silent again. After a while, Rin Ting was the first to ask, Sister, when will brother Lin Bei come to find me? I really want to go home and visit. The instant she finished speaking, Wang Yuling's expression turned considerably disappointed. She gently shook her head and said helplessly, I'm not quite sure either. He's been imprisoned in the Tianshan prison. He probably won't be out anytime soon. We can only wait. But before she could finish speaking, Rin Ting's voice rang out. But brother Lin Bei can come and go freely. With that great dragon there, prison can't hold him in at all. In an instant, Wang Yuling's expression turned to one of astonishment, her eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth opened slightly, clearly indicating that she had been shocked. After a while, he subconsciously said, you said it. It seems to be correct. It was only then that she suddenly realized this important point. Lin Bei can really come and go from Tianshan prison at will. That prison, which can hold many people, simply couldn't contain him. Otherwise, Rin Ting would never have been able to get here. As expected of Brother Bei. The Tianshan prison is a place from which others cannot escape, but for Brother Bei. Yet it's like a backyard. You can come and go as you please. But what exactly does Brother Bei want to do? Why do you choose to stay in the Tianshan prison by yourself? Wang Yuling simply couldn't understand this. However, she didn't think too much about it, and quickly stood up to go find Baizhou. We must tell Baizhou about this. Because of this, plans can be modified as appropriate. Rin Ting, wait for me here. I'm going to the other side. I'll be right back. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yuling walked out of the room. As time goes by, many things are changing. The angel, who was being trampled underfoot by the devouring demon dragon and whose body was enveloped in holy power, also began to make new movements at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh. All the holy power that enveloped it was rapidly disappearing at this moment. Rather than disappearing, it's more accurate to say it was absorbed. That's right. Liang's angel pet is absorbing the power of the holy white dragon of light. Only a few seconds had passed. He then absorbed all the holy power that enveloped his body. Immediately afterwards, he then pushed the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon aside and stood up from the ground. At this moment, the original dark angel has undergone a complete transformation. From head to foot, there was not even the slightest trace of evil aura left. All that emanated from it was a holy aura. Although it cannot compare to the holy white dragon of light, which combines the power of angels and the power of Baizhou, it is still very powerful. In addition, his appearance has also changed. Her hair was white, her skin was white, and her wings were white. Liang's pet. He transformed into an angel once again. The angel stood on the ground, staring intently at the holy white dragon of light, ignoring the devouring demon dragon beside it, and not bothering Lin Bei in front of it, only looking at the holy white dragon of light. A few seconds later, he moved. He walked a few steps to the side of the holy white dragon of light, then suddenly bent his knees and knelt directly in front of the holy white dragon of light, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and spoke with a devout expression. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing upon me the supreme purification. Thanks to you, I was able to get rid of the interference of evil thoughts. I vow to be your servant forever. to serve you for all eternity." After he finished speaking, he remained kneeling on the ground, showing no intention of getting up. Guangtian Shengbeilong was somewhat speechless. It doesn't know how to deal with the situation at hand. Are you kidding me? I was just following my master's orders, so why did this bastard kneel down and ask to be my servant? I don't understand. Lin Bei didn't care at all about what was happening behind him, because the golden light in front of him had also undergone a completely new change. Chapter 173 Time Emperor Dragon. Synthesis successful. Click, click, click. Tiny cracks kept appearing from the golden light, connecting with each other like a painting. It could break completely at any moment. Lin Bei, who was sitting not far away, became slightly more serious when he saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds passed. The cracks on the surface of the golden orb were increasing, becoming so dense that the patterns were no longer visible, making it look somewhat frightening. At this time, Lin Bei wasn't the only one staring intently at the golden ball of light. Even the devouring heaven demon-slaying dragon and the radiant white dragon were drawn to this. Also present was the void reincarnation dragon, which resided in the void. It's just a pity for Lang's angel. All they could do was kneel before the holy white dragon with a devout expression, waiting for the holy white dragon to nod in approval. In a short time, the Time Emperor Dragon, which was being synthesized, became the focus of the entire event. At the same time, Lu Ying, Kong Yu Wu, and the other two trapped in the void sensed an aura that was growing stronger and stronger. Immediately, all three of them quieted down and began to focus on what was happening in the outside world. Their expressions were all incredibly serious. Although they didn't know what was happening outside, they knew perfectly well in their hearts. Outside, something powerful is being born. Before he knew it, Lu Ying's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with deep confusion. He raised one hand and vigorously wiped away the cold sweat, and his tone of voice was somewhat abnormal. What on earth is he doing? What is this ever-present aura? Why? Why do I feel so powerless to resist? This kind of power seems to have never been seen before. At this moment, Lu Ying was somewhat impatient and wanted to go out and take a look. Let's see what happened. Time passed by bit. Half a minute passed quickly. After half a minute of preparation, the number of cracks on the golden light orb reached a limit. At this point, the cracks stopped widening. In an instant, Lin Bei knew what was about to happen. It seems. It's about to be born. The moment he finished speaking, the golden ball of light, which had been completely covered by cracks, suddenly exploded, and countless tiny golden fragments rained down from the heights to the ground. The scene of rain falling from the sky. It was as if millions of golden fireflies were dancing in this hellish prison. The entire evil prison was illuminated in gold, so magnificent that it didn't look like a prison at all. At the center of the countless fragments of golden light, there was a tiny figure, about the size of a washing machine. It's completely different from other dragons that are huge after being synthesized. Because the golden light was too dazzling, only its outline and size could be barely seen, and other details could not be seen. A few seconds later, all the golden light fragments gradually dissipated, and the system notification sounded at the same time. Bite. Congratulations, host. The synthesis was successful. Finally, Time Emperor Dragon synthesis successfully completed. The next moment, the golden light fragments that filled the entire evil prison dissipated in an instant, and the Time Emperor Dragon, hidden within the golden light, finally appeared in Lin Bei's sight. After the synthesis, the Time Emperor Dragon not only became much larger, but other parts also underwent some changes. Its body color was not fixed to begin with. It was constantly changing, sometimes white, sometimes gold, and sometimes red. At this time, the color of the Time Emperor Dragon's body continued to change, but with each change, different intricate runes would appear. The runes are different every time. Moreover, each rune was obscure and difficult to understand, exuding an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. This rune, it is clearly closely related to the prison-suppressing steel. As for the most unique feature, it is still Shi Huanglong's two eyes. Its pupils were not normally of fixed color, but now they had turned completely black, as if they had been stained with black ink. And the blackness was still flowing, as if the river Styx was filling it. The year, month, day, hour, minute, and second that were originally present within it changed with the color of the Time Emperor Dragon's body. Overall, the synthesized Shuanglong was not significantly different from the original Shuanglong. It's just that it has a few new and powerful abilities. Call. Without any pause, Shi Huanglong flapped its wings and approached its master. Soon, It then plunged into Lin Bei's arms, rubbing its basketball-sized dragon head against Lin Bei's face. She's obviously being coquettish. Lin Bei cooperated by reaching out and stroking Shi Huanglong's body. The next moment, information about the synthesized Time Emperor Dragon automatically appeared before his eyes. Name, unnamed. Race, Dragon, Time Emperor Dragon. New race not yet specified. Status, infancy, weakest period. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. Even if time itself comes to an end and everything in the world turns to dust, there will be no thought of betrayal. Abilities, possesses the power to control time, the stick's exclusive ability to control corpses, and the power to suppress and seal human talents. Introduction, the most mysterious type of dragon, born in the river of time and living in the river of time, can travel through time and space at will and control the flow of time. After merging with two other powerful forces, it has become even more mysterious and powerful. When the three forces are combined to their fullest potential, it can even suppress the talents of many geniuses who have long since disappeared in the long river of history. After seeing the introduction provided by the system, Lin Bei gained a clearer understanding of Shi Huanglong. What he found most unbelievable. This is the last paragraph. It turns out, can we suppress the talents of all those people in history? Do it this way? Wouldn't history then change? Lin Bei stopped there. Because he hesitated to continue. Imagine facing a powerful enemy, and you are no match for them. However, he then forcibly suppressed the enemy's ancestor's talent, causing the ancestor to die in battle. So, what will happen? At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Attention, host. While Shi Huanglong could accomplish this, it would require him to grow to an extremely powerful level. The power is not enough. Nevertheless, it cannot conceal the power of Shi Huanglong. Chapter 174, Countless Years of Suppressing the Prison. Lin Bei felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction with the synthesized Shi Huanglong. Both his abilities and his growth prospects have earned his special anticipation and recognition. Although the Time Emperor Dragon's combat power may not be that strong, its abilities are similar to those of the Void Reincarnation Dragon, and it can be even stronger if it performs well. Now that the synthesis has been successful, then it's time to assign it a species and give it a new name. This is something that must be done. After all, as long as a new dragon species is designated for the Time Emperor Dragon, some brand new rewards can be obtained. These rewards. It is also very important to Shi Huanglong. The young dragon of the Imperial Emperor, the prison-suppressing steel, and the spiritual breath of the Styx River. Possesses the power to time, suppress, and control corpses. Then I'll call you. The Emperor of Time suppresses the Nether Dragon. Emperor Jinming Dragon. That sounds incredibly powerful. The one that corresponds to Shi Huang is naturally Shi Huanglong. The town is a town prison monument. The underworld is the spirit of the river Styx. Buzz. The Emperor Jinming Dragon was very satisfied with its new race and happily let out a dragon roar. It thinks the name is powerful and suits its physique perfectly. At that very moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. Race designation successful. The Time Emperor's Nether Dragon True Name gift pack has been successfully distributed. While the gift packs were being distributed, a disaster has occurred in the Tianshan prison. All the prisoners who were peacefully confined in the prison suddenly discovered that their talents had returned to normal. Many prisoners couldn't believe it and were astonished to discover their long-unused talents. My God, I can actually use my talent. Although I don't know what happened, my chance to leave here has come. I'm going to kill all the jailers here. The Tianshan prison, unable to suppress talent, is no different from any other prison. It can't hold us at all. After waiting for so many years, this day has finally come. Heaven has not forsaken me. Upon realizing this, the prisoners in Tianshan prison summoned their pets one by one. In a short time, the entire Tianshan prison was thrown into chaos. Faced with a large number of prisoners capable of using their special talents, the relatively small number of prison guards were simply powerless to resist and could only retreat continuously. This is the first time in the many years since the Tianshan prison was established that such a large-scale calamity has occurred. The prisoners were acting like madmen, wreaking havoc in the Tianshan prison, completely venting their pent-up frustrations. And the emptiness and nothingness trapped in the void can naturally sense all of this. In an instant, the two were stunned, muttering to themselves. His talent has returned to normal? Prison Guardian Monument. They were really taken away? This guy is way too impulsive. How could someone really do such a thing? Prison Guardian Monument. but they are the pillars of the Tianshan prison. Neither of them could believe it. It turns out that there are actually people in this world who dare to do things that are clearly suicidal. I don't know if it's ignorance or courage. Lang was the only one who wasn't surprised. After a short time of contact with Lin Bei, he knew that Lin Bei would definitely take the prison suppression steel away. After all, the other party's initial purpose. We came specifically for the prison suppressing steel. Therefore, Luing simply stood motionless in the void, facing the darkness ahead, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. 1 second later, he shook his head slightly and said in a helpless tone, "What? I hope you don't die at the warden's hands." The reason I say this is because Luing didn't take Lin Bei's previous words seriously. How could such magical power still exist in a place where the prison-suppressing steel doesn't exist? Similarly, Lin Bei's talent had fully recovered, so he also learned about this. He was more aware than anyone of the consequences this situation would bring. Immediately, Lin Bei didn't even bother to open the newly acquired gift pack. Instead, he looked down at the time Emperor Jinming dragon in his arms and said, "Your Majesty, let's take action. Use your power to restore normalcy to Tianshan prison." Emperor. That's what he usually calls Shi Huang Jinyulong. The moment the words fell, Shi Huanglong flapped his wings and quickly flew into the air, looking around as if he was observing the surrounding environment. Soon, it fully grasped its surroundings and knew what it should do. The next moment, the power to control time, suppress innate talent, and manipulate corpses. These three forces erupted at the same time. And they all unleashed their full power. A huge sphere of light, constantly changing color, covered with intricate runes on its surface and inside, and containing a ball of black liquid at its center, appeared directly in front of the Emperor Jinming dragon. It is a sphere of light that embodies all its power. A magical sphere of light formed from the essence of the power to control time, suppress talent, and manipulate corpses. The moment the magical orb appeared, the color change of the Time Emperor's nether dragon body stopped, and the time scale in its pupils ceased to run. Call. It took almost all of its remaining strength to barely fly back into Lin Bei's arms. Subsequently, before it could even utter a sound, the Emperor Jinming dragon closed its eyes and entered a deep sleep. A pang of heartache appeared in Lin Bei's eyes as he looked at the Emperor Jinming dragon. "I'm making you do this kind of thing." It was still too much of a stretch. If the situation weren't so urgent, he wouldn't have rushed to have the Time Emperor Jinming dragon take action. He could have waited until the Time Emperor dragon had grown up before making a move. That way, the suppression would be more effective. But precisely, the situation doesn't allow it. Only the young Shi Huang Jinminglong can activate its power. Then, Lin Bei held the sleeping Shi Huang Jinminglong and looked up at the huge ball of light floating above. The glow on the magical orb kept changing. As things change, three forces are also emanating from within. The corpse, which had been lying motionless on the ground and had lost its bones, actually stood up from the ground once again. They wandered aimlessly through the prison of evil, as if on patrol. Because it has no bones, it walks a little awkwardly. In conjunction with the different colors that the prison of evil was constantly flashing at this moment. This makes the remains look somewhat like they were dancing in a bar. This is the power of time control of the Time Emperor Jinming dragon. Nature. The other two forces also took effect. At this time, within the entire Tianshan prison, everyone's talents were suppressed once again. Chapter 175. The mission is not yet complete. I'm stunned. All the prisoners in the men's and women's sections of the prison were completely dumbfounded. Just a second ago, this talent still existed within me, a talent I could use freely. However, it was subjected to terrifying suppression at this moment, thus falling into a state of being unable to use it once again. Even the degree of suppression. It even subtly surpassed the previous level of suppression. It's as if the talent I just unlocked was just a fleeting moment in the dead of night. No, it lasts much shorter than the ephemeral beauty of the night blooming Sirius. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the summoned pets vanished from the Tianshan prison in an instant. With their talents suppressed, they have no way to stay in the outside world. Nature. The riot that the prisoners had been carrying out earlier could only be stopped helplessly, their hearts filled with nothing but complaints. What's going on? Are they deliberately messing with us? What's wrong with you all day long? It'll be there for a while, then it won't. Compared to the complaints of most prisoners, only a few noticed the subtle differences. Strangeness. How come this power to suppress talent is even stronger than before? Originally, I could only sense the talent, but I couldn't use it. But now, my perception of the talent has weakened a bit. No way, this kind of magical power can actually make you stronger? The prison guards, who had been suppressed, were now given a chance to catch their breath. Because they wore special uniforms, their talents were not affected. Immediately, the jailers immediately ordered their pets to drive away the rioting prisoners. The situation is beginning to turn one-sided. Prisoners who cannot use their talents are naturally no match for the jailers. Although the jailers noticed something amiss, the urgent situation at hand left them no time to think about it. The most important thing right now is to lock up the prisoners. 1. It's a very simple thing to do. At the same time, Lu Ying, who was imprisoned in the void by the void reincarnation dragon, also felt the suppressive power reappear. In an instant, his eyes widened to their maximum size, filled with utter astonishment. Both sides of the forehead. Cold sweat was pouring down my face uncontrollably. Lang's breathing rate also changed, becoming much faster than before. Having spent many years in close proximity to the prison-suppressing steel, he was able to perceive the abnormalities within it more clearly. What would happen? Why does the power I'm most familiar with feel so strange to me right now? And what's more, the degree of suppression of talent has become even stronger. Even when wearing a prison guard's uniform, I am still somewhat affected. What on earth did he do? Lang found it hard to accept this. This feeling. It's like a little girl you've known every day transforming into a powerful woman in a minute. Although the people in front and behind were still familiar, they were completely different. The only way to resolve the thoughts currently in his mind is to return to the prison of evil and see for himself. Until this time, Lin Bei finally had some free time and was able to do other things. As long as the Tianshan prison doesn't descend into chaos, he has nothing to worry about. Looking at the unconscious Emperor Jinming dragon in his arms, Lin Bei muttered to himself. This choice was the right one. The Emperor Dragon and the prison-suppressing steel are indeed the best pair. By releasing the power of the talent of suppression and then adding the power of time to it, the Tianshan prison can be kept under suppression for a long time. Really, as long as it remains within the time frame, neither the Emperor of Time's netherworld dragon nor the prison-suppressing steel will need to remain in the heavenly mountain prison. What to do next? It's nothing more than coming back when it's about to expire to extend the duration. Ignoring the corpses wandering aimlessly around him, Lin Bei simply found a place to sit down and casually placed the Time Emperor Jinming dragon on the ground beside him. The Shihuang Jinming dragon is not large in size, but it is quite heavy, and it is quite tiring to carry it. System, open the gift pack. The system notification sounded soon after. Bite. The Emperor's Netherworld Dragon True Name gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly draw the power of the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. One chance to randomly upgrade the abilities of the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. The exclusive space for the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon. All the items in the real name gift packs are the same, so Lin Bei was not surprised by this. With nothing else to do, he used the rewards directly. Random ability upgrade opportunities. This successfully enhanced the suppressive talent of the Emperor Jinming Dragon. It is more effective at suppressing people and can suppress more people. The reason why the entire Tianshan prison was able to be suppressed in one fell swoop was because the Shihuang Jinming Dragon had just been formed and all its powers were in a state of full strength. In addition, it was used at full power. That's why they were able to suppress the entire Tianshan prison. The main reason is that the prison suppression steel itself is very powerful. With the Emperor of Time and the Nether Dragon, we have a way to suppress our enemies. In other words, when facing ordinary enemies, they are already in an invincible position. As for that chance to randomly draw abilities, this allowed Lin Bei to extract the ability to briefly manipulate time. Overall, it's very good. After returning the Time Emperor's Nether Dragon to its private space, Lin Bei's voice rang out once again. System. Start automatic training. You can handle the point deduction yourself. After entrusting the evolution of his pet dragon entirely to the system, Lin Bei was indeed somewhat liberated. Host, please rest assured. This system is very reliable. At this time, the Holy White Dragon of Light and the Devouring Demon Dragon also came to Lin Bei's side, looking up at the ball of light in the sky. Erlong was also very curious about this magical power. Lang's angel pet remained kneeling on the ground, showing no intention of getting up. This appearance, they were truly devout. Having already obtained 3 treasures, but still not completing the mission, Lin Bei realized something. The prison of the evil god is also a must-visit. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. Asu. Release the angel's master. At this time, Lin Bei did not know Lu Ying's name. So I don't know, this is the person Si Lingxian was talking about. The next moment, a crack appeared in the space, and Lu Ying, who had been imprisoned for a long time, stepped out from it. The moment I stepped into the outside world, Lu Ying then looked up at the sky. Naturally, he then saw the enormous sphere of light containing 3 powers. Chapter 176: The Relationship Between Evil Gods. In an instant, Lu Ying was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, he never imagined that the suppressed power emanating from it would become so strong. It was a ball of light. There is no physical counterpart to the prison-suppressing steel. You should know. Having a physical existence and not having a physical existence are 2 completely different concepts. One type is a real, tangible entity that can be contacted. As long as there are no external interferences, it will stay within a fixed range, so there's not much to worry about. The other one is not. You can only see and perceive them, but you can't touch them, and they could disappear at any time. Strong as it may be. But how long it could have existed is a mystery. If there were a physical entity involved, Luin's reaction wouldn't have been so intense. But unfortunately, it was a ball of light that looked like it could dissipate at any moment. But just in fact, this intangible sphere of light is even stronger than the physical prison-suppressing monument. For a moment, Lu Ying didn't know what to say. He just looked up at the sky, his eyes not blinking for a long time. The longer he stared at the ball of light, the more he could feel its power. From inside the sphere of light, Lu Ying sensed 3 forces. He was very familiar with 2 of them. It is the power to suppress innate talent and the power to control corpses. But another force, which should have been unfamiliar, gave Lu Ying a more familiar feeling. That power. It's as if it has always been around me, never disappearing since I was born. Nevertheless, he could not determine what this power was. He could only vaguely sense its presence. After staring at the ball of light for a long time, Lu Ying reluctantly looked away. Immediately afterwards, he then asked Lin Bei, I am certain that there are 3 forces within this sphere of light, but I can only see 2 of them. I can clearly sense the 3rd one, but I don't know what it is. I'm curious, what is the 3rd force? From the moment he decided to have Shi Huang Jinminglong do this, Lin Bei never intended to keep it a secret. Because this matter will be exposed sooner or later as time goes on. The name of that power is time. Hiss. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Ying instinctively gasped, her face filled with astonishment. What? The power of time? You must be kidding. At first, he had some doubts. But the doubt had barely formed for a second before Lang stopped having any doubts. Because he suddenly realized. Why do I feel this force always exists around me? Why does this force feel so familiar to me? Why? If this force is time, then everything makes sense. After all, time is what accompanies every living being from the moment it is born. Relatives and friends cannot be with you anytime, anywhere, but time can. An enemy cannot take a person's life, but time can. External forces cannot make a person grow up, but time can. In conclusion, time is an extremely mysterious, complex, and strange force. Time. It really is the power of time. In this world, there really are beings capable of controlling the power of time. After confirming this fact, Lu Ying's shock intensified. He had met many famous and powerful figures, but none of them could control the power of time. Even those who have been famous for a long time and are incredibly powerful cannot control time. It can't even reach the threshold of touching time. At this time, Lu Ying's gaze towards Lin Bei changed once again. He looked at Lin Bei as if he were looking at a monster that only existed in legends. How did you do that? Time. How could it be controlled by someone else? Lang asked this question purely out of instinct, without considering anything else. Lin Bei, however, did not intend to answer this question. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. He knew perfectly well which questions he could answer and which he couldn't. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying realized she had been presumptuous and quickly explained. Feel sorry. I spoke subconsciously just now. Now, all he feels for Lin Bei is awe. Before, although Lu Ying knew that Lin Bei was very powerful and was somewhat wary of his strength, it was still within a barely acceptable range. Whether it was the strength of the fighting force, the number of dragons, or the ability to purify pet angels, he could barely accept it after calming down. But things that can control time. However, this was completely beyond Lu Ying's acceptable range. That's absolutely outrageous. They are able to manipulate time, which is invisible, intangible, and has no physical form, with a human body. At the same time, he then realized something. The ball of light above. It could probably last for a very, very long time. There is absolutely no need to worry about the Tianshan prison falling into chaos. Lin Bei didn't say much about this matter, but instead calmly asked other questions. What do you know about the prison of the evil god? Now, his attention is entirely focused on the prison of the evil god. Whether he wanted to complete the tasks issued by the system or was after the treasures inside, Lin Bei planned to go and see the prison of evil. Seeing that Lin Bei didn't intend to pursue the matter, Luing breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to become enemies with a mysterious figure like Lin Bei. You've come to the right person. In the entire Tianshan prison, besides the warden, I am the person who knows the most about the prison of the evil god. At this point, Luing paused slightly, then spoke again. You must have heard of the Mountain and Sea Organization, right? Lin Bei nodded casually, which was considered his answer to the question. The Mountain and Sea Organization? He not only heard of it, but he also killed people. Soon, Lu Ying's voice continued. Within the Mountain and Sea Organization, there is a venerable one called the Fierce God Venerable One. And the prison of the evil god also contains the words, evil god. Isn't that a coincidence? But this is no coincidence. Lin Bei was quite surprised to hear these words. Prison of the evil god. They actually have connections with the ferocious god Venerable? He knew what the fierce god Venerable represented. 4 fierce creatures. Go on. About a second later, Lu Ying continued speaking. Although I have never been to the prison of the evil god in person, the warden once told me about it. In the prison of the evil god, a pet belonging to the ferocious god is kept locked up. He didn't tell me which one it was. Chapter 177 The Opportunity for the Hatching of the Yinglong Chaos Egg. How interesting. The one imprisoned in the prison of the evil god is actually one of his pets. Things turned out somewhat unexpectedly for Lin Bei. Although he had already guessed that what was imprisoned in the prison of the fierce god was definitely not a simple being. It must be just as special as Luin, either possessing great strength or having special significance. But Lin Bei never expected this. Imprisoned in the prison of the ferocious god was actually one of the ferocious god's pets. He knew very well. The members of the Mountain and Sea Organization who appeared in Nanshan City last time, as well as that hybrid Tao Tai, all had an inseparable connection with the fiend god Venerable. Not only that, the other party even knows the secret of the 4 heavenly spirits, which are sealed beneath Nanshan City. Because he had some understanding of the fierce god Venerable, Lin Bei was also trying to make guesses. What exactly is imprisoned in the prison of the evil god? Since he is the venerable ferocious god, then his pet is very likely related to the 4 ferocious beasts. Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Tao Wu Chaos. Could it also be some kind of hybrid magical beast? Lin Bei subconsciously assumed that what was imprisoned inside was a mixed breed ferocious beast. After all, the true number of the 4 fiendish beasts is also very small. Moreover, each one is extremely ferocious and powerful, making it highly unlikely that they can be tamed. As he thought of the 4 ferocious beasts, something suddenly came to mind. It seems that he also has a hybrid egg with the bloodlines of Yinglong and the 4 fiends. I just haven't had a chance to use it yet. With this in mind, Lin Bei took the egg, which possessed the bloodlines of Yinglong and Chaos, out of the system space. The egg remained unchanged, and the cracks on it did not increase. Furthermore, the soul imprint on it still exists, making it temporarily unsuitable for incubation. If you attempt to hatch it rashly, it will inevitably lead to serious consequences. Let's go take a look. Maybe. This is the opportunity for incubation. Although he killed many magical beasts at the Tianshan guest hotel, he did not allow the egg to absorb the life force of those beasts. One reason is that I don't want it to absorb too much impurity from other magical beasts. This has happened before. The nutrients absorbed by this hybrid egg all came from the other hybrid eggs. Although those hybrid eggs contain some elements of other magical beasts, they at least have half of the 4 fiends' bloodline, and with the powerful assistance of the system, absorbing them is within the permissible range. What Lin Bei actually wanted was a pure hybrid of Yinglong and Chaos. The unknown entity imprisoned in the prison of the ferocious god may very well become the greatest opportunity for its incubation. Secondly, it's because they don't want to attract other people's attention. Nowadays, Tianshan City is bustling with people, and there are bound to be many knowledgeable people among them. It is very likely that some of them know about the existence of the ferocious beast hybrid egg. It would cause unnecessary trouble, which would be a loss if not a gain. And it was at this moment. Lu Ying, who was standing to the side, saw the mixed breed monster egg in Lin Bei's hand, which was full of cracks, and a mysterious and complex aura permeated from it. He was quite familiar with these hybrid monster eggs. Immediately, Lu Ying couldn't help but speak up. I have a question for you. As he spoke, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes flashed with seriousness. Lin Bei glanced at Lu Ying calmly and said, Ask away. In fact, he had a rough idea of what Lu Ying wanted to ask. It must be related to the hybrid monster egg in my possession. As expected, the question Lu Ying asked was related to this mixed-race boy. If I'm not mistaken, the egg you're holding. It must be a hybrid created by the Mountain and Sea Organization, right? Could it be that you connected to the Mountain and Sea Organization? Generally speaking, only members of the Shanghai Organization, or people related to the Shanghai Organization, can possess this kind of hybrid monster egg. And soon, Lin Bei then responded to this. There is indeed a connection. In an instant, Lu Ying's expression became even more serious, and 3 wrinkles appeared on his tightly furrowed brows. However, before he could say anything, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. My relationship with the Mountain and Sea Organization. They should be considered mortal enemies. That's exactly right. He not only killed members of the Mountain and Sea Organization and the hybrid Tao Tai, but also stole many hybrid monster eggs. The two sides have long been mortal enemies. The reason why the Mountain and Sea Organization hasn't taken action against Lin Bei yet is simply because the matter is still in the escalating stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was finally relieved. As long as Lin Bei is not a member of the Mountain and Sea Organization, then he is not his enemy. Moreover, Lin Bei is now an enemy of the Shanghai Organization. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As if suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked again. Are you asking me that question now? Are you planning to go and take a look at the prison of the evil god? Lu Ying knew better than anyone whether Lin Bei could get into the prison of the fiend god. Being able to enter that dark void and do so many amazing things, it doesn't seem like it's too difficult to get into the prison of the fiend god. 1 second later, Lin Bei's voice rang out. I will go, but not now. He paused slightly at this point, then continued after a second. In the prison of the evil god. Does it possess a treasure similar to the prison suppressing steel? The next moment, Lu Ying's voice rang out. I heard it's a rope. It was that rope that bound the evil god's pet, preventing it from leaving the evil god's prison. Lin Bei nodded slightly and didn't say anything more, but instead started making plans for the future. He has no intention of going to the prison of the evil god right now. Because the prison of the evil god is clearly very dangerous. In such a poor state, going to dangerous places is simply courting death. Tomorrow is the start of the auction. It would be better to go to the prison of the evil god after the auction is over. Going to the prison of the fiend god is very important, and obtaining the Kunping scales is also very important. Seeing that Lin Bei had no intention of continuing to speak, Lu Ying slowly withdrew her gaze. Immediately afterwards, he prepared to go find his pet angel to see what state it was in. I never imagined so many years would have passed. My pet angel has actually returned to normal. In the world, it actually possesses the power to resist the evil energy of the fallen god's abyss. When the words fell, Lu Ying then turned around and looked at her pet angel. But what he saw? But it was an angel kneeling on the ground. Chapter 178, the auction begins. Immediately, Lu Ying was dumbfounded. Is my angel stupid? Why are you kneeling on the ground without moving? Moreover, his expression and posture were so devout, as if he were kneeling in worship of the god he respected most. What's going on? Why is that guy kneeling on the ground? Lang, who had never seen anything like this before, truly couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. You should know. Even if my own angel saw an angel with 10 wings, it wouldn't act like this. No, not only if you encounter a 10-winged angel, but even if you encounter a 12-winged angel, it won't happen. An angel is still an angel. Even with many wings, she is still an angel. One angel cannot make another angel submit. Countless years throughout history, only beings of a higher rank than angels can make them willingly kneel in worship. For example, God or a saint. Unable to suppress the doubts in his heart, Lu Ying instinctively took a step and approached his angel. He didn't even have the energy to glance at the radiant white dragon and the devouring demon dragon, which were not far away. Soon, Lang then walked over to her angel pet. Call. After taking a deep breath, he asked the angel pet. Breaking evil? What are you doing? Why kneel on the ground? Here, there's nothing worth your worship. The name of this angel. It's called breaking evil. It means to destroy evil. The moment Kolo Win finished speaking, Pasie's slightly cold and stern voice rang out. Don't talk nonsense. His Majesty is right ahead, testing my resolve. Even if you have tamed my master, you cannot insult my emperor. Your Majesty, they are beings that cannot be insulted. It's really frustrating. For exorcising evil, the holy white dragon of the bright heaven is especially important. Because it was the holy white dragon of light that pulled it out of the dark swamp. What if it weren't for that holy power from before? It will remain in a state of being unable to control itself, thinking only of killing other lives and destroying the rules of this world. As Pasie uttered these words, Lu Ying's bewilderment reached its peak. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked in front of him, possibly visible. Besides Lin Bei, there are only Lin Bei's two dragons. There are no saints or gods at all. Where's your emperor? Could it be that white dragon? The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Ying froze. He seemed to know what was going on. After standing there for a second, Lu Ying's voice rang out again. No way. Could that white dragon be the emperor you mentioned? In fact, the moment he asked the question, he had already made up his mind. Because, within the entire prison of evil, only the power of the holy white dragon of light is holy. And their own angels will only submit to the power of holiness. That's exactly right. The power your Majesty possesses is beyond your human comprehension. Only we angels and other species protected by light can comprehend His Majesty's power. Lu Ying fell silent. He didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Her own angel pet is determined to recognize a dragon as its emperor. But it was a pet dragon summoned by someone else? It depends. There's simply no way to stop it. My pet. How could someone possibly recognize another person's pet as their emperor? What about yourself? How should we face that dragon? How should we face the dragon's owner? No matter how you think about it. It was so awkward. In the end, Lu Ying could only rub his head helplessly, sigh deeply, and say, how helpless. I really don't know if the exorcism has been reversed and things have returned to normal. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Having thought through all the problems, Lin Bei returned to normal at this point. Looking ahead, he saw Lu Ying standing still, and an angel kneeling on the ground with a devout expression. Immediately, Lin Bei was speechless. How long has it been? Why is this angel still kneeling? That's too much of a stubbornness. Xiao Bai, you can handle this yourself. That guy is someone you provoked. Buzz. In response, the holy white dragon of light simply let out a long sigh. Hearing the dragon's roar, Lin Bei helplessly rubbed his temples. Because the meaning behind Guangtian Shengbeilong is not simple. It actually decided to accept this angel. The reason given was that she might have a child soon, and having a servant to help take care of the child was better than having no one to take care of the child at all. Moreover, this servant can also act as a bodyguard. Besides these, it has many other uses. Lin Bei did not object to this. In any case, for Paisia to submit to Guangtian Shengbeilong is no different from submitting to himself. Call. With a casual flap of its wings, the holy white dragon of light flew to the side of the angel of destruction. After staring at Paisia for a few seconds, it raised one of its dragon claws and gently patted Pasia's head. What seemed like a simple action filled Paisia with ecstatic joy, and his body involuntarily began to flash with white light. Thank you for your permission, Your Majesty. I will always be loyal to His Majesty. If His Majesty is in danger, I will stand in front of him. When His Majesty issues an order, I will complete it no matter how difficult it is. Lu Ying, who was listening from the side, had an extremely complicated expression on her face. He didn't even know what he was supposed to do. Harmful. After a long while, Lu Ying sighed and accepted this complicated fate. After, Lin Bei didn't do anything, just found a place to rest and wait for the next day to arrive. The same was true for Lang. The two didn't exchange any words. As for the emptiness and nothingness trapped in nothingness, it has been forgotten. Time flies by so quickly. Before we knew it, it was already the next day. This day? It's the day the Tianshan City auction officially begins. Many people who came to Tianshan City woke up early, waiting for the auction to officially begin. After all, the original purpose of these people coming to Tianshan City was, I just want to participate in the auction. Conversations could be heard on every street. I heard there will be several bottles of life essence up for auction today. I must win one. I must say this life force is truly amazing. As long as there is vital energy, my daughter's constitution, which is deficient in qi and blood, will definitely be greatly improved. Sigh, this is tough. Too many people want it. It was really not easy to finish it. Chapter 179 Luing, go out for a walk. Undoubtedly, the holy power of the Holy White Dragon, also known as the Life Force, has now become one of the most popular and sought-after commodities. Many people who originally planned to buy other things changed their plans in the shortest amount of time. Naturally, as a result, the competitiveness of many auction items has been greatly reduced. This also includes Kunping scales. There were many people in Tianshan City. Besides the members of the Shanghai organization, there were others who were also eyeing the Kunping scales. The world is so big. Someone will eventually know what Kunping scales are. Tianshan City can be considered a large city, and it has teleportation arrays connecting it to other cities, so it is easy to reach this place. Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling hadn't forgotten Lin Bei's instructions, so they woke up early in the morning to prepare for the auction. The two were currently in Bai Zhou's room, discussing in hushed tones. Lin Bei, do you think Brother Bei will come today? He seems quite interested in that huge fish scale. Wang Yuling was very puzzled. It's just a larger fish scale. Is it really worth fighting for at all costs? They cannot be eaten or tamed. It can only be used to make equipment at best. Usefulness. It's really not that big. Actually, her thinking is quite normal. Even Bai Zhou had a similar thought. He couldn't see what use the Kunping scales were. Really, a single scale from a Kunping is of little use. But, although a single Kunping scale may not seem like much, what it represents is incredibly vast. Therefore, we must get it. If it were at the beginning, I don't think Mr. Lin would have come, because he was in prison. But now, I'm not sure if he'll come. It was truly unexpected that Mr. Lin would be able to freely enter and leave the Tianshan prison. This is the first time I've ever heard of something like this in all these years. Bai Zhou wasn't sure how things would turn out, because there were too many uncertainties. It's true that he can freely enter and leave the Tianshan prison. However, Lin Bei's identity as a prisoner meant he was destined to face many restrictions, and many people knew him. If Lin Bei participates in the auction, it's obvious he's telling everyone that he's out of prison. If he didn't come, Bai Zhou wouldn't know what to buy. He was somewhat uncertain. What exactly are rare materials? People have different values. Why? This is so hard. After that, the two didn't say anything more and silently walked towards the elevator. As for Rinting, she was left in Lin Bei's room. Her identity is also very sensitive, and it is not appropriate for her to be exposed to the public eye. Once exposed, this will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. While they were waiting for the elevator, people kept getting off at this floor. There were members of the Bright Altar, including Si Lingxian, as well as members of the Mountain and Sea organization. Their common destination was the auction. At the same time, Lin Bei, who had rested overnight, slowly opened his eyes. He has recovered to his peak condition, whether it's energy, strength, or various forces that have been heavily depleted. The wind and thunder power of the six-winged wind and thunder dragon was replenished once again, as was the fire power of the blazing rock armor dragon. Even the three depleted powers within the Time Emperor Jinming dragon's body were replenished once again. Each dragon, they can all unleash their full power. Behind Lin Bei, leaning against the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. Compared to the devouring demon dragon, which is all bones, the holy white dragon of light is clearly more suitable as a cushion. The holy white dragon had already woken up, but remained lying on the ground without moving, letting its master rest on its body. And the angel named Exorcist. At this moment, he was massaging the legs of the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm, his face showing no dissatisfaction, but rather full of respect and excitement. It seems that giving Guangtian Xingbeilong a leg massage is a particularly fortunate thing. Despite feeling utterly helpless, Lang was powerless to stop it all. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. A very noble and holy angel. She was actually willingly giving a massage to a dragon. It's just too jarring. What? If only it were a dream. But facts are facts, and there's no way to change them. After stretching vigorously, Lin Bei stood up and looked calmly ahead, saying, "The auction is about to begin. Let's go take a look." Before entering Tianshan prison, he gave Bai Zhou these instructions because he was concerned that he might be under strict surveillance and unable to leave the prison. But, however, things turned out quite differently later on. Instead of being strictly supervised, he was thrown into the hell of evil. For others, the prison of evil is extremely dangerous. Once inside, death is almost certain. But when placed in Lin Bei's place, the prison of evil spirits became his territory, where he could do whatever he wanted. In the men's section of the prison, The guards would patrol from time to time, and things would get complicated if they saw that you were not in your cell. That won't happen in the hell of evil. After all, only Lu Ying was there. So, there's absolutely no need to worry about anyone noticing you're not here. You can confidently participate in the auction and compete for that essential Kunping scale. Turning his head to look at Lu Ying, who looked helpless, Lin Bei almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, he had received professional training, so he held back and deliberately asked in a calm tone, "I'm going to an auction. Would you like to go for a walk outside while you're at it?" Almost immediately, Lang answered, "Go." During the many years he was imprisoned in the evil prison, he never left the place, not even for half a step. He always fulfilled his duty, trying to cleanse himself of his sins by punishing evildoers. Lang had wanted to go out into the world more than once. But the thought of his corrupted pet angel dispelled that inappropriate idea. Taking a pet corrupted by the abyss of fallen gods around will only make things more and more out of control. But things are different now. The corrupted pet angel has returned to normal, so Lang no longer needs to stay here and has the right to go outside. Besides this reason, he had another reason. Even if I don't want to go, I can't. Because once you go out, your dragon will follow you. And once your dragon goes out, my pet will go with it. It depends on the situation. He seems determined to follow your dragon. After saying that, Lu Ying shook his head helplessly again. He was somewhat unaware. What should I do in the future? Could it be? Should we continue to follow Lin Bei? Chapter 180. The routine. The whole audience goes wild. Lin Bei returned the radiant white dragon and the devouring demon dragon to their respective private spaces. At the same time, he gave an order to the void reincarnation dragon that was in the void. Q. Open a void rift. The moment the words left his mouth, a crack appeared in the space in front of him. The crack wasn't large, but it was big enough for a truck to pass through. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei stepped inside. Only Lu Ying and the angel Physique remained in the evil prison. Before Lu Ying could even take a step, the voice of the angel exorcising evil rang out as he looked at the void rift ahead. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go inside to follow His Majesty." After saying this, he paused slightly before continuing. "You should actually feel fortunate. Following His Majesty's master is far more promising than wandering around aimlessly on your own. The power His Majesty possesses alone is enough to drive countless people and magical beasts mad. It can only revive the dead and restore their bones. That's just its most basic function. Believe me, there is a deep bond between us, and I would never harm you." Upon hearing these words from his angel pet, Lu Ying fell into deep thought. He knew better than anyone else. Under the constraints of the talent contract, one's own pet angel would never harm them. Even if one insists on doing something, the other party cannot disobey one's orders, unless the talent contract is corrupted or otherwise altered. However, he did not want to use such a forceful method of restraint, as that would only worsen his relationship with Physique. Not just Lu Ying. Many people who consider their pets as companions will not use this method unless absolutely necessary. But there are also many people who treat pets as tools. They don't consider the pet's feelings and just keep forcing them to do many things. Two completely opposite methods will only lead to two completely different results. A full half-minute passed before Lu Ying's voice finally rang out. "You mean, you want me to choose to follow him?" Although Lin Bei's methods were very strong, mysterious, and amazing, it was hard to imagine him following someone weaker than himself. Lang still couldn't quite accept it. You should know, he was once a holy seed of the altar of light. Soon, Angel Breaker said, "That's exactly what I mean. Don't underestimate him just because he's weak now. My intuition tells me, even if I attack him with all my might, he still has many ways to survive. The reason we are stronger than him now is simply because we appeared in this world earlier than him." He was speaking his true thoughts. If given the same amount of time, the opponent will definitely be stronger. Moreover, the forced. It's definitely not as simple as just a little bit. After that, Lu Ying didn't say anything more, but simply remained silent as she stepped into the void rift. Angel Physique quietly followed behind him. Some things. It will take some time to consider. As soon as they entered the void rift closed instantly. As for the emptiness and nothingness trapped within, they were released incidentally. Seeing the evil prison so different from what they had seen before, the two of them were instantly dumbfounded. Color-changing light spheres suspended in the air. Fully illuminated environment. Numerous corpses walking below. It's more like a lively bar than a prison. They were stunned for a long time, instinctively wondering if they had traveled through time. Because they were not hindered by anything when traveling through the void, Lin Bei and Luing quickly got away from Tianshan prison. At this time, the void was no longer as dark as before. One could clearly see everything outside from within it. Looking at things he hadn't seen in a long time, Lang's mindset is gradually changing. He couldn't imagine. If I hadn't met Lin Bei, when would I have been able to see a world that was both familiar and strange? Perhaps what Physique said is true. Follow him. It's the best choice. Unbeknownst to her, Luing also had such thoughts in her mind. Although it is still relatively weak, it is slowly getting stronger. Lin Bei didn't even want to know what Luing was thinking. He was simply moving at full speed, not wanting to miss a single item at the auction. If we go too late, missing out on some great auction items would be a huge loss. As time went on, more and more people came to the area where the auction was being held. Knowing that many people would participate, the auction venue was very large, with a capacity of at least 100,000 people. Want to get in and participate in the auction? The funds they possess must be at least 50 million. Even if people with less than 50 million come in, they are destined to just stroll around the square and will basically not gain anything. A venue capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, 3/4 of the seats were already occupied. Visible. Many people came prepared this time. Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling arrived at the auction and casually found a place to sit down. But just as the two sat down, a familiar voice came from beside them. Just follow my instructions. If I set my sights on something, I'll get it at any cost. Sound. It was Lin Bei's voice. He arrived before the first batch of people entered the arena after Shi Huanglong used his ability. However, Ling didn't come. The guy said he wasn't interested in the auction and wanted to go for a walk and think about something. The instant that sound rang out, Wang Yuling's face was instantly filled with joy, and she couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Brother Bei, you?" But before she could finish speaking, she seemed to remember something and quickly shut her mouth. As for Bai Zhou, he simply nodded slightly. Lin Bei is here, and he's relieved. Soon, a few more minutes passed, and the venue was finally full of people. Seeing this, Li Fuguei went up to the auction stage. Looking down at the packed hall, he felt a surge of intense excitement. So many people participated. This time, we can make a fortune again. Without much hesitation, Li Fuguei quickly spoke up. As you all know, there are 100 bottles of life essence at each auction. Many people come here because of the spiritual energy they possess. So, I've made my decision. We're bringing out 50 bottles to participate in the auction today. Chapter 181, A Mixture of Reality and Falsehood. The Double Image Mirror. In an instant, the entire auction erupted in chaos. Everyone who heard Li Fuguei's words couldn't help but whisper among themselves. What? There are 50 bottles of life energy today. Wow, this is so exciting. My goodness. Really? Did I hear that right? 50 bottles at once. This is going to drain my wallet dry on the very first day. Even though I knew this was just another auction tactic, I still couldn't help feeling excited. Screw the tricks, Bai. On the very first day of the auction, half of the life essence was put up for auction, which was indeed beyond people's expectations. You should know, this auction lasted for a full 7 days. These incredibly sought-after and highly popular items are often reserved for the last day of the auction, which maximizes everyone's anticipation. Or they could auction off 1 or 2 bottles each day, and then bring them all out on the last day. But what about this situation where half is used on the first day? That's completely illogical. While feeling shocked, people were also speculating about the purpose of the auction. Why would an auction house, a place that only cares about profits, give out these benefits for no reason? Lin Bei, who was in the void and looking at Li Fuguei on the stage, couldn't help but frown. Things are definitely not as simple as they seem. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. He clearly managed to get me into the prison of evil through some means, so he should know very well that he can no longer obtain any more life force from me. And yet, they've chosen this approach anyway. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. He could only think of this much, but he didn't know exactly what was going on. The best option right now is to wait and see. Anyway, Lin Bei and the others would not buy life spiritual energy. Seeing that everyone's reaction was roughly what he had expected, Li Fuguei's face was full of satisfied smiles. In his eyes, but a cunning glint flashed across his face. At the same time, Li Fuguei lowered his voice to the lowest level and muttered to himself. Since that's the case, then our plan can begin. The moment he finished speaking, he turned to look backstage and gave one of the people there a wink. The next moment, The person then left from backstage and disappeared without a trace. About a minute later, the noisy auction gradually returned to calm. Li Fugui's voice rang out again at this moment. Since everyone is so eager for life's spiritual energy, then the first item to be auctioned at this year's auction will be 10 bottles of life's spiritual energy. As he said this, 5 women with outstanding looks and perfect figures, each carrying a tray, walked out from backstage. As they walked, they kept looking down at the people below, their beautiful faces adorned with professional smiles. But the people below, however, were not attracted by the 5 women's good looks at all. Instead, they were all staring at the 10 bottles of gas on their trays. These 10 bottles of gas. It was none other than the holy power of the holy white dragon of the heavenly light. But the bottle containing life essence at this moment was not the one Lin Bei had redeemed in the system shop. Instead, it was changed to a kind of. The bottle doesn't look particularly special. Although they look the same, the materials are worlds apart. They're here. They've finally arrived. Even if it costs 100 million, I must buy one. I hope everyone can be rational and not ruin their original plans in order to obtain life energy. Let's give this kind of thing to those who need it. Unlike these somewhat fanatical people, Si Lingxian frowned when she saw this extraordinary life force. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Others can only sense that magical power, but cannot detect the trickery hidden within it. Because people unfamiliar with this power want to find something amiss? It's really difficult. Especially, those people are still in a state of excitement and agitation, so they are even less likely to consider the details carefully. Why do I always feel that these 10 portions of life energy are a bit strange? Only a small portion of it is the same as the previous life energy, while the majority of the rest is quite strange. Although it is also a kind of sacred power, it is much weaker in comparison. Although it is also a very strong power of holiness. But it's still far from being comparable to the spiritual energy of life. The gap is practically insurmountable. The longer Si Lingxian stared at the life force, the more certain she became of this matter. Having been familiar with powers such as the power of light and the power of holiness, she did not believe she would make a mistake on such an important matter. Moreover, Si Lingxian is no stranger to the power of the holy white dragon of the heavenly realm. After all, that embarrassing thing happened. If even Si Lingxian could detect the problem, Lin Bei, as the lord of the holy white dragon of the light heaven, would naturally be able to perceive it even more easily. He immediately understood what was going on. 1 unit of life energy was split into 4 parts, and other similar forces were also added. No wonder he dared to take out 50 bottles of life essence at once. This kind of product. It is indeed life energy, but its effects will be much weaker. What a shady auction. Lin Bei had an even worse impression of the auction and had no intention of making any effort to improve relations with the event. 100 portions? It immediately became 400 portions. But he will take back every single benefit that belongs to him. The auction begins. 2 bottles make a set. The starting price for 1 set is 60 million, and each bid must be at least 1 million higher. As Li Fugui's voice rang out again, the auction officially began. 61 million. Get lost. It's only 1 million more, 66,660,000. 70 million. Don't try to take it from me. It's 75 million. 80 million. Don't raise it any higher. That's the highest price we can get. The more intense the bidding below, the more excited Li Fugui became. The higher the price of the goods, the higher the profit he can obtain. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. The first auction had just ended when all 5 sets of life energy were sold. The most expensive set exceeded 130 million. Even the cheapest one is over 100 million. You should know. This is life energy that has been fragmented. Thinking about the exorbitant price, Li Fugui couldn't help but laugh. It exceeded expectations. It actually sold for such a high price. Sending that guy to the hell of evil was definitely the right thing to do. Otherwise, we'd have to give him a huge sum of money, which could be tens or hundreds of billions. That way, we'll be at a huge loss. He was relieved. I'm so glad I made the right choice. Soon, Li Fugui cleared his mind and laughed loudly. Next item. Double Mirror. Chapter 182 Preparing to Enter the Prison of the Evil God. As Li Fugui finished speaking, another strikingly beautiful woman walked out from backstage carrying a tray. On the tray, there was a mirror, only the size of a wash basin, placed there. From the outside alone, there is nothing special about it. However, the name of this mirror indicates that it is not an ordinary mirror. Lin Bei was somewhat interested in this mirror. Double mirror? That sounds interesting. Soon after, Li Fugui's voice rang out. As you all just heard, this mirror is called the double mirror. And just as its name suggests, this mirror is a true magic mirror. Because this mirror has amazing functions. He stopped there and looked down at the crowd below. The interest of those present was clearly piqued once again. The three words, very amazing. It can easily pique people's interest. Although there are fewer people interested in this mirror than in the spiritual energy of life, the number is still considerable, at least over 10,000. More than 10,000 people? It could definitely be sold for a high price. Soon, Li Fugui's voice rang out. This mirror's ability is to create double images. Whether it's people, monsters, buildings, weapons, or anything else, they can all create double images using the mirror's ability. The double image created by the mirror is 100% realistic. Apart from not having a physical form, there is no difference in appearance. Furthermore, the user can control the movement of the ghosting, easily misleading others. This mirror is especially suitable for people who have many enemies. The double mirror is indeed quite good. However, it's an equipment geared towards survival and support. Sometimes, this type of equipment is even more valuable than combat gear. Call. After taking a deep breath, Li Fugui's voice rang out again. Start the auction. The starting price for the double image mirror is 50 million, and each bid must be at least 1 million higher. The next moment, many people started bidding. Prices are constantly rising. After learning about the function of the double image mirror, Lin Bei quickly entered a state of thought. I'm considering whether or not I should take action against this magic mirror. This magic mirror is not bad either. If a dragon were to fuse with the magic mirror, the effect should be quite good. When thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. I will be able to obtain a shadow dragon in a few days. Fuse the shadow mirror with the shadow dragon? It seems like a pretty good idea, since both the dragon and the mirror are related to shadows. But this is just a rough idea at the moment, and the specifics of how to proceed have not yet been fully decided. Immediately, Lin Bei no longer hesitated. Lin Bei, the bidding begins. Since we might need it, let's take it. Baijiu nodded almost imperceptibly and immediately joined the bidding. He, like a ruthless bidding machine, always 1 million higher than everyone else. Final. The double image magic mirror was captured by Baijiu. Subsequently, the third item for auction is about to be presented. The third item has been auctioned. The eighth item for auction is about to be brought to the stage. The auction of the eighth item has been completed. The 20th item is now up for auction. The 20th item has been auctioned. Of the 20 items up for auction, Lin Bei only took a liking to 2. Nature. He also had Baijiu bid on the 2 items. The combined price of the 2 items was almost 200 million. This also made Lin Bei realize one thing. His money still seemed to be insufficient. There were only 20 items displayed, and I already liked 2 of them. Given the current situation, he will most likely participate in the entire auction from beginning to end. There will be many more items participating in the auction. I also have a high chance of wanting to buy other products, so I still need to make more money right now. Making money is a must. It's not just about participating in the auction of goods, but also about unlocking the next dragon after the golden dragon. Before we knew it, it was getting late. The auction, which had lasted all day, finally came to an end, and all the participants left the auction hall to head back to their respective homes. Some people were beaming with excitement, having captured what they wanted in their photos. Some people looked disappointed, as the things they wanted had ended up in the hands of others. A heated discussion resounded throughout Tianshan City. Haha, what good luck. I captured the life force. Sigh, another fruitless day? I must capture the life force tomorrow. It's a pity the young man who provided this life-giving energy was arrested. Otherwise I would have gone to find him directly. As expected of an auction in Tianshan City, there are so many big shots participating in the auction. I hope there will be fewer competitors. Wang Yuling and Baijiu returned to the Tianshan Lake Hotel as quickly as possible. The moment the two of them entered the room, a void rift appeared in the room, and Lin Bei stepped out from it. However, before leaving, he also ordered the void reincarnation dragon to inform Lu Ying to wait for him here. It's time to return to Tianshan prison. The next moment, the voices of the 2 girls rang out at the same time. Brother Bei, it's been a long time. Brother Lin Bei, hello. Lin Bei responded to the 2 of them with a smile. After exchanging a few casual words, he turned to Baijiu and handed him a spatial ring. Sell these items to buyers discreetly, without attracting anyone else's attention. Try to find people who participated in the auction but did not succeed in selling to you. In addition, when you continue to participate in the auctions these days, Pay close attention to those who want life energy. They play a very important role. Baijiu took the ring and nodded vigorously. Clear. He didn't even look inside the ring. Without lingering in the room, Lin Bei entered the void once more. Since today's auction is over. So, then we can go and take a look at the prison of the evil god. He didn't intend to obtain the secret treasure directly when he went to the prison of the fierce god. The goal is simple. Just to test the waters first. Let's see what's locked inside. At the same time, Si Lingxian, who had just won a bid on an item, was walking down the street with great satisfaction, followed by the other members of the Bright Altar. A short while, Si Lingxian walked to the Tianshan guest hotel, but just as she was about to continue walking, a sudden exclamation came from behind her. Look, that is Holy Seed Winds. Chapter 183 finally entered. One of the four fiends. 4,000-word chapter, 2 chapters combined. After that exclamation, exclamations from other members of the Light Altar immediately followed. It really is him. The legendary Holy Seed that was corrupted by the abyss of fallen gods. Wasn't he imprisoned in the Tianshan prison? How come he's here now? Could it be that they've escaped from prison? That's unlikely. The Heavenly Mountain prison can suppress talent. I knew that Lu Ying was a member of the Bright Altar, but I never expected to see Lu Ying here. In their understanding of Laying, all that is known is that Lu Ying was originally a genius saint of the Light Altar, but later he was corrupted and became an extremely dangerous person. It was even once called the greatest disgrace of the Guangming Altar by outsiders. So much so, in the end, Laying voluntarily accepted imprisonment in Tianshan prison, where he has been imprisoned for a very long time. These senior members of the Brightness Altar are very familiar with this matter. Some people even personally experienced that era, which is why they were able to recognize Luin when they saw it. The younger Si Lingxian had only heard of Lu Ying's name and deeds, but did not know what he looked like. Therefore, when she saw Lu Ying, she did not show anything unusual and simply treated him as an ordinary passerby. But, upon hearing her companions behind her utter the words Sacred Seed Luin and discuss them, Si Lingxian abruptly stopped in her tracks, her expression turning strange and solemn. She looked at Lu Ying, who had once been a holy seed, and her thoughts were very complicated. After all, they are both of the holy seed, but their current situations are different. It's Laying. With so many people watching, Laying naturally couldn't help but feel it. Almost immediately, he also looked at Si Lingxian and the other members of the Bright Altar. I only glanced at it. Lu Ying immediately realized who these people were watching him. His brow furrowed slightly, and he said with a hint of surprise, People from the Altar of Light. I never expected this. My first time going out in so many years, and I ran into the members of the Bright Altar. Because Si Lingxian and the others exuded a pure and holy aura from the inside out, Lu Ying was able to easily determine the matter. A second later, he strode toward Si Lingxian and the others. It's rare to see someone from the Temple of Light, so this is a great opportunity to learn about the situation there. Just as Lu Ying took a step forward, several members of the Bright Altar frowned, circulating their internal power while adopting a defensive stance. They were clearly afraid that Luin would do something dangerous. Although they knew that Laying had voluntarily entered the prison, they didn't understand the details, which is why they did this. Upon seeing this, Lu Ying was taken aback at first, but quickly realized what these people were worried about. Don't panic. I am no longer the person I used to be. The corruption of the abyss of fallen gods has been purified by a powerful being. He knew that he couldn't convince these people with just his words, so as soon as he finished speaking, he also activated his talent. Whoosh! With a burst of white light, the angel who had volunteered to become a servant of the holy white dragon of light appeared in the sight of Si Lingxian and the others. Those pure white wings, the golden halo above her head, and the powerful yet pure aura emanating from her body all prove that this is an angel who has not been corrupted. Members of the Light Altar, who are inherently surrounded by light, feel this more directly and intensely. Immediately, they were stunned. It was as if I had witnessed something impossible. They all instinctively couldn't accept this fact. If Lu Ying had only said these words, the people of Guangmington certainly wouldn't have believed them. But unfortunately, they saw it. It's actually a normal angel. That's right, it really is Laying's angel. His angel clearly fell into darkness back then. There's absolutely no way I could have misremembered that. It's true. What he said was true. I simply can't believe it. Is there really anyone in the world who can resist the corruption of the abyss of fallen gods? Even though I know it's true, it still feels like a dream. The corrupting power of the abyss of fallen gods, which has always been feared and regarded as untouchable and taboo. Even so, there was a day when they were successfully expelled. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, absolutely no one would believe it. Otherwise, Lang doesn't need to stay in the prison of evil forever. After the initial and most intense shock, the group from the Bright Altar gradually returned to normal and lowered their guard against Lang. Now that things have returned to normal, there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, we're all from the Bright Altar, and we're all in Tianshan City. Congratulations to laying the Holy Seed for successfully escaping the abyss. Congratulations on winning the Holy Seed. If the Holy Lord knew about this, he would be very happy. Does the Sacred Seed of Joy have any plans to return to the Altar of Light? The Holy Lord often mentions you. Lu Ying already had an answer in her heart regarding whether or not to return to the Temple of Light. I will not be returning to the Altar of Light for the time being. I have to go back to prison later. But please remember to say hello to me and my old friends. While taking a walk earlier, he figured out his plan and decided to follow Lin Bei first. Even angels who are supposed to ward off evil say so it's worth a try. Although the people of the Bright Altar were somewhat disappointed, they still nodded happily. After a few more casual words, Lu Ying then prepared to leave, knowing that Lin Bei would be arriving soon. But at this moment, Si Lingxian, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Could you do me a favor? Lu Ying was slightly taken aback, not expecting the current Holy Seed to ask for her help. You say? Soon, Si Lingxian's voice rang out. I have a friend who was imprisoned in Tianshan prison. If possible, I hope you can help him so that he won't be bullied by others. He is also one of our Guangmington people. In her opinion, now that Lin Bei has agreed to join the Bright Altar, he is my partner and my friend. Hearing Si Lingxian say this, Lu Ying thought for a few seconds and then nodded in agreement. Good. Anyway, it's just helping one person. It's not a big deal. He can go and check on it in his spare time. I couldn't do this before, but I can now. Call. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian let out a long sigh of relief and quickly spoke again. Thanks. His name is Lin Bei. Lu Ying nodded slightly, making Lin Bei's name a part of her mind. Lin Bei, right? I'll go find him when I have time. This was indeed not a difficult task for him. After all, he was the guardian of the evil prison and had a good relationship with the warden. Protecting an insignificant prisoner. What difficulties are there? Lu Ying had no idea that Lin Bei was the person he had decided to follow, because the two of them hadn't introduced themselves to each other. After agreeing to the request, Lu Ying stepped into the Tianshan Lake Hotel and even went into the elevator. He knew. Cracks will definitely appear in the void afterward, so it's not suitable to appear in places with too many people. As for Si Lingxian and the others, they were still standing at the hotel entrance, discussing what had just happened. Their astonishing discovery. Many things that have happened in Tianshan City recently have gone far beyond the original plan. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was walking in the void. Because of the unique nature of the void, he easily found Lang. Click. A few seconds later, a void rift appeared in the elevator that was going up. Without wasting even a second, Lang stepped directly into it. The moment he entered the void, he saw Lin Bei. This time when I go back, is there something you need to do? A place like the prison of evil spirits is generally not frequented by jailers. Even if something terrible happens inside, the jailers outside won't know, so it doesn't matter whether you go back or not. Since they insist on going back now, there must be a reason. Lin Bei had no intention of hiding anything, and there was no need to hide such a thing anyway. Right. Let's go check out the prison of the evil god first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ying's voice rang out. I'll go with you. He had already decided to follow Lin Bei, so he naturally intended to get involved in this matter. And, for Lang, the prison of the evil god is also a place that is very worthwhile to visit. After all, what was locked inside was the pet of the ferocious god. Lin Bei simply nodded, showing no intention of refusing Lu Ying. Lu Ying is quite strong and can play a role. Subsequently, the two then moved swiftly through the void. A short while, Lin Bei and Lu Ying returned to Tianshan prison and headed directly towards the prison of evil spirits. The situation in the prison of evil spirits is quite normal. The orb of light continued to change color, the corpses swayed under the light, time continued to flow, and the empty remained seated, motionless. Everything was so harmonious. Click. It wasn't until a void rift appeared in the space that Kong and Wu suddenly came to their senses and subconsciously turned their heads to look at the location of the void rift. At this time, two familiar figures emerged from the void rift and appeared in their sight. The moment they saw Lin Bei, The two couldn't help but shiver, instinctively thinking of all the things Lin Bei had done. Defeat the corpses and skeletal monsters, summon multiple dragons, imprison them in the void, take the prison suppression monument, and create this magical orb of light. Every single one is incredible. Kong took a deep breath and looked at Wu Wen beside him. He's back. Should we go and look for him? The task we were given was to befriend him and try to get him to help us. What should we do? Although he was a little scared, he also wanted to complete the mission. In comparison, Wu Swan was more composed. He didn't act immediately, but instead asked the empty space. We definitely need to look for them, but not now. The two of them are back here now most likely because they have something to do. Going to them rashly could very well cause trouble. So the best approach is to wait until they have some free time before making a decision. He is not very smart. It can clearly analyze the current situation. Therefore, neither Kong nor Wu did anything. They simply waited for their opportunity to arrive. Whenever Lin Bei and Lu Ying had free time, they would go to the two of them and invite them to do something together that was full of both risks and opportunities. The reason Lin Bei returned to the prison of evil spirits was simply to check the situation, see if there were any changes, and whether there were any hidden dangers. Just in case. What if the warden suddenly goes mad and comes here? After all, the Tianshan prison lost its power to suppress talent in a short period of time yesterday. Although the warden of Tianshan prison is not currently in the prison. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Lin Bei did not leave immediately, but instead took out the double image mirror that he had photographed earlier that day. To prevent any unexpected situations, it's better to leave the double image visible. The next moment, he directly activated the power of the double image mirror, creating double images of himself and Lu Ying. The similarity is 100%, and they can move around freely. Without contact or conversation, there is absolutely no indication that anything is amiss. So, it can prevent unexpected situations from occurring. Only then did Lin Bei's voice ring out again. Set off. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the void rift. Lu Ying followed closely behind and also entered the void rift. The Tianshan prison wasn't very large to begin with, and the four prisons weren't far apart, so finding the prison of the evil god was a very simple matter. It took Lin Bei and Lu Ying less than a minute to get to the side of the prison of the evil god. Lu Ying pointed to the dark space ahead and lowered her voice to speak to Lin Bei. Front. It is the prison of the evil god. Unconsciously, a sense of tension arose in Lin Bei's heart. That's inevitable, because what we're about to do is no small matter. Walk. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued walking, approaching the prison of the evil god. Step. 2 steps. Step. 2 steps. Proceeding through the empty void. Soon, they entered the area of the prison of the evil god. Click. But as soon as they entered this place, the originally intact void began to crack on its own, with cracks appearing out of nowhere. A violent pulse surged in from outside the crack, and Lin Bei and Lu Ying were unable to stand firm in the void, forcibly drawn to the outside world by this pull. Seeing this, the two did not resist and cooperated to go outside. The moment they entered the prison of the evil god, a system notification suddenly sounded. Special mission successfully triggered. This task must be completed. Please move the ferocious beast ahead. Kill. Chapter 180 for the strongest trump card. Ferocious beast. Indeed, there was a ferocious beast in the prison of the evil god. Lin Bei wasn't particularly surprised by this, because when he learned what the prison of the ferocious god was, he was mentally prepared to face a ferocious beast. Have no idea. Which ferocious beast is it? Lin Bei was making guesses, deducing from what had happened before that there were only 4 possibilities for the ferocious beast that appeared here. It is nothing more than the 4 ferocious beasts, Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Hundun. No matter which one. Both are very dangerous. Meanwhile, the system's voice continued to ring out. Bite. Host, please be careful. Because what you're facing is dangerous. Therefore, we are not insisting that you complete the task this time. You can return and kill that unknown ferocious beast ahead once you've grown stronger. Even the system gave a warning, which shows how dangerous it is. This also made Lin Bei realize that the ferocious beast he was about to face would be incredibly powerful. And more importantly, the system insisted that he kill this ferocious beast. There might be some reason behind it. He didn't step forward directly, but stood quietly in place, looking at the dimness in front of him. His expression didn't become serious at all. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. They weren't worried about any danger at all. If we fail to complete this task, the progress of both tasks will be greatly delayed. And if I want to complete the 2 missions in the future, I will have to go back to Tianshan prison. It's really troublesome and will waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, then that's the only method we can use. Actually, Lin Bei is very confident that he can complete this task, because there's an unused, top-tier Dragon Clan trial card in the system space. After using the strongest period Dragon trial card, you can randomly summon a dragon that is at its strongest and in its best condition. Sending a dragon like this to fight a ferocious beast that isn't ridiculously strong would greatly increase its chances of winning. The reason why this ferocious beast is not particularly strong is because it was imprisoned in the prison of the ferocious god. If it's really ridiculously strong, how did they end up being locked up here? The person who can imprison him here is truly terrifying in strength. Looking at the extremely dark surroundings and feeling the violent attraction that existed everywhere, Lu Ying's brows furrowed slightly, and his heart was filled with worry. He instinctively felt fear, and all sorts of discomfort surged through him. The prison of the evil god. It's much more dangerous than the hell of evil. This is Luin's true feeling. The prison of the evil gods and the prison of the evil spirits. They don't seem to be on the same level. He had only ever heard of the prison of the evil god, but had never had the opportunity to enter it. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ying turned to Lin Bei beside her and asked in a very serious tone, "Shall we go in? You'd better think it over carefully. Just from the way the void was destroyed just now, we can tell that this place is very dangerous." That's absolutely right. Even special voids can be disrupted. This is not something that can be done casually. Anyone in that situation would understand what this means. He didn't try to persuade Lin Bei to leave. He just told Lin Bei to seriously consider it. Ultimately, whether or not to go in is up to Lin Bei to decide. As long as Lin Bei decides to go in, Lu Ying will go in with him. Although he was filled with worry, he also wanted to see what was inside. As for whether or not to go in, Lin Bei had already made his decision. "Of course we'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he activated his talent and summoned the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon. Sizzle! Sizzle! As blue lightning crackled, the darkness of the prison of the fiends dissipated somewhat. At least, there's no need to walk forward in the dark when lightning is present. Lang did something similar, summoning the angel Poxy as quickly as possible. Call! Call! As the pure white wings fluttered, dazzling white light burst forth, illuminating the dim space once again. Then, Lin Bei and Lu Ying took a step forward and embarked on the road to find the great calamity deep within. It was destined to be a dangerous trip. Roar! The moment they took their first step, a violent roar echoed from the depths of the prison of the ferocious god. The ferocious beasts inside. We are welcoming Lin Bei and Lu Ying. Despite this, the two continued walking forward. There's no turning back now. At the same time, Bai Zhou, carrying the spatial ring Lin Bei had given him, left the Tianshan Lake Hotel without attracting anyone's attention and began searching the streets. He had already examined the spatial ring and knew what was inside. Although he was mentally prepared, Bai Zhou was still shocked to see the life energy arranged in the space ring. There are at least 300 bottles, densely packed together. You should know. Those who participated in the auction almost fought tooth and nail to get a set of life essence. What if these 300 bottles of life essence were auctioned off in another city? So, the number of people participating in the Tianshan City auction will decrease by at least half. Let's go find Old Zhang first. Because he had attended many auctions, Shiratsu knew some of the people there. At this point, those people became his targets. With this in mind, Bai Zhou set off, muttering to himself as he walked. Let's set a small goal first. Earn 1 billion today. 1 billion is just the basic target. If things go well, you can earn even more money. That. Lin Bei is one step closer to obtaining the next dragon, similar to the Golden Dragon. Neither the Tianshan City Auction House nor Li Fugui could have imagined that their potential clients were disappearing without a trace. They also believed that by locking Lin Bei up, they could cut off the flow of life energy, thus allowing them to seize the market. But things are not like that at all. Inside the prison of the evil god, the 2 people, 1 dragon, and 1 angel are moving forward and have already covered several hundred meters. No unusual situations occurred along the way. Lin Bei didn't sense any malice from his surroundings, which made him think of something. Is there nothing else in the prison of the ferocious god besides that ferocious beast? Chapter 185, Facing the Great Calamity. The next moment, Lu Ying's voice rang out. That's exactly right. Unlike the evil prison, which is frequented by prisoners, the Fierce God prison does not allow any prisoners or guards to enter. In the entire Tianshan prison, only the warden can enter the prison of the Fierce God. His voice was serious. Even though he knew the danger was deep inside, he remained tense. Lin Bei nodded slightly, indicating that he had gained a clearer understanding of the prison of the Fiend God. At the same time, they also let down their guard against their surroundings. Since the danger in the prison of the Evil God is in the deepest part, we didn't pay attention to our surroundings. However, we increased our speed appropriately to save some trouble. So he said to Luing, "Speed up." No sooner had he finished speaking than the wind and thunder wings appeared behind Lin Bei. We're starting to move at full speed. It won't be long before we reach the deepest part. Immediately, Lin Bei is about to encounter a real ferocious beast. In fact, it wasn't just Bai Zhou who took action. Wang Yuling and Ren Ting, who were staying in Lin Bei's room, were also getting restless. Ren Ting stood by the window, looking at the crowds passing by outside, her eyes filled with longing. After being released from prison, she stayed in her hotel room and never went outside. But it's clear that Ren Ting wants to go outside. As Wang Yuling looked at Ren Ting outside, an opportunity suddenly came to mind. In her view, this was an opportunity that could help Lin Bei. "Ren Ting, let's go outside for a walk, stroll around the streets, and gather intelligence for Brother Bei at the same time. He is very interested in materials or equipment with special functions." In an instant, Ren Ting, who was looking down through the window, came to her senses and turned to look at Wang Yuling with great surprise. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. It turns out, they can actually go outside? But I'm a criminal. Going outside will attract the attention of those people. That would cause you trouble. As she spoke, Ren Ting's voice grew softer, revealing a sense of loss within it. In fact, her concerns are quite valid. If you encounter a prison guard who's just strolling around aimlessly, it could really cause you unnecessary trouble. Wang Yuling was well aware of this, but she had already devised a plan. "It's okay, I'll help you disguise yourself. There are so many people outside. As long as you don't reveal your identity, you won't get into trouble." She did this for two reasons. One reason is that I genuinely wanted to help Lin Bei. Having this kind of information can indeed help Lin Bei. Secondly, it was because I wanted to fulfill Ren Ting's wish. In a sense, helping Ren Ting is helping Lin Bei. Almost immediately, Ren Ting nodded vigorously, a surge of excitement welling up inside her. Good. Finding out information about auction items is not a difficult task. In particular, many people would not be wary of two seemingly harmless young girls. This makes it easier to extract more information. At the same time, Lin Bei and Lu Ying, moving at full speed, finally arrived at the depths of the prison of the Evil God. Although the environment ahead was still very dark, one could vaguely see a huge and strange figure in the gloom. At that moment, Lin Bei also sensed a strong malice. The malice was many times stronger than when they faced the mixed-race Taotai. It can even be said, there is absolutely no comparison between the two. Before this malice, the mixed-race glutton is utterly insignificant. Even with his immunity to evil, he still felt very uncomfortable. It's right ahead. The next moment, Lin Bei and Lu Ying stopped advancing in unison, both frowning as they stood still, staring at the huge figure in the darkness. This figure, that's really weird. It was much stranger than any of the magical beasts Lin Bei had ever seen before. However, because the environment was too dark and there was a certain distance between them, it was impossible to see clearly what it was. "Call." After subconsciously taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. "Let's do it. I want to light this place up." The moment the words fell, the six-winged wind and thunder dragon flapped its wings violently, driving the raging lightning to slash at the space in front of it. Z. Sizzle. The lightning bolts traveled at an extremely fast speed, reaching the deepest part of the prison of the ferocious god in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the depths of the prison of the ferocious god were illuminated by lightning, and the ferocious beast hidden in the darkness also appeared in the illuminated space. Its appearance. It looks like a huge sphere, and its entire body is a fiery red color. And it even has 4 huge wings growing on its back, 1/3 of which are black and 2/3 are white. Below its round body are 6 legs, which are feet, but no claws. In addition, this ferocious beast had no eyes, no ears, no nose, only a closed mouth, which made it look very eerie. Judging from its appearance alone, this ferocious beast does not seem to pose any threat. But this is just the surface. As one of the ferocious beasts, how could it possibly lack lethality? Besides, A rope about the thickness of a finger was wrapped around the 6 legs of this ferocious beast. With his attention highly focused, Lin Bei instinctively called out the name the moment he saw the ferocious beast. Chaos. That's right. The ferocious beast imprisoned in the prison of the ferocious god is Chaos, one of the 4 ferocious beasts. Compared to the 3 ferocious beasts Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Xiongqi, Chaos appears to be more strange and mysterious. This can be seen from its extremely unique appearance. Despite its appearance, Chaos is actually a bird, and a bird that can sing and dance. However, they cannot distinguish between good and evil, and wherever they go, the grass and trees wither. Lu Ying, who was standing to the side, also heard the word chaos and couldn't help but ask, "Do you recognize this monster?" Lin Bei didn't respond, but simply nodded casually. At that moment, he suddenly realized what was happening. Why does the perfectly intact void suddenly shatter when one enters the prison of the evil god? If it's chaos, then that makes sense. It's perfectly normal for the song emanating from Chaos's mouth to shatter space. After examining Chaos for a few seconds, Lin Bei's gaze shifted and quickly landed on the rope wrapped around Chaos. It's that rope? How could a rope only as thick as a finger trap Chaos? Unbelievable. As Lin Bei and Lu Ying watched Chaos began to struggle. Chapter 186, Yinglong's Dragon Tendons. Utter submission. The great battle begins. Thump, thump. The ferocious beast Chaos struggled with all its might, desperately trying to break free from the ropes binding it. But, no matter how much force it used, it couldn't make the rope change even slightly. The rope remained tightly wrapped around Chaos's 6 legs, as if it had always been part of it. One end of the rope was wrapped around Chaos's legs, while the other end was buried in the ground. It's clear that the Chaos has been bound to the ground. This prevents them from flapping their wings to fly into the air, and they can't even go very far, so they can only move within a fixed range. They are ferocious beasts that can only stay within a fixed area. I can't break free. This rope, it really is amazing. Without a doubt, the rope that can bind Chaos must be a very special rope. Illuminated by the lightning, Lin Bei carefully examined the rope while using his origin eye to analyze it. It took a full 5 seconds. Only the eye of origin was able to decipher what the rope was. Even when analyzing the scales of the Kunpeng in the past, it never took up to 5 seconds. Yinglong Dragon Tendon. It looks like a rope, but it is actually the tendon inside an Yinglong dragon. It is a dragon tendon that has been specially crafted and incorporated with many other materials. This dragon tendon possesses both toughness and flexibility, allowing it to be bent at will while remaining indestructible. Anything that is bound cannot break free by struggling. The only way to free it is by relying on external force to forcibly remove it. So, only the dragon tendons of Yinglong were able to bind Chaos, one of the 4 fiends, to this place. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised when he saw this message. He never imagined that the rope was actually a dragon tendon. And it's still the dragon tendon of Yinglong. Things have gone beyond what was initially expected. It was thought to be just a special rope. How could that be? That is, Yinglong's dragon tendons. Who is it? They've extracted that dragon tendon. The moment the words left his mouth, a very strange feeling welled up inside Lin Bei. Previously, he had obtained a hybrid egg of Yinglong and Chaos from the Shanghai organization. But at this moment, he saw a Chaos being bound and restrained by the tendons of the Yinglong. He always felt that there was something to it. There are many connections that are difficult to explain. To call it a coincidence seems a bit far-fetched. That guy, the ferocious god Venerable. What exactly are they plotting? A hybrid egg, bound by the tendons of the Yinglong dragon, possessing the bloodlines of both Chaos and Yinglong. No matter how hard Lin Bei thought about it, he couldn't understand it. Finally, he simply gave up trying to figure it out, since he couldn't understand it for the time being anyway. The most important thing right now is to obtain the dragon tendon and, incidentally, kill Chaos. Lu Ying, standing to the side, was also looking at the Chaos ahead with undisguised surprise in his eyes. Although he was once a holy seed of the altar of light, this is the first time he has seen the real 4 fiends. All I've seen before are products of mixed races. Is this one of the ferocious god's pets? It looks like. This is truly unsettling. Lang's words are also correct. The appearance of Chaos is indeed frightening, and it's normal for it to make people feel uneasy. Of all the magical beasts he had seen over the years, Chaos's terrifying appearance was among the top 5. Cull. After taking another deep breath, Luing slowly withdrew his gaze and then asked Lin Bei beside him. The rope you want is wrapped around this monster's leg. What do you plan to do now? Once that rope is removed, the monster will definitely regain its freedom. If that time really comes. The situation is not optimistic. His tone was solemn when he spoke, and what he said was true. Although chaos was bound and separated by a distance, the powerful sense of oppression emanating from chaos was undeniable. Lin Bei remained silent, deep in thought. However, the question he was pondering was not whether or not to remove the dragon tendon, but rather how to remove it. Should the dragon tendon be removed? This is a question that doesn't even need to be considered. Our ability to traverse the void has been suppressed, and chaos has its eyes on us. Whether you take it or not, you will face danger. So why not take it? He paused briefly at this point, then continued after a second. Rest assured, even if I take that rope away, chaos won't be able to keep going for long. Lin Bei's original purpose in coming to the prison of the ferocious god was simply to see what it was all about. But the current situation dictates that he cannot simply watch. After all, this chaos possesses the ability to destroy the void. Since this chaos can destroy the void once, it can destroy it a second and a third time. Leaving this place by traversing the void has clearly become an extremely difficult task. The only choice. It's about facing chaos. In an instant, Luing understood and realized her current situation. Good. Just tell me what you want to do. I will fully cooperate with you. Even knowing how dangerous the enemy they were facing was, he still decided to assist Lin Bei. I don't know why. Luing felt no worry whatsoever. His intuition told him, even if the dragon tendons of Yinglong were removed, giving chaos the ability to move freely, it would be an insignificant matter. The people around you will have a way to deal with everything. Having personally witnessed Lin Bei's actions, after purifying the pollution of the fallen god abyss, taking away the prison suppression steel, and leaving the heavenly mountain prison unchanged, Luing was quite clear about the situation. Although the person next to me is young and does many outrageous things, he has miraculously succeeded in the end. Even the most unbelievable things, I've done them all myself. If it were him, perhaps there really is a way to do it. It will allow us to take the rope away while also continuing to restrain this ferocious beast. He subconsciously assumed that Lin Bei intended to do that. The phrase, "it won't be able to bounce around for long," refers to the rebinding of chaos. After all, that's how it is in the prison of evil. I never imagined that Lin Bei would kill chaos. Lin Bei had not told Luing that he intended to kill chaos. Lin Bei nodded slightly and continued to look at Yinglong's tendons, his brows furrowing slightly. Obtaining Yinglong's tendons is no easy task. We are still some distance from chaos, so we can barely be considered safe. But to obtain Yinglong's tendons, you need to go to chaos's side, where the danger level will increase countless times in an instant. Should we get the Yinglong dragon tendon first, and then figure out a way to kill chaos? Should we kill chaos first, and then take Yinglong's dragon tendon? Just then, the system notification sounded. It is recommended that the host obtain the Yinglong dragon tendon first, and then find a way to kill chaos. Although defeating a chaos being unable to move freely is relatively easy, attacks launched by dragons at their strongest can easily destroy the tendons of the Yinglong. Because the dragon tendon binding chaos has not reached its strongest state. This dragon tendon is of great use to you. It can not only help you complete the tasks assigned by this system, but also serve as nourishment for that hybrid egg. And you have no idea which dragon will be summoned. Because of the system's words, Lin Bei made a final decision. First, obtain the Yinglong dragon tendon, and then use the strongest dragon race trial card. So here's the question. How can I get to chaos and obtain Yinglong's tendons? At that moment, chaos gave up struggling and stood quietly in place, its mouth-shaped side facing Lin Bei and Luing. The next moment, its lips actually curled up slightly, forming a strange smile. Because of the presence of lightning, Lin Bei and Luing could clearly see this, only the eerie smiles on their mouths. Immediately, goosebumps appeared uncontrollably on both of their bodies. This is a natural human reaction. Lin Bei and Luing instantly realized that their situation would not be the same as before, and danger was about to strike. Careful. Prepare for battle. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Bei also thought of the only way. Method. That means fighting with all your might. What they were facing now was no ordinary cat or dog, but the four extremely powerful chaos fiends. He could no longer afford to hold back his strength. This is the only way. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Luing and Angel Passia immediately assumed a fighting stance. The Angel Passia radiated white light, and thousands of feathers detached from its wings, hovering around it, each feather's sharp point pointing towards the chaos ahead. These thousands of feathers could burst forward at any moment. Luing also took out a pure white longsword from his spatial ring, with a row of golden circles engraved on the blade. Whoosh! He casually swung the sword, and the blade shimmered with a golden and silvery light. It is clearly an extraordinary item. At the same time, Lin Bei also fully unleashed his talent and opened all his exclusive spaces. The next moment, one by one, dragons appeared beside him. Blazing rock armor dragon, six-winged wind and thunder dragon, holy white dragon of light, void reincarnation dragon, devouring demon-slaying dragon, time emperor suppressing netherworld dragon. These 6 dragons, which had undergone initial synthesis and all reached the half-step king level, were appearing in the same area for the first time. If Lin Bei hadn't deliberately controlled their size, the prison of the ferocious god might not have been able to contain them. That's right. During this free time, the system has nurtured the Time Emperor Zhenming dragon to the level of a half-step king. Buzz, buzz. One after another, the roars of dragons resounded, filling the prison of the fierce god. Hearing the 6 completely different dragon roars, Luing and Angel Passia instinctively looked towards the direction from which the dragon roars were coming from. This look. One person and one angel saw the 6 dragons surrounding Lin Bei. 6 dragons. Each dragon is different in species and form, but both of them look very powerful. Moreover, just by looking at it, one can tell that this is definitely not an ordinary dragon. Luing was stunned, and Angel Passia was also stunned. The number of 6 dragons far exceeded their expectations. When they first learned that Lin Bei had 3 dragons, they already felt a strong sense of disbelief. Not to mention, the number has now doubled. Double. That's double the amount. Glug. Luing swallowed hard, his eyes and face filled with undisguised astonishment. Then, he turned to the Angel Passia beside him and said, I understand now. Why do you want to follow that dragon, and also persuade me to follow that person? Now it seems, you did the right thing. Previously, Luing followed Lin Bei, and although it was from the bottom of her heart, there was still a slight reluctance in her heart. But now, that slight reluctance vanished in an instant. He was completely, truly, and wholeheartedly determined to follow Lin Bei. Do not rush to other things. Just the fact that it's possible to tame 6 dragons makes it worth doing. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Bite. The host has successfully recruited a second subordinate and has spent some time with them. Furthermore, the system has determined that their loyalty is very high. Moreover, their strength far surpasses yours, successfully triggering the hidden reward. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a subordinate whose strength far surpasses your own. Their loyalty has met the required standard. A hidden reward is being sent to you. The sudden system notification startled him. How come someone suddenly submitted to me out of nowhere? And they are exceptionally loyal. That's strange. But this was an unexpected bonus. Although a lot happened, the time actually passed very quickly, lasting only a few seconds. Just then, the ferocious beast Chaos made a new move, and the corners of its mouth that had been twitching slowly returned to calm. But the calm lasted for less than a second before its enormous mouth opened wide. Roar! A chilling roar suddenly erupted, and a ring of black sonic waves surged forth from Chaos's mouth. The black sonic waves surged forward and expanded rapidly. Click! Click! Wherever the black sonic waves passed, a state of collapse would occur, with cracks appearing in the ground and on the surrounding walls. Even the previously intact space now shows visible cracks. Visible. How powerful are these black sound waves? They can even damage space itself. In an instant, Lin Bei's expression turned much more serious, and he gave an order to the 6 dragons beside him without hesitation. All the dragons except EE are going all out to deal with Chaos. Don't even think about killing it, just keep it occupied. Chapter 187 Battle Against Chaos. Bizarre Phenomena. Buzz. Buzz. Apart from the flame rock armored dragon, the other 5 dragons responded with low murmurs, firmly remembering their master's words. They are not stupid. They can understand the current situation and sense the strength of the enemy. They knew that even if the 5 brothers and sisters combined their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill the strangely looking monster in front of them. Just as Lin Bei said, it is indeed impossible to kill Chaos with just these 6 half-step king-level dragons. Because chaos, like dragons, is a very special existence. Moreover, its growth stage and power level are above those of the 6 dragons. The only weakness: he was bound by a mysterious dragon tendon, unable to move freely, which greatly reduced his actual combat power. Despite this, chaos remains powerful. The last and only way. That means using that Dragon Clan trial card at its strongest stage. However, it can only be used after obtaining the Yinglong Dragon Tendon. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the black sonic wave continued to advance, and its size was several times larger than before. The cracks on the ground and walls increased, as did the cracks in the space, all increasing with the changes caused by the black sound waves. In just a few seconds, the black sonic wave will strike. But the rate at which the cracks and fissures were increasing was not as fast as it had been at the beginning. It seemed to have slowed down somewhat. Lin Bei, who was highly focused, naturally noticed this scene quickly, and he instantly knew what was going on. It seems that this sonic impact also possesses the characteristics of sound. The farther away, the weaker the power. Sound travels very fast, and the black sound waves also travel very fast. However, while the speed of transmission is fast, the longer the distance it travels, the quieter the sound becomes. Obviously, the same applies to black sonic shocks. The distance they travel is directly proportional to the degree of weakening of their destructive power. Even if it has become weaker, its destructive power should not be underestimated. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei decisively gave the order. Action. The moment the words fell, the black sonic wave surged forward, leaving only a mere 5 meters between them. At the same time, the 5 dragons, already prepared for battle, along with the angel Physique beside them, all launched an attack on the black sonic wave. Whoosh. Whoosh. The angel's wings of destruction flapped violently, and the thousands of feathers that had been hovering around him instantly shot forward, each feather as sharp as an arrow, capable of easily piercing through steel and rock. Sizzle. Sizzle. Phew. Phew. The 6-winged wind and thunder dragon was also flapping its wings, and the power of lightning and gale seemed endless, all of which blasted towards the black sonic shockwave. The void reincarnation dragon twisted the void with all its might, attempting to sever and disperse the black sonic wave impact. A golden beam of light erupted from the halo of the holy white dragon of light, striking the target. The devouring demon dragon went to the front and swung its claws, which possessed the characteristics of the heaven-slaying demon spear, to slash at the black sonic wave impact. Furthermore, it opened its mouth wide, fully utilizing the gluttonous pull of the Tao Dai. The Time Emperor Jinming dragon was not to be outdone, unleashing its power of time without reservation. The next moment, arrow-like feathers, raging lightning and gales, golden beams of light, distorted void, sharp bone claws, terrifying attraction, and mysterious power of time, all came into contact with the black sonic shockwave. Boom. Instantly, a sound like thunder from the heavens shattered, as if the world was about to collapse. The entire prison of the fiend god was filled with this deafening sound. Not just the prison of the evil god. The sound could be heard even in the other prison blocks. After the previous prisoner riot, the guard's mental state was already somewhat off. Upon hearing this terrifying noise, they couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. What's going on? What's going to happen today? What bad luck. Strange things happen every year. But this year, there seemed to be more than usual. This year has really been turbulent. Don't just stand there. Go and investigate what's going on. Judging from the sound, something must have happened in the prison of the evil god. Meanwhile, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. The various mixed attacks completely disrupted the prison of the fiend god. Various attacks, including sound waves, lightning, gales, and feathers, are currently locked in a stalemate. The darkness in the prison of the fiend god completely dissipated, and everywhere there were exploding lightning and golden light, shattered and bent white feathers, and twisted void rifts. In some areas, the flow of time had slowed down to an extremely slow state. Click, click. The black sonic waves were riddled with cracks, and could eventually collapse completely. The stalemate did not last long, lasting only a little over 3 seconds at most. The moment the sound of the sonic waves shattered disappeared, the black sonic wave impact also vanished. At the same time, at least 2/3 of the feathers were destroyed, and the lightning and gale were no longer as strong as before, and could dissipate at any time. Broken cracks connecting to the void were everywhere in the space. The devouring demon dragon's claws had already lowered, and a large mass of black sonic shock fragments appeared in its belly. It only destroyed a black sonic wave. It took a great deal of effort, 5 dragons and 1 angel, to block a weakened black sonic wave. I dare not think. If you were to fight chaos at close range, what would happen if you faced a sonic bombardment at its strongest state? Hiss. Luing instinctively gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, wetting the hair growing near her hairline. As expected of the ferocious god's pet, his strength is indeed formidable. Even though they were bound there and starved for many years, they were still able to cause such horrific destruction. He knew before that the fiend god Venerable was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Even as a holy seed of the altar of light, I am powerless against a pet tamed by the fierce god Venerable. In fact, Luing knew very well that if it weren't for the other 5 dragons, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that sonic attack at all. Therefore, he understood even more how terrible his situation was. I hope he can create another miracle to obtain that rope while continuing to bind this chaos. Just then, Lin Bei's voice continued. Continue the attack. Don't just defend all the time. After speaking, he turned to look at the flame rock armor dragon and spoke again. All. Take me to the surface, and through the surface, approach chaos. Upon hearing these words, Yi realized her mission and immediately went to her master's side, activating her ability to control the earth and rocks, which she didn't usually use. The next moment, the man and the dragon seemed to merge with the land, quickly disappearing into the ground, while the ground remained unchanged without any disturbance. At the same time, knowing what their master was about to do, the 5 dragons once again unleashed their full power, unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at the deepest chaos within the prison of the ferocious god. Lightning accompanied by strong winds. The power of reincarnation is hidden in the distorted void. One after another, extremely thick and erratic golden beams of light moved forward. The power of time slowing down to its fullest extent, and the boundless devouring power erupting from the mouth of the devouring demon dragon. Luin quickly made the correct judgment. Destroy the evil. The moment his words fell, the 6-finger purge of evil suddenly shook, and all the feathers on it fell off, turning into streaks of white shooting stars that sped off into the distance. Immediately afterwards, the halo above Pacie's head shimmered with golden light, from which a cylindrical golden beam of light emerged and attacked forward. Boom. Boom. The various attacks advanced at an extremely fast speed, reaching chaos in just a few seconds. At this time, chaos was also highly focused. In the decades it had been imprisoned here, this was the first time it had seen any other people or beasts besides the warden of the Tianshan prison. This is also the first time in decades that I have fought against other beings. Sensing the attack coming from the front, the corners of its mouth curled up again, forming a mocking smile. You really disappoint me. I thought I could have some fun and kill some time when I was bored. But they're so weak, they're no match for us at all. But the power of those dragons seems to be somewhat special. Not only does it possess the power of that bastard Taotai, but also the power of the despicable Bai Zhe, and moreover, they even have the ability to manipulate time. Even the angel Physique can speak, so the 4 evil spirits, chaos, who are even stronger than him, naturally also possess the ability to speak. It looked down on the fighting power displayed by the 5 dragons and 1 angel in the slightest, because those attacks could not harm it at all. The only thing that chaos cared about was the types of power. Don't kill those dragons that possess special powers first. As for the rest, it seems like a good food option. Although chaos has no eyes or ears, it can use its powerful senses to judge the current situation, so it knows what it is fighting against. 1 second later, Chaos's raised lips returned to calm, and then he opened his mouth wide once more, gathering a similar amount of power as before. A second later, its voice rang out again. Shield. The moment the word death was uttered, the power that had been brewing in Chaos's mouth suddenly erupted. It was still a black sonic wave impact. But, this time, the sonic shock did not advance. Instead, it formed a square shield in place, completely blocking the chaos behind it. The next moment, all the attacks struck the sonic shield. Boom. Boom. Various attacks continued to explode, and the walls, the ground, and the surrounding space were once again severely damaged. It's not much better than ruins. There was even a small area of about 10 square meters where a huge gap had appeared, allowing the moonlight to shine in. Despite the gap appearing above its head, Chaos showed no reaction whatsoever, as if it had become accustomed to it. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was lurking underground with the flaming rock-armored dragon, had arrived at a location very close to chaos and was still moving forward at top speed. The more chaotic the scene, the faster he moves forward, and he will reach his destination soon. Destination. It is the location where the dragon tendon of Yinglong is inserted into the ground. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Only then did the attack gradually cease. The 5 dragons and 1 angel in the distance were all staring wide-eyed at what was ahead. But what they saw next was a sonic shield covered with various minor cracks. Although it is full of cracks, they are insignificant and will not be damaged by them. Obviously, the attack ended in failure. The combined attack failed to even break the chaos shield. Actually, this attack was incredibly powerful. It wouldn't be difficult for it to kill several king-level magical beasts in one go. But the target of the attack was none other than the ferocious beast Chaos. Moreover, it is the chaos of the ferocious god Venerable, whose strength far surpasses that of a king-level magical beast. It's normal that he can't be killed. Glug. Immediately, Luing couldn't help but gasp, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she was seeing. So strong. That's really strong. I'm afraid only someone of the caliber of the Holy Lord of the Bright Altar could defeat such a ferocious beast. We are no match for it at all. We can't even break through its defenses. He now fully understands. Defeating chaos now is simply impossible. At the same time, he became even more convinced that Lin Bei intended to use a different method to restrain chaos. But before Luing could say anything, the 5 dragons and the angel launched another attack, showing no intention of giving up despite the ineffectiveness of their attack. Chaos was somewhat surprised by this. Madness. But being bound to its spot, it could only defend itself. 5 seconds later, Lin Bei finally arrived at his destination and appeared next to Yinglong's tendons. He even reached out a hand and grasped Yinglong's tendons. Exactly. The dragon's attack was once again successfully thwarted, with only the surrounding environment suffering damage. Ground, walls, ceiling, space. The damage suffered was even more severe. Lin Bei did not directly pull out Yinglong's tendons, but instead first looked up. Above, a huge gap appeared, covering an area of at least 100 square meters, through which the moon and starlight in the sky could be seen. There were also various smaller gaps next to the large gap, and the damage was quite appalling. This, the prison of the evil god. It's going to be destroyed. But just as he uttered those words, something strange happened. Damaged walls, floors, and ceilings. Even the collapsed space around them began to repair itself. The gaps in the ceiling disappeared rapidly, both large and small, at an alarming pace. The same applies to the ground, walls, and space. There were no signs of damage. I was busy moving things all day yesterday, so I didn't have the energy to update. Hope you understand, haha. Chapter 188 Dragon Tendon Acquired. The third chain mission. 4,000 words, no less. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly. His eyes quickly filled with surprise and shock. This situation was completely unexpected. How so? The prison of the evil god can actually repair itself. This prison. What is it made of? Before, Lin Bei thought that the prison of the evil god was constructed like an ordinary prison, at most just containing a chaos. But now, he suddenly realized just how special the prison of the evil god truly was. The fact that the walls, floors, ceilings, and surrounding space can automatically repair themselves is remarkable enough to make it seem like some kind of monster with super healing abilities. You need to know, even if living beings like humans and magical beasts are seriously injured, it takes a long time for them to fully heal. Not to mention, it's something like walls and the ground, things without life. But that's normal. This is the prison of the fierce god. How could it not be special? That's true. If the prison of the fiend god weren't so special, the fiend god Venerable would probably have sent someone to rescue Chaos long ago. The fact that Chaos has been imprisoned here for so many years must be related to this. Despite his curiosity, Lin Bei didn't dwell on the matter. Given the current emergency, it's clearly not appropriate to think about this issue, mysterious as it may be. But the most important thing right now is to get the Yinglong tendon that we have in our hands. The next moment, Lin Bei suddenly exerted force with his arm, trying to pull out Yinglong's tendons. But, however, the dragon tendons of Yinglong remained unchanged. It didn't move up even by a fraction of a millimeter, as if it were rooted in the soil. System? What's going on? Why can't I pull it out? The information I saw with the Eye of Origin clearly stated that the tendons of the Yinglong could be pulled out by external force, but the current situation is obviously not like that. Soon, the system notification sounded. The information displayed by the Eye of Origin is correct. The Yinglong dragon tendon can indeed be forcibly disintegrated through external force. However, this external force refers to the power of the dragon and the power of the dragon race's affinity talent. Not everyone is qualified to have their dragon tendons pulled. A dragon can pull out the tendons of an Yinglong, and a person who has activated their dragon affinity talent can also pull out the tendons of an Yinglong. When the host tried to pull out the Yinglong's tendons, he simply used force, which is why he couldn't remove them completely. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded slightly, understanding why he had failed. He gained a deeper understanding of the dragon's tendons. I see. Walls, floors, and spaces that can heal, as well as the dragon tendons that can only be pulled out under special conditions. It is indeed a very difficult task for the mountain and sea organization to take chaos away. Meanwhile, Tao Tai, who was already used to the wall's healing, also noticed Lin Bei, who was trying to pull out Yinglong's tendons. It was immediately taken aback, somewhat confused by Lin Bei's actions. Knowing full well they were no match for him, how dare they do such a thing? Are you looking for death? What a foolish human being. At a time like this, he's still staring at that dragon tendon. Then I'll kill you first. But after saying those words, Chaos suddenly remembered something. Humans before my eyes. It seems to be the opportunity I've been waiting for. The dragon race's affinity with dragons perfectly matches the conditions for removing Yinglong's dragon tendons. In an instant, the murderous intent within it vanished, replaced by intense joy. This human's talent is the dragon affinity talent. He really can pull out this dragon tendon. Once this dragon tendon is pulled out, I will regain my freedom and no longer have to stay in this wretched place. At this moment, Chaos no longer had any intention of stopping Lin Bei. On the contrary, it was somewhat impatient. We eagerly await Lin Bei pulling out Yinglong's tendons. Lin Bei, who was currently fully utilizing his talent, had no idea what Chaos was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't think much of it. What if Chaos were to be freed? I had already prepared the corresponding countermeasures. The chaotic free time is destined to be very short. About 2 seconds later, Lin Bei mobilized his talent to its fullest extent, and without hesitation, he exerted force again, pulling hard on the Yinglong tendon that was stuck in the ground. This time it went very smoothly. He successfully pulled out several tens of centimeters of Yinglong's tendons. At the same time, Chaos, which was bound by Yinglong's tendons, clearly felt that the restraints it was under had loosened and it had regained some freedom of movement. Its wings, which grew on its own body, flapped with excitement. Go, humanity! If you release me, I can mercifully take you as my servant. Lin Bei continued to pull with all his might, and soon he had pulled out a full meter of Yinglong's tendon. But the system notification tone still hadn't sounded, which proved that he hadn't yet obtained the complete Yinglong tendon. So we can only keep pulling. As the force used increased, the pulled-out dragon tendon grew longer and longer, soon reaching a full 5 meters. Nevertheless, the system's notification tone did not sound, indicating that the length of Yinglong's tendons was more than 5 meters. Call! Call! In the end, Lin Bei even flapped his wind and thunder wings and went into the air. The dragon tendon of the Yinglong that had been pulled out in his hand was actually 20 meters long. Moreover, the length is constantly changing. 25 meters. 30 meters. 35 meters. The system notification sounded again only after the length reached 50 meters. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the special mission. You have successfully obtained 4 secret treasures in the Tianshan prison. The prison suppressing steel, the Yinglong dragon tendon, the 10,000 bones movement, and the Styx spirit breath. This task has been completed perfectly. The corresponding rewards have been sent to your system space. You may open them at any time. Finally, Lin Bei finally completed the task. His initial decision to come to Tianshan prison was to complete this task assigned by the system. But Lin Bei hadn't expected this. It was just a small prison in Tianshan, yet it concealed so many secrets. Not only are people associated with the 9-headed dragon imprisoned, but also corrupted angels and chaos. This trip to Tianshan prison. But it wasn't a wasted trip. But before he could check what the reward was, or even open the system space, the system notification sounded again. Bite. Congratulations, host, for triggering another chain of quests. Now that you have witnessed the prison of the evil god healing itself, you know that this must be a very special place. Therefore, please investigate how this happened. You will receive corresponding rewards when you complete a certain stage of the chain of quests. Hearing this series of notification sounds, Lin Bei, who was holding the Yinglong dragon tendon, was also a little stunned and quite surprised. He instinctively began to mutter to himself. A third consecutive mission. Could it be that the walls of this Tianshan prison? Is it also related to some kind of mythical beast or ferocious beast? Before this, Lin Bei already had 2 consecutive missions. The first series of quests is related to the 4 divine beasts beneath Nanshan City. The second series of tasks is related to the Kunping. Based on this situation, the third chain of tasks. And it's probably mostly related to this. Thinking of this, he looked around, his face, eyes, heart, and mind filled with doubt. After all, what exactly happened? Why is each of the series of missions related to this special entity? There are clearly many secrets involved. No matter what Lin Bei thought about it, this was not a problem that could be solved in a short time. The system seemed to know what Lin Bei was thinking, and the notification sounded again. Actually, the host doesn't need to think too much about it now. You'll understand everything in the end. You will understand the significance of these tasks, and you will also understand why they need to be done. And you'll also learn about my background. Host, rest assured, this system will never harm you. Because you are my master. The next moment, Lin Bei fell silent. A strong intuition told him that the system wouldn't harm him. Therefore, Lin Bei did not ask anything further, but instead looked down. Immediately afterwards, what came into his view was none other than chaos, which had regained its freedom of movement. At this moment, chaos stood motionless on the ground, clearly in a dazed and disoriented state. This is actually quite normal. After all, it had been bound by the dragon tendons of the Yinglong for too long, and for decades it could only stay in a fixed area, and its bodily functions had deteriorated to a certain extent. Now that they have suddenly regained their freedom, they naturally feel a bit out of sorts. However, this situation is only temporary. The chaos will return to normal in just a short while. At the same time, Lu Ying, who was under immense pressure, also witnessed this scene. In an instant, his mental state became even more tense, his heart filled with tension in milliseconds, and he even subconsciously muttered to himself. Quickly, act now. Quickly use your own methods to control this monster. We absolutely cannot afford to waste any time. But Lin Bei made no move to harm chaos, and instead returned to Yi's side, having Yi quickly lead him away from chaos. Lu Ying was suddenly stunned. The reality was quite different from what he had imagined. Lu Ying had always believed that Lin Bei had an alternative plan, which was why he targeted the rope. Because that's how it was with the prison suppression monument before. That's why he supports Lin Bei. Otherwise, why provoke an enemy you can't afford to offend? Are you crazy? What are you doing? How did he come back? Aren't you going to try and control that monster? At this moment, Lu Ying's thoughts were quite complicated, and even he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Bei's departure went very smoothly, and chaos did not try to stop him at all. In chaos's view, Lin Bei, with his weak strength, had no chance of escaping it. But we've regained our freedom. There's no need to stay put when facing those attacks. A short while later, Lin Bei returned to Lu Ying's side and gave the 6 dragons an order. Cease all attacks. Get behind me and stand there. Faced with the unbound chaos, the 6 dragons' attack will be less effective. The next moment, without hesitation, the 6 dragons sprang into action, lining up neatly behind him. Seeing this, Lu Ying was even more puzzled and couldn't understand what Lin Bei was trying to do. Suppressing his unease, he took a deep breath and asked, "How do we control that monster?" "You'd better hurry. Once it adapts to the current situation, controlling it will become much more difficult." The moment Lu Ying finished speaking, Lin Bei's questioning voice rang out. "Control it? Why do we need to control it? I never intended to control it." Indeed, he did not intend to control chaos, nor did he know how to control it. Because the real purpose, it is to kill chaos. This chaos belongs to the fiend, God Venerable. It has followed the fiend God Venerable for many years and has accumulated countless sins. So there's absolutely no need to keep it. You're not going to control it. So what should we do? Leave? But it can shatter the void, so we can't leave at all. Panic. When Lu Ying heard that Lin Bei didn't intend to control the chaos, she really panicked. We can't win in a fight, and we can't leave either. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. But just then, Lin Bei continued. Since we can't live without it, and we can't control it either, then let's kill it. Hearing these seemingly unbelievable words, Lu Ying was at a loss for words, and simply stood there questioning the meaning of life. And at that very moment, chaos had perfect control over its body and was walking forward on its 6 legs. As it walked, it kept saying, I actually regained my freedom in this way. I thought my master would come to rescue me, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Anyway, I still have to thank you. At this point, the chaotic voice stopped, but continued walking. The enormous and bizarre body rapidly approached, and the distance between it and Lin Bei was decreasing rapidly. Its voice continued only when the distance was reduced to half. To thank you for your help. Therefore, I have decided to spare your life and allow you to become my servant, responsible for serving me tea and water from now on. As for the others and the dragon, become my food. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Luing gasped sharply, her scalp tingling. He could sense the killing intent in Chaos's words. All that remained in my heart was panic. Lin Bei frowned deeply, clearly displeased with what Chaos had said. Without the slightest hesitation, he responded directly. It's just a dying beast, yet it dares to utter such arrogant words. Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei opened the system space. A chapter of 4,000 words, not short at all. Chapter 189, A Microcosm of the Universe. The Strongest Dragon. Lin Bei opened the system space at this moment to take out the strongest stage dragon race experience card, and to check what the reward he had just obtained was. Although there are many items in the system space, finding something is very simple. All you need to do is think about it. Without even spending a second, the strongest dragon race experience card appeared in his hand. However, Lin Bei did not shut down the system space because of this, but instead looked at a newly appeared gift pack stored in the space. Another gift pack? Is this the reward I just received? If there's a chance later, let's open it. He couldn't help but imagine what would be in the gift package. Since it's so difficult to obtain this gift pack, the contents shouldn't be too bad, right? Meanwhile, Luing, who had heard both Hun Dun's words and Lin Bei's words, stood rooted to the spot as if possessed, his face displaying a complex mix of emotions, fear, astonishment, and shock. Because he was genuinely terrified. The person beside him seemed to genuinely intend to kill Chaos. It turns out, they actually said that Chaos was just a dying beast. This. Are you serious? How could such a thing be possible? It's obvious that the difference in strength between the two sides is terrifyingly large. Phew. Luing was panting heavily. Her lips and throat were very dry, as if they had been roasted by fire for a long time, so it became difficult for her to say anything. All I could do was stand there motionless, praying that I would survive. He didn't think highly of Lin Bei and instinctively believed that Lin Bei couldn't kill Chaos. After all, what just happened proves this fact. The combined attack of 5 dragons and 1 angel couldn't even break through Chaos's defenses. Knowing this situation, attempting to kill with Chaos is no different from throwing an egg against a rock. This is absolutely hilarious. You actually thought about killing me. Chaos, on the other hand, laughed, his mouth open and curved, a very eerie smile. Because of this incident, the decision it had just made has also undergone some changes. Since you're asking for death, then I'll grant your wish. They'll become my food too. Chaos doesn't want an arrogant and nonsensical servant. That will only cause you trouble. The moment the words fell, Chaos accelerated its advance. Its 4 wings began to flap, and powerful sound waves emanated from its wide-open mouth once again. It can destroy everything in front of it whenever it wants. Thump, thump. As its massive body moved, the entire prison of the ferocious god trembled, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. Prison of the evil god. This place looks just like purgatory. In an instant, Luing realized what was happening and instinctively took a step back. It wasn't just him. Even the angel who broke through evil did the same, instinctively taking a step back. Their intuition told them clearly that they were no match for Chaos. After taking a step back, Angel Physique looked at Lin Bei. Even he didn't understand the current situation. Facing such an extremely powerful and ferocious enemy. How exactly can I kill it? Can it really kill him? Our attack just now didn't even touch the monster. Although Angel Physique had become the most loyal follower of the Holy White Dragon of Light, he still couldn't help but have doubts about it. After all, that's really unlikely to happen. Only the 6 dragons behind Lin Bei remained calm. They watched the rapidly approaching Chaos, not even bothering to retreat a single step. It was as if what was rushing towards him was not Chaos, but a rather large prey. There is absolutely no need to hide or worry. Just then, Lin Bei shut down the system space and coldly looked at the Chaos ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the strongest stage dragon race trial card in his hand and used it immediately. Come out. The next second after the sound rang out, the strongest stage Dragon Clan trial card instantly transformed into a cluster of 7-colored light, automatically floating in midair. Soon, the 7-colored light surged violently, seeping into the space bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, large swathes of space were already rendered in 7 colors, and a powerful aura emanated from them. An aura so powerful it's unimaginable, beyond words. The strongest chaos in the prison of fiends was as insignificant as a speck of dust when faced with this vast aura, which was as vast as the sea of stars. It had no presence at all. Immediately, chaos subconsciously stopped moving forward, remaining motionless in place, fully alert to danger. Deep within its heart and soul, a sense of fear arose. Even though there was only a group of prey in front of it, it was as if an inviolable war god was present. What's going on? Why do I feel fear? No, this shouldn't be happening. Those guys are clearly so weak. Chaos tried to convince itself, but to no avail. Even though it wanted to move forward, its body remained stuck in place. At the same time, the space that had been rendered in 7 colors suddenly turned into black, a pure black like ink. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, round spheres appeared, dotting the black space. The spheres come in various colors and sizes. Some rotate alone, some are surrounded by several smaller spheres, and some are surrounded by a ring. In addition, the structure of a sphere is also different. Some are composed of gases, some of land and sea, and some of flames. It's simply amazing. Lin Bei looked up at everything in the space and instantly understood. This is universe. Those spheres are planets and stars. That's right. At this moment, the prison of evil gods is like the universe. More precisely, it is a microcosm of the universe. He was very surprised. He was just summoning a dragon, and suddenly a universe appeared? At that very moment, a black hole appeared in the miniature universe. A massive figure flapped its wings and slowly flew out of the black hole. Call. Call. For a moment, the only sound in the prison of the evil god was the flapping of its wings. Chapter 190. Stronger than imagined. Incredibly strong. Whether it was Lin Bei and the 6 dragons, Lu Ying and Angel Pasia, or even Chaos, they were all subconsciously looking at the starry sky above their heads. They weren't just looking at the starry sky, but also at the dragon that flapped its wings and flew out of the black hole. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 full seconds passed before the dragon finally emerged from the black hole and appeared in the miniature universe. Its body is somewhat transparent, and its overall color is light blue, with countless stars shimmering on its surface. Inside its transparent body, nebulae swirl, along with various interconnected constellations, and even black holes and white holes. The most special thing about it is its pair of wings. It turned out to be 2 round wings burning with flames, like 2 giant suns. This dragon, it is clearly the embodiment of the universe. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a dragon's roar resounded. It doesn't sound loud, but it's extremely terrifying. Thump, thump, thump. The planets floating in the miniature universe suddenly exploded one by one, turning into countless fragments that continued to float in the miniature universe. But soon, then planets and stars appeared one after another, continuing to float in the miniature universe. Thump, thump, thump. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Chaos took 3 steps back, his steps becoming much more frantic than before. The 4 wings on his back drooped down, clinging tightly to his body. The mouth that was originally open closed, and the power within it dissipated as well. It's clearly scared. Having lived for so long and experienced so much chaos, I have never felt such fear as I do now. Even when it was controlled by the warden of Tianshan prison using Yinglong's tendons, it did not feel such fear. When he was arrested, Chaos knew he wouldn't die. He would just be imprisoned for a period of time and lose his freedom of movement. Although it was very unpleasant, I was able to continue living. But now, Chaos, however, felt that he was about to be killed. Being killed and being imprisoned are 2 completely different things. There's absolutely no comparison. At this moment, only one thought remained in its mind. Run. This is the only option. If you don't run, you'll definitely die. If you run, you might have a chance to survive. Let's give it our all. Even if we get seriously injured, even if we have to pay a heavy price, we have to get out of this dangerous place. Previously, Chaos was bound by Yinglong's tendons and could not leave the prison of the ferocious god. Now, as long as it is willing to pay an irreparable price to fight to the death, there is still a chance that it can forcibly leave the prison of the evil god. The moment he made this decision, Chaos turned around and started running on the ground at top speed. All 6 legs moved at the same time, so fast that afterimages appeared. Lu Ying and Angel Physique were dumbfounded as they watched Chaos flee in a disheveled state. A moment ago, they were still considering how to survive in the face of such a powerful enemy. The next moment, before Lu Ying and Physique could figure out how to save their lives, the terrifyingly powerful Chaos began to flee. How could they not be dumbfounded? The situation changed too quickly, and the magnitude of the change was too great. This left the angel with no time to react, leaving him standing there blankly staring ahead. It wasn't until Chaos had run more than 100 meters away that Lu Ying finally came to her senses. Huh, that guy? They actually ran away? He never imagined that he would witness such a thing one day. One of the pets of the mighty fierce god is running away like a stray dog. This world, that's fucking amazing. Angel Physique's expression was also quite complex, with a strange surprise flashing in his eyes, and he instinctively exclaimed, "This scene is like a weak demon encountering God, who can only run away at all costs in order to avoid being purified." After saying this, he turned to look at the dragon and spoke again. Just how powerful is it? That's why the monster fled in panic. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Bite. Successfully used the strongest period dragon trial card. The dragon you summoned is the Starflame Dragon. This dragon was born in the universe after gathering the power of the stars. It is one of many types of star dragons. The power they possess is the power of the stars and the power of the sun. Starflame Dragon. Just by hearing its name, you know it's incredibly powerful. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei regained his composure and then looked straight ahead. Nature saw the Chaos fleeing. Starflame Dragon, kill it. His purpose in using this card was to deal with Chaos, so he would not hesitate. The next moment, the Starflame Dragon, which had been waiting motionless, finally took a new action. It stared intently at the Chaos, its dragon eyes gleaming with starlight, as if filled with a sea of stars. Yes, sir. As a response rang out, the Starflame Dragon slowly raised one of its claws and casually waved it forward. Immediately afterwards, countless starlight twinkled and coalesced into a sharp dragon scale. Boom. Dragon scales shot out forward. 1 second later, the distance between the dragon scales and the Chaos was halved. A second later, dragon scale arrived at Chaos's side. By the time the 3rd second had passed, the dragon scales had already pierced through the Chaos's body. Thump. Chaos collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as it struggled to endure the intense pain, letting out a series of mournful screams. At this moment, the Starflame Dragon moved again, casually flapping its wings. In an instant, a huge black hole appeared in front of it. Not only that, another black hole appeared above Chaos. Call. The Starflame Dragon continued to flap its wings and flew into the black hole. The next second, it emerged from the black hole above Chaos's head and stepped directly onto Chaos's body. The chaotic mess that had been churning suddenly became immobile. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't budge an inch. Subsequently, the Starflame Dragon raised its claws and casually slammed them down towards Chaos. It was only dealing with a weak, ferocious beast, so it was too lazy to use its full strength. Boom. Boom. Starlight exploded again and again, bombarding the Chaos. The sound that followed. It was a series of agonizing screams from Chaos. Lin Bei was shocked to see this. The Starflame Dragon at its peak was far more powerful than he had imagined. Chaos is actually this weak in front of the Starflame Dragon. It seems. This world is far more terrifying than I imagined. Currently, the most intense danger Lin Bei encounters is the Chaos in front of him. However, this Chaos was completely crushed by the Starflame Dragon. The difference between them was not small, but like heaven and earth. Therefore, he can deduce that. I've only scratched the surface of this world. Chapter 191 2 Methods, The Day of Reunion. Seeing Chaos pinned down by the Starflame Dragon and unable to move an inch, Lu Ying was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, her jaw almost falling to the ground, and her head was buzzing like a drum being pounded. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. This can't be right. Chaos was completely powerless to fight back. Is this still the same Chaos we faced before? He couldn't help but wonder if the Chaos had been replaced by another newly born Chaos. It was so powerful just a moment ago, so powerful that it was practically invincible, and the others couldn't even break through its defenses. Coco is now being trampled on the ground and bullied at will by a dragon, just like a little kid being pinned down by a world boxing champion. Some of them are illogical. Although Lang knew all of this was true, she didn't know how to accept it. Although what happened before was quite outrageous, he could still barely accept it. But what I'm seeing now is beyond outrageous. A powerful chaos was beaten so badly that it couldn't fight back. The chaos, which even 5 dragons couldn't attack despite their best efforts, was pierced through by a single, casual swipe of its claw. Shocking. The only word to describe it is stunning. Luing couldn't even imagine how strong the Starflame dragon really was. He only dared to conclude. With the help of this dragon, Lin Bei can easily wipe out Tianshan City. But then, Luin realized a problem. Something's not right. If this dragon is his pet, then his cultivation level shouldn't be this low. Could it be that? Was this a dragon summoned using some special method? Unbeknownst to him, he was getting closer to the truth. Actually, it's easy to make that connection. Given Lin Bei's current strength and age, it's simply impossible for him to tame such a powerful dragon. Angel Pixie shared the same thought, and lowered its voice to say to Luing, "That's most likely the case. This dragon's power is so terrifying that I don't even dare to approach it. Facing it is truly like facing the universe, and I am as insignificant as a speck of dust." At this time, the Starflame dragon continued to beat chaos, raising its claws again and again before bringing them down once more. However, each of its attacks was a purely normal attack, without using any other special powers. It seemed as if they were afraid of accidentally killing chaos and losing this rare pleasure. While beating up chaos, Starflame dragon kept muttering, "Why do you look so strange?" Not only does he look strange, but he's also incredibly arrogant. It looks even stranger than those monsters in the universe. Still clamoring to kill the master who summoned me? How can he be so arrogant? Although I can only exist for a minute, he is still my closest master. Obviously, it is fully aware of its fate and has a complete memory of it. Lin Bei could also hear what the Starflame dragon said, and immediately asked the system, "Where will it go in 1 minute?" Soon, the system notification sounded. There are 2 possible scenarios, depending on the host's choice. The first scenario is complete disappearance, with no possibility of a second appearance. Even if the host summons a Starflame dragon again in the future, it will be a different Starflame dragon, not the same one. The second scenario is waiting for a true rebirth. The host can forcibly extract the Starflame dragon's soul essence by spending a certain amount of points and store it in the system space. When you obtain a blank dragon egg or a dragon egg that you can specify, you can inject the soul essence of the Starflame dragon into the egg. A dragon egg infused with the soul essence of a Starflame dragon will possess the memories and personality of that Starflame dragon. It can be seen as its rebirth. In addition, what this Starflame dragon said wasn't nonsense. It possessed memories consistent with its identity and strength. All memories are real. The system's words stunned Lin Bei, as they contained a wealth of information far exceeding his expectations. It not only has methods for dealing with Starflame dragons, but also a much larger world. It turns out, this world is not lonely. However, he didn't think much about these things. Because Lin Bei was very clear. Those things are too far removed from my own life. To reach that level, I still have a very long way to go. This road, it's going to be really difficult. Upon hearing the 2 methods mentioned by the system, he had already made a decision in his heart, deciding how to deal with the Starflame dragon. The next moment, Lin Bei strode towards the Starflame dragon and shouted loudly, "Let me through." The moment he finished speaking, a black hole appeared directly in front of him. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei walked directly into the black hole. 1 second later, he emerged from another black hole and stood right on the back of the Starflame dragon. Stepping on the back of the Starflame dragon felt like stepping on a starry sky. The sensation was so ethereal and unreal. Thump. At this moment, Starflame dragon was still beating the immobile chaos, as if venting its inner resentment. It knew better than anyone that it only had 1 minute left to live. In response, how could I accept that willingly? Just then, Lin Bei walked up to the Starflame dragon's head, sat directly on its head, looked down at the transparent, shimmering starlight on its head, and chuckled as he spoke. "Don't worry. It will appear in this world again. I promise." Despite the extremely short time he spent with the Starflame dragon, he had already decided to do it. Since the Starflame dragon clearly wanted to stay in this world, Lin Bei, as its master, would naturally grant its wish. Besides that, there's another reason. The second reason is that even if the Starflame Dragon is rehatched, it will still possess the cognition and memories it currently has. This cognition and memory, it's obviously very important. Not only is it vast in content, but it is also shrouded in mystery. Buzz. The Starflame Dragon abruptly stopped its attack, raised its head slightly, and let out a long roar. The dragon's roar was filled with intense excitement. Thank you, Master. Excited. It's really exciting. I originally thought my existence was just a flash in the pan, but now it seems that's not the case. Oh, there is a real chance that it can exist. Starflame Dragon was so excited that it couldn't help but swing its claws forcefully, slapping Chaos's leg. Click. Chaos's leg snapped instantly. Chapter 192, Unlock the Gift Pack. Super generous rewards. Although several of Chaos's legs were broken by Starflame Dragon's claw, it didn't even let out a scream. The pain it endured was so intense that it had become numb, leaving it with no strength to howl or wail. Chaos is now merely praying silently in its heart to the god it despises most, praying that it can survive this calamity and barely manage to live on. The fact that Chaos could do something like this shows just how terrified it is. Lin Bei was not surprised by the Starflame Dragon's excited reaction. This is normal. No human or animal wants to lose their life. He reached out and gently stroked the Starflame Dragon's enormous, star-studded head, while calmly issuing his command. Let's get started. Kill the guy beneath you first, but don't let it turn to ash. I still have a great use for him. The reason Lin Bei specifically pointed this out was because of the Starflame Dragon's two unique flame wings. He was terrified just looking at those round wings formed from flames. And that is indeed the case. If this Starfire Dragon wanted to, it could easily incinerate a planet. Starflame Dragon nodded vigorously, then flapped its wings and left Chaos, landing on the ground not far away. Don't worry. We'll definitely leave him with a whole corpse. It has many ways to kill Chaos, whether it wants a whole corpse or not a trace. Subsequently, Lin Bei then withdrew his attention, not glancing at Chaos again, and directly communicated with the system in his mind. System, let's open the gift pack we just received. Now that things are settled, he can take the opportunity to do other things as well. Opening the gift pack you just received is a good option. If luck is exceptionally good, maybe we can get the 2 types of eggs the system mentioned. Once you obtain those 2 types of eggs, you can directly give the Starflame Dragon a real life. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Bite. Gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received a common reward. 50 tier, 3 Beast Spirit Pills. Congratulations, host, you have received a basic reward. 8 million in starting capital. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly draw a dragon. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to randomly draw a dragon. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to draw a random talent. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. 1 chance to draw a random talent. All rewards have been distributed and are available for the host to use at any time. The gift pack contains 6 rewards, 2 regular rewards, and 4 special rewards. When Lin Bei learned what the 6 rewards in the gift pack were, he was completely dumbfounded. Even though I've opened many gift packs before, none of them have given me the same reward as this one. His eyes widened involuntarily, and a look of astonishment crossed his previously calm face. This special reward. That's interesting. The regular rewards are nothing special. They're just some unimportant supplies and money. However, special rewards. That would be quite special. 2 chances to randomly draw talents, and 2 chances to randomly draw dragons. This could be considered a pleasant surprise, right? Among the many rewards that can be obtained by opening gift packs, the 2 rewards that Lin Bei wants the most are the chance to draw a random dragon and the chance to draw a random talent. For him, talent and dragons are the real necessities. Although I didn't get the 2 types of eggs the system mentioned, they're definitely not bad. At this moment, Lin Bei could no longer suppress the urge to extract. System, give me 4 consecutive draws. It's better to draw all at once than to draw 1 at a time, since luck is always an unknown factor, whether you draw all at once or 1 at a time. Almost immediately, the system notification sounded. Bite. Random dragon selection in progress. Random dragon selection in progress. Random talent selection in progress. Random talent selection in progress. Draw successful. The rewards you will receive through these 4 draws are as follows. Star Dragon Hatchling. Steel Dragon Baby. The Mermaid's Natural Affinity. a divine bird's affinity talent. The two baby dragons have been automatically placed into the system space. Their two talents are about to fuse with the host. Without a doubt, the quality of this four-pull was exceptionally high. Each one was extremely valuable. Even Lin Bei was stunned. Star Dragon, Steel Dragon, Mermaid Affinity Talent, Divine Bird Affinity Talent. My luck today. They've gotten this good. He almost thought he was dreaming. At that moment, two strange forces appeared in Lin Bei's body at the same time, circulating within him at the same speed. About a few seconds, these two forces then merged into Lin Bei's body, and he gained two new talents, naturally understanding what these two talents were. Mermaids have a natural affinity for each other and can be tamed. There are two types of mermaids. There are two types. First, mermaids with human-like upper bodies, and second, mermaids with rather strange appearances, generally quite frightening. The divine bird affinity talent means one can tame a divine bird. Divine bird. This is no ordinary bird. The birds that Baizhou previously possessed were not within the scope of divine birds. The number of birds within the divine birds range is actually very, very small. Lin Bei knew. Only the phoenix, the azure swan, and the golden crow are allowed. Call. Letting out a long breath, Lin Bei adapted to the two new talents within his body, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. If there is an opportunity, we need to make use of these two talents. He then did not summon the two newly acquired dragons, as they were currently sleeping in the system space, and there was no need to summon them. At the same time, the Starflame dragon slowly opened its mouth, aiming at the chaos lying motionless on the ground. Inside, a vast amount of starlight surged and, in the blink of an eye, converged into a galaxy. Within this swirling galaxy, there is a silver thread as thick as a hair. 1 second later, the silver thread shot out suddenly, instantly traversing a vast distance and piercing straight into the body of chaos. The next moment, the chaotic consciousness collapsed directly, and all the troubles and fears also dissipated along with it. It, dead. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Fight. Congratulations, host, for killing chaos and successfully completing the special mission. The corresponding reward has been issued. Chapter 193, Extracting the Source. Converting Nutrients. Although he hadn't seen what the reward was yet, Lin Bei was certain that it was excellent. After all, the task of killing chaos is extremely difficult. At the beginning, even the system proactively stated that the task was quite difficult and that it could be postponed until later. If it weren't for having a Dragon Clan experience card at its strongest stage, Lin Bei really wouldn't have been able to complete this task. Not only will he be unable to complete the mission, but he may also die from the attacks of chaos. Lin Bei is currently incapable of defeating chaos. The gap in strength between the two sides is significant. Since the system deliberately said this was a difficult task, the reward for completing it will definitely be substantial. It should be even more generous than the reward we just received. Although he had made a guess in his mind, he didn't bother to see what the reward was. With only 1 minute left, the Starflame Dragon's remaining time was running out. Lin Bei planned to spend the remaining 10 or so seconds with the Starflame Dragon. After all, who knows when the Starflame Dragon will appear again? With that thought in mind, he stepped forward. At the same time, Starflame Dragon looked at the chaos before it, which had lost all signs of life, shook its head vigorously with disappointment, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the sigh, they are all adorned with countless stars, like a Milky Way flashing by. Too weak. This guy is so weak. I hadn't even exerted much effort yet, and I'm already dead. This is so boring. Compared to its incredibly powerful state at its peak, the chaos of the fierce god Venerable was really weak and couldn't withstand a beating at all. It's no exaggeration to say that the Starflame Dragon hasn't even finished warming up yet. Its voice was very loud, and Lu Ying, Angel Passia, and the 6 dragons all heard it clearly. Immediately, one person commanded 6 dragons a day, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What? You call that weak? Seriously? That chaos was clearly very strong. However, they only dared to complain in their hearts, and dared not show any abnormality on the surface. The reason is simple. The Starflame Dragon is too strong. At that moment, Lin Bei stepped to Starflame Dragon's side. The man and the dragon stood side by side, but they did not speak to each other. They simply stood together, like old friends who had known each other for many years. Even without saying a word, there is no awkwardness. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. Only then did the Starflame Dragon's voice ring out again. Master, I'm leaving. Although I only had a short minute of life, I am already very satisfied. Thank you. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. The moment the words left his mouth, the Starflame Dragon's form became somewhat ethereal. Almost without a second passing, Lin Bei's resolute voice rang out. Rest assured, we will definitely meet again. The next second, a satisfied smile appeared on the massive face of the Starflame Dragon, before it became completely transparent and vanished silently from the prison of the ferocious god. Before disappearing, it left behind only one sentence. I trust you. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Bite. The trial card for the strongest dragon race has expired. Please make a selection, host. Should we make the Starflame Dragon disappear completely, never to reappear in the world, or should we extract its soul essence and wait for an opportunity to give it true rebirth? Without hesitation, Lin Bei made his choice in the shortest amount of time. Extract the essence of the soul. If the soul essence of the Starflame Dragon is extracted, it may reappear in the world, and in a form with true life. Although it requires spending a certain number of points, it is well worth it. The vast amount of memories possessed by the Starflame Dragon alone is enough to make Lin Bei make this choice. Bite. Preparing to extract the soul essence of the Starflame Dragon. In the process of extraction, draw successful. The soul essence of the Starflame Dragon has been stored in the system space, and the host can use it at any time. After hearing this reminder, Lin Bei finally felt relieved. Sooner or later, the Starflame Dragon will reappear. At this moment, Laying and Angel Poxy exchanged a knowing glance. Based on what just happened, they have roughly figured out what's going on. Call. Luing took a deep breath, and her voice was filled with shock and surprise when she spoke. Just as I thought. That dragon was summoned through some special method. I really didn't expect that. There are actually people who can summon temporary pets. Unprecedented and unheard of. He has lived for a long time and experienced many things, but he has never seen or heard of anyone who can summon a temporary pet. And it's also an incredibly powerful pet. Angel Pacien nodded in agreement, having also never witnessed such a thing before. But compared to being shocked, it felt even more excited. Because the choice made earlier was clearly the right one. Look, did I do the right thing? If you hadn't chosen to follow him temporarily, how could you have had the chance to witness such a thing? Luin could not refute this. It was indeed the case. No matter how unbelievable it may seem, it's the truth. At this moment, Lin Bei looked at the chaotic corpse in front of him, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. It's time. If the Yinglong Chaos Hybrid Egg absorbed the Yinglong's dragon tendons and chaotic remains, the hybrid dragon inside should be able to hatch successfully. The reason he told the Starflame Dragon not to burn chaos to ashes was so that the hybrid egg could absorb nutrients. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Bei took out the Yinglong dragon tendon and casually tossed it onto Chaos's body. Immediately afterwards, he took the hybrid egg of Yinglong and Chaos from the system space and placed it directly in front of Chaos's corpse. System. Convert into nutrients. When the mountain and sea organization incubates hybrid eggs, it does so through a special method. However, Lin Bei does not need those cumbersome steps. He can directly convert the Chaos corpse and Yinglong tendon into nutrients needed by the hybrid egg through the system. Bite. Points have been automatically deducted. Converting the chaotic remains and Yinglong tendons into nutrients needed to hatch the hybrid egg. Conversion complete. The moment the system notification sound ended, the chaotic corpse and Yinglong tendon turned into two clumps of nutrients, which flowed directly into the hybrid egg. Chapter 194. The hybrid dragon appears. The shop begins upgrading. Call. Unconsciously, Lin Bei's breathing became heavier, and anticipation surged in his heart as he looked forward to seeing the hybrid dragon inside the egg. He had seen Huang Bashuan's hybrid Taodai before, so he knew how magical this hybrid beast was. That's why Lin Bei was so looking forward to it. The hybrid offspring of Yinglong and Chaos. It's impossible for it to be ordinary. After all, one is one of the four fiends, and the other is Yinglong. There is a widely circulated story about Yinglong. Jiao, after 1,000 years, transforms into a dragon. Dragons, after 500 years they become horned dragons, and after 1,000 years they become Yinglong. Although its authenticity is unknown, it is enough to show just how powerful Yinglong is. Hopefully it will hatch this time. After those two massive amounts of nutrients poured in, the hybrid egg, which had remained quiet until then, finally began to stir. Click, click, click. Cracks of varying thickness appeared on the surface of the Yinglong Chaos hybrid egg, densely connected together, making it impossible to count how many there were in a short time. If someone with trypophobia were here, they would probably faint immediately. At the same time, there was also a strange aura seeping out from the cracks in the eggshell. An aura, a mixture of the aura of dragons and the aura of ferocious beasts, is difficult to describe in words. It contains an aura that makes people feel ominous, an aura that makes people want to kneel down and worship, and even an aura that people dare not look directly at. This aura spread rapidly after it appeared. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the area where the holy white dragon and other dragons were located. Immediately, the 6 dragons looked at each other. As dragons themselves, they have a stronger affinity for the aura of dragons. The next moment, the 6 dragons simultaneously moved forward, each wanting to observe more closely. Call! Call! They rushed to Lin Bei's back as fast as they could, each one peering at the Yinglong Taodai hybrid egg, and the roar of dragons could be heard from time to time. Click! Click! As time went by, the cracks on the hybrid egg continued to increase. Although the cracks on the egg were increasing, not a single piece of the eggshell fell off. Even though some eggshells are completely independent and not connected to any other eggshell, they still float within the egg's range, as if being pulled by an unseen force. Finally, 5 seconds later, the number of cracks reached a peak and finally stopped increasing. Buzz! A faint dragon's roar came from the cracked hybrid egg, sounding very young and innocent. Instantly, Lin Bei's eyes widened, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was filled with excitement. It's a success. Since a dragon's roar is now coming from inside the egg, it proves that the life inside has taken shape. This also indirectly proves, after absorbing the remains of chaos and the tendons of Yinglong, this hybrid egg successfully hatched into life. Similarly, the 6 dragons reacted strongly, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Snap! Smack! Smack! The moment after the faint dragon's roar faded, shattered eggshells began to fall to the ground. The sheer number of eggshells falling was like a blizzard. In about a second, all the eggshells fell to the ground, and the life that had been born from the egg came into view of Lin Bei and the 6 dragons. This is because the dragon's size is not very large. After all, the size of the egg is limited, and it cannot hatch into a very large dragon. However, its appearance combines the characteristics of chaos and Yinglong. Its overall appearance is somewhat similar to that of the Eastern dragon, with a color close to flesh-colored, tinged with yellow, a neutral color that is a blend of Yinglong and chaos. Its body is relatively long and slender, unlike the large and robust Western dragons. Its back is covered with hard scales, it has horns on its head, and its whiskers are half the length of its body. What makes it special is its wings and dragon legs. It has a total of 4 wings, which look similar to the wings of the holy white dragon. The dragon has 6 legs and 6 claws. It's obviously because they're mixed race. It inherited the quantity of chaos and the appearance of Yinglong. And this, it's just the appearance. The true strength of a hybrid dragon lies in the power it possesses. It inherited both the dragon power of Yinglong and the singing and dancing power of chaos energy. In other words, this hybrid dragon can also use sound waves. Iya, iya. When it first emerged from its egg, the hybrid dragon kept humming, like a child being pampered. But the next moment, it saw 6 dragons staring at it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're eyeing us like a dragon. The hybrid dragon immediately froze, its growling ceasing, clearly startled by the sight. This is normal. It's like a toddler who has just learned to speak stepping out of his house, and suddenly encounters 6 burly men staring at him with wide eyes. How could he not be frightened? Even if they aren't scared out of their wits in the end, they'll definitely be terrified and cry. The next moment, the hybrid dragon frantically flapped its wings and burrowed into Lin Bei's arms, which made its fear dissipate somewhat. It peeked at the 6 dragons through the gap in its arms, its eyes showing displeasure. Buzz! Buzz! A faint dragon's roar rang out, as if venting its dissatisfaction. Lin Bei was speechless at this, and said disdainfully to the 6 dragons, Go, go, go. You guys go away, don't scare them. He really didn't expect it. My 6 dragons would do such a thing. Are you trying to scare the baby dragon? They have absolutely no self-awareness as dragons. Upon hearing this, the 6 dragons tacitly stepped back a little. Their curiosity had been satisfied, and there was no need for them to continue staring at the hybrid dragon. Just as the 6 dragons departed, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Fight. The host now possesses a total of 10 dragons, meeting the requirements for unlocking the next stage of the system shop. Because unlocking the next stage of the shop requires a certain amount of time and energy, the host will be unable to use system functions during this process, including opening the system space and the system shop. Upon entering the next stage, your dragon will be able to reach the king level. Would you like to proceed to the next stage? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Bei was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. But he quickly realized what was happening and made his choice without hesitation. Activate. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Fight. Next phase of the in-game store is opening. Chapter 195. No, Lin Bei is not as good as him. After the next stage of the system shop is opened, dragons who are at the half-step king level will be able to step into a completely new realm. Lin Bei would never refuse something so attractive. Although he was unable to use all the system's functions during this ongoing process. However, this is not a major problem. In any case, none of the dragons have returned to their private space, and they can do things according to orders at any time without interfering with what needs to be done. And the task at hand is now complete. There's no need for any battles for the time being. Just focus on participating in the auction and winning the Kuanping scale. As Lin Bei casually reached out and stroked the back of the hybrid dragon, something suddenly occurred to him. It seems. To find out what the reward you just received was, you must wait until the system functions normally again. Since the system space is unavailable, the rewards within it cannot be viewed. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, you can check the rewards whenever you want. The rewards aren't going to disappear. Just check them again when you can. Lin Bei was very clear. I can now enjoy a brief period of peace. However, the quiet period will end after the auction. Regardless of whether others will cause him trouble, he will proactively seek trouble with the auction house. Lin Bei had always kept in mind Li Fugui's and the auction house's actions. He's not some great philanthropist. He wouldn't ignore these things. Unwittingly, a cold glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes, and his words turned considerably colder. Snort. Everything that belongs to me, not a single penny less. You must compensate me in full, just as much as I'm owed. In fact, what the auctioneer did was outrageous. Whether it's wanting to monopolize all the life energy or spending money to imprison him in the evil prison. If Lin Bei really can't use his talent, then he will really die in the evil prison. To put it bluntly, the auction house and Li Fugui were trying to kill him. At this moment, Lu Ying was staring blankly at Lin Bei. He had made up his mind to follow Lin Bei. Even though Lin Bei is still very young and his true strength is at a relatively weak stage, Lu Ying understands this better than anyone else. Sooner or later, Lin Bei will become so powerful that he will surpass everyone else. Just based on the fact that he possessed 7 dragons at such a young age, we can conclude that. I can't even imagine how powerful he will become in the future. I only know he will be very, very strong, but I don't know exactly how strong he will be. Lu Ying paused at this point. Then, he stared at Lin Bei for several seconds before speaking again. Perhaps throughout countless years of history, never before has anyone been so exceptionally talented. He tamed 7 dragons, all by himself. Lu Ying's exclamation was a genuine expression of his feelings. Lin Bei's performance had truly surprised him. But in the next moment, the angel's voice, breaking through evil, suddenly rang out. What you said is correct, but not entirely correct. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was taken aback, somewhat confused about the meaning of angel breaks evil. What does it mean to say something correctly, but not entirely correctly? He asked instinctively. Kindness. What does this mean? Angel Physique did not answer immediately, but lowered his head slightly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, as if he were recalling something. A full half-minute passed before its voice slowly rang out. For you humans, there has never been such a genius. Everything he did can be described as unprecedented. Hearing this, Lu Ying's doubts deepened. Since such a statement has already been made, why say that it is not entirely correct? Isn't this a contradiction? However, he didn't ask anything, but continued to listen. But the fact that such geniuses have never appeared among humans does not mean that they haven't appeared among other races. My grandfather told me this when I was very young. Long ago, there was a being with half the blood of a god and half the blood of a dragon who did countless things that shocked the entire world. And at the moment that being was born, it directly tamed the entire dragon race, making all the dragons willingly bow down and submit. Not only that, I've heard that being possesses countless talents and has tamed countless powerful magical beasts, including even chaos. Although the man in front of me is very strong and does incredible things, he is still far inferior to the one in my grandfather's story. However, he is only slightly inferior to that being. No one else can compare to him. Call. Although he had only heard a general description, Kei understood just how powerful that half-dragon, half-god was. After taking a deep breath, he asked with considerable curiosity. And then what happened? Where did that being go? For a moment, Angel Physique fell silent, and after a long while, he finally spoke. Grandfather said, "He's dead. The cause of death is unknown, the time of death is unknown, and the place of death is unknown. Everything is shrouded in mystery." The moment those words were spoken, Lu Ying fell silent. Some people just can't accept this fact. Such a powerful being could actually die. And it sounds. There seems to be something fishy going on here. Lin Bei didn't hear a word Lu Ying and Angel Physique said. His attention was entirely focused on the hybrid dragon. Little one, don't be afraid. Those 6 guys won't hurt you. They are my partners, just like you. In fact, compared to other dragons, the hybrid dragon is the only dragon that Lin Bei truly obtained through his own efforts. Whether it's the Emperor Jinming dragon, the 6-winged wind and thunder dragon, or the holy white dragon of light, they are all obtained by fulfilling the system's requirements. Although they are both dragons, their meanings are different. The dragon obtained from the system, although a genuine dragon, is somewhat unlike anything from this world. And hybrid dragon, it's more like a product of this world. Iya. The hybrid dragon let out a soft cry, indicating that it understood the problem. Buzz. At this moment, the 6 dragons behind also let out a dragon roar to express their friendliness. For them, even a hybrid dragon is still a domestic dragon. Chapter 196 The Power of the Candle Dragon. Kunping scales to be auctioned soon. Looking at the somewhat strange-looking hybrid dragon in his arms, Lin Bei couldn't help but start thinking about whether he should give the hybrid dragon a name first. After all, other dragons have names and designated entirely new races. There is no hybrid dragon yet, formed from the combination of Yinglong and Chaos. The other young dragons also have their own races. For example, young dragons such as Star Dragon and Light Dragon have a clear species, but hybrid dragons do not. It has no corresponding race, no newly designated race, and no exclusive name. It is simply a 3-0 young dragon. That's why Lin Bei had this idea. Let me give you a name first. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to call you. Iya. The hybrid dragon roared excitedly, clearly wanting a name as well. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei began to think. He pondered what to call the hybrid dragon. Just a few seconds later, he came up with an interesting name. I'll call you that little rascal. It's so small, and it's a hybrid of Yinglong and Chaos, and it hatched from an egg. You're actually more suited to being a little rascal. Although little rascal sounds a bit strange, it definitely doesn't mean anything bad. Sometimes, little rascal is more like an affectionate nickname. Buzz. The half-dragon was very satisfied with the name, Little Rascal, and even started calling him that. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice was still ringing out. As for race, let's tentatively name it Chaos Dragon. Chaos Dragons are only a provisional race, and will be modified based on the actual situation if anything happens in the future. After being given a name, the Chaos Dragon became bolder and actually took the initiative to flap its wings and approached the Light Heaven Saint White Dragon and other dragons. It's like a little kid wanting to play with a bunch of older kids. Meanwhile, the 6 dragons, including the Holy White Dragon, cooperated and began to try to interact with the Chaos Dragon. At this moment, Lin Bei looked around. He still clearly remembered the fact that the walls, the floor, and even the space itself had healed automatically. But after staring at the walls and floor for a long time, Lin Bei couldn't see anything unusual. Everything was normal, with nothing out of place. If he hadn't witnessed that scene with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that such a thing would happen in the prison of the ferocious god. Calm. The entire prison of the fiends was completely calm. Even when Lin Bei used his origin eye to look around, he didn't see anything unusual. Strangeness. There's nothing there. Seeing this, he pointed in a direction and gave an order to the 6 dragons behind him. Attack there and destroy it. The next moment, various powerful forces erupted and all bombarded the same place. Thump. The wall itself was not very sturdy and could not withstand these attacks at all. It was easily bombarded and destroyed, and a large hole appeared in the center of the wall. Stop. The moment Lin Bei's voice rang out, the dragons stopped and all cautiously looked at the large hole in the wall. They are perfectly aware of why their owners do this. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds have passed. Just then, the large hole in the wall began to heal, returning to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, much like what had happened before. Immediately, Lin Bei activated his origin eye and looked at the large hole that was healing. He made the 6 dragons destroy the wall precisely to force this scene to occur. And all the hard work paid off. Under the influence of the Eye of Origin, Lin Bei obtained some information. The power of time of the Candle Dragon. The message contains only a few simple words, but it carries a terrifying message. Lin Bei's eyes widened involuntarily, and his throat felt surprisingly dry. Candle Dragon. How could that be? It's actually Zhulong. Zhulong is Zijian. Very strong. When you open your eyes, the long night will turn into day. When you close your eyes, day turns into night. Even with just a simple description, you can see just how powerful it is. He suddenly understood why the walls, floor, and other structures of the prison of the evil god would automatically close up. I see. Actually, this is not healing at all, but rather returning to its previous state. As soon as something is damaged, time begins to go backward. After standing there for a while, Lin Bei finally came to his senses and slowly shifted his gaze away from the large hole. Call. He let out a long breath and began to walk towards Laying and Angel Poxy. That's all the information we can gather in the prison of the evil god. If we want to learn more about the prison of the evil god, the only way is probably to ask the warden. Because the warden of Tianshan prison must know more information about the prison of the evil god. Soon, Lin Bei returned to Lu Ying's side, and his tone of voice returned to its usual calm. Let's go? There is no longer any point in staying in the prison of the evil god. Still immersed in the story, Lu Ying nodded slightly, as if by instinct. Good. Click. With the sound of space shattering, Lin Bei, along with all his dragons, Lu Ying, and the angel Paxia, went into the void and quickly traversed it. Because there was no longer any deliberate disruption from chaos, the void was very stable this time, and they successfully left the prison of the fiend god. The moment Lin Bei stepped out of the prison of the evil god, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Sky? It actually lit up. They had only been in the prison of the evil god for a short while, but several hours had already passed outside. Time seemed to have slipped away silently. In response, Lin Bei instinctively exclaimed, as expected of Zhulong. After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Ying and calmly asked, I'm going to the auction. What are your plans? Now that it's dawn, the auction will begin, and there's no need to return to the prison of evil. I'll go too. Having spent so long in the prison of evil, Lu Ying had no desire to remain there. Inside the auction hall, Bai Zhou and Wang Yuling were sitting in their seats from yesterday, waiting for the auction to officially begin. Just then, a familiar voice reached their ears. Just like yesterday, whatever I set my sights on, I'll do everything I can to get it. It was none other than Lin Bei's voice. Bai Zhou nodded emphatically, indicating that he understood. Wang Yuling, however, said with a smug look on her face, Brother Bei, that fish scale will be auctioned today. The reason I knew this news was because of her and Rin Ting's investigation yesterday. Chapter 197 Deep Hostility. Fish scales take the stage. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who had just arrived, was also somewhat surprised. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and then smiled as he spoke. How did you know about this? The auction organizers have not released any information regarding this matter. That's exactly the case. The auction house has not proactively announced which items will be auctioned or when. At best, it will only spread the information that some treasures will be auctioned, thus arousing people's enthusiasm. The next second, Wang Yuling's voice rang out. It's true that the auction organizers haven't released this information, but many auction staff members want to earn some extra money on the side. For them, selling intelligence is the best way to make extra money. It's low cost and hassle-free. The auction house turns a blind eye to this practice because it has both advantages and disadvantages, as long as it's not too excessive. Moreover, with your life force this year, Brother Bei, the auction will have even less to fear about this news leaking out. In the past, the auction would have been stopped, as it would have had some negative consequences. But this year is different. This year, there's a hot-selling item called Life Spirit Energy, which is abundant and highly sought after by everyone. Moreover, after deliberate processing, the amount of life essence is terrifyingly large. As long as it is put up for auction every day, there will be no shortage of people coming. Everything. It's all thanks to the life force. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei understood what was going on. He nodded in agreement and smiled again, saying, Well done. Although Lin Bei will also be participating in the auction in the next few days, having information about the auction items will still be of great help, allowing him to adjust his plans accordingly. At this moment, Li Fugui walked onto the stage again. Despite the empty seats in the hall, he was still filled with excitement. Taking a deep breath, Li Fugui quickly said, "Today, just like yesterday, we are working to meet everyone's needs. So, I plan to put another 50 bottles of life essence up for auction today. Not only today, but also for the next few days, life essence will be auctioned off, with at least 50 bottles every day. Moreover, the first item to be auctioned off later is 50 portions of life essence." He paused here, looked down at the audience, and observed their reactions. The audience below was utterly astonished, instinctively unable to believe it, and a series of bewildered voices rang out. "What? There are still 50 bottles left today? They only put up 50 bottles for auction yesterday, but they've put up another 50 today? Isn't the total number only 100 bottles? What the hell? We won't be able to buy any more in the next few days, so what's the point of participating?" This auction approach was a bit impulsive. Many people's goal was simply to acquire the life force or spiritual energy. That's right, it's irrational. Li Fugui heard all of these words, but a smile remained on his face, showing no surprise whatsoever. The greater the reaction from those below, and the stronger their desire, the more excited Li Fugui became. After letting the discussion below ferment for a while, he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Soon, the auction hall returned to calm. Just then, Li Fugui's voice, filled with a faint excitement, slowly rang out. "Everyone can rest assured. In fact, the amount of life energy we possess is far more than 100 bottles." That young man handed over all the life energy he possessed to us for auction. Yesterday and today, all the life energy involved in the auction was personally handed over to us by him. If anyone doesn't believe it, they can ask him. That's why we're doing this. Everyone, just bid as much as you want. These words had a good effect. The originally noisy crowd quieted down and accepted the fact, no longer thinking about anything else. After all, many people present had witnessed Lin Bei being taken away by the people from the auction. It turns out we misunderstood. Given the auction house's capabilities, it's entirely possible for them to go to the Tianshan prison, make contact with that young man, and take something out. That would be perfectly normal. That's right, money makes the world go round. All right, everyone, please relax and enjoy the auction. As these sounds rang out, Lin Bei, who was sitting on the back of the void reincarnation dragon in the void, frowned deeply. His eyes became even colder, and the hostility in his heart reached its peak. His icy gaze pierced through the void, staring intently at Li Fugui for a long time before he slowly spoke. "What a brilliant plan. You get all the benefits. You're putting all the blame on me. Are they trying to make me suffer endless infamy even after I die?" What Lin Bei said was exactly what the auction house planned. Not only do you not have to take any risks, but you can also maximize your profits. Even if someone realizes something is wrong in the end and comes to demand an explanation, the auction house can still shift the blame onto Lin Bei. In their eyes, Lin Bei was already a dead man. And the dead, they are the perfect scapegoats. The phrase "the dead cannot testify" is not something that came out of thin air. This auction is clearly intended to squeeze every last drop of value out of Lin Bei. Not only should he die, but he should also be infamous for eternity. Lin Bei, they've completely turned the auction into an enemy. At that moment, Li Fugui turned to look at the backstage area, signaling the other staff to get ready. The instant he received a response from the staff, he immediately spoke loudly to the tens of thousands of participants below. "The auction is now officially open. Please welcome the first item to be auctioned." The moment the words left his mouth, several beautiful women walked to the front desk carrying life essence. As people looked at the bottles of life energy, the area below erupted into noise once again, with everyone vying to get their hands on one, much like the situation yesterday. Although many people received life energy yesterday, they still want more. No one can complain about having too much of this kind of good stuff. In the venue, one after another, high-priced offers appeared. The final transaction price was very close to yesterday's price. Clearly, the life essence has already been priced. As time went on, more and more items were put up for auction, and all of them were being auctioned off. During this time, Lin Bei also made a move and obtained something quite good. Before we knew it, it was already the 10th item to be auctioned. Li Fugui's voice also rang out at this moment. Next up for auction is a huge fish scale. As soon as he finished speaking, More than a dozen staff members used all their strength to lift the Kunping's fish scales onto the auction stage. In an instant, Lin Bei perked up. Chapter 198, Sea Emperor Aoding. Crazy price hike. Call. Lin Bei's breathing quickened slightly. The Kunping fish scales were something he had always wanted to obtain. It could even be said that Lin Bei's biggest purpose in attending the auction was to obtain the Kunping scales. Because the scales of the Kunping are of paramount importance. Not only can it complete the mission, but it will also lead to things related to Kunping. Before, he had heard people mention Kunping more than once and already knew a lot about it. So I know very well what Kunping is and how amazing it is. No matter the reason, we must obtain the Kunping scales. Before Li Fuguwei could even state his bottom price, Lin Bei spoke first to Bai Zhou. We must capture this fish scale on camera. No matter how high the final price is, you must bid. He had no idea how many people would be vying for the Kunping scales. However, if someone makes a bid, and a very high one at that, it proves that the person likely knows something related to Kunping. Even so, Lin Bei was determined to obtain the Kunping scales at all costs. Bai Zhou could clearly sense the firmness in Lin Bei's words, so he nodded almost imperceptibly and answered in a low voice. Clear. At this moment, his curiosity grew even stronger. Curious about what these fish scales were, Lin Bei realized they could have led him to make such a decision. If it were anyone else, Bai Zhou wouldn't have any particular thoughts. But the person in question is Lin Bei. He doesn't believe that someone who owns many dragons would buy a fish scale for no reason. And will buy it no matter the cost. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. I can't figure it out anyway. Some people also took notice, and their originally calm emotions changed considerably because of the appearance of the Kunping scales. They were all staring at the Kunping scales, their expressions varying. In summary, these people all want to obtain the scales of the Kunping. Finally, after a few more seconds, Li Fuguwei pointed to the huge fish scale behind him and addressed the crowd below. The next item to be auctioned is this huge fish scale behind me. Actually, I don't have much to say about this product. Because apart from being big, it has nothing else special about it. We don't know what its function is, nor do we know what kind of fish it is. There is no record of such a huge scale on the internet or in books. He abruptly stopped speaking, preparing to observe the reactions of the crowd below. Li Fuguwei knew very well. For many of the people who came here for the auction, this useless fish scale held no appeal whatsoever. And it turned out just as he had predicted. Most people who heard this did not understand the auction's actions. What the hell? Hurry up and move on to the next item. No one would want something like this. It's just a tattered fish scale, completely useless. How boring. This thing is destined to go unsold. Except for those who knew what the scales were and said nothing, no one else intended to take them. Buying it would be a waste of money. Although Li Fuguwei heard all of this, the smile on his face did not fade at all. No, it's not just that it hasn't faded. Instead, his smile deepened, as if some conspiracy was about to succeed. Normally, if an auction item is met with resistance from a customer, the auction house should be in a state of panic. After all, an unattractive product can have a significant impact on an auction, potentially deterring some people from participating in the future. But Li Fuguwei's behavior at this moment was a bit strange, as if some conspiracy had succeeded. While that incident was happening, Lin Bei was also observing the others. Several groups of people are acting strangely. After hearing Li Fuguwei's introduction, he didn't react at all. He has probably already made a judgment. These people are likely competitors. As the crowd below gradually calmed down, Li Fuguwei spoke again. I understand what everyone is thinking, and I know you don't want to waste time on useless things. But there's nothing we can do. This item must be included in the auction. It's because Lord Aoding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, specially sent it. In other words, these fish scales belong to Lord Aoding. Now everyone understands, right? When he finished speaking, the auction fell silent. People were clearly startled. The silence lasted for at least 10 seconds before being broken by several surprised murmurs. Wow! It's actually an auction item sent by Lord Aoding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea. Even if it's useless, I'll still give it a try. These must be fish scales from the giant magical beast that Lord Aoding hunted. We must take it. It is my honor to have Lord Aoding's belongings in my collection. Aoding. It was a very familiar name to everyone present. It could even be described as legendary. Everything related to him is shocking. During the auction, some people remained calm and did not lose their temper because the fish scales were a gift from Aoding. They frowned and looked at the fish scales, which showed no particular special characteristics. Why would Lord Aoding do this? He can't possibly be short of money. I'm not quite sure what the intention is. It's best if we don't speculate, or we'll be in big trouble if we offend Lord Aoding. After a while of noise, the hall finally quieted down. Li Fugui was very satisfied with what had just happened. He deliberately portrayed the Kunping's fish scales negatively at the beginning, so that he could create the strongest impact when its origin was revealed. Alright, without further ado, let's begin the auction. Originally, the price of these fish scales might not have been high, at most only tens of millions. However, because of its very special origin, its price has been greatly increased. The starting bid for this fish scale is 300 million, and each bid must be at least 50 million higher. Despite the exorbitant price, no one objected. Instead, they were all bidding. 350 million. We must raise the price, or we'll be letting Lord Aoding down. 400 million. I've made a killing buying Lord Aoding's auction item for 400 million. 450 million. 500 million. As the price continued to rise, Lin Bei's expression turned rather unpleasant, as his original plans were completely disrupted. North Sea. It's Beihai again. He remembered clearly. Renting also has connections to Beihai. In addition, Lin Bei also noticed that those who were suspected competitors also looked unwell. Chapter 199 Wang Yuling's request. In just a few seconds, the price was raised by 200 million, which would be hard for anyone to accept. Although the world's average income is relatively high, 200 million is still not a small amount of money. For many ordinary people, 200 million is enough to last a lifetime. And this 200 million is just the beginning, which is why Lin Bei's expression was somewhat grim. Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea? Who is he? Just because the Kunping fish scales are his items, those people started to frantically raise the price. At this point, he began to recall carefully. But, no matter how hard he tried to recall, Lin Bei couldn't remember any information related to Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before. Forget about that for now. Anyway, I'll definitely be going to Beihai later, and then I'll be able to find out the relevant information. Besides these, Lin Bei had many other questions in his mind. How did Aoding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, obtain the Kunping fish scales? Does he even know what a Kunping is? If you don't know, then it might all just be skipping class. But if they knew this, why auction off the Kunping fish scales? It's gradually becoming more complicated. Currently, the price of Kunping fish scales continues to rise, and many people seem to have given up thinking, only wanting to obtain Kunping fish scales that are of little use to them. Even if they can only be used for collection in the end, they will feel very honored. 550 million. 600 million. Everyone stop fighting over it. Give it to me. You think you can buy Lord Aoding's things for 600 million? You're dreaming. I'll offer 700 million. The 700 million ones can step aside. I'll offer my entire fortune, 750 million. How about a flat price of 800 million? That's quite a high price. I'll offer 1 billion. In less than a minute, the price reached a full billion. Billion. It's a completely new number. After the price of 1 billion was announced, the entire auction fell silent, and no one made any further bids. Spending $1 billion to buy a fish scale that is of little use is beyond the acceptable range for many wealthy people. Although they wanted to get closer to the Sea Emperor Aoding by buying fish scales, they could only spend a few hundred million at most. If it exceeds 1 billion, then we need to think carefully. Because of 1 billion, that's a huge sum of money. Throughout the entire process, Bai Zhou did not raise the price. He simply watched everything calmly. He knew very well. In the situation described above, raising the price would not have any effect. It would only have resulted in being overwhelmed by the wave of competing bids. Therefore, it's better to calm down before taking action. Mr. Lin, the price has reached over 1 billion. Is your plan still the same as before? Bai Zhou asked this question because the amount involved was too large. Almost the instant his words fell, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. Even if it means going bankrupt, I must get this scale. There's no need to even consider this question. Just then, Wang Yuling suddenly spoke up. Brother Bei, let me make the offer later. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was stunned and quite surprised. He never expected that Wang Yuling would make this request. Before Lin Bei could ask anything, Wang Yuling took the initiative to explain. Many people want this fish scale now. Even if we eventually get it, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. They can easily find out who Lin Bei is. After all, Lin Bei is a well-known figure. Once they find out that Lin Bei is not a big threat, it could lead to a lot of trouble. But I'm different. They can only find out about my talent and family background. Given my family's financial situation, I absolutely cannot afford that much money. But now that an exceptionally high price has been offered, it will inevitably arouse their curiosity and apprehension. They won't dare to make a move after the auction ends, because they don't know if making a move against me will offend some mysterious figure. Therefore, instead of letting Lin Bei make an offer, it's better for me to make one. After listening to Wang Yuling's explanation, Bai Zhou expressed his agreement and nodded, saying, "That makes sense. Yuling is very talented. When others see her doing something unusual, they will subconsciously guess that she has joined a certain force or become someone's apprentice. Naturally, they will have some concerns when doing things. And, indeed, many forces have contacted me, hoping that I can introduce them to classmate Yuling." Having said that, Lin Bei decided not to object. In fact, that was exactly the case. Having Wang Yuling make the bid would make others more wary than having Bai Zhou make the bid. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. In addition, Wang Yuling does have someone backing her, but it's not some powerful family. It was himself. Good. Let's do it this way. At the same time, the others who knew what the fish scales were also discussing in hushed tones. Oh no, this is beyond what we expected. Kunlun has actually gotten involved with Ao Ding. This is really bad. Given Ao Ding's reputation, we might have to spend several $100 million more. What? It has already reached $1 billion. We only have $1.2 billion in funds, so it will be difficult for us to obtain it. We can only add another $500 million at most, otherwise we can't afford it. The Great Fish Venerable just told me to abandon the auction. Let's find another way to get this scale. The price of $1 billion had already met Li Fugui's expectations. He took a few deep breaths, looked at the crowd below, and spoke again. $1 billion for the first time. $1 billion for the second time. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The next moment, those who knew what the scales were immediately put up a bidding war. 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. After another round of bidding, the price reached 1.5 billion, setting a new record. At this moment, even those people hesitated. Although a few could still raise the price had far exceeded their expectations. It could even be said that it has increased many times over. Li Fugui was very satisfied. The higher the price, the more he earned. Is anyone else going to raise the price? If not, 1.5 billion is the final transaction price. The instant those words fell, Wang Yuling stood up abruptly and spoke in a very arrogant tone. 2 billion, I'll take it. After saying that, she deliberately looked around at the people, her eyes full of disdain, completely displaying an attitude of, I'm the best in the world. Chapter 200 Kunping Fish Scales. Please let me go. This was a method that Wang Yuling deliberately chose. The more arrogant and presumptuous she appears, the more mysterious she will seem to others. There are only two possibilities for someone to dare to do such a thing. Either he's a fool, or he's confident. The person who can come up with 2 billion to buy a single fish scale is obviously not the former. After all, a fool can't possibly own 2 billion. At that moment, everyone at the auction was stunned. Whether it was the people participating in the auction or Li Fugui on the stage, everyone was shocked by the figure of 2 billion. 2 billion. That's 2 billion. $2 billion just to buy a single fish scale? Even if these fish scales were an auction item sent by Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, it's not worth spending 2 billion to buy them. Looking at Wang Yuling, who appeared very young and clearly hadn't experienced any setbacks, Li Fugui's expression turned slightly surprised. A new face. And he looks very young, just like a student. But now they're offering 2 billion to buy a single fish scale. What's going on? I haven't received any information from her at all. He was genuinely surprised by this. The auction house has a huge intelligence network that records a lot of information. Anyone who becomes famous or wealthy in Tianshan City will be recorded by this intelligence network. Before the auction begins, Li Fugui will review this information to get a general understanding of the situation. But among those numerous records, he has never met Wang Yuling. Someone who can come up with 2 billion is not in the intelligence network's records? That's really strange. Could it be that she comes from some unknown, mysterious family? Even if it's not like that, it's definitely not much different. Once Li Fugui considered this possibility, he became convinced of it. Besides, he didn't know what else was possible for such a young girl to have at least 2 billion. Although Li Fugui was quite surprised, he instinctively spoke up immediately. The bid has now reached 2 billion. Is there anyone else going to raise the price? He asked the question, but he knew better than anyone whether anyone would make an offer. The attention of the people below was not on Li Fugui at all. Their eyes were all on Wang Yuling, and they were all analyzing and guessing about her identity. Even, someone has already started investigating Wang Yuling. No one can ignore someone who suddenly appears and asks for 2 billion. 10 seconds passed quickly. In those 10 seconds, no one spoke up to compete. 2 billion is clearly too high. Seeing this, Li Fugui spoke up. 2 billion, for the first time. 2 billion, for the second time. 2 billion, third place. But before he could finish speaking for the third time, a voice rang out. 2 billion and 50 million. The speaker was a middle-aged man named Kuan Kuan. After applying to his family, he successfully obtained several hundred million in funding, which is why he dared to ask for a price. But as he was bidding, Kuan Kuan's heart was bleeding. He would never have done this if the Kunping scales weren't so important. 2 billion. It can sustain the family's operations for a very long time. But the next moment, Wang Yuling turned to look at Kuan Kuan, her expression indifferent as she spoke with feigned disdain. Only 50 million more? How boring. After saying that, Wang Yuling shook her head in disappointment, sighed, and then continued. 25 billion. She had already obtained Lin Bei's permission before she announced the price. Although 2.5 billion is a lot of money, Lin Bei thinks the Kunping scales are more important. And he will find a way to get the extra money back from the auction. Since the auction house is the enemy anyway, it doesn't matter what we do. The entire audience was shocked once again. The price was raised to 2.5 billion as soon as it was opened, a whopping 450 million increase, which is a frighteningly large jump. Kuan Kuan was stunned. I only dared to ask for an extra 50 million after gritting my teeth and making up my mind, but you just went straight for 450 million? That's not fair. I'm impressed. A full minute passed before anyone dared to raise the price again, and only then did Li Fugui dare to speak up once more. 25 billion, the first time. 25 billion, for the second time. 25 billion, for the third time. Make a deal. Finally, the Kunping scales were eventually auctioned off to Wang Yuling for 2.5 billion yuan. Then, they exchanged money for weapons. Li Fugui placed the Kunping scales into a spatial ring and personally handed them to Wang Yuling. The moment Wang Yuling obtained the spatial ring, she stuffed it into a tiny void rift beside her. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after finishing this task. At least the primary objective has been achieved. Subsequently, the auction continued, with more and more items being brought in for sale. However, because of Wang Yuling's purchase of fish scales for 2.5 billion, the subsequent auction of goods became very uneventful. Although someone spent 100 million to buy a beautiful vase, it did not cause any stir. People are still somewhat dazed. For most people, the Kunping fish scales are useless. They're just interesting because of their origin. Buying them for 2.5 billion is a huge loss. It's like they have too much money to burn, which is why they're acting strangely. The very few people who know what Kunping fish scales are unsure what Wang Yuling is or what she wants to do with the Kunping fish scales. Various uncertainties have caused them to be in a somewhat abnormal state. Things did not return to normal until the end of the auction. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou left the auction without hesitation, followed by many people. Although most people didn't dare to harm Wang Yuling, they were all very curious about her identity and followed her only to see if they could find any clues. But the members of the Mountain and Sea Organization, however, wanted to harm Wang Yuling. Their primary objective for this trip was to obtain the Kunping scales. At the same time, Lin Bei stayed in the void, took the Kunping fish scales out of his spatial ring, placed them in the void, and observed them up close. He slowly extended a hand and gently touched the scales of the Kunping fish. But the moment his palm touched the fish scales, a terrifying roar echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Let me go. Please let me go. I don't want to stay here any longer. In an instant, he froze on the spot, his eyes slowly widening. Kindness. What's going on?